Chapter 1. Transported to the stars. Water Blue Star. The sky was filled with various types of floating cars, and the music playing nearby sounded so strange. The only familiar thing was probably the sun, hanging high in the sky. Su Lingling stood by the roadside for a long time, lost in thought, still unable to snap out of it. If she had been transported to ancient times, perhaps she could rely on her modern knowledge to dominate the ancients. But the reality was that Su Lingling had ended up in the era of advanced technology civilization where interstellar travel was possible. In contrast, she felt like a real antique from another time. Though fortunately, Su Lingling still retained the memories of her previous life and wasn't illiterate. Her former certified senior accounting qualification? Sorry, robots and AI might have made her skills obsolete now. What accompanied her instead was an intelligent brain device, which was absolutely perfect, both offensive and defensive. Compared to the so-called golden finger or system in Legends, it was even more powerful and comprehensive. Most importantly, her past self left her with a staggering 5 million credits of debt, leading to the past self's collapse and death due to this massive debt. And Su Lingling was just then chased out of a diner by debt collectors, wandering around disoriented on the street. Even the only diner she had was gone. Ding, the divine culinary art system has been activated. Congratulations, host has obtained a beginner package. Would you like to open it? A sudden voice in her head startled Su Lingling, who was delighted to the point of almost jumping for joy. The heavens still favor me. I've been granted a golden finger. Without such an advantage, it's impossible to survive in this strange new land. Without hesitation, Su Lingling chose to open it immediately. Congratulations to the host for opening beginner package. Obtained recipe, sautéed potato strips with vinegar. Su Lingling was momentarily dazed, not believing how easy it was to activate her so-called golden power. She quickly realized something unusual. Her mind now carried information it didn't have before. For instance, a recipe labeled sautéed potato strips with vinegar, along with the exact memory of how to make this dish appeared inside her brain. Just at this moment, a message flashed across her light brain. Lingling, our company recently hired a new batch of interns, and the supervisor plans to treat them to dinner. I will place the order, 30 servings needed by noon today. Please remember to deliver. The message was from Lin Ku, a middle school classmate of Su Lingling's. Lin Ku attended a prestigious interstellar university, and after graduation, managed to secure a job at a large company. The original Su Lingling also got into university, but, being too emotionally driven and overly sentimental, decided against attending and worked instead, supporting her ex-boyfriend's studies. Then later, the ex came out of interstellar university without securing a job and decided impulsively to start a business. Her old self foolishly took out a loan for him. With the loan money, the boyfriend did not start any business. Rather, he fled off Water Blue Star, leaving behind an apologetic note stating something akin to, because the original self did not attend university, lacked education, thus making them unsuitable, but promised to repay once earning sufficient funds. This was no small amount of money, 5 million star coins, whereas boxed lunches cost merely 10 coins per serving currently. Now, with the restaurant gone, losing the boxed lunch business was not an option. After all, Su Lingling did not possess other marketable skills in this high-tech world where floor sweepers, bricklayers, even factory workers were entirely replaced by robots. Therefore, this particular order must be maintained under all costs. Currently homeless and without a kitchen, Su Lingling decided to return to her old restaurant and negotiate using it again for a few days. The restaurant location was quite secluded and poorly situated, unlikely to find new tenants promptly. Su Lingling mused, with her newly acquired god-level potato stir-fry skill, what was there to worry about? The likelihood of this restaurant selling immediately was slim, plus potatoes were inexpensive these days. Thanks to scientific advancements, they were sold for 0.8 of a coin per pound at supermarkets, with little demand as everyone preferred pre-processed nutritional agents. Potatoes required peeling and proved inconvenient. Most crucially, due to technological progress, most people purchased ready-made meal packs. These meals were already prepared, sealed in individual portions, requiring only hot water for reheating. Years ago, experts warned against eating leftover food. Yet, today's ready-to-eat packages, after several months of storage, became healthier. The emergence of such meal packs eradicated even markets, except in upper city. In lower city, buying fresh produce was now far more expensive than packaged meals. Moreover, highly advanced nutritional supplements developed by multiple experts ensured a balanced intake of nutrients, although priced relatively high at 50 coins per pack. This carved out a space for inexpensive meal packs and Su Lingling's low-cost fast food options to thrive. Carrying a sack of potatoes, Su Lingling arrived outside her occupied restaurant. The H-city-based Longda financial company had sealed off Su Lingling's restaurant, but the enforcers who arrived were just small fry. The lead one, Zhang De, saw Su Lingling returning and walked up to her with a cold face. He said, "Why have you come back? This restaurant can't possibly pay off your debt. If it weren't for our supervisor Zhang being kind-hearted, you wouldn't be so foolish as to return." Su Lingling forced a smile and approached the young supervisor confidently, saying, "Big brother Zhang, this little kua shop might not be worth much, but I'm valuable." Zhang Shun raised an eyebrow in surprise, examining Su Lingling closely. Indeed, upon closer inspection, the girl looked rather pleasant when she smiled. Just as Zhang Shun was about to speak, Su Lingling continued, "Big brother Zhang, take a bite of my cooking and you'll know how good I am. In the future, you and your company colleagues can eat here for 8 coins per meal at cost price. You can watch me cook. It's clean and hygienic, I assure you." For some unknown reason, Perhaps it was this young girl's smile that moved Zhang Shun. Despite her dire situation, she could still manage to laugh. Zhang Shun said to Su Lingling, "Fine, I'll give you a chance. Cook something now so I can taste your skills." One of the henchmen behind Zhang Shun tugged at his sleeve, prompting a sudden sharp glare from him. The man immediately fell silent. Zhang Shun wasn't really planning to be charitable enough to hand the shop back to Su Lingling. After all, it already belonged to the Longda Financial Company and would soon be demolished anyway. Renting it out served no purpose. Letting Su Lingling use it for a while would hardly hurt, especially since it came for free. Who wouldn't give Zhang Shun a thumb up? "All right, big brother," Su Lingling chirped cheerfully. "I won't disappoint you." With agility, Su Lingling carried the ingredients into the kitchen. As she picked up the knife, a strange sense of familiarity and memory welled up within her. She peeled the potatoes, cut them into thin strips in one fluid motion. Then, she heated the pan, added oil, followed by dried chili and ginger before tossing in the potato strips. At precisely the right moments, Su Lingling seasoned the dish with salt and vinegar. Every step she executed with precision and confidence. A simple stir-fried potato strip became a masterpiece in her hands. Su Lingling herself couldn't believe that her once mediocre cooking skills, now enhanced by the system, could reach such heights. Even she, smelling the delightful aroma wafting from the dish, found her appetite growing. As Su Lingling tossed the dish, the savory, tangy scent spread throughout the kitchen. Zhang Shun watched Su Lingling intently without blinking, finding her utterly captivating, as if a luminous glow surrounded her. Chapter 2. Stir-fried shredded potatoes with vinegar. Su Lingling carried a plate and approached the group, placing the fragrant stir-fried shredded potatoes with vinegar on the table. Upon seeing the freshly served dish, everyone involuntarily swallowed their saliva. The steaming hot stir-fried shredded potatoes gave off an aroma of sour and spicy scents that continuously stimulated their taste buds. Their mouths began to water, spilling over at the corners of their lips, which they awkwardly wiped away. This situation made everyone instinctively touch their stomachs, feeling as though they were even hungrier. However, the group still understood some social graces. Though extremely tempted, they tried to maintain politeness by allowing the leader to eat first, demonstrating workplace etiquette. Zhang Shun had not expected to drool over a plate of shredded potatoes. His expression remained unchanged as his fingers quickly wiped away saliva from his mouth. As long as he wiped fast enough, no one could notice. After wiping his mouth, Zhang Shun observed that everyone else was craving the food, and he arrogantly straightened his back. He then addressed the group. "Look at yourselves, it's just a plate of shredded potatoes. You're losing all dignity over this. Is it really necessary?" Having finished speaking, Zhang Shun took the main seat and prepared to begin eating. Zhang De saw the shredded potatoes steaming hot, making him crave them immensely. He glanced around Su Lingling's small restaurant, which looked somewhat unclean. Their boss never ate street food. What if they got sick? With such uncertain origins, how could they let the boss take the first bite? Quick-witted Zhang De suddenly remembered scenes from TV dramas where subordinates tasted for poison on behalf of their leaders. An idea lit up in his eyes, and he turned to Zhang Shun and said, Mr. Zhang, perhaps I should check for any poison." Another subordinate immediately realized this and joined in showing loyalty. "Mr. Zhang, let me try it out for you." "Mr. Zhang, we don't know if this shop is clean or if there's proper disinfection. If something hurts your stomach, how can we bear it? Allow me to try first." Zhang Shun glanced at everyone, shoved the subordinate next to him aside, and picked up the chopsticks. Despite his usual attention to detail, he didn't even bother wiping the chopsticks before grabbing some stir-fried potatoes and eating them directly. As soon as these potatoes hit his mouth and he started chewing, his face showed immense surprise. Sour, spicy, crisp, and fragrant, the texture and flavor of the potatoes left a lingering impression on his tongue. Especially when they first touched his mouth, the refreshing sensation was overwhelmingly satisfying. The combination of vinegar and potato brought together such a perfect harmony. Each bite offered a burst of happiness that seemed incomparable. What kind of divine delicacy was this? He had never tasted anything so good in his life. Su Lingling was well versed in human nature. Seeing Zhang Shun's reaction, she knew this dish wouldn't be shared among his followers. She had actually prepared 2 portions, and now she brought out the second plate of potatoes and handed it to the others, saying, "Try it yourselves and see how it tastes. This dish contains large amounts of starch and protein, B vitamins, vitamin C, and more, promoting digestion. After I stir-fry them like this, their nutritional value will basically not be wasted. They are much more nutritious and fresh than those supplements." No one was truly paying attention to Su Lingling's scientific explanation about the nutrients in potatoes anymore. These potatoes were just too delicious. Whether they had any nutritional value or not, they would devour them anyway. "Chef Su, stop talking. It's simply amazing. Could you make us another dish?" In one bite, these people bestowed the title of Master Chef upon Su Lingling. It was indeed too delicious. How could a simple dish like this taste so extraordinary? Is this really the same potato dish I used to eat? Never thought potato shreds could taste this good. I used to hate eating potato dishes. I realize now that what I disliked wasn't the potato itself, but rather the previous chefs who failed miserably at cooking. I'm almost crying. In my entire life, I've never tasted a dish this wonderful. Everyone ate so fast that it's gone in a flash. It's outrageous. Ding. Harvested positive review, +1. Ding. Harvested positive review, +1. Ding. Harvested positive review, +1. Ding. Accumulated 10 positive reviews. Reward recipe unlocked. Spicy sour Chinese cabbage. Repeated system notifications echoed in Su Lingling's mind. She counted. 10 people had given her 10 positive reviews. She hadn't anticipated that earning positive reviews would unlock other menus, and this filled her with great joy. Zhang Xin also couldn't imagine Su Lingling possessed such excellent culinary skills. Now he understood why that pale-faced man thrived under her care. He actually knew the truth. That pale-faced man had an affair with their boss's woman and was forced to flee with the money. This left the woman to face the mess alone, and it was precisely because of this that he felt a hint of sympathy, which led him to simply take over the store instead of causing more trouble. After all, his specialty was debt collection. He could afford a little compassion but not too much. Otherwise, he'd be left eating thin air. Seizing the opportunity, Su Lingling said to Zhang Shun, "Brother Zhang, as you can see, selling this shop isn't easy. Can we pay off the debt in installments? Whenever you and your group come for boxed meals, regardless of the number of people, I'll give them at cost price. 8 yuan per meal, that would be enough. Consider these payments as interest." While Zhang Shun was still savoring the taste of the vinegar-fried shredded potatoes, inexplicably, he nodded and agreed. Then he told Su Lingling, "Before we find a new buyer, you can continue using the shop temporarily. The deed has already been transferred to our company. Unless you save up 5 million yuan to buy back the shop, it will stay ours. You have good cooking skills, so box lunches at 10 yuan each would suffice. No need to sell cheaply. Just serve us more food if necessary. We'll eat lunch here today." Zhang Shun didn't exploit her either. 10 yuan per boxed meal was really cheap. He wasn't short of these 2 yuan, especially given that their appetites were quite large. "All right, thank you for Brother Zhang's support." Su Lingling didn't hesitate, as she truly lacked funds after being scammed by her predecessor's ex-boyfriend. Su Lingling placed an online order to use her savings to purchase an entire truckload of potatoes and cabbage. Ordering online was more economical, and now there weren't any proper markets where one could bargain conveniently. The group of people led by Zhang Shun helped Su Lingling tidy up the restaurant before leaving with a decent attitude. To prepare for the spicy sour Chinese cabbage, the dish required some pre-fermentation. So today, Su Lingling could only make stir-fried potato shreds with vinegar. She began washing rice and cooking it in advance. No matter how delicious the dish, it lacked a soul without rice. Su Lingling had once worked as a chef. Even though she hadn't gained the system's skill, she still had a few tricks in her arsenal when it came to cooking rice. Adding a tiny bit of oil made the rice soft and fragrant. The original identity of Su Lingling's family insisted on preparing traditional Chinese cuisine, but after the death of the original's parents, they failed to pass down their exquisite culinary techniques, leading to the decline of their business. It was only through offering cheap takeaway services that they managed to attract customers. However, due to interference from her predecessor's deceitful ex-boyfriend, even the hard-earned customer base slipped away, falling into the hands of competitors. If it weren't for the middle school classmate and best friend relationship, the order on the Light Brain platform might not have fallen into Su Lingling's lap. At this point, Su Lingling only had 2 divine recipes, and since spicy sour Chinese cabbage required more preparation time, today she could only stick with stir-fried shredded potatoes with vinegar. To avoid the dish becoming monotonous, she added plenty of red peppers and scallions, making the food visually appealing. First was peeling the potatoes. With Zhang Xin's group around earlier, Su Lingling had been somewhat nervous, plus never having used such technology before. So, she didn't use the peeling robot. Admittedly, the machine's performance was impressive, much smarter than the old ones. These small potatoes were peeled clean automatically, and could also slice themselves evenly. These uniform shreds were just as good as what Su Lingling could accomplish manually. Su Lingling thought that if she wanted to compete against this robot, she could perhaps challenge it with cutting tofu filaments. But her tofu carving skills were average at best unless the system decided to reward her. In just half a day, Su Lingling had adapted to the high-tech advancements in this world. No wonder the dilapidated restaurant was worth 5 million yuan. The kitchen equipment itself was incredibly valuable. Chapter 3. Meal Delivery. Su Lingling quickly packed 30 fast food meals. She also prepared 1 extra meal for her best friend Lin Kuduo, because Lin Ku remembered her and had helped bring in business. She couldn't let someone help her without reciprocating. Su Lingling sent a message to Lin Ku. "Kuer, I've made you a meal too. Try it out and taste my new skills." Lin Ku. "Lingling, how could I not order your food? I already did. No need to send me an extra one." Su Lingling. "The delivery robot has already taken the food. You can share it with your colleagues." Lin Ku. "Thank you, asterisk asterisk." Lin Ku saw that the meal was already placed in the delivery robot and could only helplessly say thank you. It's a pity, she was just a small clerk. Otherwise, if her company of over 2,000 people all ate Su Lingling's fast food, it would undoubtedly ease some of the pressure on Su Lingling. The robot delivery was quick, mainly because Su Lingling's little shop wasn't far from Lin Ku's company. Soon, Lin Ku received the robot's notification that the meal had arrived. The small robot flew to the window of the company, and Lin Ku immediately ran to the window. The moment Lin Ku took out the boxed meal, everyone was instantly attracted by the aroma of the meal in her hand. What is this smell? Why is it so fragrant? Yesterday, I didn't feel the meal was so aromatic. Could it be that I'm too hungry? I wasn't even hungry earlier. How come I suddenly feel starved? Is this what they mean when they say being hungry makes everything taste good? This smells so good that I can't stop my saliva from flowing. Upon smelling the delicious aroma of the meal, the interns immediately grabbed the box meals. As they lifted the lids, the rich fragrance burst forth instantly. For 3 seconds, the interns were silent, then exchanged glances before devouring their meals with wild enthusiasm. Wow, these shredded potatoes are incredibly delicious. No wonder this is a big company. This plain white rice tastes so good. It's the first time I've eaten such great rice. The boxed meals of big companies really are different. A simple dish like shredded potatoes can be so delectable. Our company is too good to us. To have ordered such excellent box meals, I must work hard and repay the company. I feel the same way. I never expected our boss to be so kind as to treat us to such a good meal. Who said big companies are evil? It's still better to work. Without working, how could we ever eat such delicious meals? The interns had never tasted such good meals before. They ate until tears welled up in their eyes, deeply moved. Linka looked at the shredded potatoes in her boxed meal and didn't expect Su Lingling's cooking skills to have improved so much. This simple dish of stir-fried shredded potatoes turned out to be so appetizing. If she had such skills before, taking over the entire cafeteria of the company would be a piece of cake. Lin Ku and her department's interns thoroughly enjoyed the meal. This tortured the interns from other departments who were eating together. They also smelled the enticing aroma, but the enclosed space amplified the scent, making their mouths water uncontrollably. But after opening their own meals and taking a bite, they found the taste off, nothing like what they had imagined. How unappetizing. Some departments claimed their leaders spent a fortune on nutritional supplements. But as a result, these supplements weren't tempting at all. Lin Ku, where did you order this boxed meal? It's so fragrant. Lin Ku's nearby colleague couldn't resist asking. I have one extra, I'll give it to you. Thank you. The colleague didn't hesitate and directly took the boxed meal from Lin Ku, gobbling down large bites. The pure white rice emitted a sweet fragrance, tasting delicately sweet when chewed. And the flavor of the potato shreds was unexpectedly superb, simply irresistible. A bite of vegetables, paired with a large bite of rice, it was too delicious. After a few mouthfuls, she discovered the meal seemed a little insufficient. It felt like it finished too quickly after just a few bites. She glanced at Lin Ku's box, finding that Lin Ku's box was spotless, every grain of rice gone, leaving only a few red chili dices. Lin Ku, this boxed meal is too delicious. How much per serving? Can you help me order one tomorrow? 10 yuan per serving. It's my classmate's shop, giving me the lowest price. Lin Ku, your classmate is amazing. With such great skills, the price is so low. Order 3 for me tomorrow. I want to eat 3 servings. You're not losing weight anymore? Lin Ku joked to her colleague beside her. Who cares about losing weight? There's no grease in this dish, and the calories in rice are the lowest. It's completely vegetarian, with no meat at all. Isn't this my ideal weight loss meal? Lin Ku secretly gave her colleague a thumbs up. She never expected Su Lingling to make her so proud, nor did she expect Su Lingling's cooking skills to be this good. Lin Ku sent Su Lingling a private message. Sister, how come your cooking has suddenly become so great? Su Lingling, being away from a bad boyfriend and focusing on self-improvement can do wonders. Lin Ku, sister, isn't 10 yuan per box meal a bit too cheap? Your cooking is worth 20 yuan per serving. Su Lingling, it's just some plain vegetarian dishes with no meat. Besides, I'm making them for you office workers. Lin Ku, thumbs up for you OD. Su Lingling, got to go, it's the busiest time at noon. There are customers coming in. Su Lingling turned off the optical computer. At this hour, Zhang Xin's group came over to have lunch. This time, Zhang Xin brought more than 30 people, obviously treating this place as their regular cafeteria. Su Lingling heard nothing but constant positive reviews from the system. She received 31 excellent reviews. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 30 excellent reviews. Reward unlocked. Divine level fried meat. Su Lingling had figured out the result. Each person counted as 1 review. This fried meat was something special. It was Su Lingling's favorite dish and also a common one on everyone's dining table. Affordable price, delicious taste. With 30 excellent reviews, she earned another recipe. Su Lingling couldn't help but be elated. Starting a restaurant with just 3 dishes wasn't too shabby. While deep in thought, Su Lingling picked up the large ladle and started dishing out food. She didn't use her family secret handshake technique because even the best appetite would be ruined by such shaking, and she still had debts to pay off. Besides, the shredded potatoes weren't worth much money, so Su Lingling served everyone with a generous scoop. For rice, it was 1 bowl each, neatly placed onto white trays for an aesthetic appearance. In the restaurant, Su Lingling also kept a big pot of rice. If someone finished, they could serve themselves more, but there was no refilling of the dishes. Only this amount was available. But since Su Lingling prepared some leftovers today, she set aside 1 for herself, put the remaining dishes into a small plate, and told everyone, there are still some leftovers. If it's not enough, feel free to take more, but absolutely no waste. If I find anyone throwing away the food, then there will be no free refills or saved dishes for anyone. Boss, with your cooking skills, we'll finish everything clean. These meals aren't even enough for us. We wouldn't leave anything. Boss, this is the best tasting meal I've ever eaten in my life. Chapter 4, Changing Hairstyle. Zhang Xin and his group not only ate all the food on their plates, but also finished all the rice in the bucket. Without any dishes left, they mixed the soup with the leftover rice to eat. Their plates were licked so clean that they gleamed brighter than bowls washed with dish soap. This couldn't be entirely blamed on them, as the food was truly delicious. The cooking skills were unmatched. They had never tasted such delicious food in their lives. Nowadays in space, everyone is into consuming nutritional supplements. However, the taste of these supplements is really nothing great. If they were good, they wouldn't be called supplements. As for pre-processed packaged meals, there's no soul in those either, slightly better in texture, but still unhealthy. It's not like the fresh dishes in Su Lingling's restaurant. All her ingredients are fresh, and they even saw her cook them. The most important thing is that the flavor is exceptionally delicious. Some people secretly stashed a box of food in their bags, planning to take it home for their wives and children. And it wasn't just one person, there were others too, some even single men living with their families who wanted to bring the food back to share with them. Of course, these people taking leftovers didn't package the rice, but carried away the side dishes. Su Lingling noticed that she received only a dozen or so positive reviews in the morning. It might be because the system does not calculate past reviews, or perhaps this time the customers simply didn't leave reviews. However, this round of positive reviews added up to 50, yet the system did not reward Su Lingling. She guessed that the next reward would require at least 100 positive reviews. This strengthened her resolve to continue selling boxed meals. How else could she get so many reviews if she didn't sell boxed lunches? Boxed meals have low costs and reach more people, which means more positive reviews. More positive reviews meant the system would give her more rewards. What mattered most was Su Lingling's hope to let more people enjoy her delicacies. By the time Su Lingling finished these tasks, it was already afternoon. Boxed meals generally target lunch sales. After finishing up at noon, Su Lingling was a bit tired. She placed an order online for fresh pig meat, which, according to the memories of the original owner, could rival pork in quality. Pig meat was affordable. Lean meat was 8 yuan per pound, while fatty meat was 5 yuan per pound. Considering her small business budget, she had to consider cost-effective purchases. This kind of meat was among the common household meats purchased daily. However, this interstellar cuisine offered many varieties of meat. For instance, Fire Phoenix meat, priced at 10,000 star coins per pound, and other alien beast meats, with prices starting at 1,000 star coins per pound. Extremely expensive stuff. These were far beyond Su Lingling's financial reach. She currently had only 2,000 blocks altogether after the cash from earlier sales, with the rest stolen by her ex-boyfriend. Not only did the ex-boyfriend leave this planet, he made Su Lingling lose track of him completely. There was no use dwelling on the past. New days needed to begin. Looking into the mirror, Su Lingling found herself to look quite fresh, her skin glowing white. Interestingly enough, the facial features were almost identical to her old ones, except the former self was rather thin due to prolonged hard work. This slenderness enhanced her appeal compared to before. Most importantly, lighter complexion hides imperfections. Her current skin surpassed her previous self by leaps and bounds. Gazing at her long hair, Su Lingling decided to change her hairstyle for a fresh start. Mostly, she felt that her current self was significantly more attractive than her previous form, but she was heavily indebted. She remembered Zhang Shen's lackey wanting to force her to work off debts at the Star and Moon world. She didn't expect that this advanced interstellar civilization regressed in some areas. Star and Moon world is a fusion of historical legal brothels and modern bars, something unacceptable in her own harmonious society where violent debt recovery would not exist. Still, Su Lingling had to thank the heavens that her ex-boyfriend borrowed money from Long to Financial Group. Otherwise, borrowing from illegitimate small black companies would have resulted in them directly removing her kidney for repayment. Her restaurant has been inherited through generations. Despite its location being a bit remote, it is still within the inner city zone, worth at least 5 million. Just like stores in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, no matter how remote, as long as they're in these 3 regions, they're incredibly valuable. Su Lingling inwardly lamented. Under such excellent conditions, she would have surely become a little rich girl with such beauty, yet she chose someone so worthless, squandering all her family fortune. In nearby neighborhoods, she searched for a barber shop, cutting her long hair short and reminiscing about the shamate, an extravagant, eccentric hairstyle trend, popular among post-90s youths. No matter how stunning your looks, they can't hold up against such a bizarre style. She considered her safety. Being alone as a woman, Zhang Shen's friend may appear easygoing, but could have other motives. Much like Yi Bo, despite having such a handsome face, couldn't manage the overly dramatic red hair child style from Hong Haier. Su Lingling didn't go for red hair, but instead opted for a yellow dye. Miss Lingling, are you really sure about cutting your hair short? Your hair has a natural wave. Once cut, it will look like a bird's nest. The barber was Uncle Quan, a neighbor Su Lingling knew well. He couldn't help but offer some advice to her. According to Uncle Quan's aesthetic, he couldn't accept this hairstyle. It looked ugly, and dyeing it yellow seemed even worse. Wasn't this too much? Uncle Quan, please give me a haircut. I also want to remind myself. As the ancients said, 3,000 threads of Von Knock. Now I just want these troubles to be shorter. You can cut my hair as short as a boy's. Alas. Uncle Quan sighed and said to Su Lingling, Lingling, your family's ancestral house is gone, but I have some affordable houses I could rent to you. 800 per month. Then you could find another spot to sell boxed meals again. Life will always get better. Uncle Quan, that Zhang Shen agreed to give me a little time. He said let me continue to operate at my family's restaurant for a while. What? Miss Lingling, how dare you take advantage of Zhang Shen? No wonder you're cutting your hair short. Lingling, you don't think by cutting your hair short, Zhang Shen will leave you alone, do you? Uncle Quan immediately exclaimed in astonishment at Su Lingling. Uncle Quan, isn't Zhang Shen considered the most reputable person in debt collection who never takes out people's kidneys? Su Lingling asked Uncle Quan quietly. The reason Su Lingling dared to return was because she thought this world was the same as the harmonious society she used to live in, where everyone was equal and friendly. Another reason was that her ex-boyfriend told her Zhang Shen had the best reputation in debt collection and was known to be very agreeable. And the last reason was that his name sounded so common, like an extra, giving off no sense of menace, just like any average man. So Su Lingling never expected Zhang Shen's name to carry such prominence. Lingling, I truly did not expect that white-faced liar could deceive you this way. You've spent years busy earning money to support him, living blindly without realizing it. Zhang Shen is absolutely the cruelest debt collector in H City. He doesn't remove kidneys because those who borrow from their company already have problems with their brains, leading to issues with their health, so he definitely wouldn't need any of your organs. If there's no money to repay the debt, his methods are ruthless, fast, and precise. He directly throws people into the ferocious beast zone, leaving them without a trace. He wastes no time, crying in front of him until death would be futile. Your shop should already cover the debt. Now that you're holding on to the shop and not moving out, it's as if he hasn't taken it over yet. Moreover, the debt interest rate is sky high, rolling over continuously. Eventually, you'll have no choice but to work at the Star Moon World under Londa Group, where there are many eccentric people. If you accidentally offend them, you won't know how you die. Chapter 5. Homestyle Fried Pork. When Su Lingling finally walked out of the hair salon, her whole body was in a daze. She didn't even feel like appreciating her new hairstyle. She couldn't believe these people were so unscrupulous. Was there no protection under the law in this world? But Uncle Quan told her that it depended on what kind of people you dealt with. Su Lingling thought about this and sent a message to her best friend Lin Ku. Do you know someone named Zhang Shen? Lin Ku. Is he the one from Longda Financial Group who collects debts? Su Lingling. Yes, exactly him. Lin Ku. I heard he used to be a superhuman, but then he got injured and became an ordinary person. Because of his past as a superhuman, he's ruthless in collecting debts and can kill very quickly. Superhumans? Only now did Su Lingling remember that superhumans actually existed in the memories of her original self. But because they were too mysterious, the original self didn't understand them much, like some sort of secret organization. Su Lingling stopped asking more, because she already had a rough understanding of Zhang Shen's character. After reviewing her impressions of Zhang Shen, she felt that overall, Zhang Shen was still pretty amiable and reasonable to talk to. Upon further reflection, everything seemed to be a trap. If it weren't for the reminder from the uncle at the hair salon, she would have forgotten about interest altogether. Especially high-interest loans, they compound, making it terrifying. At first, Su Lingling thought she'd gained a small advantage, but after careful thought, she realized she'd suffered quite a loss. Who knows whose advantage it really was? She was just an ordinary person, without any diplomas, superhuman abilities, or skills, not to mention having powerful connections. If it weren't for the system, Su Lingling wouldn't have known what to do. Her personal computer vibrated. Another message from Lin Ku popped up. Lin Ku. Lingling, you sell boxed meals in the evening, right? Our boss ate your boxed meal and said it was particularly delicious. Some of the neighboring teams also liked it. We're working overtime tonight due to company matters, and the boss is treating everyone. Would you consider doing $20 per meal? Please add some meat since only vegetables might make the boss look a bit stingy. Su Lingling, sure. Zhang Shen hasn't taken over my restaurant yet. How many portions do you need? Lin Ku, 300, needed by 6 o'clock. Can you do it? Su Lingling, I'll go back and start preparing right now. 300 portions, $20 each. That's $6,000. Su Lingling now felt energized all over her body. Fortunately, she had bought plenty of meat. If they could establish a long-term cooperation, she could save 5 million yuan in just a few years and pay off all her debts. If it weren't for the smart furniture taking care of most tasks automatically, Su Lingling alone wouldn't have been able to handle cooking so many meals. Su Lingling immediately returned home to start cooking. Su Lingling was somewhat relieved that the system had rewarded her with a recipe for homestyle fried pork. Otherwise, her skill in stir-frying pork wouldn't have improved this much. And this recipe for homestyle fried pork, in Su Lingling's opinion, could match 100 regular cookbooks. Because pork didn't exist anymore, the system automatically upgraded itself. No matter what type of meat it was, as long as Su Lingling saw the meat listed in her light brain mall, the method for cooking it would flash through her mind. Different types of meat required different cooking methods. The reason why Su Lingling chose to stir-fry piglet meat was because it was the cheapest. This was why Su Lingling believed that this recipe could rival 100 other recipes. There were thousands of types of meat across the galaxy, and each had its own perfect way of cooking. So Su Lingling considered herself lucky to have obtained this valuable recipe. Initially, Su Lingling wanted to prepare 2 vegetarian dishes plus 1 meat dish. However, the cabbage wasn't pickled long enough yet, it wasn't ready. So Su Lingling decided to prepare 2 dishes, vinegar-dressed shredded potatoes and homestyle fried pork. The key to making good homestyle fried pork is to marinate the meat with oil, salt, and starch beforehand, which keeps the meat tender. The recipe for this dish came with improvements from the system. It specifically handled piglet meat. When cutting piglet meat, the technique and direction mattered, ensuring the tenderness of the slices. Su Lingling first finished the vinegar-dressed shredded potatoes and then moved on to the homestyle fried pork. Compared to the smell of potato shreds, the aroma of this homestyle fried pork was overwhelming. The air was filled with the savory fragrance of chili cooked meat. Its enticing aroma made one's mouth water instantly. This pure, natural fragrance was incomparable to those harsh chemical additives used in industrial kitchens. Neighboring residents were drawn into the store by the inviting scent of Su Lingling's cooking. Lingling, what meat are you frying here? It smells incredible. How much does a meal cost? All I'm selling right now are boxed meals. A single vegetable costs $10. 2 vegetables and 1 meat dish cost $20 per meal. All ingredients are fresh and procured daily. As Su Lingling cooked the meat, she spoke to the customers. So fragrant. It must be using some additives. Additives are expensive these days. $20 for a portion with both meat and vegetables. How good is that? Look, Lingling's kitchen is transparent. We can see everything being cooked right before our eyes. If you're worried about additives, I'm not. I'll have some. I'll take one portion. No, I want 2 portions. Su Lingling looked at the enthusiastic crowd, all of whom were her neighbors from nearby areas. She addressed them, brothers, sisters, uncles, aunts. Today is my first day selling boxed meals after switching careers. I haven't prepared much in terms of ingredients, so everyone is limited to 1 portion. As long as there's no waste and the meal is finished, refills are unlimited. Su Lingling indeed hadn't prepared that many ingredients since if Lin Can needed more tomorrow, she'd need to buy fresh produce again. Moreover, Su Lingling also wanted to keep some extra for herself. Su Lingling had always disliked eating plain stir-fried potato shreds in the past, but now, she found herself relishing every bite of her own cooking. With newfound confidence in her culinary skills, she believed Zhang Shun and his group would definitely come for dinner tonight. Zhang Shun was patrolling the street with his underlings. On the surface, he was a debt collector. In reality, he still dealt with collecting debts. Nevertheless, this didn't stop him from contemplating what his boss might be thinking. This area, although desolate, belonged to the urban district of H City. The land prices here were still reasonable because it was sparsely populated and vast. It seemed wasteful to leave such prime real estate unused. In fact, Su Lingling's inherited restaurant occupied an important location here. There had once been a bid for 10 million yuan, but they refused to sell. Otherwise, why would the boss's girlfriend even bother setting up such a trap for that good-for-nothing? Su Lingling's restaurant was only 2 stories tall. The first floor was a restaurant, and the second floor served as living quarters. This kind of building was among the shortest in this area. 2 stories, such a tremendous waste of resources. They could build an entire skyscraper here, 99 floors high. They could erect a brand new corporate headquarters. Just imagine, once the company relocated here, wouldn't the whole area flourish automatically? Several nearby houses and lands had already been acquired by the group. However, the current location of their company's headquarters, a prime spot in the city center where business thrived, wasn't owned by them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have set their sights on this place. They'd already managed to deal with Su Lingling. Now, only 2 stubborn tenants remained. Zhang Shun was originally heading toward those 2 households to collect debts. But halfway there, he caught the scent of delicious food wafting through the air. His mouth watered instantly as he turned around and asked his underlings behind him, "Isn't it dinner time yet? Aren't you guys hungry?" "Boss, you're absolutely right. I'm feeling a little hungry. I think it's the lunch lady making new dishes." "Boss, didn't Su Boss invite us for dinner tonight? She said she made new dishes for us to try out." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shun nodded and said to his underlings, "Ah yes, that's right. Boss Su kindly invited us, so we shouldn't turn down her goodwill. Let's eat first. No matter how tired we are, we can't neglect our brother's hunger. Tonight's dinner is on me." "Thank you, boss." Zhang Shun's subordinates cheered loudly in unison. Although the boxed meals weren't expensive, they couldn't resist the temptation of the flavors they tasted at noon. Remembering the exquisite taste, they drooled uncontrollably. Chapter 6, Level 1 Enhancement. Actually, Su Lingling hadn't thought much of Zhang Shun and his group, but when Zhang Shun looked around, he saw that the restaurant's regular customers hastily gulped down their meals and left with full cheeks. Those who didn't have time to eat didn't waste anything. Instead, they swept the food onto their palms and carried it away by hand. Su Lingling was astounded when she saw this. "Brother Zhang, you've arrived. I didn't treat you well at lunch because we only had vegetables. But in the future, for you and your brothers, 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable will only be 10 yuan. The meat is freshly stir-fried and very fragrant. Give it a try. How does my cooking taste?" Su Lingling smiled brightly at Zhang Shun while speaking and started serving the dishes. Each person received a full ladle of chili peppers and meat. The meat had just come out of the pot and smelled irresistible, blending beautifully with the aroma of green peppers, making it exceptionally savory. Zhang Shun stood by the window, casually taking over Su Lingling's tray. He glanced at her hairstyle. This hairstyle truly wasn't appealing. Uncle Quan had learned that Su Lingling owed Zhang Shun money, so in order to prevent Zhang Shun from taking her to Star Moon World, he cut her hair unevenly like a dog had bitten it and dyed it an unattractive brownish-yellow color. To Zhang Shun, her appearance now rivaled that of a stray dog. "Did you cut your own hair?" Zhang Shun couldn't help but ask Su Lingling. "Brother Zhang, I've been inspired and decided to focus on selling boxed lunches. Long hair is hard to maintain, so now it's all about convenience. Brother Zhang, I'll always remember your great kindness. Although this shop isn't mine anymore, I won't take advantage of you. Every month, I'll make sure to pay every cent of rent without fail. How about giving me a discount of 6,000 per month? Please review the contract carefully to see if there are any parts that need to be revised. It's something I downloaded online. When I find a suitable storefront, I'll move out then." Su Lingling had already found out that the business here wasn't good. Generally, the rent for such premises should be about 5,000 or so. Although the shop was inherited, Su Lingling was still quite afraid of high-interest loans. The interest piling up could be terrifying. There had already been a signed contract earlier using the shop as collateral to offset the debt. Even though the original owner had strong feelings about this store, Su Lingling believed that when the loan was taken, the consequences should have been understood clearly beforehand, including the pledge of the shop as collateral. After Su Lingling came back, she thought it over. The shop could be set aside first. If, later on, the other party were willing to sell, she could buy it back once she made some money. Once the debts were cleared, no owed rent could be neglected. As she spoke, Su Lingling handed over 2 copies of the contract. You've really prepared everything quite thoroughly. Zhang Shun hadn't expected that after acting so despondent in the morning, Su Lingling had quickly rallied herself in the afternoon. While living, one must look ahead. The past has passed. It can't return. Thinking about it is futile. Brother Zhang, please send me your account information, and I'll transfer the money over to you. Today, I secured a large order. 300 boxed lunches, 6,000 yuan. Zhang Shun looked at Su Lingling's radiant smile and took the contract she handed him. He could tell that her smile wasn't feigned. He took the tray from her hands, knowing his subordinates behind him were already impatient and drooling uncontrollably. Zhang Shun and his underlings earned fairly high salaries. As a guarantee provided by major corporations, their pay was secure. So normally, he liked to take his subordinates to order meals at Radiant Tower. They rarely ate there, given there was no real reason to save those few bucks. Interestingly enough, both Zhang Shun and his juniors were lovers of alcohol and usually enjoyed drinking wine during meals, yet despite the lack of liquor here, the food tasted extraordinarily delicious. Zhang Shun's seat was close to Su Lingling's position. From where he sat, he could see Su Lingling dishing out food, cooking, and stir-frying from close quarters due to the entire kitchen wall being made of transparent glass. Generally speaking, only the most luxurious restaurants would allow guests to watch chefs work and witness the entire preparation process. He felt that this little diner was actually quite unique. Seeing the bowl filled with meat, Zhang Shun tried a bite. It was far more flavorful than he had imagined. Difficult to believe that pork from low-grade sources could taste this incredible. Not a trace of gamey or fishy odor remained. On the contrary, it was exceptionally tender and fragrant. With each bite, he couldn't help but devour a large scoop of rice instinctively. As he ate, he watched Su Lingling packing the meals. It was a significant amount, 300 portions. It was hard to imagine how many potato shreds and slices of meat a fragile young girl would need to cut in order to produce such quantities. As Zhang Shun watched Su Lingling load all the boxed meals onto the delivery robot, he couldn't help but say to her, "Actually, I think you could go back to letting customers order individual dishes as before. That way, it would be easier on you, and you'd probably make more money. You could also sell a bit of alcohol and drinks, which would add up. This much alcohol isn't good for health. In the future, I'll boil a big pot of soup instead. When you guys eat lunch or dinner, if your mouths feel dry, you can serve yourself some soup. It's good for the body. Plus, everyone is so busy with work these days. It's already exhausting enough. Who has time to come out for meals? Moreover, people only have so much salary each month, and there are so many places where they need to spend money. How can anyone afford to eat out every day? By selling boxed lunches, I can purchase ingredients in bulk and get a 10% discount, while allowing people to relax during their meals after working so hard every day. Selling at low profit but in higher quantities allows me to earn just by putting in effort." Su Lingling currently knew how to cook only 3 dishes. Has any restaurant ever stuck to just 3 dishes? But now the boxed meal was priced at 20 yuan per portion, which actually seemed a little expensive. Su Lingling thought that maybe she could add a soup to the menu. Even though her homemade soups weren't as fragrant as those made from system-based recipes, they still had a little nutrition and were definitely better than plain white rice. Besides, the more people ate her dishes, the more rewards she received. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 100 positive reviews, receiving a recipe for cabbage tofu soup, and 1 level 1 enhancement. At first, Su Lingling had assumed that after people gave her positive reviews once, she wouldn't receive additional feedback, but with different dishes, she somehow continued getting praised. It was like whatever she lacked came along exactly when needed. Just when she happened to lack a soup recipe appeared. What excited Su Lingling most was that she had gained an opportunity for a level 1 enhancement. To be honest, after working hard all day, Su Lingling really felt soreness in her lower back and arms, with her whole body aching. She hadn't done such high-intensity labor in a long time. No wonder people always said being a chef was physically demanding work. Looking at the happy smile on Su Lingling's face, Zhang Shun thought that perhaps it was due to her attitude that she was able to cook such delicious food. He stopped trying to persuade her further. When scanning to pay, he paid according to the original price of 20 yuan per meal. In his opinion, Su Lingling earned her living through hard work. Besides, 20 yuan for a meal was already quite cheap. There was no need to take advantage of such a small bargain. Plus, the portions were generous. His subordinates, being big eaters, kept asking for refills, one plate after another. If the kitchen hadn't been emptied, these people would have wanted several more meals to take home. Chapter 7. The Universal Cleaver. After Zhang Shun had just finished eating and stepped out of Su Lingling's shop, he saw that Su Lingling was about to close her store. With such delicious boxed meals, why not have some midnight snacks too? Su Lingling mentally complained. Who eats boxed meals for a midnight snack? Nevertheless, looking at the tall and robust Zhang Shun and the group of henchmen behind him, she explained to Zhang Shun, "Actually, doing anything requires dedication. Only with dedication can we do everything well, cooking included. Appropriate rest is all about making the next meal even tastier." Zhang Shun gave Su Lingling a thumbs up and said, "From now on, you take care of my brothers and my lunches and dinners. I'll send you the exact number of people eating beforehand. Just give us plenty of dishes, don't worry about saving costs. 20 yuan per meal with both vegetables and meat works perfectly fine. Brother Zhang, let me tell you something. Our family has always specialized in medicinal cuisine. Even though our food may be fast, it's packed with nutrition. It's absolutely no less effective than those nutritional supplements. Food itself contains the best nutrients. Today, I've been so busy, I didn't even have time to properly explain the nutritional content inside the stir-fried pork." See you tomorrow. Hearing this, Zhang Shen laughed heartily. He remembered how before, Su Lingling had praised her vinegar-sauce shredded potatoes to high heaven, but it certainly lived up to the hype. Once Zhang Shen's figure disappeared from sight, Su Lingling quickly locked the door and ran upstairs to receive the level 1 enhancement from the system. The feeling of enhancement was warm and soothing, as if a warm current flowed through her entire body. Her formerly feces yellow hair color transformed into a dazzling gold under the influence of the enhancement, adding greatly to her beauty. Inside H City Wisdom Technology Company, Limited, Lin Ku and a group of company employees stood expectantly by the food pickup counter, waiting for the delivery robots to bring their meals. If the vegetable dish had already tasted this amazing, no one could imagine how delectable the meat dishes would be. Finally, after Lin Ku's anxious wait, the food arrived. Ling Chui originally planned to take his hovercar to eat dinner since he hadn't eaten lunch. By dinner time, he was already famished. But as soon as he stepped out of his office, he caught a whiff of a faintly inviting aroma, meat. The smell penetrated through the crowd and strayed into his nose. It smelled irresistible. Already a little hungry, Ling Chui unconsciously followed the scent. As the distance shortened, Ling Chui's hunger grew stronger, and the aroma became increasingly more fragrant. This is my meal. Don't snatch. There's enough for everyone. My shoes, someone took them. 1 portion each, no extras allowed. No seconds until you're done. The sounds of people scrambling immediately snapped Ling Chui back to reality. Feeling a bit wet at the corner of his mouth, he touched it only to realize he'd drooled. Luckily, all these people were focused solely on the boxed meals. No one noticed his condition. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been immense. It was embarrassing. How could the president of an intelligent technology company drool over a simple box of lunch? Except when he was a newborn, he rarely ever drooled in public. Ling Chui cleared his throat a few times. Those scrambling for food didn't notice him, but those who had managed to grab some did. They tugged lightly at the person in front and shouted, "The president is here." With the president's arrival, the scene instantly returned to normal. Everyone stood quietly with heads bowed, afraid to speak. Normally so image-conscious, would the president dismiss them for looking so disheveled? It wasn't their fault. They couldn't help themselves due to the tantalizing smell of the food. Eating their own boxed meals seemed almost tasteless compared to what they smelled. There were clearly only 100 people, yet each one of them wanted 3 servings of boxed meals. That was unreasonable. They naturally had no choice but to join the chaos. Such delectable boxed meals, priced at 20 yuan, clean and hygienic looking, deserved the rush. Ling Chui observed everyone. Pausing for a moment, after much mental preparation, he finally asked, "Is there any extra boxed meal left? Give me one. I've been too busy to order. I also forgot to make arrangements. And I still have things to handle tonight, so I don't have time to go out and eat." Lin Ke stared at Ling Chui's flawless features. Given the allure of such good looks, and considering her limited appetite, she thought that eating just 1 portion satisfied her hunger. 2 portions might even feel a bit excessive. She immediately held out the 1 remaining boxed meal in her hand and passed it to Ling Chui, saying, "President, here's 1 more. The boxed meals are made by my good sister. They're very clean. You can eat with confidence. She has all the certificates, so there's absolutely no food safety issue." As Ling Ke spoke, she watched Ling Chui step closer to her bit by bit. Her heart felt like it was about to leap out of her chest. She never thought that Ling Chui would actually come over to her and take the boxed meal from her hand. Is this really the president who suffers from obsessive cleanliness? This scene seemed unbelievable to her. It was as if she were dreaming. "How much is it? I'll transfer the money later." 20. Lin Ke carefully replied, trembling as she turned on her light brain and added Ling Chui as a friend. She couldn't believe it. She had just added the president as a friend. Ling Chui was surprisingly generous, directly transferring 10,000 yuan to her. "Lin Ku, President, you don't need to give so much." Ling Chui didn't reply because he was eating voraciously. The meal had been delivered just now and was still hot. The texture was perfect, not too scalding, and it was exactly the right moment to enjoy it. Opening the box, there was tender meat infused with soy sauce, glossy red and green peppers glistening with oil, steam rising, the smell of meat mixing with the fragrance of peppers and spiciness drilling straight into the nose, making saliva overflow. Ling Chui looked at this fragrant plate of stir-fried pork and couldn't wait to take a big bite. The taste was even better than he imagined. Next to it was a delicate serving of shredded potatoes. Although its aroma wasn't as strong as the stir-fried pork, when eaten, it was crisp and refreshing, sour and spicy, offering another gustatory feast that made Ling Chui feel delighted. For the first time in his life, Ling Chui didn't leave even a single green chili behind, finishing everything on his plate and feeling like he hadn't had enough. After finishing 1 portion, Ling Chui still wanted more. It was only then that he remembered Lin Ku. He sent her a message, "Order me another 10 boxed meals." Lin Ku immediately replied with a yes. Then she also sent a message to Su Lingling. "Lingling, are you there? Place another 10 orders for us." But Su Lingling did not see Lin Ku's message at this time. Because Su Lingling was taking a shower. This enhancement had expelled quite a lot of dark and smelly impurities from her body. Naturally, Su Lingling rushed into the bathroom to wash up. Ding! Accumulated 300 good reviews, received a divine recipe for green leaf soup, and a universal cleavered. Chapter 8. The President Goes with Ingredients. Su Lingling looked at the knife in her hand, which was black and shiny. She felt an excitement well up inside her. This knife would be quick. She already had flashes of how to use it to cut vegetables in her mind. Su Lingling had once owned a health-nourishing restaurant, but unfortunately, She lost all her capital and gained nothing. Eventually, she had to work as an employee to pay off debts. But later on, Su Lingling kept reflecting on the main reasons for her failure. Firstly, there was no customer base. She had acted solely on assumptions. More importantly, her skills were just average. This nourishing restaurant could only promote health, not cure diseases. If you were sick, you still needed to take medicine. The nourishing restaurants, like those wellness centers, at most could only help regulate one's health. Slow results, along with limited effects, made it so the food also didn't have much flavor, and naturally, customers were fewer. Spicy snacks, bubble tea, cigarettes, alcohol, these weren't healthy foods. The first two were must-haves for girls, and the latter two were essential drinks and smokes for boys. Why did everyone love eating them? Although people knew these foods were unhealthy and harmful to their bodies, it was mainly because they tasted good. For opening a restaurant, taste was extremely important. Now, Su Lingling possessed a system. Her cooking skills had reached an unparalleled height. She believed that when she learned enough recipes, she could then improve upon them, concocting a menu that was both delicious and health-promoting. Su Lingling checked her cumulative positive reviews. There were only about 300 more. Su Lingling thought her boxed lunches should get better reviews unless someone ate multiple portions. Su Lingling believed that when her business grew stronger in the future, she would limit each person to buying only one lunchbox per meal. Su Lingling's lunches were generous in portion size. Although they were box meals, one serving could satisfy a middle-aged, muscular man. After bathing, Su Lingling finally saw the message on her optical computer. Su Lingling immediately replied to Lin Ke's message. Today the lunch business was too good, all the dishes were sold out. There are no ingredients left in the kitchen now. Why don't you order from another place tonight? It's late, and vegetable stores won't deliver anymore. Lin Ke, emergency. This is the lunch my boss ordered. This is the first task he has assigned me. Why didn't you prepare more ingredients? Su Lingling, this is to ensure the freshness of the ingredients. If I stockpile too much beforehand, I can't afford the cost, and older ingredients wouldn't taste as good. Lin Ke, good sister, please help me out. Make 10 boxed lunches for my boss. Otherwise, my job will be gone. Su Lingling, I still have some cabbage at home. I can only stir-fry some cabbage for you. However, it hasn't been marinated long enough, so the taste might not be as good. Lin Ke, wait a moment, let me talk to the boss. It took Lin Ke quite some time to finally receive Su Lingling's reply, only to find out there were no ingredients left, causing her great anxiety. The cabbage she had eaten before by Su Lingling wasn't as tasty as this potato thread or these little stir-fried meats. She worried her boss wouldn't be satisfied. Lin Ke didn't dare let her boss try it. Carefully, Lin Ke sent her boss a message. President, the ingredients from my friend's store are fresh, and they've all been sold out now. Only some cabbage remains. She asked if she can stir-fry the cabbage for you. Ling Chue, no ingredients left. Seeing these 3 words, Lin Ke felt as if her breathing stopped. She was incredibly nervous and sent back 2 pitiful faces. Then she saw another message, address. Lin Ke quickly sent the address to Ling Chue and then returned 10,000 yuan to her boss. However, Ling Chue refused the money and sent a message to Lin Ke, keep it. From now on, send my lunch and dinner to my office in the afternoon. Remember, deliver my tableware to the owner of that store every day and serve my food using my tableware. Every month, I will give you 10,000. Lin Ke, thank you, boss. This was equivalent to Lin Ke's 2-month salary, and Lin Ke was overjoyed. She never expected Ling Chue to be so generous. She decided that in the future, she would wash the bowls for Ling Chue herself. Wasn't it just washing a bowl? This income was really too much. Moreover, it was monthly, which was effectively an increase in salary without even realizing it. In fact, it was tripled. How much was each fast food meal from the boss each month? Lin Ke at that moment felt energetic. Not only was Lin Ke full of energy while working, but the people who had eaten the boxed lunches also worked energetically, because the taste of these lunches was simply too good. Just as Lin Ke was thrilled, Ling Chue sent her another message. Your sister is probably still operating her shop, right? I'll bring my own ingredients. Lin Ke, yes, she's still there. After replying to Ling Chue, Lin Ke immediately sent Su Lingling a message. Sister, please help me out. Are you still operating tonight? My boss wants to bring ingredients to your place. After sending the message, Lin Ke sent a few begging faces again. Seeing Lin Ke's faces, Su Lingling immediately replied with an OK emoji. When Lin Ke gave Su Lingling an order during her time of need, and now even a large order, Su Lingling felt she had to give Lin Ke some face. Just as Su Lingling agreed to Lin Ke's request and reopened the restaurant door, she received a message from Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun, the contract is fine. Let's proceed this way. Monthly signing. Su Lingling immediately transferred 6,000 interstellar coins to Zhang Shun. Fortunately, Lin Ke had sent the money over. Otherwise, Su Lingling wouldn't have had enough to pay the rent. She was really down to her last cent. Su Lingling reopened the doors of the restaurant. Even though it was after work hours, there weren't many pedestrians on the streets, but the skies were filled with all sorts of hover cars. What surprised Su Lingling was that, despite such advanced technology, bicycles hadn't been abolished, and people still rode them, though electric scooters no longer existed. In the interstellar age, conserving energy remained an evergreen theme. Although green energy seemed promising, current interstellar technology wasn't yet sufficient to completely implement green natural resources. Because of the limited availability of green energy, robots also hadn't replaced humans. The sci-fi blockbusters Su Lingling used to watch had come true in part. Smart home appliances worked quite well, dishwashers functioned perfectly fine. However, automatic vegetable cutters were still less intelligent compared to manual cutting, showing a noticeable gap. Since machines lacked flexibility, there were subtle differences in texture when using machine-cut versus hand-cut ingredients, especially for meat. As for chopping peppers, Su Lingling found it convenient to use the machine, as the slight differences in texture didn't matter much unless preparing dishes like tiger skin green peppers, where manual cutting would be preferable. But the modern floor-cleaning robots were far more advanced than what Su Lingling expected. They had gone through generations of upgrades and performed pretty well. Still, the table-wiping robots required customization, so Su Lingling decided to clean the tables herself. It was both more efficient and cost-saving. While waiting for customers, Su Lingling cleaned the restaurant again. She thought, Boss Lin sure does drag her feet. She hasn't come yet, even though the meal has already been prepared. Would it go to waste? Chapter 9, Fire Beef. Su Lingling thought that even if Lin Ku had stood her up, it was no big deal. She could eat some of the food prepared today as a late-night snack, and the rest could be saved for making porridge tomorrow morning. Worst-case scenario, she could push her food cart out to sell boxed meals. The speed of the current anti-gravity cars in the galaxy was incredibly fast, and there was absolutely no worry about traffic jams. Lin Ku's company was a large corporation. Sending a driver over to deliver some dishes would be very convenient. Su Lingling sat on a stool, waiting while watching a high-tech television show. With advanced technology, holographic viewing had been developed, allowing one to watch movies using an intelligent brain interface right at home. However, actors acted more perfunctorily. Production houses became lackadaisical too. The backgrounds were dull, actors emotionless, standing like zombies. The plot was far too crude. Watching this wasn't even worth the effort. Reading novels was better. Admittedly, the novelists in this star system had good writing skills. Just as Su Lingling was deeply engrossed in what she was watching, a hovering car stopped outside her door. Out of the vehicle stepped a strikingly handsome man, radiating an almost luminous glow. Though Su Lingling had seen men this handsome on TV, this was the first time she'd encountered someone so attractive in real life. Just one glance, and she knew this person must be of noble birth. Indeed, in the star system, classes still existed: nobility and commoners, even paupers. Identifying these classes was easy. Paupers wore tattered clothes, were sallow and emaciated. Nobles, on the other hand, were white like porcelain dolls, their skin smooth as though filtered through an image enhancer. It was said that this was due to the awakened abilities prevalent among the nobility. Awakening these powers also enhanced one's looks. These were memories from her former self. However, if one was born into nobility but happened to be unattractive, with bad skin, and unwilling to undergo cosmetic surgery affecting the aristocratic image, they'd be demoted. Everyone else, common folk just like them. Nowadays, however, plastic surgery techniques have become extremely advanced. The trend of cosmetic enhancement runs rampant. It's not only nobles who go under the knife, but regular people too. Therefore, in the star system, basically, there are no ugly people unless one is both poor and refuses surgery due to cost. Such unsightly individuals often get exiled to Outer City, which Su Lingling has never visited. All she knows comes from hearsay, that the area is dirty, chaotic, and lacks protection from law enforcement. Life in Outer City is precarious. As for interstellar travel, that's not something common folk like her should even consider. Ling Shui took a look at Su Lingling. Her short golden hair gleamed brilliantly under the light, making her skin appear even whiter. At first sight of Su Lingling, Ling Shui thought, if such a person cooked for him, it wouldn't be unbearable. The reason Ling Shui came personally was mainly to check out this environment and meet the cook. He couldn't trust others with this task. Carrying the meat, he walked in and asked Su Lingling, "Are you Su Lingling?" Su Lingling nodded, smiled at Ling Shui, and said, "You're Mr. Lin Ku's boss. Thank you for always taking care of Lin Ku. I'm inviting you to dinner today." As she spoke, she accepted the meat carried by Ling Shui. Upon placing it on the cutting board, Su Lingling immediately noticed something unusual about the meat. This wasn't pork, it was fire beef that cost 3,000 units per pound. And the vegetables brought by Ling Shui weren't ordinary either. They were jade cabbage, a very premium type of cabbage. Priced at 10,000 units per pound. Most importantly, this guy had even brought his own utensils. Seeing these ingredients, Su Lingling was somewhat shocked as she said to Ling Shui, "Boss, these ingredients aren't ordinary. Please wait a moment, it'll be ready soon." Su Lingling added some animal fat to the bottom of the pot, then water, brought it to a boil, and added the jade cabbage. Green and lush, it looked like pieces of jade leaves in the water, beautifully vivid. Quickly, the aroma of the vegetables filled the air. High-end ingredients required the simplest methods. Fortunately, Su Lingling had devised a recipe for leafy vegetable soup. Otherwise, she would have been unable to make this vegetable soup. Every detail, like when to remove it from the heat and how much salt to add, was crucial. The green vegetable soup was quickly served. Su Lingling placed the soup in front of Ling Shui and said, "Drink a bowl of soup first, then have your meal. I promise, you'll feel like a god." The soup was served in a white porcelain-like bowl. Although simple in design, its sophistication hinted at a steep price. This bowl had been brought by Ling Shui. Although modest in appearance, it appeared refined and expensive. The emerald green vegetable leaves floated in the soup, filling the air with their fragrant aroma. Just a sniff was enough to make one's appetite soar. The kitchen filled with the scent of vegetables, much like a fine tea, while Ling Shui held a small bowl and elegantly poured himself a portion of the soup. This jade cabbage was his favorite vegetable, but he hadn't expected it to taste so exquisite. The simpler the dish, the more it tested a chef's skill. Some cooks like to embellish dishes until they seemed extraordinary, arranging them beautifully on the plate, but this only detracted from the natural flavors of the food. Moreover, such simple dishes didn't need elaborate plating. Just by looking at them, they were already pleasing to the eye. Ling Shui watched as Su Lingling cut the meat with a technique that seemed almost artistic. Ordinarily, if anyone prepared food in front of him like this, he wouldn't have been able to tolerate it, not even right before eating. He couldn't bear the idea of food being touched by others' hands. However, after Su Lingling had washed the meat and then sliced it without washing it again, she directly seasoned it for cooking. Next came heating oil in the pan. Previously, Su Lingling hadn't been strong enough to flip the pan due to her lack of strength, but now, after being enhanced, she could effortlessly lift the large wok, making flipping it seem effortless. The aroma of the cooked fire beef quickly spread through the air. This meat, priced at 3,000 units per pound, certainly lived up to its cost, smelling far more fragrant than regular 8-unit-a-pound pork. Even Su Lingling found herself drooling slightly at the aroma. There was so much meat that it wouldn't fit into one serving plate, but Su Lingling didn't hold anything back. Despite its high price, the meat belonged to Mr. Lin Ku's boss, and she certainly couldn't do anything to embarrass Lin Ku. Ling Shui hadn't anticipated that Su Lingling would handle these two ingredients so perfectly. The fire beef exuded an especially rich fragrance, and most importantly, the slight fiery element within the meat had been preserved intact. Likewise, the energy inside the jade cabbage had also been preserved impeccably. The energy of the jade cabbage mainly infused into the broth, leaving a lingering taste in the mouth. Even the tip of the tongue retained a faint aftertaste of the cabbage. Su Lingling served Ling Shui a large bowl of rice. Ling Shui ate with great enjoyment. It had been a long time since he'd tasted such delicious food. After finishing, Ling Shui couldn't help complimenting Su Lingling. "Miss Su, your culinary skills are exceptional. Would you be willing to become my personal chef? I can offer you a monthly salary of 1 million units. 1 million? Su Lingling was incredulous. She had thought Ling Shui might give her a substantial amount of money, but she hadn't expected this sum. It was a full 1 million. How many boxed meals would she need to sell to earn that much? Cooking just for Ling Shui surely would be easier than selling boxed meals. But when Ling Shui finished eating, Su Lingling only received one positive review. Su Lingling realized that next time she would need 500 positive reviews to gain a reward. With her system now activated, how could she risk losing out on greater rewards for smaller gains? Chapter 10, Blood Eagle. Su Lingling suppressed the excitement in her heart and, facing Ling Shui, put on an appearance of great calmness. She said, "Thank you, boss, for your recognition, but I'm already accustomed to cooking here. To be honest, with my culinary skills, it's very easy for me to make money. There's absolutely no need for me to sell boxed meals here." Today, actually, was out of respect for a good friend. Usually, at this time, I would have closed down already. If you like my cooking, please feel free to place orders for lunch or dinner. Ling Shui looked at Su Lingling, who appeared utterly composed. He knew that Su Lingling was an expert. An ordinary person wouldn't even be able to handle fire-cured beef, let alone slice it so thin as cicada wings. Such skill wasn't something just anyone could possess. He realized that Su Lingling might be the disciple of some renowned master. People with such capabilities couldn't be swayed by mere money. With that kind of technique, that kind of culinary artistry, it was likely that even the top chefs on Aqua Blue Star couldn't accomplish what she did. Only a chef from Divine King Star could potentially have such skill. Ling Shui showed deep admiration as he spoke to Su Lingling. "Miss Su is truly an exceptional talent. I hold you in great esteem. Thank you sincerely for treating me with such kindness tonight." Su Lingling felt her heart bleed at that moment. 1 million. It was 1 million. But after some thought, she understood she wanted more people to eat her boxed lunches so she could gain favorable reviews and earn recipes. If Ling Shui assumed she only knew how to prepare 2 or 3 dishes, it would inevitably lead to being exposed, which might get her banished by Ling Shui to the outer city. A nobleman committing murder might break the law, but unless it was fatal, they wouldn't necessarily face the death penalty. They might only receive a few years' imprisonment. Unless they were particularly brutal, having committed numerous murders and displaying moral decay, leading to capital punishment. Also, most nobles had poor tempers, and since commoners and nobles belonged to different classes, Su Lingling didn't find any interest in entering their society to serve them as a maid. At first, Ling Shui was somewhat indifferent, but after eating the food prepared by Su Lingling, he sensed that this level of culinary expertise simply wasn't something an ordinary person could achieve. Especially her technique of slicing meat, it flowed as smoothly as clouds. And yet, Su Lingling had no trace of a supernatural ability, but she possessed an aura that might be found in high-level practitioners. He had heard stories about many accomplished individuals hiding their identities, wandering through life as if it were a game, training their inner selves. Perhaps Su Lingling was someone like that. As a result, Ling Shui offered a bow to Su Lingling upon his departure. Su Lingling hadn't expected that Ling Shui would bow to her before leaving. She reflected inwardly that she shouldn't be so prejudiced against the rich. The temperament of nobles could also be quite agreeable, polite, civil, and respectful. Thus, she reciprocated with a bow. It was fortunate today that she had been rewarded with a knife. Slicing meat was now like cutting tofu. Extremely convenient. 1 million in salary, and you're still refusing? Isn't selling boxed meals here a lot of hard work? Just as Ling Shui left, a shadow came sourly slinking around the corner. Su Lingling didn't bother finding out who it was and retorted sarcastically, "What? You've been eavesdropping for so long, and you still have the guts to say it aloud." It was only after speaking that Su Lingling realized the visitor was Zhang Shun. Her demeanor immediately shifted into flattery as she greeted Zhang Shun. Big brother Zhang, isn't it late at night? Aren't you supposed to be sleeping instead of coming out to collect debts? Zhang Shen responded, I can't help it. After all, I'm just an employee. If I don't work hard, I won't be able to keep this job. That's 1 million. Within 5 months, you could reclaim your ancestral shop. Ling Shui is the legitimate son of the Ling family, and he has a good reputation. He'd make an excellent customer. Su Lingling answered cautiously, Brother Zhang, you've pointed out how much 1 million is worth. Nowadays, top chefs in our H city only earn so much a month. We're regular folks. Such wealth will bring unease to us. Selling boxed meals allows us to earn money steadily. Moreover, I've checked the nearby notices, and it seems this area might soon be demolished. My shop probably won't last. I hear skyscrapers are going to be built here. Su Lingling wasn't naive either. Why was this store worth 5 million? Debt collection companies never incurred losses, especially when rumors about the Long Financial Group developing this land persisted. Why was Zhang Shen visiting this area so enthusiastically? Zhang Shen didn't anticipate that Su Lingling had figured everything out and seen through the plans for development in the area. He told her, actually, running your own business here is not bad at all. Wealthy families usually come with a lot of troubles. But didn't you say you were closing up? The aroma of roasted meat caught my attention, and now I'm a bit hungry. There's nothing left in my kitchen. I haven't kept any soup residue. This is my good friend's boss's property. How could I dare to take even a little? Because we ran out of ingredients. That's why he brought the ingredients along. Su Lingling couldn't help but lament inside. With so much wealth, how stingy Ling Shui was, to walk away without giving a single penny. Truly miserly. Su Lingling had no idea that Ling Shui thought of her as a person with high moral integrity, and giving her money would be equivalent to insulting her. Hence he left without giving a single cent. Alright then. The reason I'm here is because your upstairs looks pretty vacant. According to the contract, the first floor is rented to you, and I was planning on living upstairs myself. I took into consideration that it's unsafe for a girl like you to rent a place alone, so I could offer you one of the rooms. As Su Lingling looked at Zhang Shen's ugly expression, she could no longer hear what he was saying. Indeed, the guy even had a small bundle on his back, so Su Lingling knew he was serious, not joking around. She had already figured out Zhang Shen's intentions. He wanted to save money on renting a house by moving in to live here. Since Su Lingling had already leased this place, Zhang Shen could secretly occupy one set of rooms and live there himself, thus saving on rent. Su Lingling felt the sharpness of the knife behind her. With her enhanced abilities, could she overpower Zhang Shen? She was contemplating whether she should give him a lesson, teaching him about life's dangers. Just because he grew tall didn't make him invincible, especially when he was alone now, without any minions. Then she'd strip off all his clothes, making him unable to collect debts around here or take advantage of women anymore. You have something to say? Are you thinking of attacking me with the knife? This contract only rents you the restaurant. You drafted the contract yourself, and the rooms upstairs belong to our company. Even if we went to court, you'd lose. Su Lingling hadn't expected Zhang Shen's eyesight to be so keen, noticing her action instantly. She merely touched the knife briefly, having that fleeting thought but not actually acting on it yet. Why do I touch the knife? As a chef, my knife is my life, so touching it is quite normal. While Su Lingling was trying to explain herself confidently, suddenly the moon in the sky turned blood red in just an instant. Su Lingling felt an eerie chill running down her spine before she could react. Zhang Shen moved, revealing a weapon similar to a tang sword from somewhere. A slash later, the corpse of a bird-like creature resembling an eagle fell to the ground. The blade move was so fast, like light, it vanished almost immediately. Su Lingling didn't even get a chance to react. Suddenly, she remembered that Zhang Shen was a renowned debt collector around here, specializing in fighting. She couldn't possibly challenge someone else's professional skills with her own amateur hobbies. Though she possessed a divine knife, its speed compared to his was akin to that of a turtle. Ding. Found 5th grade blood eagle meat. Awarded 1 recipe for divine pan-fried blood eagle meat. Eating it will enhance strength and speed, with a chance to awaken latent bloodline powers. Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Lingling's eyes lit up with brilliant radiance. This was the first time the system proactively rewarded her with a recipe, one that could increase her strength and speed. As for the certain chance to awaken latent bloodline powers, she didn't think much of it. Chapter 11. Stir-fried blood eagle. Su Lingling immediately picked up the blood eagle on the ground and said to Zhang Shen, "Weren't you saying you're hungry? I'll cook something delicious for you. I noticed this creature long ago. I drew my sword to defend myself. You didn't even pull your sword out. That's because I saw you draw your sword. I thought you'd use a laser gun. That's a restricted item. I'm just an ordinary debt collector. All I have is an ordinary knife. Are you not going after it? Not checking if anyone else nearby was attacked by the blood eagle? I'm just a debt collector, not part of the enforcement team. It's their job." Oh. Su Lingling didn't ask more, but returned with the blood eagle to deal with it. Zhang Shen made sense. When the sky falls, the tallest holds it up. It's not her concern. She was just a small person. This type of blood eagle was familiar to Su Lingling's previous self. Her parents had died under the claws of these creatures. The appearance of the blood eagle was the primary reason why this area, despite its promising prospects, remained so desolate. Rumors spread that this place was the fabled 7 Stars location, hence the presence of blood eagles. However, these creatures hadn't been seen for many years, and no one expected them to reappear now. At the edge of science lies metaphysics, and feng shui theory was well known even in interstellar society. Su Lingling's former self was just an ordinary person who had only heard some legends about such things. Seeing the blood eagle again stirred memories of that horrifying scene. making Su Lingling feel extremely frightened. Walking into the kitchen, and perhaps feeling safe, Su Lingling's legs involuntarily began to tremble. This world was much scarier than she imagined. While boiling water and plucking feathers, Su Lingling couldn't help asking Zhang Shun, is Jin Zijuan really gone from Blue Water Planet? There are space pirates and star beasts out there in space. How can you still think about him after he conned you out of your ancestral home? Space travel is actually very safe. They follow fixed routes. He planned his future and bought himself a trainee position at a talent agency on Dragon King Star. He wants to be a big star. Su Lingling never realized Jin Zijuan dreamed of being a celebrity. Though she couldn't recall exactly what he looked like, she remembered his handsome features clearly enough to recognize him if they ever met again. She just couldn't picture his exact appearance at the moment. Seeing Su Lingling silent, Zhang Shun continued speaking. Do you know that Jin Zijuan used the money you lent him to also support another woman? People like him aren't worth worrying about. If he fell into a star beast's stomach, it would dirty their insides. I've heard that Dragon King Star is safer than our place here, free from the attacks of dangerous beasts. Su Lingling changed the topic, feeling curious whether Jin Zijuan truly left Blue Water Star after seeing the Blood Eagle. The universe was chaotic indeed. Civilization seemed to regress. Equality between everyone that once seemed so easy was now lost. The division between nobles and commoners was back. It's not as good as that. Poor people will struggle everywhere. Rich people will live comfortably anywhere, said Zhang Shun. Su Lingling laughed and replied, that's true. You probably won't find such delicious food elsewhere. Tonight, I'll make a special meal just for you. We'll eat together. In Su Lingling's original world, the Rice Country was a nation of great freedom, but reality there was chaotic. Some people went to the Rice Country thinking every breath smelled sweet, only to lose their lives unexpectedly amidst that sweetness. Only those who experienced it knew the bitter truths beneath the facade. With the water boiling, Su Lingling began plucking feathers. The blood eagle's blood had been gradually drained, a crucial step. Failing to do so could give the eagle's meat a foul smell, drastically affecting its taste. Without systematic cheating, finding the right vein to bleed out the bird wasn't an easy task. Su Lingling cut the eagle's meat neatly, blanched it briefly in boiling water, then heated oil in a pan to stir-fry diced chili peppers, ginger, celery, and other ingredients before placing them on a plate. Next came frying the blood eagle's meat. This particular bird weighed only about 2 catties. Once cooked to bring out the fragrance, the chopped pepper from the dish was added back in, followed by a splash of hot water. Cooked under high heat until steaming through, the aroma grew stronger. The essence of cooking the blood eagle meat lies in stir-frying it and adding a little hot water to steam it, which makes the meat tender instead of overly dry. Zhang Shun was sitting nearby waiting, and he was quite surprised. The blood eagle meat had a notorious reputation for being unpalatable, yet at this moment, he actually smelled an appetizing aroma. Su Lingling took out some cabbage she had pre-soaked earlier. Although the timing was slightly off, eating just the meat would be too greasy, especially since it was already night. So Su Lingling decided to stir-fry an additional dish, sour and spicy cabbage. There was still plenty of rice left, and it was still warm. Ling Shui only ate 1 bowl of rice, but drank 2 large bowls of soup until he was full. Su Lingling didn't serve the stir-fried blood eagle meat first. Instead, she brought out the sour and spicy cabbage, followed by the stir-fried blood eagle meat. The water content in the blood eagle meat had been cooked off, its outer layer fried golden brown with oil, and its aroma filling the air. Zhang Shun, being considerate, voluntarily filled 2 bowls of rice and placed them on the dining table. When Su Lingling put the blood eagle meat on the table, she said to Zhang Shun, my way of making blood eagle meat is different from others. Legends say that a long time ago, the ancestors of the blood eagle were mythical beasts called Zhu. This Zhu beast looked like a sparrow hawk, but had human hands, and its voice sounded like thigh bones. There's a chance that my blood eagle meat could awaken the power of bloodlines. But you, as a debt collector hick, definitely wouldn't know what bloodline power is. Unable to resist boasting, Su Lingling didn't truly know what bloodline power was. The original body hadn't heard of it either, and neither had Zhang Shun. Still, that didn't stop her from bragging, trying to raise her status a bit so that Zhang Shun wouldn't look down on her or bully her in the future. After all, who in this vast interstellar society hadn't had some prestigious background in their ancestry? Those without titles either perished in wars or starved to death. As for the original owner of this body, they not only survived, but also retained a family legacy shop, a heritage worth pride. This definitely made them better than Zhang Shun, who had fallen so low as to become a debt collector. Being a debt collector wasn't exactly a glamorous job. If someone wanted to ruin him, they could do so within minutes. Unclean records, a plethora of offenses, impossible to cleanse entirely. Chapter 12, Indigestion. What bloodline power? You must be bluffing, or you'll hurt your tongue when you say such big lies. Zhang Shun's face was full of disbelief. However, the blood eagle meat, which always tasted unpleasant, had been cooked so deliciously by Su Lingling, so she probably had some skills. He picked up a piece of blood eagle meat and put it in his mouth. The well-cooked meat was very tender and smooth, and after biting into it, a spicy flavor lingered in his mouth, intertwined with another hint of spiciness. The texture of the stir-fried blood eagle meat was rich, the aroma was intense, and its presentation was appetizing. It went even better with rice. Adding a scoop of steamed rice made it truly unmatched. Most crucially, he sensed a faint power circulating within him, reviving certain dormant forces inside his body. He lowered his eyelids and ate voraciously, knowing that this little girl before him was telling the truth, and the blood eagle meat did indeed have such effects. Su Lingling didn't argue with Zhang Shun at this moment. She was eating the blood eagle meat with large bites. This meat could enhance strength and speed. After witnessing the danger of the blood eagle firsthand, Su Lingling naturally wanted to become stronger. Su Lingling noticed that Zhang Shun only ate the blood eagle meat and didn't touch the sour and spicy cabbage. She knew that Zhang Shun must have also realized that eating this meat could make one stronger. Unlike her, Zhang Shun hadn't undergone any prior enhancement yet, so his perception of its effect was likely more pronounced. The bones of the blood eagle meat were hard, and since Su Lingling ate too quickly, she accidentally cut her tongue on one of the bones, causing her to yelp in pain. Su Lingling felt quite distressed inside. If an oral ulcer occurred, enduring several days of pain would be a minor issue. More importantly, it would affect the enjoyment of eating later on. This injury was minor, but it caused significant discomfort. You, as a girl, shouldn't eat so hastily, like you haven't had a meal for several lifetimes. Here, take this spray. It's good I brought some medicine. While speaking, Zhang Shun handed Su Lingling a small spray canister. After spraying it inside her mouth, Su Lingling discovered the wound turned cool and soothing, and miraculously, her tongue no longer hurt. The medical skills of this interstellar era were truly advanced. They had improved significantly. Afterward, Su Lingling could only carefully bite and chew the blood eagle meat slowly to avoid further injury. Though the meat was excellent, it contained many bones, so Su Lingling had to choose pieces with more meat and eat cautiously. Since Su Lingling had already eaten dinner, having a bowl of rice along with this meat left her almost full, so she didn't serve herself another portion. Indeed, men consumed the meat quickly. The sour and spicy Chinese cabbage wasn't cold, still tangy, pungent, and slightly sweet. The taste was quite delightful. Although Su Lingling was already full, due to how tasty the dish was, she ended up eating a few slices of cabbage leaves anyway. The pickling time wasn't enough, but the flavor of the Chinese cabbage remained undiminished. Su Lingling planned to open up this market and buy more Chinese cabbage the next day for pickling. A single day of pickling is best because nutrients are still retained. Overpickling leads to water loss and nutrient loss, resulting in diminished quality. After all, the sour and spicy Chinese cabbage aimed to infuse the sourness, differing somewhat from preserved vegetables or spicy kimchi found in other places. After finishing her meal, Su Lingling noticed Zhang Shun was serving himself more rice. It's not great to waste food. Leftover rice isn't fresh. While saying this, Zhang Shun mixed the broth with the rice and proceeded to eat. Seeing this behavior, Su Lingling spoke up. Eating until you burst will land you in the hospital seeking digestive help. No need to waste though. I'll boil porridge with the leftover rice in the morning, keeping it from going stale. At most, there will be a bit of nutrient loss and slightly reduced texture, but our lives now are mostly filled with nutritional excess. Fewer nutrients are better. No weight gain means saving money on medication. In the interstellar era, a perfect weight loss drug had already been developed. Taking it prevents absorption of food nutrients, effectively blocking them while causing little harm to the human body. However, these drugs aren't cheap, and crucially, taking them can lead to malnutrition since nutrients cannot be absorbed, requiring a long recovery period during which one feels weak for a prolonged time, as if perpetually hungry. Of course, liposuction surgery was also an option, and it had evolved significantly. However, liposuction couldn't remove fat from the liver, making weight loss drugs more effective. It only slimmed down appearances slightly. Zhang Shun just smiled and told Su Lingling, "No problem, I'm a martial artist. Eating a lot is normal when you expend so much energy." The mention of martial arts convinced Su Lingling, as the ancient martial arts of the interstellar age had reached an incredibly advanced stage. Skills like leaping over rooftops and scaling walls were effortless, sparking a flicker of admiration within Su Lingling. She couldn't resist asking Zhang Shun, "Do you think someone my age can still practice martial arts? If your ancestors were great figures, you wouldn't need to learn martial arts from a country bumpkin like me." It turned out that Zhang Shun was ultimately a petty person who still held grudges. Your martial arts are nothing compared to my knife skills. My knife skills are far superior. All yours are just fancy tricks." Su Lingling said this with disdain as she addressed Zhang Shun. At this moment, Su Lingling couldn't help but hold a flicker of hope for her system. Perhaps if she left more good reviews, it might unlock an incredible ability for her later on. Then she would be powerful. Maybe even cultivation techniques could be unlocked for her. When that happened, she'd directly walk the path of immortality. If she could cultivate and achieve immortality, why bother practicing martial arts? After saying her piece, Su Lingling took the bowl to wash it and clean the kitchen again. Meanwhile, Zhang Shun went upstairs with his bag. The room upstairs had never been cleared out because the previous owner never thought about moving away from here. There was a guest room upstairs. Though Zhang Shun had said he only needed one room for himself, in reality, they each occupied one guest room. The appearance of the blood eagle tonight wasn't a coincidence. Being in the city district, such fierce beasts usually shouldn't exist here, indicating its strength was unusually overpowering. All this stemmed from the developer's conspiracy. The plan was to devalue this land by making everyone believe it was unsafe. Then they could acquire the land at a lower price. Longda Financial Group had set their sights on this area, as did Jinsu Real Estate Group, both wanting to develop it. Longda Financial Group had already acquired much of the available land. Since Longda Financial Group mainly wanted to move its headquarters here and build several dormitories for employees, almost self-sufficiently. Jinsu Real Estate Group didn't choose to clash head-on with Longda. They were looking at other parcels of land instead. However, Dealing with those lands would be more troublesome, involving dilapidated buildings 50 to 60 stories high, packed with residents, all poor people, making them harder to handle. Unlike the lands acquired by Longda Financial Company, which mostly consisted of 5-story buildings, many single-family homes, making it easier to resolve. But those matters belonged to the enforcement team, not him. Lying in bed and looking at the moonlight through the window, Zhang suddenly realized how nice Su Lingling's ancestral home was, able to see the moonlight. The only downside was the smell and dust. After all, this was a heavily indebted common family. The environment was subpar, but tolerable enough to live in for now. Chapter 13, Cabbage and Tofu Soup. Su Lingling finished cleaning and went upstairs. She found that Zhang actually chose the room that no one lived in. That room hadn't been cleaned for a long time. Su Lingling thought Zhang combat power was still acceptable, but it was dangerous here. It was necessary to establish a good relationship with someone who had decent combat skills. If Zhang had been half a beat slower when the Blood Eagle appeared just now, Su Lingling would have been done for. That Blood Eagle was too excessive, only knowing how to pick on soft targets and bullying her. What Su Lingling didn't know was that she had just been enhanced by the system, and the vital energy in her body was very tempting. Most importantly, the Blood Eagle was attracted by the smell of roasted beef, and Su Lingling had this scent of roasted beef on her. Naturally, the Blood Eagle prioritized attacking Su Lingling. Su Lingling opened the door and the window, then said to Zhang, "There's a musty smell in this room, didn't you notice? I've never stayed in such a good room before, so I didn't realize it. Your salary isn't low either. Where does all your money go? Drinking, eating, smoking. It must be at some disreputable places drinking, otherwise, how could it all be spent? Get up, let me change your bedding and clean here for you." After Su Lingling finished changing the beddings for Zhang, she prepared to wipe the table when she suddenly felt an ache in her abdomen. So she put down the cloth and rushed into the toilet immediately. Then there was a deluge of sounds, followed by an awful stench spreading out. Su Lingling thought this might be detoxification. After all, her first enhancement experience was quite similar. But this time, it was a thorough enhancement from inside out, which is why it was like this. There was a knock on the bathroom door, bang bang bang. "Su Lingling, did you eat something bad? Indigestion, absorbing too much nutrition. I told you to eat slowly and not compete with me. Look, you ended up with a stomachache. You don't understand, I'm detoxifying. Once I eliminate toxins from my body, I'll be fine." A big man like you squatting outside a girl's bathroom listening to her use the toilet. Do you even have any sense of shame? Or do you enjoy the smell of feces? Su Lingling wanted nothing more than to find a crack in the ground to crawl into right then, especially since this voice wasn't just slightly awkward, but extremely awkward. She pressed the flush button many times. Indeed, the smell was pretty strong. This time, Su Lingling took an hour to settle, eventually feeling that she smelled bad herself, so she showered again and changed her clothes. Su Lingling knew for sure that it wasn't indigestion, because she was stronger than before, having a little more strength. However, just after taking a shower, she felt her stomach was uncomfortable again. "You should take some medicine. I'll go out and buy some medicine for you. If you don't take the medicine, I'm afraid no one will come to your store tomorrow to eat. Your smell is potent. I could still smell it 5 miles away. I estimate within 5 miles everything has been ruined by you." Su Lingling looked at the bottle of medicine that Zhang handed over. Although she didn't believe it was indigestion, but seeing Zhang hadn't gotten diarrhea, she thought this medicine might work. This guy must not be so kind-hearted. Maybe he also got indigestion, got diarrhea, and bought the medicine for himself. Su Lingling took the medicine from Zhang hand, swallowed 2 pills, and surprisingly felt the discomfort in her abdomen disappeared. There were just too many things that happened today, and Su Lingling was exhausted. She slept soundly on the bed. Su Lingling was woken up by the alert sound from her light brain, as the dishes she ordered last night had arrived. Su Lingling didn't even know when Zhang woke up. Su Lingling didn't know when Zhang left either. But when she looked at the time, it was already past 10. She slept like the dead. Fortunately, she only ordered lunch and dinner box meals, and there was still enough time. The dishes Su Lingling ordered had also arrived. Su Lingling ran downstairs and unloaded the dishes from the food delivery machine. There were quite a lot of dishes. Su Lingling also planned to make a cabbage and tofu soup today. This cabbage was different from the variety used in spicy stir-fried cabbage. This one was green, somewhat resembling jade cabbage. Anyway, these cabbages were of different varieties, but Su Lingling simply called them all cabbage. On the light brain, Lin Ku was very supportive. Amazingly, he ordered 1,000 boxed lunches for today's noon. Almost all the people in Lin Ku's company came to order boxed lunches here. To maintain the taste, these boxed lunches couldn't be delivered all at once. There were too many orders. The food would lose its appeal if it got cold. Su Lingling agreed with Lin Ku to deliver the meals in 3 batches. The people in Lin Ku's company agreed as well. They didn't want to switch chefs and were willing to wait. After all, the stir-fried pork last night was incredibly fragrant. Those who didn't get to try it were drooling. Although Su Lingling offered a 10 yuan vegetable box meal here, no one chose it. After all, 20 yuan is acceptable for the high-end white-collar workers in Lin Ku's company. Today, Su Lingling planned to cook 3 dishes: shredded potatoes, sour and spicy Chinese cabbage, and stir-fried pork with vegetables. As for soup, she wouldn't deliver it to these people, since the delivery fee wasn't cheap. The soup would only be available for dine-in customers, mainly because the takeout boxes were not suitable for holding soup. Su Lingling could not afford to customize new soup boxes, as she was short of money. Su Lingling wanted to offer this as a small discount for those who came to dine in. The moment Zhang smelled the aroma of the dishes, he immediately entered with his men. He had eaten breakfast from another restaurant that morning, which was terrible. Not only him, but also his subordinates now had developed high standards for food due to its poor taste elsewhere. Here at Su Lingling's place, the meals were both affordable and delicious. The dishes were limited in quantity and personally prepared by Su Lingling, but the soup depended on how fast you could grab it. If your hand wasn't quick enough, it might be gone before you got it. Old Mother Wang had visited once yesterday. Even though 20 yuan was expensive for her, she still ordered a meal and brought her grandson and old partner along. Their son and daughter-in-law had passed away in an accident, leaving the elderly couple struggling. They only ordered one dish, but Su Lingling gave them 3 bowls. The 2 elders even brought their own basin, originally intending to take the food home. However, Su Lingling invited them to eat there and served them a large portion of soup generously. Thus they ended up eating right there. Zhang Shen's men, who didn't get any soup, felt uncomfortable seeing the large bowl of soup on the elder people's table. Hearing that they only paid 20 yuan through the audio announcement, these men became discontented. One man couldn't help but say to Su Lingling, "Boss, one serving of your soup alone costs more than 20 yuan, doesn't it? Running a store like this isn't a sure loss for you. You're letting them have such a bargain. The soup is free, served until it's all gone. Moreover, these 2 elders are decent. They took less food, just some soup. We're all neighbors, and they used to often support my business. Besides, it's difficult for the elderly to find jobs these days. The little boy's parents also passed away in an accident. Once I finish packing the takeout box meals, I'll boil another pot of soup. Then you can drink all you want. Remember, we only provide soup for dine-in customers. No soup for takeout orders." Su Lingling knew old Mother Wang's situation well since they were neighbors. Nowadays, manual labor wasn't necessary anymore. Even her small restaurant had equipment like dishwashers. As for chopping vegetables, although the machine didn't match Su Lingling's skills, it was still better than ordinary people. Even the box meals had an automatic packaging machine, so there was no need to hire additional staff. So it was really hard for the elderly to find work. Su Lingling naturally couldn't feed them for free, but she could certainly provide some convenience. Both elders mixed their rice with soup, giving most of the dishes to the little grandson. That little boy would also proactively pick some dishes for the elders. Su Lingling could tell that these 3 hadn't been so happy during a meal in a long time. "Owner has big-heartedness," the man praised Su Lingling after hearing about the freshly cooked soup. He looked at the back figures of the 2 elders and the little boy and sighed softly in his heart. There were too many unlucky people in the world, and he could do nothing to help. At most, from now on, when these 2 elders come, he would not compete with them for the soup. Although it was not yet 12 o'clock, there were already quite a few people in the shop. Uncle Quan from the barber shop also came. Originally, he wanted to eat in, but upon seeing Zhang Shen's group, he opted for takeout instead. The dishes Su Lingling cooked were incredibly fragrant, and many people who had come last night were inviting their friends over. However, these people all somewhat feared Zhang Shen's group, so they all chose takeout. It was not without benefits having Zhang Shen's group around. Some people attempted to leave without paying when there were many customers, but they were caught by Zhang Shen's people and made to pay properly. As for the soup, it was already gone. However, today, there was one more dish than yesterday, making these people slightly happier. 3 dishes, 1 more dish, was a pleasant surprise. Few people chose the 10 yuan vegetable-only box meal because it wasn't cost-effective. Su Lingling kept busy until all the food was gone. Some customers did not want to leave and waited, but Su Lingling informed them that the remaining meals had been reserved by the Wisdom Technology Company. Additional dishes could be cooked on site, but they would have to wait for a very long queue because the orders for the Wisdom Technology Company must be processed first. However, these people still willingly formed a long queue outside the shop door, refusing to leave. Su Lingling's store did have an online food delivery platform, but the commission it charged was exorbitant. Therefore, Su Lingling didn't use it. She and Lin could place their orders verbally. Apart from a small delivery fee, there were no middlemen making a profit. These customers genuinely didn't want to leave because the dishes smelled absolutely irresistible. They found themselves reluctant to go when they caught a whiff of the aroma indoors. Finally, Su Lingling made a decision. She would sell only the dishes without the rice. The dishes alone cost 18 yuan per serving, which could be taken home with the customer providing their own buns, noodles, rice, or congee, depending on their preference. The meal preparation process was the same for everyone, allowing them to cook at home if they wished. Hence, many of them sent messages to their families to prepare the meal at home while they brought the portion of deliciously prepared dishes back, intending to share with their loved ones. With some frugality, this amount was sufficient for all. Chapter 14, Tai Chi Dual Instrument Palm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 500 positive reviews. A divine recipe for braised pork belly is awarded. Braised pork, this is not only a famous dish, but also a heavyweight recipe. Generally speaking, banquets must include braised pork. Moreover, this recipe for braised pork includes various secret methods for different types of meat and is sure to make money. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 1,000 positive reviews. A divine recipe for braised fish chunks and a manual for the Tai Chi Dual Instrument Palm are awarded. It's recommended that the host exercise once in the morning and evening. A chef must have a healthy body. Su Lingling was very happy. Here came the manual just like that. The system's reward must be stronger than those sold outside. This Tai Chi Dual Instrument Palm is mainly used for physical exercise, but with its principle of using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds, Su Lingling feels that with prolonged practice, it might even lead to internal energy cultivation. Every movement is paired with specific breathing techniques. Each move appears simple, yet contains profound mysteries. Fortunately, with the system teaching her, Su Lingling quickly mastered it. Otherwise, relying on her own learning, who knows how long it would take. There's a chance she might even practice incorrectly. Su Lingling practiced diligently after finishing her noon work during her lunch break. After practicing, she felt thoroughly refreshed, and all the previous fatigue from sore waists and backs vanished instantly. Even though it was intense labor, Su Lingling felt it was a form of self-training. Most importantly, money is crucial, even if it may sound vulgar. Without money, one can't move an inch. To be honest, these were the happiest days for Su Lingling so far. Her previous life was plagued by intense competition. Many college graduates working did not even demand wages and willingly accepted paid internships. Paid internships aside, under the boss's encouragement named striving, they worked overtime consciously, selling their free labor, destroying the 8-hour workday system painstakingly achieved by their ancestors. Su Lingling, refusing to work overtime, lost every competitive advantage compared to equally capable colleagues who indulged in overwork, making her less favored by her boss. When the economic environment deteriorated, she was immediately laid off. Su Lingling, whose natural talent was neither dull nor exceptionally clever, led a mediocre life with a rather laid-back attitude. She wanted to open her own store to start a business, but failed eventually, leading her back into the rat race because survival always comes first. Su Lingling knew Zhang Shun was not a good person, but she greeted him with a smile because this was life. If it weren't for Zhang Shun, she would have been killed by Blood Eagle outside the shop one day. Su Lingling could feel that Blood Eagle had targeted her. She believed it must have been because of the enhancement done by the system. Blood Eagle smelled her irresistible scent, finding her more attractive than Zhang Shun, which explained why it attacked her first. Su Lingling originally planned to rest a little during the lunch break, but it was already 3 o'clock after the work ended, and she received an order of 1,000 boxed meals from Lin Ku at Wisdom Technology Company. She had no choice but to keep working. Inside Wisdom Technology Company, Ling Chui sat in his office, 2 perfectly clean boxes of food in front of him, not even a grain of rice left. This was the most delicious meal Ling Chui had ever eaten, and even after eating it twice, he still thought it was incredible. Especially last night, when Su Lingling personally cooked for him, the vegetable soup was freshly made and tasted even better. He wanted another bowl of jade green Chinese cabbage soup. But the owner was someone extraordinary, able to offer him such a taste of human delicacy, and he couldn't dare to ask too much. He mustn't be greedy. Such an exceptional chef wasn't ordinary. The fact that he could enjoy such delectable box meals daily was already a blessing. Money transactions seemed too vulgar for this high-level person. Moreover, considering the low-priced box meals sold at a loss, he shouldn't be stingy. Thus, Ling Chui instructed Lin Ku to order 1,000 boxed meals daily from Su Lingling's store, including lunch and dinner. This expense was borne by the company, sparing employees extra payments. It became an additional small benefit, company-sponsored meals starting now. However, the company employed 2,000 people. Ling Chui considered ordering 2,000 meals too much, and out of consideration for Su Lingling's physical condition, he limited the order to 1,000. After all, this personage was merely experiencing life, not truly running a box meal business, and should not be overburdened. The remaining 1,000 meals were ordered from nearby other restaurants on rotation, priced at 20 yuan each. Aside from his personal orders, which must come from Su Lingling's store and must consist of 2 boxes, others would depend on luck to grab the boxed meals. Those unlucky would end up eating from other stores instead. Those who failed to grab a boxed meal from Su Lingling's store were in for a sorry experience. Watching their colleagues enjoy the delicious food while their own bowls seemed so bland, they found it almost impossible to swallow. Especially those who had previously eaten Su Lingling's boxed meals and then reverted to other restaurants' offerings would feel an insatiable craving when seeing their colleagues happily devouring flavorful dishes. Their eyes gleamed with greed, almost as if their eyeballs would pop out. After lunch, something strange happened. These employees worked with boundless energy. Bugs that normally puzzled them resolved effortlessly, sparks of inspiration flooding their minds. For a time, productivity soared. All anyone could think about was finishing their tasks quickly to get back in line for more boxed meals at dinner. Who could have imagined the power of just one box meal? Meanwhile, Lin Ku didn't expect that she, once a transparent person at the office, was now surrounded by crowds of admirers. Cuckoo, this is the latest lipstick collection. Cuckoo, check out these trendy scarves. Cuckoo, you look tired. Let me give you a massage. Lin Ku never dreamed she'd be so popular one day. Once unnoticed by everyone, she was now the center of attention. Though feeling somewhat uneasy, there was also a hint of happiness bubbling inside her. She realized how alive and real she felt after all these years of invisibility. Thus, Lin Ku purposefully kept Su Lingling's location secret except for Ling Chui. She figured the only way people could order from Su Lingling was through her, which made them try to curry favor with her. If they learned about Su Lingling's shop directly, they might bypass her and contact Su Lingling themselves. Besides, with 2,000 meals per day, it was already no small amount. If the number increased, the quality of the food would surely decline, losing its appeal. Should the taste drop, Lin Ku knew everything she'd gained would become a bubble, destined to vanish. Caught up in the flattery, Lin Ku allowed herself a bit of pride. Knowing everyone desired Su Lingling's boxed meals, opening a small back door wasn't entirely wrong either. After all, Su Lingling always sent 10 extra meals with each delivery. Lin Ku, controlling her figure carefully, ate only one at a time, leaving plenty of leftovers, which she naturally shared with those who tried to butter her up. These days, even her superiors treated her with exceptional politeness. Chapter 15, Braised Fish Pieces. Lin Ku, Lingling, can you prepare 10 more boxed meals for me tonight? There are always not enough meals. Su Lingling, sure. Su Lingling agreed very quickly. She was always generous to Lin Ku and didn't charge any extra money for the additional meals. After all, Lin Ku had helped her land such a big order, so she should give him some commission. So every time, Su Lingling would give Lin Ku 20 extra boxed meals. Although Su Lingling had only opened her store for 2 days, the business was very good. As soon as she started cooking in the afternoon, a long queue had already formed outside her shop. Su Lingling originally wanted to go the takeout route, but now she thought her store's business was doing well. The most important thing was that takeout might cause waste. Some people might eat several boxed meals alone, in which case, Su Lingling could only get one good review. Moreover, the soup didn't taste as good when packed compared to dining in. Most importantly, Su Lingling needed a lot of good reviews. Su Lingling was somewhat looking forward to what the system's next reward would be. To obtain the maximum number of good reviews, instead of choosing stir-fried pork ribs for dinner, Su Lingling decided on a new dish, braised fish pieces, which was also a famous dish often found in fast food restaurants. She washed the grass carp, cut it into small pieces, then marinated it with rice wine, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, ginger, and Sichuan peppercorns for flavor. Then, she coated the fish pieces with egg batter and placed them in the pan. To avoid sticking while frying, she first heated the pan, wiped it with a piece of ginger, then added oil. Once the oil was hot, she put in the fish pieces, ensuring the side with skin face down. After frying one side, she flipped the pieces to fry the other side. Frying fish requires low heat to prevent sticking and breaking. Once the marinated fish pieces were fried until golden brown, she fished them out to drain off the oil. The aroma of fish filled the air. The reddish-brown fish paired with emerald-like green onions, ruby-red chili peppers, and what Su Lingling called the soul of the braised fish, its rich broth, made an incredible combination. This sight caused the customers waiting in line to simply glance at it or smell it, and their cravings would be triggered. Everyone drooled profusely. The fragrant aroma spread far and wide, even more aromatic than the stir-fried meat dishes. As this was freshly prepared, and seeing the long queue, Su Lingling immediately began selling while the dishes were still hot, offering the best taste. "Boss lady, I'll take 10. I want to bring it back for my wife and kids." Actually, a muscular man standing in the queue, upon finally reaching the front, realized that even though he hadn't tasted Su Lingling's food, just smelling the aroma made him feel that this must be very delicious. "Big brother, sorry. Each person can only buy 1 box. Honestly, my energy is limited. I can't make too many. You see how many people are still waiting behind you. If you buy multiple boxes, others will have wasted their time queuing." Su Lingling explained to the middle-aged muscular man. "Boss, I noticed you send quite a few boxed meals for takeout. How about this? I'll pay you 30 yuan per box, and you sell me those intended for delivery." The middle-aged muscular man said confidently to Su Lingling. "Big brother, these are boxed meals for my good friends. In my hardest times, she has been helping me consistently. These are meals for her company's employees. I only sell them to her, not anyone else. Takeouts aren't allowed. Big brother, our soup is limited. It's first come, first served. If you want to enjoy this delicious meal, hurry up before the soup runs out." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged muscular man originally wanted to say something more, but now he immediately grabbed a plate of food, paid for it, and rushed to grab the soup. The soup had just come out of the kitchen moments ago. With his burly figure, he finally managed to get a bowl of soup and sat at a table. Looking at the food on the plate, the fresh and savory fragrance wafted through the air, tantalizingly circling around his nose, making his mouth water. Just the aroma left him feeling refreshed and invigorated. He immediately picked up a piece of fish with his chopsticks, took a bite, and the moment the taste hit his tongue, tears streamed down his face from how delicious it was. It was an unforgettable experience, beyond description. Such a heavenly fish taste belonged only in the skies, rarely experienced here on Earth. Was this really so incredibly good? He had never eaten such delicious fish meat in his entire life. Moreover, the sour and spicy cabbage, as well as the quick-fried shredded potatoes, were equally delightful. For just 20 yuan, it was absolutely worth it. Drinking a sip of vegetable soup made it even tastier without end. Wow, this fish is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. This aroma feels like it's seeping into every pore of my body. I've never tasted such delectable fish in my entire life. I never knew fish could taste this way. This flavor is absolutely extraordinary. With this fish broth, I could easily eat 3 bowls of rice. This vegetable soup is really delicious. If I had it with rice, I could easily eat 3 big bowls of it." The positive reviews in the store never stopped. These people were eating while talking, and many of them didn't know each other before. However, since they gathered to have meals, they naturally started chatting a little. In just 1 day's time, these strangers became familiar with each other. After all, waiting in line was indeed too long. Although one could play on their brain-computer interface, light brain, people are social animals, and most of them lived nearby, so they could be considered neighbors. Naturally, they chatted together. The elderly couple with their grandson, who came to dine at the restaurant previously, were here again for dinner. Since the old man wasn't in good health, he asked his grandson to queue up and get food for him. When it was nearly their grandson's turn, he would send a message via light brain to inform them to come over. A simple boxed meal revived the hope and joy in life for this family of 3. To avoid occupying space inside the shop, they brought their own small stools and bowls, not using any tools from the shop. After filling their plates with food, the 3 sat outside to eat together, drinking the soup from a large bowl with a spoon. Such a simple meal was still considered a feast for them. The low-income allowance that the elderly received was enough for daily expenses. Sometimes, happiness doesn't need to be overly extravagant. Simplicity, as long as there are family members around, is already a form of happiness. Su Lingling was grateful in her heart that there weren't many people around this area. Plus at this moment, many people were working. Thus, only a few hundred people came to eat. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have time to prepare boxed meals for Lin Ke's company. There were simply too many people, and Su Lingling had used up almost all the ingredients she had prepared for the day. The boxed meals were sold out early. Therefore, Su Lingling decided to close the store early for the day. Today was truly exhausting. Even Su Lingling's stamina couldn't handle it. This must be high-intensity physical labor. Over 1,000 portions of boxed meals, all made by Su Lingling herself, which left her quite worn out. Su Lingling thought about hiring a waiter to help serve food and do some odd jobs. Thinking of this, Su Lingling couldn't help but chuckle slightly. She had only been in this world for 2 days and didn't even have a place to live yet, and she was already thinking about being a boss and hiring someone. She should save more money first. Without money, there's no sense of security. Fortunately, the meal cost from Lin Ke's company was settled after every meal. If it were paid monthly, Su Lingling would be living off thin air. When Su Lingling sent the food over, the finance department quickly transferred the payment, which was very efficient. Chapter 16, Black Waterskin Snake Meat. How about that? It's only 5:50 now, not even 6 o'clock, and your fast food shop is closing. Isn't the goal to make more money? Su Lingling saw Zhang Shun blocking the door with his hand and could do nothing but reopen it. She said helplessly to Zhang Shun, "All the dishes are sold out, so I have to close." Preparing a lot of dishes in advance easily causes them to lose freshness, and then the taste won't be good. I think you just don't want to spend too much on the preparation. Zhang Shun joked. The underlings behind Zhang Shun, upon hearing this, couldn't help but complain with sour faces. Not possible. There's no food left. We should have come earlier. This is absolutely terrible. What can we do? I'm already accustomed to eating here. I don't have an appetite for other places. I've been busy all day today. I was hoping to eat here. Boss lady, how will we endure tonight without dinner? Seeing the group of people behind Zhang Shun, Su Lingling rechecked the information on her omni-brain and confirmed that Zhang Shun had not sent her a message in the afternoon. Suddenly, she felt more confident. Su Lingling said to Zhang Shun, "You didn't leave me any notes today. I thought you wouldn't come to eat. I still have some spicy sour cabbage here, nothing else. Do you want a 10 yuan vegetarian meal? If there's something to eat, then let my brothers in quickly. This is a month's worth of meal money I ordered. If we don't come in the future, you don't need to refund this money. It counts as compensation for lost ingredients. Sometimes I'm too busy to order meals ahead of time. I'm worried I'll forget." While saying this, Zhang Shun transferred the money to Su Lingling. After Su Lingling saw the amount, she returned part of it to Zhang Shun and said, "It's too much. I also rest on Saturdays and Sundays, and the store isn't open on those days. You're aiming to earn money but are giving yourself double days off. I'm human, not a machine. Of course, I need rest. These 5-day work systems were fought for with blood and sweat by our predecessors and have been passed down to us in later generations. They must be upheld. And besides, my debt has already been settled. I don't owe anything anymore, so I don't need to push myself too hard. As for this store, let's take it as it comes. No throne lasts forever, neither will this store. You're quite philosophical. Quickly prepare these 10 yuan vegetarian dishes for us. We're starving." Zhang Shun, seeing there were vegetarian dishes available, decided to settle with his team for a modest dinner. After all, the taste of spicy sour cabbage wasn't bad. Even without meat, it was better than eating outside. Su Lingling immediately started cooking. The rice had already been cooked by Su Lingling beforehand, which was her preparation for her own dinner. But the amount of rice wasn't sufficient, so Su Lingling cooked another pot. There were some leftover vegetable leaves in the kitchen, and Su Lingling cooked a pot of vegetable leaf soup. Even though these people were debt collectors, they weren't picky eaters. With the vegetable leaf soup, each person could devour a large bowl of rice. Not to mention, the spicy sour cabbage paired perfectly with their hunger, making the meal extremely fragrant. For some reason, after coming here for dinner, the agitation they felt throughout the day seemed to dissipate a bit. Because there was no meat today, and these people were also Su Lingling's regular customers, she allowed them to buy 2 boxes of food and take one home. Even when cold, the spicy sour cabbage tasted delicious. These people could conveniently pack it up to enjoy later at home. Zhang Shun chose to stay behind and help Su Lingling clean up, showing great diligence. Su Lingling planned to use the remaining rice to cook a pot of porridge to pair with the spicy sour cabbage for dinner. After being busy all day, it was indeed getting late, and she was starting to feel a little hungry. "Do you eat such frugal meals every night?" Zhang Shun asked Su Lingling as he noticed her planning to cook porridge. "You're practically like a small supervisor figure. Even tonight, you ate nothing more extravagant than cabbage. And by the way, my cooking, regardless of what dish, turns into a gourmet feast once I handle it. But that doesn't mean you have to stick to such plain ingredients. Last night I saw you cooking that cabbage soup for someone, and it smelled pretty nice. I bought half a caddy just now. Why don't you cook some soup? Let's try it together." As Zhang Shun spoke, he took out a bag of jade-like cabbage from the watch on his wrist. Although it wasn't as fancy as the packaging from Ling Chue, Su Lingling instantly recognized the jade-like cabbage. Last night, Su Lingling almost drooled watching Ling Chue eating, and she wanted to try the flavor of the cabbage soup herself. She realized Zhang Shun had probably been waiting outside drooling since yesterday. Hence, today he splurged on half a caddy of jade-like cabbage. Since this expense wasn't from Su Lingling's pocket, she also wanted to sample its taste. Excitedly, she took over the jade-like cabbage from Zhang Shun. Anyway, it's not my money, Su Lingling thought. She wanted to taste it and immediately accepted the jade-like cabbage from Zhang Shun with excitement. "Also, cook this meat for me too. As a big man and a martial artist, I need to eat some meat to replenish my vital energy and blood." Su Lingling only now noticed that Zhang Shun was still holding a sealed bag of meat. The meat looked to weigh about 3 or 4 pounds, quite a bit. However, Su Lingling did not question whether Zhang Shun could finish it all, as her attention was fully on his watch. Thanks to advanced technology, space folding had become no longer difficult to achieve. But space equipment was a real luxury. Even a simple space backpack would cost millions, making the value of the watch beyond compare. Moreover, one couldn't simply buy and use space equipment. A spirit force reaching above 55 points was mandatory to activate such devices. Su Lingling's original self had voluntarily given up on measuring her spirit force in order to fund that scoundrel's education, all for earning money to support him. Gazing at Zhang Shen's watch, Su Lingling couldn't resist asking, "Is your debt collecting job really that good? Do you still need people?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Shen burst into laughter, replying, "You should focus on your cooking. The salary of a debt collector is nowhere near as high as mine. This watch was a trophy for my victories on the star battlefield back in the day." "Alright, stop bragging. My ancestors were once the top chefs in the galaxy. Now sweep the floor already. This meat will take some time to process." The meat was rather pungent, and even through the vacuum-sealed bag, Su Lingling could detect a strong fishy smell. Such meat wouldn't suit quick stir-fry methods. Instead, braising was the only way. After opening the packaging, Su Lingling found out it was all lean meat. Braised lean meat didn't have the same rich taste as 5-flavor pork, but with proper handling, it could be very delicious indeed. As soon as she touched the meat, a surge of memories flowed through her mind. This was black waterston snake meat, which, though foul-smelling when raw, became exquisitely flavorful after being properly cooked. This kind of meat was something Su Lingling hadn't seen even in the store, leading her to speculate that this might be discounted meat that Zhang Shen somehow acquired from somewhere. Picking up the kitchen knife, she began slicing the meat. Chapter 17, Dispelling the Cold. Zhang Shen watched as Su Lingling cut through the black water mystic snake meat as easily as tofu, with a light and elegant touch. He was impressed. This meat was not easy to cut. He knew clearly that Su Lingling was just an ordinary person. Yet how could an ordinary person manage to cut through black water mystic snake meat? He speculated that perhaps Su Lingling had awakened some sort of culinary god heritage, granting her certain supernatural abilities. He had inquired about it, and before, the taste of Su Lingling's cooking wasn't terrible, but compared to now, there was a world of difference. Ordinarily, after suffering significant mental stimulation, awakening superhuman powers was quite common. This was especially true for Su Lingling, who came from a chef's lineage, even though they were currently in decline. He had looked into it. Su Lingling's ancestors had always been chefs, which explained their accumulation of wealth. However, culinary skills had deteriorated across generations, leading to their current state. At first, he hadn't paid much attention to Su Lingling because she indeed didn't look like someone hailing from a renowned chef family with a long tradition. But despite her extraordinary eloquence, her words seemed exaggerated yet were all truthful. With her light-hearted tone and given her background, people tended to dismiss her remarks as boasting. This was why Zhang Shun was so dutifully wiping tables here. He believed that those with talent deserved admiration. Respecting her was respecting himself, since he himself was also a capable person. I tell you, if anyone else tried to prepare this black water mystic snake meat, they'd probably fail. Luckily it's me. Otherwise, the dish would definitely taste bad. However, for regular people, consuming too much of this meat might cause indigestion and diarrhea. Don't say I didn't warn you. I know, you suffered from indigestion and diarrhea yesterday. Zhang Shun teased Su Lingling. Although outwardly calm, Zhang Shun was inwardly amazed by Su Lingling recognizing the black water mystic snake meat. After eating her blood eagle meat the previous day, he had realized her exceptional culinary skills, hence bringing this piece for her to handle. Humph, that blood eagle must have endured heavy radiation, causing my diarrhea. This black water mystic snake meat is highly nourishing. You're simply lucky. If not for an ancient culinary manual passed down in my family, I doubt many would be able to cook this black water mystic snake meat properly. This meat can rival the fabled dragon meat. Legends say that black water mystic snakes are descendants of dragons. There's a bit of dragon bloodline in the bodies of these creatures, which is why they can transform into dragons. The smell is so foul, I reckon it wouldn't sell well. You should buy it at night when discounts are available. It's bound to be cheap. You should stock up more in the future. This meat isn't cheap. Expensive, I tell you. Your family isn't the only one with such records. Plenty of others appreciate it too. Upon hearing Zhang Shen's words, Su Lingling suddenly thought of durians. Wherever the stench is worse, the price is higher. Many curious souls still lingered in this world. Su Lingling then fell silent and focused on stewing the meat. Watching the quiet Su Lingling, Zhang Shun could catch a strong, unpleasant odor in the air. Inwardly, he wondered how Su Lingling planned to make this meat palatable. If it turned out poorly cooked, then he could mock Su Lingling without her boasting further about her culinary prowess. Su Lingling boiled the meat briefly, drained it, and dried it before gently sautéing the fatty pork strips in oil over low heat until slightly golden brown. She then mixed in seasonings uniformly, adding the top-tier chow tian peppers directly into water for stewing. Without using oil for the chili pepper, the flavor would be extremely spicy, especially with super hot chow tian peppers. Sautéing without oil only made it spicier. No other way existed. It was necessary to suppress the coldness and pungent smell within the black water mystic snake. Though the black water mystic snake was a nourishing ingredient, its intense cold properties were harmful to the body. Su Lingling addressed Zhang Shun. This meat is not easy to handle. If it doesn't taste good, fine, but it has a very strong cold property. You tricked me. Although it is nutritious, it's also excessively cold. A mistake in preparation could result in serious harm. How could the price be too high unless prepared with fiery fruits? However, fiery fruits are expensive and usually used to awaken fire-type powers. Few would waste them to cook. My method may not entirely remove the coldness from the snake meat, but I'm slowly neutralizing the cold energy inside with a slow flame while incorporating herbs that dispel cold. Though not as effective as fiery fruit, it makes this meat safe for human consumption. If someone cannot digest it, at most, they might suffer some diarrhea. If they can digest it, they'll benefit immensely, possibly making a leap into space warfare instead of staying here bragging. So amazing, huh? How come you got scammed out of your ancestral home? I warn you, never bring up a chef's sad story when they are cooking. Good food requires dedication. If my heart is full of sorrow, the dish will also taste bitter, and it won't be delicious. Alright, I know I was wrong. Hitting someone should avoid their face. Always uncovering other people's painful past doesn't make one a hero. Look at yourself, a debt collector enforcer. Have I ever looked down on you? I'm still the owner of a store. Every day I call you brother, sincerely respecting you from the bottom of my heart. I cook tasty meals for you. In my dishes, can't you feel my sincerity? Have I ever exposed your shortcomings? All you do is bully the weak. Su Lingling didn't originally intend to say this, even though she did think these things. However, as she herself said, hitting shouldn't involve shaming. To Su Lingling, Zhang Shen seemed to lack any life skills and likely had no diplomas, thus could only survive by collecting debts. Bullying the weak may be shameful, but it's safe since the weak one's abilities are limited. Bullying stronger opponents would almost certainly get oneself beaten to death and not live this long. Men without much ability, aside from doing this, what else could they accomplish? Su Lingling instinctively sensed that Zhang Shen's expression turned momentarily icy cold. She knew she had spoken wrongly. And moreover, she couldn't defeat Zhang Shen. If she could have beaten him, Su Lingling surely wouldn't care about his mood at all. She then addressed Zhang Shen. I mainly consider it dangerous for you to collect debts. In this world there are many hidden recluses with great power. I worry that one day you may bump into one of them. Then what will you do? Right now, I've gained enlightenment, thoroughly comprehended everything. My culinary art has soared. The business at my shop will definitely be stable. Looking at you, having hands and feet, quite diligent. Why don't you come work part-time in my store, plus double days off per week, 9-to-5 salary, a monthly pay of 10,000. Isn't that steady? Most importantly, very safe and respected by others. I directly appoint you as the general manager of my little store. This position must be higher than before. Chapter 18, Lin Ku's Concerns. If I become the general manager, what position will you take? Zhang Shen asked Su Lingling with a smile. I'll be the chairman. Thanks. But I don't think you're making much money. You should save it yourself. Not to mention reclaiming your own shop. At least you should buy yourself a piece of space equipment, right? Then you wouldn't envy others. No, I think you should dress up nicely and buy some good clothes. Otherwise, no matter how much money you make, if it all goes to men, then it's useless because they just use you as a stepping stone. Zhang Shen, if this pot of meat isn't tasty, it'll definitely be your fault. Su Lingling said through gritted teeth. This person didn't strive for progress. She was kindly pulling him along, helping him get ashore, but he refused to see the favor. She originally thought his skills were decent. If he had taken the job, he could have protected her safety. Additionally, this guy was strong, making him a good worker. The main reason was that Zhang Shen took the initiative to pick up a cloth and start working, which made Su Lingling have a bit of goodwill towards him. Alright, I'll shut up and won't provoke you anymore. Zhang Shen bent his head to work, placing the dishes washed by the dishwasher one by one into the cabinet. As for the soup bucket, it couldn't be cleaned by the dishwasher, so it had to be hand-washed. Zhang Shen washed it very seriously. The snake meat needed to be stewed for a while longer before it became completely tender. Inside the Wisdom Technology Company, Ling Chui looked at the lunchbox on the table, its aroma filling his nose. On the fish lay fiery red chili peppers, emerald green scallions, and delicate yellow ginger, with golden crispy fish skin. The whole fish radiated an intense fragrant spiciness. It was a feast of culinary artistry, every bite bringing outer crunchiness and inner tenderness, creating an explosion of sensation that made him want more. He felt like he had barely eaten a few mouthfuls when the lunchbox was already empty. It was simply too delicious. He felt as though this meal would never grow tiresome over a lifetime. In no time, Ling Chui quickly opened another lunchbox. There were 10 lunchboxes now sitting on his desk. Eating 10 lunchboxes in one meal was perhaps exaggerated, but who could blame him since Su Lingling's cooking was just so irresistibly delicious. If only Su Lingling offered custom dishes, those might even help improve one's strength. However, Ling Chui, after a moment's reflection, concluded that he was being greedy. Being able to enjoy such delectable food was already a stroke of luck, and there was no need to ask for anything else. At this moment, Lin Ku sat close to a male colleague she secretly admired, eating her boxed lunch affectionately together. Kur, thank you. If not for you, I surely wouldn't have been able to grab this lunchbox today. Xiao Qian, I also have to thank you for your usual help at the company. Kur, why didn't you introduce your sister's lunchboxes to our colleagues before? Lin Ku was immersed in the sweetness of love and failed to notice Xiao Qian probing her information. Lin Ku carelessly told Xiao Qian, before, my sister's lunchboxes weren't this delicious. I've eaten hers before, and it was quite average. Had we not considered past relations, I wouldn't have recommended the company order from her. Kur, do you think she adds some additives to these lunchboxes? Otherwise, why are they so delicious? Xiao Qian, The president himself eats Lingling's lunchboxes and has 10 portions in one meal. How can anything go wrong? Cour, I'm worrying about you and considering your best interest. If something happens in the future and you're the one placing orders, surely it will fall on you. Like you mentioned, the president having 10 portions per meal, doesn't that seem odd? Lin Ku was enjoying her lunch at this point, but suddenly felt it lost its flavor. She looked up and saw Xiao Qian gazing at her with seemingly deep concern. She suddenly felt guilty. Perhaps she was a bit too harsh with Xiao Qian earlier. Xiao Qian cared about her and thus warned her of these potential dangers. Just then, Xiao Qian smiled, radiating warmth, and said gently to Lin Ku, Cour, even if this meal contains forbidden substances that may harm the body, I believe many people will still eat it. Look at me. I'm enjoying this food now. Don't worry, these delectable lunchboxes cannot go to waste. Regarding the president's part, you need to pay more attention in the future. Don't let the president consume 10 portions at once. Some ingredients may cause little harm in small quantities, but if consumed excessively, they could definitely be detrimental to health. Lin Ku's good mood vanished instantly, replaced by heaviness. This lunchbox was indeed delicious to an abnormal extent, which naturally raised Lin Ku's suspicions. If Su Lingling had possessed such skill previously, she would never have fallen into her current situation. Moreover, these lunchboxes were for the president. If anything happened to the president after eating them, the consequences could be severe. If anything goes wrong, she would be the first one to suffer the consequences, and she absolutely couldn't bear it. Xiao Qian, thank you so much. I didn't expect you cared for me this much. Cour, everyone knows that you are the boss's favorite now, but only I worry about what will happen if you get into trouble because of this matter. Xiao Qian. Lin Ku was deeply moved and couldn't help but hug Xiao Qian. And at this moment, Xiao Qian did not refuse. He gently patted Lin Ku's back. Lin Ku helplessly asked Xiao Qian, what should I do? Don't worry, maybe there is nothing forbidden in these meals after all. You can ask your sister-in-law, and once you know clearly, everything will be fine. Although Xiao Qian said this, Lin Ku could not relax at all. Fortunately, there was no overtime today. People stayed in the company just because they wanted to eat the free boxed lunch, all for waiting for the box meal. Some leaders even specifically grabbed 2 portions of boxed lunches to take home and share with their families. These people disregarded dignity when grabbing meals, openly stating to deduct the cost of meals from their salaries, claiming that 1 portion wasn't enough. Lin Ku remembered how crazy those leaders got. This made her a bit worried. She wished she could immediately rush into President Ling Chui's office and tell him not to order the boxed lunches from Su Lingling anymore. But she dared not. Lin Ku couldn't help regretting telling Ling Chui about Su Lingling's shop. If she hadn't, Ling Chui wouldn't have Su Lingling's contact number. She could have simply told Su Lingling not to deliver the box meals as an excuse. Lin Ku had no mood to eat anymore. She hurriedly packed up her box meal and was about to leave the company. At this moment, however, Xiao Qian picked up Lin Ku's discarded box meal from the company trash bin and took it away in a bag. Just 20 yuan, plus any possible banned substances. This wouldn't make sense at all. Even using your toes to think about it, this was impossible. However, this box meal really tasted extraordinary. He hated to waste his own box meal for testing purposes. It was too much of a pity that Lin Ku left some unfinished. It seemed perfect to utilize the leftovers for the test. Xiao Qian suspected that Lin Ku's sister might have awakened to a legendary special talent. This type of talent differed from superpowers. This was passed down through generations, embedding a particular skill deep within the bloodline, then transmitting it to future generations. It was normal for Su Lingling to awaken such talent, considering that her family's ancestors had always been chefs. Still, he was uncertain right now, which is why he needed the food tested, and the matter should be kept confidential. Lin Ku naturally had no idea what was going on in Xiao Qian's mind. She took the subway and arrived at the subway station near Su Lingling's store. That levitating car was beyond her budget. The buses on the road were already abolished, replaced by private vehicles, all to alleviate traffic congestion. The levitating cars, however, were still too expensive, classified as luxuries. Most people bought ordinary cars, mostly powered by electricity, while very few used nuclear energy. As for products like gasoline, they had long been phased out, first because they're non-renewable, second because they pollute the environment. When Lin Ku reached outside Su Lingling's shop, Su Lingling was eating dinner with Zhang Shun. Su Lingling originally thought Zhang Shun had eaten a boxed meal in the evening, so she assumed he wouldn't want to eat again, but Zhang Shun did not appear to be full at all. Su Lingling ate only a piece of snake meat to taste the flavor. Last time, with that blood eagle meat, Su Lingling feared she might have indigestion, so she was cautious about this snake meat too. Su Lingling mainly drank emerald cabbage soup, taking only a sip. Then she realized why this cabbage was so expensive. It contained a life force. Su Lingling felt this justified the price of the soup. After voluntarily ladling a bowl of cabbage soup for Zhang Shun, Su Lingling started gulping down the soup voraciously. Then she feigned generosity by moving the spicy pickled cabbage to Zhang Shun's side. Say, if you feel tired of eating meat, try some of this cabbage. Su Lingling drank 2 bowls of soup, soaked half a bowl of rice in the soup, and finished it off with the sour and spicy pickled cabbage. Seeing that there was still a bowl of soup left in the soup bowl, Su Lingling was about to soak another bowl of rice when the doorbell rang. Since she had no choice, Su Lingling went to open the door. How inconsiderate of someone to press the doorbell, even though the shop had closed. Upon opening the store door, Su Lingling instantly recognized Lin Ku standing outside, dressed in a pink suit with serene features, looking like an elegant and demure working woman. In comparison, Su Lingling felt that her own outfit, stained with grease, made her look rather disheveled. Su Lingling, the person sitting inside your store is. Your shop is already closed, so why is he still there? Lin Ku saw Su Lingling but managed to suppress the restlessness in her heart and did not immediately question whether there was anything wrong with Su Lingling's food. Zhang Shun. Su Lingling didn't hide anything from Lin Ku. What? Su Lingling, how could you have fallen so low as to associate with people like him now? Lin Ku spoke to Su Lingling in a tone filled with regret. At this moment, Lin Ku had already formed an opinion about Su Lingling in her mind. Su Lingling must have used some forbidden substance in the boxed lunches, and it must have been obtained through Zhang Shun. Otherwise, the meals wouldn't taste so good. Lin Ku, you're my good friend. How can you say such things about me? And you shouldn't speak ill of others so casually. Everyone has their own way of making a living. What's wrong with him? He also works hard for his meal. If no one owes him money, he won't bother you. If he doesn't use some tricks here and there, then everyone just cries a bit, and he ends up not collecting any money. How would he ever recover his debts? He's just trying to make a living. If he fails to collect his due, his boss won't treat him kindly either. Chapter 19. The boxed meal might be a problem. Su Lingling did not share a friendship with Lin Ku that had lasted over a decade. All of that came from the original soul's memories. To Su Lingling, it was like watching a movie, just more vividly imprinted in her mind. She felt grateful to Lin Ku, as Lin Ku had helped her when she was at her most difficult point. But Su Lingling wasn't naive. She had clearly noticed something was off about Lin Ku's emotions and how quick Lin Ku was to accuse her. Even before knowing who Zhang Shun was, Lin Ku's tone had already turned sour, an observation Su Lingling had missed at the time. Su Lingling confirmed that she didn't like Zhang Shun. Debt collection certainly wasn't a good profession. However, Lin Ku's harsh tone was simply unbearable, and Su Lingling herself felt belittled by it. That was why she stood up for Zhang Shun. Lingling, your family home has been seized by him. Even if you don't blame him, could your parents or ancestors forgive you? Lin Ku, unable to out-argue Su Lingling, changed her tack and retorted this way. My family's residence was tricked away by Jin Zijuan. What does this have to do with him? If it weren't for his willingness to cheaply rent me this shop, I wouldn't even have a place to stay. Lingling, Zijuan had no choice. His family isn't doing well. Zhang Shin's group keeps bothering them. His mother is sick, and there was also an arranged marriage for his sister that Zhang Shin ruined, Lin Ku explained. Lin Ku and Su Lingling used to be close friends back in school. Lin Ku had once harbored feelings for Jin Zijuan, but unfortunately, he chose Su Lingling instead. Because Jin Zijuan was Lin Ku's first love, Lin Ku viewed him through rose-tinted glasses. Although signing Su Lingling up for a high-interest loan might have been wrong, Lin Ku still believed that Jin Zijuan had his reasons. In truth, part of the reason Lin Ku stayed close to Su Lingling was because of Jin Zijuan. In Lin Ku's view, Jin Zijuan was a prince destined for greatness, while Su Lingling, a cook without education, simply didn't match up to him. It was only because of their past connection that Jin Zijuan hadn't left her long ago. This was also the reason why, for all these years, Lin Ku had never promoted Su Lingling's boxed meals, not once. If it weren't for Su Lingling's pitiful situation, Lin Ku wouldn't have lifted a finger to help her. Indeed, her mother was right. One shouldn't mix with people who were too far beneath them. A momentary bout of kindness caused her to get dragged down by Su Lingling. If Ling Sui consumed Su Lingling's boxed lunch and anything bad happened, she wouldn't be able to take responsibility. It had taken so much effort on her part to get into the current company. To lose her job over such a trivial thing would mean no other company in the whole H-city would dare to hire her. Lin Ku, what hardship did Jin Zijuan go through? Did they compare to mine? When his mom was ill, it was me who took care of her. I delivered 3 meals a day, paid for his medical bills and tuition fees, all with my earnings. I gave him nearly everything I earned. And what did he give me in return? He forced me to use our ancestral store as collateral. If I forgive him, how can my ancestors ever forgive me? Su Lingling was almost shouting. The sacrifices made by the original soul made even her, a complete outsider, feel heartbroken. The original soul had sacrificed her entire youth for Jin Zijuan, and what reward did she get in return? And yet, Lin Ku still sounded accusatory, as though blaming Su Lingling for not helping Jin Zijuan look after his family. When Jin Zijuan owed a large sum of money and ran away, wasn't it reasonable for Zhang Shun to seek him out? The only mistake of the original soul was having fallen for such a scumbag. However, Su Lingling only remembered a general outline of all that had transpired. Many details were already forgotten, since it was just like trying to remember a movie you'd watched. It's hard to retain every little bit. At this point, Su Lingling could only clearly recall her own personal history. Chapter 20. Subsidy. Su Lingling, you are not worthy of Jin Zijuan at all. Why did he end up like this? It's all because of you. He wanted you to live more easily so that you wouldn't have to endure such hardships. But in the end, he just fell into a trap. Look at yourself. Are you really worth Jin Zijuan? He's only been gone for a few days, and you're already consorting with Zhang Shun. Although he made mistakes, from beginning to end, his heart has never strayed. He was still sending me messages last night, worried about you. He asked me to check on you, and said if you had nowhere to stay, he would have you move in with his family. Lin Ku angrily said to Su Lingling. If Jin Zijuan had spoken this way to Lin Ku, she would have slapped him a long time ago. But Jin Zijuan didn't speak to her that way, so Lin Ku deliberately took a moral high ground to condemn Su Lingling. You girl, if you can't get Jin Zijuan, that sack of pus, have you ever looked within yourself to find a cause? You rent a place to live, right? I estimate you're not an only child, your financial situation is probably not very good either. Su Lingling is different. She's an only child, skilled, her family owns ancestral properties, storefronts, and businesses. If Jin Zijuan isn't stupid, he will certainly choose Su Lingling. However, This does not mean that Jean Zijuan has not been involved with other women. I'm afraid you're unaware. Don't think just because Jean Zijuan doesn't look at you, that he avoids other women altogether. Why does he borrow money? It's because he wants to chase after the boss's wife. And he walks away easily. He makes Su Lingling sign some agreement and treats the entire process as if she were a bystander. He drifts off lightly, abandoning his severely ill mother and expecting Su Lingling to take care of her instead. It sounds too perfect. Zhang Shun sat there holding a bowl of rice, eating while sarcastically ridiculing Lin Ku. This pale-faced man, Zhang Shun despises him. He's seen trash, but nothing this lowly. How could this woman admire such a man and even use him to belittle Su Lingling? Zhang Shun couldn't help himself. Lin Ku acted fiercely towards Su Lingling, but when it came to Zhang Shun, she suddenly grew timid, having only seen his back earlier and not recognizing him. Her neighbor owed money to Long-Dajing Financial Group, and Zhang Shun mercilessly broke all 4 limbs, one by one over a period of 4 days, which were also a lenient term. Day by day, their home had no money left. They rented their apartment, and everything movable was moved out. This scene was etched into Lin Ku's mind. Zhang Shun arrived here a year ago. His debt collection style was ruthless, fast, and precise. He gave people only 4 days at most. As long as one could withstand these 4 days, regardless of how much they owe, past grievances would be forgiven. He truly fought, fighting with horrifying cruelty unmatched by others. Unlike other debt collectors who at most might force a whole family into working at radiated mines or dangerous factories, Zhang Shun focused solely on troubling the debtor. People whom he dealt with generally found living worse than dying. The neighbor borrowed money, not for the family, and yet his family actually thought Zhang Shun was a good person. Even his children held no grudge against Zhang Shun. The poor man, having lost his usefulness, couldn't even survive through the following winter. When the police came asking questions, they didn't say he was killed by Zhang Shun. Instead, they claimed he died from illness. Lin Ku didn't know where Zhang Shun's reputation for goodness came from. Jean Zijuan's family had already suffered so much, yet someone still went looking for trouble with them. When Jean Ziyu's boyfriend heard about Jean Ziyu's family owing a high-interest loan to Long-Dajing Finance, he ran off immediately. Lin Ku didn't dare to look at Zhang Shun directly. Instead, she said to Su Lingling, "Su Lingling, I hope you still retain some conscience. I've risked my own future for your sake and secured this order, allowing you to make some money. I hope you earn it honestly and don't tamper with the meals. Otherwise, you'll harm both others and yourself. This is a warning and advice I give you." Lin Ku, what nonsense are you talking about? Do not defame others' honor. If you think there's a problem with my boxed lunches, then don't order. I never begged you to. My boxed lunches are absolutely clean. Su Lingling was upset. How dare they malign her boxed lunches? I hope so. Lin Ku, somewhat afraid of Zhang Shun, dared not linger and simply coldly sniffed before leaving. Su Lingling stared at Lin Ku's retreating figure and felt indignant. She lost her appetite completely and could not eat anymore from anger. Su Lingling then asked Zhang Shun, "Do you think my boxed lunches are clean? I never skimp on ingredients. All vegetables are freshly bought on the same day. Take a look. Clean. Absolutely clean. Don't be mad. We'll just sell the boxed lunches to our company instead. Such great cooking. We can order 2,000 boxes daily at 25 yuan per meal, much more than her orders." As Zhang Shun spoke, he took large bites of meat, as if nothing could stop him from eating. "You guys who collect debts, there are so many of you. Everyone in the whole city borrows money from your company. I don't think even the bank has this many people. Our company is a financial company with many financial projects. It's not just about debt collection. There are many people who borrow money and then refuse to pay it back. Since we're a legitimate big company, we can't act like smaller companies which might take organs as debt repayment. That's immoral and illegal. So we provide reasonable job opportunities for people to work and earn money to repay their debts. Xingyue Renjian is one of our company's subsidiaries, and we offer various workplaces where people can choose to work. If you don't want to work in the service industry, then we have other work sites, such as mining, where physical labor is required. But now that there are robots, why do you still need people to dig mines?" Su Lingling asked Zhang Shun out of curiosity. Because manual labor is cheaper than using robots. Robots are expensive to repair, and they're hard to fix when broken. But does mining make sense financially? They can slack off at the mine, or even be lazy. Moreover, if they die, your company would need to pay compensation. Isn't that more expensive than using robots? Su Lingling was still puzzled. In principle, sending people alone isn't profitable. However, a lot of people who owe us money choose to send their own children to work in the mines. These kids, young and strong, tend to live longer and almost never die in the mines. To get out sooner, they will definitely work harder. Older people, on the other hand, would likely sit around and wait for death, doing nothing productive. Do you know why my reputation for debt collection is so good here? It's because I never send someone else's children to our workplace. I only send the debtors themselves. If they refuse to go, I'll use a little bit of force. Adults borrowed the money, and adults spent it. How could these children possibly have the money to repay it? They shouldn't bear these burdens. Their fates should not be decided by others. Chapter 21. The Law Enforcement Team. Su Lingling's mood was a bit heavy. The laws in the galaxy were not perfect. Before reaching adulthood, a child's fate was determined by their parents. As for schooling, it was generally compulsory only up to primary school. Learning how to read and write sufficed. Because some jobs always required people to do them. Not everyone could work in an office. Many industries cannot be replaced by robots, such as the service sector. Robots will never have human warmth. And on factory assembly lines, due to the high cost of extremely precise robots, manual labor has yet to be completely phased out. Robots can build houses, but interior decoration still needs humans. It's just that it doesn't require as much hard labor as before. With the advancement of technology, people don't have to struggle as hard for a living. This society still has a certain amount of warmth. If you really don't want to go out to work, once you're over 25 years old, you can apply to the Alliance for a poverty card, which gives you 1,500 credits a month. It is automatically dispersed until the day you die. Now everything is digital currency, linked online. With this 1,500 a month, if you save a bit, it is more than enough for a laid-back life at home. Furthermore, it is sent precisely on the first day of every month without any deductions. But for the new month, if the money isn't spent entirely, it resets to zero. All the money in the account clears each month, leaving exactly 1,500 each month. It's enough for staying at home all day playing holographic computer games, without having to leave your house. If you find a job, you can apply to cancel the poor status, thus returning to normal life. Even if you get married and still don't want to work, if you have a child, both you and your partner's subsidies increase by 500 monthly, continuing for 10 years. For 2 children, the bonuses stack without limits. However, community workers will check to ensure there's no abuse or neglect towards the children. Otherwise, the subsidy will be cancelled, and the child would be taken to the orphanage. You may say the galactic society is cold-hearted, yet it also has its compassionate side. However, only commoners and paupers can apply. Criminals and their offspring are ineligible unless after 3 generations. For those without identity, if verified through genetic testing that the past 3 generations have no criminal record, they can reapply for an ID and become a pauper with equal treatment. The subsidy for these children also applies even to employed citizens from the Alliance. 10 consecutive years, with each parent receiving 500 monthly. This can accumulate too. Due to this policy, many families in this city enjoy having children. Some even bear children solely for subsidies, treating their children as tools for profit. They might borrow extravagantly, then sell their kids off to mine to repay debts. After all, in this world, there are just too many places where one can spend money. Above all, regardless of what era we are in, money continues to matter. 1,500 per month does not cover rent. One must be extremely thrifty. Generally, most people still prefer going to work. So Su Lingling couldn't understand those who borrowed money. Even if unwilling to work, they could apply for assistance, which usually arrives next month. Additionally, this rule seems rather illogical. Why should parents decide their children's futures? How can they send their own kids off to mining instead of giving them an opportunity for employment? Suddenly, a hand landed on Su Lingling's head, gently patting her golden hair. Zhang Shun had finished eating. He stood up, touched Su Lingling's head, and said, "What's on your mind? You look so deep in thought. I am wondering why some parents are willing to send their own children off to mines. I've heard the radiation from the mines is absolutely terrifying. There's nothing strange about it. People who give birth merely to gain allowances. What kind of love can you expect them to show towards their children? They act upon their desires, producing child after child, making older ones take care of younger ones, expecting greatness from one of their numerous children, placing their hopes of reviving the family on a single child as if it were the grandest undertaking. But how can a child carry such a heavy burden and drag along a broken family like that and expect to soar?" Zhang Shin's tone carried a hint of heaviness. Su Lingling silently marveled that perhaps the one-child policy did have some merits after all. She wondered inwardly whether Zhang Shin felt so deeply because his own family was one like that. Having never seen other martial artists, Su Lingling wasn't sure of the strength of other warriors. However, she believed Zhang Shin's abilities were quite impressive. After all, when fighting against the Blood Eagle, Zhang Shun moved too fast. His movements were so rapid that Su Lingling couldn't see clearly how he struck. Su Lingling understood that without background, Zhang Shin must have worked incredibly hard and gone through a lot to become a leader. The next day, Su Lingling still prepared a lot of dishes. She thought Lin Ke wouldn't order meals from her anymore, but Lin Ke came to order again and sent a message via the communication channel. Still 1,000 boxed lunches. Su Lingling originally planned to prepare more food and sell boxed lunches at malls with her small cart. But since Lin Ke had messaged, Su Lingling prepared the boxed lunches. This time, Su Lingling didn't prepare any new dishes, as she wanted to see if the positive reviews could refresh repeatedly. Because even though these people had eaten Su Lingling's food, they could give 2 positive reviews in a day if served new dishes. If there were no new dishes, could the positive review refresh once a day? If not, Su Lingling would need to change her sales strategy, only targeting new customers instead of regulars. In that case, setting up a stall would definitely be more profitable. Ding! Congratulations, host has accumulated 3,000 positive reviews, earning the divine recipe for cold mixed vegetable dishes. Su Lingling was stunned. Just a recipe for a cold dish? Nothing else? Like a knife? Or perhaps physical enhancement? This system is too stingy. People should know contentment. Having such culinary skills is already enough. No matter what profession, once one reaches the pinnacle, they earn respect. Cooking is no different. Su Lingling did not have the ability in this life to reach world-class standards, let alone achieving the divine cooking skills at the peak of the galaxy. Cold mixed vegetable dishes. These are the classic dishes of the night market. Carrying this out to set up a stall, who knows how many positive reviews it would fetch. Just as the guests in the store were still queuing, while Su Lingling was stir-frying the dishes, the law enforcement team arrived and forcibly drove all the guests away. This was Su Lingling's first encounter with the law enforcement team. Dressed in black uniforms, they looked quite intimidating. After all, Su Lingling had never dealt with the police officers from the precinct in her previous life. In this world, most people dared not commit crimes because if criminal records appeared in their files, they would lose eligibility for the low-income allowance. At least 1,500 a month. 2 people make 3,000, which is basically enough to live on. Most crucially, the law enforcement team had the authority to enforce on site. If anyone dared to retaliate, they'd be killed on the spot. Even if someone recorded a video clip and uploaded it online, no one would stand by them. Dark and ominous figures surrounded Su Lingling's shop. By nature, Su Lingling was just an ordinary civilian, so she felt somewhat anxious. Most crucially, the law enforcement team had driven all the customers outside. The lively little restaurant turned cold in an instant. Su Lingling forced herself to smile and said to the stern men leading the group, "Gentlemen, what offense has this humble shop committed, troubling you all to come here?" Chapter 22, The Big Data Era. Someone reported that you poisoned the meals, harming thousands of employees at Wisdom Technology Company, Limited. This is impossible. Su Lingling was shocked. The Wisdom Technology Company had given her 1,000 positive reviews. "You need to come with us to the enforcement team for investigation." The man leading the group placed a wooden stick tightly around Su Lingling's neck, preventing her from moving and forcing her onto the hovercar. Outside the shop, a dense crowd watched Su Lingling. Su Lingling felt as if she were being paraded through the streets in disgrace, never having felt so humiliated. Su Lingling had never ridden in a hovercar before. She could only sit by the windowsill watching various kinds of hovercars float across the sky, and this first experience wasn't particularly pleasant. Sitting on the hovercar, Su Lingling wore a silver bracelet, perhaps due to her extreme nervousness. She felt slightly carsick. Su Lingling shakily cried out to the enforcement team, "Master, I am truly an upstanding citizen. There's no way I would poison anyone. The vegetables I use to cook every day are fresh, bought the same day they're used. None of it is leftover from the night before. Speak your side inside the enforcement team. If you're innocent, we will certainly figure this out." Su Lingling was escorted into a dark room. She was left alone, her computer locked, isolated. Su Lingling pondered who would want to harm her. Lin Ke? This made no sense. Lin Ke had no reason to frame her. But Lin Ke was most likely the culprit, because last night Lin Ke already came looking for trouble and claimed there was something wrong with her food. Her food definitely hadn't been tampered with. The 1,000 positive reviews spoke for themselves. Just starting out, Su Lingling figured sleeping it off might be good enough, despite the hard floor and lack of a pillow. Since she had absolutely not done anything bad, the enforcement team couldn't possibly have her falsely accused. However, after waking up, her whole body ached. This dark room was suffocatingly oppressive. Suddenly, a beam of light fell on Su Lingling, blinding her so she couldn't open her eyes. "Su Lingling, get up. Captain Mu has some questions for you." Su Lingling was forcefully pulled up and dragged into a brightly lit white room, a scorching lamp hanging over her head. "Master, my restaurant has surveillance. Every step, cooking and packing the meals, is recorded under surveillance. All these recordings are saved in my light brain." Inside the dark room, Su Lingling finally thought of the crucial evidence proving her innocence. After being attacked by blood eagles, Su Lingling cared deeply about her own safety, installing surveillance outside her store while also repairing the surveillance equipment inside. Mu Ju coldly stared at Su Lingling, his investigation into her background thorough. Her culinary skills had remarkably improved 2 days ago, causing numerous customers to fight for her boxed lunches. Su Lingling had no conflict with Wisdom Technology Company, making it absurd for her to harm their employees. The meals were devoured completely, with only bacteria found on the meal boxes. This bacteria caused only diarrhea, easily treatable. But those who collapsed at Wisdom Technology Limited were infected by another type of virus, still unanalyzed. Most importantly, Lin Shui, the legitimate heir of the Ling family and president of Wisdom Technology Limited, was among them. Moreover, he was a 5th-grade ability user. If the virus could incapacitate an ability user, it was clearly not ordinary. Wisdom Technology Limited controlled the lifelines of the Blue Water Star. Their social communication tools and public maps were all designed by them. From this, it was clear how important Wisdom Technology Limited was. Now, Lin Shui was in a coma, along with all other vital programmers in the company, not one spared. Clearly, this was no coincidence. Mu Ju said to Su Lingling, "The poison was applied on the lunch boxes. Your home surveillance only stores data for a day, and the lunch boxes were delivered a day earlier. The surveillance doesn't prove your innocence." "Captain Sir, I have no money. You can check my transaction records. My ex-boyfriend swindled me out of everything, even using my family's heritage storefront as collateral. With no funds, I couldn't repair the surveillance system or buy poison. All my personal social interactions are recorded in my light brain." Su Lingling was still pleading for herself, because by this era of interstellar civilization, the big data age had reached its peak, and personal privacy basically equated to nothing. It would be very easy to find out if she were guilty or not. Unfortunately, Mu Ju seemed like an idiot, only knowing how to glare at her with a suspicious look, as if certain that she must have committed a crime. He certainly looked decent enough, but there was something clearly wrong with his brain. What Su Lingling didn't know was that her physical condition had been enhanced. Her speed and strength were far beyond that of ordinary people. The difference wasn't small. Most wouldn't notice it, but Mu Ju could sense it. So Mu Ju inwardly judged Su Lingling as suspicious and problematic. The first rule in criminal investigation: those who seem least likely are often the most suspicious. Su Lingling harbored secrets, and appeared completely free of any suspicious clues, so Mu Ju placed her as the key focus of the investigation. If Su Lingling knew about Mu Ju's thoughts, she would surely shout out loud and mock him for watching too many suspenseful dramas. She felt more wrong than doughy. Mu Ju said to Su Lingling, "The surveillance shows that Lin Ke came to see you last night. She already warned you that your food was contaminated. Was it because she came to you?" So you held a grudge and poisoned the box meals, right? Sir, I am truly innocent. I absolutely did not poison anyone. Su Lingling suddenly thought of something. This incident might be serious, and Mu Ju, being incompetent and unable to find the real culprit, wanted someone to take the fall, hence coercing her into confessing. The more Su Lingling thought about it, the more convinced she became that Mu Ju was such a person. Otherwise, why would he put her in such a place and constantly force her to admit guilt? The bright lamp overhead dazzled Su Lingling's eyes, almost blinding her. She didn't know how long she had been there, just feeling her mind buzzing continuously as Mu Ju incessantly asked, "Will you admit your crime?" Su Lingling couldn't hear Mu Ju's words clearly anymore, but she still understood the general meaning. Poisoning 1,000 people, it was a grave crime. Su Lingling clenched her teeth firmly and refused to admit guilt, especially since she hadn't even done it. She didn't know how much time passed when the door of the interrogation room finally opened. A man from the enforcement team entered, dressed similarly and having the same hairstyle. Su Lingling basically couldn't remember these people's faces. They all looked decent enough. Chapter 23, The Psion. Just as Su Lingling was in despair, a voice came from outside the door. "Captain, someone's come to post bail for her. Who would dare to bail her out? She's a dangerous criminal, responsible for 3,000 lives. Who would dare to release her?" Mu Ju scolded loudly. "Hey Captain Mu, what serious crime is this? This woman just sells lunchboxes. Do you have evidence to convict her? If there's no evidence and she's bailed out, she should be released." Zhang Shun had arrived at the interrogation room's entrance, mocking Mu Ju from the doorway. Su Lingling didn't expect that Zhang Shun would come to save her. For a moment, she was so touched that tears welled up in her eyes. She was very scared, fearing that Mu Ju would pin the blame on her and ruin her life. "Zhang Shun, I have eyewitnesses accusing her of poisoning. What if they're framing her? Besides, that supposed witness was the first one to handle the lunchbox. In my opinion, she has the greatest possibility of being the poisoner. Captain Mu, our law enforcement team is conducting investigations. How can bystanders interfere? Director Mu, Su Lingling is actually a psion. Without evidence, detaining a psion for 12 hours violates your law enforcement regulations, right?" Mu Ju's face turned pale with fury. Psions hold a slightly higher status than ordinary people. Without evidence, he couldn't convict her. At most, he could only restrict her from leaving the city until evidence was found before summoning her back for questioning. Mu Ju addressed Zhang Shun. "Do you have any certification proving she's a psion?" Mu Ju was also taking a gamble, in case Su Lingling had merely cultivated ancient martial arts, which might explain her strong vital energy flow. She just awakened her power, and hasn't yet gone through certification. "What? Do you doubt that I fabricated it? If that's true, then what if we send her for certification, and it turns out she isn't a psion? Then you, Zhang Shun, are suspected of faking a psion. Detention for a month. Alright, let's send her for certification. If she isn't, you can detain me for a month. Since you guarantee it, I will personally accompany you to verify." Mu Ju could sense Su Lingling's extraordinary vital energy, but detected no mental energy fluctuation in her at all. Usually, after a newly awakened psion, their mental power is unstable. Mu Ju gave his subordinate a look, signaling them to release Su Lingling. If he won this time, he would be able to detain this menace for a month, maintaining the stability of H City's security. Zhang Shun often disabled others and was involved in multiple murders, but due to the overwhelming influence of Long's financial group behind him, even the law enforcement team was limited by this. In the present Bluewater Star, the world belonged to conglomerates and influential families, while Mu Ju sought to restore the past glory of the law enforcement team, eliminating the distinction between nobles and commoners among individuals. "Director Mu, do you personally think that an insignificant lunchbox seller could affect you so much? Moreover, since you don't have evidence to convict her, why not remove this bracelet?" Mu Ju ordered the silver bracelet to be removed from Su Lingling's wrist. Su Lingling quickly stepped behind Zhang Shun. Her heart felt uneasy. The system hadn't rewarded her with any abilities yet. She currently possessed none. What if they didn't detect any psionic ability? Then both she and Zhang Shun would get detained, leaving no one outside to help her. Leaning close to Zhang Shun, Su Lingling whispered cautiously in his ear, "Maybe I should continue resisting for another 36 hours. He wouldn't find evidence, and then they'd have to let me go. It could be my improved cooking skills, not necessarily related to psionic abilities." Su Lingling spoke softly, her breath reaching Zhang Shun's ear, tickling him slightly. Despite her low voice, Mu Ju's hearing was remarkable, catching every word. Zhang Shun raised an eyebrow, meeting Mu Ju's gaze, then placed an arm around Su Lingling's shoulders and said to her, "Let's go." At this point, there's no backing down. There are countless tactics inside here. You may not withstand them. By now, Su Lingling regarded Mu Ju as a corrupt official. She thought that if she stayed longer, they would probably shine a light in her eyes again or something. Only after listening to Zhang Shun's words did she realize the complications within. Yes, this Mu Ju appeared to employ many dark methods to force compliance. As an ordinary person, she may not endure. She used to watch TV shows where characters cracked under torture, thinking those people lacked backbone. But when truly experiencing it herself, only then did Su Lingling understand that human willpower isn't always as strong as one imagines. She was, after all, just an ordinary person. As she sat again in the floating car, Su Lingling felt dizzy. She assumed it must be motion sickness. Zhang Shun rested Su Lingling's head on his shoulder, lightly massaging her temples with his forefinger, softly saying, "Don't worry. Even if you're not a psion, everything will be alright." "Hey, Zhang Shun, is your taste really this bad now? Do you like this kind of woman?" Muju mocked coldly from the driver's seat. What about someone like me? I'm still better than you. You have no ability to find the real culprit and just arbitrarily pick on someone without a background or support system, forcing a confession so that they can bear the blame for you while letting the true criminal escape, causing more harm. You look proper but have such a black heart, and you look down on people like a dog does. I respect you as an enforcer, showing you great respect, but you. Su Lingling was initially shocked and scared. Having never experienced something on this scale, she was terrified. But then he actually belittled her, mocking her with his words. Once angered by this, Su Lingling snapped out of her dizziness. With a chest full of grievances and sorrow, she unleashed a tirade at Muju. With Zhang Shun backing her up, Su Lingling straightened her spine immediately, losing all fear. Muju was startled by the barrage of insults and wanted to retort, but Su Lingling kept yelling, not pausing even once. I can't imagine, in such a civilized era, there are still black officials like you. Just looking at you, along with these accessories, one can tell you're a corrupt official. There's a good chance you're even in cahoots with the real killer, taking bribes and wanting to falsely accuse me. Fortunately, my surveillance equipment is comprehensive. Otherwise, who knows what might have been placed in my store. At that point, it would be impossible to prove my innocence. You're the captain of the enforcement team. In such a severe case of food poisoning, instead of investigating the truth, you just think about grabbing anyone, torturing them brutally, then declare outwardly that the culprit has been caught, masking your incompetence. Have you investigated everyone who could have come into contact with the food? Did you investigate any unusual behaviors? I have all my certifications, including food safety certificates, 3 licenses in order, and am a top-notch citizen. All those people eating at my store during lunch were completely fine. This indicates that my boxed meals are non-toxic and healthy. You said earlier that this involved 3,000 lives, but they only ordered 1,000 boxed lunches from my store. The remaining 2,000 were ordered from other stores, which suggests all the boxed lunches contained poison. How could it possibly be such a coincidence that every single store owner decided to put poison in their lunches? Even with common sense, anyone can see the issue occurred during transportation. How could so many portions have been poisoned? Chapter 24, Going Home. Since I dared to come find you, I already have the evidence. The bento boxes you sell contain one more type of bacteria than others. Muju coldly said to Su Lingling. Muju had prejudice against Su Lingling in his heart and was not at all polite to her now. This matter was handled too perfectly, without leaving a single piece of evidence. Muju could only start investigating Su Lingling, who seemed suspicious. I've already investigated this matter. Last night, Lin Ko placed an order on her mother's light brain to purchase bacteria causing diarrhea. She very likely tampered with things out of jealousy for Su Lingling's business success. After the incident occurred, Lin Ko continuously accused Su Lingling. You didn't catch Lin Ko, but instead immediately arrested Su Lingling. I don't know what kind of consideration you are basing this decision on. Zhang Shun bluntly countered Muju. After Zhang Shun finished speaking to Muju, he turned to Su Lingling and said, I told you before, to sell your bento boxes at our Longda financial company. Don't think about that so-called sisterhood and sell bentos at Wisdom Technology. Our company pays more money. But you didn't listen, and now something has happened, hasn't it? Su Lingling also didn't expect that Lin Ko would harm her. Between her and Lin Ko, one could say there was absolutely no hatred. Aside from yesterday's argument, they were just a little bit upset with each other. Su Lingling didn't understand why Lin Ko would do such a self-destructive thing. Soon, the hover car arrived at the Abilities Verification Building. Although it was already dark, the Abilities Hall is open 24 hours a day. The Ability Building was incredibly tall, as if it reached the clouds. The main entrance of the first floor of the Ability Hall was also quite grand, towering about 10 meters high, looking extremely majestic. More importantly, there was a mysterious aura here. This aura caused Su Lingling to feel a tremor in her soul, something terrible. There were very powerful beings inside. Though indescribable, it was merely a gut feeling. Following behind Zhang Shun, Su Lingling wasn't sure whether she was truly an ability user or not. But then she remembered that the system once enhanced her and made her stronger, which should probably count as an ability. Ability evolution diverges into many directions. There are the mentalists, the energy-based abilities, and the force users, who occupy the lowest status among all ability users. Force-based abilities may be more potent initially, with strength like that of an ox. But later on, these types mostly end up being annihilated by users of other ability types. Su Lingling said to Zhang Shun, a few days ago, my strength suddenly increased. I was able to lift my ancestral walk. I think I might be a force-type ability user. Let's test for this first, shall we? Zhang Shun gave Su Lingling a somewhat amused look, then nodded. The testing area was a transparent glass room with a soft sponge wall in the middle. The examiner instructed Su Lingling to attack the sponge wall with all her strength. It was nothing like what Su Lingling had fantasized, a glass wall completely shattered. Nevertheless, Su Lingling did exert her utmost strength in attacking the sponge wall, using kicks because her legs were stronger. She threw herself fully into it and paid no mind to any pain her leg might endure. After all, Zhang Shun had risked his own future to secure her release. If she didn't turn out to be an ability user, it wouldn't just be bad for her, but also disastrous for Zhang Shun. With this kick, Su Lingling put everything she had into it, even expecting a rebound that might break her bones. Yet, she didn't care. This kick felt as if it landed in cotton, without any particular sensation. Su Lingling became slightly worried that perhaps this didn't qualify her as an ability user. Suddenly, she remembered the Tai Chi 2 instrument palm she had practiced all day. She promptly struck a palm towards the wall. one palm strike after another, until the examiner called a stop. E-level potential force type ability user, ability level 2. Overjoyed, Su Lingling ran to Zhang Shun and asked excitedly, "Am I really an ability user? Am I an E-level ability user?" Zhang Shun glanced at Su Lingling with an ambiguous smile and nodded. Seeing this, Mu Ju couldn't help but mock her. Only having E-level potential, what's there to celebrate? This is how your life will forever be. Su Lingling paid no attention to Mu Ju's remarks. Potential levels for ability users are divided into ABCDF grades, and the legendary S, SS, and SSS potential levels. She was E, which was higher than F, so at least she wasn't the worst rank. An ability user. That was different from ordinary people. It meant her genes were pretty good. If she applied for assistance funds, she could receive $5,000 a month. Many people today worked for only $3,000 a month and didn't earn $5,000 per month. Sometimes Su Lingling wondered how society survived with so many people not working. Mu Ju's wrist light brain suddenly vibrated and a message popped up. He immediately returned to his hover car and drove away. Su Lingling didn't know what had happened, but she thought it must be serious, because Mu Ju's usual cold expression suddenly turned ashen. Su Lingling thought in her heart, maybe it was some other bigger case. Su Lingling, Mu Ju has already left. Let's go back. You smell terrible. You should go home and take a shower. Do I? I don't think so. What do you mean? I only didn't show it openly to give you face. Look how Mu Ju talked about you. Your hair is greasy enough to fry food. I was roasted by a huge lamp just over my head. Anyone who's normal would sweat oil. Not sure if there's radiation. Will it harm my scalp? Am I going to bald, like a Mediterranean? After Zhang Shun said that, Su Lingling instantly felt the harm her scalp had suffered today. But what Zhang Shun said made sense. She had rolled around on the floor in the little black room and fallen asleep. Her clothes were indeed a bit dirty. Though Zhang Shun said this out loud, his hand remained on Su Lingling's shoulder all the time, never letting go. He called a hover taxi, taking Su Lingling home with him. Su Lingling saw Zhang Shun paying 1,000 star coins. Isn't this the price of a sky-high taxi fare? However, it was indeed fast. In just 10 minutes, they traveled dozens of kilometers in an instant. Su Lingling looked at the purple abilities user dress and badge she bought in the abilities verification building and felt very happy. This cost her 10,000 bucks. That was the cost price, purchasable only by ability users. But if you're an ability user with B-level potential or above, it's free. Why did Su Lingling buy it? First of all, the quality was good. The material used high-tech components, resistant to washing and wear, with a free replacement within 3 years if worn out. Secondly, it was a symbol of identity, only available for ability users. Isn't this the best luxury item? Much more prestigious than those Hermes or Armani items from before. The badge was given as a gift. As soon as Su Lingling got home, she changed into the purple dress she had bought at the ability building. Indeed, a $10,000 dress was definitely of a different class. Chapter 25, The Challenge. Su Lingling proudly pinned the medal on her chest. As she dried her hair in the bathroom, she admired her own beauty. Indeed, people need proper attire just as Buddha needs gold embellishment. Wearing this outfit made her feel completely different. After Su Lingling finished drying her hair, she noticed Zhang Shun waiting by the door with his bathrobe on. Zhang Shun, don't you think this outfit looks good on me? Zhang Shun glanced at it briefly. It was the lowest-ranked purple robe that most people didn't wear because they found it embarrassing. He had never seen anyone wear such a purple robe with so much pride and arrogance. It was as if she was desperate for everyone to know how low her qualifications were. But then Zhang Shun remembered what Su Lingling used to wear. That was truly ugly. At least this current set of clothes could be considered normal. Her hair also seemed slightly longer, and her curls looked quite adorable, somewhat reminiscent of a golden retriever he had owned a long time ago. Unfortunately, it had disappeared long ago. Since then, Zhang Shun had never kept any pets. It looks nice. To celebrate your release from the enforcement squad, I bought quite a lot of jade cabbages today. I noticed you seem to like them a lot. You'll eat as much as you want tonight. All you need to do is cook me a plate of spicy sour cabbage. I will eat the spicy sour cabbage while you enjoy the jade ones. You're being so generous? There's also some Blackwater Mystic snake meat. Didn't you say this meat is cheap, yet you cooked it very well? So today, I bought a bit more. Su Lingling waited. It must have been over 6 pounds. This guy really eats too much. However, Su Lingling herself was starving. She hadn't eaten all day, there was no time for lunch, and just when she was about to eat something, she was taken away. She felt a bit lightheaded now. Alright, I see that you actually want to eat this yourself. Despite saying so, Su Lingling accepted the meat and vegetables from Zhang Shun's hands. The jade cabbage really tasted great, and crucially, Su Lingling could sense a mysterious energy within it. She believed eating more might help her accumulate enough energy to awaken her real supernatural abilities. Well, I'm going to take a shower first. Afterward, I'll come down and help you with the work, cleaning the restaurant. You might as well skip the shower, go downstairs to work directly. You'll break a sweat soon anyway, then you'll have to shower again. After visiting the enforcement squad, I feel quite unlucky. That's reasonable. Wash your hair as well. Su Lingling stopped arguing. Visiting the enforcement squad indeed felt ominous. As soon as Su Lingling went downstairs, she started cooking. She began processing the Blackwater Mystic snake meat next. This required quite a lot of time and couldn't be rushed. Cutting the meat was an art in itself. If the direction wasn't precise, the taste would differ significantly. Just as Su Lingling began simmering the snake meat, Zhang Shun came down, still wearing his dressing gown, with his hair slightly damp from the shower. It was evident that he planned to sleep right after having a full meal. Many things in the shop had been messed up by the enforcement squad members. Zhang Shun restored everything little by little, placing the tableware into the dishwasher, instructing the sweeping robot to clean the floors. Even though tables could theoretically be wiped by robots, Zhang Shen felt that they didn't clean thoroughly enough. He personally found a cloth and cleaned the tables himself. After re-cleaning the entire store, it looked far tidier and cleaner. Having completed all this, Zhang Shen quietly sat at the table watching Su Lingling cook, awaiting their meal. At noon today, he had other matters to attend to and arrived late, originally intending to bring his juniors here for a pleasant meal. However, the shop was sealed off, forcing him to eat elsewhere. But once one has tasted Su Lingling's cooking, others' dishes seemed as bad as pig feed, incredibly unappetizing. What's worse, they were expensive. He may be wealthy, but he isn't foolish. So he immediately investigated what had happened. Initially, he thought Mu Ju was relatively upright, and upon clarifying that Su Lingling had nothing to do with the case, Mu Ju would release her. But Mu Ju did not. Perhaps Lin Ku informed Mu Ju of his close relationship with Su Lingling, causing Su Lingling to receive special treatment from Mu Ju. Of course, this was merely his conjecture, something he would never reveal to Su Lingling. Thus, there naturally wouldn't be dinner served that night. Zhang Shen endured the hunger without eating since he refused to consume those awful meals elsewhere. Additionally, he had already gotten accustomed to Su Lingling preparing private meals exclusively for him every evening. He could not accept evenings without private snacks. Despite only enjoying them for 2 days, he had already forced himself to develop this habit. Smelling the familiar fragrance in the air intensified his hunger. Yet when Su Lingling brought out the meat, he restrained himself, not touching it until all the dishes were placed on the table. Once all the dishes were ready, Zhang Shen immediately picked up his chopsticks as Su Lingling sat down, reaching for the meat. As a result, his bowl was snatched away by Su Lingling. Drink the soup first. After finishing the soup, you can serve yourself rice and eat the meat. Alright. Zhang Shen took over the soup bowl from Su Lingling's hands, thinking that this might be what it feels like to have a home. With a low gaze, Zhang Shen observed the clear vegetable soup which emitted the fresh aroma of Chinese cabbage, light, yet slightly sweet. The taste was excellent, as if a warm current flowed directly into his heart. This flavor was truly superb, impossible to get tired of no matter how much he drank. The Blackwater Mystic Snake meat was even more exceptional, not only delicious but also more effective than some potions concocted by potion masters. He still remembered the words spoken by the doctor back on Dragon King Star. The meals cooked by Su Lingling could actually achieve such abilities, whereas potion masters couldn't produce those effects. Although it would take a long time and everything could not be rushed, it had given him hope. His injuries could heal, and he could recover his former strength. He wouldn't have to stay here as a waste forever. Su Lingling was starving and quickly consumed 3 pieces of Blackwater Mystic Snake meat. Just when Su Lingling intended to eat the 4th piece, her chopsticks were stopped by Zhang Shen. If you keep eating, won't you end up with diarrhea? No way. I'm already a level 2 psychic now. Sounds like you're talking about your promotion within the enforcement squad. I think the day I ate blood hawk meat, I was detoxifying and evolving. It's because I ate the blood hawk meat that I became a level 2 psychic. Well then, eat more. When Su Lingling finished her 5th piece of Blackwater Mystic Snake meat, she felt she had reached her limit. Any more, and her body couldn't handle it. When Su Lingling ate blood hawk meat, she hadn't felt this way at all. Unless the energy contained in the Blackwater Mystic Snake meat was far greater than that of blood hawk meat. Perhaps because she was too hungry for too long, Su Lingling didn't eat much before feeling full. Even her beloved jade cabbage soup was only consumed in 2 bowls, and she only managed to take 1 bite of spicy sour cabbage before she couldn't eat anymore. However, Zhang Shen had no such issues, continuing to eat non-stop without pausing. Chapter 26. Teaching Martial Arts. Zhang Shen did not eat in a coarse manner. At first glance, Zhang Shen seemed quite ordinary, like an extra in a movie. However, upon closer inspection, perhaps because she had been looking at him for a while, Su Lingling thought that Zhang Shen was actually quite handsome, the kind of person who grows on you. Some people seem stunning at first, but after seeing them for a while, they become average. But some people look better the more you look at them. Zhang Shen didn't leave a single drop of soup. He finished his rice mixed with the stew, and after eating, he didn't even burp once. He finished off with sour and spicy Chinese cabbage, which is a vegetable, so he didn't even need to pick his teeth. Are you full? Faced with Su Lingling's inquiry, Zhang Shen wore a surprised expression as he said to her, What? Are you thanking me for saving you today by making more food? There are still ingredients in the fridge. If they are left overnight, it would be such a waste. I think you might as well cook everything. Don't worry about my appetite. I won't overeat. Fat chance. I think someone with your appetite would find all-you-can-eat buffets very cost-effective. You can go wild there. I don't eat anything indiscriminately. After I eat too much, I feel quite energetic and can't fall asleep. Why don't we practice our family's ancestral palm techniques? They're quite powerful. Su Lingling was eager to try out the water. She had received the Tai Chi 2E palm reward from the system and was no longer the amateur she once was. She wanted to spar with Zhang Shen. After all, any product of the system should have the capability to defeat someone involved in interstellar debt collection. Before this, she lacked martial arts methods. She merely reinforced herself a bit. Are you sure? I'm sure. If you win, I'll prepare a special meal just for you tomorrow, and you can have free breakfast here. That's great. Let's have a match then. Zhang Shen originally didn't want to participate, but upon hearing about free breakfast, he decided to take part. He sat on the chair motionless and said to Su Lingling, You're a girl. You make the first move. This isn't fair. You need to stand up and get into a defensive stance properly. Su Lingling went right ahead, pulling Zhang Shen up, teaching him how to assume a defensive stance manually. This movement was the defensive posture taught by the system's instructional manual for the attacking figure. Su Lingling, having practiced for a whole day, had already grown very familiar with it. However, since Zhang Shun remained seated, although she could attack, the movements wouldn't be aesthetically pleasing. This combination of moves, as per the system's tutorial, was both graceful and attractive. Most importantly, if she won, Zhang Shun wouldn't be able to accuse her of winning unethically. After setting up the pose, Su Lingling told Zhang Shun, "It's obvious you've never practiced martial arts before. Your base isn't good. You need to take it seriously. I am quite skilled, and if you lose, don't feel too disheartened. Since there's more beyond the sky, there are people above others. At worst, I'll teach you martial arts afterward. With some effort, you may be able to catch up to me." When Su Lingling's hand touched Zhang Shun's body, it felt warm and comfortable, so Zhang Shun did not resist. However, these words made Zhang Shun somewhat amused. He didn't know where Su Lingling derived her confidence, always brimming with such self-assurance. Just as Zhang Shun's thoughts wandered, Su Lingling struck. This move came with an unusual sort of momentum, prompting Zhang Shun to instinctively respond. Concerned it would turn ugly, Zhang Shun quickly reined back 9/10 of his power. He believed that Su Lingling would definitely be unable to make him breakfast tomorrow. This strike alone could render Su Lingling useless. What Zhang Shun hadn't anticipated was that Su Lingling managed to block his attack. Su Lingling effortlessly neutralized Zhang Shun's blow, then retaliated with a palm strike towards Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun took the fight slightly more seriously. It wasn't that he couldn't fight, but if he accidentally injured Su Lingling, there'd be no breakfast tomorrow. Inwardly, Zhang Shun marveled at how profound Su Lingling's martial arts truly were. Yet he could tell that Su Lingling's form was mainly for show. Though practiced diligently, it had yet to be tested in real combat. Most crucially, this martial art wasn't focused on offense. Rather, it resembled physical training. Unaware of what Zhang Shun thought, Su Lingling fought vigorously, and all the hidden information about the Tai Chi Tui Palm came alive in her mind during the battle. She hadn't thought of all this while practicing before. Su Lingling felt that Zhang Shun was indeed quite skillful to be able to trade blows with her. Regrettably, this martial art primarily concentrated on internal energy cultivation. Although Su Lingling had reached mastery through practice, she hadn't yet cultivated inner chi and therefore could not unleash its maximum potential. The deeper they fought, the more shocked Zhang Shun became. Given that he wanted to avoid harming Su Lingling, it would almost certainly be impossible to conclude the contest under such circumstances, because Su Lingling controlled her force too well. Taking a glance at Su Lingling's legs, Zhang Shun pondered whether damaging her legs would affect her cooking ability. Hence, Zhang Shun sped up, cutting straight through the confusion. Zhang Shun's right leg swiftly kicked at Su Lingling's left and right legs. Then, just as Su Lingling was about to fall, Zhang Shun flashed behind her and supported her. Su Lingling hadn't expected her weakness to be her legs. This Tai Chi Tui Palm, though a palm technique, also involves practicing with the legs. Su Lingling could only lament that this technique mainly excelled in palm skills. She hadn't practiced it long before Zhang Shun identified her weaknesses so quickly. Zhang Shun had a certain natural talent for martial arts. Looking at her calf, her snow-white calf bore 2 green marks, indicating that Zhang Shun's strikes were quite harsh. What Su Lingling didn't know was that some injuries might not seem obvious, but were actually the most severe. Other wounds, although clear, were akin to bruises, which would heal within days with the green marks fading away quickly. When Zhang Shun struck, he had already figured out how to minimize the damage. You control your strength pretty well, don't you? The power in your hands is quite strong. In order to take care of Su Lingling's feelings, Zhang Shun pointed out her strengths while speaking to her. Of course, my hands are mighty. Chopping vegetables and flipping the wok every day makes me powerful. If we compared hand techniques, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. Yeah, but I still won. Remember our agreement, breakfast tomorrow is on you, right? Zhang Shun wasn't concerned about winning or losing. All he cared about was his breakfast. Today, thank you for saving me. Without you, I probably would have been forced into a confession by Muju. So, how do you plan to repay me? Today, I paid quite a bit in bail, and even spent money consulting a lawyer to get you out. Zhang Shun joked with Su Lingling. I've decided to teach you my family's ancestral Tai Chi Tui Palm. You seem to have good potential, but clearly haven't learned any methods yet. Otherwise, you might have been able to pass the law enforcement squad exams and be as prestigious as Muju. Zhang Shun showed no expression and wasn't moved by what Su Lingling said. Su Lingling continued, do you know? I don't easily teach these techniques to others. This skill is incredible. Once you learn this method, you're sure to become much stronger. It seemed Zhang Shun couldn't bear it anymore. He opened the holographic search page and typed in Tai Chi Palm techniques, prompting the system to pop up a series of tutorials. As Su Lingling looked at these entry-level techniques and cultivation methods, they were exactly the same as what the system had taught her. Chapter 27. This is too delicious. Su Lingling, upon seeing the martial arts techniques searched on the luminous brain interface, suddenly felt utterly humiliated. Su Lingling never expected that the system would be so rubbish. It had given her a set of martial arts secrets that were common knowledge everywhere. But even the system's offering was still better than Su Lingling trying to learn things herself. At least there was some level of proficiency involved, a familiarity that required practicing numerous times to achieve. Su Lingling forced herself to carefully finish reading the technique Zhang Shun had searched for. She discovered that some details were different from what the system had taught her, especially regarding the breathing cultivation method. In an instant, Su Lingling felt like she'd been resurrected, regaining her confidence. She then told Zhang Shun firmly, this is different. It's not the same as my ancestral inheritance. Once you practice with me, you'll understand. Zhang Shun didn't know why. Maybe Su Lingling's persistence caught his attention. Seeing the serious expression on Su Lingling's face, he started imitating her movements and practiced accordingly. His rhythm of breathing also began to adjust. Zhang Shun suddenly perceived the subtleties of this secret manual. Though mostly similar, the differences in details brought about different effects. A widely known martial art doesn't necessarily mean it's inferior. On the contrary, because it is excellent and classic, it has been passed down generation by generation, eventually becoming universally recognized as a common technique. Rare texts may be powerful due to fewer people knowing them, which makes breaking their moves difficult. However, this doesn't necessarily indicate they are stronger than well-known ones. Tai Chi follows the same principle. Tai Chi generates dual energies. Dual energies generate 4 symbols, and 4 symbols generate 8 trigrams. Listening to Su Lingling's explanation, Zhang Shun was immediately captivated, falling into a state of profound enlightenment. He had never been so calm before. Zhang Shun was powerful, but his control over his strength wasn't perfect. Practicing Tai Chi took Zhang Shun's understanding of force to another level. Deep night. Amongst the enforcement team. The moon hung high in the sky, yet the enforcement team bustled tirelessly. Chen Lin almost died. If Zhang Shun hadn't dispatched someone to save her, she would have been dead already. Mu Ju had just returned from the hospital with his subordinates. According to Lin's confession, it was because she thought Su Lingling's cooking was too delicious. She suspected that Su Lingling had added some kind of prohibited substance to the food. As Su Lingling's meals previously tasted average, Lin worried greatly about what might happen if others ate the food, fearing adverse outcomes for company employees. Hence, using her mother's light brain, Lin purchased a colorless, odorless bacterium causing diarrhea, intending to stop everyone at the company from eating at Su Lingling's store. Doctors had already confirmed that Lin's mental state showed slight signs of confusion, indicating the involvement of a spirit ability user. Such situations typically involve behind-the-scenes instigation combined with spiritual manipulation. Under Mu Ju's relentless questioning, Lin revealed her suspicions despite having a crush on Xiao Qian. Ultimately, her loyalty to herself prevailed. However, Xiao Qian had vanished without a trace. The trail had gone cold here, leaving Mu Ju extremely troubled. Upon returning to the enforcement team, Mu Ju realized his core members were nowhere to be found. It was indeed past work hours, but considering the scale of the case, 3,000 patients were still in the hospital. How could the situation call for such negligence? To make matters worse, Mu Ju noticed several enforcement team members sneaking off in one direction. Curious, he followed discreetly with a few hands to uncover the truth. All enforcement team members were gathered in the logistics department, where many confiscated boxed lunches lay stored. The dishes were cold, yet the flavor remained exceptional. They'd never tasted such delectable food in their lives, savoring every bite. What exactly are you eating? An enraged Mu Ju confronted them, unable to believe that his team had degenerated thus. One of the men coughed once, feigning composure, and replied to Mu Ju. Captain, we simply wanted to test if the food actually contained any banned substances. Could it be that a president like Ling Sui changed her daily meal preferences and got poisoned? The rest blinked innocently, concurring. Captain, the lab hasn't detected any issues. Everything seems normal, so we decided to try it ourselves. Is that really true? Aren't you supposed to act better than this as part of the enforcement team? Mu Ju snapped coldly, disbelief evident in his tone. Captain, this food really is incredibly good, one admitted. Since you're already here, Captain, why don't you give it a try? Another suggested enthusiastically. I fell in love with the taste after just one bite. It's absolutely divine, echoed another member. I heard that the boxed meals at this store are only 20 yuan each, with meat, vegetables, and soup. I've checked around here. Those who ate the boxed meals at Su Lingling's store that day were all fine. Zhang Shun also brings his people to Su Lingling's place every day for boxed meals, not missing a single meal, even abandoning his favorite Liuguang pavilion, just to eat boxed meals at Su Lingling's store. Mu Ju found it hard to imagine that these elite members of the enforcement team would sneak over just for a boxed meal. The chefs in the enforcement team's cafeteria are top-notch cooks with excellent skills. Once again, anyone who can join the enforcement team comes from a decent background, having tried everything from exotic birds to rare fish. Yet now, they've gone crazy over a mere boxed meal. Mu Ju stared at the cheap boxed meal on the table. He opened it, revealing cold dishes inside. Unable to resist, he said, "Are you sure there's nothing wrong with this food?" Captain, the food has been tested, no issues. The neighbors who ate there watched Su Lingling wash, cut, and cook the vegetables right before their eyes. Still concerned about Mu Ju's skepticism, the young man picked up an open box of food, grabbed a piece of braised pork belly with his chopsticks, and popped it into his mouth. Then, he took a big bite of reheated rice from the canteen. Upon seeing this, Mu Ju hesitated before cautiously trying a small bite. As soon as Mu Ju tasted the braised pork belly, his expression subtly changed. This braised pork is unlike anything he'd had before. Could it be this good, even when cold? Just imagine how irresistible it must have been when it first came out of the pot. No wonder Ling Sui, who's accustomed to gourmet delicacies. Mu Ju took another bite, this time of the sour and spicy Chinese cabbage, savoring it thoroughly before his gaze softened. This sour and spicy Chinese cabbage, it's incredible. How can there be such delicious cabbage in the world? Everyone present had their eyes glued on Mu Ju, waiting for his verdict. This was undoubtedly the best boxed meal they'd ever tasted. Their appetite was whetted, and watching Mu Ju taste the meal while they couldn't was truly excruciating. Chapter 28. Waking up. Mu Ju coughed and said to everyone, This boxed meal is cold already. We don't know if there are any bacteria in it. It doesn't look clean at all. Everyone should go back and rest early. I will eat this for everyone. Captain, I'm fine. Since childhood, I've eaten junk food and have strong immunity. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately began to scramble. Each grabbed a box and quickly found a place to crouch and start eating. The team ate mouthful after mouthful of the boxed meal swiftly, without even time to talk. For a moment, the room was filled with the sounds of the enforcement team members shoveling their meals. Muju finished his meal first. He smacked his lips, still not full, savoring the previous taste. Looking around, he realized there were no leftover boxed meals left. His subordinates looked at Muju and said, "Captain, this boxed meal is so delicious, right? I only had a bite at noon, but by evening, I wanted more." Another one added, "Since it's so delicious, why didn't you tell us earlier? How would I know you'd like this boxed meal? My main concern was its safety, making sure it's safe after I tried it. Such delicious food, who could possibly dislike it? I wish I could eat it every day." At this point, the enforcement team also gradually finished eating and started discussing animatedly. "The last time I ate at Flowing Light Pavilion, their jade cabbage was far worse than our sour and spicy cabbage today." "Really? That's Flowing Light Pavilion. What does Flowing Light Pavilion matter? This boxed meal sold on the street is clearly much better. I once had the honor to follow the captain to Flowing Light Pavilion. The taste was fine, but compared to this boxed meal, it's not close. I wonder if Su Lingling will open her shop tomorrow. I heard she might have awakened a mutant power, which is why her dishes taste so good. Should we check out her shop tomorrow? See if it opens?" "Sure. Let's all go and see. We've confiscated so many of her boxed meals. It's the perfect time to compensate her and take care of her business." Haha. At noon, I couldn't resist when I saw the steaming hot food. It was just too fragrant. When it was steaming hot, the flavor was amazing. It tasted incredible. Listening to his subordinate's words, Muju suddenly understood why Zhang Shun was kind to Su Lingling. Zhang Shun must have determined early on that Su Lingling awakened her mutant power, not strength-related abilities, but culinary talent. It was rumored that such a talented person might be less than one per planet. A talent like this would be someone everyone wanted to recruit. After discovering Su Lingling's talent, Zhang Shun allowed her to continue her restaurant business despite confiscating her ancestral restaurant. He thought, how could Su Lingling's looks attract Zhang Shun, who was exiled from Dragon King Star? Since arriving here, Zhang Shun has shown disdain towards people on Blue Water Star. They don't consider themselves attractive enough. Without connections to Dragon King Star, they'd likely never find partners back in their village. Yet here they dared criticize the locals of Blue Water Star. It was Su Lingling's talent that attracted Zhang Shun. Faced with someone like this, Zhang Shun chose to cooperate. Muju had investigated Su Lingling's background. In times of great change, when confronted with things beyond one's control, there were two possible outcomes. One would completely break down, while the other would overcome adversity and awaken new talents. Su Lingling had the potential to awaken her talent. Her ancestors ran small restaurants for generations, making her a true native of Blue Water Star. This store was her family legacy. Perhaps this was a coincidence. The murderer discovered how delicious Su Lingling's dishes were, and that Lingue enjoyed them. So, the murderer decided to poison the boxed meals. Muju boldly assumed that the murderer might return to Su Lingling's restaurant to buy more boxed meals. Therefore, it was necessary for him to visit her restaurant tomorrow since all clues were lost now. He needed to explore new leads. First People's Hospital of Blue Water Star. The morning sunlight filtered through gently. Lingue opened his eyes. He looked at the driver next to him and asked, "Uncle Ling, how long have I been asleep this time?" "Master, you slept for a whole day. How about the others in the company?" "Master, everyone else has woken up. Fortunately, you detected something wrong with the taste of the food in your very first bite. Otherwise, you would have suffered greatly this time. It's such a pity that such delicious food ended up wasted entirely." Lingue felt a twinge of regret when he thought about the discarded meals. "Master, we figured out what happened. Linku was influenced by a mental ability user who convinced her to put non-lethal bacteria in the boxed meals. However, if this kind of bacteria mixes with the mysterious germs planted in the food containers, it becomes a fatal poison. This H-city is getting more and more chaotic. I really don't understand what those people want to achieve. Did we find anything about the mastermind behind this incident?" Ling San's face showed his distress. He hadn't uncovered a single clue. All leads ended at Linku. Upon seeing Ling San's expression, Lingue immediately knew that he had found nothing. Lingue didn't pursue the matter any further. Instead, he said to Ling San, "Since we can't find anything now, let's investigate slowly. I'm hungry, so during lunchtime, go to Su Lingling's shop and buy 5 boxed meals for me." "Master, do you still dare to eat from her shop after this? It's not her fault that I got into this situation. Besides, you ate her boxed meal too. I said it might be poisonous, yet you didn't throw it away. You even wanted more." "Master, the enforcement team arrested Ms. Su. We're not sure if she will sell boxed meals today. If she does, then go and wait outside her store and grab 5 boxed meals if available. Don't you want to eat her meals?" "Master, I don't want to eat them. I just want to check whether her shop maintains proper hygiene." Lingue gave a bitter laugh and stopped arguing with Ling San. He simply said, "You go ahead. I need some peace." "Master, shouldn't you drink some kanji first? It'll help clean your gut. I only want Su Lingling's green vegetable soup." "Master, rest assured, I'll get you the green vegetable soup." "Does Su Lingling even have green vegetable soup? Why haven't I ever tasted it in the boxed meals I've eaten?" "Well, master, I'll start queuing up for you. Ling San ran off quickly because, of course, he couldn't tell Ling Gui that he had already dined at Su Lingling's place several times. If one were lucky enough and quick enough to act, they could indeed snatch a bowl of green vegetable soup, always in limited supply. Speed was everything. Chapter 29, Cold Dishes. In the morning, Su Lingling made a green vegetable tofu soup, then added a plate of spicy and sour cabbage, and cooked a pot of rice. This was their breakfast. Su Lingling usually didn't eat much for breakfast. A bowl of soup would nearly satisfy her hunger. Zhang Shun didn't mind that the dishes were simple. He drank the soup, ate the spicy and sour cabbage, and finished off an entire pot of soup before leaving. Su Lingling had originally thought that since she was taken away by the enforcement team yesterday, people might think there was something wrong with the food at her restaurant, so business wouldn't be very good. Therefore, she hadn't ordered too many ingredients today. After all, the order of 1,000 boxed meals from Wisdom Technology Group was cancelled. The money for yesterday's meals hadn't been paid to Su Lingling yet. She had worked hard to earn some money, but yesterday, she lost almost all of it. Su Lingling hung a huge sign outside her store. No meal reservations allowed, no takeout deliveries, only one meal per person. Each person could only buy one boxed meal, and no meal reservations would be accepted anymore. She decided never again to deliver food to any group companies. Su Lingling wasn't worried about losing business. She had acquired the recipe for making cold dishes and had already prepared some to send to Zhang Shun and his colleagues for lunch. Since Zhang Shun had prepaid for the meals, they hadn't eaten any boxed meals all day yesterday. Su Lingling also didn't intend to refund the money. Instead, she planned to send everyone a box of cold dishes as compensation, delivering them at noon and in the evening. These cold dishes could be stored in the refrigerator for a few days without any issues, and the flavor would not deteriorate. Su Lingling cooked, chopped vegetables, and stir-fried just as usual. Even though she didn't prepare a large quantity, she still managed to have around 300 to 500 portions ready. Today, Su Lingling prepared red braised pork, a dish that was widely loved in the country where she used to live. The culinary culture there has a long history, and red braised pork is a well-known delicacy among the masses. Red braised pork has the appearance of being richly oiled and sauced. It has a golden color, is fatty without being greasy, and has a slightly sweet taste that melts in your mouth. Actually, using black waterston snake meat for red braised pork, while tasty, isn't nearly as delicious as using pork belly from pig meat. This pig meat costs 8 yuan per pound for lean meat, and only 7 yuan per pound for pork belly, making it 1 yuan cheaper. Pig meat tastes similar to pork. Su Lingling had made red braised pork yesterday, but she hadn't tasted it herself, so she decided to make it again today. Around 11 in the morning, the rice was just cooked when the enforcement team came again. Su Lingling's heart raced. She subtly moved her abnormal ability medal to the front of her apron, worrying they might not notice it. She straightened her back. So what if they were from the enforcement team? She was an honest businessman. The leader was a young man with a boyish face, dimples at the corners of his mouth, and a rather cute appearance. Boss, are you selling boxed meals here now? How much per portion? 20 yuan each. Each person can buy only one because I was falsely accused yesterday. To be safe, boxed meals will only be sold in-store. No pre-orders or external orders will be accepted. If needed, please line up properly. All right, boss, we all want a boxed meal and we'll eat here. As soon as the boy heard there were boxed meals available, he disregarded the rules and happily said this to Su Lingling. Looking at the boy's smile, Su Lingling relaxed her resistance somewhat and told the boy, there's freshly boiled tofu soup in the iron bucket over there, free of charge. First come, first served. Limited quantities. Upon hearing this, the boy revealed his bright 8 teeth and said sweetly, thank you, beautiful boss. Su Lingling inwardly sighed. How could people vary so greatly from one another? From the back of the line, Su Lingling saw someone she really disliked, Mu Ju. Although Su Lingling treated Mu Ju with no warmth, she still dished out the food since he was a customer. No wonder today's business was so quiet. Ever since the enforcement team arrived, it was like they were more intimidating than debt collectors. At least when Zhang Shun was around, those people dared to come in and grab takeaway. Not like now, those people outside didn't even dare to step inside. Seeing the white plate full of steaming red tender meat and its inviting aroma made Mu Ju's appetite soar. After tasting a bite, the soft meat was chewy and elastic, blending sweetness and richness that made it hard to stop eating. With fragrant rice, paired with the spicy and sour cabbage and potato shreds, followed by a sip of tofu soup, Mu Ju licked his lips and savored the aftertaste. This newly cooked meal was far better than the cold leftovers they had last night. Such cooking skills were truly amazing. Mu Ju wasn't entirely sure if Su Lingling had awakened her talent until he ate the food she prepared. Afterward, he was 100% convinced that Su Lingling had indeed awakened her talent. This small kitchen was transparent, separated by glass. Everything inside was clearly visible. In this small restaurant, Su Lingling was the only person around. The processes of cutting vegetables, washing them, and stir-frying were completely visible. An elderly man walked into Su Lingling's little shop. He saw that there was still a little green vegetable tofu soup left and immediately packed it into his own thermal food container. He said to Su Lingling, boss, could I do this? I'd like to eat a boxed meal here, and after I finish, I'll take another one back for my wife. Her legs aren't in good condition, so she can't come out easily. You cooked such delicious meals. She really likes your boxed meals. The elderly man was wearing an immaculate suit, looking very elegant, and speaking politely. Su Lingling had originally felt a sense of sympathy inside her heart. But when she saw that people from the enforcement team were still in the store, she told the old man, sorry, each person can only buy one boxed meal here, but you can take one home to share with her. I think you're not from nearby, and it's not easy for you to come here. We also have a series of cold dishes. Originally, if boxed meals weren't selling well later on, I would focus solely on selling cold dishes. These cold dishes can be stored in the refrigerator for several days without any issues. Paired with some millet porridge or as an appetizer, they go really well together. Cold dishes are generally sold in the evening, but I'll sell you a box ahead of time. 20 yuan each. You buy one boxed meal and one cold dish. That makes 40 in total, alright? That's great. Thank you, boss. The elderly man said happily. The old man was Lung San. He had thought that he wouldn't get to eat a boxed meal himself, only able to buy one for Lung Chui to eat. Now things were different. He could eat a boxed meal himself and give the cold dish to Lung Chui. After all, Lung Chui originally wanted to eat the boxed meal, so let him eat the cold dish instead. Lung San handed over his lunchbox to Su Lingling and asked, "Boss, could you help me pack the food in the lunchbox?" "Thank you. Not at all." Lung San left the shop happily carrying the lunchbox. Inside his levitating car, he opened the cold dish box. The box was full to the brim with neatly pressed ingredients. Lung San picked up a piece of kelp with his hand and put it into his mouth directly. The flavor was too amazing, fragrant, especially fragrant. That red spicy oil was both spicy and aromatic. This taste was simply too incredible. Chapter 30. Delicious to the extreme. This cold dish is really the perfect accompaniment for alcohol. Not just in the morning, but it would be great with every meal of the day. He had already planned how to eat it, pairing it with rice, noodles, rice vermicelli, steamed buns. It was all going to be amazing. Su Lingling's food was rather average. It didn't compare to dishes like Ling family's blood rice or purple bamboo rice, which tasted better when served as a main course. However, the side dishes were extraordinarily flavorful. With such delicious side dishes, any type of rice tasted good. Ling Sen ate half of the cold dish and still hadn't finished the other half. He wasn't ready to eat it all yet and decided to save it for dinner. He sealed it carefully in a bag and put it in his car, then went off to deliver food to Ling Chui. Even though he couldn't get 5 boxed meals, at least he managed to secure a bowl of soup for Ling Chui, allowing him to make up for not having more. Mu Ju sat at the counter eating, recognizing the elderly man as the Ling family driver. Despite the significant events unfolding in the Ling family, they had come to Su Lingling's shop to buy boxed lunches. The young man with an innocent-looking face saw the old man buy one portion of the cold dish and shouted towards Su Lingling. "Beautiful boss, I'd also like to try this new cold dish. Come back in the evening. Do you see that box? That's the self-service cold dish section. You can scoop your own portion at that time as long as it fits inside the lid and doesn't fall out. All for 20 yuan per serving. But there will be strict rules against dropping any ingredients. Otherwise, there's a fine of 200 yuan per gram. Boss, what time will you start selling the cold dish tonight?" "At 8 o'clock. This won't affect my sales of boxed meals, nor will it affect everyone's dinner. Boss, I'll definitely come by at 8 to try your new product. Thanks for your support." Su Lingling smiled sweetly at the young man with an innocent face. New dishes needed promotion after all. At that moment, Zhang Shun arrived with his subordinates. Su Lingling did not expect that after consuming so much in the morning, Zhang Shun would return so early for lunch. "Boss, you don't know. Yesterday we came too late and missed your boxed meals. For the entire day, we couldn't eat anything because the food others made was simply terrible," said a yellow-haired man beside Zhang Shun. This person was named Huang Pai. Because of his distinctive features, Su Lingling remembered his name clearly. "Sorry about that yesterday. To compensate, I'm giving each of you a free sample of my new cold dish. Starting from tonight at 8 o'clock, these will be available daily. These boxes can be stored in the fridge for a couple of days without losing their flavor." While serving boxed meals, Su Lingling handed over a neatly packaged box of cold dish to the group. "Thank you, boss. Why are you being so polite? Your cooking skills are truly top-notch," Huang Pai remarked. Su Lingling purposefully stood tall, emphasizing her chest as she addressed Huang Pai. "I'm a Psion. Of course, the dishes I cook are extraordinary. All right, no need to brag anymore. We've already seen your medal. Now hurry up and serve us our meals." Zhang Shun interjected, earning himself a disdainful glance from Su Lingling. She wasn't planning on flaunting her status as a Psion to acquaintances just yet. Still, Su Lingling prepared a meal for Zhang Shun and handed him another free cold dish. Surprised, Zhang Shun looked at Su Lingling and said, "Do I get one too?" "Of course, since you paid for your meal yesterday but missed it. Today's gift is your compensation. Here's the decorative gift bag. Fold the paper yourself into a nicer package, then present it to your superior as a gift." Human relations are important. Maybe understanding these subtleties will help you work in an office someday, instead of fighting and risking your life outside. "I thank you, but here's the box and the paper bag back. You should give this to Captain Mu, ensuring no trouble arises for your business from certain parties. It might help you sell even more boxed meals." Zhang Shun returned the bag and gift box to Su Lingling. "You're ungrateful, refusing such a valuable thing. And I spent 3 yuan on it." Seeing Zhang Shun declining, Su Lingling took back the decorative bag for herself. She wouldn't give it to Mu Ju. She kept it aside, knowing one day it would surely come in handy. This divine-grade cold dish was certainly impressive to offer as a gift. As Zhang Shun and his group grabbed their boxes of cold dishes, the small shop began filling up quickly. Zhang Shun squeezed himself next to Mu Ju and opened the box of cold dish right in front of him. It smelled crisp and fresh, spicy and fragrant, with a rich mix of flavors that emanated immediately upon opening it. Inside, there were lotus roots, cucumbers, seaweed, cabbage, and pigskin. The surface was coated entirely with a bright red chili oil that made anyone watching crave a taste. Mu Ju suddenly felt hungry again. It looked so incredibly appetizing. However, Zhang Shun didn't touch the cold dish. Instead, Pan General's mouth-watering braised pork sizzled and emitted an irresistible aroma that stirred the senses. The first bite was fatty but not greasy, tender, aromatic, and satisfying. A dish that not only made the mouth water, but also warmed the heart. Good food requires dedication to make. Only with dedication can one create dishes that warm the heart. Zhang Xin suddenly remembered this sentence spoken by Su Lingling. The young man with an innocent face glanced somewhat gloomily at the braised pork on Zhang Xin's plate. There was simply too much meat, a heaping spoonful piled high. He seriously doubted whether Su Lingling would lose money on it. This amount of meat sold for just 20 yuan, and there was even soup. Seeing his own empty bowl, then looking at the youth beside him who carried a large plate full of dishes and a box of cold appetizers, saliva immediately gathered in his mouth. His bowl was pristine, not a trace of oil left, as clean as if it had just been washed. The boxed meals here were simply delicious. The tender braised pork was encased in a perfectly balanced salty sweet sauce. The sour and spicy Chinese cabbage locked all its moisture after being stir-fried over high heat. With one bite, the juice combined with the sour and spicy taste of the cabbage, instantly occupying the entire mouth. 3 flavors, one from the cabbage, one from shredded potatoes, and one from the braised pork, blended seamlessly into an indescribably savory experience. The pairing was so perfect, the refreshing quality of the cabbage could counteract the greasiness of the braised pork. Swallowing the juices, the sour and spicy cabbage leaves lingered deliciously in the mouth. Carefully chewing, it left a lingering aftertaste that continued long after swallowing. Even after eating for a while, the flavor still resonated deeply in his mouth. He wasn't yet full. According to the current situation, he could eat at least 10 servings more. He didn't know what kind of flavor this cold dish had, but it smelled so appetizing. Especially when all the people sitting next to Zhang Shun kept taking bites. It made him extremely envious. He wanted to try the cold dish too. Let's go. At Mu Ju's order, everyone followed him out. Mu Ju worried that staying any longer might make him drool uncontrollably. It would ruin his image. He couldn't afford to lose face like this. Mu Ju didn't walk far. He stopped in front of a civilian house opposite Su Lingling's shop. They had already installed a surveillance point there where they could use binoculars to see inside Su Lingling's shop clearly. He intended to observe from here whether anyone unusual entered or exited the shop. The young man with an innocent-looking face leaned toward Mu Ju and said, "Captain, we should be able to come here to eat every day going forward." Chapter 31, Undercover. Mu Ju originally intended to refuse, but then he remembered the delicious taste of braised pork. He said to the young man with a boyish face, "Li Zhang, all you ever think about is eating. Here's the deal. We're not taking advantage of her. The food in her shop isn't nearly enough for us anyway. It's just a small business. Since we ate her boxed lunches for free before, from now on when we go to her shop, we'll bring our own rice. The pearl rice from the cafeteria helps replenish blood and energy. It's really good for the body, though it tastes bland. But paired with Su Lingling's home-cooked meals, I'm sure even this plain rice will be bearable. Captain, could we come later so we can also get her self-service cold dishes? That way, we can eat more rice." Mu Ju recalled the scene of Zhang Shun eating cold dishes in front of him and couldn't help drooling again. Without realizing it, Mu Ju nodded his head because he wanted to eat too. Those cold dishes were really fragrant. How could they smell so good? After Mu Ju and his group left, it was exactly noon at Su Lingling's restaurant. There were many more customers than usual. At first, these people thought that since the enforcement team had taken Su Lingling away, perhaps her food wasn't fresh. But this kind of situation is like spiced sticks. Everyone knows it's junk food, yet everyone still eats it. Cigarette packs clearly state that smoking is harmful, but the number of buyers never decreases. The same went for Su Lingling's boxed lunches. Though some might consider them unhealthy, nothing beats their irresistible taste. So as soon as they saw Su Lingling reopen her store, the customers all returned. The most critical point was that they noticed members of the enforcement team also eating boxed lunches there. Everyone knew that enforcement team members were all elite individuals from wealthy backgrounds. Yet here they were, enjoying Su Lingling's food. This meant one thing. Su Lingling's boxed lunches were genuinely delicious and harmless. Once the enforcement team members left, everyone lined up. These customers also chatted with Su Lingling and noticed the ability-user robe and medal she wore. While Li Zheng and Zhang Shun, who weren't knowledgeable, seemed completely unaffected by the medal hanging on Su Lingling's chest, these ordinary folks were quite impressed. Their admiration greatly satisfied Su Lingling's vanity. "My food is so tasty mainly because I have exceptional culinary skills. Plus, I've awakened my special abilities. I'm an ability user," Su Lingling proudly declared to everyone. But people always focus on what seems extraordinary to them. In others' eyes, the food's deliciousness didn't have anything to do with her cooking skills. It was entirely due to her awakened ability. It was because Su Lingling had awakened her ability that her food became so appetizing. An ability user doing business and opening a store, with food affordable enough for commoners to enjoy, made people eager to dine at Su Lingling's place. There were a lot of customers at noon. Su Lingling received about 600 positive reviews in total, mainly because her food had sold out. Today's business was even more successful than yesterday. Su Lingling felt that even without the 1,000 orders from the intelligence tech company, her boxed lunch restaurant would be profitable enough for her to live comfortably in this world. Because of the bustling business, Su Lingling decided to hire another helper. This person wouldn't need to do anything else but help dish out the food. She found out that the normal wages for such positions nearby were around 3,000 to 4,000 yuan. Su Lingling offered a regular salary and posted a notice outside the door. 5,000 yuan per month, including lunch and dinner, working hours from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. and from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. This schedule was relatively flexible, and the best part was that you didn't have to rush or queue up to get the food. You'd definitely have your share. Moreover, the wage offered by Su Lingling was attractive. It was a decent job. Of course, Mu Ju's group noticed it right away. Li Zheng suggested to Mu Ju, "Captain, I think I could go undercover. We can hand over the 5,000 yuan salary, and if there's anything unusual about this shop, we can report back anytime." Mu Ju slapped Li Zheng on the head and said, "You certainly can't. Your face has already been seen. We need someone unfamiliar. Captain, Su Lingling's shop is booming, so we can't delay this. If we hesitate, they might find someone soon." A sudden idea struck Mu Ju, and he quickly came up with someone. Using his communicator device, he dialed a number. The call was answered almost immediately. "Ling Xiaoxiao, there is now a glorious and sacred mission awaiting you. I order you to get here within 10 minutes. Captain, I'm coming right now." Having received the response, Mu Ju hung up immediately. Ling Xiaoxiao is Ling Chui's younger sister and also the daughter of the Ling family group. But ever since she was little, she had a dream to become an excellent female enforcer. However, due to her family's influence, though she joined the enforcement team, they always assigned her to administrative work. They were always afraid she might get involved in dangerous missions. This made Ling Xiaoxiao extremely bored. And now, finally, there was an important mission, big case involving her brother. This made Ling Xiaoxiao extremely excited. As for going undercover in a small fast food restaurant, she didn't mind at all. Ling Xiaoxiao was also curious about what kind of place this could be, one that made her nitpicky brother fall in love with its boxed lunches, only to get poisoned and end up in the hospital because of it. Ling Xiaoxiao didn't expect that this position would be so sought after. Just as she finished the handover with Mu Ju, 3 other people walked into Su Lingling's store with her to compete for the same position. One of them was a familiar face, her family's chef. A chef coming here to do menial work? This obviously reeked of her brother's machinations. Another person looked far from ordinary. Judging by their aura of vitality and energy, they were definitely not just any person. Ling Xiaoxiao faintly sensed a trace of bloodiness on them. This person had killed before. The last one seemed like an ordinary individual. Yet Ling Xiaoxiao dared not relax even a bit. She hadn't expected that such a simple menial job would attract so many competitors. Ling Wei didn't expect Miss Ling to be here either. The reason why Ling Wei came for the interview was that his young master now preferred to starve himself rather than eat the poisoned boxed lunches outside, refusing to eat his cooking. So he wanted to come here to steal some tricks and improve his culinary skills. If the young master wouldn't eat his food, it would be embarrassing for him as a chef, wouldn't it? Ling Wei noticed Ling Xiaoxiao's glance, which silently indicated that he shouldn't compete with her. Although reluctant deep down, Ling Wei had no choice but to accept Ling Xiaoxiao's suggestion and help her secure the position as the helper. When Ling Xiaoxiao saw Ling Wei, a sudden thought flashed through her mind. She said to Su Lingling, "Boss Su, I've been passionate about cooking since I was young. If you allow me to help out in your kitchen, I won't ask for payment. I just want the chance to observe your culinary skills." Chapter 32, Job Hunting. "Mr. Su, she is obviously a pampered young miss who cannot do any work. I'm different. I am down to earth and hardworking. Mr. Su, look at my muscles. I have plenty of strength and can work very quickly. Let me work in your shop, and I will also help deter those mischievous individuals from causing trouble." Ling Wei originally did not intend to compete with Ling Xiaoxiao. However, seeing the other two volunteering themselves, he felt that even if he didn't fight for it, his young lady might not secure this position, as the other two seemed to have quite an advantage. Ling Wei said to Su Lingling, "Mr. Su, I was fired by my previous boss due to my lack of cooking skills and have not been able to find work since. You could pay me 3,000 yuan. It's all about having a meal." Su Lingling looked at Ling Wei and thought that he appeared like an ordinary person, much like her former self, an honest worker. Most importantly, his wage demand was low, and he seemed diligent and honest, capable of doing the work. Ling Xiaoxiao noticed Su Lingling's gaze wasn't on her, so she spoke up to Su Lingling, "Mr. Su, in service industries, good looks matter when hiring. Beautiful staff make waiting customers happy, don't they? They wouldn't get annoyed." Su Lingling glanced at Ling Xiaoxiao, who was undeniably pretty. Su Lingling then asked Ling Xiaoxiao, "Would you accept 2,000 a month?" "Yes." Ling Xiaoxiao nodded vigorously. Su Lingling pointed at Ling Xiaoxiao and Ling Wei, picked up 2 cold dishes, and said to the remaining 2 candidates, "Thank you very much for coming to the interview. These 2 cold dishes are for you. I'll be taking these 2 people." Su Lingling had everything planned well. One would earn 3,000, the other 2,000, just right. Why hire 2? In case one leaves, there will still be another to cover. To tell the truth, Su Lingling felt these 4 didn't seem like people wanting to truly work as laborers. The aura of these 4 did not resemble day laborers at all. So Su Lingling hired 2 people. Regardless of what they came here for, they could earnestly dish out food. If one of them attempted poisoning, the other could keep an eye on it. Now the 2 could take turns dishing out food, while one could watch the payment scanning to prevent anyone skipping the bill. Su Lingling had a premonition that the number of guests tonight would definitely exceed that of the morning. Therefore, Su Lingling placed another order and bought more vegetables. Ling Xiaoxiao watched Su Lingling chopping ingredients, wanting to help but unable to, so she sat inside busy doing nothing. Ling Wei marveled at Su Lingling's knife skills. Only someone skilled in the trade could see the nuances in Su Lingling's technique. Her knife work surpassed Ling Wei's by far more than one level. For a chef, knife skill is extremely important and directly impacts the taste of the food. Su Lingling didn't hide the techniques or secret recipes for stir-frying and seasoning. She demonstrated everything openly. As Ling Wei observed patiently beside her, He meticulously documented everything using his light brain. By around 4 o'clock, customers started coming in. With help in dishing out food, Su Lingling could focus fully on cooking, saving a great deal of time. Ling Xiaoxiao, watching these fragrant dishes, couldn't resist. With Su Lingling's permission, she served herself a plate, eating until her mouth was full of oil. Afterward, she took over from Ling Wei and continued serving the food. Ling Xiaoxiao finally understood why her brother loved the boxed meals from this place so much. The red braised fish chunks tasted absolutely incredible. She had never eaten such delicious fish before, immediately being conquered by it. By 5 o'clock, a long queue formed outside, and Ling Xiaoxiao sped up her service of the food. Looking at these customers' eager eyes, Ling Xiaoxiao inexplicably felt a sense of pride. Without her, these customers wouldn't be able to enjoy such tasty food as quickly. Ling Wei stood aside assisting Su Lingling, scooping the prepared soup into the soup bucket, pouring the dishes into the trays used for serving food, reporting to Su Lingling what the next dish should be cooked. Then he tidied up the plates after people finished their meals. When things got really busy, 2 hands seemed insufficient. Previously, diners had to clean up after themselves. Now, having hired employees naturally meant having the staff clear the tables. Seeing the densely packed crowd, Ling Xiaoxiao utilized a bit of superpower, working incredibly fast, leaving only a blur behind. Young girl, you serve the food so quickly. No wonder the boss chose you. You serve faster than the boss. This speed of serving is unmatched. You must have trained hard. Beautiful lady, beautiful hands, so skilled. Immersed in the chorus of compliments, Ling Xiaoxiao indulged, feeling proud. As the evening rush continued, Su Lingling, Ling Xiaoxiao, and Ling Wei worked together tirelessly, making sure every diner was well taken care of. Despite the workload doubling, their efforts were greatly appreciated by everyone. In the hustle and bustle, it became evident that the restaurant was thriving. She had such talent the very first time she served food. Su Lingling hadn't expected that Ling Xiaoxiao, who appeared to be someone not very skilled at work, would actually serve incredibly fast. Tonight, Su Lingling had prepared nearly 2,000 boxed meals, and they were almost all sold out. Su Lingling told Ling Wei to stop letting people queue up at the back since there were no more boxed meals. A self-service cold dish would be available for sale at 8 o'clock in the evening. These people could only regretfully leave. Fortunately, there weren't many people left, about 10 or so. At 6 o'clock, Ling Xiaoxiao had already finished serving all the food. Her speed was truly impressive. Su Lingling felt that hiring someone to help her serve the food was a wise decision. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 5,000 positive reviews, obtaining a divine recipe for braised meat and a 100-year-old brine. This braised meat and brine are crucial elements. Su Lingling hadn't expected that the system would give her a 100-year-old brine, which is invaluable. This valuable brine made Su Lingling worry about theft, so she planned to store it upstairs where there were pots and refrigerators as well. This divine recipe for braised meat could also be used for chicken feet and duck paws, making them equally fragrant. This way, there would be a lot of things to sell for dinner. Zhang Shun and his group arrived right around 6 o'clock. Ling Xiaoxiao asked Su Lingling with some confusion. It's so pitiful for those who came earlier to queue. They waited for so long and didn't get their boxed meals. Why did the food suddenly become available when they came? Su Lingling rubbed her head with a slight headache. She hadn't realized that Ling Xiaoxiao had a compassionate heart. If she had known, she wouldn't have hired Ling Xiaoxiao. Su Lingling explained to Ling Xiaoxiao, because this store belongs to them, and I sell boxed meals here under their protection. Also, they were the ones who placed orders with me when my business wasn't doing well initially. Boss, I have a friend who owns a big shop with cheap rent. Should I introduce you to them, so you can move your business there? Ling Xiaoxiao said this genuinely. She sincerely wanted to help Su Lingling. Chapter 33 Breakthrough. In Ling Xiaoxiao's mind, Su Lingling's food was so delicious and sold at such a low price that it was practically doing charity. Giving Su Lingling a storefront for free, even without collecting rent, would be no big deal. Apparently, Ling Xiaoxiao symbolically ignored the latter half of Su Lingling's sentence. She thought Zhang Shun was bullying Su Lingling. Su Lingling noticed something wasn't right with Ling Xiaoxiao and sent her to play while she went to get food for Zhang Shun. Ling Xiaoxiao originally thought Su Lingling had decided not to sell Zhang Shun any food and happily walked away. However, Ling Xiaoxiao saw Su Lingling personally serving food to Zhang Shun and his group, and even giving each of them a box of cold dishes. This made Ling Xiaoxiao somewhat unhappy. She felt that Su Lingling had suffered a great loss. Moreover, Ling Xiaoxiao knew Zhang Shun. He was undoubtedly a major villain. She believed more than ever that Zhang Shun was bullying Su Lingling. But considering her undercover mission, Ling Xiaoxiao chose to bear it and not expose herself too quickly, pretending to be scared of Zhang Shun. Upon further reflection, as an employee, to win the favor of her boss, stepping forward on her behalf was normal. With that, Ling Xiaoxiao stood up straight and intended to scold Zhang Shun, but was stopped by Ling Wei. Miss Su doesn't really want to hear you talk anymore. Don't say anything. Besides, running this shop means dealing with these local bullies. You may not fear them, but the store needs to keep operating. Ling Wei was far better at human relations than Ling Xiaoxiao, so Ling Xiaoxiao could only sulkily start eating a box of cold dishes. Originally, Su Lingling said the boxed meals were sold out, so they could leave work early. But Ling Xiaoxiao was very proactive and insisted on staying behind to work overtime. Seeing the young miss stay for overtime, Ling Wei had no choice but to follow suit. But how delicious were the cold dishes in Su Lingling's shop. The craftsmanship behind these dishes left much to wonder about. Ling Xiaoxiao resolved to come earlier tomorrow to observe. Ling Xiaoxiao definitely couldn't leave. She hadn't forgotten the task Mu Ju gave her, The person who poisoned her brother might likely show up to buy boxed meals from Su Lingling's store. Ling Xiaoxiao didn't believe it before, but after tasting Su Lingling's food, she believed it. Boxed meals this delicious, the villain who tasted them would surely want to buy again. Her brother was already sick, yet still asked Uncle Ling to buy boxed meals. Thus, Ling Xiaoxiao firmly believed the person would definitely come back. Although Ling Xiaoxiao did not wait for the suspicious individual buying boxed meals, she ended up waiting for a group from the law enforcement team. The law enforcement arrived late, only at 7 o'clock, when all the boxed meals were already sold out. The cold dishes were only available at 8 o'clock in the evening. Instead of leaving, the law enforcement team simply chose to queue up early, waiting solidly for 1 hour. Su Lingling found their behavior quite impressive, but she did not sell the cold dishes early. She had set the time for 8, and it would be 8 exactly. After finishing his meal, Zhang Shun didn't leave. He was waiting for Su Lingling to prepare special dishes for him. When everyone saw Zhang Shun take vegetables and meat from his space wristwatch, and then watch Su Lingling blatantly make special dishes for him. Boss, weren't the boxed meals all sold out? Boss, weren't there no more dishes? Boss, can we bring our own dishes? The law enforcement personnel looked enviously at Su Lingling and asked. A sense of inexplicable superiority arose in Zhang Shun's heart. He held a small electric rice cooker, washing rice and cooking while talking to the law enforcement personnel. Miss Su is human too, and she needs to eat. It isn't excessive for her to cook for herself, is it? Who doesn't dine with family or friends at night? Zhang Shun's words were irrefutable. These ingredients were unfamiliar to Ling Xiaoxiao, but they clearly weren't of the same tier. Ling Wei whispered into Ling Xiaoxiao's ear, reminding her, this green vegetable is emperor green, and the type of meat cannot be determined, but it should be high-grade beast meat. Eating it benefits the body greatly. Ling Xiaoxiao envied him. Everyone knew that most beast meat was difficult to eat. Therefore, even though eating beast meat benefited the body, it was rarely consumed. She also wanted to try the beast meat. And the emperor green, that was a type of wood-based mutated plant. It looked like a vegetable, but was extremely bitter and hard to consume, despite its health benefits. Another example was the fiery fruit. This fruit was so unpleasant to eat that it felt as if your entire body was on fire. Ling Wei watched intently, not blinking, as Su Lingling cooked. This was beast meat, and if he learned how to prepare it, his status would change dramatically. At 8 o'clock, Su Lingling had just finished preparing the meat. Su Lingling originally wanted to give Ling Wei and Ling Xiaoxiao a raise, asking them both to help monitor the cold dishes. However, both Ling Wei and Ling Xiaoxiao declined a raise, only asking for a taste of the beast meat, just one bite. Su Lingling knew the price of this dish wasn't cheap. After receiving Zhang Shen's approval, she picked up a small plate and served each of them a lump of meat and a piece of emperor green leaf. Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't wait to pick up the lump of beast meat. She had tasted emperor green before. It was unbearably bitter. Because of its high price, her father had forced her to finish it, which left her with a painful memory. But when Ling Xiaoxiao took a bite of the beast meat, she felt as if she wanted to soar into the sky. It was an indescribable flavor, so delicious it exploded in her mouth. Taking another bite of the emperor green leaf, although there was still a hint of bitterness, it wasn't so unbearable. In fact, after the bitterness came a delicate fragrance of green leaves. She seemed to have fallen in love with emperor green. Even though it wasn't overly delicious, it had a peculiar charm that fascinated her. Ling Xiaoxiao felt a strange energy emanating from her stomach and flowing through her limbs within her body. She had broken through. She actually broke through. It was truly unbelievable. Ling Xiaoxiao never thought that she would break through because of one bite of meat. Not only did Ling Xiaoxiao break through, but Ling Wei did too. He sensed the immense power contained within the beast meat. Ling Wei didn't possess any psychic abilities, but he practiced ancient martial arts. A cook still needed some strength. His ancient martial arts skill had advanced to the next level. This wasn't ordinary food. This was akin to a miraculous pill. His eyes burned with passion. If Ling Xiaoxiao's breakthrough was an isolated incident, then with Ling Wei's also breaking through, it could basically be concluded that Su Lingling's exquisite dishes possessed the power to elevate one's capabilities. But no one else noticed all of this. Because the aroma of the braised pork was too enticing, the law enforcement team members were completely focused on the food. After buying their portions and paying, they pulled out their own bowls, each of them carrying a small basin. Chapter 34. The only woman who rejected him. The cold dishes were self-service. All one had to do was take a plastic box, and you could take away as much as it could hold. People piled the food high, the higher the better, which required skill. There were many types of dishes here, including tofu skin, pork rind, and various green vegetables, all of which looked delicious. At the bottom, there was tofu skin, pork rind, and kelp threads, packed tightly together. Above this foundation, green vegetables, lotus root, and cucumber slices were placed. Initially, Mu Ju felt a little embarrassed. He thought 20 yuan was too cheap, and he worried Su Lingling would lose money. But then he remembered that Su Lingling had given Zhang Xin special treatment, allowing him to eat again after having already eaten once. This made Mu Ju feel unbalanced, so he tried his best to pile more onto his plate. He thought he'd taken enough already until he saw Li Zheng's lunchbox. Suddenly, he felt too kind-hearted. Li Zheng had poured all the cold dishes into his own rice bowl. The rice inside was slightly cold, but he didn't care. These cold dishes were just too fragrant, and he couldn't wait to taste them. Li Zheng held his lunchbox with both hands, using one hand to press down on the lid while balancing at least 20 centimeters of stacked food in the middle without needing a lid. He poured everything into his small rice bowl and began eating in large mouthfuls. He was drooling as soon as he started filling his plate. How delicious this pork rind was. The cucumbers were good too. So was the tofu skin. Everything tasted amazing, and he truly enjoyed eating it. There was also this pickled radish, though he never used to like radishes before. But now, he realized that radishes could taste so delicious. He regretted only taking a single piece of radish. It looked exceptionally white, like raw radish, but surprisingly, it tasted sweet and sour in a wonderful way. All the enforcement team members were devouring their meals enthusiastically, and no one paid attention to the delicacies Zhang Shan was enjoying. He believed the cold dishes they ate were the most delicious things in the world. They had already eaten red braised pork for lunch, and though it was tasty, it was a bit greasy. These were all vegetable-based dishes that were healthy and nutritious. Cold dishes were placed near the entrance area where queues were long. On the first day, these customers had quickly learned how to maximize what they could carry, treating this meal packing like building blocks. A little boy also came over. His grandparents were at home making porridge and had arrived late, missing out on the boxed lunches. But there were plenty of cold dishes. And the best part was that you could serve yourself whatever you wanted. Still, no one only chose the more expensive items. Everyone found ways to make their boxes slightly fuller than others. Most people returned home holding their boxes with the lids pressed down, carrying their share of cold dishes with both hands. This box of cold dishes was sufficient for an entire family to enjoy. For many, the cold dishes were more cost-effective than boxed meals. These cold dishes could be shared with families. Generally speaking, whether it was cooked rice, porridge, noodles, vermicelli, or steamed buns, everyone could choose according to their preferences. Originally, due to the poisoning incident involving employees from the intelligent technology company, people were uneasy about the food. However, seeing the law enforcement officers eat with such relish reassured them. Most importantly, they already knew that Su Lingling was an ability user. No one knew how long Su Lingling would continue selling her meals here. So they decided, a day of eating is a day earned. At that moment, Anaida happily carried a box full of cold dishes home with both hands. One hand was under the box, and the other was pressing down on the cover. The box was packed completely full by him. Every empty space was stuffed with tofu skin. He hadn't been this happy in a long time. Since the passing of his parents, laughter had disappeared from his family. However, ever since Su Lingling's box lunch restaurant started its business, his grandparents finally smiled again. Though he was young and did not understand why this happened, he knew that life seemed colorful once more. Little duh, you're back. Grandpa and Grandma, I've taken so much food. Quickly bring a plate out to hold some of it. Little duh, this is too much. We may be poor, but we should have dignity. If you take so much, the boss will look down on you, said Anaida's grandmother, reprimanding him. It was indeed excessive, with piles stacked so high that it might cause the shop owner a loss, considering the many pork rinds underneath. Grandma, even the law enforcement officers fill their plates with cold dishes at Boss Su's place. They pile more than us. It's a buffet. Each person relies on their skills. 20 yuan per serving. Whoever can pack more shows greater expertise. Some people cannot pack much no matter what they do, and thus miss out. Fortunately, I've played stacking games at school, and hence, I know how to do this. Anaida proudly explained to his grandparents. After understanding that it was a self-service buffet, Anaida's grandmother stopped scolding him. She ladled 3 bowls of hot porridge, and the family of 3 sat in the small room, which felt rather warm and cozy. The cold dishes were made with fresh vegetables, tender and delicious, so even elderly people with poor teeth could enjoy them. Especially as one gets older, they love drinking some porridge and eating flavorful cold dishes. The pork rind was crispy yet tender, covered with chili oil, making it especially tasty. The elderly ate quite a lot. The food filled a large plate, and Anaida couldn't finish it alone. The whole family of 3 could eat their fill without needing to yield. Sometimes, sharing good food is more enjoyable than eating it alone. Especially when you eat it with your family. Grandma, this pickled radish is so delicious. It's better than meat. Old man, your teeth aren't good, but this pork rind is soft, very tasty. Eat more of it. You eat too. This night, there were many families like Anaida's who enjoyed this dish of cold dishes together with satisfaction. Sometimes, just a simple dish can easily erase all the fatigue and bitterness of a day. People sometimes find it hard to be satisfied, yet at other times, it's very easy. Ling Xiaoxiao also packed a serving of cold dishes, and she paid for it. She found a loophole. Su Lingling's restaurant offered free meals to employees, but Ling Xiaoxiao considered herself both an employee and a customer. So without hesitation, she packed a serving. It was completely in accordance with Su Lingling's rules. Lingwei didn't pack anything. His mind was full of thoughts on how to prepare the green emperor fish. Once he got home, he immediately started working on it. He thought Su Lingling's cooking method was simple and easy to learn. So he wanted to try it too, but although it seemed simple, doing it himself wasn't as easy as he had imagined. Ling Xiaoxiao didn't bother with Lingwei. She carefully placed the cold dishes she brought back on a tray, arranged them neatly, and enjoyed them together with her parents. These cold dishes are truly delicious. This radish is tasty, sweet, and sour. The pork rind uses low-quality pigskin. If we used higher-quality pork rind, the flavor would surely be even better. Like Ling Xiaoxiao, her father was an expert who quickly identified the imperfections in the dishes after tasting them. Chapter 35. The 20 yuan cold dish became a hit. Dad, with a whole plate of food costing only 20 yuan, the owner can only use some ordinary ingredients. Otherwise, he'd be losing a lot of money. To make such delicious meals with just 20 yuan worth of ingredients, the boss truly turns dross into gold. Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't help but think that even her ideal meal, which she regarded as nearly perfect, still had flaws according to her dad. Just 20 yuan? Isn't this too cheap? Ling's father said in shock. His daily casual meals cost several 10,000 each, and their monthly household ingredients budget alone was in the hundreds of thousands without even including the chef's wages. Ling's mother anxiously whispered to Ling Xiaoxiao, "For 20 yuan, what dishes can you get? How did you bring such a dish for your father to eat?" "Mom, I've checked. The owner purchases fresh vegetables on the Star Network every day. The quality is decent. Our captain and all the people from the law enforcement team often dine at her place. It's unfortunate that the owner only sells boxed lunches. Otherwise, I would go there and enjoy the dishes myself. Do you know? Today, someone brought a piece of beast meat and emperor green to her store and asked her to process it. I took one bite of the meat, and I leveled up immediately. It wasn't just me. Ling Wei also leveled up after one bite. If I could eat these dishes every day, I wouldn't need to practice cultivation at all. I probably would have already broken through by now." The flavor of the processed beast meat she made was extraordinary. Unfortunately, she only sells boxed lunches and makes these common foods. As Ling Xiaoxiao was speaking, she recalled the exquisite taste of that single bite of meat. The best things are always those that we cannot obtain. With just one bite, she had already deeply engraved its deliciousness in her mind. In her heart, there was now regret. She wanted to eat this kind of fine cuisine again. She thought, if only Su Lingling didn't limit herself to selling boxed lunches. However, Ling Xiaoxiao understood Su Lingling's decision well. Tasty food should not just be enjoyed by wealthy people like them. The poor also deserve the right to eat. If they arranged private catering with Su Lingling, many others would not be able to experience such a wonderful meal. In her eyes, a 20 yuan boxed lunch is almost free. But many people chose to share a single boxed lunch between two of them, which means that for the poor, even a 20 yuan lunch is expensive. This was quite an interesting phenomenon. "Xiaoxiao, does that chef really have the abilities you describe?" Facing her father's inquiry, Ling Xiaoxiao nodded confidently. "Dad, why don't we hire her directly, whatever the cost may be, to cook exclusively for my daughter? Nothing is more important than my daughter's future." Her father said grandly, "Dad, that boss has no interest in this. Many powerful individuals have eaten at her restaurant, yet none have managed to invite her away. Even Zhang Shun from Dragon Financial Corporation queues up obediently every day. That boss could easily charge more for her food, but why does she sell so cheaply? Isn't the main reason that she wants the poor to also enjoy such delectable cuisine? We shouldn't be so selfish. Besides, that boss doesn't even care about such small sums. She practically loses money on each sale since the vegetables themselves aren't worth just 20 yuan. Ling Xiaoxiao rejected her father's suggestion. In her opinion, Su Lingling's behavior was highly noble, and she couldn't be so selfish to let Su Lingling become their exclusive cook. Her father didn't raise the topic again. In his view, this was just an insignificant coincidence. If Su Lingling really possessed such remarkable skills, how could she be satisfied selling boxed lunches? This job is tiring and labor-intensive. Even if certain experienced experts do this, they would play around with worldly matters and certainly wouldn't endure such hard work. Therefore, in her father's opinion, Su Lingling was at most a skilled chef. He already knew Ling Wei had gone to Su Lingling's shop to study. He considered Ling Wei talented in culinary arts, having grown up in the Ling household since childhood as part of the side branch family. It wouldn't take long for Ling Wei to possess the same level of culinary artistry as Su Lingling. Hence, the father paid little attention to this matter further. But this cold dish indeed had a unique flavor. The taste was quite nice, and the vegetables tasted pretty fresh. The vegetables bought from the Star Network come with safety guarantees. The Blue Star Alliance values food safety very much. In a hospital room, Ling Chui was enjoying a bowl of millet porridge paired with the cold dish. To him, life felt pleasant and full of energy. This cold dish was truly irresistible. From Ling Chui's perspective, being ill meant he couldn't consume heavy, oily foods. This dish suited him perfectly, all vegetarian, minimal oil, which made it healthy gourmet for him. Originally, Ling Chui planned for the company to continue ordering from Su Lingling's store, but Su Lingling no longer accepted group orders. He also knew that Su Lingling must be angry about this. He planned to wait until the matter was over, and then go to Su Lingling's store to apologize to her. Lin Ku actually dared to put drugs in Su Lingling's boxed lunches in an attempt to frame Su Lingling, which really left no room for comment. Although part of the reason was due to the mental power wielder's instigation, if Lin Ku didn't have this intention originally, how could he be swayed? After all, Su Lingling had rejected his offer of a monthly salary of 1 million yuan. She turned down such a high salary and chose to stay in a small shop to sell boxed meals. With so many boxed meals to prepare, there was only Su Lingling busy in the store. It is easy to see how hard she worked. Su Lingling basically had no other time but to stay in the store to make boxed lunches. This shows enough that Su Lingling is a person of noble character. Furthermore, if Su Lingling wanted to harm him, all she needed to do was become his exclusive chef, which would give her more opportunities to hurt him. The most crucial point is that the energy contained in the mutant beast meat cooked by Su Lingling was very gentle. From her cooking skills, it can be seen that Su Lingling understands some food pharmacology, and she could easily find a chance to harm him after becoming his chef. But Su Lingling rejected his invitation. Bear in mind, whether in H City or throughout the entire water blue planet, there are countless women who wish to get close to him, Ling Chui. Su Lingling is the only woman who has ever rejected him. Surrounded by people scheming ways to approach him, the sudden appearance of someone refusing to do so made the situation quite interesting. In the evening, Su Lingling's little shop was already empty. However, the shop door was still open. Su Lingling was washing the buckets filled with cold mixed dishes while preparing the next day's cold dishes. Business was great today, leading Su Lingling to reorder 10 more large buckets. Su Lingling decided that lunch will still be selling boxed meals in the future, but dinner won't sell boxed meals anymore. only cold dishes will be sold starting at 6 o'clock. Tomorrow was Saturday, and Su Lingling planned to sell only cool dishes in the evening from Monday to Friday for boxed lunches at noon. After all, people need to work from Monday to Friday, so these noon boxed lunches naturally sell well. Usually, on weekends, people rest at home and sleep in, waking up to go out and play. Therefore, Su Lingling thought there might not be as many customers. Most importantly, Su Lingling herself needs rest. Chapter 36. 1 million has arrived. There was no farmer's market in this civilian area, so everyone shopped on the Starnet. The only farmer's markets were located inside the supermarkets at the city center. Su Lingling planned to take a look. Although the vegetables on Starnet were good, she wanted to find some cheaper ones and see if there were any bargains to be had. Zhang Shun saw the notice Su Lingling had posted and teased her, saying, "Oh, are you losing money? Can't keep the business running? Planning to close for a few days? In my opinion, you should raise your prices. The cold dishes are too cheap. People originally didn't intend to take advantage of you, but since your food is so tasty, they can't help but pretend, right? How could I be losing money? These cucumbers and radishes are so cheap. Pigskins are only 3 yuan per caddy. Even the biggest box they offer only contains 5 caddies. It's just not very profitable. In my opinion, since you're no longer selling boxed meals in the evening, you could come up with an upscale dish, one series of affordable cold dishes, and another series of more expensive ones. Handling ordinary ingredients and handling expensive specialty ingredients are entirely different levels. The Emperor Green could be made into a cold dish, but it's so expensive. I've seen it on Starnet before, at 10 million yuan per caddy. If I can't sell it, won't I lose all my capital? Don't worry, if you can't sell them, I'll cover for you. I've already thought of the price, 1 million per box, take it or leave it. If no one buys it, I'll buy it from you at cost. 1 million. How many boxes of meals would you have to sell for that? Su Lingling was slightly tempted and couldn't help asking Zhang Shun. But, I don't have the money to buy raw materials. I'll lend it to you. Shit, it turns out you want me to borrow high-interest loans. Your heart is too black. I've seen people who are ruthless, but none as bad as you. As soon as Su Lingling heard about borrowing money, her guard went up immediately. This is Zhang Shun's forte. How cruel his heart truly is. A dog bites Lu Dongbin, not knowing kindness when shown. I'm helping you because I see you dressed so poorly, unable even to afford a few nice clothes. That piece of white dress worth 1 million star coins at the Psionics Hall. I noticed you staring at it several times. I'll privately lend it to you without signing any agreements. I've written down that this will be counted as a romantic gift. Even if you refuse to acknowledge the debt later, I wouldn't be able to trouble you. 1 million has arrived. As soon as Zhang Shun's words faded, Su Lingling's optical computer voice system popped up with this message. Su Lingling took a look and found that Zhang Shun had really lent her 1 million. Wasn't this too much? And Zhang Shun really wrote a note above. To my dear treasure, go buy some clothes. This wasn't a loan. This amount of money was excessive, and Zhang Shun seemed overly generous. You believe me now, right? If unsold, you don't need to pay me back. Just give me all those leftover vegetables to eat. I finally understand why you didn't stay as the general manager of my little broken shop anymore. It turns out the wages of working as an employee are actually this high. Su Lingling sighed and said. Zhang Shun's salary was really beyond ordinary standards. Unable to contain herself, Su Lingling asked Zhang Shun again. How much do you earn each day collecting debts? With such a high wage, your company hasn't gone bankrupt yet. How powerful must it be? My mom passed away early, leaving me a bit of inheritance. Su Lingling shut her mouth. It was parents' inheritance after all. Becoming rich through work alone is clearly impractical. Su Lingling told Zhang Shun, rest assured, I won't let you suffer a loss. If we make profits, I'll pay you double. Su Lingling had already made plans in her mind. Among her shop's customers, only the enforcement team members were the richest. So, she decided to specifically sell to them. Hopefully, they could afford it. You should dress better tomorrow. I'll bring you to a high-end market to buy vegetables. Dressing well can avoid many misunderstandings. Su Lingling asked Zhang Shun, isn't buying vegetables at night cheaper? More discounted items are available, and it's not late now. This is already my best outfit. Su Lingling also knew that many luxury shops discriminate based on appearance. Dressing poorly easily invites disdain. But the vegetables at night aren't fresh. Don't you always buy vegetables at night anyway? Moreover, most of my vegetables are sold to the enforcement team. Since you've been eating stale vegetables, I doubt they'd care about freshness either. Then can you cook a special meal for me in the morning? We shouldn't eat greasy food in the morning, but since it's vacation tomorrow, I can prepare you something special both in the morning and at noon. Su Lingling had already noticed that the food Zhang Shun brought over at night had changed significantly. After Su Lingling finished her dinner today, she had successfully cultivated her inner qi. Generally speaking, cultivating inner qi requires a lot of time. The poor study literature, while the rich practice martial arts. Martial arts require a lot of energy consumption, hence requiring lots of supplements and herbs. Although Tai Chi and Two Symbols Palm are health-preserving Kung Fu, in order to take it further, one definitely needs to eat well. Without Zhang Shun's dishes, Su Lingling wouldn't have been able to so quickly understand the essence of qi. Alright then, I'll take you shopping for groceries. Wait a moment, I'll wash my face. You're really being this meticulous. I heard that high-end markets demand more formality. Dressing well can avoid many misunderstandings. Well, hurry up, I'll wait outside for you. When Su Lingling emerged, Zhang Shun was genuinely surprised. It wasn't because she looked especially stunning. Rather, her style of clothing was entirely different from usual. She wore a baseball cap on her head, a denim jacket over a simple white t-shirt, along with loose metallic pants. On her face were oversized sunglasses that covered half her face. Her lips were painted bright red, making her shine extraordinarily. This whole ensemble made her look completely different from the usual Su Lingling. You didn't wear your extremely expensive psionics suit. You've already said it's a high-end venue. That outfit is actually the cheapest among all. If I wear it there, everyone will recognize me. I'm not stupid. Ordinary clothes can also highlight my extraordinary demeanor. Zhang Shen gave Su Lingling a big thumbs up. You actually own a hovercar? Why haven't I ever seen you use it before? This car consumes a lot of energy. It's not cost-effective. Energy is expensive, generally speaking. Walking or taking a taxi is more worthwhile. Zhang Shen opened the car window, and a strong wind blew on Su Lingling's and his face. Su Lingling's hat nearly got blown off. However, this feeling of flying through the wind was truly cool. Do you still get carsick now? I never had carsickness. That day, I was scared by those people from the enforcement team. You got scared by them? I'm just naturally timid. Ha ha ha. Zhang Shen laughed heartily. He hadn't been this happy for a long time. The main reason he gave money to Su Lingling was out of gratitude for her earnestly teaching him the martial arts technique. Initially, he had somewhat looked down on Su Lingling's techniques and didn't want to learn. Chapter 37. The Series of Cold Dishes. Zhang Shen knew that Su Lingling's martial arts were excellent. However, he had seen far too many good martial arts techniques. If he tried to practice them all, he would have been dead tired long ago. But he couldn't resist Su Lingling's hands-on guidance. It wasn't until he truly practiced Su Lingling's technique that Zhang Shen realized the profundity within this martial art. This was a top-tier internal kung fu cultivation method that proved immensely beneficial for treating his injuries. Zhang Shen felt like he might have turned misfortune into a blessing, and perhaps because of Su Lingling's technique, he might reach another peak. Of course, more importantly, it was food therapy. Legend has it that meals cooked by top chefs are even better than elixirs brewed by alchemists. In Su Lingling, Zhang Shen saw this possibility. He did not drag Su Lingling into the bloody world of chaos. In his opinion, Su Lingling was happy just selling boxed meals every day. Maybe in a different environment, Su Lingling wouldn't be as happy, and the meals she made wouldn't possess such a magical flavor or power anymore. Additionally, among people with special abilities, talented individuals were numerous. But inside this group, too many of these gifted ones perished. He deeply agreed with Su Lingling's words. When making delicious food, one's state of mind was the most important thing. Without the right mindset, there could be no strokes of genius. That was also why top-grade elixirs were so scarce, and there were so few master alchemists. Because when one reached a certain level, their mindset changed, and it became difficult to retain the passion they once had. Zhang Shen looked at Su Lingling, laughing carelessly in her seat in the car. He wondered what a joyful life was. Perhaps this was it, a joyful existence. He suddenly understood why some top-notch ability users preferred to disguise themselves as ordinary people, hiding within the crowd. Previously, he thought these people had mental issues, but now, he suddenly comprehended everything. Su Lingling saw a beautiful rainbow bridge of lights, thinking that the supermarket would be a skyscraper. However, the supermarket that Zhang Shen took her to was beneath this bridge of lights. It wasn't very tall, but it was impressive. Beast Supermarket. For huge characters emitted brilliant light in the darkness. Su Lingling followed beside Zhang Shen, slightly nervous. Zhang Shen led Su Lingling to the entrance of the supermarket, showed a membership card, and only then did the security guard allow both of them to enter. This supermarket is way too cool. It's actually outside the city limits. This place doesn't seem to be part of the safety zone. It's still pretty safe here. This isn't just any ordinary supermarket. It's also a place where many psychics come to sell their prey. These beasts either come from farming or the wild. It all depends on your knowledge of what you're buying. In fact, depending on how it's cultivated, sometimes the farmed variety tastes better than the wild. Is that true? Su Lingling didn't answer because her eyes were fully captivated by the ingredients available. Ding. Superior quality jade white radish detected. Ding. Superior quality imperial green discovered. Ding. Premium dark green cucumber found. The system's voice kept ringing out in Su Lingling's ear. The system had always been able to discern the quality of ingredients. There hadn't been much choice before. Now there were choices. This beast supermarket didn't only sell meat, but also sold vegetables. Practically everything under the sun. Su Lingling was browsing through the vegetable section. This is your favorite emerald Chinese cabbage. It's on sale. Aren't you going to buy it? Su Lingling glanced over the inferior emerald Chinese cabbages. Their taste was extremely poor, which explained why they were discounted by 50%. Even at 50% off, it would probably still lead to a loss. Su Lingling didn't purchase these. Once she touched these ingredients, she already had ideas forming in her head about how to cook them, how to maximize the energy contained within these vegetables. White radishes also have grades. A high jade white radish is a third-level anomaly plant, filled with rich energy. Not every white radish is of premium quality. With the help of her system, Su Lingling was able to choose freely, picking the best. And the imperial greens. These greens are the most suitable for cold dishes. Though they carry a slight bitter taste, this bitterness brings sweetness with it, similar to bitter melon, which simply appeals to certain tastes. Some people even particularly enjoy eating bitter melon. Su Lingling especially picked up quite a few decent types of vegetables in the discount section. Blood eagle claw, which Su Lingling previously didn't know how to handle. But now with century-old brine and spices formula, they can be made to taste very good. These animal claws don't contain much meat, and the sharpest nails have already been removed. Those nails are expensive. Many renowned blades are crafted from their nails. Claws without the nails are incredibly cheap, though the grade of ingredients remains high. Due to the lack of meat, fewer people bought them, though some did anyway. If you couldn't afford the meat, surely you could afford the claws? It was merely a matter of grinding one's teeth in frustration. Su Lingling bought a huge amount of these claws, purchasing directly up to 500,000 worth of goods. Then came the meat. The meat was expensive, so Su Lingling only bought 1 pound of it because the rest of her budget needed to be spent on vegetables and seasonings. Naturally, such high-quality ingredients must be paired with top-notch seasonings, no waste allowed. Most crucially, Su Lingling aimed to establish her reputation through these foods. If the quality wasn't good, no one would buy from her again. 1 million yuan was entirely spent by Su Lingling. She didn't leave a cent, and even had to dig into her own pocket for more. There was no other way. She saw something she wanted to buy and couldn't resist getting it all. But the quantity was not large, barely enough to sell about 20 servings. Su Lingling also customized a batch of wooden bowls with small bases, but wide mouths. The wooden bowls that Su Lingling designed looked as though they could hold much, but in reality, their capacity was limited. This was a perfect blend of design aesthetics, both practical and beautiful. This idea of bowl design came to Su Lingling from observing restaurant dishes before. After returning home, Su Lingling immediately started braising these claws. It was a mix of various types of claws, celestial chicken claws, blood eagle claws, swan claws. The categories were numerous. These claws had to braise for an extended period to ensure the flavors penetrated completely. All the greens that Su Lingling bought were pickled beforehand before she went to sleep. The next morning, Su Lingling began braising once again early. Meanwhile, Zhang Shun returned carrying a bag full of groceries, having gone out very early to buy fresh produce. Su Lingling hadn't expected that Zhang Shun would care so much about taste. For breakfast, Su Lingling simply stir-fried 2 vegetables, served a plate of pickled radish, accompanied by porridge, making it light for better health. Lunch could be more elaborate. Both in the morning and at noon, Su Lingling only opened the door briefly when Zhang Shun went in or out. Outside, the crowd of customers drawn by the aroma had become too many. Ling Xiao, having received Su Lingling's message, announced she would work both weekend days off. This greatly displeased Ling Xiao. She insisted she had nothing better to do and strongly requested to come back to work. After all, Su Lingling's business still operated at night during Saturday and Sunday. Ling Wei felt the same. He also wanted to learn the techniques. Thus, both of them strongly petitioned for overtime work. Chapter 38, A Massive Profit. Su Lingling saw how eager the two of them were, so she agreed to let them come for overtime work at 6 in the evening. Su Lingling wouldn't mistreat the two of them either. She had prepared a large amount of braised pork, planning to give this as their wages for them to take home and eat. The rest would be given to customers who came to buy the braised dishes for the first time. By 6 o'clock, there were already quite a number of people gathered outside Su Lingling's store. 100-year-old braising liquid. Extraordinary indeed. Its fragrant aroma could be smelled by everyone passing by. Su Lingling opened the door, and she launched 2 series of dishes. One was cold dish, the other was braised dishes. One was still 20 yuan per serving. The other was a series of braised dishes worth 1 million yuan each. When the dish worth 1 million yuan came out, many people were left speechless. This price was simply terrifying. No matter how delicious the food was, eating a meal that was worth an entire apartment would not be something many people would afford. Boss, your braised dishes are too expensive. 1 million? That's more expensive than robbery. Boss, you should rob us, but please give us some braised dishes. Facing the criticisms from the crowd, Su Lingling said to everyone, "Everyone, please calm down. The cold dish is still 20 yuan per serving, the taste is the same. Everyone is welcome to choose the cold dish. This braised dish is specifically for psychics, specially provided for psychics. This meat costs hundreds of thousands of yuan per kilogram. This wooden bowl can hold at least 2 servings. You can easily make your money back. The most important thing is, today being the first sale, so the whole braised dish series is 50% off, just 500,000 yuan. All of it is real ingredients. You'll know with one bite. The braised dish series is also limited. But it's different today, because it's a grand opening celebration. Buying 1 portion of braised dish will get you a bonus pound of braised pig meat. Taking it home to gift is also very high-end." After hearing this, Ling Xiaoxiao said to Su Lingling, "Boss, can I buy?" Ling Xiaoxiao remembered the delicious taste he ate yesterday. It was incredibly tasty. He didn't expect that a high-end series would be launched today. "You can definitely buy, but the braised meat can only have 3 slices. Can you accept that?" After all, the boss doesn't have much money, and didn't buy much meat. Su Lingling did not expect that Ling Xiaoxiao would actually have so much money. She originally thought that facing her strict requirements, Ling Xiaoxiao wouldn't buy. But surprisingly, Ling Xiaoxiao readily agreed. Not only Ling Xiaoxiao bought, Ling Wei also bought. Su Lingling did not expect that her 2 employees were so rich. Was this what they called employees don't lack money, driving Rolls Royces to work, while the boss takes the bus? Although it was tough for Ling Wei to eat such a meal, it was after all 50% off. Later, it wouldn't be 50% anymore. After gritting his teeth, he still managed to afford it. The deal was really good. Those prices were listed right there. Spending 500,000 yuan on a meal like this, it wouldn't even cost any loss. Moreover, the smell of this braised dish was simply irresistible. This aroma alone was very appealing. The law enforcement team arrived quickly, basically coming at the same time as Zhang Shun. 50% off, 50,000 yuan per serving, it was a great deal. Later, it would be 1 million yuan. Su Lingling did not expect that the group under Zhang Shun, who collected debts, were so rich. Without batting an eyelid, they paid the 50,000 yuan. Su Lingling felt that this world was truly surreal. The main reason for offering the discount was because Su Lingling thought it might not sell. However, contrary to expectations, it sold exceptionally well. These people basically went crazy using all kinds of means to snatch the dishes. In the end, some only managed to grab a plate of claws, as the other dishes had been completely snatched up. Seeing this, Su Lingling felt sorry and planned to charge him 300,000 yuan. But the person just asked Su Lingling to send him a free cold dish. Since the customer voluntarily mentioned this, Su Lingling naturally agreed. There were plenty of cold dishes today. The law enforcement team brought their own meals over. Basically, everyone owned a spatial equipment. They directly sat inside Su Lingling's shop to eat. Zhongshan's people took the dishes back to eat. Tonight turned out better than Su Lingling expected. Surprisingly, 25 portions of braised dishes were sold. A total of 12.5 million yuan was earned. It was a bit too much profit. Su Lingling transferred 2 million yuan back to Zhongshan. Li Zhong, due to his weak strength, when it was his turn, there were only some claws left. However, these claws were exceptionally delicious, containing energy not inferior to the beast meat. Most importantly, it was too delicious. He even chewed the bones and swallowed them. He didn't know whose claws these were, but they were too tasty. Even more importantly, the boss sent him a box of braised meat, not to mention a cold dish, which was extremely worthwhile. Such events won't happen tomorrow. Li Zhong discovered that these claws weren't ordinary ones. Among them, there was one claw from a 7th-level strange beast, the Zhuke bird. He didn't expect that the claws of this Zhuke bird would taste so good. The Zhuke bird's claw was extremely compatible with Li Zheng's psychic abilities. After eating the claw, the fire-based psychic ability within Li Zheng's body instantly advanced by 1 level. It was just a small claw, yet it was incredibly potent. Captain, I've leveled up. Li Zheng shouted joyfully to Mu Ju. Captain, I've leveled up too. Captain, I actually leveled up. Mu Ju took a large bite of his meal, but didn't break through. This wasn't due to Su Lingling's food quality. Instead, it was because Mu Ju already had strong abilities, requiring an enormous amount of energy for him to progress further, thus making it difficult for him to level up. However, he could sense beneficial energy in the greens. And for once, Mu Ju ate until he was full. Psychic individuals have abnormal digestive capabilities and require much more energy within their bodies, so they generally need to consume more food. With his good skills, Mu Ju managed to grab quite a bit of meat, probably about half a pound. This meat contained vast amounts of energy, and he knew Su Lingling hadn't used anything cheap. The most important items were these claws. They belonged to high-grade strange beasts, and their value was highest among all parts. Thus, everyone fell into a misconception. They assumed that the rarer pieces of meat were the most valuable, and they instinctively fought over the meat. Mu Ju noticed Zhongshan's bowl was filled with a pile of claws. He should have known earlier. Zhongshan stayed by Su Lingling all the time, familiar with the priciest items, so how could he not know? No wonder Zhongshan didn't bother to fight for the meat. These claws had been cooked until they were soft and tender, easy to chew even with bad teeth. He regretted taking only 2 claws. Seeing Li Zheng's bowl full of claws, and being given a free cold dish as compensation by Su Lingling, Mu Ju felt somewhat envious of this young man. What Mu Ju didn't know was that Zhongshan didn't fight for the meat because he'd eaten too much meat before. This was the first time he tried the claws, so naturally, he went for them. Besides, at night, Su Lingling would give Zhongshan a second course with plenty of meat inside. Also, the rice hadn't been ready yet. Zhongshan eating the claws was purely for enjoyment as snacks. Su Lingling watched Zhongshan eat every last piece without leaving a single crumb behind, admiring Zhongshan's ability. She wondered, didn't he care if he couldn't digest those bones? Chapter 39. Green vegetables are the most expensive. Su Lingling did not remind Zhongshan to spit out the bones. She just wanted to see how he would deal with something indigestible. As for today's meal, Su Lingling wasn't sure where Zhongshan bought the rice from, and that it was kept upstairs. She knew this kind of rice must be expensive. Su Lingling hadn't tasted this type of rice before. Today was her first try. After eating a mouthful of rice, Su Lingling immediately felt a wave of heat surge into her dantian, enhancing the qi within her body. The taste of the rice was rather ordinary, but its efficacy was extraordinary. Today, Zhongshan didn't buy snake meat. Su Lingling guessed the snake meat might have been sold out. Instead, Zhongshan purchased fish meat of an excellent variety, none other than the legendary silver dragon fish. Each piece of the fish was enormous. One piece alone weighed about 5 to 6 kilograms. Su Lingling prepared a dish of braised fish chunks, paired with a jade-like bok choy soup and a spicy sour cabbage side dish. Su Lingling didn't eat much, finishing 1 bowl of rice before feeling full, unable to consume any more. However, Zhongshan ate an astonishing amount, devouring even before finishing the braised claws. Looking at Zhongshan's behavior, Su Lingling realized that after his meal, Zhongshan probably planned to keep the remaining claws as snacks, intending to savor them later. In the evening, Su Lingling, carrying money, went out again with Zhongshan to restock supplies. Tomorrow, Su Lingling intended not to be so casual in her preparations. After all, people were paying real cash, 1 million yuan, and if there wasn't some hardcore offerings and only served vegetables, it wouldn't be worth it. Beep. Congratulations, host. Good reviews have exceeded 8,000, gaining the divine dragon bone radish soup recipe. This recipe is great. The dragon bones in it can be replaced by other types of bones. It doesn't necessarily have to be real dragon bones. Su Lingling never expected that the positive reviews would break 8,000 so quickly, and indeed there was a reward. She thought perhaps special rewards would come once they reached 10,000. This bone soup was an impressive recipe. She could easily create both a high-end version and a low-budget version of the bone soup. Her 1 million yuan halal cuisine series needed some exceptional skills, and this bone soup would serve as a complementary dish. For the bones, Su Lingling selected those of high-level mystical beasts, remnants picked over by artifact refiners, though these weren't cheap either. With now having 10 million yuan at hand, Su Lingling still had ample funds to acquire good ingredients. Actually, cold mixed fish meat also tastes fantastic, but the freshness of the fish has to be guaranteed. Fish left overnight doesn't retain its deliciousness. Since Su Lingling didn't buy fresh fish, she mostly purchased parts from mystical beast heads because those were cheaper. Then came various paws, which Su Lingling bought in greater quantities this time around, since keeping these paws as snacks seemed appropriate. On this outing, Su Lingling spent close to 8 million yuan, slightly exceeding her initial budget. If these dishes don't sell entirely, Su Lingling plans on offering them to Zhang Shun, given that he eats endlessly with insatiable gusto, like a reincarnation of a starved ghost. You bought so much. Aren't you worried you won't sell all of it? In case we don't sell everything, it's all for you to eat for free until you vomit. You love chewing on paws, right? Have some more then. So considerate. When have I ever been bad to you? That's true. After Zhang Shen finished speaking, he took the initiative to grab the cart from Su Lingling and help push it. Seeing Zhang Shen act this way, Su Lingling couldn't help but laugh. As long as there was food, he'd happily do anything asked. Tomorrow was the weekend, the last day to sell premium-priced cooked meats. Selling pricey meals every day worried Su Lingling that it might financially drain her customers. Returning home that night, after practicing the Tai Chi 2 instrument's palm skill for a while, Su Lingling soon fell asleep. But this was destined to be a sleepless night. Li Zheng returned home carrying a box of untouched marinated meat, including several paws inside. This marked the first time Li Zheng couldn't finish his food because he was genuinely full, despite being known as a big eater. He had no choice but to stop, packaging the remaining paws along with the marinated meat into a pretty bag he personally purchased to bring home. He believed that using a beautifully decorated bag made all the difference, significantly elevating the perceived value compared to before. He had even switched out the takeaway box too. For nothing else, he paid 50,000 yuan, hoping to claim reimbursement from his parents. Most importantly, another meal awaited tomorrow. Su Lingling's announcement was crystal clear. Only available on Saturdays and Sundays would be her signature series of halal dishes, and Li Zheng didn't intend to miss it. If he didn't go tomorrow, he'd have to wait until the next day. Holding the boxed meal back home, initially his father thought Li Zheng was scammed when hearing about 1 million yuan's worth of marinated meat. It seemed excessively costly. It wasn't until trying the paws that they realized just how outstanding the flavor truly was. This moved him greatly inside. For something so delicious, his son could leave any leftovers and even pack half of it for him to bring back. His son had finally grown up, being truly filial. He learned that this was a special delicacy only available in the internal cafeteria on Saturdays and Sundays only. Li father directly transferred 1 million yuan to Li Zheng, asking him to pack some more for him to bring back the next evening. Li Zheng received the money his father sent him. He quietly stowed away the beautiful packaging bag and even washed the food containers by hand, drying them with his abilities before putting them away carefully. He planned to load more food tomorrow, hoping his dad would eat a little more. Compared to Li Zheng, Ling Xiaoxiao was far more filial. She didn't touch a single bite of the packed food, bringing it all home. Even more generously, she allowed the driver to give an extra portion of the braised meat to her brother. Because of her hard work tonight, Su Lingling gifted her a portion of braised meat, and with the meal set she purchased, there was already another portion of braised meat included. So she had 2 portions. This time, Ling father was shocked. These braised claws were a supreme delicacy of human existence. He couldn't even utter a single critical word. Most importantly, he felt a powerful energy within the braised dish. Previously, he had always hated eating claws because it affected his image. But these claws were simply too delicious, delicious beyond belief. It turned out that bird claws could be this delicious. This was the best braised claw he had ever tasted. Ordinary bird claws were usually very small, but these came from mystical beasts, with sizes comparable to chicken claws. What mattered most was that Su Lingling's cooking was perfectly flavorful, with an absolutely incredible taste. Ling Xiaoxiao, this braised dish is far better than yesterday's cold dish. Dad, it's your mind playing tricks. It's just because this braised dish uses high-end ingredients that you think it tastes good. It can't be that way. The flavor of the braised pork meat is excellent too. Ling Xiaoxiao was overjoyed. It had been a long time since her entire family had such a happy meal together. At this moment, she suddenly understood the joy of people who bought one box of takeout and shared it. For ordinary boxed meals, poor people save money by sharing one between 2 people. With this expensive boxed meal, their whole family could only afford to share, not just due to the price, but also because of the queue. Ling Xiaoxiao didn't know why, but she felt working at this fast food store was the right choice she had ever made. The same went for Ling Wei as well. Chapter 40. Such a day is also pretty good. Ling Wei had brought back the prepared food for packing, sharing dinner with his family, while discussing the culinary skills in these dishes. Even with the Emperor Qing herb, he still couldn't replicate Su Lingling's taste. Though it tasted better, it was far from satisfactory. This simple delicacy brought different joys to many people. Especially among those in the enforcement squad, there were many like Li Zheng who could not finish their portions and would take the leftovers home to share with their families. For those without families, they would buy a bottle of wine and treat the packed leftovers as midnight snacks. By 6 o'clock on Sunday evening, a long queue formed outside the door. These were people from the enforcement team and some customers drawn by reputation. At 1 million per serving of the prepared food, the hype was strong, with plenty willing to pay this price just to try. Even Ling Chui had been discharged from the hospital and was personally queuing up. The moment the store opened, everyone immediately scanned and paid before rushing inside. Since the prepared food was expensive, payment had to be made first before taking the food. The quantity of the prepared food was limited, and yesterday they had figured out the rules. Regardless of how delicious or costly, pick the dish beneficial to one's attributes. Only then could one maximize the potential for breakthroughs, gaining maximum value. Please don't rush. There is an ample amount of today's dishes, more than enough. Although there are no discounts, there will be free dragon bone radish soup, available until it runs out. The prepared food can be taken at your own pace. Su Lingling called out to the incoming customers. There were so many wealthy people today. More people came to buy the prepared food than yesterday. This series of prepared foods was personally overseen by Su Lingling, with the cold dishes outside handled by Ling Xiaoxiao and Ling Wei. Today, Ling Wei didn't purchase the 1 million yuan prepared food due to financial constraints. However, Ling Xiaoxiao generously spent 1 million yuan. Today, Su Lingling did not limit Ling Xiaoxiao, allowing her free reign to choose whatever she wanted. Ling Xiaoxiao particularly selected a lot of braised meat. Yesterday, she only had 3 slices of braised meat, which left her wanting more. Today, she filled an entire basin with braised meat. Initially feeling a bit embarrassed, when Su Lingling told her it was fine to add even more, she did just that. Su Lingling also taught Ling Xiaoxiao how to pack efficiently, placing thin slices of meat underneath, which occupied less space, and then adding claws and vegetables on top. Su Lingling even helped Ling Xiaoxiao secure a large plastic bag and tied it with a lid. This made Ling Xiaoxiao feel incredibly grateful, believing that Su Lingling must not have made much profit because the portion size was simply too generous. Huang Pai held a small basin and filled it with soup, placing it on the table before proceeding to serve himself the braised dishes. He now understood why the boss wanted to move in and live with Su Lingling. At first glance, Su Lingling appeared merely pretty, not unattractive, but not exceptionally beautiful either, considering the advanced cosmetic industry of the Star Era. But now, after a closer look, prolonged observation perhaps, for reasons unknown, he felt Su Lingling was the most exquisite woman he had ever seen, with a stunning face, attractive even with such a hairstyle. Most importantly, her cooking skills were impeccable. The meal was simply divine. Yesterday's 50,000, he only gave it as a courtesy to Zhang Shun. When he took the prepared food home, his son, after eating, unexpectedly awakened a supernatural ability. No one wants their child to be useless. He had already gradually accepted this fact, but now, anyone who dared say Su Lingling's meals weren't good, he would argue against them. And he himself had also broken through his limits. Unlike yesterday when Huang Pai rushed for only the meat, yesterday his son ate the white jade radish and awakened a supernatural ability. After consulting a doctor, the doctor said to eat more white jade radishes and some special plants. Today, all Huang Pai selected were vegetable dishes. These vegetable dishes had a fragrant meaty aroma, tasting especially good, rivaling any meat dishes. And thanks to Zhang Shen's reminder, he realized green vegetables were valuable, as they were all expensive. Huang Pai observed today. Indeed, there was a lot of meat but few green vegetables, indicating a problem. Huang Pai thought Su Lingling was very smart, intentionally putting out little meat yesterday, causing people to go crazy over the meat today, making it seem like a good deal. However, only he knew that the green vegetables were actually the best, and at this realization, Huang Pai felt delighted. Still, he also noticed some gaps in the bowls and wasn't foolish, filling them full of meat. Without any supernatural abilities, he could only practice martial arts. Martial artists gain significant benefits from eating meat, improving blood and chi energy. However, if one possessed supernatural powers, Su Lingling's vegetables were absolutely a better choice. What Huang Pai didn't know was that today's meat was also of high quality. After all, every piece of meat was meticulously chosen by Su Lingling. Even the meat from the head of strange beasts was extraordinarily tasty after being cooked. Su Lingling felt guilty about the lack of meat yesterday, as it didn't match the high price. To compensate for the regular customers, she bought much more meat today. Zhang Shen spoke that way to Huang Pai because he had a preference for meat. Leisurely seated on the chair, Zhang Shen sipped the white radish soup mouthful by mouthful and then mixed it with his rice. On the table, there was cheap pickled cabbage which he loved, despite it being the least expensive dish. Zhang Shen believed it had the best texture. The soup was limited in quantity. However, he knew today's braised dishes would definitely be plentiful, enough to have leftovers. Zhang Shen did not buy any dishes today. Su Lingling also decided not to cook anymore and planned to just drink the soup until full. Muju still picked some braised meat today, finding it cost-effective. He went for the claws this time, carefully selecting from the varying qualities available. In the gaps between the claws, he placed slices of meat to level them out before piling greens on top, meticulously arranging everything like building blocks, trying to fit as much as possible. It was hard to imagine that Muju, such a rigid person, was also strategizing ways to pack more food. When the pile was towering high and slightly unstable, Muju secured it with a lid and carried it to his seat, transferring it all into the basin he had brought along. After completing all these steps, he finally queued up for the soup. Lucky for him, there was still a last ladle left, which he immediately scooped up entirely. The soup was creamy white, exuding an irresistible aroma, steaming hot. After tasting just one sip, Muju's eyes widened. This was truly the star dish. How could he have missed out on such exquisite soup? There simply wasn't enough of it. He even went so far as to retrieve the leftover bones, placing them in the bowl and starting to suck out the remaining soup within. Captain, the soup is gone. Li Zheng was too preoccupied grabbing food and forgot to take any soup, regretfully saying to Muju. Muju glanced at Huang Pai's large basin of soup, and Li Zheng immediately understood. At this moment, several others, just like Li Zheng, were eyeing Huang Pai's soup hungrily. As soon as Huang Pai finished dishing up his food, he found a crowd surrounding his basin. Don't touch that. It's my soup. I've already drunk from it. Without pausing for a second or showing any care, everyone continued dividing Huang Pai's soup. Your soup? With such a big basin, I thought it was the boss's. Yeah, isn't this pot too big? That's right, it must contain a lot of soup. Sorry, I drank your soup. I'm sorry too. Chapter 41. Is the enforcement team deserted? Huang Pai was deeply regretful at this moment. If only he had known earlier, he would have bought a space bracelet, and then he could have taken the soup home to drink. Fortunately, when he ladled the soup, its aroma was so irresistible that he couldn't help but drink half a bowl. Otherwise, if he hadn't tasted the flavor of the soup, it would have been such a loss. Huang Pai stopped dwelling on these thoughts. He was extremely satisfied with his haul for the evening. There were so many dishes, enough for his wife and children, including himself. Huang Pai, gazing at the dishes in his palms, worried that someone might snatch them away. So, he immediately fled, hailed a hovering car, and swiftly returned home. At home, his wife had already prepared congee for him. Son, look how much food Dad brought back for you. Dad, there's so much food. Son, eat more. You're still young. Your talents haven't fully formed yet. Eating vegetables can still enhance them. Huang Pai's son only liked eating meat and never touched vegetables. However, the braised dishes from Su Lingling's shop made him savor every bite, finding them particularly fragrant. As long as they ate the braised dishes from Su Lingling's store, the boy could easily consume 3 bowls of congee during one meal. Wife, you've worked hard. Eat more meat. This meat is very nourishing, great for replenishing energy. Huang Pai then placed a few slices of meat into his wife's bowl. He himself picked up a claw and began gnawing on it. The bones in this claw mustn't be wasted. His wife, being an ordinary person, couldn't digest it well, and his son's teeth weren't strong enough to chew through it. Thus, Huang Pai chose to eat the claw himself. Huang Pai's wife, seeing the meat in her bowl, felt tears of emotion welling up in her eyes. Huang Pai hadn't shown concern for her like this in a long time. Knowing she liked this kind of meat, yesterday he came home today with so much of it. She knew this meat was valuable. After eating it yesterday, the wrinkles on her face had visibly faded, and the spots disappeared entirely. More importantly, she felt more spirited, full of vigor. It was undoubtedly an excellent delicacy. Today, Huang Pai even went out of his way to serve her some meat, which moved her deeply. The Huang Pai of the past had never been this considerate. What she didn't know was that the meat contained too much energy, and Huang Pai's mediocre strength couldn't fully digest it, hence why he was generous about sharing it. Huang Pai, noticing a tear at the corner of his wife's eye, felt a pang of sympathy in his heart. Had he been treating her poorly all this time? Just over a piece of meat. She was moved to such an extent. Under the lamplight, Huang Pai looked at his wife's features, just as he remembered from their first meeting. She had grown from a young girl into a woman, but her beauty remained unaltered. Previously, Huang Pai used to hang out with his buddies outside. But now, every day, he punctually rushed over to secure meals, afraid of missing out because the boxed lunches would run out if he arrived late. Everyone was full and no longer cared much for drinking alcohol. Each day passed with regular routines, and he returned home on time. Huang Pai suddenly thought that life now wasn't bad either. Having dinner with the family every night felt nice. Not only did Huang Pai think this way, but many others shared similar sentiments. Of the enforcement team members choosing to dine at Su Lingling's place, only Mu Ju stayed. Everyone else took their portions home. It was quite evident that no single person could finish so much food alone. Ling Xiaoxiao also did the same this time, bringing the dishes home again. Ling Xiaoxiao's father, knowing she would bring food back, especially returned early. Ling Xiaoxiao's mother noticed her skin improve after eating yesterday's braised dishes, so she was waiting at the dining table early today. Daughter, isn't this too much? How do you manage to fit so much food into one bowl? Her mother, looking at a full basin of food, smiled widely. Well, isn't that impressive? Each person is allowed one bowl, and this bowl definitely pays itself back tenfold. Lingling, good job today. It's unfortunate there weren't enough claws. Dad, these cooked meats are expensive, but the claws are sold cheaper. The meat costs tens of millions per pound, all from high-grade exotic beasts. Look at yourself talking big yesterday about how little meat there was. Although Ling Xiaoxiao's mother was wealthy, she didn't shy away from taking advantage of bargains. Ling Xiaoxiao's father appeared magnanimous on the surface, but inwardly, he was sharp-minded and enjoyed good deals too. Ling Xiaoxiao's father said to her, tomorrow, when your boss resumes operations, bring both your mom and me along. We'll see who can carry the most home. Dad, tomorrow will be only cold dishes. The braised series is available only on Saturdays and Sundays. Preparing those takes a lot of time and isn't very convenient. Alright, next week, both your mom and I will go queue up. Any leftovers will freeze in the fridge and eat the next day. Inside the enforcement team headquarters, when lunchtime rolled around, all the team members had vanished. After the new police officer, Little Su, circled around the enforcement team headquarters, he came to the canteen. There wasn't a soul inside. He then proceeded to the team restroom, yet still there were no signs of these seniors. Xiao Su began to feel somewhat flustered. Where on earth did these team members go? A flash of inspiration crossed his mind. Could they have gone for training? He rushed to the training room, but still found no one there. Just as he was about to leave, he turned back only to freeze in place. At that very moment, he actually spotted the big leader and Captain Wang from the neighboring team standing there. Xiao Su, where has your captain gone? I don't know. I've been looking for them for a long time and couldn't find anyone. This gentleman is Mr. Su from the league. He wants to invite Captain Mu Ju for dinner. But how come none of the team members are around at mealtime? Captain Wang gestured toward a young man behind him and introduced him to Xiao Su. The leader sighed, speaking to the youth. Mr. Su, I don't know what's going on lately. All our enforcement team members disappear when it's time for meals. They don't eat, yet all of them seem brimming with energy. What the hell is going on here? Just as the leader was baffled by this conundrum, Li Zheng, with a look of satisfaction on his face, walked over. Today was his lucky day as he managed to snatch a bowl of soup, which could be used to stir into his rice, greatly enhancing the flavor of the pearl rice. Pearl rice looks beautiful, containing an abundance of lifeblood, but its taste left much to be desired. Having just finished his meal, some grease lingered uncleaned on his mouth. Then, he leisurely strolled over, letting out a contented burp. Shaoli, where's your captain? Captain Wang immediately asked upon seeing him. Li Zheng, spotting so many leaders present, promptly halted his steps and stood at attention. He truthfully reported to Captain Wang. Reporting to leadership, our captain is on the way back. She had gone out to eat earlier. Had a meal? We didn't see you guys in the canteen. We ate outside. Li Zheng replied foolishly. Chapter 42, Banquet. The leader furrowed his brow and said incredulously, there's free food in the cafeteria right away and you don't eat it, but instead want to go out to eat. Leader, that restaurant is very popular, and the boxed meals are cheap. Only 20 yuan per portion. If we go late, there won't be any left. Upon hearing Li Zheng's words, Captain Wang suddenly widened his eyes, with a look of confusion on his face. Mu Ju actually went to eat there too, which was unbelievable. She even took her team members to eat boxed meals. The leader was furious at this moment. What the hell is going on here? It was agreed that once someone joins the enforcement team, they must strictly pay attention to dietary safety. First, one can't say for sure if these outside boxed meals are clean or not. These surely cannot compare to the nutrition provided by the team's cafeteria meals, and the energy contained within certainly isn't as good as what's available from external sources. This is complete nonsense. They're risking the future of the enforcement team just like this. How will they handle a regression in cultivation? This Mu Ju is truly ridiculous. Why doesn't she eat the delicacies in the canteen and prefers to have boxed meals outside? That stuff is clearly quite tasteless. The more the leader thought about it, the angrier he got. His face turned red, his nostrils flared slightly, and even a few of his eyebrows stood up. Once Mu Ju comes back, tell her to see me immediately. Li Zheng noticed the leader was upset, so he quickly sent a message secretly to Mu Ju via the light brain communication device. Captain Wang directly told Li Zheng, you don't need to send a message. Just tell us where Mu Ju is, and we'll go straight to see her. At that very moment, Mu Ju had just finished eating and led her team back. Seeing Mu Ju, Captain Wang pulled her over and earnestly warned her, Director Mu, you're really confused. You don't know whether those outside boxed meals are clean or not. Remember Ling Chui? She was hospitalized because she ate boxed meals. I heard she hasn't even woken up yet. The people in the enforcement team are all elites of the Alliance. What if something bad happens to their bodies? Mu Ju didn't even glance at Captain Wang, but instead said to the leader, Leader, it's like this. The female owner has awakened a chef talent, and her cooking skills are exceptionally remarkable. Even common delicacies become extraordinary under her hands. All our squad eats pearl rice from the cafeteria. We just buy dishes from her place. Every Saturday evening, she also launches special million-yuan meal packages. All the ingredients are high-level strange beasts and high-level exotic plants. These foods aren't only delicious, they contain energy comparable to potions. Most importantly, her food has no medicinal properties and thus leaves no residue toxins like potions do. Li Zheng broke through thanks to eating her million-yuan meal. I've already had potion experts repeatedly examine his body. It's all in this report. Please take a look. Oh, Mr. Su suddenly became interested and looked at the report briefly. Seeing Mr. Su was interested, the leader immediately handed over the report to him. After reading the report, Mr. Su pointed at Li Zheng and asked Mu Ju, Is he Li Zheng? Mu Ju nodded. In an instant, Mr. Su's hand gripped Li Zheng's. Li Zheng felt a cold, icy energy enter his body. Perfectly natural. Where's this shop? Take me there. Sir, she sold out all the lunchboxes at noon. She doesn't accept custom orders. Right now, the only option is to wait until 6 p.m. when she serves cold dishes. She probably closed the store. Mu Ju explained to Mr. Su. Fascinating, fascinating. If so, let's head over at 6 p.m. tonight then. Unfortunately, today is Monday. It will take another 5 days. I have to leave here on Wednesday. It seems I won't get a chance to taste such cuisine. With that, Mr. Su walked off straight away, seemingly uninterested in having lunch anymore. After Mr. Su left, the leader directly ordered Mu Ju, regardless of what methods you use, I want Mr. Su to try that million-yuan meal from that shop tonight. For this dinner, you, me, Captain Wang, and Mr. Su make up 4 people. I'm giving you a budget limit of 5 million. Handle it well. Leader, although we're the enforcement team, we can't force others. Humph. The leader said nothing and walked away directly. Captain Wang, on the other hand, patted Mu Ju's shoulder gently and whispered to him, Brother, cheer up. Wang internally thought, I can't let Mu Ju surpass me. Those million-yuan cuisines in the future absolutely mustn't be missed. Otherwise, Director Mu's team will become stronger than mine. Standing there helplessly, Mu Ju decided to go find Su Lingling. He didn't want to break Su Lingling's rules because he knew that due to previous incidents, Su Lingling had some prejudice against him, always thinking he was a corrupt official. If he forced Su Lingling to cook for him this time, she would definitely think he was a wicked official. But sometimes, there's simply no choice. He could only do his utmost to protect everyone in City H. Captain, why don't I come along with you? That Su Lingling seems fine with me. Alright then. Mu Ju didn't have the courage to go find Su Lingling alone. When Mu Ju and Li Zheng arrived, Su Lingling was busy cutting vegetables. Even though there were no boxed meals available in the evening now, the cold dishes were selling like crazy. That night, Su Lingling planned to sell cold dishes and braised meat. The cold dishes would still be 21 portions for the self-service style, but the braised meat would be 20 yuan per portion, pre-packed. Ling Xiaoxiao was inside the shop organizing takeout boxes and packing small portions of chili oil. Ling Wei was slicing the meat. Su Lingling had confirmed his knife skills were good before allowing him to cut the meat. Cutting it beforehand saved time when customers lined up. Ling Xiaoxiao had already fallen in love with her job. She felt a great sense of accomplishment, despite the small size of the bags for chili oil. She always added a little extra for each scoop so these people could enjoy more. Director Mu, what brings you here? We're closed for business now. We'll reopen at 6. Su Lingling was already used to addressing Mu Ju as director. This was the common term in space-age vernacular where regular citizens often called high-ranking nobles directors. Although Su Lingling felt annoyed inside, she still addressed Mu Ju politely as director. Beautiful boss, today Captain Li and I have come here for help. Li Zheng stepped forward with a smile. I'm just an ordinary seller of boxed meals. What can I possibly do to help? I don't have such great abilities. Beautiful boss, the situation is this. A prominent figure from the Alliance's headquarters will be visiting our enforcement team soon, and our leader wants to prepare a grand feast to welcome him. However, after hearing about your restaurant, he wishes to taste your delicacies instead. But as you see, there are no ingredients left to make a grand banquet. We can go out and buy them for you. I need to prepare tonight's cold dishes. I don't have time and can't help. You should know that the Flowing Light Pavilion serves excellent food at a high level. Why not hold the banquet there? Su Lingling didn't need the money anymore. Yesterday, by selling braised meats, she earned over 30 million. She was a small-time millionaire now. Chapter 43, Lin Ku. Su Lingling had already been considering in her mind how she could redeem her shop. She mortgaged it for 5 million, and even with the price increase, at most 10 million should be enough to get it back. It's still better to have a shop of one's own. If nothing works out, at least she can collect rent. The Huagu people's obsession with property is deeply rooted. Mu Ju spoke up to Su Lingling, saying, I, Mu Ju, never owe anyone any favors. Today you helped me, so I owe you a favor. If there's anything in the future that doesn't violate morality, I will definitely help you. I, Li Zheng, also owe you a favor. Su Lingling felt that the favor from the enforcement team was still very important. Better to reconcile than remain enemies. After all, Su Lingling still had to mingle here and couldn't push things too far. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to continue here in the future. And if she encountered another situation like Lin Ku in the future, she wouldn't end up looking as disheveled. Su Lingling thought Mu Ju's credibility wasn't high. But Li Zheng, this young man, was straightforward, enthusiastic, lively, and open-minded, with a pretty high probability of keeping his promises. With this thought, Su Lingling nodded. Mu Ju was about to pay by scanning a code. Su Lingling stopped him, telling Mu Ju, you don't need to scan. Go help me buy groceries instead. Remember to buy a few yin fruits to cook with. Whatever dish your leader wants determines what you'll buy. Su Lingling looked at the stunned Mu Ju and continued. I don't expect you to help me in the future. Just don't harm or make trouble for me, and that's enough. I am just a simple seller of boxed lunches. Thank you. Mu Ju bowed deeply towards Su Lingling with great solemnity. Mu Ju hadn't expected Su Lingling to be so easy to talk to, finding it almost incredible. He believed that deep down, Su Lingling was still a kind person. Otherwise, she wouldn't be selling such cheap boxed lunches here. You must hurry up. Good food requires dedication. More importantly, time. It won't tolerate any laziness. If there's negligence, the taste will be off. All right, Li Zheng cheerfully responded. Captain, didn't I tell you the beautiful owner is an extremely good person? She won't give us trouble. The boss is way too stingy. 5 million, yet he wants to eat high-grade monster meat. Even though Li Zheng's voice grew fainter as he walked away, it still drifted back. Ling Xiaoxiao asked Su Lingling, Boss, why do you treat Captain Mu so badly? He is actually a good person. Whether he is a good person, I don't know. All I know is, I got arrested by him without knowing why, and then he wanted to force a confession out of me. Boss, Captain Mu is righteous. You are too close to Zhang Shen. Zhang Shen isn't a good person and is a pawn of Long to finance, so Captain Mu misunderstood your identity. Who Zhang Shen is, we can discuss later, but arresting someone needs evidence, not just Captain Mu's likes or dislikes. If judgments were based solely on his preferences, how is he any different from the people he despises? Evildoers also act based on personal preferences. As the captain of the enforcement team, he holds a high position and must observe matters from an objective, fair, and impartial standpoint. Su Lingling left another sentence unsaid. If Captain Mu didn't change his character, it would be hard for him to accomplish great deeds in the future and become someone exceptional. Su Lingling could feel that Ling Xiaoxiao had a special affection for Mu Ju, so she did not directly speak these words because they were her personal judgment without sufficient basis. Ling Xiaoxiao was struck speechless by what Su Lingling said. For some reason, she felt Su Lingling made sense. Ling Xiaoxiao told Su Lingling, I believe Captain Mu has realized his mistake. What's the use of realizing a mistake? The key is catching the real culprit. How many days have passed now? Every day, he just comes here to eat boxed meals and does nothing else. No, not only does he not work, but he flatters his superior leaders, preparing dinners for them. And yet he claims to be righteous. I don't need his apology. After all, he is a nobleman and I am a commoner, but he must stay true to his duties and not idle around daily here. Captain Mu. Originally, Ling Xiaoxiao wanted to say that Mu Ju had done a lot, but she found herself unable to speak. Indeed, from Su Lingling's perspective, that was the truth. Ling Xiaoxiao silently swore to herself that she must try her best to catch the real culprit. Firstly, to avenge her brother. Secondly, to restore Mu Ju's image in Su Lingling's eyes. Lin Ke was fired by Wisdom Technology Corporation. Although the company compensated her for a month's salary, the money wouldn't last Lin Ke long. Most importantly, as soon as she got home, the corners of her parents' mouths made her feel extremely distressed. Her parents kept nagging her about why she played with people like Su Lingling, otherwise, she wouldn't have been implicated. Now without a job, how would she find a husband? In a company like Wisdom Technology before, any random person could be an elite. If she had managed to attach herself to a second-generation rich man, their family's fate could have changed. Lin Ke didn't want to stay at home, so she had no choice but to go out and look for a new job. Lin Ke searched for a long time, but couldn't find work. This made Lin Ke's heart start to resent Su Lingling. She was really an ill-omened star. Anyone who got close to her would end up unlucky. Yet why had she been so kind-hearted to help her? Now that Su Lingling had achieved great success and even awakened to superpowers, Lin Ke had lost her job and was penniless. Lin Ke felt discontented and wanted to confront Su Lingling, but she was also afraid that she would be bullied again by Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun wasn't a good person and was capable of anything. How could someone like her, who was honest and hardworking, possibly contend against such an evil person? In the end, Lin Ke decided to find a receptionist job. It didn't matter what kind of work it was, as long as it allowed her to come into contact with wealthy people. As for the type of job she used to have, Lin Ke dared not go back there anymore. Almost every interviewer in every company knew about her tarnished past. These people wouldn't even listen to her explanations, firmly believing she was the real culprit behind the poisoning of the company president Ling Chui. If she were truly guilty, wouldn't the enforcement team have arrested her by now? She was only under the control of a psychic ability user when all this happened. Lin Ke didn't understand why such misfortune would happen to her. Why do good people not get good returns? Why can bad people live so freely and easily? Lin Ke didn't understand. She clearly did a good deed by helping Su Lingling. But Su Lingling showed absolutely no gratitude towards her. Su Lingling clearly put banned substances in her food. Otherwise, why did so many people like eating her meals? Moreover, the effects of those substances were very powerful. Even after such a long time, Lin Ke still craved Su Lingling's meals, despite how badly Su Lingling had wronged her. Chapter 44. Lin Ke's Jealousy. Lin Ke now felt even more certain that Su Lingling had added some kind of banned substance to her food. Otherwise, why did everything she ate taste so bland? And why did she suddenly crave Su Lingling's lunchbox? Lin Ke could only rely on her willpower to stop herself from eating the meals prepared by Su Lingling's household. She thought her willpower was quite strong. If she said no, then it was final. Unfortunately, others lacked the same resolve as her, indulging in Su Lingling's lunchboxes. Lin Ke walked into a hotel. What position are you applying for? Lin Ke looked at the woman sitting before her. She was a beautiful middle-aged woman in her 30s, exuding gentleness and warmth. As Lin Ke saw her smile, she inexplicably felt a bit scared but still mustered the courage to step forward and say to the middle-aged woman, "Auntie, I'm here to apply for the front desk position." Upon hearing Lin Ke's words, the middle-aged woman laughed and said, "That's great. Come with me for the interview first." Lin Ke nodded in agreement and followed the middle-aged woman into the interview room. After about 20 minutes of interviewing, the middle-aged woman came out and told Lin Ke, "You've passed. Report here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning." Upon hearing the interview was over, Lin Ke let out a long sigh of relief. Just as Lin Ke was about to leave, she suddenly heard footsteps behind her. Ke. Recognizing the familiar voice, Lin Ke turned around to see Jin Ziyu standing behind her. With excitement, Lin Ke shouted, "Sister Yu." Jin Ziyu quickly approached Lin Ke, grabbing her hand and saying, "I really didn't expect us to meet again." Lin Ke smiled and said, "Sister Yu, I didn't expect this either." Jin Ziyu couldn't help but laugh after hearing Lin Ke's words. "Ke, you're getting more and more beautiful." "Not at all, Sister Yu, you're far prettier." "Ke, your mouth is so sweet." Jin Ziyu pinched Lin Ke's nose slightly, smiled, and asked, "Ke, where are you working now?" Lin Ke shook her head and said, "I'm still job hunting." Jin Ziyu sighed and said, "Ke, don't work yourself too hard. Society isn't what it used to be. There are people you simply can't afford to offend." Upon hearing Jin Ziyu's words, Lin Ke felt somewhat sad inside. She was too simple-minded, too good-hearted, which was why she ended up in this predicament. Lin Ke looked at Jin Ziyu and asked, "Sister Yu, what are you doing now?" Jin Ziyu smiled and said, "I'm just idle at home. You know Zhang Shun's ways. At his command, how could I possibly find any work? I know he wants to force me to work at Star Moon Entertainment, but I absolutely refuse to go there. I'd rather stay at home collecting welfare." Hearing Jin Ziyu's words, Lin Ke couldn't help but feel envious. How wonderful it would be if she also had a family like Jin Ziyu's. Unfortunately, her parents would never allow her to stay at home and collect welfare. Regardless, Zhang Shun was simply being too extreme, too domineering. Even knowing all this, what could she do? She was just an ordinary person and couldn't possibly compete with Zhang Shun. As long as Zhang Shun was at Su Lingling's store, she wouldn't dare take a single step closer. Thinking about this, Lin Ke felt an intense bitterness inside. She remembered the scene where Zhang Shun humiliated her. Tears instantly brimmed in her eyes. With tears streaming down her face, Lin Ke cried to Jin Ziyu, "Sister Yu, I really envy you. Su Lingling is so terrible. I helped her, never expecting her to thank me. But not only did she not say thank you once, she even had Zhang Shun deal with me. Now I can't find work. My parents at home just keep asking me for money. I don't understand why I am so unlucky, why mental abilities chose me. And that Zhang Shun, All because of Su Lingling keeps targeting me. These past few days, Lin Ku's inner pressure had been enormous, and there was no one she could confide in except Jin Ziyu. Jin Ziyu patted Lin Ku on the shoulder to comfort her and said, I didn't think Su Lingling would be such a person. I suspect she's already attached herself to Zhang Shun. They certainly weren't strangers. Otherwise, why does Zhang Shun help her so much? Zhang Shun has been collecting debts for so long. When have we ever seen him soften? He's ruthless. How can Su Lingling live unmoved in Zhang Shun's house? This shows Zhang Shun knew Su Lingling beforehand and gave her special privileges. I suspect my brother Jin Zijuan was set up by Zhang Shun, deliberately driving him away. My poor brother, alone in a distant place, I wonder how he's doing. Jin Ziyu, now remembering how her fiancé abandoned her, also tearfully recounted these grievances to Lin Ku. No matter what, Jin Zijuan was still her family, her younger brother. She would definitely side with Jin Zijuan rather than Su Lingling, a complete outsider. Even if Su Lingling had done a lot for Jin Zijuan, it wouldn't make any difference. Lin Ku graduated from a prestigious university and was quite beautiful. She could earn much more working as a receptionist than in a technical position. Currently, service roles in the interstellar industry paid much better than technical ones. Receptionists earned 8,000 credits a month, worked only 1 day off per week, had an 8-hour workday, and no overtime. This salary far exceeded the 1,500 credit stipend. Lin Ku's parents stayed at home collecting this allowance, sometimes with some leftover money, which they transferred to Lin Ku for savings. This is why Lin Ku's parents insisted she go out and find a job, because if Lin Ku also collected the allowance instead of working, the family would have no way to save money. Many elderly people exploited these kinds of loopholes. The union did not stop them. This was also why Jin Ziyu refused to work. She and her mother together received 3,000 credits in subsidies. Rent took up 2,000, and they managed to live decently on the rest. After thinking for a long time, Lin Ku finally decided to become a receptionist. There were many high-quality individuals to meet while working as a receptionist. In this way, she might be able to find a suitable partner sooner. As for Su Lingling, Lin Ku could only curse her silently in her heart. Lin Ku lamented the unfairness of life. Why? Why could Su Lingling have such an easy life? She graduated from a prestigious university and didn't fall short of Su Lingling in any way. She resented it deeply. At that moment, Lin Ku completely forgot how long ago Su Lingling's grades had always been better than hers. She had always been overshadowed by Su Lingling's brilliance. Even Jin Zijuan, the boy she secretly liked, preferred Su Lingling. So when she learned Su Lingling got admitted to a good university, she deliberately encouraged Su Lingling to give up college and return home to take over her family's ancestral restaurant, so Jin Zijuan could continue his studies at university. Surprisingly, it succeeded. Even Lin Ku herself found it unbelievable at the time, marveling about how anyone could be so foolish. How could someone's feelings outweigh their own future? That's why Lin Ku was willing to help Su Lingling in the first place. Chapter 45. Preparing for the banquet. This was also the reason why Lin Ku had been playing with Su Lingling, as she wanted to display her superiority. The person she used to struggle hard to catch up with was now far inferior to her. But she didn't expect that Su Lingling could turn around her situation just by relying on her boxed meals. She felt pity for Su Lingling being deceived by Jin Zijuan, this worthless man. She wanted to help Su Lingling. Yet she didn't want Su Lingling to live too well, because it would remind her of her own painful memories from before. So she wanted to make Su Lingling fall back completely and return to her previous state. Thus, under the inducement of a psychic ability user, she purchased some bacteria. Lin Ku hated Su Lingling in her heart, and she also hated that ability user. Even though she bought the bacteria intending to lace the food, she would absolutely not put it in the CEO's boxed meal. She wouldn't be stupid enough to do such a thing. Lin Ku silently swore inside that she must surpass Su Lingling and live better than her. As for Jin Ziyu's words, Lin Ku deeply believed them without doubt, and she was only willing to believe in the version Jin Ziyu said. That was Su Lingling had an affair with Zhang Shun, which is why she was living so well. Su Lingling relied on men to rise. It wasn't that Lin Ku was not as good as Su Lingling. It was because Lin Ku relied on herself, so she was inferior to Su Lingling. If Su Lingling didn't have Zhang Shun anymore, she definitely wouldn't be anything. Lin Ku thought to herself that since she was so excellent, if she could find someone she could rely on, she would surely be 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger than Su Lingling. Clang. Congratulations to the host for accumulating a total of 10,000 favorable reviews, obtaining a divine iron pot, divine steamed fish recipe, and constitution enhancement level 2. At this moment, Su Lingling did not know how Lin Ku and Jin Ziyu were plotting against her. Su Lingling never expected that after accumulating 10,000 favorable reviews, she would receive so many rewards. There was an iron pot, as well as constitution enhancement. Su Lingling excused herself to go upstairs to the bathroom, directly initiating her own enhancement. This reinforcement once again expelled toxins from her body. After Su Lingling took a bath, she went downstairs holding the iron pot and replaced the wok on the stove. And at this time, Mu Ju and Li Zheng also arrived. Mu Ju had spent 5 million yuan until he was broke. He didn't expect these dishes to be so expensive. He even more strongly felt that Su Lingling's braised foods really hadn't earned much money. These green vegetables were shockingly expensive. These were still the same few dishes he often ate at Su Lingling's store. A piece of dragon bone soup-making bone cost 1 million, and those green vegetables. Meat was very expensive too. Thanks to Li Zheng persuading a friend, they managed to buy 3 pounds for 1 million yuan. Fish was also expensive. Allegedly, due to good luck, a premium silver lotus fish cost 1 million, so expensive that it scared people. 5 million wasn't even enough. Mu Ju had to pull out a bit of his own cash. One doesn't realize how costly everyday expenses are until buying groceries. What Mu Ju didn't know was that Su Lingling was picking high-quality ingredients in the discount area. Also, Su Lingling picked ingredients that were usually cheaper because the taste after preparation was less appealing. Moreover, it depended on which store they visited, and there was also a reason. Zhang Xin's membership card gave a discount. When Su Lingling saw the fish, her eyes lit up. She had just obtained the recipe for steamed fish, and now there happened to be a fresh fish available. This fish must have cost a lot, judging by its price. It seemed like Mu Ju paid a high price to flatter her. The reason Su Lingling made braised fish was because when fish isn't that fresh, braising can cover up flaws. Steaming demands freshness. The dishes weren't many either. 1 dragon bone radish soup, 1 steamed fish, 1 braised pork, 1 sautéed greens, and 1 cucumber salad, 5 dishes. Inviting such important leaders for dinner, but preparing only 5 dishes, Su Lingling was indeed admirable. Nevertheless, Mu Ju was sincere. He bought an excellent oil bucket, Highland snow salt, and other seasonings in abundance, leaving quite a bit for Su Lingling to use herself. There were also bright red yin fruits. This was top-notch chili pepper, simply unparalleled for cooking. These likely cost no small amount either. Su Lingling told Mu Ju, 5 dishes. You've seen these ingredients. You can leave 1 person to supervise me to ensure I don't embezzle any. Dinner will be ready by 6 o'clock. Miss Su is joking. Both my team captain and I absolutely trust you. Li Zheng said sincerely, smiling genuinely at Su Lingling. Of course, he didn't need to worry, as there was Ling Xiaoxiao from their squad staying behind to supervise. So Li Zheng spoke so confidently. Ling Wei stood nearby and carefully observed Su Lingling prepare the ingredients. Starting from scratch, all the way through preparation. It was worth his while to study attentively. Su Lingling rolled up her sleeves, cleaned the silver lotus fish, and then picked up the knife. Effortlessly, she removed the scales from the fish. Then, the fish only needed a few light slashes with a flour knife, and it could be placed on the plate whole. 1 cut across the belly removed the fish's innards. There was only 1 cut on the entire fish, followed by marinating it in oil. Subsequently, Su Lingling added cooking wine, fine salt, scallions, ginger, garlic, star anise, and bay leaves according to specific proportions. Su Lingling marinated the ingredients and began slow cooking them over fire, waiting for the steam to rise before switching to medium heat. In the pot, various ingredients were added and steamed. The clear steaming began. At this point, Ling Wei's expression remained relatively neutral, with little change. Since everyone can cook, ignoring the flavor, you just need hands to do it. Especially with this steamed fish, there were no particularly high difficulty operations throughout the process. It was simply a matter of marinating the fish and putting it into the dish without any special knife skills required. However, when Su Lingling picked up the kitchen knife to handle the yin fruits, things changed dramatically. She first positioned the blade at the mid-lower back part of the yin fruit, making a quick turnaround. The skin of the yin fruit came off as if by itself, forming a long strip that never broke. After peeling, the yin fruit appeared smooth and round, showing no trace of cutting whatsoever. Seeing this, Ling Wei couldn't help but hold his breath. Ling Wei had once prepared yin fruits before and knew how difficult it was to remove their skin. Handling the essence of yin fruits lay entirely in the skin. This skin was the least edible part of yin fruits and also the toxic portion, evolved by yin fruits to protect themselves. But the most nutritious and energy-rich part of yin fruits was the layer of flesh just under the thin skin, which held the fruit's essence. Most people weren't good at handling this, but Su Lingling processed it perfectly. Next, Su Lingling placed the yin fruit on the chopping board, pressed it firmly on the board, and quickly moved her wrist. In just a few seconds, the intact yin fruit turned into evenly sliced yin fruit pieces. Their color was crystal clear, faintly reflecting multicolored lighting. Ling Wei took a deep breath, his eyes shining with admiration. Could ultimate knife skills feel like this? The entire process used only 1 kitchen knife, which was incredibly astonishing and left Ling Wei marveling endlessly. Chapter 46, Drooling. But next, Su Lingling demonstrated with her actions that extreme knife skills went far beyond that. Su Lingling held the yin fruit slices in her left hand, and the kitchen knife in her right flashed with a cold light. So fast, it was like a fleeting shadow. The thin slices of yin fruit immediately became potato threads as fine as needles, which could be laid out neatly with just a wipe of her hand. Upon seeing this scene, Ling Wei's eyes couldn't help but widen even more. This is too amazing. Her knife skills are incredible, especially Ling Xiaoxiao, whose eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Wait a moment, boss, this isn't right. Su Lingling looked up slightly stunned. What happened? Is there anything wrong? Ling Xiaoxiao swallowed saliva. Did you cut it just now? Of course I did. Otherwise would it become yin fruit threads on its own? Boss, you're too good at this. I feel that even Mu Team Leader's knife is not as fast as yours. At this moment, Ling Xiaoxiao was truly shocked and inadvertently let something slip. She never would have expected that Su Lingling's knife skills had reached such heights. She hadn't blinked the whole time, yet she didn't understand how the yin fruit became yin fruit threads. Fortunately, Su Lingling didn't mind these things, but instead said to Ling Xiaoxiao, "Nothing else but constant practice makes one skilled." When Ling Wei heard this sentence from Su Lingling, he was suddenly deeply moved and immediately remembered it. In the process of improving culinary skills, there were no other techniques, only diligence. No matter how much one learns, it's not as effective as practicing diligently in one area. Ling Wei kept encouraging himself internally. From today onward, after finishing work every day, he must spend more time peeling yin fruits and practicing more. This way, Eventually, he might reach Su Lingling's level. Meanwhile, Su Lingling picked up a nearby white radish and began slicing it. The process was similar to slicing the yin fruit threads earlier, still impossibly fast. Ling Wei noticed that when Su Lingling made cuts, they seemed to be done strip by strip, but with just a wipe of her hand, they instantly transformed into uniformly thin slices. Is this magic or cooking? Ling Wei suddenly realized that watching Su Lingling cook was an extremely satisfying experience. It was like watching an exhilarating performance of culinary art. Every step, every detail, was exquisitely meticulous. Sizzle. Su Lingling poured the yin fruit threads into the pot, flipping and frying evenly. The yin fruit threads with some residual moisture met the hot oil, causing the bottom of the pot to bubble instantly. Once the yin fruit threads turned crystal clear, aged vinegar was swiftly drizzled around the edges of the pan. The spiciness of the yin fruit and the sourness of the aged vinegar were immediately condensed together under the high temperature. And at that very moment, the yin fruit threads were in the perfect state to absorb fragrance. Thus, in the blink of an eye, the entire kitchen began to overflow with enticing aroma. At this point, Ling Wei, who was particularly close, couldn't help but move his lips and start swallowing saliva furiously. From his position, the closest to Su Lingling, this was also the best angle for observation and learning. As the spicy and fragrant scent of yin fruit entered his nostrils, his appetite was already uncontrollable. Damn, this is unbearable. Can only look but cannot eat. How could this yin fruit thread, which tasted terrible to him, smell so aromatic? Su Lingling opened the lid and poured all the sautéed yin fruit threads over the silver lotus fish, steaming hot, looking extremely delicious. Even Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't help drooling. Next, red braised meat was cooked. The exotic beast meat was washed, cut into pieces, and prepared for blanching. After pouring the oil, caramelized sugar color was fried before carefully placing the pieces of meat inside. Subsequently, Su Lingling added yin fruit threads, cooking wine, salt, green onion, ginger, garlic, bay leaves, and other spices to the red braised meat. After braising until the meat was cooked, Su Lingling lifted the pot and turned up the fire to stir fry and thicken the sauce. The roaring flames were beautifully depicted through the lens. Immediately afterward, the heat was turned off and the dish was served, the red chunks of meat elegantly placed onto the plate. The fresh and spicy aroma of the yin fruit instantly wafted out. People couldn't help but salivate, becoming restless. Because Mu Ju wasn't here yet, Su Lingling placed the red braised meat in another pot to continue cooking, intending to open the pot and serve the dishes once people arrived. After all, the spiciness of the yin fruit combined with the flavor of exotic beast meat was the most appetizing taste, especially the two flavors blending together, then being cooked by exceptional culinary skills. Once the aroma spreads, it easily stirs up hunger. In the moment the steam rises, Ling Xiaoxiao wiped the saliva dripping from the corner of her mouth, thinking this is too fragrant. She really wanted to eat it. Here, watching and not eating was genuinely torturous. Ling Xiaoxiao checked the time and found the cold dishes would soon be sold. She proactively left the kitchen and stood by the door, preparing to sell the cold dishes. She couldn't stay in the kitchen anymore, or else her ladle-like image would be completely lost. At this moment, Mu Ju brought Mr. Su and Captain Wang along with a group of people who had just arrived and sat down at the restaurant. Su Lingling first served a plate of cucumber that had been prepared in advance. Then Su Lingling brought the milk-white soup that had been simmered to perfection onto the table. This soup, already creamy white, emitted an enticing aroma. The dragon bone radish soup was savory and refreshing, nourishing and moistening dryness, truly delicious. Mu Ju had tasted it once before and couldn't forget it, so he introduced it again, eagerly helping everyone serve themselves some. Because it was so delicious, he couldn't wait to drink it. Captain Wang gave Mu Ju a curious glance. When did Mu Ju become so skilled at attending to others? He used to be like a piece of wood. At this moment, Su Lingling opened the pot lid again and served the steamed fish. The snow-white fish body was covered with red yin fruit threads, creating a vivid contrast. Just as everyone was immersed in the aroma of the dishes and getting ready to dig in, Su Lingling lifted the lid off the pot of red braised meat, releasing the scent of star anise, cinnamon bark, dried tangerine peel, and bay leaves, all wrapped up in a rich meat fragrance. The aroma overflowed, thick and rich, fresh and fragrant beyond compare, simply irresistible. All the guests were captivated by the delicacies in Su Lingling's pot. Yet, they still felt the scent penetrating their nostrils, stirring their appetites. But this was just the beginning, because in the next second, Su Lingling presented the red braised meat. In an instant, the previous aroma intensified. The red braised meat, which had been braised until tender, had fully absorbed the broth flavor, tightly fusing various tastes together within the pot, and then emitting it outwards, forming a complex richness filled with layers of flavors. This is called restrained original flavor, yet assertive aroma. To reach this level of culinary expertise is nothing short of masterful. Su Lingling served the red braised meat. There was a generous portion of red braised meat, with its aroma even stronger. After finishing serving the dishes, Su Lingling didn't concern herself with the matters at the table anymore. Instead, she washed the wok and began preparing the emperor green dish. Su Lingling poured cooking oil into the pan and started frying the spices. She then added the emperor green that had been pre-salted earlier. The bitterness of the emperor green must be reduced by salting beforehand to avoid excessive bitterness. With a sizzle, the bottom of the pan boiled again. Chapter 47, Kinshui Star. In the rolling heat, every leaf of the emperor green slowly began to wilt, but its color turned a verdant green, looking very beautiful. At the same time, the leaves of the emperor green began to slowly absorb the flavors, soaking in the sauce and oil from the pot, bubbling with bursts of oil flowers. Chopped green onions and minced garlic were added. Then the flame was turned up for intense stir-frying. At that moment, a fierce flame erupted from the wok. From Muju's perspective, it seemed as if fiery balls had burst forth from the wok. The tongues of fire constantly leapt upward, reaching their peak when they almost touched the ceiling. Meanwhile, the intense heat began to bring out the unique aroma hidden within the emperor green. The rich juices started to seep out gradually, blending into the outer layer of the leaves. Under such high temperature, these unique flavors fused together, gradually combining into an extraordinary rich fragrance. Only by using this stir-fry method could the freshness and aroma of the emperor green be locked in. Finally, a hint of yin-yin fruit was added before removing it from the wok. The 5 dishes came out perfectly, 4 dishes and 1 soup. Suji had originally thought that a small place like this could possibly have a master chef, but only after tasting Su Lingling's dishes did he realize what true delicacies tasted like. The 4 of them didn't even take the time to be polite and picked up their chopsticks to start eating. The taste was simply unmatched. Wang team leader would never have thought that in his lifetime. He'd lick the plate clean because the food was just too delicious. And this Suji, this guy ate far too quickly and frighteningly well. He looked like a gentleman but was eating at an incredible speed. His movements were vicious. Wang leaned back in his chair, eyes closed in satisfaction. He would never have guessed in his life that eating these dishes could help him break through another level of cultivation. No wonder Muju and the others didn't want to eat in the cafeteria. If it were him, he wouldn't go to the cafeteria either. Not only was the meal delicious, but it crucially enhanced one's cultivation. He knew how painful it was to consume yin-yin fruits raw in pursuit of advancement in cultivation. Su Ji's eyes gleamed as they locked onto Su Lingling, because he felt that the innate cold condition within his body had eased slightly. He believed that as long as he continued to eat Su Lingling's food, his cold condition could be cured, and perhaps he might reach an even greater height. No one knew about Su Ji having this cold condition, not even the doctors who examined him. The doctor from his childhood had already passed away. As an adult, Su Ji disguised himself and traveled widely, searching for renowned doctors who could treat his ailment. Now, Su Lingling's cuisine had managed to do this. This made Su Ji extremely happy. He was already planning ways to recruit Su Lingling as his private chef. Su Lingling's culinary skills were exquisite. It was normal for him to fall in love with her cooking after tasting it once. Su Ji thought that anyone who tried Su Lingling's food would inevitably become addicted. Ms. Su, you're so talented in cooking. Would you consider becoming my personal chef? If possible, I hope we can work together to develop on Tianshui Star. I can help you obtain the ID of a first-class citizen. Su Ji's words shocked Muju. Tianshui Star was a highly developed first-tier planet among the stars, where even third-class citizens equated to nobles on Shuelan Star. A first-class citizen was 2 ranks higher than a third-class citizen. He finally understood why the leader showed such respect to this person. This individual was from Tianshui Star. Su Lingling shook her head at the pale-skinned man in front of her. She was living comfortably here and had no intention of leaving. When she was forced into the law enforcement team, she learned a lesson, that without strength, one could accomplish nothing anywhere. Once she became strong enough, she could definitely rely on her own abilities to reach Tianshui Star. There was no need to follow a stranger there. In a foreign land, where language barriers exist and one is all alone, dying unnoticed could happen easily. Isn't living on Shuelan Star pleasant enough? Su Lingling already had over 30 million stellar coins in her account, and money was not something she lacked now. Thank you for your kind offer, but I've grown accustomed to living here. I am used to the climate and food characteristics. Each place has its own distinct charm. Food is the same. Great meals require dedication to create. If the environment changes, maybe I won't be able to produce food of the same quality. Suji looked at Su Lingling's bright smile, not expecting her to refuse. How advanced Tianshui Star was should be something everyone on Shuelan Star would know. Still, he agreed with Su Lingling's reasoning. Masterful culinary arts were a technique requiring diligent practice. However, god-tier culinary skills were a form of natural talent, which might fade if the surroundings changed. Suji revealed his QR code to Su Lingling and said, "You can add me as a friend. If one day you change your mind or run into trouble, you can contact me anytime." Thank you. This time Su Lingling did not refuse and added Su Ji as a friend. Wang was extremely shocked. Su Lingling actually added Su Ji's contact. She was just a chef, but upon reflection, it wasn't too surprising, because Su Lingling's culinary skills were really outstanding. It was very normal for such a talented person to be noticed by bigwigs. Su Ji and Mu Ju's group didn't stay long. They soon left Su Lingling's little shop. And right at that moment, Zhang Shen walked in. "Why didn't you go with Su Ji? That's Tianshui Star." Su Lingling heard the sarcastic tone in Zhang Shen's voice and responded, "Why do you like eavesdropping so much? You could come in and listen openly if you want." "Humph, you bad woman. We agreed that I'd be the only one you made special dishes for. Yet you've been doing it for others, cooking dishes I've never tasted before." "You didn't ask." Su Lingling replied confidently. "I thought you didn't like it." Zhang Shen indeed hadn't asked. He also hadn't bought such ingredients. Zhang Shen took out Blackwater Mystic Snake meat and Emperor Green. Su Lingling realized Zhang Shen just liked this type of meat. However, it was rather rare. Previously, she hadn't seen it in the supermarket. Su Lingling said to Zhang Shen, "Look how you buy ingredients. Just these 2 things. How can I blame myself for not making new dishes for you? I also want fish." Zhang Shun then handed over a large piece of silver dragon fish meat to Su Lingling. All right, I'll make it for you. After speaking, Su Lingling seemed to have remembered something and said to Zhang Shun, hey, I have some money now. Can I redeem the deed of my house? A price increase is fine. I don't mind spending the money. I'll check on that for you. But it might take a bit longer since the deed has already been sold. You need to be more diligent. I'm willing to pay double. Chapter 48, A Father's Standpoint. Long to Financial Group. Zhang Shun hadn't returned to the company headquarters for a long time. He went to the design department at the company location. Modify this design plan, no? I think it's necessary to have a small restaurant near the company. Our daily life and work are already quite stressful. I looked at some instructions from the union and heard that they're planning to cancel subsidies because these people are just idling at home, eating and waiting for death, leading to a decline in genetic quality and fewer people being able to awaken to special abilities. At the same time, supermarkets and vegetable markets should be built in the slum areas to encourage more movement and interaction. Therefore, to support some of the policies of the union, I believe it's crucial to keep this small restaurant. Zhang Shun, I heard you've been very close to the owner of that restaurant. You actually took back her deed. That's going too far, said a middle-aged man coldly to Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun immediately took out a laser pen and made a few changes on the design blueprint. The design was instantly altered. Su Lingling's little shop had been relocated right to the center of Long to Financial Group. After making the changes, Zhang Shun said to the middle-aged man, Long Kuan, I give you face by calling you boss. Do you really think you have the authority to dictate my decisions? The blueprints will be changed like this. I'll remind you. When you have time on Saturday, take your good-for-nothing son to Su Lingling's shop and see how beneficial my decision is for the group. Suji even wants to poach people to Tian Shui Star. If it wasn't for my efforts in retaining them, they would have left long ago. Who wants to stay in this broken place? They feel sentimental about their homeland. I've taken the deed. With that, Zhang Shun left, not giving any face to Long Kuan, the president of the group. All the people around him lowered their heads, not daring to look up as they observed everything. Evidently, they were already accustomed to such scenes. After Zhang Shun left, an assistant behind Long Kuan said to him, President, Zhang Shun is just a useless person demoted from Dragon King Star. Would you like to show him what he gets? Long Kuan slapped his assistant hard and said, however things go, he is still part of my Long family, and it's none of your business to interfere. After saying that, Long Kuan walked away, full of bravado. Zhang Shun is the older brother of the young master of Dragon family on Dragon King Star. The young master specifically requested to take care of his elder brother. If Zhang Shun got injured even a bit, the entire Long family would be ruined. It's someone they couldn't afford to anger. Furthermore, this event couldn't let anyone else know. Otherwise, Zhang Shun's arrogance would surely offend many people, and the young master of the Long family has plenty of enemies. At that point, who knows if they'd attack Zhang Shun next? Even Long Kuan personally doesn't like Zhang Shun much. Reckless, wasting resources, and causing harm to others without benefiting himself. Killing debtors while collecting debts only erases those debts. Anyway, after years of collecting debts, the only thing ever retrieved was Su Lingling's store deed. Now, it turned out that he actually retook it. He even arranged a security detail to protect him, fearing something might happen. In his mind, failing to recover money while collecting debts is fine, but at least there's something to keep Zhang Shun occupied, preventing boredom and avoiding trouble. That's why he always selected the poorest and most powerless debtors to ensure Zhang Shun's safety. Everything Long Kuan did was entirely for the sake of his eldest son far away on Dragon King Star, for his future. His son repeatedly advised him to treat Zhang Shun well, but not get too close. His character can be inconsistent and unpredictable. Initially, Long Kuan planned not to argue with Zhang Shun. However, the location of Su Lingling's shop affected the new company site selection. Her shop is at the central position, identified by a feng shui master as an ideal location. Their company's current location cannot change. But according to Zhang Shun, Su Lingling's shop must remain in the very center with an extra door reserved for her use. Long Kuan felt extremely angry. It seriously tarnished the company image. He couldn't tolerate it, yet thinking of his younger son. As a father, one could sacrifice everything for their child, including dignity and life. Long Kuan has two sons. His eldest is a genius and his pride. And the younger son? Just an ordinary man. Although indulging in drinking and revelry. As a father, how could he not understand his youngest son's pain? Big brother is so outstanding, whereas the younger brother is so mediocre. In his younger days, he had many enemies and a sharper temper than he does now. Consequently, his wife was ambushed, giving birth to his younger son, Long Fan, and passing away early. Because of congenital insufficiencies compounded by the other party's sabotage, the younger son turned out this way. Yet his intelligence is sharp, with distinct insights on many aspects of the company operations. He originally thought that his elder son, Long Bufian, was so excellent, and his future should be among the stars and seas. The younger son would just take over the family business. With his elder son's protection, he would also have a peaceful life in the future. After all, Zhang Shun and his younger brother were good examples of strong sibling relationships. The main reason why Long Kuan usually tolerated Zhang Shun was that he saw Zhang Shun as his younger son, just in reverse, with Zhang Shun being the genius little brother. So, he also understood that Zhang Shun's mentality was unbalanced and twisted. He didn't understand why the young master of the Long family sent Zhang Shun to this desolate place. Until now, he realized it was because he himself had superpowers while his younger son was just an ordinary person. There was no need for Long Bufian to take care of his younger son, Long Fan, since he could live much longer than Long Fan. The limit of a commoner's lifespan is generally around 100 years. Afterward, teeth fall out, walking becomes difficult, eating anything becomes impossible, turning them into nothing more than a useless person. Living like that might as well mean death. Not even the young master from Dragon King Star could do anything about it. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been a need to send Zhangshun here. His son once told him this when he couldn't endure Zhangshun. After hearing these words, he grew more patient toward Zhangshun. This was also the reason why he let his son indulge daily. In his eyes, his son was someone who had a short lifespan. So naturally, he should play, eat, and drink whenever possible. Long Kuan suddenly remembered Zhangshun's words. Though harsh, they pointed towards another direction. Take Long Fan to Su Lingling's shop. What was special about Su Lingling's store? Long Kuan immediately sent a message to his confidant. Soon, all the information about Su Lingling's shop was delivered to his optical computer. Long Kuan examined it carefully. A gifted culinary expert who could help people enhance their cultivation levels. Su Ji from Tianshui Star had even changed his itinerary to buy a house near Su Lingling's shop. Chapter 49, Teaching. Su Lingling's shop only sells special food at 6 p.m. on Saturdays and Sundays. Long Kuan noted this in his light brain itinerary and sent a message to his son, Long Fan. Long Kuan, let's have dinner together at Su's snack shop at 6 p.m. on Saturday. Long Fan was playing in a bar at the time, surrounded by colorful lights and deafening music. These kinds of places had been preserved through many years. Long Fan saw the message on his light brain. His father hadn't contacted him for a long time. That day, he had secretly overheard a conversation between his older brother and his father. His brother said Zhangshun wouldn't live long. An ordinary person could at most live to 80 and suggested their father not worry about him. He knew that this indirectly referred to him too, because from that day on, his father hadn't cared much for him anymore. Long Fan used to look down on Zhangshun, thinking, so what if you have some background? Acting arrogantly, without consequence, showed a complete lack of intelligence. It wasn't until now that he realized Zhangshun wasn't unintelligent, but rather powerless against fate. Their lives had already been predetermined. As a result, Long Fan stopped managing Zhangshun later on. He thought he was at least better than Zhangshun because he still carried the surname Long. According to his older brother, Zhangshun and the young master of Long King Star, Long Outyan, were twins born to the same mother. However, Zhangshun's fate was unfortunate. His mother had fled while pregnant with him and, worn out from escape, suffered fetal distress. Thus, Zhangshun was born an ordinary person. Therefore, it was kept secret after his birth. If the head mistress of Long King Star gave birth to an ordinary child as her firstborn, she would be questioned by everyone on Long King Star. At that point, the position of the main mistress might even change hands. Thus, they couldn't tell anyone about this matter. Only after the birth of Long Outyan, who was known as a prodigy and became a 9-star psychic ability holder at 18, stronger than his older brother, did their family finally earn respect. But Zhangshun's existence remained something they had to hide. They heard about numerous attempts to seek potion masters and consume various elixirs, yet Zhangshun never managed to transcend into a psychic ability user. Hence, Zhangshun was exiled here. In comparison, Long Fan believed Zhangshun was worse off than himself. He understood why Zhangshun was twisted inside. For him, there was no other option but to drown himself in liquor and pleasures, numbing his own mind and living each day aimlessly. In his dreams, he seemed to become an omnipotent powerhouse. In his dreams, everything he desired was there. He led the life he craved. On his light brain, Long Fan typed one word. Okay. It had been a long time since he last had dinner with his father because he didn't know how to face him. He knew his father was very good to him, wanting to give him everything best. Yet whenever he thought about the words his brother Long Bufan had spoken that day, his heart hurt. He was over 20 now and would soon be 30. Men aged quickly when they hit 30. He didn't want to get married because doing so made him feel like he was always a kid, not grown up, and thus wouldn't grow old or die. On Monday, the number of people at Su Lingling's store seemed more than before. Many assumed Su Lingling wouldn't sell boxed meals anymore, yet she still did. The price remained unchanged, and the taste stayed consistent. Boss, why don't you offer a 1,000,000 credit set menu? Even a 10,000 credit package would do. Just make it smaller, let us try it. Boxed meals are daily staples. The price can't be too high. It's about small profits but quick turnover. The quality of the dishes, you can rest assured. I buy all the ingredients fresh every day from the StarNet. Su Lingling explained to the crowd. Of course, Su Lingling wouldn't limit herself to selling only 1,000,000 credit menus. She needed good reviews to activate more capabilities. She already had a great pot, a top-tier kitchen knife, and her body had strengthened to level 2. All thanks to the system. Even though selling 1,000,000 credit meals could bring in a lot of money, more money meant nothing without sufficient capability. Su Lingling intended to enhance her strength. Su Lingling had already accumulated 15,000 positive reviews, yet still hadn't received any rewards. Su Lingling guessed that perhaps reaching 30,000 would be required for a reward. Previously, rewards came when she had 1,000 and 3,000 reviews. Su Lingling didn't yet have any psychic abilities, and she still yearned for them. Ling Xiaoxiao was enthusiastically serving food, having fallen in love with this job. Every time she served, everyone's eyes were intently fixed on her ladle, hoping for just a little extra. For those Ling Xiaoxiao felt sorry for, she'd generously pile a full scoop onto their plate. Ling Wei never expected that Su Lingling would prepare food within the shop without hiding anything from him. Sometimes, when he sought advice on certain skills that he had spent a long time pondering without understanding, he thought Su Lingling wouldn't tell him. But Su Lingling didn't hide anything from him at all. She told him everything. She patted his shoulder and said, I know you won't stay here for long. You just want to stay here and learn cooking. Your salary is so low. You are clearly here to learn things. I feel like you're trying to learn too many things. Even though I've made notes on every dish I cook, you haven't fully grasped them, yet you want to move on to the next one. When you have thoroughly understood one dish, come find me to learn the second dish. The homework I give you is Sichuan pickled cabbage. I don't want you to look down on this dish. Although it's very cheap, its taste doesn't fall behind any other dishes. If you think you're ready, bring your version of Sichuan pickled cabbage for me to try. If I think it's good enough, then I'll teach you the second dish. Otherwise, dreaming of becoming fat instantly won't work. The ingredients for psychic ability dishes are very expensive, but common ingredients are much cheaper and can be practiced multiple times. I practiced from a young age and wasted countless ingredients before I could reach my current level. When Ling Wei heard these words, he was deeply moved. Most importantly, Su Lingling really taught him with care at this critical moment. The pickling formula and the nutrition rich in the cabbage were explained. Even ordinary ingredients have their effects. So Ling Wei meticulously recorded the recipe for Sichuan pickled cabbage. This dish was especially simple, the only challenge being the pickling formula and timing. The reason Su Lingling chose to teach Ling Wei how to cook was because she saw his seriousness. Some of the tasks of small workers, she began to let Ling Wei handle. More importantly, Su Lingling wondered whether an ordinary chef, without a system but only a recipe, could produce a divine-level Sichuan pickled cabbage. So Su Lingling would have Ling Wei prepare the dish first, then take it to her for tasting, as she wanted to see Ling Wei's progress. Also, with such a low wage, how could anyone stay? There should be some benefit for the person. Su Lingling knew a great number of recipes, so she could teach one by one for a long time. And it was always during the time before work, when no one else was around, that she would offer some pointers. Ling Xiaoxiao clearly looked like a miss who was just experiencing life. Su Lingling felt that she wouldn't last long. So Su Lingling focused on Ling Wei. Chapter 50. The Relief Fund is cancelled. While Su Lingling was teaching Ling Wei, Ling Xiaoxiao would occasionally listen in out of boredom. For some unknown reason, Ling Xiaoxiao also began to develop a bit of interest in cooking. She felt it wasn't that hard. Quite simple. Maybe she could try it too. There were too many people in this place. She suspected everyone as possibly suspicious individuals and reported them. 9 out of 10 turned out to be Zhang Xin's people, with only one being someone who came by reputation. Naturally, this led to her getting scolded. When Mu Ju criticized Ling Xiaoxiao for lacking dedication, she felt extremely wronged. Ling Xiaoxiao also felt helpless. She thought he could just find someone to help buy meals, instead of coming himself. Fortunately, the job wasn't too boring, so Ling Xiaoxiao didn't protest about leaving. But every time she looked at the long lines outside, seeing how people waited so long with eager eyes, she couldn't take her time serving one person at a time. In her previous attempt to finish tasks, she served food particularly slowly. As a result, many people asked her if her hand was injured and why she had slowed down so much, suggesting that Ling Wei should replace her. Naturally, Ling Xiaoxiao didn't like that idea and sped up again. Ling Xiaoxiao understood clearly that these people were just ordinary folks. They had fragile bodies, standing for so long, especially under the blazing midday sun, would exhaust anyone, even her. Thus, considering their situation empathetically, she chose to quickly serve food. Because of this, Ling Xiaoxiao earned the title of Serving Queen. Her speed in dishing out food was incredibly fast, faster than custom-made robots, and her movements were steady, never trembling. Ling Xiaoxiao discovered that she could also practice her superpowers while serving food. This was why Ling Xiaoxiao enjoyed dishing out food so much. Most importantly, Ling Xiaoxiao believed that without her, the people here wouldn't be able to eat so quickly. She thought she helped many people and found great meaning in it. Even Mu Ju praised her speed, saying it reached the level of a third-class speed-enhanced ability user. This filled Ling Xiaoxiao with confidence. Most importantly, she could eat lots of delicious food in the restaurant every day. Ling Xiaoxiao originally wasn't that fond of eating, but now, she thought the happiest moments of each day were when she ate. Every day, Ling Xiaoxiao brought her own lunch to work. She didn't eat the restaurant's food or dishes, but, as an employee, she could eat 2 portions, more than others. This gave her a sense of superiority. Happiness requires comparison. Just eating a little more than others made her content. After finishing serving food, Ling Xiaoxiao would sit inside the shop and begin to devour the food hungrily, since she had skipped breakfast and been continuously serving the fragrant dishes, salivating. Now she felt like she could eat an entire cow. Su Lingling also held her rice bowl and ate happily. Her taste buds had become choosier. Initially, she planned to try some street foods outside, sampling interstellar snacks. However, compared to what she'd grown accustomed to, god-tier culinary skills, external food tasted like pig feed. So Su Lingling now could only rely on the meals cooked by herself. A good chef was truly important. Su Lingling thought that if Ling Wei learned successfully, she could teach others. Then the recipes could be spread across the stars, possibly forming a street of various snacks. After all, Su Lingling alone couldn't handle preparing meals for everyone. However, there was a piece of good news recently. Ling Chui was discharged from the hospital, restored to full health, and personally came to Su Lingling's store to queue for boxed meals. However, Ling Chui's very sincere request to have boxed meals pre-ordered from Su Lingling's store was refused by Su Lingling. Su Lingling also learned through Ling Chui that Lin Ku had left Ling Chui's company. He said that, for Su Lingling's sake, he hadn't pursued any responsibility against Lin Ku. But if Su Lingling wanted to hold Lin Ku accountable, he could change his mind anytime. Su Lingling reflected that Lin Ku had at least helped her once, and they had been good sisters. There was no need to send Lin Ku to jail, so she thanked Ling Chui. Su Lingling didn't hire Lin Ku back into the company either. Everyone has to bear some consequences for their choices. If completely controlled by psychic powers, someone would have noticed Lin Ke's anomalies anyway. And after the incident, Lin Ke's first reaction was to blame her boxed meal for the issue. This was one of the main reasons why Su Lingling was arrested by the enforcement team. Inside the shop, Su Lingling lived well along with Ling Xiaoxiao and others. But Jin Ziyu wasn't having such an easy time. The alliance suddenly reformed its policies and directly canceled the relief fund. This was a huge blow to her. With the money she had exploited from Su Lingling over the years, her mother's illness had actually been cured to a large extent. Her mother received a monthly aid of 1,500 credits, and Jin Ziyu herself also got a monthly allowance of 1,500. Together they made 3,000 credits per month. Wasn't that living in comfort? But now, the alliance would only provide relief funds to pregnant women and those with children under 18 years old. All other allowances were cancelled. This made Jin Ziyu extremely angry, so she joined many groups where others who relied on welfare payments were planning protests. However, before they could organize the activities, all these people were thrown into mine shafts to work as miners. To make matters worse, the alliance hypocritically announced that Longda Financial Company would be responsible for arranging jobs for them. If you lined up all the people around Water Blue Star who have complained about Longda Financial Company, it would circle the planet. Almost 80% of the population had grievances against the company, violent debt collection tactics, and more. Now the alliance handed this task to Longda Financial, clearly signaling its resolve to cancel the relief fund. What kind of good jobs could Longda Financial arrange? Nothing but low-end service positions, the sort of jobs that Water Blue Star had abolished along with slavery 10,000 years ago when equality was established for everyone. And now, they wanted these people to do menial labor like serving tea and water, jobs meant for robots. No one wanted to take on these roles. Robots were supposed to handle such tasks. How ridiculous! To let humans replace robots. And to top it all off, they justified this by saying it was for everyone's good. People staying at home all day wasn't healthy for their bodies, and it also led to icy relationships among humans, making society colder. Su Lingling learned about the cancellation of the assistance fund too. She didn't see it as bad news, because the alliance hadn't abandoned anyone. Anyone willing to work would be given a job. Moreover, it came with 2 days off per week, an 8-hour workday, and a 40-hour workweek. A minimum wage of 4,000 credits per month was offered. That wasn't unreasonable. Enida's grandparents had long wanted to find work, but couldn't, because the street sweeping was done by robots, and they were too old for heavy manual labor. But now, Enida's grandparents had already been re-employed to wash vegetables at Flowing Light Pavilion. Both of them were happy to accept this arrangement and agreed to work despite their advanced age. Chapter 51. A Soaring Opportunity. The most critical factor was that Su Lingling had come across some consultations on the Star Network. It was rumored that the primary reason for the cancellation of relief funds was not to train the residents' physical abilities or to enhance interpersonal communication. In Su Lingling's opinion, if she didn't go to work, she wouldn't feel depressed. Instead, she would be cheerful every day. Currently, with her own store, she doesn't need to please others, and she still has a great time. People who don't want to go to work aren't necessarily lazy or unwilling to labor. It's simply because they don't want to deal with certain social interactions and politics at work. Now, the Alliance's decision to cancel the relief fund ultimately stems from a lack of funds. Why does the Alliance have no money? Because of the insect plague. The invasion of insectoids happened in Water Blue Star several years ago. Hence, ordinary people typically dare not venture outside city limits. It is said that the city where eWorld Company is located is severely affected by insect pests. Many residents have been relocated by the Alliance to H city nearby. Considering the massive influx of refugees as well as the reconstruction of the city, it is clear how much capital this requires. What's worse, many vegetables cultivated in outdoor planting bases have been devoured by insects. Vegetable prices have now doubled. Many restaurants within the city have raised their prices, but Su Lingling hasn't done so. Su Lingling calculated that she's just making less profit compared to before. Most people in the area where Su Lingling resides are not wealthy, relying heavily on subsidies. Therefore, Su Lingling's shop has seen even more queues lately. When Lin Ku returned home after work in the evening, she suddenly noticed that her parents were waiting for her to eat dinner together, with a meal already prepared. It should be known that in the past, Lin Ku never received such treatment. Nothing was ever prepared for her when she came back. The refrigerator would be empty. Even the drinking water was stored away in her parents' room, only taken out when her younger brother came home on vacation. But today, a plate of fragrant rice noodles was set neatly on the table. On the table, there was also a dish piled high with various vegetables. It looked chaotic, but the bright red pepper oil emitted an inviting aroma, stimulating one's appetite. Kur, you're back. Come quickly and have dinner. Lin Ku hadn't eaten dinner either. She usually maintained a slim figure by not eating supper. However, tonight, the smell made her yearn to eat. Moreover, this was her mother's rare display of care, touching her heart a little. Sitting down at the table, the food was already cold, but the rice noodles were still hot. Kur, this is currently very famous chilled appetizer. It tastes incredibly delicious, give it a try. Facing her mother's ingratiating manner, Lin Ku felt slightly moved inside. She took a large bite of the rice noodles, surprised at how its taste exceeded her imagination by thousands of times. Kur, your father stood in line for a long time outside Su Lingling's shop to get this appetizer. They just abruptly canceled the assistance program, and prices are soaring now. What? This dish is from Su Lingling's shop? Mom, haven't I already told you? Even if I starve to death, I will not eat the food from Su Lingling's place. The dishes all contain banned substances that cause addiction. Lin Ku erupted with rage immediately. She remembered the mission earlier in the hotel involving those lecherous men. Not talking meant missing her performance targets. Talking made her nauseated. Lin Ke thought that everything happening to her was brought on by Su Lingling, and she violently threw the plate of chilled appetizer onto the floor. Her parents, Lin's father and mother, gazed at the spilled appetizer on the floor with hearts full of regret. This dish was so tasty. They were even planning to save some for tomorrow, and now it had gone to waste. Moreover, if Su Lingling found out about this incident, they might not be able to buy her appetizers again in the future. With the current skyrocketing prices, only the foods from Su Lingling's shop hadn't risen yet. They remained as good as before in quality, except that meat skin was cancelled, leaving no trace of animal protein in the appetizer. Nevertheless, it did not affect the exquisite flavor of the dish. Lin's mother originally intended to ask her daughter for money since there were no more relief funds. They could only depend on Lin Ke for support. Plus, they previously saved 10,000 yuan through Lin Ke. Stepping forward, Lin's mother addressed Lin Ke softly. Kuer. These days law enforcement officers all rush to queue up at Su Lingling's shop for meals. Many rich people in the city will queue up at Su Lingling's shop on Saturdays and Sundays. Su Lingling awakened her mutant ability. Those aren't banned substances, they're products of her powers. You were misled by that mutant ability user before, who falsely accused you of all crimes. Su Lingling isn't the same as she used to be. If you can make amends with her, you should apologize and on Saturday and Sunday, go to her shop to help out for free. Show your sincerity by helping serve soup or pour water. On Saturday and Sunday evenings, Su Lingling's shop introduces a 1,000,000 yuan delicacy, a dish costing 1,000,000 yuan each. The people eating there are undoubtedly real wealthy individuals. These people aren't the common rich folks you know. You could meet many influential people and change your own destiny. Your mother knows you dislike Su Lingling, but you two don't have any personal grudges. You and Su Lingling were good friends once, until some conniving individual sowed discord between you. Lin Mu had much to say, and Lin Ke slowly calmed down. She did hate Su Lingling, but deep down, it was more jealousy. Jealous that Su Lingling had succeeded while she accomplished nothing in life. Compared to the promise of such success, this hatred was insignificant. Lin Mu convinced Lin Ke almost immediately. Yes, you were tricked by that telepath. None of this is actually Su Lingling's fault. It's not her responsibility. 1,000,000 yuan dishes, a dish costing 1,000,000 yuan. That seemed absurd. Isn't that just stealing from people? Those rich folks must be ridiculously wealthy. Lin Ke agonized over this for several days, but finally, on Saturday evening, she made up her mind. She purchased an expensive box of fruit and brought it to Su Lingling's store. Outside the shop, she saw a long, snaking queue, an impressive sight that shocked her. The boxed meals might taste good, but waiting in such a long line was extreme. There must be thousands of people here. And outside, Star News reporters continuously snapped photos, seemingly preparing the front page for tomorrow's paper. Despite the number of people, no one dared to cut in line, all patiently waiting their turn regardless of age. There were two queues. One moved significantly faster than the other. Lin Ke learned that one queue was for self-service cold dishes, and the other was for pre-sliced cooked meats, both priced at 20 yuan per serving. As Lin Ke stepped closer, she noticed the bottom of the cooked meat boxes were layered with pickled cucumbers and cabbage, with only the top layer being the halved cooked meat, which was already portioned by Su Lingling's staff. You couldn't choose the quantity yourself. In the middle of the store, the people queuing were those purchasing the 1,000,000 yuan halved meat delicacies. Chapter 52, Apology. Lin Ke recognized these people in line. Her former company boss, Ling Chui, was among them, waiting patiently. There were also some others Lin Ke had seen on Starnet's gossip news. For instance, Long Kuan from the Long De Financial Group and his son Long Fan were actually in line too, which was utterly unimaginable. These two were truly big shots, far more influential than Zhang Xinxiang, the real owner behind Long De Financial Group. Long De Financial was much more powerful compared to her previous company, Zhihui Technology, by 100-fold. Although her previous company was named Zhihui Technology, it was essentially just a gaming company. No matter how large it was, it couldn't compare with Long De Financial. Long De Financial indeed controlled the financial lifeline of the Blue Water Planet, and most importantly, it had many physical industry projects, such as mines and entertainment industries. Most importantly, the force behind Long De Financial was Dragon King Star, where it was rumored that the Long family already ruled the entire Dragon King Star. Dragon King Star was a first-tier planet in the interstellar world, full of highly skilled individuals. It was said that Long Kuan's eldest son, Long Bufan, had become a young general of Dragon King Star and would undoubtedly not return to inherit the Long De Financial Company far away on Blue Water Planet. So, the only one who could inherit was Long Kuan's youngest son, Long Fan. Long Fan didn't have any special requirements for finding a girlfriend except that she must be beautiful. Lin Ke touched her face and secretly felt fortunate inside that she had come today wearing makeup. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Lin Ke also noticed Su Lingling, who was collecting money beside the counter. Su Lingling's store had two employees, but they were both outside, one responsible for the braised meat stall and another for the cold dishes stall. In the store, there was only Su Lingling herself. As soon as Lin Ke saw that these bigwigs still had to serve themselves soup personally, she couldn't help but feel sorry for them. But she didn't forget the most important task at hand, to apologize to Su Lingling. Lingling, I'm very sorry about my rude behavior that day. It was all my fault. I didn't know why I got so unlucky and was controlled by that mental psychic. Or else, I absolutely wouldn't have said those things to you. Lin Ke displayed an incredibly sweet smile while addressing Su Lingling charmingly. After seeing the people in the store, Lin Ku's attitude towards Su Lingling improved significantly, making her apology seem much more sincere. Su Lingling looked strangely at Lin Ku, because today's Lin Ku was like a completely different person compared to before. In Su Lingling's mind, Lin Ku's appearance had already grown quite blurry, the only clear memory being Lin Ku's grotesque expression that night. Seeing Lin Ku's normal appearance now caused Su Lingling some surprise. However, remembering that Lin Ku was her only good friend back then, coupled with Lin Ku saying she was controlled by a psychic and coming over to sincerely apologize, it's always better to not hit someone when they're smiling. Lin Ku, do you remember what that mental psychic looks like? He did quite a bit of harm to me. The shop was even closed down for a whole day, and Zhang Xin put in a lot of effort to bail me out. Su Lingling didn't say things like, it's okay, or no problem. Of course, she had to recount her misery. Su Lingling wasn't stupid. Forgiving Lin Ku was one thing, but uncovering the truth behind the curtain wasn't something that could be easily brushed aside. What kind of grudge could her little boxed meal restaurant possibly harbor? At most, it might just be taking away someone's boxed meal business. Just boxed meal business? That surely wasn't enough to hire a mental psychic. It would be too cheap. The crux of the matter was, the victim was Ling Chui and his employees, and Ling Chui lay quietly in the hospital for a whole week. If he hadn't been treated in time, rumors said he might have died. Of course, star newspapers reported Ling Chui's condition daily, multiple times stating he was nearly critical. This was a serious situation. If caught, the consequences would be unimaginable. From this, it was clear that if someone really wanted to target Su Lingling, wouldn't other methods have been better? There was no need to use such a way, attracting hostility from the Ling family. Thus, the opponent didn't have any real reason to control Lin Ku to falsely accuse her. Lingling, I'm truly sorry for causing you trouble. I see that your store is so busy. Maybe every Saturday and Sunday, I can come to your place to work for free and help reduce my guilt toward you. Lin Ku sincerely told Su Lingling. She longed to stay here. There was Long Fan. If she could somehow get close to Long Fan, she'd definitely be more powerful than Su Lingling. No matter how capable Zhang Xin was, he worked for the Long family. If she married Long Fan and Su Lingling married Zhang Xin, Su Lingling would only end up being her underling. At this moment, Lin Ku entirely ignored why Long Kuan and Long Fan had to stand obediently in line here. Lin Ku's brain was somewhat abnormal now, though this couldn't be blamed on her. She had been through too much trauma these days. The social class distinctions were clearer in this era than in ancient times. She had resigned herself to fate, hoping only to marry someone a bit stronger who could help her family move up a step. After all, there were too many beauties nowadays, and since she hadn't awakened any special abilities, the topmost tycoon families wouldn't even look at her. But now it was different. She had witnessed Su Lingling's success. Lin Ku attributed all of Su Lingling's success solely to Zhang Shen. She believed she wasn't inferior to Su Lingling. If Su Lingling could succeed, then so could she. What mattered most was that she was well aware of Long Fan's physical condition. He was an ordinary person just like her. This gave her infinite hope, and she felt that she had a chance to succeed. Lin Ku didn't tell Su Lingling about Long Fan's true identity, knowing very well that Su Lingling used to have Jin Zijuan as the sole focus of her mind, completely ignoring everything else. In Lin Ku's eyes, Long Fan must be here undercover, especially coming out to experience life. Lin Ku, my store is entirely self-service. I don't need any extra help. Your goodwill offer is appreciated, but right now, I take food hygiene very seriously. The psychic has not yet been caught, and if they controlled you once, they can do it again. Lin Ku, I don't know where I offended such a person, and I'm scared that they might control you again to damage my small shop. Su Lingling politely declined Lin Ku's offer. Su Lingling's excuse was merely that, just an excuse. She fundamentally didn't want Lin Ku lingering around her store. Lin Ku's burning enthusiasm was instantly quenched by Su Lingling's words. She wanted to retort that Su Lingling was too stupid. Her tiny boxed meal restaurant couldn't possibly attract the attention of a psychic. They simply wouldn't bother with someone like Su Lingling. Their real target must have been Ling Chui. But Lin Ku restrained herself because if she revealed the truth, Su Lingling would certainly realize she was deliberately slandering her. Lin Ku grew anxious. As long as this spirit psychic remained at large, she wouldn't be able to assist Su Lingling in her store. Clearly, something had to be done quickly to capture this psychic. Lin Ku mentally criticized the law enforcement team. How could they be so useless? The mastermind behind this must surely be one of Ling Chui's enemies or a competitor of her company. Why not investigate from that angle instead of focusing on Su Lingling, who was just selling box meals? Chapter 53, Lin Ku's death. By this point, Lin Ku had completely forgotten how she had previously slandered Su Lingling. Lin Ku once again placed herself in the role of Su Lingling's best girlfriend and close sister. She knew that if she wanted to stay in Su Lingling's store, she must find the mental energy psychic. Lin Ku had a faint impression in her mind that she had previously harbored some feelings for this person and wanted to be with them. Even though Lin Ku could not recall his face or name, she was clear about one thing. This person definitely looked good. Otherwise, she wouldn't have even glanced at him. An ordinary worker would not move her unless there was something extraordinary about them elsewhere. Now, however, Lin Ku saw Long Fan, who was the perfect marriage candidate in her mind. Just as Lin Ku was carefully recalling the image of the mental energy psychic, a man happened to scan the payment code in front of Su Lingling at that moment. Lin Ku's eyes fell on his face, and without thinking, she blurted out two words, Xiao Qian. Lin Ku's mind buzzed as she tried to figure it out. She found it strange why she had shouted out that name. She seemed to recognize him, yet couldn't remember who Xiao Qian was exactly. The man named Xiao Qian gave Lin Ku a slight smile, then took his bowl to serve himself food. In that instant, Su Lingling felt chills run down her back, her hair standing up. For some reason, she inexplicably felt that the man's smile was terrifying. For some reason, Su Lingling could not see the man's face. His features were blank. But Su Lingling could perceive he was smiling at her, and he was handsome. How could someone without a face, without defined features, possibly be handsome? It was a contradictory mix. Ding. Congratulations. Host has cumulatively received 30,000 positive reviews. You have obtained divine spicy dragon shrimp cuisine artistry. Chef God Space is now open, capable of storing system gifted utensils and ingredients above 5-star quality. Chef God Space, what was this thing? It seemed to exist right inside Su Lingling's mind. Endless, seemingly capable of holding an infinite amount of food. The system currently gifted Su Lingling only 2 utensils, a pot and a knife. Su Lingling had a feeling like she could easily store these items in her Chef God Space anytime she wanted. Su Lingling thought she should buy herself a spatial watch soon. But what was most important now wasn't the watch. It was the person standing before her. Glancing around briefly, Su Lingling noticed members of the enforcement team present. Su Lingling immediately asked Lin Ku, "Who is Xiao Qian? Is he the psychic who controlled you to poison us?" Lin Ku had been feeling muddled, unable to recall anything. However, at this moment, Lin Ku's desire to catch the true culprit behind everything was immense. Because only in this way could Su Lingling trust her enough to allow her to help in the store. And also, in this way, Lin Ku could interact with Long Fan, changing her fate to achieve prominence and become someone of high standing. At this precise moment, Lin Ku's consciousness became sharp and clear. She loudly told Su Lingling, "He's the one." Xiao Hang's body erupted with boundless murderous intent at that moment. He wanted to kill Lin Ku, but he spotted the buffet-style braised dishes, a long-desired delicacy. Since his identity had already been revealed, between killing Lin Ku or grabbing the food, Xiao Heng chose the latter because opportunities like this might never come again. Xiao Heng started moving quickly, taking a whole basin of meat directly into his space watch. He wanted more, but someone intervened. It turned out to be Li Zheng, who had waited in line for half a day. The plate of his favorite braised pork that he loved had been completely taken away. Seeing someone daring to take her dishes, Su Lingling immediately pulled out the cleaver she kept behind her back. What Su Lingling hadn't expected, though, was that Xiao Heng's strength far surpassed hers, not by just a bit. With just a flick of his psychic energy, he sent her flying. Seeing it was Su Lingling attacking him, Xiao Heng instinctively adjusted the trajectory of his throwing darts slightly. Instead of hitting her, they struck Lin Ku directly in the center of her eyebrows. Although Su Lingling exposed his identity, he subconsciously ignored her and instead blamed Lin Ku for this entire ordeal, for trying to use her connection to climb higher socially. All this trouble began when this woman attempted to associate with people of higher status. He had patiently waited in line for such a long time to enjoy his meal. Originally, he didn't intend to come personally, but he feared others would steal from him. He had heard about Su Lingling's $1,000,000 cuisine a long time ago. He had wanted to taste it for quite some time. Even the regular boxed meals were so delicious. These premium ingredients must be even better. Then he encountered Lin Ku, whose presence instantly fueled his hatred to the fullest. As for Su Lingling, he still planned to enjoy several of her courses. The taste of the boxed meal was simply too delicious, and Xiao Heng couldn't get enough. He didn't have to come here himself next time. He could hire someone to queue up for him and bring the meals. If Su Lingling were dead, there would be no more such delicious boxed meals to eat. Moreover, Xiao Heng firmly believed that when his psychic energy advanced in level, he would then be able to control Su Lingling. Perhaps he could even make Su Lingling cook exclusively for him. So, Xiao Heng slightly adjusted the trajectory of his dart, hitting Lin Ku directly between her eyebrows. Lin Ku's mind went blank. She had been thinking about her glorious future, marrying Long Fan, taking charge of Dragon Grand Finance, and having her former boss Ling Chui look up to her with newfound respect. She never expected to die now. Everything happened too quickly for her to feel despair or sorrow. Her consciousness fell into darkness, forever sinking into silence and dissipating into nothingness. When the dart flew towards her, Su Lingling instinctively dodged it. She had no idea that Xiao Heng had shifted the dart's aim. Su Lingling thought she had avoided it purely by her own skill. However, Xiao Heng just barely sidestepped and evaded Su Lingling's cleaver. With her current strength, Su Lingling was powerless against Xiao Heng. At this moment, though, Mu Ju and Li Zheng from the enforcement team had all reacted and attacked together. The other diners stayed, quietly holding onto their bowls tightly to prevent any food from spilling out. Su Lingling stood in the serving area, protecting her dishes while keeping an eye on everyone. She feared someone might use spatial equipment secretly like Xiao Heng did to steal her food. Su Lingling was glad that inner-city areas banned weapons, except for those belonging to members of the enforcement team. Everyone entering the city must have their spatial equipment scanned, and they are only allowed to carry cold weapons. Energy guns and laser guns are forbidden. Otherwise, Su Lingling's shop would surely be smashed to pieces. Xiao Heng wasn't interested in prolonged combat. His goal was to take some of Su Lingling's braised dishes. Now that he already had what he wanted, staying here served no purpose. He was planning to break through and escape. All customers who came to dine on these $1,000,000 gourmet dishes generally possessed special skills, and even if they didn't, they often brought bodyguards. Coincidentally, Ling Chui was present today. Since Xiao Heng was the one who poisoned him, Ling Chui certainly wouldn't hold back. He decisively moved to assist the enforcement team. Ling Chui himself was also a psychic ability user of the mental type. It's just that he lacked martial prowess. Hiding in a corner, Ling Chui unleashed a barrage of psychic attacks at Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng was alone, but the enforcement team members present were all formidable warriors. Xiaohong had merely intended to enjoy a meal here and never expected to end up in such a predicament. Xiaohong was not like Lin Ku, entirely defenseless and left helpless before death. Chapter 54, Spicy Garlic Lobsters. It's all because of you. Since you won't let me live in peace, I won't let you live in peace either. Xiaohong said viciously to the people around him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a beam of laser hit his thigh. Immediately after, silver bracelets were placed on his hands and feet. This was also the first time Su Lingling had looked at Mu Ju with newfound respect. This man looked like a corrupt official, but he was very decisive when it came to action, and highly skilled, quickly subduing Xiaohong within a short period of time. Most importantly, none of the items in Su Lingling's shop were damaged, and his movements were beautiful, smooth as flowing water. This battle scene could be considered perfect, enough to erase all the negative impressions Su Lingling had of Mu Ju. But Xiaohong also had some lethal moves. The reason he was controlled was that he divided his focus for a moment to release the bugs hidden in his storage equipment. The difference between experts is razor thin. Not to mention, Xiaohong couldn't even beat everyone to begin with, and with a divided mind, his defeat came faster. Even though Xiaohong had lost, he remained wildly arrogant. These bugs immediately crawled towards the delicious food that Su Lingling made. Although Su Lingling was quick with her knife, taking them down one by one, she truly couldn't handle such a large number of bugs. The energy contained within the braised dishes that Su Lingling made attracted these bugs, and they ate extremely fast. Moreover, there were so many of them, leaving Su Lingling fuming. Within moments, the dishes were devoured completely by the bugs. Fortunately, Mu Ju had some skills. Just as the bugs were about to eat the cool dishes and braised meat outside, he pulled out a huge net, effortlessly capturing all the bugs. It was fortunate that all the bugs went to eat Su Lingling's dishes, making it easy to catch them all at once instead of letting them scatter everywhere. Only then did Su Lingling clearly see the bugs on the ground. Weren't these lobsters? The lobsters have astonishing vitality and invasive capabilities, their appearance resembling bugs. It turned out this was the insect clan. Strangely enough, Su Lingling had just obtained the recipe for spicy garlic lobster, and now the lobsters had appeared. Su Lingling immediately said to Mu Ju, "Enforcer Dan, would you consider giving me these bugs? These bugs have eaten my delicious food, so I'll turn them into a delicious dish. Anyone who helped fight against these bad people and bugs today can taste this delicacy for free." Mu Ju hesitated and said to Su Lingling, "Can these bugs really be eaten? The shells are hard to chew. Are you doubting my cooking skills? Of course these bugs can be eaten. Not only are they edible, but they are also highly beneficial to health. Lobsters contain rich proteins which help regulate blood and qi, replenish energy, strengthen the body, relieve kidney deficiency, nourish the 5 internal organs, alleviate blood stasis, and qi stagnation. And since these bugs eat everything, there's a lot of life force inside them, which is incorporated into my medicinal cuisine." Su Lingling spoke eloquently. She had only explained halfway when Mu Ju handed over the bugs to Su Lingling. Zhang Shun, who had just arrived at the door, heard Su Lingling say that these bugs were tasty and immediately ran out. These bug corpses were too small, their shells too thick to refine weapons from, and bug corpses were quite cheap. Zhang Shun decided to purchase a large quantity before others realized how delicious these bugs were, or the price would rise, and it wouldn't be worthwhile anymore. Actually, Zhang Shun didn't originally care so much about money, but eating well was not a trivial expense. He didn't care much about eating in the past because the chef's skills were terrible. As for the dishes Su Lingling prepared, he liked them very much, regardless of whether they possessed beneficial attributes or not. And Ling Shui, he felt responsible for involving Su Lingling in this mess. Xiaohong was originally targeting him, making Su Lingling an unwitting victim. He immediately opened his light brain and sent someone to buy bugs outside and bring them here. He thought, if Su Lingling wanted to create new dishes, he should cater to her desires rather than simply offering money, which would be too mundane. Although Ling Shui now knew that Su Lingling wasn't some secluded high-ranking person, she awakened her culinary talent, but still willingly cooked for ordinary people at reasonable prices. He suspected that she might not make much profit. In Ling Shui's mind, he believed Su Lingling wouldn't care for money. This is what's called the craftsman spirit. He thought, perhaps only such a pure soul could create such delicious meals. And those outside queuing up, seeing the fight indoors, didn't leave. They had waited their turn for a long time and weren't willing to give up. Moreover, all the fighting happened inside the store, not outside, thus affecting them minimally. After Su Lingling washed all the bugs clean, she started heating oil in the pot. The preparation of the spicy garlic lobsters was not complex. The lobsters had their heads cut and veins removed, each one carefully cleaned and slid along their backs for better seasoning absorption. After cleaning and draining the water, they were ready. In the hot wok, the lobsters were fried until they changed color and then scooped out. Hot oil was used again to fry garlic, ginger, sassafras leaves, star anise, cassia bark, dried chili peppers until they gave off an inviting aroma. Su Lingling then added her secret ingredients. After pouring in the previously stir-fried lobsters, she sprinkled some cooking wine and an appropriate amount of salt before covering it to simmer. Even though the lid was on, the irresistible fragrance could not be contained, hot and aromatic. Not yet done, the concentrated scent already had everyone drooling. Long Kuan had finished his cold dishes inside the store and hadn't left. Smelling the delicious aroma from Su Lingling's cooking, he felt hungry again. The tables and chairs in the shop were still in good condition, still usable. He said to Long Fan, "We helped the boss kill those bugs too. I crushed one bug. We should get a share." Long Fan licked his lips as the smell was intoxicating. He wanted to say that his father had sidestepped, and it was actually him who crushed the bug. But at this moment, without much thought, he directly told his father, "Dad, together we crushed one bug. It's just too fragrant." At this point, Long Fan's stomach was already full from the previous cold dishes, which were incredibly delicious. But saliva wouldn't stop pooling, making him want more. What's more, half of his cold dishes had been snatched by his father, who justified it by saying he was just an ordinary person who couldn't absorb all these nutrients. Could fathers act like this? He'd never seen such shamelessness. However, he didn't get angry since it reminded him of being little, something he hadn't experienced in a long while. This feeling of life was wonderful. It far surpassed going out clubbing. If he were a teenager, he'd definitely prefer colorful, vibrant worlds. But now, Long Fan preferred the warmth of home. Unfortunately, his mother passed away early, and his dad was always preoccupied with work, leaving their house empty. Though the cold dishes had cooled, they warmed his stomach. Although Muju very much wanted to eat, he chose to take part of the enforcement team away. Food is undeniably delicious, but official duties are even more important. He needed to go interrogate Xiaohong. Nevertheless, Muju kept Li Zheng and others behind, asking Li Zheng to pack food for those returning. Su Lingling opened the pot lid, and the overwhelming aroma made her mouth water too. After opening the pot lid, she poured in the vegetables konjac and cucumber, stirring them evenly. Then she added green and red peppers, garlic cloves, and chives before finishing it off under high heat. Su Lingling looked at the bugs and felt somewhat regretful. There weren't enough, perhaps only one per person. Chapter 55, Baby Dragon Shrimp. Su Lingling's god-tier wok was very large, capable of cooking a lot of spicy shrimp. However, the number of bugs was rather small, but this did not affect Su Lingling as she tossed the wok. After plating the fragrant and spicy baby dragon shrimp, Su Lingling didn't immediately serve them to everyone. Instead, she placed them on the table and said to the crowd, "This bug isn't your ordinary bug. I sensed a faint trace of dragon blood during the cooking process. I think it's too crude to call them bugs, so I've given them a new name, baby dragon shrimp, because they are relatively small, which fits their name. Now, let me explain how to eat these baby dragon shrimps. You can't eat the shell, but you can first suck the soup from the shell before peeling it off. Although the shell is hard, its underside is soft, so we peel off the head first, and then it's ready for consumption." Everyone watched as Su Lingling easily peeled the shrimp shell off, revealing the tender shrimp meat inside. This shrimp dipped in the spicy sauce looked irresistible as Su Lingling ate it in one bite, a scene that stimulated salivation among the group. Su Lingling took a bite of the baby dragon shrimp, enjoying its hot and refreshing taste. "Boss, quickly distribute it, and let us eat. Stop torturing me. Baby dragon shrimp? Why does it have the word dragon in it? Does this mean that the bug contains a trace of dragon beast bloodline? This smells too good to resist. Boss." Seeing the noisy crowd, Su Lingling immediately spoke up. "Not many left, one per person. Li Zheng, please pack some for your captain." As soon as Su Lingling had finished dividing the shrimp, she quietly stored the remaining few in the fridge, intending to save them for Zhang Shun when Ling Chui spoke up, saying, "Boss, I've bought 100 pounds of baby dragon shrimp." Su Lingling looked at Ling Chui, who was acting like he'd accomplished something great, and wanted her to praise him. She wanted to slap him silly. She had just mentioned there were too few dragon shrimp, and now he brought 100 pounds worth. Wasn't this just an excuse for him to make her cook more for everyone? She felt like all she was doing was working for free. Despite her annoyance, Su Lingling still managed to crack a smile while taking over the shrimp from Ling Chui. This guy was truly awful, just making her do extra work without compensation. Ling Chui, seeing Su Lingling smile, was delighted, feeling that he had finally helped Su Lingling by providing something useful to her. Faced with Ling Chui's smile and his beautiful face free of blemishes, Su Lingling's anger lessened somewhat. It's easier to be forgiving toward those who look good. Unexpectedly, assassins appeared earlier today, yet all the regulars lined up here lent a hand. Without their help, Su Lingling would have been unable to handle Xiaohong. Moreover, the bodies of Lin Ku were taken away by enforcement team members who also conveniently cleaned the floor. Considering the situation, a death had occurred here, and being a native of Huagua, Su Lingling had reservations about such incidents. However, since none of the numerous customers had left, giving them some benefits wouldn't hurt. Su Lingling addressed the crowd. "Today, I thank everyone for patronizing our shop and for your righteous actions. After cooking these 100 pounds of baby dragon shrimp later today, no horseplay will be allowed inside the shop. Everyone may grab what they can depending on their speed." "Wow, thanks boss. The boss is both beautiful and kind-hearted. The taste of this baby dragon shrimp is really amazing. One is absolutely not enough. I could devour 10 pounds. This name, baby dragon shrimp, is really great. These little critters do actually resemble dragons slightly. Haha, even if this were dragon meat from the heavens, it couldn't possibly be better than this." Long Kuan and Long Fan hadn't left either. Both were still savoring the taste of the baby dragon shrimp. For some reason, Long Fan, who had been unable to cultivate before, suddenly felt that the cultivation methods in his mind became clear all at once after eating it. Long Fan harbored the desire to cultivate, especially in this high martial interstellar era. There were legends telling of top-notch cultivators who didn't need spaceships or mechas, but were able to cross star systems and reach other planets. Which young man hasn't gone through a phase of youthful arrogance? Even though Long Fan had grown up, the dream in his heart still remained. It was merely buried deep within. For some unknown reason, after eating the baby dragon shrimp, maybe due to psychological influence, he believed that this dish might contain a sliver of mystical bloodline. After all, not any living being could be called a dragon. When Long Fan was eating the baby dragon shrimp, he had never been this economical. He even sucked the shells clean. The dragon shrimp tasted so good. Unfortunately, there was only one. Long Fan stayed because he wanted to eat again. He thought that when Su Lingling was done cooking, he should have digested the food in his stomach by then. At this moment, Long Fan's sole focus was on digesting the food in his belly. He had to make room in his stomach to eat the baby dragon shrimp cooked by Su Lingling. At this moment, the cultivation techniques actually began to operate within Long Fan's body. Long Fan felt as if there was a warm force flowing through him. Long Fan wasn't inexperienced in wanting to inject himself with enhancers to become a martial artist, but his body was too weak. Not only did he fail to become a martial artist, but he almost died from the enhancer, and his health worsened. Precisely because of one disappointment after another, Long Fan had accepted his identity as a useless person and no longer harbored any hopes for the future. But he never expected that such a simple meal would give him the opportunity he had long desired. Long Kuan could feel the life force emanating from Long Fan's body, and he was incredibly excited. This made him happier than even when his own cultivation level broke through. His son could finally cultivate. Even if someone became a psychic, without practicing cultivation techniques, their bodies wouldn't be able to endure the power and they would end up becoming mindless beasts. It goes to show how crucial cultivation techniques were. Even if you weren't a psychic, as long as you could cultivate, you could gradually break through the human limits and extend your lifespan. Most enhancers required at least some martial arts cultivation for use. Otherwise, the body couldn't bear such powerful energy, and it would only lead to regretful death. According to statistics, out of 10,000 people, only one could survive after injecting enhancers and awaken psychic's abilities. From this, we can see how terrifying enhancers truly are. His son Long Fan clearly didn't have that kind of luck. And now, Long Kuan suddenly remembered Zhang Shen's words, bring his son here to eat. Apparently, Zhang Shen knew all about this. It was very likely that Zhang Shen could cultivate due to eating Su Lingling's dishes. At this moment, Long Kuan felt extremely grateful to Zhang Shen. He also firmly resolved to make Su Lingling his son's private chef. No matter how much it costs, it would be worth it. Wealth is external. Nothing compares to the preciousness of his son's life. Chapter 56, Invitation. Su Lingling was worried that everyone would get bored while waiting. This little shop had no entertainment activities, so she addressed everyone. If you have time, you can record the process of me making crayfish with your light brains. As far as I know, there are quite a lot of crayfish on our blue water planet now. There's simply no way for us to eat them all. You can film this recipe and spread it to netizens and merchants and other places so they can prepare this dish well too. Then everyone will be able to eat it, and there'll be no fear of having too many crayfish. Moreover, eating crayfish has great benefits for the body, and the preparation method is simple. Just first clean these crayfish. Boss Su, aren't you worried that if we record this, your business might suffer? Li Jing teased her. What do I have to fear? I only hope everyone can consume these crayfish before they overrun us. Besides, I sell boxed meals. It's not like I only sell crayfish. Su Lingling smiled as she explained. Big-hearted boss. Li Jing gave Su Lingling a thumbs up. In his view, this was Su Lingling's secret recipe, and he didn't know how much it could be sold for. Yet, Su Lingling didn't charge a cent, and shared it freely with everyone. All the secret ingredients and processes were clearly detailed and extremely thorough. Even though Li Jing was from the enforcement team, he filmed very seriously because he understood the impact this secret recipe would have on Blue Water Planet once it spread. In the past, exterminating insect races was an exhausting and thankless task. These insects were powerful, but had no energy sources inside their bodies. There was only a small amount of energy in their meat, which was both minimal and difficult to extract. However, under Su Lingling's instructions, it turned out that eating this meat was actually quite convenient. Most importantly, it tasted incredible. As long as this recipe spread, the value of crayfish would definitely increase in the future, and people would become more motivated to eliminate them. This insect disaster could be easily resolved. It wasn't just Li Jing filming. The other customers were recording too. It was obvious that this represented a business opportunity. Ling Chui was also shooting carefully, even being careful not to disturb Su Lingling. His admiration for Su Lingling grew even more. He must help Su Lingling promote this recipe and rid Blue Water Planet of its pest problem. The reason why Xiaohong wanted to kill him was likely because the insect race wanted to invade City H. Although Ling Chui ran a company, he actually had another identity, the unseen controller of the Tianwang surveillance system of City H. Only Ling Chui possessed the key to Tianwang. If he died, Tianwang would automatically shut down in 7 days. Without Tianwang, when the insect race invaded, the enforcement team would be like blindfolded. The power of the Ling family on Blue Water Planet was formidable, although they were less overtly aggressive compared to Longda Finance. After all, Longda Finance specialized in debt collection and had the most enforcers, a reputation earned mainly through brute force. Soon, the enticing aroma began to waft out. Everyone knew that the crayfish was almost ready to be eaten. Suji stood at the back of the crowd. He arrived later and didn't know what the dishes here cost. He knew something had happened tonight, which caused the lack of dishes. But the smell was too irresistible, so he decided to stay. They're here. The crayfish is done. Be careful of the heat. Everyone line up quietly. 1 bowl per person. Su Lingling didn't really let anyone take the crayfish based solely on speed, as some might miss out, and more importantly, damage to her shop's items needed to be avoided. Today's crayfish were used primarily for clearing bad vibes. The liveliness attracted more people. Su Lingling even called Ling Xiao and Ling Wei to join the queue, albeit standing at the end. At this point, the cold dishes and braised meats had already sold out, and all the guests had left. The bright red crayfish looked incredibly appetizing. Suji shamelessly took a bowl and joined the queue. No one pointed out his status, yet he still paid 1,000,000 credits. He remembered that it was Saturday now, priced at 1,000,000 for each portion in the evening at the shop. Suji stayed where he was without going back due to how fragrant it smelled. He sat in a corner, imitating others and breaking apart the crayfish. Tender shrimp meat appeared, mixed with spicy soup, and with one bite, it offered a smooth texture and stimulating flavor. Truly addictive. From the moment Suji walked in, the fresh aroma of crayfish enveloped him. Though outwardly calm when receiving the plate of crayfish, inside he was already emotionally moved. Despite believing he had tasted countless delicious foods, after trying this crayfish, Suji realized that nothing he'd ever tried compared to this. Truly insatiable. Just looking at the tender shrimp made the saliva flow endlessly. Suji couldn't stop praising the crayfish. It was so good that he kept licking his fingers and savoring the aftertaste. He felt a fiery spiciness burning in his mouth. Was this what spicy really tasted like? It was truly delicious. Due to his naturally cold constitution, Suji had tried both yin fruit and chili peppers to suppress the internal chill, but their spicy flavors had only tormented him. That was nothing compared to Su Lingling's food. This spiciness came with a hint of sweetness, making it endlessly satisfying. As the tender shrimp meat appeared, dipped in the spicy soup, and eaten in one bite, the sensation was refreshingly hot and invigorating. Only now did Suji truly understand the meaning of the term vividly fresh. It was too good, and those 1,000,000 credits were more than worth it. Su Lingling herself also served a bowl of crayfish and began to eat the leftover shrimp inside the pot. Su Lingling packed some into an insulated box for later use. The rest she placed into a large basin and brought to an empty table for those who still wanted more. Su Lingling hadn't expected how crazy these people would get, not only devouring all the chilies, but even drinking up every last drop of broth. Long Kuan didn't join in on grabbing the remaining soup, so he finished his meal relatively quickly. He approached Su Lingling and said, "Miss Su's culinary skills are remarkable. I admire your abilities greatly. Would you consider coming to work at our company as our head chef, responsible solely for preparing breakfast, lunch, and dinner for myself and my son? How about 3,000,000 star coins per month?" Long Kuan firmly believed that money could solve any problem. If it couldn't, then it simply wasn't enough. 3,000,000 star coins a month, and she would cook only for Long Kuan and his son Long Fan. This salary was indeed extremely high. However, Su Lingling had grown tired of living paycheck to paycheck and dealing with others' attitudes. She didn't want to live that life anymore. More importantly, her current situation meant she was anything but short on money. In fact, she had more than enough, allowing her to take things easy if she chose to. Most crucially, to activate her reward system, a large number of people needed to taste her cooking. Next time she wanted to obtain a reward, she might need 50,000 positive reviews. The road ahead was long. "Thank you for your kindness, but I've grown accustomed to this kind of life. I prefer selling boxed meals." Su Lingling declined Long Kuan's offer politely. Chapter 57, Rejection. Long Kuan thought for a moment and said to Su Lingling, "All right, I will order meals from you. You can keep one meal aside for me and my son at lunch and dinner. The ingredients will be provided by me, and 10,000,000 star coins per month. How about that? If your shop encounters any difficulties in the future, you can mention my name, and I assure you nothing like what happened today will ever occur." This seemed doable. The other party would provide the ingredients, sparing her the cost of materials while still allowing her to earn so much money. It was a no-loss deal. "How dare you? Long Kuan, don't insult the boss with your money. The boss's rule is equality for everyone, lining up to pick up food. Don't think you can intimidate the boss. I, Ling Chui, will not stand idly by. Boss, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Do not let this villain scare you." At this moment, Li Zheng also stood up and said to Su Lingling, "Boss, don't worry, our enforcement team will surely protect you." Su Ji also rose. He didn't want Su Lingling to be bothered by outside influences that might affect her mood and prevent her from making such delicious dishes. In Su Ji's mind, these country bumpkins couldn't possibly taste the true essence of Su Lingling's cuisine. Only he could discern just how flavorful it truly was. Su Ji himself hadn't pulled any strings, patiently waiting 5 days just to enjoy such exquisite flavors. From Su Ji's perspective, creating such fine cuisine was extremely energy draining. Otherwise, why would Su Lingling sell regular boxed meals instead of offering such high-end delicacies every day? Su Ji walked to Long Kuan, showing the emblem of Tianshui's star before saying, "True delicacies require dedication and an untainted heart to create. If the boss isn't happy, then even the finest food she prepares will lose its appeal. The boss can open the restaurant whenever she pleases. After all, she's just one person, limited in energy, and thus capable of producing only so much. Moreover, the boss is willing to share her recipes and teach others. If you truly appreciate the boss's cooking, let your chef come and learn." Su Lingling glanced at Su Ji. She had developed some goodwill towards this otherwise unremarkable man for the first time. She remembered him. He was Mu Ju's superior. In any case, those people treated Su Ji with great respect. She never expected him to speak on her behalf, and his words were well chosen, striking deep into her heart. Su Lingling had done some calculations. If she truly accepted long-term orders, she feared she wouldn't have enough time left to prepare boxed meals. These high-priced dishes generated significant profits despite being sold only on Saturday and Sunday evenings. Making 70 or 80,000,000 star coins a month was certainly achievable. The wealthy people of H City were more numerous than she had imagined. The reason Su Lingling didn't make them regularly was because she thought these people couldn't afford it if they ate too often. It was pretty expensive after all. A single meal equaling the price of a house. It wasn't cheap. Su Lingling enjoyed her current carefree lifestyle, which also brought her considerable earnings. She couldn't help but recall a phrase, "Working is impossible," something she would never do in this lifetime. Though Long Kun wanted to say more, he knew Su Ji's status. This was someone of high standing from Tianshui Star, untouchable by ordinary means. But his son's future was equally paramount. Su Lingling reflected for a moment. Since she intended to continue living here, she definitely could not offend the local aristocratic families. As a longtime worker, years of experience had already smoothed over any sharp edges of pride she once possessed. Life wasn't as simple as one might imagine. Not even a small business selling boxed lunches was free of complications. Moreover, these were turbulent times. It wasn't wise to alienate all these people. Su Lingling turned to Long Kun and said, "Mr. Long, let's do this. On Saturdays and Sundays, I won't be selling ordinary cold dishes anymore. Even the best foods can become tiresome when eaten daily. I'll still offer premium meals on Saturdays and Sundays, but I'll introduce new cuisines, not just marinated dishes, but also various hot items. Prices will remain the same, but each person will take away 2 plates, with 2 portions of different dishes. And Mr. Long, along with today's regular customers, I'll establish a VIP group for all of you. You can reserve meals in the group on Saturdays and Sundays. To ensure quality, I'll only prepare meals for 30 people on Saturdays and Sundays. As long as you make reservations, show up after 6 in the evening, and you'll certainly have a meal guaranteed." Su Lingling dared not set up an all-you-can-eat buffet. There was no other reason but her fear of heavy losses, potentially disastrous ones. These people had astounding appetites. Su Lingling felt that if they continued eating, even all her dishes combined wouldn't suffice for them. Especially Zhang Shun. Su Lingling had never seen Zhang Shun fully satisfied, always eating without stopping. Su Lingling still made some compromises, allowing these people to eat one more dish. To be honest, selling these rich people's boxed meals for a day would earn her more than selling ordinary boxed meals for a week. And it wasn't as tiring. However, selling regular boxed meals could accumulate good reviews for Su Lingling, enabling her to receive system rewards. It was precisely these rewards that had changed Su Lingling's fate. Su Lingling would absolutely not give up on the system's rewards. If she wanted to truly survive in this world, the system's rewards were indispensable. But money couldn't be earned endlessly. Despite having many good reviews, Su Lingling's physical strength and energy were limited. Initially, Su Lingling planned to rest on Saturdays and weekends. She only kept the store open continuously because she was too poor in the beginning. Now that she had money, Su Lingling naturally wanted to take a break and had found a reasonable excuse for taking 2 days off. Long Kun noticed Su Lingling compromising and had an exit plan that spared him from being overly embarrassed. After making friends with Su Lingling, he left cheerfully with his son. Su Lingling added all the customers present to the group. There weren't many, just over a dozen. Some of these people actually weren't that wealthy. A meal costing 1 million star coins was pretty expensive. In their opinion, eating once or twice a month was fine. They hadn't expected they'd end up in the same group as these influential figures and felt quite honored about it. After all, getting to know these people counted as an achievement. Once Long Kun left, the others gradually departed as well. Just as Su Lingling thought Zhang Shun wouldn't return, Zhang Shun came back. "Wow, I didn't expect you to leave me some food. Let me see what delicious treat you've prepared." Zhang Shun looked at the lobster on the table, which was still steaming hot, and this warmed his heart a little. The bright red lobsters, exuding an enticing aroma, immediately stimulated his appetite. Using chopsticks, Zhang Shun picked up a piece of lobster and said to Su Lingling, "I didn't expect this bug to look so appetizing when cooked. Don't call them bugs anymore. Call them shrimp." "What? Do these bugs have dragon bloodlines?" The term bugs sounds unappealing and makes you lose your appetite. Calling them shrimp is much more upscale. It's about packaging. Chapter 58, Stir-Fried Boxed Meals. Zhang Shun was hearing the word packaging from Su Lingling for the first time, and he never expected that Su Lingling actually understood this concept. He said to Su Lingling, "Then why don't you package your little store and turn it into a high-end one? If you do that, you will definitely make more money. Your business might look busy now, but many people outside are scalpers who are reselling your boxed meals. After all, you are the owner of this place and a chef capable of crafting million-yuan dishes. People buy your boxed meals for 20 yuan per serving and then sell them for 100 yuan. There are plenty of such cases. You earn less than these scalpers. Now some professional scalpers have already arranged people to queue up in front of your store, charging 10 yuan for each queuing session." Su Lingling didn't expect that there were scalpers selling her boxed meals either. How clever these people's minds were. And it had only been a few days since this phenomenon began. However, Su Lingling wasn't angry. As long as someone ate her boxed meals, she was happy. Besides, Su Lingling was just an ordinary citizen with no ability to stop this situation. She said to Zhang Shun, "Isn't the subsidy going to be cancelled soon? Many of those queuing up are people nearby. Many of them are unemployed. I impose purchase limits. One person can buy only one boxed meal at a time." Ling Xiaoxiao has a great memory and recognizes people well. Moreover, her family is quite wealthy. Her car is even better than the enforcement team's cars, so scalpers can't bribe her. This way, it gives normal people a chance to work. To make money, scalpers would have to hire large numbers of locals anyway. Don't you feel upset? While Zhang Shun was talking, he directly bit into the head of the shrimp without much thought. He hadn't learned how to properly eat shrimp, so relying solely on his strong teeth, he bit hard and chewed the entire shrimp head before swallowing it. Eating it along with the head and shell made the taste unpleasant for Zhang Shun, causing him to wrinkle his brows. Upon seeing this, Su Lingling was shocked. The speed was too fast to stop him. She said to Zhang Shun, "You're not supposed to eat the shrimp head. It's toxic. Most toxins concentrate in the head, and you're not supposed to eat the shell like this. Let me teach you how to eat it." As Su Lingling demonstrated the technique for peeling shrimp, she peeled a single shrimp and handed it to Zhang Shun. Without spitting out the shrimp head in front of Su Lingling, Zhang Shun swallowed forcefully and then told her, "I thought this shrimp looked delicious but tasted awful. I even wondered if your culinary skills had declined." The shrimp was covered in red chili oil, revealing tender white meat with a great texture. Su Lingling placed the peeled shrimp close to Zhang Shun's mouth, and he quickly ate it. It was spicy and fragrant, with firm Q-elasticity and a flavorful numbing spiciness, proving to be very tasty indeed. This was the taste he had imagined. Looking at Zhang Shun, Su Lingling said, "Why aren't you moving? Do you want me to peel another one for you? That's wishful thinking. Learn to help yourself." Setting down his chopsticks, Zhang Shun began peeling the shrimp himself. These shrimp became more delicious as he ate more, but the quantity was simply not enough for him. Yet Zhang Shun considered that Su Lingling had gone through so much today, she must be tired. Smiling at her, he said, "I bought a lot of shrimp today, all alive and very resilient. Even when kept in space gear, they still survive. Let's have a shrimp banquet tonight." Only thinking about eating. In that case, you'll need to wash the shrimp yourself. This is what you're eating, and I'll cook as much as you clean. The next step, aren't you going to teach me how to make shrimp? My cooking skills, you know how good they are. I don't usually teach just anyone, but learning a skill could mean having an extra development path and more choices in life. In that case, I'll teach you a few tricks as well, as a thank you for teaching me cooking. Huh, your martial arts aren't even as good as mine. Don't you remember? Even your Tai Chi Yin Yang Palm move was taught by me. Su Lingling gave Zhang Shun a disdainful look. That gaze unsettled Zhang Shun slightly. He sucked the oil off his fingers clean and gulped down the broth from the shrimp. There was a lot of oil in there, and he didn't want to waste it. After finishing the shrimp soup in one gulp, Zhang Shun said to Su Lingling, "All right, let's have a friendly spar tonight. By the next time someone causes trouble in your shop, you won't end up like you did today. Don't say I'm bullying you with my strengths. I'll use just one hand, and I allow you to use your cleaver." Zhang Shun truly planned to impart some real skills to Su Lingling. Her combat techniques were simply too bad. If he hadn't been there earlier, secretly hitting Xiaohong with a concealed weapon, Xiaohong wouldn't have been caught so easily. Although Su Lingling was quite skilled in martial arts, if Xiaohong had wanted to kill her, she would have been easily defeated by him. This was probably what Su Lingling often referred to as being weak, yet reckless. Despite being so weak, she still loved to take the initiative, thinking herself invincible. It was unclear where Su Lingling's confidence came from. Using a cleaver is too unfair. Even someone with high martial skills might fear a cleaver. Fine, I'll step back and use both hands to fight you using Tai Chi two palms. Let's agree that I'll allow you to use your right hand. Su Lingling still had a bit of self-awareness. Zhang Shun specialized in professional debt collection and was surely skilled in fighting. She also wanted to show Zhang Shun the results of her intensive training over the past few days. After dinner, they moved the tables aside in the store and closed the door. Su Lingling assumed a very serious stance, but Zhang Shun remained standing there, looking extremely relaxed, like a person who didn't know martial arts at all. Su Lingling kept her eyes fixed on Zhang Shun's right hand and chose a direction where Zhang Shun wouldn't be able to retaliate effectively before attacking. Su Lingling thought about many things, imagining how she could perform a smooth set of moves and finish Zhang Shun off instantly. But Su Lingling never expected that within a breath's time, she was violently struck on her leg and arm, causing unbearable pain. She immediately collapsed on the ground, unable to get up. Just as Zhang Shun was about to help her up, Su Lingling attempted a surprise attack, resulting in her arm being broken. "Ouch, it hurts. Your medicinal oil isn't working." Su Lingling wailed loudly. It really hurt. He struck her too hard, and worse, it ruined the entire gaming experience. It was just too miserable. "I avoided striking your vital spots just now. If it were someone else, they wouldn't have been so considerate. If Xiaohang's hidden weapon had been aimed at you, do you think you could have dodged it? Fortunately, he didn't intend to kill you, so you survived." "Su Lingling, I'm serious. I want to teach you real skills. True abilities aren't about looking flashy or having pretty moves. They require practical combat experience. Okay, tomorrow, we will fight. I'll only use one hand against you. My feet won't move, and you can attack my vital points or pressure points." Zhang Shun did not coddle Su Lingling this time. He genuinely wanted to do good for Su Lingling. Though she seemed carefree in daily life, deep down, she was still a girl, tender and gentle in nature. After all, Su Lingling was just an ordinary person who had never studied martial arts or fought enemies before. Such situations were bound to occur. To live well in this world, without sufficient strength, everything was meaningless. "Then will you use your left hand?" This time, Su Lingling didn't refuse. She wanted Zhang Shun to understand her power. After all, she was a woman with tricks up her sleeve. All right. Chapter 59, Space Watch. It has to be said, Zhang Shun's medicinal oil really hurt, but it worked wonders quickly. Su Lingling's injuries soon healed. Su Lingling felt it was definitely because she hadn't been serious enough before, being too careless. Martial arts, for her, were a hobby. For Zhang Shun, they were his livelihood. Could he not take them seriously? Seeing her injuries had healed, Su Lingling said to Zhang Shun, "Let's do this again. Use your left hand. I wasn't serious earlier, but now I am. It will be different. This time, if you lose, don't cry out in pain again. I can understand you. After all, your skills are average and haven't reached the true master level where one can control power at will and return to simplicity. Actually, this is also about enhancing your own abilities. To progress further, you need to perfectly control the strength within you. I have withdrawn 9/10 of my strength, using only 1/10. Zhang Shun spoke the truth. If he used 10/10 of his strength, even without attacking Su Lingling's vital points, she wouldn't recover so quickly. He thought Su Lingling might have just screamed loudly, but her injuries weren't serious. How could she recover so fast if her limbs were truly broken, no matter how effective the medicine was? Experts engage in combat at an incredibly fine margin. This shows you still aren't adept enough at controlling your strength. Deep down, Su Lingling thought Zhang Shun was boasting, but she didn't say it. She was afraid of irritating him, lest Zhang Shun tried to prove himself by grabbing her and beating her wildly. On the surface, Su Lingling appeared eager to fight, but deep down, she was very cautious. Zhang Shun probably pretended not to care on the outside, while actually staying alert, waiting for her move. Through careful observation, Su Lingling measured a position behind Zhang Shun that seemed out of reach for his left hand, and then slowly circled around behind him. Still, Zhang Shun didn't move, looking completely relaxed. Su Lingling didn't attack Zhang Shun right away. Instead, she chose to keep circling, baiting Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun must have been focused on her every movement, waiting for her next strike. Su Lingling decided to wait until Zhang Shun got tired, and then launch a surprise attack from behind him. When first, she reasoned, it's embarrassing to be beaten instantly. Later, she would slowly practice real skills. Round after round, Su Lingling concentrated fully, treating Zhang Shun like a dish ready for her timing. She waited for a moment when Zhang Shun would daydream or get distracted, planning to ambush. Zhang Shun seemed genuinely tired, yawning out of boredom. At this moment, Su Lingling attacked from behind Zhang Shun. Her palm struck towards him, but it was still dodged. Su Lingling wasn't perturbed. Facing Zhang Shun's counterattack, she adopted a 4 ounces deflects 1,000 pounds palm technique, neutralizing his force. In that moment, Su Lingling's mind went blank, relying purely on her instincts from her martial techniques to fight back. To Su Lingling, anything system-generated must be excellent. However, Su Lingling could only withstand 3 breaths before being knocked down by Zhang Shun's palm. Your reflexes are good, but too rigid. Actual combat is different from practice. Your palm method has reached perfection, but since you haven't practiced fighting in real-life situations, it doesn't hold up well against true experts. You're just trying to say you're a real expert, right? Let's go again. Su Lingling wasn't discouraged. She quickly stood up again, having already found a bit of a feel. Zhang Shun, watching Su Lingling get up, decided to ease off again. The first match was merely to let Su Lingling understand his strength. If he were to knock her down twice more, he worried it would damage her confidence and make her never want to learn martial arts again. So earlier, he intentionally gave Su Lingling a few moves, slowing down considerably so she could see his techniques and respond calmly. Then he would knock her over with one palm. Unbeknownst to Su Lingling, she thought it was due to her own improvement, able to last longer in battles with Zhang Shun. Su Lingling inwardly sighed, reaffirming her belief in her genius and exceptional insight. Su Lingling believed that if they fought tomorrow, she could definitely beat Zhang Shun. One cannot deny that practicing martial arts is truly tiring, especially sparring. Lying down on the bed, Su Lingling fell asleep immediately. After Su Lingling fell asleep, Zhang Shun entered her room. A stream of green energy emanated from his palm and entered Su Lingling's body. Tonight, Su Lingling practiced for a long time, leaving her utterly exhausted. Zhang Shun did this for her. If he didn't help her treat herself tonight, she would undoubtedly wake up tomorrow with sore limbs. After finishing everything, Zhang Shun returned to his room to sleep. Warm sunlight shone onto Su Lingling's bed. She woke up naturally without an alarm. A new day has begun, and it was another day full of energy. Su Lingling's day was very fulfilling, and she basically had no time to slack off. For some unknown reason, in her past life, although she could slack off as a salaried worker, the joy then was far less than what she feels now. Deep down, Su Lingling clearly knew that this wasn't because she was earning more money now. But now, Su Lingling earned money in her previous life that she couldn't make even if she hadn't eaten or drunk for 8 lifetimes. With extraordinary abilities, making money became incredibly simple. Su Lingling understood that competence is the foundation for standing firm in the world, while wealth is just external. This was why Su Lingling still sold boxed meals at 20 yuan each. She needed positive reviews. Only then could she obtain more powerful abilities. Su Lingling checked her savings. Yesterday, due to Xiaohong, she almost incurred a loss, and now she still had only over 30 million star coins. Su Lingling looked online and saw that even the cheapest space watch cost 3 million. Su Lingling must buy a piece of space equipment. Only then could she conceal her chef god space. Su Lingling wasn't willing to leave her divine large iron pot and all-purpose cleaver outside. Since these tools could be placed into the chef god space, every time Su Lingling wasn't around, she would generally place them inside the chef god space. With space equipment, others wouldn't notice anything unusual. Su Lingling searched online for a long time and ultimately decided to purchase the cheapest space watch with a 1 cubic meter folding space. The interstellar delivery was quick, and by noon, when Su Lingling had just finished selling her boxed meals, the watch arrived. Su Lingling happily wore the watch and used her mental power to bind it to herself. This price wasn't cheap. It could afford a luxury floating car. Su Lingling glanced at Ling Xiaoxiao's space watch and felt that Ling Xiaoxiao's watch must have been expensive, with a large space capacity to fit her floating car. The emergence of space equipment solved many problems, like the difficulty of finding parking spots. There was no longer any need to find a parking spot when going out in a car, as you could carry your car with you. If you wanted to know if someone was truly wealthy, don't look at their car, but their watch. If they're driving and still needing to find a parking spot, it's obvious they're poor. Even Zhongshan's space watch could store a floating car, showing how common space equipment had become. The wealth gap in this world was enormous, a mountain impossible to climb. Perhaps the only equality left might be air. In the past, no matter how rich the wealthy were, their lifespan was the same as that of the poor. They could only live so many years. Chapter 60, Becoming a Disciple. And now, the poor and the rich can practically be considered as two different levels. Firstly, there's the difference in appearance. Even if the rich don't look good, they will opt for plastic surgery later on. Then there's the difference in lifespan. The disparity between them is vast. Top-tier individuals living for several thousand years is completely no big deal, while the poor only have a mere few decades of life, aging very quickly. In this situation, the two have basically become two entirely different classes. Precisely because of this, the gap between the rich and the poor in this world is enormous, and the class barrier is difficult to break. A millennium ago, a system appeared in the stars, dividing all the planets into levels 1 through 5. The nobles and those with special abilities generally live on level 1 planets, while the commoners and the poor are unified on level 5 planets. Of course, some commoners leave level 5 planets based on their own abilities. Su Lingling's ex-boyfriend, who betrayed her, managed to reach a level 1 planet by deceiving Su Lingling's money. However, even though he reached a level 1 planet, without ability or luck, it's likely not so easy to survive there. The starry expanse is vast, and Su Lingling hasn't even left H City her entire life. For Su Lingling, the difference between a level 1 planet and a level 5 planet isn't significant. Su Lingling once dreamt of putting down roots in a first-tier city, but when she actually tried her hand at working in the big city, she began to yearn to return to the countryside to farm, starting to yearn for a pastoral lifestyle again. Su Lingling glanced at the watch on her wrist. Nowadays, she can also be considered wealthy, and this expensive watch alone proves her net worth. While Su Lingling was spacing out, Ling Xiaoxiao shouted to the guests outside. Today's dishes have already been sold out. Come back at 6 o'clock in the evening. Initially, Su Lingling noticed that today's crowd was too many, so she specially let Ling Wei go to the back to manage the queue, stopping others from continuing to line up. However, unexpectedly, it still wasn't enough. All the food and rice were sold out. Boss, how about selling us some cold dishes? We don't need rice. Boss, could you just give us some leftover soup to bring home and mix with rice? Boss, I've stood in line for an hour. Show me some mercy. Su Lingling looked at these people. There were dozens of them. She thought of the crayfish sent to her by the enforcement team. It was said that this thing had proliferated wildly. The enforcement team harvested a great deal and gave quite a bit to Su Lingling. The reason the enforcement team was so generous was that the marinated dishes in Xiaohang's space watch were shared among them. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, they then sent so many crayfish to Su Lingling. Su Lingling said to everyone, I have another new ingredient here. Let's see if you want to try it. This dish is called spicy crayfish, the main ingredient being bug species. Right now, this is the only ingredient available in my shop. Boss, is this the same crayfish that's trending hot on Startone? I saw a video of it last night, and I couldn't stop drooling. Boss, you know how to make crayfish? You're really talented. I watched Ling Chui eat crayfish yesterday. I never expected that I would also get to eat crayfish. Boss, how much is a serving of crayfish? Let me check if I have enough money. Boss, I heard that the cheapest crayfish offered by Flowing Light Pavilion is 1,999 credits, and some even cost 99,009 credits. It shouldn't be more expensive than Flowing Light Pavilion, right? My crayfish is priced the same as the boxed meals, 20 credits per serving. There's no rice today, since I see how hard you've all waited in line. This is a welfare gift I'm giving you all. This evening, we'll sell crayfish, 58 per kilogram. Each person is limited to 3 kilograms. After hearing Su Lingling's words, the anxiety in everyone's heart dissipated immediately. No one expected such a pleasant surprise after waiting for so long. The boss has given us another benefit. The boss is generous. Wow, I actually get to eat crayfish. What good fortune. The crayfish were pre-washed. Su Lingling started cooking oil in the pot. Soon, the aroma of spices like chili began to spread. Ling Wei attentively watched Su Lingling's movements from the side. After distributing the crayfish, Su Lingling, Ling Xiaoxiao, and Ling Wei began eating lunch themselves. Zhang Shun, knowing that there would be crayfish at noon, also rushed back early for lunch. Zhang Shun was the procurement staff for Su Lingling's shop, often accompanying her to buy groceries. Sometimes he even spent his own money on buying groceries. Moreover, during peak times, he would also maintain order in the shop. Su Lingling considered Zhang Shun to be part of the shop staff. He was free labor, without wages, just providing meals. Therefore, later, Su Lingling exempted Zhang Shun from paying for lunch and dinner, allowing him to eat along with everyone else. All the dishes were sold out by noon, leaving Su Lingling and everyone else to only eat crayfish. Ling Wei mysteriously placed a dish of sour and spicy Chinese cabbage in front of Su Lingling, saying to her, Boss, try this sour and spicy cabbage I made. How does it taste? Su Lingling picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of the sour and spicy cabbage, and found it tangy and spicy, crisp and refreshing, with an excellent flavor. Su Lingling's eyes lit up. Ling Wei's dish left her pleasantly surprised. She then turned to Ling Xiaoxiao and Zhang Shun and said, You two should try this sour and spicy cabbage. The taste is really good. Ling Wei, you will learn to make spicy crayfish with me this afternoon. Upon hearing this, Ling Wei solemnly knelt in front of Su Lingling, saying, Thank you, boss. From today on, you are my master. I hope you'll accept me as your disciple. After finishing his words, Ling Wei handed over an exquisitely packaged gift box. Su Lingling did not refuse but accepted the box, because she had already recognized Ling Wei's talent. Ling Wei proved that one could cook exquisite dishes without relying on a system. Zhang Shun took a bite and furrowed his brows. Although there was only a slight difference, he still tasted it. Ling Xiaoxiao, however, failed to notice the subtle distinction, and happily praised Ling Wei. Your sour and spicy cabbage tastes almost exactly like what our boss makes. Equally delicious with your own touch. You've really learned everything. But Ling Wei remained modest, replying, this all comes from the great teaching of our boss. She's very serious and detailed, teaching step by step. There's still much more for me to learn. Before letting Su Lingling try, Ling Wei had already fed his family first, knowing fully well before letting Su Lingling taste his cooking. Ling Xiaoxiao nearly teased Ling Wei about making sour and spicy cabbage for her parents tonight. Inside, Ling Wei was deeply moved by how selflessly Su Lingling taught him, sharing all her secret recipes without holding back at all. During lunch, besides the one time Su Lingling called Zhang Shun to taste the sour and spicy cabbage, Zhang Shun hadn't touched any cabbage since, continuing to eat only crayfish. Both Su Lingling and Ling Xiaoxiao, however, ate a fair amount of the sour and spicy cabbage. Ling Wei didn't eat his own dish because he had cooked so much of it daily and sampled it until he could no longer stomach another bite. Initially uninterested in cooking, Ling Xiaoxiao grew somewhat intrigued once Ling Wei mastered the dish, particularly fascinated by the simplicity of making spicy crayfish. Ling Xiaoxiao decided to also start learning from Su Lingling herself, especially since the enforcement team didn't assign her any work these days. With Xiaoheng's case settled and not recalling her to the enforcement team, she figured now would be a good opportunity to learn. Chapter 61, Catering Association. At Su Lingling's little shop, Ling Xiaoxiao found a new pleasure in life. There were so many scalpers in this shop. If it were someone else, could these people even remember those who were waiting in line? Could the truly poor still eat the boxed meals from Su Lingling's shop in the future? Ling Xiaoxiao felt that her status was very important. Here, she felt that she was needed. In many people's eyes, Ling Xiaoxiao was rich, had a good background, looked good, didn't need plastic surgery, and possessed ESP. She was someone everyone envied, but no one knew that Ling Xiaoxiao was unhappy. The Ling family seemed great. They were noble on Shui Lan Star with high social status. But who among the true nobles would be willing to stay on a fifth-tier planet? The Ling family was an exiled clan. The Ling family paid a great price just to avoid becoming members of the law enforcement team. Ling Xiaoxiao knew that the reason her parents did this was also to preserve the lineage of the Ling family. Her grandparents were all high-level espers, but they forever remained on Shui Lan Star. A fifth-tier planet meant not only low status, but also danger. On these planets, fierce beasts ran rampant. Human races cowered within city limits and couldn't leave recklessly, otherwise they would face attacks by the ferocious beasts. The universe is vast. No one knows the boundaries of the cosmos. There are only hundreds of planets in the star domain where the human race resides. Fifth-tier planets are generally used as cannon fodder planets, close to the Tian Beast star domain and insect clan planets. So crises abound. Ling Xiaoxiao felt dissatisfied with the treatment of the Ling family, but more than anything, she thought that as an esper, she should protect the territory. However, wherever she appeared in battles, everyone considered her a burden, a liability. Ling Xiaoxiao didn't feel her own worth. It wasn't until she came here that although the work was simple, she discovered the meaning of her existence. She served dishes here during the day, and at night, she could patrol around, safeguarding the peace. Fierce beasts that can infiltrate the city generally fall into two categories, pitifully weak or terrifyingly strong. Ling Xiaoxiao has pretty good luck. She encounters only the pitifully weak ones. Each time she encountered one, she brought it back to be added as extra food for Su Lingling. In Ling Xiaoxiao's opinion, the Long family acquiring this area was not too bad. She didn't understand before, thinking the Long family bullied men and dominated women, encroaching on civilian lands. But now, Ling Xiaoxiao understands more. H city is large. The law enforcement team simply cannot cover everything. The Long family occupying this land took a lot of effort from the city lord's residents. Since the Long financial group has many thugs and has bought many espers, their strength is formidable. If they are squeezed over here, they definitely won't want to see their company taken over by ferocious beasts, thus dispatching their underlings to protect the place. The city lord's house has limited manpower. They can only seize the previous land owned by the Long financial group and promise them a large piece of land instead. However, that piece of land is dangerous, not safe. Although the Long financial group agreed, they still want to build their company headquarters in a safer location. That is the location of Su Lingling's shop. This location is relatively safe. Building the company address here is quite ideal. Moreover, the distance from the plot of land granted by the city lord's mansion is close, which makes management and development convenient. The Ling family owns detailed maps of Shui Lan Star, holding an extraordinary status. This is the main reason why Xiaohong wanted to harm Ling Chui. Because Ling Chui is the only son of the Ling family, and will also be the future head of the Ling family. Unfortunately, Xiaohong is unwilling to confess a single word, unwilling to disclose the person behind him. These matters are too complicated. Ling Xiaoxiao thinks it's simpler working in this store every day, preparing food. She doesn't know. Perhaps coming to work here in the shop broadened her horizons. Or maybe it's because Su Lingling's cooking is just too delicious. Ling Xiaoxiao feels her ESP ability is actually slowly improving. Although Ling Xiaoxiao is an esper, her ESP level is very low, lacking talent. The only way her ESP reached this level is through piling on agents. Otherwise, her parents wouldn't hope that Ling Xiaoxiao would sit around eating idly. Su Lingling was preparing tonight's cold dishes. Every evening there were too many people queuing up. The portion of the cold dishes couldn't be lacking. Su Lingling wants to gain the system's reward for positive reviews. She needs many positive reviews. Therefore, the quantity of food must be plentiful. Selling boxed meals and cold dishes is a good choice. Cold dishes may seem like more quantity, but it's not a good deal price-wise. For Su Lingling, it is actually the best bargain. Because many people buying the cold dishes take them home for the entire family to eat together, Su Lingling gains positive reviews from an entire family. Even though there were some scalpers who bought Su Lingling's cold dishes to sell them to upscale restaurants, then divided these dishes into many portions. For instance, putting just one kelp thread on a plate and calling it a dish. Or placing just one piece of cabbage on a plate and calling it another dish. They still managed to sell them at high prices, with each dish going for several hundred-star coins. But high-end restaurants sell service as well. Su Lingling was indifferent. Everyone had their own way of making money. The more detailed the division, the more positive reviews Su Lingling could receive. Anyway, each scalper could only sell one portion. Ling Xiaoxiao was excellent at recognizing people, so in this aspect, Su Lingling had absolutely no worries. Su Lingling herself suffered from a mild case of face blindness. Unless someone left a deep impression, she found it hard to remember them. For example, among Zhang Xin's henchmen and the law enforcement team members, Su Lingling only remembered one or two people, not really the others. After preparing the cold dishes, Su Lingling noticed that it was already past 5 o'clock, and people had started lining up outside her shop. At this moment, Su Lingling also began to prepare her spicy dragon shrimp. She specially called Ling Xiaoxiao and Ling Wei over to learn the process. Su Lingling didn't keep her secret recipe overly guarded since what she sold were merely boxed meals, not aimed at high-end clientele. This kind of skill is something an average chef simply couldn't master. And any chef proficient enough to learn it would never stoop to selling boxed meals or competing with Su Lingling. That's why Su Lingling could be so generous. Just as Su Lingling was teaching Ling Xiaoxiao and Ling Wei, a group of people dressed in white kitchen uniforms arrived at her store. Ms. Su, hello. I am from the Shui Lan Star Catering Association. As follows, exterminating the insect race and defending Shui Lan Star is every person's responsibility. Now, to align with the Alliance's main idea and thoroughly eliminate the insect race to rejuvenate Shui Lan Star's economy, our association plans to launch a recipe for spicy dragon shrimp. Do you think it might be possible for the chefs of our catering association to come and learn your secret recipe? Of course, we at the Catering Association will not forget your contribution. This Golden Chef badge has been awarded to only 9 chefs on Shui Lan Star, including you. That makes exactly 10. This medal isn't merely symbolic of honor. It holds significant practical value too. It's a spatial device with 5 cubic meters of storage space. Originally, Su Lingling wouldn't have placed much importance on this chef medal, but once she learned it came with 5 cubic meters of space, her interest immediately peaked. It was far better than her watch. Chapter 62, Culinary Talent. The chef medal was about the size of a 1-star coin, small and round, but quite substantial. The medal was entirely golden, with a hue similar to gold, looking very festive. To be able to contribute to all the people of the Blue Water Planet is my honor. Tonight, I am going to sell spicy crayfish. I wonder if the chefs from the Chefs Association will come over. If they don't, you can record the entire process of me cooking and share it with others. I also hope that everyone can eliminate the insect race soon, so that we ordinary people won't have to live in fear anymore. If you have time tonight, you can try my spicy crayfish at my shop. When you owe someone, your actions may become more restrained. Su Lingling originally had no intention of keeping secrets, and after receiving this chef's medal, she became even more enthusiastic. This level of equipment must be worth more than 30 million by now. As for the secret recipe for the crayfish, Su Lingling had never planned to keep it private. The people from the Chefs Association did not expect Su Lingling to be so generous as to really be willing to share the recipe, and they immediately let their accompanying chefs step forward to learn. Actually, the people of the Chefs Association had tasted countless delicacies and had developed a high immunity to food. They were mainly here because Su Lingling had developed a new dish and generously contributed the recipe, which was an immense contribution to the catering industry. No one used to eat crayfish before. In everyone's mind, these insects were harmful. More importantly, because of Su Lingling's influence, even though she only ran a small lunchbox store, she had given the insect race a new name, crayfish. And within one night, this crayfish craze swept through the upper echelons of Blue Water Planet society. It was incredible how quickly these people accepted this novel delicacy. What was most crucial was that according to the overnight study by research institutions, the crayfish had extremely resilient vitality and was not a common member of the insect race. There was truly a faint trace of dragon bloodline power within them. Moreover, the crayfish recipe was simple. Even a regular chef, following Su Lingling's video instructions, could produce delicious and appetizing crayfish. Unless one possessed awakened abilities such as taste or other special talents, the flavors would generally be the same. Generally speaking, mutant creature meats were usually incredibly unpalatable, but crayfish were different. No matter the level of difficulty, using Su Lingling's recipes always resulted in delicious meals. The higher the grade of crayfish, the more energy was contained within it. This was the primary reason why crayfish quickly gained popularity among the upper class. Previously, mutant meats were very hard to cook into palatable dishes. However, to fulfill their own energy needs and improve their strength, everyone had to grit their teeth and eat them despite the taste. Therefore, the Chefs Association was not only interested in Su Lingling's crayfish recipe, but also her braised meat series. Su Lingling possessed special abilities, and many customers who frequented her shop had extraordinary backgrounds. The Chefs Association naturally couldn't openly make moves against Su Lingling. Awakening special abilities meant one was no longer just an ordinary person, but had obtained a ticket to enter the upper echelons of society. Thus, they directly presented her with this rare medal. These medals were extremely scarce, with only 10 made altogether. Not only were they of high value, but they also carried a great deal of prestige. They initially didn't believe that the marinated dishes worth millions could be true. However, after following Sulingling's recipe to create extraordinarily delicious crayfish, they had no choice but to believe. Sulingling knew none of this. She was enthusiastically teaching everyone how to prepare the spicy crayfish, carefully explaining each ingredient. She couldn't be distracted while cooking, so she pre-explained the seasonings. During the actual preparation, she chopped and cooked without interruption, handling the knife with great skill. It seemed as if Sulingling were crafting a delicate masterpiece. Her movements flowed like clouds and water, and the red and white mix of onions, ginger, garlic, and chili looked especially comfortable. With quick precision, Sulingling heated up the wok, added a little oil, along with garlic, ginger, scallion, and other ingredients, then threw in the crayfish to stir-fry. As the spatula flipped, the crayfish's brown shells slowly turned red, emitting a tempting aroma. At this moment, Sulingling skillfully tossed the wok, throwing the crayfish high into the air in a graceful arc, landing steadily back in the wok. In Sulingling's hands, this enormous wok seemed weightless, and her series of actions looked effortless. The vigorous flames danced up from the stove, shining brightly and filling the air with a delicious aroma. This scene was incredibly captivating, and the onlookers stood mesmerized. They weren't sure if it was the beauty of the cook or the promise of the food that drew them in. Sulingling paid no attention to the gazes of the crowd, and simply picked up a bowl of water, pouring it into the pot. As the scorching pot met the water, it emitted a loud hissing sound. Sulingling covered the pot and smiled at the audience. There's quite a lot here, so let's steam it for about 10 minutes before eating. In the meantime, I'll prepare some of our signature spicy sour cabbage for everyone. The wait felt long and agonizing. Even the group from the Chefs Association, who had originally not intended to eat, found themselves tempted by the intoxicating aroma. They knew that Sulingling must have awakened with a culinary talent. Otherwise, the food wouldn't be this fragrant. A fine dish relies not only on its recipe, but also on innate talent. Recipes can be copied, but talent is an elusive quality that defies explanation. Finally, the crayfish were served. The fresh, plump shrimp gleamed in a bath of savory red oil, their whiteness enhanced by crisp garlic greens and golden brown ginger, exuding irresistible aromas. By now, the members of the Chefs Association could barely contain themselves. Without even grabbing gloves, as soon as the dish was placed on the table, one of them snatched a large, juicy crayfish. With the left hand gripping the head and the right pinching the tail, they puckered up and slowly sucked out the sauce-filled head. Then, with a gentle twist, the tail revealed the succulent roe inside. Unable to hold back any longer, the person eagerly bit into it, savoring the rich blend of flavors. The freshness of the roe mixed with the tangy spiciness of the sauce, spreading immediately over their tongue. This taste was absolutely unparalleled. Despite having eaten countless exquisite dishes throughout their lifetime, at this moment, they felt like everything they'd tasted before was nothing compared to Sulingling's creations. Only those who had truly experienced her dishes could understand just how extraordinary her talent was. He realized that even with Sulingling's recipes, there would be no way to replicate the same level of delectable cuisine. That was the frightening power of special talents. This talent was akin to an artist's inspiration, an inexplicable sensation. It was knowing when to add ingredients, when to take the dish off the heat, automatically adjusting to achieve perfection based on the quality of the materials. For a moment, he was transported back to his childhood, to a time when a packet of tasty spicy chips brought him immense satisfaction. But this crayfish surpassed even the tastiest spicy chips he'd ever enjoyed. Chapter 63, The Vice President. The Vice President of the Chef Association had quickly removed the vein from the shrimp, peeled off the shell, and enjoyed the essence of the lobster, the shrimp meat. On the snow-white shrimp meat hung traces of red. Dipped in red oil and broth, it was shoved into the mouth for an instant of pure delight. He couldn't help but marvel. This taste should only be found in heaven. How often can it be enjoyed on earth? Just as he savored the exquisite flavor of the little lobster in his mouth, and bent down to eat more, he realized that the bowl in front of him was empty. Glancing sideways, he saw the guy had actually stashed the lobsters into a space device, and, upon being discovered, promptly ran off. Is this even face-saving? He is after all an official of the Chef Association, and yet he's capable of doing such things. Unimaginable. Forget it. Let's just have the spicy and sour cabbage. You damn fool. You even stole the cabbage. The vice president shouted furiously. Amazingly, the others licked the soup clean from their bowls, acting like they hadn't eaten a meal in 8 lifetimes, showing not a shred of decorum expected from elite individuals. Gourmet food is something to savor slowly. These people are truly wasting a divine gift. By now, overcome with anger, he could only look at Sulingling wistfully, saying to her, Su boss, can I pay for another portion? My dishes were all snatched by them. Vice President, even though you gave me the medal, I deeply appreciate you, but rules are rules, and they cannot be broken. Look at the long queue outside. They have all come to buy delicacies. If there's one less portion, the last person won't get any. To you, it's just a simple dish of fine cuisine, but for them, such a dish lets them wash away their fatigue after numbing work, rejuvenating their spirits so they can dive into the next day's work renewed, making every day meaningful. Moreover, these chefs have learned my techniques. They can go home and cook it for you. You surely need to taste test too, right? After hearing Su Lingling's words, the vice president no longer pressed further. Good cuisine can refresh a person entirely. At this moment, the vice president himself was also in such a state. Upon tasting Su Lingling's cuisine, he experienced the most beautiful memories of his life. He knew that those people lacked the talent to create such dishes, but imitating them to 8/10 similarity should be possible. After all, he did bring some chefs with special culinary talents today. The vice president asked Su Lingling, if they haven't mastered your skills, can they still come back to your shop tomorrow? Of course, they can. Su Lingling responded magnanimously after receiving such precious medals from him. Boss Su, treat them as regular employees in your store. Cutting vegetables, or washing dishes, assign them these tasks. If they don't follow instructions, send them back. Upon hearing this, Su Lingling's eyes lit up. Although robots can cut vegetables well, they fail at washing vegetables since they can't control the force and lack intelligence, which damages the vegetables. Humans washing vegetables makes a difference. Who doesn't love free workers? Su Lingling joyfully said to the vice president. All right, if they haven't learned properly, they can return to learn tomorrow. These chefs initially had somewhat looked down on Su Lingling, thinking she was just selling boxed meals. But after tasting the lobsters prepared by Su Lingling, they were all convinced. When Su Lingling addressed the vice president with those words, they were moved. They realized that with Su Lingling's cooking skills, she could have left this place and stopped cooking for ordinary people. However, Su Lingling chose to stay here, sweating it out while selling affordable boxed meals. Good food has the power to heal hearts. There's no doubt that Su Lingling's food holds such power, without discrimination between rich and poor. They suddenly understood why Su Lingling's food possesses such strength. The chef's emotions reflect in their dishes. Only when in the best state can they create the most delicious cuisine. Chefs with culinary talent know this point the clearest. When in a bad mood, their talent hides, and the resulting dishes may seem indistinguishable to average diners, but top-class gourmets can taste the difference. Especially parapsychics, who can perceive the subtle energy in dishes. Without this special kind of energy, anyone could feel the absence. Though, generally, very few chefs reach this level. On Aquamarine Star, there isn't even one chef of national treasure level with such culinary expertise. Not because chefs on Aquamarine Star aren't capable, but once they obtain such culinary skills, they mostly leave Aquamarine Star for better planets. Therefore, chefs remaining on Aquamarine Star lack the necessary talent. Since if they have talent, even if their capabilities lag slightly behind, they would be specially recruited by other planets. There are basically no people like Su Lingling who are willing to stay on Aquamarine Star. In the vice president's view, Su Lingling grew up in the civilian area since childhood, without systematic education, unaware of the beauty of the outside world, and accustomed to such a life from a young age, which is why she wouldn't leave Aquamarine Star. After all, everyone knows about Su Ji recruiting Su Lingling to go to Tianxue Star. Not only was there Su Ji's recruitment, but also many other invitations. Su Lingling refused them all, and stayed in this small store selling boxed meals. The vice president examined Su Lingling's life resume, understanding that everyone has different thoughts. Some minor characters think they are smart, preferring to guard their own territory, disliking changing their living state. In his eyes, if it weren't for Jin Zijuan betraying Su Lingling, perhaps Su Lingling would never have awakened in her lifetime. It is too difficult for commoners at the bottom level to awaken. Genetics is a mysterious subject. Even after so many years, humanity still hasn't fully mastered human genes. However, humans have their wisdom. Through some patterns, basically all nobles are psychics. Intermarriage between generations doesn't necessarily require equal status. One's daughter can marry a poor young man, and one's son can also marry a Cinderella. But these poor young men and Cinderellas must possess superior psychic abilities. Strong individuals uniting optimizes these genes generation after generation, up to the present era. Basically, psychics combining with other psychics has become a societal norm. Ordinary people yearn to be together with psychics, hoping to give birth to psychic children who can elevate themselves and their entire family. If they cannot soar themselves, they place all their hopes on their descendants. This is also a societal malady. Ordinary people attribute all their failures to not awakening their psychic abilities. Everyone believes that only by awakening psychic powers can one rise to prominence. Chapter 64, Martial Arts Techniques. Su Lingling naturally had no idea about the real thoughts of the group from the Chef Association. At this moment, Su Lingling was proudly showing off her golden chef badge to Zhang Shun. Take a look. Isn't this badge beautiful? It's even better than an anomalous badge. There is actually 5 cubic meters of space inside. Zhang Shun saw Su Lingling's boasting and did not utter any words that would hurt Su Lingling's confidence. He occasionally nodded in agreement. Impressive. Then he lowered his head and started eating. It seemed that in his eyes, there was nothing more important than having a meal. Su Lingling's feeling was similar to the day when she became an anomalist, very excited deep down. However, Zhang Shun remained quite calm as if nothing could pique his interest. Seeing Zhang Shun like this, Su Lingling couldn't help but ask him. You wouldn't be some kind of reclusive expert, right? Why are you not interested in these things? Have you seen too much so now it doesn't faze you? Yes. Zhang Shun answered very easily and sincerely. This sincerity made Su Lingling think that he was just a little bit boastful. Zhang Shun was a thug for Longda Finance, with good skills and fast speed. During the time when he killed the Blood Eagle, Su Lingling couldn't clearly see his movements. In Su Lingling's view, Zhang Shun should be a speed-type anomalist. The status of anomalist was higher than what Su Lingling had imagined. Zhang Shun's treatment was definitely not bad. He was both a thug and perhaps doubled as a bodyguard at times, interacting with people and things that were certainly different from ordinary people. His perspective was extraordinary. These things were precious to Su Lingling, but Zhang Shun had probably seen them too much and they were no longer special. Su Lingling put away her chef badge as it looked too flashy. Besides, this badge didn't shine as brightly as the anomalist badge. Anomalists have transcended the stage of being ordinary people. If an anomalist can't find a job, reporting to the Alliance will guarantee employment, with a minimum salary of over 5 million star coins. Regardless of this point, once someone becomes an anomalist, even if they are unattractive, countless ordinary people yearn for them as a potential mate. Because marrying an anomalist greatly increases the chances that their offspring will also be anomalists. The benefits anomalists enjoy are truly numerous. However, Su Lingling knew her own genes well. She considered herself just an ordinary person without awakened abilities. That stamina anomaly should be a system enhancement given to her. The main reason Su Lingling was confident about her future was the system. She could continue developing here indefinitely, accumulating positive reviews and gaining better rewards. But if she stopped selling boxed meals and became someone's private chef, her life would essentially be over. Su Lingling understood her capabilities quite clearly. Even as a layabout, one might still dream of turning things around someday. Su Lingling touched the anomalist badge on her chest and curiously asked Zhang Shun, "What's your anomaly?" "I don't have any." Zhang Shun paused briefly and said calmly to Su Lingling, "No anomaly? How is that possible? You must be a speed anomaly with such great speed." After hearing Su Lingling's words, Zhang Shun chuckled, saying, "This world is not all about anomalists. Actually, many anomalists are highly praised but, without practical combat experience, they're barely distinguishable from being useless. Faced with real battles, they're not much different from ordinary people. Ordinary people can grow stronger through martial arts training, while anomalists need cultivation to better control and enhance their powers. Non-anomalous ordinary people are less selective when choosing kung fu manuals. Anomalists who possess anomalies, however, are more discerning when selecting techniques to cultivate. They must choose those that suit their own anomalies. If they cultivate conflicting techniques, they may risk going astray or losing control. So your martial arts talent must be high. You are already so powerful at such a young age. Your martial way must be quite strong." Zhang Shun replied somewhat mockingly to Su Lingling. "There are always greater heights and better people out there. Do you really think I am that capable?" Perhaps because Zhang Shun's expression was too serious, at that instant, Su Lingling couldn't believe the fact that Zhang Shun was a novice. Su Lingling thought back to when the system granted her the Tai Chi skill, only telling her it was meant for physical fitness. Furthermore, it did not push Su Lingling's proficiency up to the godlike level. She just learned the basics. Just because it came from the system, Su Lingling assumed this palm technique was incredibly powerful. Recalling the harsh reality, she realized that she currently couldn't even defeat Zhang Shun with one hand. If Zhang Shun were truly amazing, he definitely wouldn't work in debt collection. After all, as a big boss, even if someone desires solitude, they wouldn't likely want to take on just the role of a thug. In this moment, Su Lingling accepted the fact that Zhang Shun was just an ordinary person. Su Lingling patted Zhang Shun's shoulder and said to him, "You just focus on following me. In the future, your life will definitely be no worse than those anomalists. We'll lay low here and gradually develop our skills. I'll thoroughly study recipes and eventually cook a dish that stuns heaven and earth, moves ghosts and gods. Once you taste it, perhaps after eating it, you'll awaken your own anomaly." "Follow you. That's right. What kind of look is that? I'm quite wealthy now. My million credit dishes on Saturday and Sunday are very popular, with many people scrambling to try them. I can afford high wages now. It's certainly not worse than what you do every day collecting debts outside. Weapons don't have eyes. I know how skilled you are, but no one is destined to never fail. What if you encounter someone pretending to be weak, but turns out much stronger, and then you end up losing in an unexpected way? You're in an industry where there's no margin for error. You can't fail, and if you do, it usually means complete ruin. It's different for me. If I mess up a day, at worst these customers won't come back to my restaurant the next day." Now I understand why you refused to work as a chef on Tianshui Star. You were afraid that if you failed to prepare a good meal, you'd offend some big shots. Here selling boxed lunches, all buyers are common people. Su Lingling heard Zhang Shun's words and laughed heartily. "Although I don't know how amazing Tianshui Star might be, I know that our current lives aren't bad. I always prepare you special meals at night, cooking with high-grade beast meats. Do you see whether Su Ji has this kind of treatment? Moreover, even when he comes over on Saturdays and Sundays, he doesn't eat as much as you do, and he misses out on many dishes. And what you said is correct. The main diners here are ordinary folks. Although we earn less money, it's enough for me to spend, and it's steady and reliable. When facing them, I'm an anomalist, and with that status, they naturally treat me with more respect and won't cause trouble. On Tianshui Star, everyone would be anomalists, probably including the weakest kind among them. Living in this world, happiness is most important. I don't believe the air on Tianshui Star is any sweeter than here." Chapter 65, Zhang Shun selling vegetables. "I've quit," Zhang Shun said calmly to Su Lingling. Su Lingling was originally speaking eloquently, but it took her a while to react after hearing this sentence from Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun had quit his job and no longer collected debts. It made sense. Zhang Shun hadn't hung out with Huang Mao for quite some time. Each time Zhang Shun came to Su Lingling's store, he was always alone, and the group of younger brothers always accompanied Huang Mao when they visited Su Lingling's store. Su Lingling said to Zhang Shun, "Quitting is good too. Come work at my store, the salary isn't bad. I only pay others 3,000, but you are different. I'll give you a lot of money. Zhang Shen wasn't a good person, but he had helped Su Lingling a great deal. When Su Lingling was brought into the law enforcement team, she felt utterly desperate. It was Zhang Shen who saved her. Then Zhang Shen vouched for Su Lingling as a mutant. When Su Lingling first arrived there, feeling dizzy, she opened her eyes to see Zhang Shen. Zhang Shen had witnessed Su Lingling's growth all along. In Su Lingling's view, in this society, everyone struggles to survive, and living with dignity is even harder. Especially martial artists, where the poor study literature and the rich practice martial arts. Practicing martial arts comes with a high cost, requiring frequent consumption of mutated beast meat and high-grade herbs. Otherwise, one will suffer from a deficiency in both qi and blood, making it impossible to enhance their strength. A person could even die prematurely due to this deficiency. Zhang Shen was an ordinary person, yet he trained hard enough to reach this level of skill. While it might not impress real experts, he was already formidable compared to other commoners. This transformation surely required immense effort. Su Lingling was also an ordinary person, so she resonated with Zhang Shen on some level. Given their strong friendship, she wouldn't let him down either. After all, in this world, if Su Lingling were captured by the law enforcement team or anyone else again, Zhang Shen would be the only one capable of saving her. No one knew how helpless Su Lingling felt while in the law enforcement team. Upon hearing Su Lingling's words, Zhang Shen laughed heartily. He could feel her sincerity and replied, "You'd better save your money. Haven't you spent most of it on watches? In the future, you don't need to stock up yourself. Just contact me for supplies. I've now switched to selling vegetables. My produce is very fresh, and it'll save you from complaining that collecting debts is dishonorable. My vegetables, you don't have to pay. Just provide meals, and I'll handle all leftover ingredients for you." Su Lingling looked at the stack of mutated beasts on the ground, still fresh and warm. It turned out that the blood eagle and silver dragon fish Zhang Shen gave her at night weren't directly purchased from the mutated beast supermarket. No wonder they were whole animals and fish. Su Lingling initially thought that unprocessed goods might be cheaper, but she didn't expect Zhang Shen to change careers and start wholesale trading. Unable to help herself, Su Lingling said, "You're going to lose money doing this. Your income won't cover your expenses, and you'll burn through all your savings." Not losing money. This is a zero-cost business. I hunt outside the city. It doesn't cost a thing. No cost. Isn't that dangerous? Anything is dangerous. You could be killed by a malfunctioning levitating car while walking on the street. I'm experienced. I'm an old hunter, and dealing with these beasts is simple. You saw me fight the blood eagle that day. Could you take me to check out outside the city? I want to see if I can also hunt mutated beasts. That way, I could save a lot of money. More importantly, I may discover some new ingredients. You're too inexperienced. At least you should be able to beat one of my hands first. Wait and see. I ate a lot of fish today, and it has greatly increased my strength. All right, I'll wait. Su Lingling didn't say anything more and proceeded to prepare the ingredients. The mutated beasts hunted by Zhang Shen piled up on the floor like a small mountain. The space equipment was a vacuum-sealed environment, serving as the best refrigerator, much better than regular refrigerators. After Su Lingling processed the ingredients and placed them inside, Zhang Shen did not doubt her. However, Su Lingling did not place the ingredients into the folding space watch she bought or her chef metal space. Instead, after processing and marinating them, she placed the ingredients into the chef god space. Only after preserving the crayfish in the chef god space did Su Lingling accidentally find that the quality of the crayfish had significantly improved. She then realized that her chef god space enhanced food quality. There was no limit to the chef god space, allowing her to store a large quantity of food. Meanwhile, Zhang Shen had somehow purchased many crayfish of decent quality beforehand. Even though only 2 days had passed, the price of crayfish had already risen several times over. Crayfish aren't very aggressive, eat almost anything, and can be easily lured with a little bit of bait. As a result, it is very easy to capture a large number of crayfish, especially for common people who can catch smaller ones without any trouble. Now that the subsidy has been canceled, some people who don't really like working just go and catch these crayfish to sell and be free individuals. A bug disaster turned into a feast of joy. On the Starnet, many internet celebrities started using Su Lingling's secret recipe to cook crayfish, gaining quite a bit of popularity. As the source, very few people actually know about Su Lingling. Su Lingling doesn't mind. She values good reviews. Su Lingling doesn't want to become a public figure, because then everywhere she goes, there would be crowds watching her, making her feel very unfree. Su Lingling left aside some valuable mutated beast furs, claws, sharp teeth, and such. All these can fetch money. She couldn't let Zhang Shen lose out too much. These unusable claws and venomous fangs are great materials for crafting equipment. Some mutated beast feathers are also quite valuable. Su Lingling had them all organized for Zhang Shen. Zhang Shen, after finishing eating, would also help Su Lingling deal with these items. He originally thought these star coins didn't mean much to him, but seeing Su Lingling's sparkling eyes, he decided not to say anything anymore. Instead, he quietly accepted the materials, stacking them in the corner of his space ring. Su Lingling handled these ingredients perfectly. The prices these materials fetched weren't low. Zhang Shen made a preliminary estimate. In 2 or 3 days, it should equal 3 times the net earnings of Su Lingling's store in 1 week. The most crucial part is, the most precious mutated beast meat and high-grade herbs were eaten by Zhang Shen and Su Lingling. With just the leftovers, Su Lingling already got back 3 times her cost plus profit. However, Zhang Shen's expenses are large as well. His levitating car consumes a lot of energy. But money from the wild isn't easy to earn either. Some of those with average strength who go out have to buy injury medicine and so on. Usually, they need to form teams, sharing the income with teammates, which cannot compare with Zhang Shun doing it alone. Most importantly, it's dangerous outside. Chapter 66, The Divine Rice Cooker. Zhang Shun had purchased several expensive lunchboxes, all to ensure that the taste of the food didn't diminish. Now he hunted strange beasts, and going back and forth in a day was too rushed. Moreover, it wasn't possible to come across some good things this way. In general, he would need to be out for a few days. He wasn't the same as he used to be. He'd become more delicate. Anything with an ordinary taste, he no longer wanted to eat. He'd rather go hungry than eat something subpar. Therefore, Su Lingling would prepare a lot of braised dishes and cold dishes for Zhang Shun, storing them in the lunchboxes for him to take along so that in the wild, he could eat the cooled rice with the dishes, avoiding hunger. In Su Lingling's mind, eating only the side dishes without rice or steamed buns alongside was not appetizing. But Zhang Shun was different. He enjoyed eating the dishes alone. If the rice wasn't cooked by Su Lingling, he refused to eat it. He discovered that Su Lingling's rice cooking skills seemed to have improved recently, making the rice much tastier. What Zhang Shun didn't know was that Su Lingling had placed all the rice he bought into the Culinary God Space. The Culinary God Space enhanced the flavor of the rice. Ordinary rice couldn't be placed inside, but the rice Zhang Shun bought could. Su Lingling was generous with Zhang Shun. Because Su Lingling realized that when she gave Zhang Shun the well-prepared ingredients, he would bring back many bags of spiritual rice. This rice was not cheap, it was quite expensive. So Su Lingling generally only cooked the rice Zhang Shun bought for herself and Zhang Shun to eat. Although there were no system rewards for her method of cooking plain rice, Su Lingling relied on her experience to cook rice, and the taste wasn't bad. In Su Lingling's opinion, how complicated could cooking rice get? The only trick was adding the right amount of water and a drop of oil. This was Su Lingling's secret skill. She believed this method made the rice both fragrant and soft. Ding! Congratulations, host has accumulated 50,000 positive reviews and has received mastery in divine rice cooking and a divine rice cooker. Su Lingling had just been thinking about rice, and now she had gained proficiency in divine rice cooking. In Su Lingling's view, cooking rice was simply rinsing the rice, then adding water and boiling it. However, different kinds of rice required different methods of preparation. A few optimal ways flashed through Su Lingling's mind. For example, with the pearl rice Zhang Shun had bought before, when steaming the rice, one needed to add 2 to 3 milliliters of vinegar for every 1.5 kilograms of rice. This way, the steamed rice would have no sour taste while enhancing the aroma and retaining its nutrients. As for Su Lingling's common method of adding oil to cook most types of rice, there was some variation in the process. Rice must be soaked in clear water for 2 hours beforehand, drained, then placed in a pot with an appropriate amount of hot water, 1 tablespoon of lard or vegetable oil. After boiling on high heat, it should be simmered on low heat for half an hour. While Su Lingling's ratio of water wasn't far off, something she had no issue with, she skipped the soaking step. There was another type of rice commonly eaten, a first-grade spiritual rice. This kind cost 1,000 yuan per pound. Though expensive, it was still affordable for regular families. Most martial arts families ate this kind of rice because it better stimulated innate abilities within the body. Parents usually fed their children this rice before they awakened their latent powers. However, this rice had a stale flavor, which required a small amount of salt water to eliminate. Another unusual method involved cooking rice with tea water, which Su Lingling had never thought of before. Using tea water to steam rice not only improved its color, aroma, and nutrition, but also helped reduce greasiness, cleanse the mouth, aid digestion, and provide vitamins. Cooking rice held a lot of knowledge, and more importantly, proper tools were necessary for success. A rice cooker significantly impacted the results of rice cooking. After switching to the system's divine iron wok, Su Lingling noticed her stir-fried dishes tasted much better than before, even though the changes were subtle. She found that mastering rice not only helped her improve her rice cooking skills, but also boosted her porridge-making abilities considerably. Su Lingling was originally skilled in cooking. She could make porridge, cook rice, and stir-fry dishes. Previously, her understanding of culinary arts hadn't been deep enough, especially her knife skills which were not up to par. But despite that, her meals were still acceptable. Zhang Shun left in a hurry and didn't have the luck to taste Su Lingling's newly prepared divine white rice. Nevertheless, Su Lingling had prepared a lot of food early in the morning for Zhang Shun, filling 9 lunchboxes. Zhang Shun would be out for 3 days this time. Su Lingling carefully planned the pairing. Red braised pork served with vinegar-slivered potatoes and plain rice. The braised fish chunks were paired with a side of cold cucumber salad. The stir-fried pork was served alongside sour and spicy plain rice. There was plenty in terms of quantity. Although Su Lingling didn't know how to cook many different dishes, she still managed to make the contents of the 9 lunchboxes all distinct. There were various types of meat, including red braised dishes using different marinades, and Su Lingling had also prepared some braised meats, carefully separating each type into its own container. For the cold dishes, Su Lingling similarly portioned each one individually, giving the appearance of an abundance of variety. Su Lingling had perfectly arranged 2 dishes in each of the 9 lunchboxes without any repetition, both meat and vegetables for a balanced nutritional meal. After all, Zhang Shun had left behind quite a lot of exotic beast meat for Su Lingling. Su Lingling hadn't planned on processing this meat right away, but rather saving it for Saturday and Sunday preparation. The meat could be stored in the Culinary God Space where it wouldn't spoil, but would instead improve in quality. Even though Zhang Shun had gone, Su Lingling wasn't lonely. She decided to prepare a divine dish of premium white rice at noon to enhance its texture. A 20 yuan boxed meal wasn't expensive for ordinary people, but it wasn't cheap either. In the wealthy districts, the cheapest boxed meals started at 50 yuan per serving. But in the poorer areas, there were even places where boxed meals cost as low as 6 yuan. Su Lingling's location was on the boundary between the poor and commoner districts. At 20 yuan, it was evidently not cheap. As long as the dishes were delicious, one could eat any kind of rice with them. However, if the rice was tasty too, that made it even better. Su Lingling had bought a good amount of first-grade spiritual rice. This kind of rice actually paled significantly in comparison to pearl rice. Unscrupulous merchants, seeking to raise the price, had labeled it as spiritual rice, though the actual energy content in the rice was very weak. Pearl rice almost equaled third-grade spiritual rice in quality. When Ling Xiaoxiao arrived at Su Lingling's shop, she immediately caught a whiff of a strong aroma of rice. Lingling, this rice smells so good. Did you change the type of rice? Ling Xiaoxiao had become close friends with Su Lingling, naturally addressing her by name. Ling Wei, on the other hand, began calling Su Lingling master. Chapter 67, Long Fan's Job Search. There was no swapping of rice. This is me making money and getting a better electric rice cooker. Cooking rice and stir-frying, culinary skills are indeed important, but so is having a good pot. This smells too delicious. Lingling, where did you buy this rice cooker? What brand is it? I want to buy one too. I had Zhongshan customize it for me. Why don't you go ask him? Su Lingling casually told Ling Xiaoxiao. This pot isn't easy to buy. It's a system reward. Su Lingling knew that Ling Xiaoxiao didn't have a good relationship with Zhongshan. Every time Ling Xiaoxiao saw Zhongshan, she either didn't talk or would speak sarcastically, or just gave him the cold shoulder and ignored him. Su Lingling knew Ling Xiaoxiao was a passionate girl while Zhongshan was someone who collected debts ruthlessly. It made sense that they didn't get along well. Sure enough, when Ling Xiaoxiao learned the pot was something Zhongshan arranged, she immediately stopped asking about it, and instead prepared to wash the vegetables. Ling Wei had already mastered the sour and spicy cabbage dish. Now, he was beginning to learn how to make spicy crawfish. Ling Wei specially brought up a portion of spicy crawfish for Su Lingling to taste. It must be said, Ling Wei put in a lot of effort into this crawfish. He not only copied Su Lingling's techniques, but also added some innovations. He used some fiery fruits instead of ordinary seasonings. The taste was excellent. Master, today I came to inform you I will take a leave. My master at home thought the sour and spicy jade cabbage and spicy crawfish I made were very tasty. Now, breakfast, lunch, and dinner all require my cooking on Mondays and Fridays. I can only come to study on Saturdays and Sundays. Master, these seasonings are gifts from me. Ling Wei felt a little embarrassed. He had just recorded Su Lingling's braised dishes secrets and cold dishes yesterday, and he would leave today. But the Ling family was urging him, and his culinary skills improved rapidly, so he could only return to the Ling family first. More importantly, Ling Wei wanted to cook more and try out all the recipes he'd gotten. Cooking requires a lot of practice to improve one's skills. The higher your culinary skills become, the harder it is to progress. It's great for you to go back and practice more. If you have any questions, feel free to come back anytime. Su Lingling needed good reviews, and there was no way she could let Ling Wei do the dishes in her shop. Therefore, Su Lingling thought it was good for Ling Wei to go back. Master, even though I am leaving, there's an apprentice who wants to replace my position. I wonder if you could accept him. As soon as Ling Wei finished speaking, a person stepped forward behind him. It was Long Fan. Su Lingling met Long Fan for the first time, and he didn't leave much impression on her. Later, she learned that he was the young master of Longda Finance and Zhongshan's boss, which deepened her impression of him. Why would such a young master, who lives comfortably, give it up and come here to be a chef? Is it like fishing 3 days and then drying the net for 2? When Ling Xiaoxiao saw Long Fan, she became upset immediately and said to Ling Wei, "Is this guy pressuring you to quit?" Su Lingling still remembered that Long Fan's father, Long Kuan, tried to recruit her as their family cook before. They were local toughs, not ones to be offended. In terms of physical strength, even the law enforcement team in H City might find it hard to beat the Long family. Su Lingling immediately patted Ling Xiaoxiao on the shoulder and said, "I am just doing odd jobs here. What good job is this?" In the afternoon, over a dozen chefs from the Chef Association will come by. If he really wants to come, I can hire one more person. There's no need to squeeze Ling Wei out. It's good for Ling Wei to go back and practice his culinary skills more. My place is small. All he can do here is watch, forever watching without improving much in his skills. He needs to put them into action to go back and cook more. Moreover, I've let him record many holographic video images, which are enough for him to focus on learning. Xiao, you've been here for so long. You can try going home and cooking a spicy crawfish meal for your family. This thing is a bit troublesome, but with sufficient tools and help, it's easy to handle. Besides, being a chef is quite good. Look at me, am I not pretty competent? You've learned a set of culinary skills in my shop. In the future, becoming a chef is pretty good, right? Female chefs are no worse than male chefs, and top chefs have status no less prestigious than other professions. Ling Xiaoxiao didn't say anything. She originally wanted to infiltrate as a spy. Now that Xiao Heng has been caught, it wasn't her responsibility anymore. Her staying here seemed unnecessary. Her family already had Ling Wei cooking for them, and Ling Wei was a professional chef who cooked better than her. But Su Lingling's words touched Ling Xiaoxiao. Ling Xiaoxiao didn't know what she wanted to do before. She wanted to fight, but she was rather useless. Su Lingling's words enlightened Ling Xiaoxiao. She thought of the enthusiasm of the law enforcement officers for Su Lingling's culinary creations. They respected Su Lingling in a way she had never experienced. Especially Mu Ju. One of the reasons Ling Xiaoxiao wanted to join the law enforcement team was because she liked Mu Ju. If she could master Su Lingling's culinary skills and prepare grand meals in the cafeteria of the law enforcement team, then Mu Ju would surely look at her differently. Ling Xiaoxiao envisioned herself being admired by everyone in the law enforcement team, which immediately motivated her, filling her with a newfound admiration for the profession of cooking. Being a chef isn't simple either. Cooking is actually very physically demanding, and an average person can hardly lift such a large pot. But as a psychic individual, this suited her perfectly. Moreover, Ling Xiaoxiao had been watching Su Lingling cook every day while staying here, gradually developing an interest in cooking. Ling Xiaoxiao decided that from today onward, she would take careful notes and diligently learn Su Lingling's culinary skills. The reason why Long Fan wanted to work at Su Lingling's shop was also due to a sudden spark of interest in fine cuisine that arose within him. He used to feel indifferent about cooking meals. But on that day, seeing Su Lingling cook, he found it filled with artistic beauty, incredibly pleasing to the eye. Given his status, he could easily hire someone to bring boxed meals from Su Lingling's shop to him. He almost always ate the boxed meals from Su Lingling's store. The most crucial moment was when he ate the mutant beast meat from Su Lingling's shop one day, leading to his awakening of some mysterious power. It wasn't until later that tests revealed he hadn't awakened any special abilities, but had instead awakened a natural talent, a food talent. Long Fan discovered that his mother had once been a female chef, possessing this same food talent. His brother didn't inherit it, but he had. Long Fan's father believed that his son awakening in Su Lingling's shop was a matter of fate. Additionally, he learned that Chef Ling Wei from the Ling family had finished his apprenticeship at Su Lingling's shop, and the Ling family planned to have Ling Wei return home to continue his career as a chef. So Long Kuan arranged for Long Fan to replace Ling Wei's position. The main reason was that Long Fan didn't resent joining Su Lingling's shop at all. On the contrary, he felt a hint of anticipation. Chapter 68, Jealousy. Su Lingling first asked Long Fan if he could wash vegetables and the like, and Long Fan expressed his willingness to work. So Su Lingling directly let Long Fan get started with the tasks. Upon learning that Long Fan actually wanted to learn how to cook as well, when Su Lingling was stir-frying dishes, she deliberately had Long Fan stand closer and explain various seasonings to him. She then let Long Fan record videos on his own for studying later after returning home. However, Su Lingling could sense Long Fan's delicacy. Even Ling Xiaoxiao was tougher than him by half. Moving tables, they were too heavy for him to lift, and he would get tired after working for a while. Su Lingling had been strengthened by a system, while Ling Xiaoxiao was an esper who trained for many years. Even though Long Fan was a boy, his body had long been ruined by indulgence in alcohol and women, but luckily, because his family was rich, he had still been cared for relatively well. Although Su Lingling's fast food store was small, there was a lot of work to do, and it was quite normal for Long Fan to get exhausted halfway through most tasks. Even an ordinary person wouldn't avoid such weariness. Long Fan, you're already this frail from being a rich kid. Go back home earlier. Ling Xiaoxiao taunted Long Fan. Su Lingling didn't know if Ling Xiaoxiao knew Long Fan's identity or not, but Ling Xiaoxiao acted as if she had no idea how high the heavens were. Though she seemed well off, Su Lingling felt that Ling Xiaoxiao resented the wealthy deeply and liked confronting those with money every time she saw one. But disaster comes from the mouth. As a local power figure, Long Fan could easily cause trouble that would leave Ling Xiaoxiao regretting her words. Besides, Long Fan was also trying his best. It was just that his weak physique left him with no choice. Seeing the fine sweat on Long Fan's forehead, Su Lingling said to Ling Xiaoxiao, "Xiaoxiao, didn't you also lack a lot of knowledge when you first arrived? Moreover, people are different from each other. He hasn't done this kind of work before." She turned toward Long Fan and continued, "I made some bone soup today. This is made from an exotic animal's bones. There's much work here at the shop. You should go drink a bowl of the soup and rest for a bit. I've prepared a thermal lunchbox for you. Pack some more in case you don't get another chance when there's a large crowd at noon. Drink some soup to replenish your energy so you can have more strength when you start working again. Xiao, go drink this soup as well. Since you've mastered the art of making spicy crayfish, maybe later I'll teach you the special recipe of stewed soup. But don't be greedy. And Long Fan, you too. Start with learning one dish, spicy crayfish. In the afternoon, I'll make it, so you'd better learn carefully." Ling Xiaoxiao originally wanted to say something more, but she remembered that she was an esper, while Long Fan was just a regular person. Moreover, the aroma of the soup was incredibly enticing. She was hungry too, and in the past, Su Lingling would never let her taste the soup prematurely. Now that she had the chance, Ling Xiaoxiao naturally went ahead to drink it. Plus, she hadn't eaten breakfast either and was starving. The soup had boiled into a creamy white color, aromatic, and authentic bone broth. Though in the galaxy there are also plenty of high-tech products and flavor enhancers which may seem perfect in terms of color, smell, and taste, these technological products often taste overly concentrated compared to true gourmet foods, with only slight differences. The key issue was, it wasn't the era of common people anymore, but the era of superhumans. Espers could perceive the force embedded within delicious meals. Forging these kinds of experiences might fool ordinary people, but certainly not espers. True high-end restaurants couldn't rely on these artificial flavors. In Su Lingling's previous timeline, these were popular because no one could identify their true nature. But in the galaxy, everyone pretty much could discern them now, especially chefs blessed with certain natural talent, a special ability others simply couldn't replicate. When Ling Xiaoxiao sniffed the fresh and fragrant bone soup, even though she had consumed countless servings of soups at Su Lingling's shop, saliva uncontrollably flowed down. The soup was truly too delicious. "Lucy, these aren't ordinary bones, right? They're the bones of esoteric beasts." After taking only one sip, Ling Xiaoxiao tasted out the uniqueness of the soup. "Exactly. You should treat Zhongshan better from now on. He won't be collecting debts anymore, but supplying our store with food ingredients instead." These bones are what he sent over. Did you notice how plentiful the bones are in today's soup? The marrow inside these bones is where the essence lies. Very nutritious. Eat up. Lingling, can we really still sell boxed meals for 20 yuan? Aren't we losing money? Of course, 20 yuan. Ordinary people struggle, so there isn't much of this soup, served on a first-come first-served basis. It's only available to dine-in customers. Many scalpers pack it away to take out. Our soup is still very cost-effective. And anyway, we ourselves have scooped out the meat from the bones. While Su Lingling chewed on a bone, she said to Ling Xiaoxiao, there was not much meat left on this big bone, mostly having been cooked by Su Lingling into braised pork belly and sautéed pork pieces. The less tender parts like the head ended up as spiced pork. The leftover bones Su Lingling considered as a welfare benefit. To be honest, Long Fan couldn't help but care a little about Ling Xiaoxiao's sarcasm. But when he smelled the incredibly fresh bone soup, all his inner irritation disappeared instantly. All that was in front of him now was this one bowl of soup. The radishes in this soup were regular white radishes, yet they had absorbed the meaty flavors and become exceptionally delicious. Just by taking one bite of the white radish, only a single second, Long Fan was deeply moved by this dragon bone white radish soup. It was so delicious. More importantly, with many exotic animal bones added to it, the soup was highly nourishing. This nourishment effect was comparable to the millions per dose medicinal serums he used to take. But those medications never tasted this good. Without waiting another moment, Long Fan sipped the soup. The rich bone soup combined with the sweetness of white radishes, the slight spiciness of chili powder, and the natural fragrance of chopped green onions mingled together, making him feel as if he were floating in fairyland. Every cell in his body leaped joyfully and vibrantly. In an instant, Long Fan gave up all pretense of decorum, threw aside the spoon, and held the bowl directly to drink, for it was simply too delicious. At first, Long Fan hesitated to use his hands to suck the marrow from the bones, because he thought that wasn't elegant. But then he noticed Ling Xiaoxiao and Su Lingling both gnawing on large bones like there was no tomorrow, and decided that going along with the crowd would be the best approach. He too began to gnaw the bone eagerly. His weakened body could barely absorb much nutrition from ordinary sources, but these exotic animal bones paired with plain vegetables turned out to be the perfect match for him. It was far superior to any lavish ingredients he had eaten before. This was the first time Long Fan drank soup until he was stuffed. He was really stuffed. If it hadn't been physically impossible to eat anymore, he'd still want to keep eating. Long Fan looked back at Ling Xiaoxiao, who was still holding her bone and devouring it heartily. Jealousy surged within him. He realized the main reason why Ling Xiaoxiao could eat so much while he couldn't was that she was an esper, capable of absorbing vast amounts of energy. This made her hungrier than he was. Recalling Ling Xiaoxiao's mockery earlier, Long Fan decided it was his turn not to let her off easily. Isn't Miss Ling from H City supposed to be a famous philanthropist? You always claim you care about the poor, right? Well then, isn't this soup supposed to be their welfare? Yet here you are, cleaning it all up yourself. Chapter 69, Exotic Beast Dragon Bone Soup. You have entered our shop, so you're all considered cooks now. This is the customized chef's uniform I've prepared for you. The reason to wear such uniforms is for a sense of ceremony, hoping that when you put this on, you'll embrace the mindset of a chef. Although we are not pharmacists, we must still understand basic principles of medicine. There's an old saying, the weak cannot bear tonics. This means that a person who is already very weak might not be able to digest or absorb tonic supplements, and instead, they may experience symptoms of heat-fire imbalance, meaning they simply cannot receive benefit from these supplements. Cooking works in much the same way. Xiao Xiao has likely eaten plenty of nutritious foods before, making her body strong, so eating more won't harm her. But it may not be the same for others. This bone soup is not overly nourishing. However, it is made from exotic beast bones, which contain vast amounts of energy. That's why I added a lot of white radish to balance out the energy inside. Xiao Xiao can eat more of the bones without issue, especially since there's plenty of soup. Su Lingling originally offered a low salary to Ling Xiao Xiao, so if she doesn't allow her to eat enough, it would be rather harsh. Thus, Su Lingling naturally spoke up for Ling Xiao Xiao. Before Long Fan could speak, Su Lingling continued addressing both Long Fan and Ling Xiao Xiao. Being a chef seems simple. Just pour some oil, toss the ingredients into the pot, and stir fry. But each step is complicated. For example, chopping vegetables. We could use machines, which looks simpler but compromises texture slightly. An average person might not taste the difference, but food critics definitely will. Each step should never be overlooked. Once you cut corners, the dish's flavor becomes wrong. If you take shortcuts the first time, you will want to do so again, eventually always looking for shortcuts. Even with a divine recipe, top-notch dishes won't come about if you're careless. Why did I let you make your first dish spicy stir-fried lobster? It's because this dish is simple, requiring no special knife skills. Some ingredients require precise cuts for optimal results. For instance, well-sliced meat will remain tender after frying, whereas poorly cut meat ruins the dish entirely, with no room for recovery during cooking. Robots can't differentiate between ingredient quality and lack the ability to think. We humans, alive and thinking, need to know what pairs perfectly with what. Right now, you rely on my recipes, but as your skills grow, you'll learn how to truly understand and appreciate ingredients. Only then can you genuinely become top-tier chefs. Eating itself is also a form of learning. Only through eating can you truly understand the ingredients, their textures, and discover what's inside. On the surface, Su Lingling appeared to be teaching Long Fan and Ling Xiao Xiao, but in reality, she was questioning herself. Sometimes Su Lingling feared waking up one day to find the chef God system gone. Then she'd just be the penniless Su Lingling again. Only by deepening her understanding of ingredients through constant cooking could she improve her skills. Even without the Chef God system, relying on muscle memory, Su Lingling could replicate these recipes. Every day, she cooked too many portions, handling every single one carefully and earnestly, never letting go just because it was a 20 yuan lunchbox. Long Fan became increasingly serious, genuinely listening. He attentively listened to Su Lingling explaining the characteristics of each ingredient, fully absorbed. Long Fan began to realize that being a chef is even more complex than being a pharmacist. Long Fan began to realize that being a chef is even more complex than being a pharmacist. In his eyes, each dish was no less intricate than the refinement of a vial of medicine. Initially, Long Fan thought Su Lingling achieved her delectable dishes through sheer talent. Now, he understood that Su Lingling possessed profound knowledge, understanding many aspects thoroughly. Although Ling Xiaoxiao's fervor had been subdued somewhat by Su Lingling's suppression, at the same time, respect for the culinary profession ignited within her. She suddenly realized that nothing comes easily in any field. The reason Ling Wei could master the trade so quickly was that he himself was a chef who learned it since childhood. Ling Wei's father was also a chef, consistently studying and practicing. Therefore, he was able to swiftly learn Su Lingling's recipes. She had never studied cooking before, so naturally, it would take her longer. However, Ling Xiaoxiao was never afraid of challenges. Learning something too easy wouldn't be interesting either. There was so much to learn about cooking, how foods could either complement or counteract each other. Originally harmless foods might turn toxic when combined in certain ways, while some toxic foods would become nourishing once paired correctly. It was all so incredible. Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't wait to go home and try out what she'd learned. At noon, as usual, the crowd surged in. Long Fan watched the endless line of customers and felt like he'd never seen so many people in his life. Ling Xiaoxiao worked feverishly serving food, while Long Fan's job was just to bring over the dishes that Su Lingling had prepared. But Ling Xiaoxiao thought Long Fan was too slow, plus Long Fan was clearly getting exhausted, so eventually, he was stationed at the door to ensure everyone paid and check for anyone trying to leave without paying. The restaurant was packed, with no room inside, so people squatted outside to eat. Only those dining in could enjoy the soup, and Su Lingling's soup was exceptionally flavorful. Before it had been tofu soup, but now it was bone soup. Long Fan hadn't expected that a 20 yuan boxed meal would attract such a large number of people, most of whom shared one meal between two people. This bone soup is so rich. It smells better than ever. I'm full just from drinking this soup. It's unlike anything else. This rice is extraordinarily fragrant. Boss, you must have upgraded to premium rice. The boxed meals at other shops keep getting worse, but here at Su Boss Place, the quality only improves. Long Fan heard these comments and couldn't help but tell them. Of course the soup is different. This is exotic beast bones. Not even the million yuan dishes on Saturday and Sunday can match the quality of this soup. What? Exotic beast bones, exotic beast meat? No wonder I feel great after one sip. My back doesn't hurt, and my legs don't ache anymore. Impossible. The amount of soup is limited. First come first served. I need more. These people hadn't realized how precious the soup was. Now they understood its true value. In their minds, the soup was almost worth 1,000,000 yuan. In an instant, everyone rushed forward to grab more. Ling Xiaoxiao saw the situation almost turning into a stampede. With one palm strike, she sent the throng flying. She shouted furiously, "Stand in line properly. If I catch you pushing around again, you'll never be allowed to eat here again." Chapter 70. The Thoughts of Cooking. The aura surrounding Ling Xiaoxiao was extremely terrifying for these ordinary people. Su Lingling had never expected that Ling Xiaoxiao would possess such great strength. She must be a parapsychologist. Su Lingling waited until the guests left, then asked Su Lingling, "You should be a parapsychologist, right?" Caught off guard, Ling Xiaoxiao nodded. Then she suddenly became very nervous, worried that Su Lingling might find out that she was an undercover agent. Although Su Lingling was surprised that a parapsychologist like Ling Xiaoxiao worked in her shop doing odd jobs, she didn't think too much about it because she herself was also a parapsychologist and still sold boxed meals here. Parapsychologists need to eat too, and only have special skills as well. Su Lingling patted Ling Xiaoxiao on the shoulder and said, "As a parapsychologist, you're strong and fit to take my path of selling boxed meals. This line of work requires a lot of physical strength. I can see that Ling Wei's strength is much less than yours. Ling Wei should go the high-end route, just making a few dishes for only a few people to eat. But you're different. You can sell boxed meals like me, and with your warm-hearted nature, you can benefit the ordinary grassroots employees, letting them taste some top-notch delicacies." Ling Xiaoxiao didn't expect that Su Lingling would not only accept her being a parapsychologist, but also be willing to teach her. Immediately, she confidently said to Su Lingling, "I will certainly become an excellent canteen chef, so that those ordinary trainees can also eat delicious food." Ling Xiaoxiao knew that not everyone in the enforcement team had a high salary, so they couldn't afford Su Lingling's million yuan meals. Even though Su Lingling's meals were already quite affordable, it was still a substantial expense for them, especially for those at the bottom level. Not many chefs in the entire Blue Water Star could make mutated beast meat taste good, let alone in H City. Even if there were, they wouldn't dare to walk into a place, because it was simply too expensive. A store like Su Lingling's, which was so cost-effective, was rare. Today, this rice was incredibly tasty, basically none was left over. Su Lingling and Ling Xiaoxiao herself and their group all went without dinner. Long Fan said he hadn't finished his soup in the morning, and there was still plenty in his thermos, so continuing to drink soup would suffice. Seeing this, Su Lingling decided to stir-fry a plate of spicy shrimp. using it as an opportunity to teach Ling Xiaoxiao and Long Fan. Although the soup was slightly cold, its flavor was still fresh and delectable. When paired with this shrimp, the taste was simply irresistible. Long Fan took note of the steps for cooking spicy shrimp, finding it fairly simple except that washing the shrimp was tiring, particularly in Su Lingling's large-scale operation. Fortunately, by the afternoon, all the chefs from the Chef Association arrived. All these people helped wash the shrimp together, and this quantity was quickly dealt with. Su Lingling didn't feel comfortable having so many people help for free anyway since there were quite a lot of bones. Thus, she prepared a pot of soup in the evening, giving it away for free, allowing everyone to share. There were quite a number of people present, and it was enough for everyone to drink. Su Lingling also cooked another pot of rice as she wasn't used to going without it. In her opinion, one must eat rice, especially for someone like her who does physical labor. At 4 o'clock, Su Lingling opened meal service early due to the lack of rice at noon. There was only one big plate of cold dishes on the table. From Long Fan's perspective, eating with cold dishes could be fine, or even eating rice with the soup directly sufficed, as this white rice was truly exquisite and could be eaten plain. However, Long Fan still consumed quite a bit of the cold dishes as their flavors were genuinely incredible. Each person drank up the soup entirely without any leftover. Everyone knew the soup was made from mutated beast meat, so everyone vied to drink more. However, even these cold dishes, though common ingredients, were praised highly for their amazing taste. Chef Su, your culinary skills are top tier even among our chef association. You don't have to make your dishes overly intricate, said a member of the chef association. Hearing this, Su Lingling laughed and replied to the chef association members, we all have different aspirations. What I make is ordinary home-cooked food. Although it isn't as refined and attractive as gourmet dishes made by master chefs, it looks appetizing no matter who sees it. I sell boxed meals, hoping for a lot of people to be able to enjoy the boxed meals I sell. Making them too fancy is a waste of time. I just want everyone to eat happily. Ling Xiaoxiao wasn't pleased with the people from the chef association, so she told them, our boss's cooking is called returning to simplicity and nature, following the grand way naturally. From Ling Xiaoxiao's point of view, these people from the chef association only wanted to serve the rich and were unwilling to cook for ordinary people. What's the use of beautifully carving a white radish into flowers when the taste remains the same? They merely turned food into something unattainable for commoners. The most critical point is that the portions were truly very small. They looked good, and the taste was once considered nice, but now they couldn't compare with Su Lingling's delicious food. Now, Ling Xiaoxiao understood. These people thought completely differently from Su Lingling. The best delicacies are those one can appreciate with heartfelt emotions. Long Fan simply lowered his head to drink soup and eat rice without saying anything. But deep inside, he grasped the twisted mindset of the Chef Association members, who sought aesthetic beauty in their cuisine. Thus, their dishes would be exceptionally beautiful and refined. For instance, take the dragon chant corn. The corn kernels had their fruit flesh removed and replaced with meat stuffing. It tasted nice, but wasn't plain, unadorned corn just as delicious? They expended significant time and effort perfecting the intricacy of their dishes, being extremely meticulous because even slight imperfections in taste were acceptable if it looked pretty. But were Su Lingling's dishes unattractive? They were aromatic, piping hot. How could anyone see them and not crave them? And the Chef Association's dishes were so visually stunning that many people's first reaction upon seeing them wasn't hunger, but reluctance to spoil their beauty by eating them. If Long Fan were to choose, he would certainly go for Su Lingling's meals. In Long Fan's eyes, Su Lingling's cooking already belonged to a different tier than the Chef Association. He suddenly understood why after eating Su Lingling's meal just once, his father had judged her culinary skills as the highest on Blue Water Star, comparable to a top chef on Dragon King Star. How many delicious foods had his father tried? Today was an enriching day for Long Fan, crucially filled with enjoyable eating. He didn't take any of Su Lingling's food home, because tonight, when he returned, he planned to make spicy crayfish. If he brought Su Lingling's food back, there would be a comparison. Could what he made even hold a candle to hers? Long Fan decided that he too would cook a large portion tonight. He needed the servants at home to help wash more crayfish. The servants at his house hadn't tasted Su Lingling's cooking. When they tried his meals for the first time, they would surely be astounded and find it exceedingly delicious. Chapter 71, Night Snack at the Cafeteria. Ling Xiaoxiao had also started making spicy crawfish when she returned home. Ling Xiaoxiao carefully picked a batch of the tastiest crawfish, cleaned them meticulously, and then began to prepare the spicy crawfish. Due to her lack of confidence, she made only a small quantity. She had already watched Su Lingling make it many times. This time, she asked Ling Wei to watch her and ensure quality. After washing the crawfish thoroughly, she prepared the ingredients. Ginger was peeled and cut into chunks, garlic peeled and minced, while the yin-yin fruit was washed and cut into strips. Ling Xiaoxiao's knife skills were not great, but she proceeded slowly and neatly despite that. She boiled a pot of water in preparation for later braising the crawfish. Once everything was ready, Ling Xiaoxiao closed her eyes, recalling every detail of Su Lingling's method. She exhaled deeply and opened her eyes, her face now serious and focused. Now, everything was ready. She turned on the heat, heated up the pan until smoke arose, and then added lard. The sizzling sound immediately filled the air, indicating the oil was at the right temperature. Then Ling Xiaoxiao placed the crawfish in the pot. Oil splattered everywhere, some hot droplets landing on her wrist. However, Ling Xiaoxiao acted as though nothing happened, pretending to be calm while stirring quickly. Once the crawfish turned red, she scooped them out and began to stir-fry the ginger, garlic, and yin-yin fruit strips with the leftover oil. Next, she put the crawfish back in the pot, added the pre-boiled water, and began braising them. As the aroma wafted through the air, Ling Xiaoxiao inwardly marveled at how talented she was. Her culinary skills seemed impeccable. It smelled so good. It seemed she had become an expert cook. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Ling Xiaoxiao confirmed with Ling Wei that it was okay to open the lid, and then she immediately did so. Seeing her completed dish, Ling Xiaoxiao felt satisfied by its appearance, aroma, and flavor. She was about to sprinkle the chopped scallions and garlic leaves onto the dish and serve it when Ling Wei reminded her, "Miss, you haven't added salt yet." Only after this did Ling Xiaoxiao remember the importance of adding salt. Without it, the food would have no taste. She kept that in mind. Under Ling Wei's prompt, Ling Xiaoxiao added the salt along with Su Lingling's homemade sauce. Finally, she sprinkled the scallions and garlic leaves. These needed to be added last. Otherwise, they would turn yellow and look unappealing. Smelling the inviting aroma, Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't help herself from grabbing one of the cooked crawfish to taste immediately. The crawfish Ling Xiaoxiao prepared were of excellent quality, tasting very fresh and savory. Overjoyed, Ling Xiaoxiao brought the first batch of her work to Ling Father and Ling Mother. At first, Ling Father had just hoped that Ling Xiaoxiao wouldn't engage in dangerous activities within the enforcement team. He figured anything else would be fine for her to do. But what Ling Father didn't expect was for Ling Xiaoxiao to possess such natural talent, making her first attempt at cooking taste this amazing. These crawfish were delicious. They tasted almost as good as Ling Wei's cooking. Ling Father believed that being a chef suited Ling Xiaoxiao well. Her straightforward personality left little room for tactfulness and could easily offend others. In the kitchen, however, there would be fewer opportunities to offend powerful people. To tell the truth, if Ling Father hadn't known Ling Xiaoxiao's personality, he would have almost suspected that Ling Xiaoxiao hired Ling Wei to cook for her. Initially worried that Ling Father and Ling Mother wouldn't finish their portion, Ling Xiaoxiao soon found that they devoured every bit of it. With newfound confidence, Ling Xiaoxiao rushed straight to the enforcement team headquarters. She planned to surprise her colleagues by preparing them an additional evening snack, a generous meal. Mu Ju had nearly forgotten about Ling Xiaoxiao altogether. It wasn't until his boss called him, instructing all resting team members to return to the enforcement team cafeteria to sample the snacks carefully prepared by Miss Ling. Otherwise, Mu Ju would have preferred not going to the cafeteria at all. Though still part of the enforcement team and not off duty, Mu Ju found this request quite irritating. How quiet Miss Ling had been for a moment, and now she was causing trouble again. When Mu Ju entered the cafeteria with his team, the smell of freshly cooked food greeted them. He and his team had recently been busy catching crawfish, which was demanding work. Mu Ju hadn't visited Su Lingling's restaurant for over a day. Previously, Li Zheng had once brought back a single piece of crawfish for Mu Ju to try, its taste lingering vividly in his memory. Crawfish belonged to the insect race, their shells neither soft nor hard enough for equipment unless sourced from advanced level ones. Upon entering the cafeteria, Mu Ju noticed that Team Captain Wang and Captain Huang, among other enforcement team members, had already gathered around with bowls and plates, happily munching on the crawfish. Delicious. Ling Xiaojia's cooking skills are truly on par with Boss Su's. I can feel a fiery energy pulsing in these crawfish. I never imagined Miss Ling had such a remarkable talent for cooking. Ling Xiaoxiao was delighted by everyone's compliments, to the point that even Team Captain Wang, whom she usually found a bit sleazy, seemed much more tolerable. These people had their mouths covered in oil, and Ling Xiaoxiao could tell they genuinely enjoyed the crawfish she made. This time, Ling Xiaoxiao used only the highest quality ingredients, third-grade yin fruit. These weren't cheap at all. The ingredients at Su Lingling's restaurant weren't this good. Part of the reason for their praise was flattery directed toward Ling Xiaoxiao, but it also came from the heart. After all, it was free, so what was there to complain about? And the taste was pretty good too. It wasn't as refined as Su Lingling's, but it held its own compared to the cooking of major restaurants like Liuguan Pavilion. Cooking this dish wasn't complicated. Ling Xiaoxiao had worked odd jobs in Su Lingling's shop for many days and had learned quite a bit just by watching every day. She now knew how to properly handle oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and other seasonings. Mu Ju also arrived at Ling Xiaoxiao's station with a large bowl. As soon as Ling Xiaoxiao saw Mu Ju, she broke into a wide smile and said to him, "Captain Mu, I know I haven't been very talented at doing anything else in the enforcement team. I've decided that I won't be a burden to you guys anymore. I'll study cooking seriously under Su Lingling so in the future, you won't have to wait in line at her restaurant to eat delicious food. Since I've started learning how to cook, I'm making these spicy crawfish as evening snacks in the cafeteria tonight. This is my first attempt, so it might not be perfect, but I'll get better over time. Eventually, I hope to catch up with Su Lingling, and then I can cook lunch and dinner for all of you." Ling Xiaoxiao's smile was genuine. In this moment, Mu Ju thought Ling Xiaoxiao wasn't so unpleasant after all. Moreover, the crawfish smelled really appetizing. Mu Ju softly spoke 2 words to Ling Xiaoxiao, "Good job." Ling Xiaoxiao felt deeply encouraged, brimming with energy and no longer feeling tired. Mu Ju sat down at one of the cafeteria tables with his plate of crawfish and began eating. Chapter 72, Moved. Mu Ju only took 1 bite, and the frown on his face immediately relaxed. This lobster was unexpectedly delicious, much better than he imagined. Most importantly, he felt the power contained within the lobster. If he finished this whole pot, it would be equivalent to a blood-chi pill. "Captain, I never expected such an effort from this little noble lady. All the lobsters we have today were cooked by her alone. Even the minister came over for some. The minister has ordered that all insect races confiscated by our law enforcement team in the future will be used as night snacks, provided for free. Even the assisting members and those who sweep the floors in our team can come in for free at night. Each person will receive a large pot of food, but there must be no waste. It all has to be eaten in the cafeteria. If anyone wastes it or throws it away, they won't be allowed to come again. With such great cooking skills, how could anyone waste it? Li Zheng said to Mu Ju while eating the lobster. Upon hearing this, Mu Ju's heart moved. Those assisting members weren't official law enforcement team members. Their salary was low, benefits poor, and their work was dangerous. With their pay, they could afford at most 3 blood qi pills in a month. But now with these free night snacks, just 1 pot of lobster could substitute for a blood qi pill, greatly benefiting their power enhancement. Mu Ju looked around the canteen at the smiling faces everywhere. It had been so long since the people in the law enforcement team had been this happy. Everyone was chatting and laughing while they ate. Miss Ling is really considerate. If we didn't eat it all up right here in the canteen, would we even get a share of this lobster? You should call her Xiao Xiao. She said if we truly regard her as a colleague, we should call her by her name directly. This lobster is so delicious. It's much better than what our previous chef could cook. Is this her first time cooking? I feel like I'm about to break through. The strength contained within this lobster is incredible. If my teeth were sharper, I'd eat the shells too. Experts say the nutritional value of the shells is higher. I think after a few more meals like this, I might break through too. This lobster is truly the best I've ever tasted. I've never eaten such delicious lobster in my life. Who would have thought that those ugly-looking bugs could taste this good when made into food? This soup is also very tasty. It would be even better with some rice for mixing. Many of these ordinary law enforcement officers had never been to Su Lingling's restaurant. Though lobsters were wildly popular online, they couldn't afford to spend the money to eat at places like that. Some of them had seen it online, but just passed it by. They initially thought tonight was going to be overtime, and when they gathered here, they were a bit unhappy. No one expected Xiao Xiao's cooking skills to be so excellent. This was indeed an unexpected surprise. Tonight, all the members of the law enforcement team officially recognized Ling Xiao Xiao. Ling Xiao Xiao was very happy. She had never felt so important before. Just 1 meal was enough. In Ling Xiao Xiao's mind, the people of the law enforcement team risked their lives every day and deserved the best. Ling Xiao Xiao could sense everyone's sincerity. This was a scene she had never experienced in her past life. This made Ling Xiao Xiao feel very content. She believed she had never been this happy before in her entire life. What made Ling Xiao Xiao happiest was this. After finishing his lobster, Mu Ju came to Ling Xiao Xiao and said seriously, Xiao Xiao, I hope you will continue because these people really don't have it easy. This midnight snack is truly very important. I apologize sincerely for having preconceived notions about you before. I regret my behavior toward you in the past. Mu Ju, of course, could tell there was still a small difference between Ling Xiao Xiao's culinary skills and Su Lingling's. But Mu Ju wasn't a professional gourmet critic. He felt the minor gap wasn't significant, and he could taste the dedication Ling Xiao Xiao put into her cooking. He understood that Ling Xiao Xiao genuinely wanted to join the law enforcement team. This touched him deeply. That's why he apologized to Ling Xiao Xiao. Captain, you don't need to apologize to me. I was quite undisciplined in the past, always causing trouble. In the past, I always wanted to be a hero. But now I understand. To contribute to the people, one doesn't necessarily have to fight. I know my father cares deeply about me, so every time you brought me along, I always held you back. I really want to help everyone, but I didn't know how. In the future, I'll cook more delicious food for all of you. Then it won't be just lobster. Ling Xiao Xiao had never imagined that Mu Ju would actually apologize to her, which moved her deeply. In Ling Xiao Xiao's eyes, Mu Ju was like a god, perfect in every way. Ling Xiao Xiao could see the weariness in Mu Ju's eyes. She could also see the weariness in everyone else's eyes. It was only at this moment that she realized that good food really could heal the soul. No matter how hard or exhausting the day had been, a good meal seemed to sweep all fatigue away. It was at this moment Ling Xiao Xiao finally understood why Su Lingling implemented limitations. Why Su Lingling insisted on prohibiting takeout and required everyone to finish their meals in the cafeteria, ensuring no one could carry it away but eat together. These rules were established to guarantee fairness and ensure that everyone got a taste. The laughter and joy filling the canteen washed away the serious and tense atmosphere that usually hung over the law enforcement team. Ling Xiao Xiao also knew the recent situation in H City was far from ideal, dangerous. When she noticed that none of the law enforcement team members had come to queue up at Su Lingling's restaurant, she instantly sensed the gravity of the situation. Ling Xiao Xiao had originally been proud of her accomplishments, but after deeper reflection, every step she took followed Su Lingling's recipes precisely. To become a true top chef, there was still a vast gap to bridge. Her knife skills weren't nearly as refined as Su Lingling's. All the ingredients today were prepped by Ling Wei because with so many people lined up, she simply couldn't keep up. This further strengthened Ling Xiao Xiao's resolve to learn more under Su Lingling. She would visit tomorrow to observe Su Lingling cook rice and stew soup. Soup couldn't be overlooked. She had heard that bones were much cheaper than meat, which interested her greatly. Ling Xiao Xiao had never cared about prices before, but now, due to the budget set by the minister, she had started paying attention. The minister gave her a strict budget, 1 million yuan for the whole month, and then unlimited supply of small shrimp. Originally, the minister hadn't planned to allocate any funds for this. But after tasting Ling Xiao Xiao's shrimp, he grudgingly approved the 1 million yuan budget. 1 million might seem like a large sum, but when purchasing ingredients, she quickly realized it wasn't nearly enough. And the minister allocated just 1 million to Ling Xiao Xiao per month for these midnight snacks, with unlimited supply of small shrimp added afterward. If her father found out she'd spent 3 million already, including dipping into her personal allowance each meal, 2 million from her pocket. he certainly wouldn't approve of her continuing this venture. 1 million might seem like a lot, but once put to use, it became clear how insufficient it truly was. Chapter 73. Timeless classics are passed down forever. Long Fan didn't stay idle even after returning home. The evening at the Long family estate was filled with fragrance. Everyone basically received a share of spicy crayfish. Long Kuan kept praising it endlessly. In his view, the dishes cooked by his son were the best in the world, not one bit worse than Su Lingling's. The most crucial part was that this darling son of his had never touched water or worked in the kitchen before. He couldn't tell salt from detergent. But tonight, he managed to cook such a delicious meal of crayfish. Truly impressive. Most importantly, these weren't ordinary ingredients. They were exotic beast ingredients. Long Kuan was extremely happy. In his eyes, his son's talent meant that even if his company went bankrupt and no one inherited it, it would be fine. Fanner, your crayfish with wine is truly fragrant. Su Lingling limits the servings, but my son cooks for me, so I can eat my fill. Tomorrow, I'll order more crayfish acquisitions so you have enough ingredients to practice. Long Fan took a bite of the crayfish he made, furrowing his brows and said, still not right. It feels like something is missing. Long Fan wanted to keep cooking, but he was just too exhausted. He had sore arms and aching back. Long Kuan told Long Fan, Fanner, this is only your first day. You'll get used to it with more practice. In my opinion, letting others chop vegetables is fine. No need to do everything yourself. It's tiring. This won't work. The dish must be chopped personally by me. I still need to practice my knife skills. Fanner, father has already asked brother to customize a set of top-tier cooking utensils for you on Dragon King Star. Once the interstellar delivery arrives, you'll have professional tools for cooking. Pots, knives, and cutting boards all make a difference in flavor. You're already very skilled. A few people in our courtyard who ate your crayfish earlier broke through their cultivation barriers. I could feel my own chi and blood surging within my body. This food is much stronger than any potion. If father eats your meals every day, I will surely break through my own cultivation as well. Long Kuan genuinely thought his son's cooking was the best in the world, not an inch inferior to Su Lingling's. However, his son felt there was something missing, and Long Kuan had no solution. At first, Long Kuan thought about sending Long Fan to Dragon King Star since larger stages showcased greater talents. But upon reflection, while his son was talented, the main reason for his success was Su Lingling. Su Lingling's culinary art was indeed exceptional. He even considered having Su Lingling teach his son full-time at home. But Long Fan refused. He found working at the small restaurant interesting. However, the chairs in Su Lingling's store were uncomfortable, so he decided to replace them with new ones and tables as a token of respect. Long Fan only took one bite of his self-made crayfish and then stopped eating. Instead, it was his father, Long Kuan, savoring every bite with relish. Long Fan pondered that when he went to Su Lingling's place tomorrow, he'd figure out what was amiss. That night, Long Fan sat on the bed practicing meditation. The feeling of cultivating was incredible. Before, he had no choice but to chase girls. Now, he intended to catch up on all the wasted time. The next day, Long Fan's arms ached unbearably. Yet, he still went to Su Lingling's shop. Because Su Lingling's soup wasn't available for takeout, you had to eat it in the restaurant. He figured he might as well go to work where he could drink his fill. Long Fan thought Ling Xiaoxiao might mock him. Turns out, her arms hurt just as badly. Ling Xiaoxiao had prepared food for everyone in the canteen, a task requiring considerable portions. Lingling, only now do I realize how exhausting it is to prepare so many boxed lunches. My arms are completely sore. I promised them last night to prepare midnight snacks, or they'd surely be disappointed. Ling Xiaoxiao complained tearfully to Su Lingling. She really didn't want to slack off, nor disappoint those members of the enforcement team. Ling Xiaoxiao never imagined how sore her arms would feel. It reminded her of the times she overtrained in martial arts. Cooking is physically demanding labor. It's not as easy as you think. Do you want to learn my classic physical strengthening palm method? Nah, I can barely lift my arms. Practicing martial arts now would make things worse. Besides, my family library contains tons of advanced cultivation manuals which I haven't had time to study. Ling Xiaoxiao rejected. In Ling Xiaoxiao's view, Su Lingling's martial techniques weren't necessarily better than hers. Martial techniques aren't about superiority, but suitability. Though my Tai Chi 2 instrument palm is quite common, easily accessible online along with holographic videos. Why has it been passed down through the years? Because it endures as a timeless classic. Some kung fu that no one practices can be terrifying. If few people practice it, whether it is good or bad is unknown. But my Tai Chi 2 instrument palm is different. It has been improved generation after generation. It suits everyone, and I suggest you go home and practice Tai Chi. This will help you control your strength. Most importantly, it's good for the body and promotes health. Lingling, how about I copy a few S-grade cultivation manuals for you when I go home? Since you haven't seen other methods of cultivation, you surely don't know how good other cultivation methods are. Ling Xiaoxiao thought Su Lingling must have chosen to cultivate only the Tai Chi 2 instrument palm due to economic reasons. This method was already common and practiced by everyone. She didn't want Su Lingling to waste her time, not even on this, something only practiced by commoners and middle-aged men and women. Those who seriously wanted to study martial arts would not choose to cultivate this technique. Though the Tai Chi 2 instrument palm promoted health without consuming blood and energy, it required no replenishment of chi and advanced incredibly slowly. It was usually used as an auxiliary form of training. In Ling Xiaoxiao's view, Su Lingling practicing this was simply wasting time and would not improve her strength at all. There's no need, Xiaoxiao. Why don't we spar and see whether my generic skill is stronger or your family secret art? Su Lingling directly declined Ling Xiaoxiao's offer. Su Lingling had a clear understanding of her talent. This Tai Chi 2-instrument palm could be perfected purely because it was a systemized method of cultivation. Su Lingling was very satisfied with this cultivation technique. She had already cultivated inner qi. The next step was to form an inner pellet, though this would take a long time to accomplish. As for its lack of killing power, Su Lingling was confident in her knife skills. Knife skills were the most basic for a chef, and Tai Chi greatly helped with limb coordination and close combat. Lingling, I admit you cook delicious meals, but in martial combat, you're really no match for me. Ling Xiaoxiao remained confident in her abilities. We'll just have a simple sparring match. I cook every day, so I have plenty of strength, and I'm also a psychic ability user. You don't have to hold back. Chapter 74, Balancing Work and Rest. Su Lingling, though not entirely confident in her own abilities, still wanted to spar with Ling Xiaoxiao. In Su Lingling's view, Zhang Shun was a professional debt collector, very professional. Ling Xiaoxiao looked like a rich young lady. While she had some skills, she was definitely not professional. She was constantly being dominated by Zhang Shun and was utterly sick of it. She couldn't start off by challenging someone who was an expert. She should begin with someone who wasn't. Seeing Su Lingling insisted on sparring, Ling Xiaoxiao said to her, then let's really do this. In a fight, there's no mercy. Let's start. I wasn't serious just now. Let's start again. I spaced out just now. This time I'm ready. My arms are too sore today. I'm usually not like this. Ling Xiaoxiao hadn't expected that she wouldn't be able to last 3 moves against Su Lingling. Though Ling Xiaoxiao knew she was weak, she didn't expect herself to be so weak. Su Lingling was merely a chef who only knew the Tai Chi palm method. Yet even such a Su Lingling was someone Ling Xiaoxiao found herself unable to match. In the past, when people from the law enforcement team said Ling Xiaoxiao was weak, she would more or less feel a bit indignant inside. But now, Ling Xiaoxiao could no longer deny it. Ling Xiaoxiao was beaten until she had no temper left at all. Seeing Ling Xiaoxiao's look of frustration, Su Lingling thought about how she looked when she was trained by Zhang Shun, also full of disbelief. For a moment, she thought her system must have malfunctioned. How could this Tai Chi palm method be so weak? But only after sparring with Ling Xiaoxiao did Su Lingling realize that she and Zhang Shun were far from being at the same level. The gap between them was too wide. To Su Lingling, Ling Xiaoxiao's movements seemed unbearably slow. She guessed Zhang Shun probably felt the same way when fighting her. Unfortunately, the system didn't give Su Lingling any special enhancements, and relying on herself, her growth in strength and speed was far too slow. Patting Ling Xiaoxiao on the shoulder, Su Lingling said to her, a good chef, especially one who cooks for large groups, needs to have great physical endurance. You obviously haven't been practicing seriously before. Don't be disheartened. The best time for training is in the morning. From now on, practice every morning. During your lunch break, you can also practice outside the store. The more you train, the better you'll get. And remember, quality over quantity. At this moment, Su Lingling felt an overwhelming sense of ease inside. Though bullying ordinary people might seem a bit excessive, the feeling of defeating someone weaker really was satisfying. Ling Xiaoxiao channeled her despair into hunger, drinking soup in large gulps. Master, what kind of furniture do you prefer? I'll have my father custom make a set of solid wood tables and chairs for you. Then he'll send them over. Long Fan decisively changed his title after seeing Su Lingling's true strength. Even though Long Fan had just stepped into the world of cultivation, he still had sharp judgment. He immediately saw that Su Lingling was very strong. No need. These pieces of furniture will suffice. I sell box meals, and here it's all about customer traffic. If the chairs are too comfortable, these customers will linger forever, and those waiting in line won't get the chance to eat in-store as often, resulting in long queues, replied Su Lingling. Ling Xiaoxiao stared at Su Lingling in disbelief, unable to believe such words could come out of her mouth. Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't help but say to Su Lingling, Lingling, how can you be like this? Xiaoxiao, I sell boxed meals. I don't run a high-end restaurant. There's a difference in positioning. If it were a high-end restaurant, comfort would definitely be the most important thing. But mine is just a fast food shop, where what we value is serving as many customers as possible. There's no absolute goodness in this world, nor absolute fairness. If your kindness lacks firmness, then everything becomes meaningless. In this survival of the fittest era, unprincipled kindness doesn't make others appreciate your good nature. Instead, they'll tread all over your dignity. Because in their eyes, you're simply a pushover. Human hearts are complex and ever-changing. When I was little, I hated eating greens the most. But after growing up, I unconsciously started enjoying them. Xiaoxiao, I'm not as good as you think. Su Lingling didn't know if Ling Xiaoxiao would understand, but she tried her best to explain these things to her. Su Lingling hoped Ling Xiaoxiao could listen. Actually, Su Lingling liked the innocence in Ling Xiaoxiao, although sometimes it irritated her. Because once, Su Lingling also wanted to be a person like that, a pure-hearted person. No matter what kind of woman you are, if you've been working in society for a few years, it's impossible to remain naive and simple-minded forever. Sharp edges will always get smoothed out over time. Ling Xiaoxiao was different. She could always do things according to her own preferences. To those she disliked, no matter how high their status, she would not show them any respect. Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Su Lingling and said to her, Lingling, I don't know why kindness needs sharpness, but I understand what you mean. What you're saying is that there are too many people in the shop, with only so many seats, and you want everyone to be able to sit down as much as possible. Lingling, you're still so young, but it's like my parents. They've become old before their time. I know you're a good person. Please don't flatter me. One day when you encounter trouble and I can't help you, I'll turn into a bad person. Su Lingling grinned as she said this to Ling Xiaoxiao. Ling Xiaoxiao was obviously a flower grown in a hothouse, like a child who hasn't fully grown up, well protected by her parents. Su Lingling remembered a phrase she'd once read. Necessity drives the children of the poor to grow up early. Truly capable parents actually hope their children will never grow up, living carefree lives forever. The more one knows, the more sorrow one feels. Su Lingling guessed that Ling Xiaoxiao's parents were probably both cyanites. Otherwise, they wouldn't have enough money for Ling Xiaoxiao to use as pocket money. Cyanites generally live longer, so Ling Xiaoxiao's parents could protect her all their life. And from Ling Xiaoxiao's appearance, it seemed that she wouldn't need to inherit her family fortune either. There were probably other siblings or something else, so her future was worry-free. Su Lingling felt she should still focus on herself first. She already had 50,000 positive reviews. For the next reward, she might need 100,000, and then for the one after that, likely 300,000. The number of positive reviews required kept increasing. Even though she was getting faster, she couldn't make so many boxed meals. Su Lingling calculated that her shop could earn around 5,000 positive reviews a day on average. Accumulate them slowly. She still needed to rest on Saturdays and Sundays. These 2 days didn't matter. There was no need to become a slave to the system, working tirelessly night and day for the sake of positive reviews. Combining work and rest is the way to develop properly. Chapter 75, Blood Moon. Long Fan never expected that Su Lingling would say such a speech. He didn't expect Su Lingling to have such a profound insight into human nature. But this speech was purely like playing the lute to a cow for Ling Xiaoxiao. However, Long Fan also remembered Su Lingling's experiences. Her parents passed away early, and her only ex-boyfriend turned out to be a disaster. But even so, Su Lingling still greeted life with a smile. That man was truly not worth mentioning. Unfortunately, he went to Dragon King Star. If he were still on Water Blue Star, Long Fan would absolutely help Su Lingling get revenge for this grievance. Long Fan thought of his talent. His abilities were exceptional, and there would definitely be an opportunity in the future to go to Dragon King Star. At that time, he must help Su Lingling deal with that good-for-nothing. At noon, there were an unusually large number of people in the shop. The rice and dragon bone soup from yesterday had been widely publicized. Today, many people came to line up early in the morning. Long Fan was assigned to serve the rice, while Ling Xiaoxiao served the dishes and the soup. The soup, 1 bowl per person, the same with the rice. Previously, customers served themselves, but now Long Fan took care of it. There was no way around it. These people ate too much, and they started grabbing food, which was something Su Lingling had to prevent. Fortunately, the foot traffic in this area was fixed. There were only so many people. People coming from afar, seeing such a long queue, would deter around it. Most importantly, Su Lingling hadn't done any advertising. Most of these customers were self-driven. Having eaten at Su Lingling's place once, they came back to queue again. For meals costing millions, most of the people who came were regulars. It wasn't uncommon for drivers to come on behalf of others to line up and order meals for them. On Saturdays and Sundays, Ling Chui would personally come every time without fail. Still, with meals valued at $1 million being quite sensational, some people were drawn in. Then they saw that a business elite like Ling Chui actually ate at a small fast food restaurant. Naturally, they wouldn't want to miss out and decided to try it. In H City's upper echelons, Su Lingling's small shop had a bit of a reputation. Therefore, quite a few industry bigwigs had their eyes on Su Lingling's restaurant. Many chefs from the Chef Association had been bribed. They secretly recorded Su Lingling cooking and sold the recordings at high prices. However, these people looked down upon the 20 yuan fast food. What they targeted were Su Lingling's special Saturday and Sunday million yuan dishes. Su Lingling actually knew some of it, but didn't care. Although Su Lingling disliked the old saying, losing is winning, she felt it made sense right now. She didn't have powerful backers, and to avoid trouble, sometimes eating a little loss was necessary. Moreover, Su Lingling mainly focused on fast food. Sales volume. She had earned quite a bit already. If those wealthy individuals stopped coming on weekends, she didn't mind, as she had enough money. After all, whether poor or rich, ordinary or capable, everyone was just a satisfied customer. Fast food might earn less, but it still earned something. Even if the secret recipe leaked out, Su Lingling wasn't worried. To quickly master 1 dish or 2 was doable. But mastering everything Su Lingling knew was extremely difficult. After all, they didn't have the system. The quality of every piece of meat couldn't possibly be exactly the same. The timing of when to take things out of the pot depended on one's own judgment. Thus, when the people from the Chef Association came, Su Lingling let them record videos themselves, and then calmly let these people help with miscellaneous tasks. If washing vegetables wasn't perfunctory, it really did take a lot of time. In the afternoon, the enforcement team arrived at Su Lingling's storefront and gave her a notice. The blood moon was about to come, no one was allowed outside tonight, and Su Lingling was advised to close the shop around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. What was this blood moon? Su Lingling didn't know, so she checked online. The blood moon was a once-in-a-century phenomenon. The moon would turn blood red during this time. Su Lingling happened to have encountered this exact period. When the blood moon appeared, strange beasts would become extremely savage and aggressive. Su Lingling suddenly understood why the Alliance had cancelled the relief funds. While dragon shrimp were resilient, they weren't enough to force the Alliance to this point. After all, now with fully automatic mechanical farming and mechanized industries, production was incredibly impressive. Now it was almost a complete curfew. Long Fan mentioned helping Su Lingling find a new storefront in the upper district, suggesting she move over. Su Lingling declined. Su Lingling was somewhat worried about Zhang Shun in the wilds and didn't know how he was doing. This was truly incredibly bad luck, encountering the blood moon, a once-in-a-century phenomenon. Tonight, for the first time, Su Lingling's cold dishes hadn't all been sold out. Su Lingling put the unsold cold dishes into her cuisine master space. Even though these dishes weren't made with exotic beast meat, since they were personally prepared by Su Lingling, the cuisine master space recognized them. There were fewer pedestrians on the street. All sorts of flying robots zipped across the sky. These were delivery robots. It was evident that people were planning to stockpile goods. Su Lingling also quickly placed an order online, spending all the money in her account. Though she wasn't sure what exactly would happen during the blood moon, following the crowd and stockpiling vegetables would always be a safe move. The prices of groceries on the StarNet had risen slightly, but Su Lingling didn't care about it. She bought countless bags of rice and various ingredients. This large amount of food equaled the typical monthly usage of her shop. Given her storage couldn't hold so much, Su Lingling also purchased a great deal of the lowest grade spirit rice, which could be stored in the cuisine master space. Ordinary vegetables and food couldn't go into the cuisine master space. But Su Lingling had her own way of getting around this issue. She just needed to cook the vegetables first. Su Lingling closed her store early and spent the entire night cooking dish after dish. All of these dishes were stored in the cuisine master space. She also prepared and stored numerous servings of braised meats. Su Lingling stayed up working tirelessly through the whole night and only fell asleep as dawn approached. Little Ling woke her up by ringing the doorbell early the next morning. Lingling, what's wrong with you? You have such heavy dark circles under your eyes. It's already 10 o'clock and you're still sleeping. Little Ling, why are you here so early? Isn't the blood moon coming? Shouldn't you be home resting instead of coming to work? What's so scary about the blood moon? Do we not need to eat just because the blood moon is coming? Lingling, don't be afraid. The enforcement teams are so powerful. Those exotic beasts have nothing to be feared from. A once-in-a-century blood moon. This is something I think is really amazing to experience. Lingling, are you scared? Didn't you sleep at all because you were frightened? Chapter 76. The Blood Eagle Strikes Again. This isn't a lucky event at all. I prefer a simple and quiet life. I don't want any excitement. Su Lingling complained to Ling Xiaoxiao. Long Fan also showed up for work as usual. Su Lingling thought to herself that the blood moon might not be such a terrible thing after all. Maybe she was just too nervous. At noon, the restaurant had more customers than before. A customer suggested that Su Lingling sell cold dishes and braised dishes at lunchtime too, because they wouldn't be able to go out in the evening. The cold dishes could be stored in the fridge for a long time, so they hoped to buy more. Su Lingling just smiled and said she would consider it. Long Fan said that the custom-made furniture would be delivered after lunch. Su Lingling originally worried about having fewer people in the afternoon, so she didn't want to make too many cold dishes or crayfish. But Long Fan assured her that Long Finance had moved here, so there was no need to worry about foot traffic. People would come to buy cold dishes and crayfish in the afternoon. Su Lingling then realized that next to her small shop, construction on buildings had already begun. Many places nearby had been leveled, and skyscrapers were rising from the ground. Su Lingling couldn't believe how much things had changed since she hadn't left her house for a few days. It was truly incredible, the power of advanced technology. Long Fan, what's going on with your family? The blood moon isn't exactly a peaceful time. Why are you moving here to build now? Su Lingling asked Long Fan with some confusion. It's precisely because the blood moon has arrived that the city lord's mansion is trying to push our group here. It's close to the defensive line near the city gate. By coming here, our Long family can help alleviate the pressure on the city lord's mansion and guard one of the defense lines. No one expected the blood moon to come early, so now we have to rush the construction of these buildings. We estimate they will be done by this afternoon, though the interior decoration will take a bit longer, around 3 to 5 days. Even 3 to 5 days seemed very fast to Su Lingling. She hadn't expected construction to be so quick and efficient these days. Su Lingling doubted the quality of these buildings and worried they might be shoddy works. But judging from Ling Xiaoxiao's expression, this seemed to be normal. Are your family really so good, never oppressing others? Or something else? Ling Xiaoxiao questioned the motives behind Long Finance. Our Long family, at least, are native to the Water Blue Star, so of course we'll contribute our share of effort to City H. Unlike your Ling family, who only know how to hide like turtles inside the city. You talk righteously on the surface, but what have your Ling family actually done for City H? Each of you fears death so much, and during the Blood Moon battle, none of you came out to fight. Long Fan spoke frankly to Ling Xiaoxiao without holding back. Ling Xiaoxiao wanted to say something, but opened her mouth and closed it again, deciding not to utter a word. She remembered her father's words. The Ling family could no longer afford further losses. Although the Ling family didn't send anyone out to fight, they contributed a lot of money. Ling Xiaoxiao chose not to argue with Long Fan because, regardless, the Long family's willingness to defend the city deserved respect, and thus she decided not to continue the argument with him. Otherwise, Ling Xiaoxiao would have never let it go. Su Lingling remained silent, acting like heir, as Ling Xiaoxiao used to be a young miss of a noble family. These matters of the rich and powerful weren't her business. She'd stick to selling her boxed meals honestly. Su Lingling noticed that Long Finance didn't start building yesterday. Their construction had only recently reached the area near her store. Su Lingling suddenly remembered her deed of ownership and asked Long Fan. Long Fan, I seem to remember that my storefront was mortgaged. Is your company planning to demolish my store? Master, Zhang Shun took away the deed to your store. Don't worry. We'll build a bridge connecting over your house when the time comes. Originally, this project should have started earlier, but due to consideration to keep your little shop intact, we asked the designer to redraw the blueprints, which delayed things slightly. To win Su Lingling's favor, Long Fan omitted that Zhang Shun requested the changes. He didn't mention that it was his idea either. How to interpret the situation was up to Su Lingling. That's the art of language. Thank you then. My ancestral shop doesn't need to be torn down. Lingling, this shop originally belongs to you. They're using despicable means. Don't let them fool you. Seeing Su Lingling thanking Long Fan, Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't bear it and immediately criticized the underhanded tactics used by Long Fan. Su Lingling responded to Ling Xiaoxiao. The main issue was that I mistakenly trusted Jin Zijuan in the past. What's done is done. Let's not rest today at noon. Eat first, and after finishing, sell the cold dishes early so you guys can go home early too. It seems like things aren't peaceful at night anymore. Last night, I heard that several people were attacked and killed by the Blood Eagles. Su Lingling felt a bit heavy-hearted. Those few were all patrons of the store. The Blood Moon hasn't arrived yet, but the Blood Eagles have already appeared. Now, Su Lingling just wanted to sell more cold dishes and receive more positive reviews. That way, she could obtain her rewards earlier, giving her more means to protect herself. At 3 in the afternoon, Su Lingling had already sold out all the prepared cold dishes, but there were still many people queuing up. All these people wanted to stock up on more food at home. Cold dishes could be vacuum-packed and stored in the fridge for longer periods. Keeping up with the times, Su Lingling purchased a batch of vacuum sealing bags, allowing customers to choose between bags or takeout boxes. Most customers opted for the vacuum-sealed bags. Delivery services on the Star Network were fast. If you ordered during the day, it would generally arrive within an hour or two. However, if you ordered in the evening, you could only receive it the next morning. Ling Xiaoxiao still had to go to the cafeteria to cook in the evening, so she rushed off. She had already learned how to make dragon bone radish soup and boil white rice. Actually, cooking was simple. Most people could learn after watching once, but Ling Xiaoxiao still wasn't confident, wanting to try it out once at home before. She also asked her father to custom order a good pot for the enforcement team's cafeteria, specifically for boiling white rice. Long Fan also returned fairly early, intending to return early to try making new dishes. Su Lingling stayed alone in the shop tidying up. The situation here really wasn't peaceful anymore. Just in the afternoon, there were already quite a number of Blood Eagles circling high up in the sky. The law enforcement teams had already withdrawn from this area. The security personnel from the Long family were responsible for guarding this place. Whenever a Blood Eagle tried to fly lower and descend into the city, their laser guns would fire upon them, causing the Eagles' corpses to fall one by one. The location where Su Lingling was situated happened to be at the center of the buildings owned by Long Finance, so it was very safe. But other areas weren't as fortunate. There were always a few stray eagles that fell. If someone happened to be walking outside at that time and met up with an eagle, unless they had some skills, they wouldn't stand a chance. Chapter 77, Making Trouble. At night, a full moon hung high in the sky, emitting a crimson glow that bathed the entire world in a red hue. The sight stirred an inexplicable sense of restlessness and anger in one's heart, making one wish to unleash it all in a fight right away. Su Lingling immediately performed a set of Tai Chi palm movements, calming the Ganyan in her mind. There was something wrong with this moonlight. It not only affected strange beasts, but also influenced humans. The Blood Moon situation was more serious than she had anticipated. Most critically, the Blood Moon had arrived earlier than expected. The enforcement team's announcement came out just yesterday, and today, the Blood Moon was already here. Countless people hid in their small houses, doors and windows tightly shut, as if only in this way could they feel somewhat secure. Su Lingling observed the scene, and even within the city, the situation was perilous. One could only imagine how dangerous it must be outside. Zhang Shun was also unlucky. He clearly appeared to be an ordinary citizen. Previously, the city lord's residents never disclosed these messages ahead of time, announcing them just before the event. Upon closer reflection, the enforcement team had coincidentally notified Su Lingling the day before. This indicated that the city lord's office had most likely already determined the exact date of the Blood Moon on that day. They delayed the announcement so as not to cause public panic and maintain order as much as possible. Otherwise, why did Su Lingling and the residents manage to purchase so many supplies without delay, and everything was delivered on time? This preparation gave everyone a feeling of abundance, creating peace of mind by having food stored at home. Su Lingling was initially very worried too, but after seeing all the items she purchased fully delivered, without any limits, her anxiety eased significantly. Now, apart from cooking, Su Lingling couldn't do much else. She could only stockpile more food, storing it in the cooking god space for reassurance. Su Lingling's place was located in the lower district, commonly known as the commoners area. That night, Su Lingling slept uneasily. She had worked hard to achieve all this, and she didn't want to lose such stability in her life. Su Lingling went to sleep late, but woke up early the next morning. As soon as Su Lingling woke up, a crowd had gathered outside her door, holding a banner that read, "Unscrupulous merchants kill people." Su Lingling was shocked when she saw the banner. Jin Ziyu cowered behind the crowd. She learned that Zhang Shun had disappeared for several days, and those debt-collecting yellow-haired individuals were also nowhere to be seen. It was rumored that they had gone outside the city to kill strange beasts. Therefore, she dared to come over. On the previous evening, her mother was also queuing up to buy Su Lingling's cold dishes. Due to fewer people in the queue, her mother joined. Originally, because her family's living conditions were worsening, Jin Ziyu wanted her mother to appear pitiful, hoping to obtain some extra money from Su Lingling. Unfortunately, Su Lingling's shop was full of staff, over a dozen employees. Her mother didn't even get to see Su Lingling, only managing to buy a portion of cold dishes from the line outside. On the way back, she was killed by the blood eagles flying overhead. Jin Ziyu was already seething with anger due to Zhang Shen's actions, and now with her mother dead, there wasn't much support for Su Lingling either. Thinking Su Lingling was still the same as before, Jin Ziyu gathered others who experienced unfortunate incidents and intended to extort a large sum of money from Su Lingling. Everyone knew that Su Lingling was extremely wealthy, selling boxed lunches worth 1 million each to rich customers. Just one lunch was enough for them to spend a long time. With the blood moon present, everyone was already anxious and dared not go out to work. With this money, who knew how long they could survive? You should pay for killing someone. Knowing the blood moon was coming, you deliberately opened your store at night to sell cold dishes. You intentionally caused harm. 1 million per person must be paid as compensation. 1 million for a life is too little. Merchants like you need to pay 2 million. Right. 2 million it is. Another person chimed in. If he had 2 million, he could move to the middle district, which would be safer. Then his child could attend school there. Their lives could improve significantly because of this money. Lingling, I watched you grow up. We're neighbors. Pay 2 million per person. It's reasonable. After all, these people bought your cold dishes and met with misfortune. You can earn it all back in one night. These are real lives. Lingling, don't be as cruel-hearted as those black-hearted merchants from the upper district. These voices buzzed around Su Lingling like mosquitoes, causing confusion and distress. These people were aggressive, as if a group of grotesque demons was about to attack Su Lingling. Compensating them money, this was impossible. If they were a bit more polite, it was not impossible for Su Lingling to give some humanitarian condolence money out of compassion. However, these people clearly had only one purpose, to extort money from her. Su Lingling coldly addressed them, "You'd better stop gathering here. According to the public order management law, your actions constitute provocation and disturbance. I can report you at any time and have the enforcement team take you away. Miss Su Lingling, we're all neighbors here. How could you be so heartless? Report us? Su Lingling, how dare you talk about reason when it's your fault that caused these deaths? How could you be this cold-blooded, Su Lingling? You're worse than a poisonous snake." The moment they heard about the report, chaos erupted among them. They surged forward like a swarm, attempting to snatch the light brain device from Su Lingling's hands. However, Su Lingling's martial arts came from systematic teaching, while her combat skills were honed under the professional trainer Zhang Shun. These people were no match for Su Lingling. The person is using violence. She's an ability user beating people up. Help! The ability user is going to kill someone. Su Lingling hadn't even struck anyone. She had merely gently pushed them away. But these individuals fell to the ground instantly, feigning death. Facing such troublemakers, Su Lingling felt a headache brewing. Among those who lay on the ground pretending to be incapacitated, most were elderly or middle-aged. Yet, despite lying there, many still appeared vigorous and full of energy. I'll see who dares to cause trouble in my store. Our group has been risking our lives fighting outside the city to protect the people inside, and yet you actually dare to rob my place. It seems that you've grown comfortable staying here in the city, feeling too secure. Zhang Shun's voice wasn't loud, but everyone heard him crystal clear. As soon as Zhang Shun's voice sounded, all the clamor ceased immediately, leaving silence behind. In that instant, none of them dared to utter another word, let alone look Zhang Shun in the eyes. Zhang Shun's reputation as a debt collector was infamous in the area. If the enforcement team were present, these people might still try to make noise. But in front of Zhang Shun, no one dared to act out because everyone knew Zhang Shun wasn't one to shy away from rough behavior. Zhang Shun walked forward slowly, and everyone instinctively made way for him, clearing a path. Even those who lay on the ground quickly got up and moved aside for him without hesitation. "Mr. Zhang, this is all a misunderstanding," one person nervously pleaded with a sycophantic smile. In response to his flattery, Zhang Shun slapped him hard across the face. Several yellow, nicotine-stained teeth rolled onto the ground. Chapter 78, Zhang Shun returns. Zhang Shun's slap was heavy, but Su Lingling knew that Zhang Shun had held back. With Zhang Shun's strength, he could have killed someone with a single slap. Zhang Shun's foot directly crushed the other person's wrist, and the sound of bones breaking echoed in everyone's ears. In one step, he had shattered the opponent's bones. The others were all terrified and tried to sneak away quietly. "Whoever dares to leave, I've already recorded all of you on my brain computer. These days aren't peaceful, deaths are common. If you dare to offend me, you must know what consequences come with it. Either choose 10,000 star coins, or leave behind a hand. It's your choice." Zhang Shun's voice was calm, though low. But all of them were stunned. No one dared to flee. They knew Zhang Shun would stop at nothing. They regretted their decision. One old man immediately pointed at Jin Ziyu and said to Zhang Shun, "It was all this woman's doing. She said you hadn't appeared for 3 days and forced us to do this." Yes, it was this woman who forced us. Boss Su is a good person. I didn't want to come here, but this woman forced us. Jin Ziyu never expected these people to turn against her so quickly. She had already tried her best to minimize her presence. Jin Ziyu was truly frightened. Her tears were genuine. She tearfully looked at Zhang Shun and said, "I am just an ordinary woman without any influence. How could I possibly persuade them to come? They forced me. My mother has passed away, my brother left, and even my boyfriend abandoned me. Alone and destitute, I couldn't resist. You have quite a mouth on you. And such a cute tongue too." Zhang Shun grabbed Jin Ziyu by the throat, and she couldn't utter a word. She saw the knife in Zhang Shun's hand and was utterly terrified, trying desperately to resist. But Zhang Shun's strength was overwhelming. Jin Ziyu knew Zhang Shun had excellent knife skills. It was rumored he once stripped the flesh from a person's hand until only the white bone remained while keeping the victim alive. This was a deeply ingrained fear among many impoverished people. "Stop, Zhang Shun. How dare you harm someone so brazenly under the sun?" Ling Xiaoxiao happened to be arriving for work and witnessed this horrifying scene. Ling Xiaoxiao was overwhelmed with righteousness and attempted to intervene, only to be struck down with a palm by Zhang Shun. Blood spurted from her mouth as she lay incapacitated on the ground. Zhang Shun was about to move again, but Su Lingling stopped him. Committing murder in broad daylight certainly wouldn't look good. Moreover, Ling Xiaoxiao wasn't like the commoners. She might very well be a noble. Zhang Shun was likely an anomaly user. Beating these commoners probably wouldn't carry much responsibility. However, harming Ling Xiaoxiao was different. Fine, let them go. You've just returned from outside the city, surely exhausted. I've made some bone soup for you. Don't dirty your hands over these matters. Although somewhat displeased, Zhang Shun released his hold. Jin Ziyu trembled in fear and immediately thanked Su Lingling. Thank you, Lingling. Jin Ziyu neither dared to leave nor move, her desperate gaze imploring Su Lingling for help. Zhang Shun, seeing Jin Ziyu's pitiful state, grew impatient and remarked, haven't you scoundrels fled yet? Upon hearing Zhang Shun's command, they immediately ran off like rats fleeing. Su Lingling then told Zhang Shun, you're back, which is good. Go wash your hands, change your clothes, and come down for a meal. I'll make something for you to eat. Lately, you've been eating cold food outside every day, likely not eating or sleeping well. The blood moon is approaching, and it's dangerous. You should rest at home for a while. Zhang Shun nodded and went upstairs to bathe and change. After Zhang Shun left, Su Lingling helped Ling Xiaoxiao up. Lingling, how can you associate with such a monster? He doesn't value human life. Ling Xiaoxiao furiously berated Su Lingling. That's enough, Xiaoxiao. You don't know the truth of the matter. Next time before you criticize someone's killings, please investigate thoroughly before commenting. Otherwise, my shop will never welcome you again. Su Lingling had grown genuinely angry today due to the actions of these people, particularly Jin Ziyu, sister of Jin Zijuan, daring to harm her. Jin Zijuan had already put her in a dire situation. Instead of going after Jin Zijuan's family, his family had come after her. Seeing the naive Ling Xiaoxiao further enraged Su Lingling, who lost her usual composure for the first time and snapped at Ling Xiaoxiao. Sitting on the chair in the shop, Ling Xiaoxiao felt extremely wronged. The list of Zhang Shun's misdeeds could go on for days. His disregard for life surpassed anyone else's. He was even more of a rogue than Long Fan. Long Fan at least pursued relationships with nightclub women, and every time he was also generous. He didn't do anything that violated the heavens or human morality. However, Zhang Shun was different. No one had as many deaths on their hands as him, but they were stuck without evidence to arrest him. Ling Xiaoxiao saw Su Lingling take out incredibly valuable meat from exotic beasts and plants to cook with. A wave of envy instantly surged in her heart. Su Lingling usually only gave her bone soup. This was actual meat. Zhang Shun did nothing but indulged in fine food and drink every day. Ling Xiaoxiao knew that Su Lingling would give Zhang Shun extra meals at night, which filled her with jealousy for a long time. At this moment, Ling Xiaoxiao thought Su Lingling was like an ignorant emperor in a drama series, while she was the most loyal subject who repeatedly advised in vain. Su Lingling never listened, favoring only that witch. Even when facing Long Fan, Su Lingling sometimes still helped her and gave her bone soup. Ling Xiaoxiao felt so wronged right now that tears welled up in her large eyes. When Long Fan arrived, he immediately noticed Ling Xiaoxiao leaning against the chair looking aggrieved. After all, Ling Xiaoxiao was always diligent, full of energy, and rarely slacked off. Miss Ling, you're sick. If you're unwell, just stay home and rest. There's no need to come here to work. Cough, cough, cough. Seeing Long Fan, Ling Xiaoxiao became extremely angry, but when she tried to speak, no words came out. Her injuries from Zhang Shun were indeed quite serious. Facing Long Fan's mockery, she struggled desperately to retort, but the harder she tried, the less she could say, until eventually, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Lingling was shocked. She checked Ling Xiaoxiao's pulse, which was irregular. She wasn't sure if it was good or bad. In general, a stable pulse meant health, and Su Lingling's knowledge was limited, so she couldn't tell what this indicated. However, seeing Ling Xiaoxiao's condition, she knew that her injuries were grave. Afraid that Ling Xiaoxiao might choke, Su Lingling quickly began patting her back to help her breathe smoothly. Chapter 79, Ling Xiaoxiao's shock. Long Fan, go buy some medicine for internal injuries quickly. And you can't upset Xiaoxiao anymore. She already has internal injuries from your aggravation. If she dies from anger again, will you be able to forgive yourself? Su Lingling was helping Ling Xiaoxiao regulate her breath while speaking to Long Fan. What kind of medicine should I buy? I used to be an ordinary person and don't know what to use for injuries. Long Fan genuinely intended to buy medicine for Ling Xiaoxiao, but he truly didn't know what to purchase, which was why he asked Su Lingling. Su Lingling was also confused. She had no idea either. Ling Xiaoxiao finally regulated her breathing and retrieved medicine from her space watch, saying to Long Fan, I have my own medicine. Su Lingling quickly poured a glass of water for Ling Xiaoxiao. Su Lingling actually knew that taking Ling Xiaoxiao to the hospital would be the best option, but she didn't do it. If they went to the hospital, it would provide evidence of injury, and if trouble with Zhang Shun arose later, everything would be crystal clear. So Su Lingling selfishly thought, if Ling Xiaoxiao could recover on her own, that would be better. After seeing Ling Xiaoxiao's condition improve after taking the medicine, Su Lingling started cooking and also posted a notice stating the restaurant would not be open at noon. Su Lingling asked Long Fan to keep an eye on Ling Xiaoxiao. Though the restaurant wasn't open today, guests were still allowed to stay and enjoy the grand meal. Since Ling Xiaoxiao suffered severe injuries this day, Su Lingling kept both Ling Xiaoxiao and Long Fan to partake in a lavish feast. Ling Xiaoxiao smelled the delicious aroma and drooled. This was beast meat. It was still warm. She wanted to eat it for a long time, but Su Lingling had never made or sold it before. Long Fan filmed a video nearby and noticed the whole process resembled how Su Lingling handled boxed meals. It flowed seamlessly. Ling Xiaoxiao sat in the chair recovering her strength, though she was indeed quite injured. She just didn't want to appear weak in front of Long Fan, who was observing her closely. Ling Xiaoxiao hadn't withstood a single attack and ended up this way at the hands of Zhang Shun. It was embarrassing. In Ling Xiaoxiao's mind, Zhang Shun was always the type who bullied the weak and feared the strong. But she never expected Zhang Shun to be so capable. Ling Xiaoxiao believed that all her previous opponents during spars had held back for her. Otherwise, how could Su Lingling, who ran a diner, and Zhang Shun, who was just a thug, possibly be stronger than her by so much? Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't help feeling disheartened about how inadequate she was, yet she forced herself to accept it, as it was a fact. She couldn't even match Su Lingling's 3 moves, and considering Su Lingling's attitude, she most likely didn't even use her full strength. Zhang Shun came downstairs in his pajamas after changing clothes. Seeing Zhang Shun like this, Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't help exclaiming, "Lingling, do you live with Zhang Shun? We've been cohabitating for a long time now. He's always lived here, don't you know?" Upon hearing Su Lingling's confirmation, Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly felt heartbroken. She saw this beautiful flower being trampled on. In her eyes, Zhang Shun didn't deserve any part of Su Lingling. Full of complaints inside, Ling Xiaoxiao inexplicably looked into Long Fan's eyes and saw the same astonishment mirrored there. However, Long Fan was smarter than Ling Xiaoxiao and stayed silent. Long Fan speculated that perhaps since Su Lingling had just broken up with Jin Zijuan, Zhang Shun, despite being inferior, might still be better many times over compared to that despicable guy, which could be why Su Lingling chose him. Like Ling Xiaoxiao, Long Fan thought Zhang Shun wasn't quite worthy of Su Lingling. Long Fan didn't harbor any affection towards Su Lingling, merely admiration. He considered Su Lingling exceptionally talented and far more capable than he imagined, especially beyond her culinary skills. And those culinary skills could be called unparalleled globally. She was only keeping a low profile here because it was a small place. However, if she ever went to first-tier planets, she would definitely become a renowned figure. Long Fan had faith in Su Lingling's abilities. In Long Fan's eyes, Su Lingling also looked pretty good. Her features were delicate, not stunning but very elegant and pleasant to look at, with excellent bone structure and extraordinary presence, making her a standard beauty. Zhang Shun ignored the stunned Long Fan and Ling Xiaoxiao, instead helped serve dishes to the table and arranged bowls and chopsticks neatly. He filled each person's bowl with soup, presenting an image of a considerate family man. Su Lingling said to Long Fan, "Long Fan, please support Xiaoxiao to come to the table. There is enough food for both of you to eat till you're full." The table was piled high with meat: braised blood eagle, braised pork, braised fish, stir-fried meat, spicy dragon shrimp, bone soup, sour green silk, vegetable tofu soup, and 1 stir-fried greens. All these dishes were clearly expensive. Even the rice in the pot was pearl rice. Ling Xiaoxiao could tell that Su Lingling spared no expense for this meal. But actually, apart from the rice being Su Lingling's, all the other dishes were prepared by Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun also bought a bag of blood rice, which was entirely red, but Su Lingling did not cook it. Su Lingling had cooked it once before. This type of rice contained too much energy. She could only eat half a bowl, and eating more would be wasteful. With so many dishes prepared today, how could they not have plain white rice? Su Lingling wanted everyone to eat a bit more. Ling Xiaoxiao was originally quite upset, but upon seeing so much delicious food, her appetite was fully stimulated. So she pretended not to see Zhang Shun and started eating heartily. It was just too delicious. These meats tasted so good. Long Fan was also eating happily, though he ate slowly, savoring each bite. With so many dishes on the table, he wasn't worried about them being eaten up. He had only just begun cultivating, so his body couldn't absorb so much energy all at once. Thus, he could only eat slowly. Otherwise, in 3 or 2 bites, he'd be full and would have to watch Ling Xiaoxiao and Zhang Shun eat. He'd already learned from previous experiences, where he would always look hungrily as Ling Xiaoxiao ate. Seeing there were 9 dishes, Su Lingling finally took out a plate of braised chicken claws she had prepared earlier and placed it on the table to make it an even 10 dishes. During the blood moon, for Zhang Shun to return from outside the city was no easy feat. It deserved 10 courses. "This rice smells so much better than before. Your cooking skills have improved again." Zhang Shun praised Su Lingling. "You worked hard outside the city, eat more. The food outside must have all gone cold. Now that you're back, enjoy some warm dishes." Zhang Shun chewed the meat with large bites, enjoying it immensely, looking like he hadn't eaten in 800 years. But actually, he'd been living comfortably these past few days. Su Lingling had prepared 3 meals a day for him, and everything was made of exotic beast meat. The lunchbox had a heating function, so Zhang Shun had been eating warm food every time. Although Zhang Shun was eating well, he resented that Ling Xiaoxiao and Long Fan were eating here too. He was rather petty, thinking to himself that all this food belonged to him. He felt he needed to eat more to compensate for what they took, lest he end up losing out too much. Chapter 80. Part-time job at Long Family Cafeteria. Actually, Zhang Shun could have stayed in the wild longer. The red moon didn't affect him much. It was just that he worried about Su Lingling in the city encountering danger, and also his boxed meals had run out, with nothing left after each meal. He even chewed the bones of those meals and never spat them out. After having eaten his fill, Long Fan said to Su Lingling, "Master, how about you stop selling boxed meals these days and instead cook for the defense team at Longda Financial? On blood moon days, it's very dangerous outside the city. There are countless mutated beast carcasses outside the city, which can be used as ingredients for cooking. We will provide the ingredients, and you help us cook." We will pay you 50 million per month. If the blood moon ends earlier, we will still pay you 50 million. You'll have Saturdays and Sundays off. The defense team at Long Financial has around 2,000 people in total, similar to the number of people who buy your boxed meals. They are all ordinary people fighting on the front line, risking their sweat and lives. Long Fan wasn't stupid. When Ling Xiaoxiao was injured, he contacted his confidant to find out why she was injured. It was only then that he found out that Ling Xiaoxiao was actually injured by Zhang Shun. And now he understood Su Lingling's grievance too. In Long Fan's view, these impoverished commoners were being excessively unreasonable. Su Lingling's boxed meals were practically a charitable act, and these people simply did not know how fortunate they were. Long Fan felt that feeding those who defended the safety of H City would be far better than feeding this group of ordinary people. Su Lingling had no idea that there were so many people in Long Financial. This was merely the number of people guarding one corner of H City. It was a special time now. Without these people, they wouldn't be able to live comfortably in the city. Su Lingling, of course, accepted the responsibility without hesitation. Moreover, this was just temporary employment. Once the blood moon ended, Su Lingling could continue selling her boxed meals. All right, let's start tomorrow. Xiao, don't come over here tomorrow. You stay home during this time to recuperate well and practice the few dishes I've taught you. Practice makes perfect. After making them many times, you'll naturally understand how to make them taste even better. Ling Xiaoxiao thought that the enforcement team probably wasn't eating well either, so she decided to go to the city lord's mansion to offer help. Though her bone soup wasn't as good as Su Lingling's, it was still decent and far better than what the chefs at the city lord's mansion prepared. These chefs didn't take their job seriously. They were lazy, and some of them didn't wash vegetables properly. For instance, potatoes were not peeled. They were just washed and chopped up before being served. The enforcement team members didn't eat dinner at the cafeteria anymore. Instead, they looked forward to Ling Xiaoxiao's crayfish at night, preferring congee to cafeteria food. This made Ling Xiaoxiao feel extremely sorry for them. But the power of one person was indeed somewhat limited. During her recent interactions with Long Fan, Ling Xiaoxiao discovered that he took diligent notes and brought many dishes he had prepared himself for Su Lingling and her to try, and the taste was rather nice. What's more, Long Fan knew how to prepare more dishes than her, including braised pork. Ling Xiaoxiao pondered and then said to Long Fan, with the blood moon arriving, defending H City is everyone's responsibility. Fan, Lingling has already become your chef at the Long family. However, there are tens of thousands of warriors in H City, and these warriors have been struggling to eat well. You've studied cooking from Lingling for quite some time. Now it's your time to serve H City. Even though I'm injured now, otherwise I'd definitely finish it all by myself. Would you be willing to lend a hand? Lingling also said that to improve culinary skills, you need to practice more. If you don't frequently cook large amounts, your cooking won't get better. The city lord's palace has a lot of mutant meat, but I can't do braised pork. This was an unusual display of vulnerability from Ling Xiaoxiao toward Long Fan. Although she could ask Ling Wei for help, Ling Wei was currently responsible for the communal pot meals at the Ling family. The Ling family had opened a canteen where everyone ate pot meals together. Ling Wei couldn't spare any time, and most importantly, Long Fan was wealthy. He could be called upon to work without pay. Hiring others would incur expenses. If Long Fan agreed, Ling Xiaoxiao wouldn't give him a single cent. Long Fan didn't expect that Ling Xiaoxiao, who normally looked down on him and considered him incompetent, would proactively admit that she was inferior to him. Although Ling Xiaoxiao was unlikable and Long Fan didn't like her much, Ling Xiaoxiao praised him for being competent. Besides, Ling Xiaoxiao was indeed injured, severely so. After pondering for a moment, Long Fan nodded and agreed with Ling Xiaoxiao. Ling Xiaoxiao was someone who didn't flatter others. If she said he was skilled, then he truly was. After all, talent shines through anywhere. Even someone as obstinate as Ling Xiaoxiao could recognize his excellence. Long Fan thought that cooking indeed required more practice. Since everyone in the Long family was on his side, it would only be by trying out more in external environments that he could truly know how his dishes tasted. Long Fan thought his dishes tasted fine, but compared to Su Lingling's cooking, there was still a big gap. Long Fan didn't know Ling Xiaoxiao's ulterior motives and felt quite satisfied with himself. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Xiaoxiao had spent more time around Su Lingling, managing the cafeteria, and slowly began to realize the importance of money. Seeing that Long Fan agreed, she started calculating how she could make him pay for working, because Ling Xiaoxiao's airhead image was too ingrained in people's minds. Long Fan never even thought about the possibility of her scheming against him. Everyone enjoyed this lunch very much. Long Fan, being generous, drove Ling Xiaoxiao home. Su Lingling chose to directly close the shop and follow Zhang Shun to the city gate. Outside the city walls, countless strange beasts were rushing madly toward the city. It was daytime, and the moon had yet to appear. The unrest among the beasts wasn't very obvious. But on the city walls, a thick layer of blood had already been smeared, and at the city gate, some security guards were hastily building a kitchen area so Su Lingling could start cooking the next day. Su Lingling saw the exhausted appearance of the guards and the hurried steps of the medical staff. Zhang Shun said somewhat wistfully to Su Lingling, "I asked you earlier to sell boxed meals to Long Financial, but you weren't interested. But as soon as Long Fan suggested it, you agreed. This is different. The situation is urgent now. Who knows how long this blood moon will last? These are warriors who are spilling their blood. Many of them may eat one meal today and never have another tomorrow. Besides, once the blood moon ends, I can continue selling boxed meals. Miss Su, why do you like selling boxed meals so much? Your food, no matter how much, I could eat it all. You just keep bragging. Eat slowly. Stuffing yourself isn't good for your health." Su Lingling didn't believe it. She made around 3,000 to 4,000 meals a day, which, when piled up, would be enough to crush Zhang Shun. How could so much food possibly be finished? If you've got the guts, then go ahead and prepare that much food, and let me try eating it. Chapter 81. Zhang Shun serving food. Today, Ling Sui didn't get Su Lingling's boxed meal as he had expected. She had closed her shop. Missing a meal wasn't such a big deal for him. But then the driver showed him the notice Su Lingling had posted outside her shop. During the blood moon period, business would be temporarily suspended. This made Ling Sui feel completely devastated. He wouldn't be able to enjoy her delicious food anymore. Ling Sui also understood why Su Lingling had closed her shop. He hadn't thought that someone would go out of their way to trouble Su Lingling, driving her to shut down in despair. Instinctively, Ling Sui believed Su Lingling had been provoked by those people into closing. Now, with the suspension of all meals worth $1 million, Ling Sui felt very unhappy. Ling Sui took a bite of the food the driver bought from another store and found it tasteless. Compared to Su Lingling's cooking, Ling Wei's could only pass for acceptable but was still missing a certain flavor. And that missing flavor made all the difference. Although the driver said that Ling Wei's food was tasty, for Ling Sui, it was barely edible. Even if the best ingredients were used, they still couldn't match the common ones Su Lingling used. However, Ling Wei had significantly improved compared to before. His dishes were at least not unpleasant to eat. Ling Sui had no choice but to endure the meal, inwardly hoping for the blood moon to pass quickly. Then, he wouldn't ask anyone else to line up for her. Instead, he would personally join the queue to express his profound admiration for her. If anything should happen in the future, he would surely help resolve any issues for Su Lingling and never let her face trouble again. Su Ji was also upset just like Ling Sui. He too hadn't eaten Su Lingling's boxed meal. He always asked someone to help him queue up every day. However, Su Ji soon learned that Su Lingling had gone to work at the Long family canteen. During the blood moon period, she wouldn't open her shop and would stay at the Long family canteen. Su Ji had an extensive network of connections, so with one word, he got a dining card from Long Kuan, allowing him to dine there on time. Takeout wasn't available though, and he would have to wait in line. But he was given priority access, because they were going to eat in shifts, ensuring that nobody had to wait too long. Long Kuan had already assigned a specialist to handle the arrangement of waiting in line. Initially, Long Kuan had planned to arrange a serving person, but Su Lingling decided to assign Zhang Shun for the task. Seeing it was Zhang Shun, Long Kuan let it be. He hoped Zhang Shun would give him a little extra food when serving him. As for others, well, fairness ruled. Chefs from the Chef Association had followed Su Lingling to the newly built canteen at the city gate. They were excited to process the alien beast meat this time. The chefs also discovered Su Lingling's secret to handling alien beast meat. There was much consideration to how meat was sliced. Some parts needed to be cut along the grain, while others against it. What mattered most was that Su Lingling's knife skills were exceptional. While slicing regular meat might look easy for them, cutting alien beast meat proved challenging. It required special knives. Otherwise, the blades would dull or bend. Even with specially designed knives, it still required immense effort. Still, under Su Lingling's hands, cutting alien beast meat was as effortless as slicing tofu. The other chefs had tried mimicking Su Lingling's approach in preparing alien beast meat. The results were fine, vastly better than previous attempts, yet still far from matching Su Lingling's expertise. They realized where they lacked: a critical skill in cutting vegetables. Su Lingling's knife techniques were flawless, fluid, and graceful. Moreover, Su Lingling occasionally offered tips when she noticed them working well. For instance, methods for handling blood eagle meat, which differed based on each type of alien beast, ensuring the freshness remained optimal. However, implementing these tips demanded masterful knife skills. Without proper technique, handling the meat would fall short. Eventually, they understood why Su Lingling wouldn't entrust others with even the task of chopping. Every step in cooking was essential. Skipping any part meant losing flavor, cumulatively adding up to a significant difference. These insights increased their respect for Su Lingling considerably. Since many people gathered here, and these chefs from the association were all proficient, they opened 3 windows, with some preparing dishes following Su Lingling's recipes. Su Lingling took one window, while other chefs rotated between being head chefs and assistants in serving. To guarantee efficiency, the cafeteria started opening at 11 in the morning. The workers rested and ate in batches. Su Lingling brought over her large pot, rice cooker, and knives. This god-level rice cooker was extremely versatile, its size adjustable. Su Lingling set its capacity to around 5 cubic meters, which matched the size of her spatial equipment. Better safe than sorry. If someone discovered the magic of this rice cooker and became obsessed with it, it would cause trouble. Because she was on someone else's premises, Su Lingling disguised her rice cooker as a pot of this size and never changed its size in front of strangers. There were also rice cookers here. Worried that the rice might not be enough, Su Lingling used their pots to make a large pot of soup. After all, they worked so hard every day, eating dry food wouldn't be good. Originally, Su Lingling thought of letting everyone serve themselves with the soup, but that would be unfair to those who came later, so she let Zhang Shun help with serving the soup as well. The other 2 windows also had soup, but they made it themselves. Long Kuan and Su Ji were the first to come over. Not only did they show up, but the senior executives of Long Finance also arrived, standing right at the front. It was to let everyone know that the group president ate the same food as everyone else. Long Kuan politely gave way, letting Su Ji go first. Su Ji didn't refuse. He grabbed a bowl and went forward, knowing there would be soup. He even brought along a soup bowl. The food today was great: stir-fried blood eagle meat, braised pork, and just one vegetable dish, sweet and sour shredded potatoes. As Su Lingling was cooking, she glanced at Su Ji's oversized plate, momentarily speechless. The larger plate was already extreme, but it was also much deeper. Normally, fast food plates are at most 2 centimeters deep, yet Suji's plate was at least 20 centimeters deep. At this point, what's even the point of using a plate? Wouldn't it be better just to take a big bowl? Suji's face turned pale. These 3 big bowls of dishes smelled particularly fragrant. But when Zhang Shen served him, his hand shook, turning a full ladle into a half ladle. Suji had to maintain his noble demeanor and couldn't complain. Thus, his oversized plate was filled merely 1/3 of the way, and even for the sweet and sour potato shreds, Zhang Shen only served half a spoonful. Fortunately, during the soup serving part, Zhang Shen didn't tremble. Zhang Shen, Mr. Su is a nobleman of our company. Serve him more. Long Kuan saw how Zhang Shen was handling it and immediately instructed him. If it were himself, he would have borne it. This canteen belongs to him, and there's no need to offend Suji just for a bite of food. Chapter 82, The Shaky Hand Window. Long Kuan was a little afraid that Zhang Shen wouldn't give him any face. However, it seemed that Zhang Shen still had a bit of sense and gave him a slight amount of respect. Zhang Shen fished out a large bone from the soup and placed it on Suji's tray, saying to Suji, "This bone is the essence. The marrow inside is quite tasty. There are 2 other windows over there. If it's not enough, you can go there for more." Suji managed a reluctant smile, took his tray, and went to get more food by himself. Although Long Kuan thought Zhang Shen was stingy and miserly, he had at least made some concession, which made Long Kuan sigh in relief. Zhang Shen's shaky hand wasn't just targeted at Suji. When dishing out food to Long Kuan, his hand also trembled. In fact, it trembled when dishing food to everyone. The experience was truly terrible. Watching the large spoon in Zhang Shen's hand shake made it feel as though one's heart itself was trembling. Meanwhile, the other 2 windows dished food generously, filling the trays full. But compared to Su Lingling's meals, the taste was like comparing heaven and earth. Those dishes weren't bad. If someone was extremely hungry, they would find them very fragrant. But after eating Su Lingling's meals and then eating those, they tasted as if they were pig feed. Unfortunately, the cafeteria had a rule. However much food one took, they must finish it. Otherwise, during the next meal, they wouldn't be allowed to queue up at Su Lingling's window again. Therefore, despite their strong disdain for Zhang Shen with the shaking hands, they still stood in line at Su Lingling's window. They consoled themselves inwardly. At least the soup serving doesn't have shaky hands. It's stable. Soon, the guards entered the cafeteria too. Seeing such a long queue, they didn't know which line served better tasting food and which served worse. So they automatically went to the unmanned windows to get their food. Since it was their first time eating here, having never had meals cooked by Su Lingling, they found the taste decent. However, when they sat down together and saw what others had in their trays, it smelled particularly appetizing. They did not have the privileges of high executives who could eat from all 3 lines. They could only eat from 1 line. Zhang De had already been to Su Lingling's restaurant with Zhang Shen before. He knew how delicious her cooking was, so he firmly decided to line up at Su Lingling's window, bringing along his close friends. Even so, he was not spared the tremors of Zhang Shen's hand while dishing out food. When he saw Zhang Shen scoop a spoonful of meat, piling it up, he silently marveled at how thoughtful his boss actually was. But when the pieces of meat started falling off the spoon one by one, it felt as if someone was cutting away at his own flesh, and his heart bled. Fortunately, when serving the soup, Zhang Shen's hands didn't shake. He even scooped a piece of bone for Zhang De, giving him a bit more comfort in his heart. My boss still cares about me. What he didn't know was that this was arranged by Su Lingling. She had instructed Zhang Shen that when serving soup, each person must receive a bowl of soup with a bone in it. There shouldn't be just white radish. Zhang Shen was merely following orders. The main reason why Zhang Shen did all this was because, under normal circumstances, the leftover food was always eaten by him. Thus, he had no choice but to be as meticulous as possible, skimming a little bit from everyone, ensuring his lunch was rich and plentiful. Although he'd already eaten before serving the food, it didn't stop him from continuing to eat. Zhang De sniffed the aroma coming from his soup bowl. The bone broth was deeply concentrated, cooked into a creamy white color. These were bones of supernatural beasts. He took a sip of the soup. It tasted wonderful, not just because of the great flavor. The energy contained within this single bowl of soup rivaled the blood and qi elixirs he normally consumed. Most importantly, he felt an extraordinary comfort, as if the comfort penetrated deep into his bones. It was as if all his hidden injuries from the past were being healed. His memory instantly returned to the happiest moments of his life, the days when he was still young, and both of his parents were alive. This chef is really amazing. What kind of divine soup is this? So delicious. Thank goodness I'm smart. When I saw the president and those higher-ups queuing up here, no matter how crowded it got, I stuck to this window. The other 2 windows don't shake when dishing out food, offering a generous spoonful of meat. But the taste is far inferior. There's also a fishy smell in the meat, which they try to cover with a lot of chili, but it's still detectable. If the taste difference wasn't enough, the key is that the energy contained in the other meals isn't nearly as substantial as these. I suspect this window only serves the company's upper management, using premium ingredients, which is why the taste is good and the power it contains is significant. Several brothers eating from this window broke through to higher levels after eating the food. There's no need to speculate anymore. The ingredients from this window are undoubtedly top-notch, better than those from the other 2. Even the rice used is top-grade pearl rice. I've heard before that this pearl rice is aromatic and soft, and this rice tastes better than I imagined. Even without any side dishes, I could eat a whole bowl of rice. Who would have thought that our company would be so generous this time, giving us ordinary employees such good food, isn't it? I heard that young Master Long paid out of his own pocket. Lately, he hasn't even gone out to flirt with girls because he's out of money. Young Master Long is truly too kind. You guys better hurry up and go get your food. The meal is self-served, with unlimited refills, but the quantity is limited. It's first come, first served. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately reacted and quickly went to get their food with their trays in hand. Come on, isn't this over the top? You actually brought a bucket. I'm definitely bringing my own utensils tomorrow. I will firmly stick to window 1 tomorrow. This window 1 was where Su Lingling worked. The guards who had not tasted Su Lingling's cooking were deeply regretful. Only the employees who participated in the battle and the upper management could queue at Su Lingling's line. The rest of the regular employees had to line up at the other 2 windows, with no one informing them otherwise. They had inadvertently wasted an opportunity. Though Zhang Shen's shaky hands made it seem annoying, the meals could still be self-served as long as they finished what they took. For the first time, security was stationed at the cafeteria entrance just to check whether everyone had finished their meals. Since the food was self-served, this measure was taken to prevent people from wasting or sneaking food out of the cafeteria. Though the food was delicious, these employees were only low-level warriors and Psi users. It contained massive amounts of energy, and eating too much might make them feel uncomfortable. Assessing their own conditions, these people wouldn't overeat. For them, eating was like gaining a small advantage. Such meals were usually very expensive, and top chefs absolutely wouldn't cook for them under normal circumstances. They couldn't afford meals like this, but now, they were actually getting to eat them. As for Zhang Shen's shaking hands, these people considered it normal because of the value of the food. At the other 2 windows where there was no shaking, they believed the food was cheaper, which was why people were allowed to eat as much as they wanted. Chapter 83, Devil Chili. The internal organs of these strange beasts are also excellent ingredients. However, because the organs have an overpowering fishy smell, and strange beast meat is already hard to eat, there are very few people who would eat these organs. Su Lingling wasn't idle during the night either. She directly braised those internal organs in the cafeteria. Zhang Shen was sitting in front of the pot of braised meat, continuously eating from a plate of claws. Su Lingling thought Zhang Shen hadn't eaten enough, so she cooked him another pot of rice. Zhang Shen suddenly remembered something, took out a small red chili, and handed it to Su Lingling, saying, "This is a new ingredient I saw at the Strange Beast supermarket. It was pretty cheap, so I bought hundreds of pounds. Its nickname is Devil Chili because it's extremely spicy. Can we use it?" Su Lingling's eyes lit up when she saw the little chilies. These internal organs were perfectly paired with Devil Chili for their strong fishiness. They would be absolutely fragrant. These chilies taste really good and aromatic. I was planning to put this braised meat as a side dish on the windowsill for everyone to take themselves. A spicier dish will make them eat less of this. You need to supervise them. Whatever amount they take, they must finish it. If they can't finish, then they can't take more side dishes. They've already eaten well, yet you're still adding more dishes? Zhang Shen instantly felt that the claws on his plate weren't appetizing anymore. You always tremble too much when dishing out food. I've seen you give just 2 or 3 pieces of meat with every scoop, relying mostly on the broth-soaked rice. Now it's the blood moon phase. These are all warriors fighting in blood-soaked battles, and they need to be full. It's normal for me to add another dish for them. Besides, these dishes are just scraps. I know, your former leaders didn't get along with you. Maybe they bullied you before. But you shouldn't offend so many people at once. After all, you're still living here. I'll make this braised meat even spicier. So spicy it'll make their noses and eyes water. I need to try it first. What if it's not spicy enough? Zhang Shen stepped back. He didn't tell Su Lingling that no one had bullied him. He was living pretty well. His stinginess stemmed from his belief that all the food was his, and he didn't want others to eat it. There was a faintly sweet feeling in Zhang Shen's heart. Su Lingling knew he served less food but didn't stop him, instead choosing to prepare an additional dish. Su Lingling was quite good to him. The rice was ready. A rich aroma of rice wafted through the air. Zhang Shen immediately filled a bowl of rice, and instantly, the soft and sticky rice burst in his mouth. Each grain of rice seemed to come alive, making one reluctant to bite down. A faint sweetness of rice lingered in the mouth, and Zhang Shen felt as if he could see a golden field of rice, standing among the rice paddies, with a gentle breeze bringing the fragrance of rice into his nose. This sensation was like being newly born, cradled in his mother's arms facing the sunrise. Just one ordinary bite of plain rice left Zhang Shen deeply moved. This pot of rice was specially cooked by Su Lingling for him, and it was the most delicious rice Zhang Shen had ever tasted. This meal was truly extraordinary. Su Lingling ladled a spoonful of braised scraps into Zhang Shen's bowl from the pot. Zhang Shen had already finished those claws. She saw how Zhang Shen savored plain white rice with such relish, assuming he was starved. Warriors eat more than commoners, which is normal. Previously, Su Lingling worried that Zhang Shen wouldn't eat enough, so she controlled his portion size. But now, having advanced herself, she understood warriors consumed much qi and blood, and eating less would lead to malnutrition, deficiency in both blood and qi. So now, Su Lingling decided to cook Zhang Shen a bit more food. After all, Zhang Shen's hands shook so much when serving food, yet his speed remained unhindered. Seeing the fragrant minced meat and strange beast entrails in the bowl topped with layers of chili oil, it looked mouth-watering. Eagerly, Zhang Shen picked up a piece of braised intestine with his chopsticks and sent it straight into his mouth. The moment it entered his mouth, the intestine dissolved, releasing a rich aroma. The juicy, tender intestine was thoroughly braised to tenderness, and after chewing, the spiced juices instantly enveloped his mouth. Under the influence of the devil chili, Zhang Shen's entire body responded with pleasurable sighs. Tender, fragrant, spicy, delicious. Once Zhang Shen took a bite, he couldn't stop. He immediately shoveled another mouthful of rice, followed by another bite of unidentified strange beast meat. The same flavor, but different textures, exploded in his mouth, the spiciness rushing straight to the soul, a warm force rippling deep within his spirit. Devil chili got its name because it was too spicy, generally used as an instrument of torture, hence called devil chili. Later, due to its inhumanity, it was banned as a method of punishment. Thus, this devil chili became the main ingredient for making devil bombs. This biobomb caused zero environmental pollution and was extremely lethal to humans, animals, and strange beasts alike. Never had anyone thought of using this devil chili as an ingredient. The reason Zhang Shen took it out was also because he wanted others to eat it, since he wouldn't touch it himself. However, Zhang Shen hadn't expected that these unwanted entrails of strange beasts, paired with the devil chili, could actually be cooked to taste so good. How is it? Is it too spicy? Su Lingling asked Zhang Shen. Su Lingling herself had eaten a bit. She felt it was fine since she couldn't get enough of spiciness and already had a high tolerance. So Su Lingling inquired about Zhang Shen's thoughts on the spiciness. It tastes great. I think it should be made even spicier. The level isn't enough. It's so delicious that one person could finish off an entire big pot without a problem. You don't know the appetite of those warriors. They can devour 100 servings of food easily. Alright then, let's add some more. Give it another try. Not spicy enough yet. Add a bit more. Add more. After tasting it herself, even Su Lingling, who usually handled extreme spiciness effortlessly, found that biting into just a small piece of devil chili would make the spiciness quickly spread throughout her body. She'd feel burning hot all over, her mouth becoming red and swollen. The spiciness had Su Lingling jumping up and down on the spot like she was going to explode. It shouldn't be this spicy. It loses the meaning of being a fine dish. This is already as spicy as biochemical weapons. We cannot make it spicier anymore, or people will die from eating it. Zhang Shen looked innocently at Su Lingling and said, but I feel it's still okay. Still very tasty. Zhang Shen's lips were bright red, as if he had applied lipstick. It looked quite attractive. But his face wasn't flushed at all, indicating that he truly had an incredible tolerance for spiciness. His lips were only slightly red. Seeing Zhang Shen's reaction, Su Lingling was utterly convinced. She gave him a thumbs up and said, I hereby call you the spiciest eater. I'm completely impressed. Chapter 84, God Level Cola. Ding. Congratulations, host has accumulated 100,000 positive reviews and has obtained the God Level Cola recipe along with a God Level Ice Cola machine. Cola. This was a drink Su Lingling used to consume frequently. In Su Lingling's world, people of all ages and genders had tasted cola, making it one of the most common beverages at banquets. Cola without ice is soulless. Su Lingling hadn't expected that she would obtain the cola recipe. Cola was originally invented by a pharmacist who wished to create a medicinal mixed beverage that could refresh, reduce fatigue, and treat headaches. His original Coca-Cola did not contain carbonation. Instead, cool water was added when consumed, until an accidental incident turned it into a carbonated beverage. What followed was unexpected. After its launch, it was widely loved and became what we know today as cola. The main ingredients in cola are water, carbon dioxide, and carbohydrates. These materials are very inexpensive. As for the main ingredient, cola nut, Su Lingling quickly found similar fruits on the StarNet that contained comparable components, all rich in caffeine. But specific testing was still needed after purchase. This is a kind of herb that contains caffeine, which can be used to stimulate the sympathetic nervous system, promote stomach acid secretion by gastrointestinal stimulation, aiding digestion, preventing bloating and gastrictosis, and promoting gut hormones and motility hormones for rapid bowel movement. The price is quite low, just 1 star coin per pound. Su Lingling immediately placed an order for 10,000 pounds. This cola machine is solar-powered but can also use electricity, located in Su Lingling's chef space. Su Lingling didn't take out the cola machine yet. She planned to wait until the materials she ordered arrived, so she could make chilled cola then. Zhang Shen was nearby cutting meat. His knife skills were similar to Su Lingling's. His movements were quick, his talent evident. After Su Lingling demonstrated once, he caught on right away. Unlike Ling Xiaoxiao and others, even though Su Lingling demonstrated countless times, they couldn't cut the exotic beast meat properly. Zhang Shen initially wasn't very enthusiastic about processing these raw materials, but after realizing how good they tasted, he became very active. Su Lingling believed Zhang Shen had excellent potential as a chef. However, Zhang Shen wasn't interested in cooking. He mainly helped because he saw how tired Su Lingling was. Also, handling these ingredients helped improve his knife skills. Those chefs from the Chef Association originally thought it was Su Lingling's knives that made the difference, but when they realized that Zhang Shen could achieve the same quality cuts without using Su Lingling's knives, they instantly understood their shortcomings, felt ashamed, and thus began diligently practicing their knife techniques. And Su Lingling also prepared a brine for each of them. After all, she informed them that the more often the brine is used, the more fragrant it becomes, and a good brine can be passed down to the next generation. Currently, the best brine is no more than the century-old brine passed down through generations. For this reason, braised meat must be braised using good brine. Then, Su Lingling gave them some guidance and suggested they start from simple dishes like spicy crayfish or braised meat that don't demand much basic skill. The reason why Su Lingling took such care to instruct these individuals was because she discovered that receiving positive reviews did not necessarily require the diner to eat food personally cooked by her. Su Lingling hadn't been aware of this before, but upon closer examination, she realized how fast it happened. Reaching 100,000 positive reviews seemed too rapid. So, Su Lingling checked the review logs one by one. It was then that Su Lingling discovered that many positive reviews came from diners praising Ling Xiaoxiao. There were also positive reviews from the Flowing Light Pavilion diners. Even though those chefs Su Lingling hadn't taught directly, they had studied carefully from Su Lingling's videos, following her lessons sincerely. Thus, whenever they made a dish Su Lingling had taught, if the diners found it delicious, they counted it as a positive review for Su Lingling. This explained why Su Lingling had so many positive reviews. All these reviews accumulated together, allowing Su Lingling to reach 5,000 positive reviews and now, astonishingly, 100,000. At 5,000 positive reviews, Su Lingling hadn't doubted anything yet. She had turned off her review notifications long ago. Otherwise, a constant ding announcing another positive review would have been disruptive and noisy. Su Lingling anticipated needing at least until next week to reach 100,000 reviews, hence her suspicion. As Su Lingling looked towards the future, her confidence grew even stronger. She inwardly rejoiced that she hadn't kept these culinary skills hidden, but had generously shared them with everyone. Otherwise, relying solely on herself to cook, how many dishes could she prepare? Even working herself to death, the number of possible reviews would remain limited. With the entire star network filled with people, spreading her cuisine across the entire interstellar network, she might receive billions or trillions of positive reviews. What kind of reward would come from that? Just thinking about it brought joy. Thus, Su Lingling invested more effort in teaching these chefs. She didn't immediately create a live streaming account on the StarNet. The law is not lightly transmitted. Those other restaurants that spent a lot of money buying the videos would value them more, and would make their chefs study Su Lingling's recipes attentively. If she directly streamed live on the StarNet, Su Lingling isn't a professional internet celebrity and wouldn't know how to professionally operate such a platform. Then there would be a flood of people copying and following trends. Even if others learned from those videos, Su Lingling worried that it wouldn't count as positive reviews for her. Now, Su Lingling had also grown wiser. She allowed these people to record videos, but would remind them not to share the content casually. Of course, they would still share, but the recipients would treat this video with some degree of importance. Things that are easily picked up versus things one obtains through great difficulty. Even if both have the same value, the latter is always more precious. Su Lingling helped adjust the brine because she noticed how diligently these chefs followed her and worked hard. This braised meat dish is quite simple. As long as the brine is good, it doesn't matter how you braise it, it will turn out well. Su Lingling explained once again the methods for processing exotic beasts. However, during the demonstration of cutting meat, she instructed Zhang Shun to monitor closely and disallowed any video recording. This made the chefs extremely alert. They understood that this was the essence within the essence. Each one listened very carefully. Many chefs experienced an epiphany at this moment. No wonder their meat tasted so gamey. Cutting the meat could be slower, even if it didn't look pretty. What mattered most was to cut correctly. The canteen was filled with aroma. After eating one bite of the meat they braised themselves, they suddenly realized how awful their dishes from earlier felt like pig feed. It was already impressive that anyone could bear to finish it, especially since they ended up with plenty of leftover dishes at night. They felt rather embarrassed about this fact. Meanwhile, the upper management ordered that these leftovers be distributed to the lower-level employees to serve as midnight snacks, all of which were exotic beast meat, none of which should be wasted. When hungry at night, it might taste just tolerable, but the experience of being forced to eat versus willingly queuing up and serving oneself was entirely different. This prompted them to firmly decide not to stand in those two lines the next day. Chapter 85. Cola is great, but you need to drink water too. Early in the morning, the ingredients that Su Lingling purchased were delivered. Su Lingling installed the cola machine in the canteen. This cola machine was very simple. It only required setting a certain proportion, then placing the ingredients inside, and cola would be automatically mixed. However, there were no cups, so one needed to bring their own cup. That was all small stuff. Su Lingling was quite looking forward to the cola. She just wasn't sure if these materials could reproduce the taste of cola. Surprisingly, the stellar replacement for cola fruit exceeded expectations, surpassing what was imagined by far. Su Lingling tasted a sip of it and began busying herself with lunch. Su Lingling pre-cooked a large pot of rice in advance, reheated the braised meat from yesterday, and fried a plate of ferocious beast meat that Zhang Shun hunted outdoors before. Zhang Shun saw that big bowl of braised meat, knowing it had devil pepper inside. Yet he was the one who asked Su Lingling to continuously add more devil peppers. Even though it contained devil pepper, he kept using a spoon, constantly scooping braised meat onto his rice. Even after Su Lingling finished eating and washed her bowl, Zhang Shun still held his bowl and kept eating, unable to stop himself. This devil pepper was interesting indeed. Su Lingling, on the other hand, cut her own vegetables. The washing of vegetables was taken care of by specific canteen staff. Su Lingling chopped everything well, placed them aside, and marinated the meat properly. These alien meats must be marinated beforehand with oil, salt, green onions, ginger, and garlic. This way, the stir-fried meat will be tender and delicious. Since the cafeteria was now open for 4 hours, if all the dishes were prepared beforehand, those who came later would definitely have cold dishes. Actually, Zhang Shun wasn't feeling so relaxed either. While eating earlier, he didn't feel that much spiciness. Su Lingling's dishes weren't merely spicy, they were fragrant too. As he ate more, Zhang Shun felt as if his throat wasn't his own anymore, filled with fire, as if flames could burst forth at any moment, like millions of tiny ants crawling inside. Especially that burning sensation, it felt as though smoke could come out of him at any time. But a man can't say he's not up to it, so Zhang Shun continued eating. Zhang Shen ate less last night compared to today when he could eat wildly without end. Still, although these dishes were spicy, their flavor was excellent. Once you took a bite, you wanted another. This fiery strength seemed to make his blood boil. This sensation made Zhang Shen unable to control himself. His tears started streaming down uncontrollably due to physiological instincts. Previously, Su Lingling said eating these dishes could make one cry and produce runny noses. He didn't believe it. But now, he had no choice but to believe. For the first time, Zhang Shen ate until he was full. Before, every meal ended with him wanting more. He chugged glass after glass of water, yet it didn't help reduce the spiciness. Seeing Zhang Shen's red face, Su Lingling smiled smugly. Finally, this guy couldn't take it anymore. Su Lingling said to Zhang Shen, I put a new beverage machine at the cafeteria window. There's ice-cold cola I made. Go grab your water cup and try some. Zhang Shen used the thermos Su Lingling previously prepared for him and fetched a glass of icy cola from the beverage machine. A black liquid, bubbling endlessly. It looked like poison. But because of his trust in Su Lingling, Zhang Shen drank it all in one gulp anyway. Cold upon entry, invigorating to the soul. A sweet thread blossomed on the tip of his tongue, bubbles bursting in his mouth, bringing even greater joy. Instantly, Zhang Shen understood why this beverage was called cola. Especially since he was tormented by the heat of spiciness. This cold, sweet cola was incredibly refreshing. After drinking several glasses of cola, Zhang Shen felt relieved and resumed eating. Su Lingling did not stop him. Su Lingling ran a restaurant before. Some chefs who joined early liked stealing food to eat, but eating too much caused an instinctive loss of appetite. In Su Lingling's view, letting Zhang Shen eat until he was satisfied would lead him to lose interest. What Su Lingling hadn't anticipated was that an entire large bowl of braised offal got eaten entirely by Zhang Shen alone. That was devil pepper. Su Lingling knew how spicy it was. Such a big dish of offal. Those chilies, Zhang Shen had eaten them all. Even the leftover braised juice and broth, he didn't waste. Using the plate to mix with rice, he ate it clean and thoroughly. Su Lingling, this cola machine doesn't work. There's no more cola. The whole cola machine's worth you drank entirely. Zhang Shen scratched his head, showing an utterly innocent look. To Su Lingling, he said confusedly, I don't know how much cola was inside. I thought I could drink freely. Su Lingling glanced at Zhang Shen's belly. It was still flat. Su Lingling said to Zhang Shen, this ice is too cold for the body. Drinking too much is not good for you. How does your body feel? I feel great. I've never felt this good before. I just want to drink a bit more. The human body needs to replenish enough pure water every day. Regular hydration provides necessary moisture, helps dilute blood and improve metabolic abilities, increases urination, expelling harmful substances retained inside the body. Moreover, drinking too much cola can place burdens on the kidneys and stomach, as the body cannot digest that much of it. While listening to Su Lingling, Zhang Shen belched and said to her, that's for ordinary people. We martial artists have strong bodies. Su Lingling understood clearly in her heart. Zhang Shen needed to be stopped by making him throw up. Su Lingling told Zhang Shen, all right then, keep drinking if you like. I did warn you. This time, she added many portions of ingredients and water, preparing enough to make 10 tons of cola. She didn't believe Zhang Shen could drink all of that. Zhang Shen was worried that Su Lingling would scold him if he kept drinking, so he slowed down a little. After finishing a cup of cola, he would pour himself a glass of water. After finishing a glass of water, he'd drink another soda. This way, there wouldn't be any adverse effects on his health since he drank water as well. He truly was clever. After washing the large basin and handing it to Su Lingling, she filled another one with pre-cooked offal and claws. Su Lingling had been prepared last night, cooking plenty of meat and storing it in the chef's space. Seeing another large pot of delicious food, Zhang Shen touched his stomach. The spiciness had faded away long ago, and he was ready to eat again. It still tasted pretty good. Even though the spiciness had been uncomfortable, upon reflection, it wasn't unbearable. Just then, Su Ji came back in line again, once more taking the first spot. Zhang Shen realized it was time to serve dishes again. Today was the most fulfilling day of Zhang Shen's life when it came to eating. It had been a long while since he last enjoyed such a satisfying meal. Chapter 86. Carrying a bucket to get Coke. Su Ji and Long Kuan came together on time. They were in perfect sync. Today, Su Ji did not bring his exaggerated food basin, just a large bowl. Su Ji planned to eat more rice, which could be freely dished out and tasted quite nice. As soon as Su Ji arrived at the window, he saw a notice posted there. Bring your own cup for unlimited refills of Coke, specially prepared super spicy braised pork. Lovers of spicy flavors may freely dish themselves. Zhang Shen placed a particularly small spoon in the pot of braised meat. This pot was enormous, big enough for someone to sit inside and take a bath. It was placed on a large table, next to the Coke machine. Su Ji immediately regretted that his bowl was too small today. Fortunately, he had brought another bowl with him. Su Ji didn't mind the small spoon. Holding it, he kept scooping the food into his bowl. Nearby, Zhang Shen said to Su Ji, this is extremely spicy. I suggest you take a little less. You must eat everything in your bowl. If you don't finish, next time you won't be allowed to come here anymore. Don't waste food. If you do waste it, you'll hurt Lingling's kindness, and next time she definitely will not cook any more dishes for us. Su Ji gave Zhang Shen an unimpressed look and retorted, do you think I'm incapable? With such a small portion, how could I possibly waste? Long Kuan had brought his own spoon and served himself some rice, which truly tasted wonderful. He originally thought about eating better quality rice, but looking at everyone else's portion sizes, he decided to continue eating pearl rice instead. Given the special circumstances, all they were eating now was pearl rice, a first-grade spiritual rice at considerable expense. Seeing that Su Ji was still serving himself food, Long Kuan took out the spoon he had brought with him and started dishing himself some food and loading up the braised meat. Zhang Shun shook his hand too much while dishing. The stir-fried blood eagle only got 2 pieces of blood eagle meat and was all bones. The red braised red lamb only yielded 3 pieces total. 1 piece fell off and left behind just a single piece of meat, mainly because his shaking frequency was too fast to see. Zhang Shun really wasn't considerate. It was annoying to watch him shake like that. People who didn't know him would probably think something was wrong with his hands. Still, Su Lingling showed a bit more understanding and empathy by providing an extra pot of meat, allowing those in front to help themselves. This was her way of subtly compensating them. Since all these people had their space equipment, they did not miss out on the chance for soda. Taking out their cups, they each grabbed a drink and took it back to the table. Su Ji sat down contentedly at the dining table with a fully loaded plate. A bowl of soup, a bowl of rice with a heap of vegetables piled on top. There was another bowl filled with Su Lingling's specially prepared braised meat. The same intestines that used to disgust Su Ji looked so inviting in this bowl now. First, Su Ji drank a bowl of hot soup. It always tastes best when it's hot. Once cooled, it lost its charm. Yet, the aroma from the steaming pot of braised meat lingered teasingly around his nose, making Su Ji salivate uncontrollably. Everything looked so appetizing. This super spicy dish, he intended to find out just how hot it could be. Su Ji tried a bite of the meat, his eyes lighting up instantly. This is far too fragrant. Refreshing, crisp, and intensely spicy. It packed a powerful punch. Although the heat level was extremely high, the rich aroma compensated wonderfully. Delicious, so incredibly delicious. Su Ji immediately shoveled a huge mouthful of rice. The dish was fantastic. In his opinion, even better than the 2 dishes Zhang Shun had served. What was most critical was that Su Ji could feel a fiery energy coursing through his body, driving away a few parts of the internal coldness within him. Too fragrant, indescribably good. After finishing a bowl of rice, half a bowl of devilishly spicy meat remained. So Su Ji served himself another generous helping of rice. Thankfully, there was plenty. These other people were considerate. They automatically made room for him. Initially, Su Ji didn't intend to drink Coke because it was cold. His body carried a heavy cold energy that gave him an intense, stinging sensation. But the spiciness was unbearable. As a renowned figure from Tianshui Star who cared deeply about appearances, Su Ji didn't want to embarrass himself by tearing up or crying from the spiciness like the people around him. Because of how spicy it was, Su Ji drank a sip of icy Coca-Cola. The flavor was simply amazing. Sweet, refreshing, cool, and fizzy, with bubbles slipping down his throat and tickling his nostrils, creating a tingling sensation followed by a big burp. It was a peculiar feeling, indescribable, just one word, satisfying, incredibly quenching, much better than expected, especially since eating the excessively spicy braised meat paired perfectly with a gulp of ice-cold Coke. In a few sips, Su Ji drained the entire glass. When he went to refill it, however, he noticed Long Kuan ungraciously pulling out a bucket to start filling it with Coca-Cola. This was entirely too undignified. However, Su Ji noticed that all his spatial equipment contained small, exquisite utensils. He suddenly thought Long Kuan's bucket was actually pretty good. Mr. Su, this is what real men do. For eating, you need a bucket. Unfortunately, I only brought 1 bucket. Originally, I planned to use it for rice, but I didn't expect a new drink to appear. Su Ji looked at Long Kuan's smug face and was immediately speechless. Su Ji was utterly at a loss for words. Tomorrow, he must bring a bucket as well. No, he would bring 2 buckets, 1 for rice and 1 for drinks. The braised meat was delicious, just too spicy. When he was sweating profusely from the heat and craving relief, a glass of icy Coca-Cola, its amber liquid bubbling down his throat, was incredibly refreshing. Su Ji enjoyed this meal thoroughly. It was both filling and delectable. It had been a long time since he last ate so much food. It simply tasted wonderful. And Su Ji wasn't the type to take advantage of others like this. He looked at the plain vegetables in his bowl and decided to start bringing high-quality vegetables here regularly for Su Lingling to put into the braised meat. Although the meat smelled great, Zhang Shun was too stingy. He even shook off ordinary vegetables. Placing these inside the braised meat plate allowed people to dish themselves freely. It seemed like he needed to bring 3 buckets tomorrow. 2 wouldn't be enough. Su Ji wasn't usually a big fan of spicy foods, but now he had fallen in love with this taste. This spiciness felt like an explosion on the tongue, followed by sweetness, saltiness, numbing sensation, and freshness, a myriad of flavors rushing in. It was quite miraculous, like the Coca-Cola, delicious beyond description. Today's dishes were absolutely worth it. Su Ji ate for a long time, dawdling for 2 or 3 hours, with unlimited refills of soda and endless servings of rice. And the braised meat which he thought was finished. But then Su Lingling reheated another pot and placed it there, and naturally, he kept eating. Long Kuan stayed as well, continuing to eat without leaving. Some people wanted to eat more, but their bodies couldn't handle it anymore, so they left earlier. Despite the intense spiciness not being suitable for everyone, each person gave glowing reviews. Chapter 87. Cola without ice loses its soul. Zhang De and Huang Mao are both Zhang Shen's subordinates. By coincidence, they bumped into each other again. They also ate until they were stuffed. Today's food was so delicious. There were drinks to consume as well. Now during the city defense battle, alcohol is not allowed. This cola has a great taste. For them, it's the best substitute for wine. And no matter how much they drink, they won't get drunk. There weren't enough seats in the cafeteria today, so everyone had to stand and eat. This braised meat could be served by yourself, but it was just too spicy. It must all be eaten. If you don't finish it, Next time you won't be allowed to take more. There are people specifically supervising this process. Originally, everyone didn't want to serve so much, but Zhang Shen's hand shaking was simply too excessive. The offal with meat was irresistible, and they couldn't help but serve a little more. It turned out to be spicier than imagined, and they realized that the lower one's strength, the harder it becomes to digest all that energy. Thankfully there's cola, otherwise, they would really go crazy. Paired with icy cola, they managed to force it down. At that moment, they were extremely full, almost unable to stand. But after eating, digestion was fast. Since the cola was just water, a few trips to the restroom quickly digested everything. Lucky for them, all the meals included monster meat, which helped stave off hunger longer. By evening, everyone learned their lesson and wouldn't take as much braised meat next time. Everyone knew, this meal depends on your strength. The higher your strength, the more you can eat and digest. Incredibly frightening though the red moon seemed, in this instant, it didn't look quite so terrifying in everyone's eyes anymore. Initially, upon learning about guarding the city walls, everyone was desperate. Now, everyone was eager to fight. Only those guarding the city wall and participating in combat could eat at Su Lingling's window. At the other two windows, the rice was ordinary rice, not pearl rice. Even the monster meat was demoted in quality. Long Kun wasn't foolish. He wouldn't let these people waste his materials for nothing. He arranged ahead of time, ensuring that only high-quality monster meat was sent to Su Lingling's side. Lower-grade meat was sent to the chefs at the other two windows. After all, most of the people queuing up at those windows were regular employees. If they consumed overly nutritious food, they couldn't absorb it properly and couldn't digest it, which was ultimately good for them. That day, everyone was happy. Even the employees lined up at the ordinary window enjoyed their meals. From their perspective, even though the quality of the dishes had changed, the taste had improved. These spicy crayfish and braised meat tasted good. All the cafeteria staff noticed Su Lingling working overtime last night, training and guiding these chefs. They understood it was Su Lingling who had improved the chef skills. From their perspective, these chef skills might already be comparable to Su Lingling's, because none of them had ever eaten food prepared by Su Lingling herself. They thought what they were eating was already an extreme delight. The taste was indeed very good. For the spicy crayfish, the portion sizes were ample, filled generously with one big spoonful, making everyone drool with grease. Yesterday, they were still envious that people at Su Lingling's window got such delicious food. But now, they no longer felt jealous at all. Su Lingling had Zhang Shun move the soda machine to the center of the canteen. Everyone could enjoy iced cola, just that they couldn't pack it to go. It had to be finished immediately. With the blood moon coming, no one knows why, but each person feels a sense of annoyance. But after drinking a glass of iced cola, it immediately made everyone feel happier, sweeping away the inner irritation. Su Lingling told her secret cola recipe to Ling Xiao and Long Fan, asking them to arrange it in her cafeteria. Long Fan instantly saw a business opportunity, so he chose to give Su Lingling 10% of the profits. He planned to have his family sell this drink called cola. Su Lingling originally refused the offer, but Long Fan insisted. Su Lingling was worried it might involve selling her exclusive rights, meaning she could no longer produce it herself, so she opted for a profit-sharing agreement. Su Lingling informed Long Fan that the cola shouldn't be priced too high, just 3 or 4 yuan per bottle, to follow the strategy of low margin but high volume. Since the formula was simple, if sold too expensively, when the formula eventually leaked, it would certainly invite a lot of competition. But at this price point, competition would hardly arise. Even if it does, many merchants will find it unprofitable to produce it themselves and would likely purchase stock from Long Fan instead. In Su Lingling's world, a cola costing 5 or 6 yuan, when transferred into exquisite paper cups with some ice added, can make 20 to 30 cups selling for over 10 yuan per cup. Their cola was directly purchased without any self-production, but sales were incredibly strong. For Long Fan and Ling Xiao, those 2 days were absolutely chaotic with work. Even though Long Fan had already begun his cultivation, he was so exhausted he could only lay down once home. But thinking of the joyous faces of those people, Long Fan felt that this life, compared to before, was infinitely more interesting. In response to the city master's request, the 10 points of City H needed to have people working in shifts. Because many fighters still couldn't enjoy such a good meal, there was concern about keeping their morale up. Those who ate well fought with extra vigor and high spirits. This condition was different from other guardians. Amidst the blood moon, the city master's residence also granted permissions to other major companies. Whoever could hold their own positions would become the future owners of these territories. But in the entire city of H, only 3 companies had such power. Ling family's smart technology company, Long family's Long big finance, and Xiao family's splendid real estate. Long Fan didn't need to worry about the status of the Long family side. Currently, Long Fan and Ling Xiao were apart, and if they stayed together, it would take nearly a month for each point to rotate once. Too long. Splitting up made things much faster. Also, every time Long Fan and Ling Xiao went out, many chefs from the city master's office followed them, teaching basic braised meat techniques and some secret stir-frying skills. Though incomplete replicas, these lessons were far superior to what they knew before. When Long Fan got home, he told Long Kun about the cola situation. Unexpectedly, Long Kun immediately agreed and even suggested building a factory for Long Fan in the lower district right away. Simultaneously, he asked Long Fan to make him a glass of cola to try. Son, cola without ice loses its soul. You absolutely must add ice. Dad, how do you add ice to bottled cola? Then write on the packaging that it needs ice. When you're promoting at those points, tell everyone it's best to prepare a big bucket of cola and a big bucket of small ice cubes, and then pour the ice into the cola right in front of them. Let them know the proper way to drink cola. All right, Long Fan nodded in agreement. As Long Fan watched his father hug the cola and drink nonstop, he couldn't help but ask, Dad, didn't you drink enough at the cafeteria? The cafeteria doesn't allow takeaway. Su Lingling's food was too spicy. I didn't taste what the cola actually tasted like, so now I want to savor it properly. My master's cooking is so great. If we were allowed to take food out, wouldn't she die of exhaustion? Chapter 88, A Cruel Battlefield. My son is an amazing chef, truly a genius. In just a few days, his culinary skills have reached this level. Given time, I believe you'll become the second best chef in the entire galaxy. As for the first place, let's give that to Su Lingling. After all, she is your master, and we don't want to commit such disrespectful acts. Dad, are you eating at the cafeteria every day lately? Yes, those people eat excessively, even carrying buckets to take food away. Luckily, we're rich. Otherwise, they would have eaten us out of house and home. I originally thought about getting some better rice, but now I think pearl rice is just fine. We can't afford such extravagance or waste. Dad, since you've been dining at the cafeteria, the chefs at home aren't necessary anymore. Tomorrow, I will bring them to the battlefield to serve meals to everyone. All of H City should defend it together. Our family chefs will help out at the canteen. Although Long Kuan believed his son was #1 in the world, he also thought it was worthwhile for their cooks to learn from Su Lingling to improve their skills. In that case, I'll just find some people to help wash and prepare the vegetables. Long Fan realized that Su Lingling might be exhausted on her own, so he didn't argue further. Besides, these jobs were manageable even by ordinary people. Son, bring more people along and don't overwork yourself. The next morning, Long Fan arrived at the base with his team. The air was filled with the stench of blood, and every face showed signs of exhaustion. The impoverished citizens of the outer city lived in constant fear of being captured and eaten by monsters. Every day, smoke filled the skies above the city as monstrous blood eagles circled ominously overhead, their cries like knives hovering over everyone's heads. To protect their homes, ordinary men without special abilities had to fight fiercely on the front lines. Horrible news came, leaving people unable to cry, only staring at the mangled bodies of their friends and family. Outside the walls, endless monsters waited, ready to breach the defenses at any moment. This was not a game. This was not play. At the beginning, the two sites that Long Fan and Ling Xiao visited were among the most stable defense points in the city. When Long Fan saw this, he felt deep sorrow inside. At first, he intended to help Ling Xiao, but now, Long Fan genuinely wanted to aid everyone here. He hoped to cook them a hearty meal to comfort their weary souls. Long Fan had a natural talent for cooking, surpassing Ling Xiao in culinary expertise. He immediately set up a pot to start cooking rice. The meat was prepared and sliced in advance, ready to be stir-fried directly when needed. There was also some monster meat that had already been marinated. Long Fan thought to himself that it was lucky he'd asked the chefs to work overtime last night to marinate all the meat. Otherwise, they would have been too busy today to catch up. The rice was also pre-soaked in water, thanks to the generous supply of pearl rice provided by the governor's mansion. After all, the Long family always served their employees the best quality rice, so they couldn't skimp on this. Then came the soup, which was essential. A warm, hearty bowl was indispensable. So Long Fan also set up a large pot, poured in lots of water, and followed the steps based on the notes he took when watching Su Lingling cook. The first step was blanching the bones before making bone broth to remove impurities and surface scum from the bones, ensuring a cleaner taste. Next, the bones were fried briefly to make them easier for the human body to absorb nutrients. Cold water was then added for boiling, enhancing the flavor even though Long Fan forgot exactly why Su Lingling preferred cold water. Experience told him it made the broth richer. Finally, diced white radish and spices like star anise were added, and the pot was stirred periodically. Many chefs believed that once the bones were in the pot, they required no attention, but that wasn't true. Stirring occasionally helps dissolve fats and oils from the bones into the broth faster. Each step was critical and mustn't be skipped. Only by doing everything meticulously could the result be a truly delicious meal. Salt must be added only after the radish has fully cooked, otherwise, it becomes bitter instead of sweet. As time passed, the soup started boiling. Warmth and fragrance gradually spread from around the iron pot. With continued cooking, the scent began wafting uncontrollably towards the city walls, reaching everyone's noses. The resting soldiers in the camp smelled it instantly. It smells so good. Old Zhao, do you smell it? What? This wonderful aroma of bones, don't you feel it? Bones aroma? The man was puzzled for a moment, sniffed again carefully, then exclaimed, yes, and I think I'm smelling white radish. How can it smell this fragrant? This should be dragon bone radish soup. I've heard about it before. The city lord's mansion hired 2 very skilled chefs, and each checkpoint gets visited for 1 day in rotation. It seems like today is our turn. Is there such a good thing? Old Zhao's eyes instantly lit up with greed. In just a short while, he found his mouth beginning to uncontrollably produce saliva, and his stomach started growling loudly. Although he hadn't heard of the chef, he had heard of the dragon bone radish soup. It was rumored that it was made from the bones of a top-tier mythical beast, not only extremely fragrant, but also capable of enhancing one's cultivation when eaten. It was said this soup cost 10 million per bowl, and it was limited. At this thought, Old Zhao sprinted off, forgetting all about conversation, fearing it would be gone if he arrived too late. Old Zhao, why did you suddenly run? That's not fair. That person immediately followed suit. Behind them, a large crowd of soldiers were drawn by the scent, forming a dense mass stretching out endlessly. Don't worry everyone, lunch isn't ready yet. Everyone will eat in shifts and take turns queuing for food. There's enough for everyone, and we'll ensure everyone eats well and drinks well. Please make sure to prepare your utensils ahead of time, as well as water cups. Long Finance's new beverage product, cola, can be claimed for free. Please bring your own cups. The captain spoke up, and all at once the commotion died down as everyone ran back to fetch their water cups. But the anticipation of today's lunch grew stronger in their hearts. The captain, holding a loudspeaker, shouted, "Anyone who has killed one strange beast may collect an additional box of braised meat. Anyone who has killed 10 beasts may collect 2 boxes of braised meat. Anyone who has killed 100 fierce beasts may collect 3 boxes of braised meat." Though the achievements listed afterward were harder to obtain, killing even one strange beast was easy, so the soldiers manning the walls worked harder. There's enough for everyone. Don't queue if you haven't been called upon. Stay at your post, and don't panic. On this day, everyone reportedly seemed full of spirit. No one knew how long they'd need to hold out, or if they'd live until tomorrow. But today, everyone would get their share of this fine cuisine. Even commoners could have a meal. How could people not be delighted? Moreover, the exquisite aroma of these dishes drowned out the battlefield's stench in an instant. Chapter 89, Another Breakthrough. Long Fan was currently focused on stir-frying, and the first dish he cooked was a spicy and sour Chinese cabbage. The cabbages looked like jade stones, each leaf with a hint of tender yellow. All these were carefully selected by him. They were previously pickled with white vinegar. Long Fan crushed the garlic with the blade of his knife, shredded the ginger, and finally chopped the chili peppers. He poured lard into the wok, added the cabbage which was torn into strips, and quickly stir-fried it over high heat. The cabbage became tender in no time, releasing its aroma immediately. The scent of chili, cabbage, and white vinegar combined together, spreading out in the air. At this moment, Long Fan added salt and soy sauce to season. The aroma was fully unleashed. That spicy sour flavor, once smelled, made your mouth water and your stomach growl. The sound of sizzling mixed with the smell of white smoke lightly wafted outside with the wind. This aroma was even more enticing than that of bone soup. When the sour and spicy cabbage was ready, the pungent spiciness followed, tormenting everyone. The sharp smell of chili pepper carried an oily and meaty fragrance, creating a tantalizing aroma that rushed into people's nostrils. It stirred up an insatiable craving from deep within their hearts. Each inhalation through the nose made every cell in their body active and eager to enjoy such deliciousness. This is too tempting. It's torturous. I don't know when we'll start eating. I can't focus on training anymore. My saliva has dried up. When will we eat? This chef's skill is too good. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, the dishes were finally ready, and the captain arranged for people to queue up for food. Not just the soldiers, but even the captain drooled. Everyone held their big bowls obediently in line. 2 bowls per person, one for soup, the other for rice, with the dish placed on top of the rice. After finishing their plates, they could take their cups to get Coca-Cola to drink. Even though the weather wasn't hot, having a glass of iced Coca-Cola made the taste indescribably satisfying. Some squatted directly on the ground beside their bowls and started eating right away. There were others who, after drinking only 1 sip of soup, stopped drinking and went back for 2 large bowls of rice, mixing it with the soup, simply because the rice was so fragrant and delicious on its own. There was plenty of meat, piled up high on top of the rice in one generous scoop, incredibly fragrant. Old Zhao ate ravenously, tearing up while he ate. His neighbor couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Did you cry from the spice?" Bullshit. Even if I eat 10 servings, I won't cry from spice. This dish is so good. I've never tasted such delicious food in my entire life. If possible, Old Zhao wanted to share these delicacies with his family. Old Zhao was a veteran of getting by without much effort or care, doing only what was necessary. He had lingered in this district for a long time, but today, for some reason, his blood suddenly began to boil. A power swirled in his body, boiling in his veins, reaching up toward his heavenly sense. This force seemed as if it had broken through Old Zhao's 8 extraordinary meridians, making him feel as if he was about to soar into the sky. The stagnant chi in Old Zhao's body broke through at this moment. Many people were like Old Zhao. In the slum area, many people weren't naturally dull. Many of them just lacked sufficient nutrition. 1 meal of beast meat was enough for them to break through. Moreover, Long Fan had the talent for cooking exquisite cuisine, surpassing Ling Xiaoxiao. As a result, there were an unusually large number of people breaking through. I've broken through. I've broken through too. I have finally broken through. The voices of joy resounded throughout the entire base. The previous depression, loss, and disappointment were completely erased, replaced by infinite hope. Although some didn't break through, they still felt their strength improving, knowing they would break through after another meal. These feelings were all entirely different. On the Coca-Cola side of the queue, someone noticed that those without cups were given bottled Coca-Cola, which could last a long time unopened, and later add ice as needed. Some chose to store their Coca-Cola in bags to take home and share with their families. So many chose the bottled Coca-Cola. Although they also wanted to drink it, better things were always intended for their families. In the afternoon, the warriors fought with great enthusiasm, wiping out any signs of prior despair. Their large knives swung with fierce energy and strength. Long Fan was finally finished. His new girlfriend was enthusiastically giving him a massage. Long Fan could feel his companion looking at him with eyes full of admiration, an experience he had never encountered before. It was a kind of admiration he had never experienced before. "Master Long, your culinary skills are just too good. There are so few people with such kindness like you. You must have been very busy, and I'm sure you spent quite a bit of money on this. Everything is for H City. I am also a citizen of H City, and all these efforts for H City are worth it. Master Long, you are truly great. At that moment, the woman spoke these words sincerely, because she had tasted the delicious food made by Long Fan, and it was indeed very tasty. Initially, when her brother asked her to accompany Long Fan, she felt a little unhappy, but after meeting Long Fan and eating his dishes, she felt that everything was worth it. Long Fan told her, if she didn't want to be his girlfriend, she could stay here and wash vegetables. Even if she became his girlfriend, she would still need to wash vegetables. She decisively chose the latter, becoming his girlfriend and helping him wash vegetables. At that moment, she realized Long Fan's previous bad reputation was all rumors, and she began to dream of being his last woman. At this time, Long Fan raised his head at a 45-degree angle and gazed at the sky, casually saying to the woman beside him, I just did my part. There are still plenty of these cokes left. I remember you're from around here, right? I will arrange for more to be delivered this afternoon. While it's still light out, why don't you take some to share with your neighbors nearby? I'll have someone go with you. Thank you, Master Long, the woman said happily. This was the slum area, inhabited only by poor residents. Relief funds were only available to regular citizens, but residents in the slums weren't citizens, so they didn't qualify to apply. If not for her brother becoming a warrior, she wouldn't have been able to live as well as she does now. Unfortunately, after her brother married his wife, he started treating her poorly and moved her back into the slum area. But even so, her neighbors were kind to her. The woman was named Liu, and she had lived in the slum area for many years. Most people living in the slums had parents who committed crimes in the past and had their citizenship revoked, leaving them without access to subsidies, causing many to live rather difficult lives. Every woman in this area hoped to seduce a citizen so that her next generation could gain citizenship, escaping the identity of being a pauper. Chapter 90, Jin's Real Estate. Liu's brother is a martial artist, so even though Liu returned to the slums, no one dared to offend her. Her brother would also visit her every now and then, bringing her some food. Therefore, Liu still had quite a good impression of the people in the slums. She was happy to give everyone cola to drink. Since Liu knew that many people here were still struggling for 3 meals a day, let alone decent clothing, shelter, and transportation. Although cola is just a beverage, it contains a lot of sugar which can supplement nutrition and serve as a meal. Liu distributed all the colas to everyone. Even though people were using basins and buckets to collect them, she didn't mind, knowing that it was because everyone was too poor. With the blood moon arriving, the city's economy plummeted sharply, with many jobs disappearing or being cancelled. Mainly because these people believed that the genes of the poor harbored criminal tendencies. Many preferred to hire civilians at high prices rather than them. Now, Liu understood that meeting Long Fan could be her chance to change her fate. After agreeing to become Long Fan's girlfriend, he rented her an apartment in the upper city. Then she started cooking at various outposts. During this period, Long Fan never cohabited with her or even touched her, making him feel like the rumors about Long Fan being a sex-crazed demon were baseless, malicious defamation. Actually, the workload of cooking was too much. These soldiers eat a lot. Long Fan had to ensure that everyone was fed, even rewarding them with braised meat. It was utterly exhausting. Long Fan felt drained, resting only to sleep. This made Long Fan admire Su Lingling even more. She prepared all these dishes by herself every day without tiring. Now Long Fan hired several chefs just to cut meat, while he focused on supervision. To ensure everyone was fed, some quality had to be sacrificed. There was no other way. He was trembling from exhaustion. Even though he wasn't looking for a partner, his subordinates introduced him to one. This outpost was full of men, and he couldn't ask another man to give him a massage. Since the person introduced looked decent and agreed, he accepted. No matter how hard life was, one should not neglect oneself. When had Lord Long ever been single? At this moment, Ling Xiaoxiao was also incredibly tired, feeling exhausted. But once she heard about Long Fan's impressive performance, she thought she couldn't fall behind this spoiled brat, so she worked overtime even harder. Long Fan and Ling Xiaoxiao's affairs did not draw much attention from Su Lingling since she was very busy as well. She had Zhang Shun, a big eater, beside her. After a day of work, she was extremely exhausted and only wanted to lie down and sleep. Yet, at night, Zhang Shun insisted on checking her homework and offering guidance. If Su Lingling complained about being too tired, Zhang Shun would shift it to the morning, which Su Lingling couldn't afford as she practiced her skills early in the morning. So she persevered despite her weariness. Su Lingling was speechlessly admiring. She greatly respected Zhang Shun for eating so much without feeling stuffed and digesting effortlessly. However, under Su Lingling's increased feeding, Zhang Shun's appetite gradually shrank, no longer eating excessively. Unbeknownst to others, Zhang Shun secretly learned how to mix the ingredients of cola, letting the machine prepare it, unnoticed by anyone. Cup after cup poured. Zhang Shun didn't know how many cups he drank. As for meals, Zhang Shun restored to normal eating capacity. After all, now Su Lingling's energy was limited. Too much work was exhausting her. However, the devilishly spicy cuisine, Zhang Shun continuously indulged in for 3 days straight, finding no monotony in it. He longed for it daily. The employees of the Long family, due to the improvement in their diet and continuous battles against beastly creatures, advanced their cultivation rapidly, achieving breakthroughs one after another. This evil blood moon no longer seemed terrifying to everyone. Everyone was filled with ambition, believing this period might just be their opportunity. Huang Mao's only regret was that he couldn't pack the cafeteria food to take home for his son, who had become a psychic. If his son could eat such food every day, his prospects would surely be limitless. However, after killing dozens of beasts, he earned 5 million star coins from the company as a reward. Along with his promotion, his basic salary increased. He believed dining at Su Lingling's restaurant for their 100,000 yuan buffet wouldn't be unaffordable anymore. At that time, he'd simply go to Su Lingling's place, pack up some food, and take it home for his son. Zhang Da's cultivation also improved. Since Zhang Da was still single, his comrades in arms introduced their sisters or older sisters to him one after another. When the blood moon ended, Zhang Da would face a grand matchmaking banquet. Many people fantasized about what they would do after the blood moon passed. Longda Financial was filled with joy, but the neighboring Jin's real estate wasn't happy at all. The influence of the blood moon on people is already immense. Su Lingling's delicious food has a certain function to purify the soul. Those who didn't eat this food were affected by the blood moon. Plus, every day they face an endless number of strange beasts. Especially the people of Jin's real estate. In the past, they could only bully the stubborn residents. They would get weak-kneed when facing true power. They cannot compare to the soldiers from the city lord's residence. After dozens of employees experienced a fierce battle, they laid down on the ground to rest, sharing cigarettes with each other. Then, while puffing smoke, they chatted, relieving the pressure inside them. Life was incredibly tough. Among them, a middle-aged man stroked his healed wound on his waist. The injury was left from the previous day, almost costing him his life, but he had no choice but to return to battle after resting for just one day. He couldn't help but complain to his comrades. Our Jin's company is too stingy. Our meals are like pig feed. The lunchbox we ate at noon was so terrible that I almost threw up. The neighboring Longda Financial eats nothing but strange beast meat and pearl rice. My fellow townsman just joined them, and after eating the canteen food there, his cultivation is now higher than mine. And the taste is absolutely amazing. Even our best flowing light pavilion can't compare. If I knew earlier, I'd go to Longda Financial. There's no way I'd come here. As soon as he finished speaking, a young man with a street style near him raised his head. He rolled his eyes and sneered. Stop bragging, will you? Flowing Light Pavilion can't compare? You probably can't even enter the gate of Flowing Light Pavilion. If you were really capable, why would you be stuck here? The middle-aged man, hearing this, glared and shouted angrily. What did you say? I'm talking about you. What can you do? You're already this old and still end up here, always boasting. The young street-style man was not at all afraid of the middle-aged man and defiantly responded. Chapter 91, The Fighting Fiasco. Young man, you're pretty tough. The temper of the middle-aged man flared up in an instant. It's nothing, I just can't stand your bragging. Before the words even finished, the irate middle-aged man suddenly pounced forward. The young man was not willing to back down either and rushed ahead. In an instant, the two were grappling and fighting together. Their battle could be described as mutual incompetence, one scratching faces, the other pulling hair. The middle-aged man being bald, the young man scratched his face. The middle-aged man envied the youth's abundant hair, directly yanking on the colorful hair atop the youth's head. Despite having eaten for a few more years and possessing slightly better combat skills, the young man's fiery spirit ensured he wasn't at a disadvantage. Until the middle-aged man's face was scratched and the young man had a tuft of hair pulled out, emitting a piercing wail. Ah, boy, do you surrender or what? No way, damn it. You're just full of hot air. All right, if you don't surrender, then we'll keep fighting till you do. Spit. How dare you pull my hair? I'll make sure you have a miserable death. How dare you scratch my face? How much does Jean Su pay you anyway? Eating the same pig slop as us, is it worth fighting over like this? The middle-aged man sneered disdainfully at the young man. The sight of all this shocked everyone present. They stood frozen, too tired to intervene. Just then, the supervisor from Jean Su Real Estate happened to pass by and immediately ordered someone to separate the two. With the blood moon approaching, life was hard for everyone. Moods became increasingly volatile, anger easily sparked. So brawls occurred often, and the supervisor was no longer surprised. But upon further questioning, the supervisor couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It turned out that their fight wasn't about beds or food, but over whether the chefs in the Longda Financial Cafeteria could rival those at Liuguang Pavilion, over such a trivial matter. Now, combatability was precious, and these regular employees, who had just joined, weren't very loyal to the company. However, since the company needed manpower, the supervisor started mediating between them. He said the taste of food from the neighboring canteen matches Liuguang Pavilion, calling me a liar who couldn't even enter Liuguang Pavilion, mocking me for being poor and sour. You mean you're talking about the meals in the Longda Financial Cafeteria? Not some fancy banquet upstairs. The supervisor, astonished, looked at the middle-aged man, recalling his previous visit to the Longda Financial Cafeteria. It wasn't nearly as exaggerated as the man described. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man immediately grew irritated and shot back at the supervisor. All their food is exotic beast meat, rich feast day after day, allowing people in Longda Finance to break through. They hired a highly skilled chef who only sells boxed lunches. 1 million per box meal, yet so many are eager to buy them, but fail to do so. The supervisor, upon hearing this, questioned the middle-aged man. You mean Su Lingling? Yes, I'm referring to Su Lingling, Master Chef Su. The middle-aged man affirmed confidently. At the mention of Su Lingling, the supervisor instantly recalled the mouth-watering aroma wafting from the Longda Financial Cafeteria. Still, the supervisor maintained professionalism and defended the company firmly. Even if the food is better, it shouldn't be tastier than Liuguang Pavilion, right? Besides, exotic beast meat is hard to digest. Haven't we given it to you before? You guys didn't want to eat it. That's because you've never tasted the exotic beast meat cooked by Su Lingling, retorted the middle-aged man, sounding quite disgruntled. Not only is it delicious, but it also removes impurities from the exotic meat, making it more absorbable for the human body. Continuing with emphasis, the middle-aged man added, Yesterday's braised pork was fragrant and soft. Just a piece put into your mouth melts instantly. As soon as you take a bite, the juices burst forth, the skin and meat turning into a paste that slides down your throat. And the sour and spicy Chinese cabbage, sour and spicy, mixed with white aroma. Every bite causes juices to gush out. Especially Su Lingling's stewed pork. I don't know how she handles it, but it's not fibrous at all. A light bite is soft yet chewy, with a touch of elasticity. It's aromatic, spicy, and refreshingly palatable. Every bite leaves you mesmerized. As the middle-aged man vividly recounted, both the supervisor and the bystanders nearby began to salivate. They hadn't tried Su Lingling's cooking, but the middle-aged man's description was so vivid, almost painting a picture. Though they had just finished eating, they were now hungry again. The middle-aged man hadn't tried the million-boxed meal, but had experienced Su Lingling's boxed lunches. He deeply knew her culinary prowess. Upon learning his fellow townsman was living well, resentment welled up inside him. Director, we brothers have devoted our lives to the company. Yet what do we get from our cafeteria? What is this food? Director, ordinary employees of Long to Finance can eat such meals, and there's no limit. They eat until they're full, and now they even introduced a drink called cola, unlimited supply. Just take as much as you want. But what do we, the ordinary employees, eat? Director, if the food doesn't improve, I quit. It'd be better for me to work at Long to Finance, even as a temp worker, which would still be better than this. The middle-aged man was actually only a temporary worker at Jinsu Real Estate, not a regular employee. His fuss was simply to improve the meals or get his salary so that he could leave in peace. He wanted to switch over to Long to Finance. Since he was only a temp worker anyway, who was he working for if not for himself? Now these strange beasts were so overwhelming, like crazy. Not even certain survival with money in hand was guaranteed. But going to Long to Finance was different. Though the salary was low, the food was great. All those folks from his hometown have already advanced. A few had even awakened their superpowers. The difference in status was obvious now. From here on out, their lives were destined to be completely distinct. The most crucial part was that improved strength increased survival chances greatly. The middle-aged man deeply regretted his decision earlier. If only he knew then, he should have gone to Long to Finance with them. The words of the middle-aged man touched everyone present profoundly. Fools are but a small minority. The scent of food from Long to Finance occasionally wafted by, truly fragrant. Also, overall strength of Long to Finance's employees indeed progressed quite dramatically. Leaders like the supervisor had initially wanted to poach some people from Long to Finance, but even after offering 10 times the salary, none were willing to come over. After all, Long to Finance's people aren't fools either. Although their wages were low, all supervisors promoted their cafeterias heavily. Meals here couldn't be bought outside for $1 million each. The rice is unlimited for everyone. Chapter 92, Blood Moon Frenzy. Long to Financial's salary is very low at base pay, but the overall wage is not that low. After receiving the martial arts secret manual from the company, all you need to do is eat a few more meals and break through. When that time comes, killing mutant beasts will be exhilarating. Furthermore, the commission for killing one mutant beast is high, primarily based on the number of kills. Everyone can work together to kill mutant beasts and also share in the commission. These people, eating so well at Long to Financial's cafeteria, wouldn't feel right not putting in their best effort on the battlefield with the mutant beasts. Therefore, many people found this wage structure reasonable. The most important thing is, even if someone lacks power, they can quickly grow stronger at Long to Financial. People, as long as they have hope, will have infinite strength. It was clear that Gene Southeast Real Estate did not understand this point. The meeting room of Gene Southeast Real Estate. Xiao Rong had a sullen face, glaring coldly at everyone in the meeting room as he yelled angrily. What good are you bastards? What is Long Kuan anyway? Our real enemy is the Ling family. Long Kuan merely relies on the Long family of Dragon King Star, dreaming of returning there. The Ling family has no way out now. They can only stay here. The true aristocracy of this water blue star is just our Xiao family. Xiao Rong lost his temper because this time, they lost many people. After being comforted by the supervisor, the troublemaking middle-aged man and those others were thrown into the most dangerous area. Coinciding with a mutant beast uprising, their bodies were left without a trace. Thinking they could enjoy the food made by top chefs is wishful thinking. For those who didn't listen, they died, something Xiao Rong didn't care about, but the obedient ones dying too made him uneasy. This time during the city defense battle, Long Kuan from Long to Financial personally took the field in combat, and Xiao Rong also had to go onto the battlefield. Xiao Rong couldn't help but think of his loyal cousin, Xiao Qian, whom he'd told to hide. Yet, he insisted on buying boxed lunches to eat, and ended up actually collecting his boxed lunch after getting killed. If he were still alive, one person could replace 1,000 weaklings. Xiao Rong believed that his cousin was definitely killed by the Ling family within the law enforcement team. Although he didn't want a direct confrontation with the Ling family, his cousin was a 5th-level mental mutant ability user. With some planning, it was possible to retrieve him, but no one expected that Xiao Qian would die mysteriously in the law enforcement team. This made Xiao Rong furious, but helpless, and he could only secretly harbor resentment against the Ling family in his heart. At any time, physical power remains very important. The blood moon was both a crisis and the best time for expanding influence. But now, he couldn't even surpass a single Long family, which infuriated him. As Xiao Rong was furiously raging, the door to the meeting room was hastily pushed open. What's going on? Can't you see I'm having a meeting? You can't just barge in. Xiao Rong reprimanded loudly. President, bad news. Our base has been overrun. The city hall has already sent people to take over. Where's Elderly? Xiao Rong asked his subordinates. elderly ran away. Xiao Rong was furious. This Li Shouting lacked any sense of responsibility and directly fled. Too bad. He has no way to intervene in the city hall matters. Otherwise, he would absolutely issue an arrest warrant for this Li Shouting. Receiving the money from his Xiao family, yet not working for them. Xiao Rong was enraged but powerless. He immediately rushed off to the base in a hurry, no longer bothering with the meeting. Outside the city, a terrifying savage beast stood on the plains, its blood-red eyes flickering with a bloodthirsty light. This savage beast was over 2 meters tall, completely black, covered in backward-facing spines, and as robust as a giant bear. Opening its mouth, it let out a low roar, which thundered like a crackling storm across the sky. And at its feet, countless mutant beasts lay prostrate. Xiao Rong's heart raced in shock. Is this the legendary savage beast? Savage beasts differ from mutant beasts, devoid of reason, wanting only to destroy everything they see. Their destructive power is immense. Savage beasts only come into being under the blood moon. This was the first time Xiao Rong had seen a savage beast. The blood moon in the sky appeared especially bright, glowing a crimson red. Under the illumination of this blood moon, the savage beast became even more fearsome. Roar. Accompanied by the savage beast's low growl, it raised its claw and struck the sky. An enormous claw mark instantly appeared, descending from above. Xiao Rong hastily avoided it, but it was still too late. Struck by the massive energy, his whole body was slammed into the dirt. Boom. It was horrifying. Xiao Rong was just about to call the bodyguards when he realized that his bodyguards were all dead under the claws of the mutant beasts. Xiao Rong was filled with doubt. Weren't the soldiers from the city hall supposed to have taken control here? How did the mutant beasts breach the first line of defense, the laser cannons? At this moment, a group of soldiers rushed in, surrounding the mutant beasts, armed with laser guns and rocket launchers. Swoosh. A rocket whistled through the air and directly struck the savage beast's head. The flames from the intense explosion immediately engulfed the savage beast. Xiao Rong climbed out from under the ground, quickly fleeing the scene. Bang! Just at that moment, the savage beast once again broke free from the flames, its massive body smashing a boulder as it leapt up, hurtling towards Xiao Rong. Seeing this, Xiao Rong was so frightened he wet himself, scrambling to evade but still too slow. The huge creature grabbed his clothes with ferocious strength, tearing them into shreds. Ah! Xiao Rong let out its own call of agony, pain etched across his face. His chest now bore 5 deep claw marks, blood flowing profusely. These claws had pierced deeply into his flesh, tearing out internal organs within his body, causing excruciating pain. You damned brute. Xiao Rong's face twisted in anger, gritting his teeth and cursing bitterly. He felt like he'd been set up. In the sky, blood eagles filled the heavens, countless in number. The protective shield around H City had already activated, with blood eagles relentlessly slamming into it. Xiao Rong finally understood why the energy cannons hadn't fired. It was because the energy shield and cannons could not be used simultaneously. These cursed beasts had developed intelligence, a calamitous event indeed. Nothing could be worse than this. Outside the city walls, cries of battle echoed everywhere, leaving very few soldiers remaining from the city lord's mansion. The elite reinforcements sent by the city lord had long since fallen victim to that terrifying monster, thus resulting in their one-sided defeat, an unforeseen consequence for the city lord. A flash of sword light streaked past, and the savage beast surrounding Xiao Rong instantly turned into scattered pieces of flesh. Mr. Xiao, we need to leave. This city can no longer be defended. It's likely to fall under the dominion of these vicious creatures, just like Blue Star. Seniorly, you stayed. At that moment, all resentment Xiao Rong harbored against Li Shouting vanished in an instant. Mr. Xiao, I am no match for that monstrous creature. Outside the entire city of H, there are 20 such beasts, each possessing intelligence. It is only a matter of time before the defense collapses. I suggest you align yourself well with the Long family. Together, we might escape to Dragon King Star. Li Shouting advised Xiao Rong. Chapter 93. Secrets of the First-Tier Civilization Planet. Xiao Rong, reluctant in his heart, asked Li Shouting, do I really have to abandon the century-old business of the Xiao family? Do you know why Long Kuan is desperate to go to a first-tier civilization planet? It's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Only on first-tier civilization planets is there no blood moon disaster. The light of the blood moon can never reach these planets. Second-tier civilizations only have more experts. As long as they survive 5 blood moon crises, they can advance to second-tier status. If Water Blue Star survives this blood moon disaster, it could ascend to 4th-tier status, advancing step by step, but only first-tier civilizations will never suffer from blood moon disasters. Li Shouting explained to Xiao Rong. Xiao Rong looked at Li Shouting's white hair and aged face, trembling as he asked, did our Water Blue Star fail to withstand a single blood moon disaster? That's why we are still a 5th-tier planet now. If this is true, how did the history of our Xiao family come about? Xiao Rong was incredulous. He couldn't believe any of this. Li Shouting sighed and said softly to Xiao Rong, after the blood moon passes, the powers of beasts greatly diminish. But when has Water Blue Star ever reclaimed the lost lands? All the citizens remain inside the city walls, too afraid to leave. Have you never thought about the reason? President Xiao, your grandfather and father also once believed that one day Water Blue Star would win. But the influence of the blood moon on people is too great. These people fundamentally cannot control whether or not they will be affected by the blood moon. Your grandfather and father are dead, only I am still alive. I owe your grandfather a life and promise to protect yours. If you refuse to heed advice, there's nothing I can do. Xiao Rong sat on the ground, silent, his wounds aching. But his heart ached even more. Suddenly, he felt his struggle with the Ling family was ridiculous. Under this blood moon, none of it mattered anymore. But does he really have to abandon the Xiao family's century-old business? His grandfather and father never gave up, and neither does he want to give up. He has some money, but this currency is useless outside Waterblue Star. This currency is called star coins, which is different from the interstellar crystal coins used universally across the galaxy. Interstellar crystal coins are usually used by the elite, while commoners use their respective star coins issued by each planet. Once the main house of the star coin falls, these coins become worthless. Most commoners use star coins, while most warriors and those with special abilities use crystal coins. Crystal coins are hard to come by despite being valuable. It is nearly impossible to exchange star coins for crystal coins. The main reason why crystal coins can serve as a universal currency is due to their containment of a unique force capable of enhancing cultivation. Thus, these seemingly valueless star coins are difficult to exchange for crystal coins. As Xiao Rong felt despair, Ling Chui sent someone here. Go quickly and treat President Xiao's injuries. Ling Chui ordered those around her. Though Ling Chui initially had little fondness for Xiao Rong, she didn't expect him to fight on the front lines, sustaining such severe injuries. Though biased against Xiao Rong at times, witnessing this scene moved Ling Chui. What Ling Chui didn't know was that Xiao Rong was injured mainly because of collateral damage from a fire at the city gates. He was standing idly by when an unusual beast attacked him. Thinking that Xiao Rong had fought beasts and been injured, Ling Chui showed him slightly more respect. Xiao Rong originally thought Ling Chui had come to mock him. But unexpectedly, Ling Chui simply instructed for his wounds to be treated before flying onto the city wall herself. Ling Chui was actually going to participate in the battle personally. How could this be? Isn't Ling Chui just a tech enthusiast who spends all her time playing with computers? Outside the city, the terrifying roars of the strange creatures resounded like thunder. The fearsome beast fixed its horrifying gaze upon Ling Chui. Its eyes brimmed with endless killing intent, and its massive paws seemed to stretch towards Ling Chui within the blink of an eye. Ho! A hoarse roar erupted from the ferocious creature's mouth. Then suddenly, 3 small holes appeared on its colossal head. Its blood sprayed out through the openings in its skull, and its body crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. In Ling Chui's hands appeared a black spear, and she smirked coldly. You're just a mere ferocious beast, presuming yourself to be my match? How foolish. As soon as the words left her lips, Ling Chui flicked her wrist, thrusting the black spear into the fallen ferocious beast. The enormous creature was effortlessly slaughtered, dying instantaneously. At this moment, Ling Chui raised her head and noticed that the blood eagles in the sky had not dispersed, and the beasts outside the city hadn't retreated either. His gaze became somewhat serious. He had originally thought that this ferocious beast was the mastermind controlling these strange creatures, but it wasn't. But when faced with the surging waves of strange beasts, Ling Chui didn't feel any fear, dispatching one with each spear thrust. Xiao Rong, who was sitting on the ground treating his wounds, was utterly astonished. Guns as weapons were rarely used nowadays. Most people preferred swords or knives. But in real battlefields, swords weren't as practical as knives because swords were harder to wield. Knives, on the other hand, were much simpler and easier to use. Compared to knives and swords, long spears were even less convenient to handle. Xiao Rong hadn't expected that Ling Chui would use a spear, nor had he expected that her strength would be so formidable. No wonder Ling Chui hadn't competed for strategic points at first. With her strength, there had been no need to. Xiao Rong said to Li shouting, I won't leave. I will stay on Waterblue Star. I'm not a match for Ling Chui, but I don't believe my son will be weaker than Ling Chui's son. Xiao Rong decided to stay on Waterblue Star. Even though he had failed this time, his family fortune was still intact, along with his money. Xiao Rong had already made up his mind. It was likely that he wouldn't surpass Ling Chui in his lifetime, as Ling Chui was truly cunning. But he would find a woman with excellent latent powers to be his wife, improving the genetic makeup of the Xiao family. If he couldn't outmatch Ling Chui, he refused to believe his grandson would fail too. Through generation after generation of gene improvements, an outstanding heir would surely emerge. The Ling family was a traditional aristocratic family, rumored to have once been a prominent family on a first-tier civilization planet before falling into decline and losing their influence. Ling Chui's ancestors all chose women from the first-tier civilizations with extraordinary talents. This was why he couldn't compete with Ling Chui, not because he lacked strength, but because the glorious history of his ancestors was too short to keep up with genetic upgrades in time. Li Shouting glanced at Xiao Rong and said to him, Mr. Xiao, take care of yourself. I've stayed on this planet too long. Xiao Rong looked at Li Shouting's retreating back without trying to persuade him to stay, knowing fully well that even if he did try, the other party might not stay. That night, Su Lingling slept very soundly, unaware of the stormy bloodshed outside. When she woke up the next morning, all she saw was the damaged city wall and the dispirited defending army. Su Lingling was about to continue cooking as usual when someone from the city lord's residence came looking for her. Chapter 94, A Bloody Storm. Miss Su, food can reduce the influence of the blood moon on people. Last night, strange beasts outside the city suddenly attacked all our lord's bases. We learned that quite a few chefs have been studying with you. I wonder if they could go support our bases by sending one chef to each location. Through the explanation of the city lord's residence, Su Lingling finally understood that people who haven't eaten good food would hear murmurs during the blood moon, ghostly sounds, along with the blood moon's impact on them. And currently, they had already tested this. The dishes made by Ling Xiaoxiao were somewhat useful but not enough, much less effective than the dishes made by Long Fan. Previously, at two bases, Long Fan was the chief cook. Later, Long Fan and Ling Xiaoxiao separated to different bases. Ling Xiaoxiao's shortcomings became apparent. The braised pork she made at noon had a fishy smell, mediocre taste. Key point is that it couldn't resist the blood moon's erosion. Only the spicy dragon shrimp could do that. In the afternoon, Ling Xiaoxiao sought reinforcements and asked Ling Wei for help, which improved the situation somewhat, but it still didn't compare to Long Fan. They then learned that Long Fan had awakened with a culinary talent, whereas Ling Xiaoxiao's previously awakened ability had nothing to do with cooking. This was entirely due to Su Lingling's forced teaching. Su Lingling was cooking for the Long family, and the Long family was also resisting those strange beasts. They weren't in a position to directly recruit others. However, these chefs from the Chefs Association were all prodigies there, each with their own talents, which is why they stayed. After being trained by Su Lingling for so long, now was the perfect time to put their skills to use. It was well known by now that there were 10 chefs, just enough to be sent to 10 locations, one per base. These people stayed voluntarily here. I've actually taught them quite a lot, and they've mastered many dishes. But I hope you'll ask for their opinions. Actually, they're ready to set out as independent chefs, Su Lingling said. This judgment was based on Ling Xiaoxiao's capabilities. If Ling Xiaoxiao was capable of being a head chef, these professionals could definitely do it too. In the past few days, these chefs in the Chefs Association also felt their cooking skills had greatly improved and believed themselves to be quite skilled. But with Su Lingling present here, when comparing their abilities to hers, the difference was glaringly obvious. So these chefs felt that going elsewhere wouldn't be bad, since those places hadn't tasted their cooking before and thus would surely find it delicious. Most importantly, now with the blood moon arriving, everyone had a duty to protect Aquarius Star. The top students with exceptional talents from the Chefs Association had left, but those who remained, although fewer in number, were no less eager to prove their worth. Thus, all readily agreed. All the chefs took with them the brine they had been boiling for several days. In their minds, this pot of brine, despite only being used for a few days, was extraordinarily precious. They knew that Su Lingling's brine was handed down by her parents. If their brine had been around for years, passing through year after year, it would become an invaluable heirloom treasure as well. Besides, even though only a few days had passed, this brine grew more fragrant the longer it was simmered. They believed taking this brine would make their food even tastier. Some of the chefs regretted that they hadn't prepared earlier. With so many people now involved, they feared there wouldn't be enough time to prepare adequately. So immediately, they desired to start working at the bases right away. From Su Lingling, she came to know the function of such culinary power. She wasn't sure if the cola she made had similar effects, but this machine was a divine-level cola maker and would be better than anyone else's version. Su Lingling introduced her own cola machine to the people from the city lord's residence, offering to provide them with free chilled cola, which she specially crafted herself. At the same time, Long Financial's factory had been completed, employing numerous workers making cola. It cost 2 yuan a bottle, but if they needed more, they could buy from Long Financial, perhaps at a discount for bulk orders. The 2 yuan price was retail only. People from the city lord's mansion had tried both the cola made by Long Fan and that made by Ling Xiaoxiao, but neither compared favorably with Su Lingling's creation. Drinking a glass of her cola, all one's sorrows, troubles instantly vanished. The person immediately felt much lighter, and the peculiar ringing in their ears disappeared. That wasn't just cola, it was divine medicine. Of course, he didn't hesitate, sending someone with large buckets to load up and take away. Su Lingling stated that after dispensing the cola, it shouldn't sit for too long, 4 hours maximum. And that was absolutely no issue. With so many people around, just a small bottle each would be quickly consumed within a few gulps. For this reason, the people from the city lord's mansion even hired 2 superhumans specifically to transport the cola back and forth. As soon as the people from the city lord's mansion left, Long Kuan approached Su Lingling again, saying that last night many people died over at the Long Financial headquarters, with nearly the entire Xia family beside their base wiped out, now managed by intelligent technology. Long Kuan hoped Su Lingling could prepare more food for both lunch and dinner, as the employees of intelligent technology would also come to eat. Su Lingling readily agreed. Defending Aquarius Star was everyone's responsibility. If H City were gone, it would leave her feeling lonely and meaningless. Most importantly, the dire scenes outside shocked Su Lingling. There were countless people with severed arms and legs. Fortunately, modern technology allowed for prosthetic limbs to be fitted. But no matter how advanced these machines were, they couldn't compare to one's original body parts. Su Lingling wished she could contribute something significant to this battle. She hoped the blood moon would pass soon and that H City could quickly return to its former peace. Today, Su Lingling particularly instructed Zhang Shan to dish out a little more food. These warriors deserved it. If necessary, she'd make extra midnight snacks for them in the evening. Yes, Su Lingling was willing to call these people warriors. Even though they had joined Long Financial for the money, they were no different from true soldiers. Today was supposed to be a gloomy day. Many familiar faces were missing, but when they arrived here, they were unusually cheerful. Because Zhang Shun didn't skimp while dishing out the food, every spoonful was heaping with plenty. Su Ji's mood improved considerably, not to mention others. When Ling Sui arrived at 1 o'clock, they were already lined up behind Long Financial, using their kitchen politely since they borrowed the space. Ling Sui was thrilled looking at the bowl full of meat. Finally, he got to taste Su Lingling's cooking again. It had been so long. The aroma of the meat in Ling Sui's bowl exuded an incredibly tantalizing spiciness and fragrance. Gulping audibly, Ling Sui instinctively swallowed his saliva. There was no denying that although the chili oil on the braised pork was extremely pungent, the flavor was unmatched. Unable to hold back any longer, Ling Sui dug right in. The rice was simply delicious, making Ling Sui almost cry from joy over how good it tasted. Chapter 95. I'm extremely tolerant to spiciness. Ling Shui took a bite of the fragrant rice and marveled at Su Lingling's culinary skills, which had improved once again. The food tasted even better. How could such delicious food still improve in flavor? This boxed meal was worth 10 portions, but Ling Shui was still not full. Here, they could have unlimited servings of food. Ling Shui looked at Su Ji beside her, who was eating out of a bucket, and was shocked. Was this Su Ji? Su Ji from Tianshui Star? This guy was actually eating out of a bucket. Wasn't he supposed to be the most refined person from Tianshui Star? Yet this guy was so unconcerned with refinement. Moreover, he had 2 buckets. One bucket was placed on the ground beside his foot. Though it was decorated with intricate patterns, it was still a bucket. And some things lose their elegance when they are too large. Elegance lies in smallness. No, he actually had a straw in the bucket, not drinking directly from it. He placed a lid on top of the bucket. Though it was unclear what it was, it must taste good, otherwise who would drink an entire bucket at once? There was a small hole on the lid where the straw was placed. How could he eat so much? Wasn't the soup meant for 1 portion per person? And the dishes were also 1 portion per person. Ling Shui held her bowl and immediately went over to Su Ji, asking him, "How can you eat so much? Did you use any privileges, coercion?" Su Ji's mouth was burning hot from the spiciness, and he was just sipping a refreshing cold cola. He didn't expect that Ling Shui would ask him this. In a bad mood, Su Ji replied to Ling Shui, "Am I that kind of person? Have you seen the machine in the middle? This is Su Lingling's specially made cola, completely different from the ones outside. Bring your own cup, unlimited refills, drink as much as you take. But if you take it, you must finish it within 4 hours or it won't taste good and all its effects will be lost. Did you see the table by the window?" Su Lingling let Zhang Shen place another plate of braised meat there. This meat is very fragrant, but it's also extremely spicy. People who can't handle spiciness should eat less. Once you've taken it, you must finish it, no wasting allowed. Go take some yourself. She usually places a pot out every hour. Ling Shui didn't expect such good fortune. Now she understood why Su Ji could start eating at 11 and keep going until now. Ling Shui knew the cafeteria started at 11 and ended at 2 o'clock. At 2, you don't necessarily need to leave the cafeteria, but after 2, if there's no more food left, then that's it. The cafeteria doesn't provide more. Previously, you could still continue to refill your cola, but now it's all been monopolized by the people from the city lord's mansion. During meals, they don't interfere, but after mealtime, they will start taking the cola. Su Ji and Long Kuan are people who begin eating at 11. Ling Shui immediately said to Su Ji, "I can handle extreme spiciness. I can finish an entire pot." Su Ji disdainfully raised his bucket and said to Ling Shui, "Real men eat with buckets. This devilishly spicy braised meat has made many people cry, yet they still finished it while crying. You must finish it, otherwise, previously you wouldn't have been allowed to enter the cafeteria." "Oomph, you underestimate me." Ling Shui felt that the food cooked by Su Lingling must be tasty. If it's truly that spicy, there's no way it always gets eaten up. At the same time, Ling Shui immediately sent a message to her assistant, asking her assistant to customize a large bucket for her to eat from, not just 1, but 2, with lids and straws. Even using buckets, one must maintain elegance. Ling Shui hated that her bowl was too small, but actually, her bowl was already quite large, almost like a small basin. After finishing the leftovers she couldn't bear to waste, Ling Shui grabbed her large bowl and went to get more food. By the time Ling Shui realized, there were many others like her queuing up to fetch food. The red oil poured evenly onto each piece of minced meat. Though it was unclear what kind of meat it was, there were some intestines, which Ling Shui recognized, and they looked appetizing. It smelled incredibly fragrant. This spicy aroma carried with it the rich scent of meat, and Ling Shui drooled at the sight. Driven by this desire, Ling Shui wasted no time picking up a full chopstick of minced meat, slightly blowing to cool it off before hastily putting it into her mouth. The moment it touched her tongue, Ling Shui's eyes widened in shock. So hot, so spicy. The next second, an extreme sensation spread through her mouth, causing her to cough violently while gasping and breathing out hot air, feeling like her throat was about to smoke, thinking it's too spicy. No wonder there was a note attached, warning it was super spicy and caution was advised. Spicy, too spicy, puff puff. It's killing me. Just 1 bite. And Ling Shui's face gradually turned red, while sweat beads began to form on her forehead. There were many like Ling Shui, mostly people from Wise Tech. People from Dragon Financial Corporation already had immunity and foresight, so they wouldn't eat too much in 1 bite, having prepared their colas beforehand. A bite of meat, followed by a sip of cola, life was beautiful. Ling Shui immediately took out her soup bowl, no longer caring to wash it. The soup inside had long been finished by her. Holding the bowl, she rushed straight to the cola machine and began filling it up. In just 2 motions, the bowl was full, and she didn't care that it might affect the taste. The refreshing chill passed from the bowl directly to her hand. Ling Shui picked up the bowl and drank it all down in 1 gulp. Though the spiciness in her mouth faded somewhat, its after effects were still very strong. She filled the bowl again and drank it all down in 1 breath before continuing to fill it. "Boss, let us have some too." "Boss, we're about to burst. The spiciness is unbearable." "Boss, you've already had 2 bowls." Feeling a little shy, Ling Shui carried a bowl of cola back to her table. She finally understood why Su Ji used a bucket for drinking. This stuff was too spicy. Without using a bucket, it wouldn't do. Cough. Shit. This braised meat is too spicy. I can't handle it anymore. My nose and eyes are streaming. Men cannot say they can't do it. This super spiciness is too overwhelming. One bite feels like my whole stomach is on fire. Huff huff. What kind of exotic plant chili is this? So damn hot. I think at least a 5th grade exotic plant. This is too spicy. When will it be my turn? The people in front are so slow. Wow. Damn it. The person in front finishes drinking and then keeps refilling their bowl. Brothers, we can't stand it anymore. Shove them aside. Finally, everyone got to drink the cola. Even though the cola was also a stimulating drink, everyone thought it surprisingly tasty. Just as everyone finished their cola and sighed in relief, thinking they were fine, the spiciness returned like waves, with each wave stronger than the last. It continued to rampage in their mouths. So the spiciness came back once more. The perfect flavor continued to stimulate their taste buds, making their mouths water uncontrollably, even though they knew how incredibly spicy it was. They couldn't help but continue eating the braised meat. Chapter 96. New dish. The flavor of this braised meat was truly delicious. Although it was spicy, it had an excellent balance of color, aroma, and taste. The spiciness was very satisfying, and after one bite, you wanted another. Also, since they had served themselves, they felt obligated to finish everything on their plates, even if it meant kneeling to do so. However, the group was not as wild as they were at the start. They ate the meat in small bites, swallowed large mouthfuls of rice, and also enjoyed a glass of cola. Even though these people's faces turned red from the spiciness, their tongues sticking out while panting heavily, sweat pouring down their foreheads from every pore in their bodies, they still persisted. These individuals even queued up while eating to get more cola. Everyone saw that some employees of Long to Finance had brought buckets with them. They had mocked those people earlier, but now regretted not bringing buckets themselves. They all secretly vowed that during dinner, they would definitely bring a bucket. Ling Chui's mouth became swollen from the spiciness, yet he couldn't stop eating. Despite the spiciness, he devoured large bites because it was incredibly satisfying. The key was that there was plenty of rice available, prepared in abundance, so no one had to worry about running out. There was a large basin full of this braised meat, which was very spicy. Though delicious, nobody could eat much, and Ling Chui thought he could stay and eat here all day until full. But Ling Chui never expected that after 2 o'clock, Zhang Shun would scoop up the leftover rice into a big bowl. Then he poured all the remaining braised meat into his large pot. Ling Chui had originally intended to wait for the braised meat to cool down, hoping the spiciness would lessen, so he could continue eating. Unexpectedly, Zhang Shun scooped it all away. He almost burst into tears at the sight. However, mindful of his dignity and image, he had to settle for drinking 2 bowls of cola instead. Simultaneously, he messaged his secretary to expedite the order of a big bucket. In this moment, the threat of blood moon seemed less important. Though Ling Chui's eyes were red from the spiciness, he still ate heartily, feeling energized enough to tackle ferocious beasts more enthusiastically. In no time, numerous outposts knew about Ling Chui. Ling Chui became a new rising star in H City. Everyone thought Ling Chui was merely a tech CEO, but they never imagined that Ling Chui was so formidable, like a white-clad war god unmatched in style. Whenever danger arose, they sent him to the danger zone. But every mealtime, Ling Chui steadfastly came to this canteen where Su Lingling was. Cola slowly gained popularity around the city. Firstly, its price was reasonable. Now a bottle of water costs 2 yuan, and a bottle of cola cost the same. To everyone, it seemed cost-effective. Most importantly, the Lord's house funded the purchase of many colas specifically for distribution in the lower district. They distributed them every 3 days, limiting each person to 1 bottle. And they informed everyone that during the blood moon period, it was necessary to drink it for good health. Moreover, the Long family opened a factory in the lower district dedicated solely to producing cola. They recruited countless workers from the lower district. Although complete mechanization was possible, the Lord's house suggested using human labor. Because it was blood moon, people were uneasy. Since the alliance had cancelled subsidies, these people had no income, making them even more anxious. Therefore, having the Long family's factory recruit semi-skilled labor not only preserved energy, but helped stabilize the situation. Long Kuan carefully considered it. Given this special blood moon period, he could only give face to the Lord's house and lay off staff later. Machines were cheaper than human workers since machines could work non-stop 24 hours a day. Most importantly, hiring humans required medical personnel and psychological counseling arrangements. Otherwise, issues might arise. Moreover, management was difficult, and once things went well, workers might demand raises or humane treatment. Long Kuan was a standard capitalist. If he were a kind-hearted man, his debt collection company would not have become such a large financial corporation. His nature was exploitative. He placed several skilled assistants around Su Lingling. These assistants meticulously recorded the size and precise millimeter cuts she used to chop vegetables, ensuring robots could replicate her technique. They also noted the amount of seasoning used, intending to automate an entire cafeteria. In Long Kuan's view, his son could learn these skills within 2 days. Surely, a machine could imitate it by 50%, and then replicate Su Lingling's dishes perfectly. Later, they'd create a fully automated cafeteria within the Long group, opening restaurants if they were popular. As for any unique qualities, well, without them was fine as long as the taste was similar. Technology was the primary productive force. Meanwhile, in the upper district, cola became a high-end beverage. Here, cola was elegantly presented in exquisite cups, accompanied by slices of lemon and other fruit chunks, sold at premium prices. In no time, cola gradually became popular throughout the city. This was a new type of beverage, although imitation could happen. A 2 yuan bottle, the profit from imitation is not large, and the investment is substantial. They could directly buy ready-made large bottles of cola, divide them into smaller portions, add some ice cubes, and sell them at high prices, making much more money this way. A more advanced method would be to add a bit of fruit juice. The entire H city seemed to be developing in a positive direction. However, other cities outside of H city were not faring as well. One after another fell, and they all appealed to H city for help. The city lord's mansion wanted Ling Chui to go support them, but Ling Chui said he was just an ordinary merchant. The Ling family was also unwilling for Ling Chui to leave H city because their power was rooted only in H city. No one knew what dangers lay outside, so they would only defend H city. The Ling family could not afford to lose another elite member. The city lord's mansion then turned its attention to Ling Xiaoxiao. They hoped Ling Xiaoxiao could go with Mu Ju to support the nearby Dong city of H city, which was about to fall. Mu Ju naturally took on the responsibility without hesitation. His sense of justice wouldn't allow him to refuse. Moreover, the battlefield had been rather relaxed recently. Ling Chui had handled all the ferocious beasts, leaving him with hardly any opportunity to fight. While eating and drinking well every day made him happy, the thought of other cities being overrun and people perishing weighed heavily on his heart. He practiced martial arts with the hope of bringing peace to the world, yet nothing ever went as planned. But as for those people outside, how many lives they could save depended on their efforts. Su Lingling naturally didn't know about these developments at the city lord's mansion. She was busy cooking every day, and no one told her. Su Lingling was attempting a new dish, preserved egg and lean meat congee. This porridge Su Lingling used to cook for herself often. It tasted excellent. But Su Lingling hadn't received any divine dishes from the system, so this was her first attempt at creating a new dish on her own. As for how to handle the rice and meat, Su Lingling had already learned techniques from previous recipes. For the preserved egg, Su Lingling processed it according to her previous methods. Chapter 97. Preserved egg and pork porridge. Su Lingling took her task very seriously, as this was the first time she was making a delicacy without systematic guidance. She had no sudden inspiration of techniques or memory. What she did have were her own past memories. Recalling memories from her previous timeline, though they had become distant, these experiences were invaluable to Su Lingling. Even if the memories were blurred, the moment Su Lingling held the preserved egg in her hand, those memories slowly came flooding back. First, Su Lingling washed and drained the rice, added fragrant oil, mixed it evenly, and left it aside to soak for 15 to 30 minutes. Then she washed the scallions and chopped them finely, peeled the ginger and sliced it into thin strips. She peeled the preserved eggs, washed them, and cut them into small pieces for later use. Next, she poured the rice soaked in fragrant oil into a pot along with water and then added the ginger strips, boiling it on high heat before reducing it to low heat and simmering it for about 20 minutes. During this time, every 5 to 6 minutes, she would stir in one direction to avoid sticking to the bottom of the pot. During this period, Su Lingling started by slicing the pork loin into pieces, then into strips, placing it into a bowl, adding cooking wine, soy sauce, and salt, mixing it uniformly and marinating it for about 10 minutes, sprinkling some cornstarch on top. There's a little trick. When making preserved egg and lean pork porridge, do not rush to mix the marinated meat until just before putting it into the pot. This ensures the meat remains fresh and flavorful. When the porridge reached the point where the rice was thoroughly cooked and the broth became thick, she added the preserved egg and continued cooking for another 10 minutes. Then she stirred the previously marinated loin strips and put them into the porridge. Finally, she added fragrant oil to stir, sprinkled crushed green onions for garnish, blending the aroma of green onion with that of the rice, which improved the taste significantly. Su Lingling sniffed at the pot's aroma, feeling reassured and satisfied with her creation. She served herself a bowl of the preserved egg and pork porridge, taking a small sip. The taste of the porridge was quite good, rich with meat and preserved egg, creating a particularly smooth, crisp texture and an aromatic flavor. It also looked visually appealing. The meat used was pork loin. Su Lingling worried about messing up, so she didn't dare to use better quality meat. How delicious. So late at night, what are you secretly making? I've made porridge. Would you like to try? It's a new dish I've prepared. I'm worried it may not be as good as my previous meals. That doesn't sound like you. You're actually doubting yourself. Zhang Shen directly scooped himself a bowl of porridge. In his understanding, porridge is usually sweet, or at best a bland white porridge, tasteless. Therefore, when he tasted it for the first time, he slightly furrowed his brow. However, strangely, this bizarre flavor captured his heart. This salty, chewy porridge made Zhang Shen fall in love with its unique savory taste, deeply enchanting. When the rice was chewed, it created a sweet sensation that lingered between the teeth, mingling with the mysterious taste of the preserved egg, giving this bowl of porridge a faint sense of mystery. An intriguing flavor, the meat was especially tender, aromatic, blending uniquely with the porridge. Seeing Zhang Shen's furrowed brows, Su Lingling couldn't help but ask, "How is it? Is the porridge I made not good?" Su Lingling herself had already taken a sip, finding the taste quite pleasant. However, her previous culinary skills were system-rewarded god-level recipes, and Su Lingling was still anxious. Rarely seeing Su Lingling so nervous, Zhang Shen feigned seriousness as he slowly finished the whole bowl of porridge and then said to Su Lingling, "There's too little porridge. Let me have another bowl to further savor it." Su Lingling unsuspectingly saw Zhang Shen scoop another bowl. Since it was her first attempt, she hadn't made much porridge. Zhang Shen's second bowl emptied all the porridge from the pot. Su Lingling noticed there wasn't a single grain of rice left. Knowing immediately Zhang Shen's thoughts, she quickly drank her own bowl of porridge in 3 gulps. After finishing the porridge, Su Lingling asked Zhang Shen again, "Can you speak your mind now?" How does this porridge taste exactly? Zhang Shen laughed and said to Su Lingling. Do you really need to doubt yourself with your cooking skills? I indeed am tasting salty porridge for the first time. The taste is a bit strange, and this preserved egg feels like a spoiled egg. I didn't like eating preserved eggs before, but paired with this porridge, it is just right. This porridge is very delicious, has a distinct taste, and smells fragrant. Then how do you think it compares with the dishes I've made before? Which one tastes better? Zhang Shen frowned. He wanted to eat all her dishes, none of which he disliked. If he mentioned anything bad, if Su Lingling stops cooking for him later, wouldn't he be too pitiful? Zhang Shen thought for a moment and said to Su Lingling. Each has its own merits. Every dish is delicious, and I like them all. Really? Of course it's real. Su Lingling was delighted with Zhang Shen's affirmative response, as she made this dish without relying on the system. It was something she did entirely herself. Or rather, she still depended somewhat on the system by incorporating the system's methods of processing rice and meat into her recipe, while the preserved egg was her addition. Another perfect day had come to an end. Having eaten enough, she packed up to go to sleep. Su Lingling still slept in her original place, which wasn't far from here. It only took her half an hour to run there, which could count as exercise. Every evening, Zhang Shen would run back together with Su Lingling. People often say that it gets chaotic at night in the lower districts, and one shouldn't leave home carelessly. However, every time Su Lingling and Zhang Shen returned, they occasionally encountered a few lone blood eagles. Zhang Shen's blade was swift, so these blood eagles would always end up becoming late-night snacks for Zhang Shen and Su Lingling. The blood-red glow fell on Zhang Shen and Su Lingling's bodies. But this moonlight had almost no effect on the two. Though it was deep into the night, those who remained busy were still hard at work. The guards on the city walls continued to stand their watch. During these nighttime hours, beasts became especially ferocious under the blood moon, making it the easiest time for monster tides to erupt, causing everyone to be most tense. Chefs and other outposts hadn't rested either. They were still bustling around nonstop. Their meal times had been shifted to evenings and midnight snacks, with lunchtime being replaced by rest periods. This change was adjusted according to the abnormal schedules of the beasts. Everyone's heart was filled with immense hope, believing that this time, they could surely survive the danger of the blood moon. The headquarters of the Chef's Guild had already fallen, yet they were extremely fortunate to have stayed in H City. They also firmly believed that this time, Aquamarine Planet, Shui Lanxing, would definitely ascend to the rank of a 4-star civilization. Other cities knew well that H City couldn't dispatch too many reinforcements, so they chose to temporarily seek refuge in H City. As long as H City can endure, once the crisis of the blood moon passes, they'll return to rebuild their former homes quickly. Chapter 98. Irritable Ling Xiaoxiao. After Ling Xiaoxiao received the appointment to go and support Dandong City, she thought of Long Fan. But when she arrived at the post, she found that Long Fan was actually flirting with his newly acquainted girlfriend Liu. This infuriated Ling Xiaoxiao. Ling Xiaoxiao originally thought that Long Fan had improved. It turned out that Long Fan was still behaving like a rich, spoiled young man from before. How could he bring a woman to the post? Especially since the other party was dressed in a very flashy way. Enraged, Ling Xiaoxiao shouted, Long Fan, what are you doing? This roar scared the living daylights out of Long Fan. Liu looked at the angry Ling Xiaoxiao, confused as to why this woman was here. She thought Ling Xiaoxiao must be Long Fan's official girlfriend. Through their recent interactions, Liu had developed feelings for Long Fan. Not exactly love, but Long Fan was the most excellent man she had met so far. She remembered her brother telling her that although Long Fan was fickle, he usually ended relationships quickly and didn't date multiple people simultaneously. So who was this woman? Why was she so furious? Liu stood there full of questions. What am I doing? Can't you see? I'm cooking. Long Fan, I already thought you had changed. If you're going to cook, why bring a woman? And what about the woman? You yourself are a woman, yet you look down on women. Look how her hands got white and wrinkled washing vegetables. She worked hard without complaint, so why do you look down on her? Long Fan said this helplessly. Actually, what Long Fan said was somewhat excessive. Liu was mainly responsible for giving him massages. Usually, washing vegetables wasn't too much of her task, but Liu had gradually developed genuine feelings here. An excellent man always attracts others more strongly. Encountering someone takes only a moment. Loving them can often last a lifetime. That's how Liu was. She wanted to leave a good impression on Long Fan, so she volunteered to wash the vegetables. Look at her, dressed all fancy. Here to cook, huh? You're fooling whom? Long Fan glanced at Liu. Previously, she had applied makeup once, which Long Fan criticized for being too thick and unhygienic when it fell into the dishes. But girls have a natural love for beauty, something he couldn't suppress in them. So, Long Fan took Liu overnight for laser whitening, making her skin glowingly white, brighter than any cosmetics she used before. He also had her eyebrows tattooed so that she didn't need makeup in the morning, resulting in a semi-permanent look. Moreover, they bought numerous skincare products and masks. In addition, the reason girls dress beautifully is just to please the eyes of the one they care about. There was nothing wrong with that. Regarding clothing, Long Fan didn't bother. What to wear was her choice, and he didn't intervene. If she looked beautiful, serving meals to soldiers would make those soldiers happy too. You're prejudiced against her. Go ask the people here if she works hard. And Miss Ling, instead of diligently working in your own post, what brings you here? Our H City is fortified solidly under my brother's guard. However, Dandong City, which is closest to us, needs help, and I'm going to support them. I thought you were pretty hardworking in the past, so I asked you to join me in going to Dandong City. Long Fan stared at Ling Xiaoxiao, proud like a peacock, unsure why she was so confident. Just because her brother was capable, did it mean his brother wasn't? His brother, Long Bufan, was even stronger. However, Long Fan heard that blood moons significantly impacted human intelligence. Upon investigation, he discovered that among 3 posts he had been to, they all vied for his presence. Even after the arrival of a professional chef trained by Su Lingling, they continued competing fiercely for him. Even the city lord willingly offered him a salary of 50 million star coins to keep him here. Meanwhile, Ling Xiaoxiao remained unwanted. None of these dozen or so outposts really wanted her. No matter that the food she cooked wasn't bad, it lacked any special culinary talent. The meals she prepared could not counteract the negative impact of the blood moon on people. Thus, naturally, Ling Xiaoxiao lost her job at the city lord's post in preparing food. Perhaps due to considerations regarding Ling family's status, they simply found an excuse for Ling Xiaoxiao to follow along to Dandong City. However, in Long Fan's opinion, the strength of Dandong City paled in comparison to H City. Here we had the Ling family, the Xiao family, his own Long family, and the main force of the city lord's mansion. The reinforcements sent to aid were limited. Joining might as well equal death. The reason for allowing Ling Xiaoxiao to go and not depart soon, 8 times out of 10, was likely an attempt to leverage her identity to attract some top talents to go with her. The primary reason Long Fan agreed to come here to help was that he hoped to connect with the relations within the city lord's residence. Since he also lived in H City and was one of its citizens, contributing his own strength to H City was an undeniable duty. But dedicating himself to other cities? Well, let's just laugh about that. And this time, the strongest among the reinforcements was Mu Ju. Mu Ju was a troublemaker, looking down on everyone, and if it weren't for his capabilities, he would have been squeezed out of the enforcement team long ago. Several high-ranking officials had once attempted to win over Mu Ju, but thanks to his lack of emotional intelligence, he managed to offend every major figure who showed interest in him. Furthermore, though Mu Ju appeared to be the top young expert in H City, there were many people stronger than him, such as Ling Chui. These two were nowhere near the same level. There were also quite a number of promising talents within the city lord's residence. Otherwise, why would the city lord want Ling Chui to go and support the cause, reportedly even offering an 8th-grade spiritual plant? These alien plants were considered spiritual plants above the 3rd grade. There were even some merchants who called 1st-grade plants spiritual simply to raise their prices. Yet Long Fan did not expect that Ling Xiaoxiao would truly be so naive, foolishly agreeing right away. Looking at her like this, it seemed the city lord's mansion probably hadn't paid her yet. People so easy to deceive were extremely rare in today's society. Out of consideration for their working relationship, Long Fan said to Ling Xiaoxiao, you're no longer young. You're already over 20 years old. You're no longer a child. To me, you are just someone I know slightly. This is the first time I'm helping you, and only because of Su Lingling's sake. Why should I help you? You're not my daughter. We share no blood relations. Long Fan, as a native of Water Blue Planet, all of the Water Blue inhabitants are suffering. Yet instead of lending a hand, you mock them cold-heartedly. Ling Xiaoxiao, don't speak so righteously. If you have such courage, summon your brother. Your brother alone can do what your whole team can't. But it seems he doesn't appreciate this chance. Long Fan wasn't one with a good temper either. Even if Ling Xiaoxiao's sanity had been affected by the blood moon, why should he bear with her? Who else isn't still a baby at heart? In the past, it was always others who indulged him. When was it ever his turn to coddle someone else? Chapter 99, The Next Reinforcement. Li Yu, standing nearby, also understood the situation. Apparently, Ling Xiaoxiao had nothing to do with Long Fan, which greatly relieved her mind. Li Yu was just an ordinary person and didn't understand much about great righteousness. All she knew was that as long as H City where she lived was fine, everything else would be okay. More importantly, Long Fan absolutely must not have any problems. Because the workers recruited by the cola factory were all from the lower district. Li Yu didn't know that Long Fan was simply doing someone a favor by recruiting them. She thought Long Fan did it for her, listening to her when she mentioned how tough life was for people in the lower district, which is why he got them jobs at the cola factory. If something happened to Long Fan, would the cola factory still hire those people from the lower district? It was all uncertain. Li Yu said to Ling Xiaoxiao, to go to Dandong City, of course, you need a warrior. What could a chef like Dragon Youth possibly accomplish? Besides, aren't you, Miss Ling, also a top chef? If you want Dragon Youth to go to Dandong City, you should first see if the outpost people agree. If you don't believe me, you can ask the leader of the outpost now. Dragon Youth's talent is comparable to Su Lingling's. Li Yu also knew that Long Fan's culinary skills were taught by Su Lingling. Originally, everyone wanted to praise Long Fan as the best cook in the world, but Long Fan only let them say he was the 2nd best cook on the Blue Water Star because the 1st place was forever reserved for his master, Su Lingling. It was exactly through this that Li Yu realized Long Fan's master was Su Lingling. Long Fan didn't value anything, but he placed immense importance on cooking. When he cooked, he always tied up his hair and even coiled it up. Who are you? Do you even deserve to speak to me? Ling Xiaoxiao instinctively looked down on Li Yu. To her, Li Yu was merely a woman who relied on her looks, disgracing all women and being completely different from herself. She is my girlfriend, and thus has the right to speak with anyone. Ling Xiaoxiao, despite being the daughter of the Ling family, you have no right to humiliate my woman. Long Fan did not tolerate Ling Xiaoxiao's arrogance. Even when beating a dog, one still needs to look at its owner. And besides, Li Yu was his girlfriend. Long Fan's attitude toward ordinary people had improved quite a bit recently, mainly due to Su Lingling. Su Lingling was an ordinary person, and even though she became a superhuman now, her mentality hadn't changed. Also, Long Fan himself was once an ordinary person. Without superhuman abilities, one remained an ordinary person, and noble titles would be stripped away, no matter how good-looking one was. When Long Fan lacked powers, everything he had depended on his father, and once his father died, Long Fan felt lost. That mental pressure was something nobody else could fully understand. Now, though awakened with innate abilities and capable of cultivation, Long Fan treats ordinary people with a touch more sympathy. Long Fan, so what? You're defending such a woman against me, huh? Clearly, you're a lust-driven fool, and you don't deserve to be my friend, Ling Xiaoxiao. Do you think everyone wants to be your friend? Miss Ling's temperament wasn't something everyone could endure. Blood moon wouldn't directly alter a person's character. It only influences and exacerbates negative emotions within someone. Moreover, Long Fan had never cared about others' opinions of him. He always acted according to his own will. If Ling Xiaoxiao chose to flatter him, he could get along with her. But without her fawning over him, Long Fan saw no reason to cater to her. Furthermore, his family business was thriving, and his brother was very accomplished. He had no obligation to marry for his family's salvation. Some aristocratic children whose families had fallen would cling to Ling Xiaoxiao. In their eyes, Ling Xiaoxiao was indeed a prodigy. Marrying her would rekindle their family's former glory through alliance. With all the matters of the Ling family handled by her father and her brother as the heir, Ling Xiaoxiao felt no stress at all. She grew up pampered, believing her character was particularly excellent, approachable, kind-hearted, and generous. She was too well protected, unfamiliar with the outside world, her ideas idealistic, but not necessarily leading to positive results. She never considered other people's situations or whether they feared death. Looking disappointedly at Long Fan, Ling Xiaoxiao remained silent before turning and leaving. Naturally, she didn't feel she was wrong. She only thought she misjudged Long Fan, who remained just another playboy in her eyes, unwilling to part from a woman even while cooking. Ling Xiaoxiao believed all her actions were driven by the greater cause of humanity. Some things just needed to be done. Certainly, Ling Xiaoxiao knew the trip would be perilous, yet failing to go might result in the deaths of everyone in Dadong City. Currently, people globally were fleeing towards H City, making it crowded with countless numbers escaping there, whether rich or powerful or otherwise. H City couldn't accommodate such masses. Therefore, Dadong City was particularly important, being close to H City and able to receive support quickly. If the support to Dadong City could succeed, some of the refugees could be diverted there, thus relieving much of the pressure on H City. Ling Xiaoxiao also knew the secret of the first-level civilization. Her family had been driven out disgracefully from the first-level civilization to this barren land. Ling Xiaoxiao wanted to make achievements to prove her family's capabilities. If their Ling family could withstand this blood moon disaster, Blue Water Star would advance to a fourth-level civilization. If they couldn't hold up, their family would have nowhere to go and would have to flee to another fifth-level civilization planet. In Ling Xiaoxiao's view, she could die, but her brother Ling Chui absolutely must not be harmed. He was the person guarding H City, ensuring that H City would never have problems. Guarding H City was the last hope for the Water Blue Star civilization. However, she could do her utmost, leading people to Dadong City to save its residents. After considering it, the only person Ling Xiaoxiao could think of was Su Lingling. Su Lingling was someone she knew who was quite powerful, with exceptional culinary skills capable of perfectly countering the effects of the blood moon on people. Moreover, in Ling Xiaoxiao's eyes, Su Lingling was a like-minded individual. They got along well when chatting. Su Lingling was also very kind-hearted and certainly wouldn't sit idly by while so many innocent people suffered cruel deaths. Ling Xiaoxiao was angry at Long Fan's unfeeling nature and now also wished to confront Su Lingling about Long Fan's immorality. Also, Su Lingling was the only helper Ling Xiaoxiao could think of at present. Ling Xiaoxiao went to Su Lingling's cafeteria. When Ling Xiaoxiao arrived, it was just dinner time. Ordinarily, Long family's cafeteria did not allow outsiders in. But the security guard recognized Ling Xiaoxiao and, out of respect for the Ling family, sought permission from the leadership and let Ling Xiaoxiao enter. The security guard thought Ling Xiaoxiao was there to freeload her. Had they known Ling Xiaoxiao came to poach talent, they definitely wouldn't have let her through so easily. Chapter 100. Can you bear to watch me die? Ling Xiaoxiao's gaze immediately fell upon Zhang Shan, who was serving food, and her heart felt as if a huge rock had been placed on it. She thought this time, things might not go as smoothly. Fortunately, there weren't many people around at that moment, so Ling Xiaoxiao directly walked into the kitchen and saw Su Lingling cooking. Ling Xiaoxiao originally intended to wait until Su Lingling was done, but then she realized that once Su Lingling finished, Zhang Shan would come over too, and that would complicate matters. Lingling, Xiaoxiao, you're here. There's cola in the middle of the cafeteria. Go have some cola. I'm busy right now and don't have time. We'll talk after I'm done. Ling Xiaoxiao had barely opened her mouth when Su Lingling interrupted her. In Su Lingling's eyes, nothing was more important than cooking, so Su Lingling cut off Ling Xiaoxiao. Although Su Lingling was already very skilled at cooking, she couldn't afford to be distracted. A single distraction or wandering thought would result in a dish tasting off. Watching Su Lingling busy at work, Ling Xiaoxiao could only stand by helplessly and wait. She knew how crucial cooking was to Su Lingling, valued more than anything else. Thus, she could do nothing but wait. This waiting lasted for 2 hours. Su Lingling finally finished cooking and even served Ling Xiaoxiao a bowl of rice. However, Ling Xiaoxiao didn't feel hungry at all. Her mind was fully focused on going to support Dandong City. Holding the bowl in hand, Ling Xiaoxiao said to Su Lingling, Lingling, surely you wouldn't want the entire city of Dandong to be destroyed? You're so kind-hearted, you can't bear to see so many people killed by monsters. Let's go and support Dandong together, alright? Almost pleading, Ling Xiaoxiao asked Su Lingling. In Ling Xiaoxiao's view, If she were willing to let Su Lingling become the main character amidst the crowd and act merely as a supporting figure, Su Lingling would definitely agree. Su Lingling looked at Ling Xiaoxiao in bewilderment, of course having heard about Dandong. The situation in Dandong was far from optimistic, with higher-ups fleeing to H-City. They had abandoned themselves. This matter had become a laughingstock among the cafeteria employees, and Su Lingling had only heard part of the story. What could an ordinary person like her do? Su Lingling herself struggled just to survive. Turning to Ling Xiaoxiao, Su Lingling said, Xiaoxiao, do you know how dangerous Dandong is? Of course I do. I'm not afraid of danger. As long as I can save people, it's worth whatever cost. Xiaoxiao, I'm just an ordinary person. I'm not so great that I can save you or Dandong City. These are issues the city lord's house should handle. Are you reluctant to go because you think there isn't enough money or benefit involved, Lingling? A person shouldn't be so selfish. Ling Xiaoxiao, then can you bear to watch me die? Other people's lives are precious, but does my life mean nothing? I fear death. I don't want to die. I just want to live. Leave, and stop wasting your breath. Different values lead to different choices. Long ago, I told you, I am a selfish person. Moreover, in this H-City, I have no official position, nor am I a combat-type mutant. I'm just a cook. What can I possibly do to support Dandong? You're such a virtuous person that you should understand that one shouldn't force others against their will. Finally, Su Lingling understood why the end times seemed to always start by targeting the morally pure first. Was Ling Xiaoxiao's kindness truly good? If it were, it shouldn't involve sacrificing others for personal righteousness. She couldn't believe that Ling Xiaoxiao actually expected her, an untrained civilian, to be thrown into a perilous situation like this. It was practically a death sentence. Stunned, Ling Xiaoxiao looked at Su Lingling and said, some tasks must be undertaken by someone. Lingling, you're too cruel. Do you know how many thousands of innocent lives will perish because of your refusal? Can you really live with yourself knowing this? Su Lingling initially planned to remain courteous, but seeing Ling Xiaoxiao's mannerisms, her anger surged uncontrollably. Coldly laughing, Su Lingling shot back at Ling Xiaoxiao. It seems in your eyes, I never deserved a good life. I'm unworthy to live. And yet, I always considered you a good sister. Ling Xiaoxiao was instantly reduced to tears, sobbing as she defended herself. No, I didn't mean that. Su Lingling remained silent and continued eating. Though upset and losing her appetite due to Ling Xiaoxiao's words, Su Lingling refused to neglect herself for another's sake. Her mood soured, but she wouldn't let someone else influence her hunger. Seeing her crying and receiving no comfort from Su Lingling, Ling Xiaoxiao suddenly threw her bowl to the floor and ran outside while sobbing. However, Zhang Shun blocked her path. Don't waste food. Pick up what's on the floor and eat it. What did you say? Enraged, Ling Xiaoxiao questioned Zhang Shun. I said, pick up the food on the ground and eat it. Zhang Shun was not at all intimidated by Ling Xiaoxiao's aggressive demeanor and continued to address her calmly. In Zhang Shun's eyes, every meal was painstakingly prepared by Su Lingling, and he had to savor each bite. And now, Ling Xiaoxiao had thrown the food on the ground. Setting aside how troublesome it was to clean up, this waste of food was utterly disgraceful. Ling Xiaoxiao hadn't anticipated that Zhang Shun would dare repeat his request. Instantly filled with rage, her anger skyrocketed off the charts. She wanted nothing more than to smash everything in the kitchen. But she was no match for Zhang Shun, who knocked her down the moment she made a move. As Ling Xiaoxiao attempted to get back up and fight, Ling Chui appeared before her, blocking her path. Ling Chui hadn't expected the situation to escalate so suddenly. Brother, they're bullying me. Please help me teach them a lesson. At the sight of Ling Chui, Ling Xiaoxiao burst into tears, overwhelmed with grievances. Su Lingling, seeing Ling Chui, immediately positioned herself in front of Zhang Shun to shield him. Aware of Ling Chui's prowess, Su Lingling nonetheless stood her ground out of loyalty. Zhang Shun was her junior, and he'd helped her vent her frustrations. Naturally, she upheld justice and protected Zhang Shun. Ling Chui, your sister threw my food on the ground. I kindly invited her to eat, yet she forced me to go to Dandong and continuously threatened me. You come from a powerful family, but we are just common folk. Nevertheless, it was Ling Xiaoxiao who initiated violence first. There's surveillance here. You can check the recordings. Even if your family wields enormous power, Blue Water Planet is still a place governed by reason. If you try to dominate everything, then we will leave Blue Water. This vast universe always has a place where we can find refuge. People may act without consequences now, but heaven sees everything. There's a time for everything, even retribution. Today, your family can oppress us innocent civilians with brute force, but one day, your family will also suffer like us. Su Lingling's words placed her firmly on the moral high ground. The best way to counter someone like a martyr complex was with their own expertise, attacking them with their strongest points. Chapter 101. I, Zhang Shun, can also kill ferocious beasts. Su Lingling said with great indignation and conviction in her tone. No one had expected that Su Lingling, who was usually amicable, would actually say such a thing. A crowd gathered around the canteen window. The love for drama is a universal trait of all people. Some, even though they didn't come over, were still listening secretly from the side. Most of the people here were martial artists or those with special abilities, so even without getting close, they could hear everything clearly. People naturally sympathize with the weak. More importantly, Su Lingling had value. Su Lingling was responsible for all the meals at the Long family canteen. Everyone had tasted how delicious her food was. This food, it smells amazing. If Su Lingling were to leave, they definitely wouldn't be able to eat such delicious food again. Others might fear the Ling family, but Su Ji certainly doesn't fear them. Su Ji immediately stepped forward. Su Ji said to Ling Chui, Ms. Su is just a civilian, only a chef. What can she possibly do? How can she possibly help with anything? Moreover, our H city isn't exactly peaceful. Protecting H city well and safeguarding our own families should be our first priority. Dong City suffered horribly, and so did Shui Blue Star. But hasn't H city suffered too? Su Ji's words resonated deeply with many cafeteria employees. Their battles haven't been easy either. Friends around them have died or been injured. Moreover, H city is self-sufficient enough, having less contact with other cities. It's dangerous outside the city as well, so these ordinary people rarely leave the city, let alone ever have left their whole lives. Besides, they're just regular workers, not even warriors. They've always been under the jurisdiction of the Long family. Ling Xiaoxiao hasn't been particularly good to them either. If it weren't for Ling Xiaoxiao's status, they wouldn't be especially polite to her. Because they are a debt collection company, doing things sometimes not quite ethically right, Ling Xiaoxiao inherently looks down on them. Moreover, Su Ji's words hit right at their hearts. Protecting their own families comes first. Why should they risk their lives for others? If they could survive without being looked down upon while collecting debts, why would anyone want to become someone else's hired hand? Sometimes, there really is no choice. To survive means taking this one path. It's unlike the old society where, when one couldn't survive, one could still sell labor. Now with advanced robots, labor has no market. And those CEOs, who pretend to be righteous, donate money, relieve disaster victims, set up relief funds to help the poor. These working class people, struggle hard just for a meal, enduring hardships, and slaving away. Are they living any better than the poor? Isn't it just because they try every way possible to make money, which isn't wrong, right? Constantly thinking about donations, yet not considering improving their own employees' benefits. At least in a debt collection company, employee salaries and benefits are good. Most importantly, eating Su Lingling's food allows them to enhance their own strength. Once their strength improves, their social standing and treatment changes dramatically. For those with families, it improves the living standards for their wives and children, and perhaps even cultivates their children better. For those unmarried, they can aim to marry a better wife. Not necessarily an energy manipulator. Nowadays, those fleeing into H city are all wealthy people, perhaps even nobility. Marrying a fallen noble lady could significantly improve their family's gene pool. Plus, noble ladies are beautiful, no etiquette, and exude elegance and grace. She once was a noblewoman. Her heritage still remains. Even though now not an energy manipulator, her ancestors' genes are still present. The next generation may very well be. Among these slum areas and commoner districts, those awakening to energy manipulation may currently be poor, but their ancestors were not entirely devoid of prominent individuals. Even though now their social standings are humble, everyone has dreams and looks forward to a bright future. The Ling family cannot bully us too much. We are people too. Without Miss Su around, what will we eat? Exactly. Don't our brothers dying on the battlefield count as tragic? Are our lives worth any less? Has Miss Ling personally fought on the battlefield? Has she seen the condition of our comrades in arms? When she speaks of supporting Dong City, she does just that. The Ling family surely never worries about food or drink. Have you considered how precious each grain of rice is in our slum area? You don't want to eat this food? Give it to us then. When you waste it on the ground, did you think about how many people that bowl of food could save? How many stomachs it could fill? Miss Ling has ever been hungry? Do you know the feeling of hunger? In Ling Xiaoxiao's ears were only the reproachful voices of the crowd, not a single person standing by her side. It was as if she were some unforgivable villain. Ling Xiaoxiao lifted her head, looking at Ling Chui with eyes full of longing. She hoped her elder brother would stand by her side. Ling Chui sighed helplessly. The food that Ling Xiaoxiao had knocked down wasn't just any ordinary meal. It was precious meat from strange beasts and pearl rice, all of immense value. Ling Chui never would have thought his sister, who was once as pure and innocent as an angel, could become like this. The blood moon calamity truly was terrifying. It had managed to influence even his own sister. Yet no matter what, she was still his beloved sister, the treasure cherished by their entire family. Ling Chui spoke up to Su Lingling, saying, Xiaoxiao is naturally kind-hearted. The power of the blood moon is terrifying. It has twisted her kindness into obsession and distortion. That's why Xiaoxiao behaved rudely today. I apologize on her behalf. Ling Xiaoxiao wanted to say something more, but Ling Chui immediately rendered Xiaoxiao unconscious to prevent her from speaking further under the blood moon's influence. Ling Chui worried that Xiaoxiao might utter something unreasonable while still under its sway. Holding Ling Xiaoxiao tightly in his arms, Ling Chui prepared to leave. However, Zhang Shen coldly addressed Ling Chui. No matter what actions are taken, they always come with consequences. Since Xiaoxiao wasted food, and clearly your family lacks nothing, starting today, every person from the Ling family eating here will be subject to rationing. Our Long family doesn't have money to waste. Both the rice and the meat here are of astronomical value. We've only been using the best ingredients because we didn't want to bring it up when everyone was risking their lives over the blood moon and living difficult lives. That's why we let you eat such high-quality meals at a great expense. But since you're wasting food, if your family is so wealthy and has chefs, either start your own canteen or follow our rules in the Long family canteen. Ling Chui didn't expect Zhang Shen to refuse to let go, even after he apologized. Limiting their food was something Ling Chui could never agree to. With icy determination, Ling Chui immediately shot back at Zhang Shen. All the ferocious beasts outside the city walls were killed by me, Ling Chui. Our Ling family's men have slain far more ferocious beasts than your Long family. Don't push us too far. At that moment, Ling Chui's overwhelming momentum surged toward Zhang Shen, pressing him down. But Zhang Shen showed not a trace of fear as he blocked Ling Chui's overpowering presence. Zhang Shen, can also slay ferocious beasts, Ling Shui. This world doesn't only have one martial artist, and the Long family isn't someone anyone can bully. Chapter 102, Ling Xiaoxiao gets beaten. Fine, very well. I would like to see just how capable you are, Zhang Shun. Ling Shui said with a cold smile. He still retained a bit of rationality and did not withdraw all the people from the Ling family. He also didn't say he wouldn't come here for dinner. He was suddenly somewhat regretful that he hadn't investigated Su Lingling earlier and gotten closer to her. If he had known earlier that Su Lingling was an ordinary person, he would have befriended her sooner. In that case, Su Lingling would definitely be inclined towards him instead of Zhang Shun. An encounter between experts is decided in an instant. Facing his momentum, Zhang Shun didn't back down at all, which was enough to prove that Zhang Shun's strength wasn't weak, and he could kill ferocious beasts. Momentum is the mental power showdown between experts. Ling Shui knew that if he really provoked trouble, this would directly escalate to breaking the relationship. At that time, even the limited supply of food would be gone. Ling Shui could only leave with a feeling of grievance. He hadn't been this aggrieved for a long time. Ling Shui looked at Ling Xiaoxiao in his arms and felt for the first time that perhaps his younger sister was being a little too unreasonable. She should grow up already. Ling Shui brought Ling Xiaoxiao back to the Ling residence. Dad, find someone to keep an eye on Xiaoxiao. Dong City isn't peaceful. It's rumored there's a king-level ferocious beast there. Xiaoxiao must have been manipulated by the city lord's mansion. What can a young woman do going to Dongxi City? How dare the people of the city lord's mansion manipulate my daughter? Do they really think the Ling family has no one? Ling father angrily said. Besides, Ling Xiaoxiao didn't go to Dongxi City. If she had, then the Ling family would have had to save her forcefully. Dad, our experts from the Ling family have all perished on Angel Star. Even if I were to fight the experts in the city lord's mansion, it would end up in mutual destruction. We're newcomers. We cannot afford to offend anyone. The Long family isn't simple either. Do you know what background Zhang Shun comes from? His presence and aura aren't weaker than mine. Zhang Shun is actually so strong? Looks like the Long family isn't simple either. Ling father furrowed his eyebrows and said, That's right. Today Xiaoxiao offended Zhang Shun. When I fought him, I realized this man isn't simple. In the past, she looked down on Zhang Shun and quarreled with him, but now after affecting his cake, she even wanted people from the Long family to die alongside her in Dongxi City. After finding Long Fan who refused, she went looking for Zhang Shun. This time, she picked a hard nut to crack. Naturally, Ling Shui omitted any mention of Su Lingling. In Ling Shui's view, he must try hard to win over Su Lingling later. Su Lingling is a talent. Her cooking talent isn't ordinary. She could perfectly counteract the effects of Blood Moon, and her dishes are almost as effective as potions without side effects. What? She actually made Dragon Fan accompany her to Dongxi City? He is the youngest son that Dragon Kuan loves dearly. His eldest son is immensely powerful and a close confidant of Dragon Outyin, the young star lord of Tianwang planet. If his youngest son weren't a waste, he wouldn't agree to stay on Blue Water planet with him. Ling father feared Dragon Bufon quite a bit. One Dragon Bufon can easily sweep across the entire Blue Water planet. That's the terrifying power of a primary civilization, and even this is just a small henchman of theirs. As for their 5th grade civilization individuals, they don't even dare to step out of the city gate lightly, let alone develop further, since the technology lags behind the primary civilization by hundreds of years. Never underestimate these hundreds of years. Technological evolution advances at a dizzying pace. This distance of hundreds of years is a significant span. Ling Xiaoxiao actually thoughtlessly tried to drag others into her mess. Does she truly believe the world revolves around her? No matter how much Ling father normally doted on Ling Xiaoxiao, when it came to influencing the Ling family, he would resolutely choose the welfare of the Ling family without hesitation. Ling father turned and spoke to Ling Shui. Zhang Shun's information seems mysterious. It's heard that he was dismissed from noble status because he refused to undergo plastic surgery. But judging from today's situation, it might be false information. He might have been exiled from a primary civilization too. He's not simple. At first, Ling father planned to send a gift to Zhang Shun via Ling Shui. But reconsidering, since the Ling family had just arrived at Blue Water planet, if they softened too quickly, how many people on Blue Water planet would respect the Ling family? They, as outsiders, can't afford to make mistakes. Yet offending him shouldn't be done either. Their Ling family cannot withstand any more storms. Thinking about this, Ling father helplessly glared at Ling Xiaoxiao. It's all because of this girl. She's just too immature. Ling Xiaoxiao woke up groggily at this moment. Ling Shui, thinking about how his rations will soon be halved, knowing his sister's character, anticipated that she'd blame him for knocking her unconscious momentarily. Knowing he couldn't argue with Ling Xiaoxiao, Ling Shui cleverly ran off. Only Ling father and Ling Xiaoxiao were left glaring at each other. Dad, you don't know how mean brother is. He didn't help me, but sided with an outsider and even knocked me unconscious. Ling Xiaoxiao woke up and instinctively started to complain to Ling father about her grievances. Slap. Ling father slapped Ling Xiaoxiao hard across the face. Shut up. Do you have any shame left? You almost led the Ling family into a catastrophe. Are you determined to ruin the Ling family and get all of us killed before you be satisfied? Do you even know how the Lord's mansion plotted against us? There are 8 elders in the Lord's mansion, all incredibly powerful. These 8 elders haven't left the city to fight yet. When did this Blue Water planet become your business to worry about? Do you really think you're that great? Take Long Fan for instance. Do you know him? The city lord directly subsidized him 5 million credits just for cooking for him. What about you? Do you even earn a salary? Not a single penny. And you asked me for 5 million, taking our own chef to cook for them for free. Now the Lord's mansion sends you to Dongxi City, obviously intending to weaken our Ling family strength. You are my daughter. If anything were to happen, there is no way I could leave you behind. I would need to send someone to protect you. But do you know the situation in Dongxi City? What if something happens to your brother at that time? What would become of our Ling family then? This was the first time Ling father had spoken harshly. He realized that unless he said something severe, his daughter wouldn't wake up. He actually wanted his daughter to grow up carefree, happy, and simple her entire life. But life is unpredictable. Ultimately, he would always protect his daughter. So he had to make her grow up faster. Ling father also felt heavy-hearted inside. From childhood until now, he had never hit Ling Xiaoxiao. All you care about is my brother, your son. Ling Xiaoxiao angrily accused, and then ran out crying. Ling father originally wanted someone to stop her, but after thinking it over carefully, Ling Xiaoxiao wasn't that unreasonable. Once she calmed down, she would return. So he just instructed the butler to send a highly skilled person to quietly follow Ling Xiaoxiao. Chapter 130, Qinglian Earthfire. Su Lingling did not expect that Zhang Shan would be so tough. He actually stood up to Ling Chui. Su Lingling was shocked. Ling Chui was the CEO of a smart tech company and also the strongest martial artist in H City right now, young and accomplished. Su Lingling only dared to morally criticize the other party. Although Su Lingling had not seen Ling Chui's strength, from the discussions among people in the cafeteria, she knew that Ling Chui was very strong. Su Lingling said to Zhang Shan, "Sometimes, suffering a loss is a blessing. We are ordinary people, we can tolerate a little bit more in daily life." Su Lingling herself actually found the phrase, "suffering a loss is a blessing," particularly disgusting. She thought it was nauseating. But wasn't this another form of an AQ spirit? The real world is cruel. In some novels, if someone offends you, they must destroy your entire family and exterminate your clan, which may feel exhilarating, but in reality, sometimes you need to endure humiliation silently. Because living is hard enough as it is. Su Lingling thought Zhang Shan would be upset, perhaps even ridicule her for fearing the Ling family. But Zhang Shan only said to Su Lingling, "Sometimes, your retreat will make the opponent become more aggressive. It's because you are just an ordinary person. Your retreat will make others think you are weak. People won't respect you. The less status you have, the fiercer you need to be. Otherwise, why would Ling Xiaoxiao dare to overstep boundaries repeatedly? It's because subconsciously, she thinks you are an easy target. Will she hate me? No. There will surely be more than one person rejecting her. Why does she only pick on you and vent her anger? Human instinct drives us towards benefit and away from harm. Whoever it is, everyone likes picking on the soft targets." Su Lingling didn't expect Zhang Shan to deliver such a lecture. Zhang Shan did not look like a cultured person. However, what he said made sense. Those who are ferocious fear those who are violent. Most people are unwilling to invite trouble. Su Lingling said to Zhang Shan, "Then when you kill savage beasts, I will go with you. My knife skills are very powerful." Su Lingling's god-tier cleaver could only be used by her. This cleaver, when cutting against metal or chopping wood, was just as dull as any regular kitchen knife. But whenever dealing with things that could be ingredients, it cuts through them like tofu, fast and effective. Although Su Lingling didn't know how formidable these beasts were, her knife was extremely fast. "How about it? Do you not believe I can kill savage beasts?" "Of course I believe. However high your martial arts skills are, you still fear the knife. My knife is quick." "Ha ha. Alright then, you will see how much faster my knife is." Zhang Shen knew Su Lingling was worried about him. He did not say it, because he would let Su Lingling witness his prowess. By then, there would be no need for concern. "Alright," Su Lingling readily agreed. "Congratulations, host has accumulated 30,000 positive reviews, receiving the supreme recipe, chicken stewed with mushrooms. Supreme fire seed, Qinglian Earthfire. Fire seed, what is it?" Su Lingling didn't understand. But soon, Su Lingling felt a small flame growing within her heart. Although the power of this flame was weak, Su Lingling could feel the immense strength contained within. Because in an instant, Su Lingling felt that her practice of Tai Chi Bagua Palm had broken through to a new level. But Su Lingling's system was a culinary system. Otherwise, at this moment, it would certainly detect that Su Lingling's abilities had improved several ranks. Su Lingling never expected that accumulating 300,000 positive reviews could grant such an impressive reward. Qinglian Earthfire originates deep within the earth, undergoing countless temperings by the flames of the earth, fusing, compressing, carving. 10 years until it becomes spiritual, 100 years until it forms shape, 1,000 years until it becomes lotus, reaching its zenith when its color turns blue-green, with a cluster of blue-green fire sprouting in its heart, hence its name, Qinglian Earthfire. This fire seed was incredibly powerful. Crucially, even if you obtain it, you might not necessarily be able to subdue it. But the fire seed granted by the system was perfectly integrated into Su Lingling. Su Lingling somewhat wanted to test the power of this flame. Unfortunately, interstellar cooking methods have phased out firewood. Su Lingling cooked using energy heat produced at high temperatures. So Su Lingling had to hold back. She turned around and placed an order online for a Tang sword custom-made for Zhang Shan. She knew Zhang Shan excelled in the use of knives, and there was no doubt the Tang sword was the coolest among all swords. Due to Blood Moon Night, the price was increased, but Su Lingling still placed an order for the highest quality model. It cost 10 million space coins, and the delivery was slow, taking 3 days. But Su Lingling was not in a rush. What Su Lingling didn't expect was that on that same evening, a monstrously powerful beast came near the city, reportedly a king-class beast. Ling Chui sent someone to invite Zhang Shan to go slay the beast. Su Lingling went along as well. Outside the city, a gigantic red firebird was circling in the sky. Su Lingling looked at the enormous firebird and was startled. This was the Cuisine divine bird. She hadn't expected that under the blood moon's glow, it had turned into a ferocious beast. A thunderous bird cry erupted from the firebird's mouth, shaking the entire city. Su Lingling's face turned pale as she stood there, glancing at Zhang Shun with some concern. The bird was flying too high, making it hard to attack. Boom! With a tremendous roar, the massive firebird spat out a streak of flames, instantly melting the thick wall into a pile of scrap iron. This was an alloy wall with the ignition point exceeding 3,000 degrees. And yet, this firebird also had ranged attacks. Su Lingling silently worried for Zhang Shun. How could they possibly fight? Initially, Su Lingling thought she might be able to help Zhang Shun, but since she couldn't fly, she had no way to reach the flames for an attack. Roar! A furious roar sounded from the firebird's throat. Then, flapping its wings, a powerful gust swept over, instantly knocking down the soldiers on the city wall. Caught by the wind, Su Lingling almost lost her balance. She tightly gripped the city wall. Right after that, Su Lingling witnessed something beyond imagination. Under the bloody moonlight, Zhang Shun leaped from the city wall and vanished into the night sky in the blink of an eye. A dazzling streak of knife light flashed, seemingly slicing the blood moon into two halves. Everything happened in the flash of an eye. In the next instant, the body of the Cuisine divine bird was split in half, blood gushing out and dyeing half the sky red. Su Lingling was completely stunned. She had never seen such a powerful warrior before. Zhang Shun's slash was like something divine. Su Lingling knew Zhang Shun was strong, but she hadn't realized just how formidable he truly was. Zhang Shun landed, picked up the remains of the Cuisine divine bird, then flew back to the city wall. Looking at Su Lingling, who was dumbfounded, he said, "Let's go. It's time for some midnight snacks." Chapter 104, Chicken Stewed with Mushrooms. Su Lingling knew that Zhang Shun was capable, but seeing such a powerful Zhang Shun, she was at a loss for words for a while. Su Lingling asked Zhang Shun in a daze, "How come you're so strong? Believe my strength now, huh?" Ling Chui stood to the side, watching Zhang Shun's smug expression, feeling quite indignant in his heart. His most handsome moment passed by without Su Lingling noticing. He is much handsomer than Zhang Shun. When he hunts fierce beasts, he looks very heroic too, capable of instant kills. Especially when he heard Zhang Shun say they'd eat some late-night snacks on the way home and have extra dishes. Ling Chui felt even more wronged. He wanted to eat too. Alas, his little sister was really troublesome. He hoped his old father would educate her more. Ling Chui looked at Zhang Shun and Su Lingling's cool retreating figures together and felt an indescribable emptiness in his heart. Of course, Su Lingling didn't know about Ling Chui's resentful gaze. Su Lingling was still happily following behind Zhang Shun, talking with him. She couldn't help but ask Zhang Shun, "You're this good. Why do you still want to do cooking?" "I wasn't always this powerful. I practiced the skills you taught me, which made me strong. I actually quite enjoy cooking." Zhang Shun did not mention that it came from eating food, because if he said that, he worried Su Lingling might suspect him of stealing food. After all, Su Lingling eats every day as well, yet her abilities are average. As for cooking, he saved all the extra food and put it into his stomach, just to get a bite to eat. He would willingly do anything. "Ha! I told you that the kung fu was our family tradition, and it's really powerful. Tonight, I'll make a famous dish for you." When Su Lingling saw the blaze phoenix bird in an instant, she suddenly understood why the system gave her the azure lotus earth fire. Because fire can also affect flavor. This crimson flame divine bird was a high-grade ingredient, and it was the first time she had cooked it. Su Lingling decided to use the crimson flame divine bird to make chicken stewed with mushrooms. What Su Lingling didn't know was that the black waterston snake meat she ate before had a higher quality. Today, after Su Lingling saw the crimson flame divine bird, she thought how amazing and powerful it was. The wind created by just its wings almost blew her away. As for the flames, Su Lingling was not afraid because she had the azure lotus earth fire protecting her. Su Lingling had a sense that her azure lotus earth fire was even more powerful than the crimson flame divine bird's flame. The mushrooms were bought fresh by Su Lingling, who let Zhang Shun go out to purchase them, while Su Lingling stayed back in the cafeteria to process the crimson flame divine bird's meat. To perfectly remove the feathers from the bird, the first step is to boil it in hot water, allowing the feathers to fall off naturally, which works best. Then for the downy feathers, fire must be used. Su Lingling decided to try her hand, using the azure lotus earth fire for this purpose. Using the azure lotus earth fire requires Su Lingling to burn true energy obtained through her cultivation. Fortunately, burning bird feathers didn't consume too much. Su Lingling joyfully discovered that controlling the azure lotus earth fire was as easy as controlling her own body. It felt effortless. She completely didn't need to worry about damaging the quality of the crimson flame divine bird's meat. Instead, it improved the quality further. After processing the meat, Su Lingling cut it into pieces, filling up a large basin. A great amount of bird meat indeed. The tail feathers of the crimson flame divine bird were quite beautiful, so Su Lingling thought they could sell for a pretty price, and she left them aside for Zhang Shun. There was also a beautifully crystalline object she found inside the body of the crimson flame divine bird, along with other valuable materials, which Su Lingling kept aside. All these could fetch money, so Su Lingling planned to keep them, letting Zhang Shun take them to sell for money later. Zhang Shun returned with a kind of mushroom called Bayugu, white jade mushroom. These mushrooms are entirely white like jade, round and stout, thick-fleshed, with a very savory taste, and weren't cheap either. Su Lingling had seen it once in a superstore selling exotic creatures, where it cost 10 million star seams per pound. Su Lingling hadn't expected Zhang Shun to buy such an exorbitantly priced mushroom. On the last trip outside, I made quite a bit of money. The star seam isn't worth much now. Keeping it is useless, so I figured I'd buy this. How could star seams lose value? Su Lingling thought of the large sum of money on her star card and immediately became nervous. The galaxy widely uses crystal coins as currency. Our star seams are only usable here on Water Blue Star. And right now, probably only the city of H remains on the entire Water Blue Star. As the tycoons from other cities have all escaped here, how could the star seams retain their value? What should I do about the star seams on my star card? I should have invested in real estate or traded them for some valuable things to store. Upon hearing Zhang Shen's words, Su Lingling instantly realized how frighteningly devalued star seams would become in the future. It's fine. This is your family's land deed. I forgot to return it to you earlier. If we can't get out of H City, everything will be able to return to normal soon. The blood moon will pass quickly. While talking, Zhang Shen took out a land deed and returned it to Su Lingling. Seeing her family's land deed, Su Lingling was extremely happy in her heart. Her ancestral home wasn't lost, which also meant fulfilling a wish for the original owner of her body. Thank you so much. I'll start cooking now. Su Lingling accepted the land deed without any hesitation or unnecessary formality. Unknowingly, the relationship between her and Zhang Shen had become much closer. In the large pot, pieces of crimson flame divine bird meat stewed with mushrooms were bubbling and flipping in the rich, oily soup, with the bird meat being lifted by the boiling liquid and golden oil droplets streaming down. The chunks of mushrooms absorbed enough fat and water, becoming juicy and inviting hunger. Before serving, Su Lingling added a bunch of cilantro, releasing its fresh tender aroma that triggered the fragrance of the meat, making the smell even more intense, aromatic enough to make one's mouth water. Smelling this fragrance, Zhang Shen felt that this aroma surpassed all the meats he had eaten before. Zhang Shen picked up a small piece of bird meat, blew on it, and tasted it. Once it entered his mouth, it was fragrant, tender, and smooth. It was hard to imagine how delicious the taste of this crimson flame divine bird could be. With one bite, the greasy smooth bird meat burst with delicious soup on his taste buds, mixed with the scent of cilantro and the fresh flavor of mushrooms, leaving an aftertaste of lingering aroma when chewed. Continuing to chew, the bird meat became flavorful, getting tastier the longer it was chewed. The meat of the crimson flame divine bird was a bit tough itself, but Zhang Shen didn't know how Su Lingling processed it, making the bird's meat neither old nor dry, instead tender and fragrant with a unique texture. Su Lingling also smelled the aroma and picked up a piece of crimson flame divine bird meat. Indeed, the meat cooked with azure lotus earth fire was extraordinary. Su Lingling could only spit it out and wait until the bird meat cooled down before eating it. The taste of this bird meat was really the best she had ever tasted. Watching Zhang Shen eat big bites of meat, Su Lingling wondered in her heart, can Zhang Shen not feel the heat? Chapter 105, Giving Gifts. A wave of inviting aromas wafted from the cafeteria, reaching the city wall. Ling Chue drooled with envy at the scent. She originally intended to maintain a bit of composure. However, when Ling Chue spotted Su Ji coming out to watch the commotion, both she and Su Ji exchanged a knowing glance. In perfect unison, the two of them entered the long family cafeteria. Such a rich fragrance. How could it not be enticing? And then there was that large basin filled with bird meat and mushrooms, enough to make saliva drip endlessly. Su Ji was an astute individual. Immediately, he took out a cherished crystal mattress from his stash. This custom-made mattress was perfectly aligned with human physiology, producing energy while one slept, which circulated through the body. For ordinary people, this mattress had significant benefits. For high-level warriors, its utility wasn't as great. Su Ji hadn't prepared any gift beforehand. Some things were too precious to give away lightly. Now wanting to enjoy a free meal, he decided it wouldn't be fair to eat without offering something in return. Brother Zhang, this is a very popular crystal mattress from our Tianxue Star, brand new. Today, Brother Zhang has demonstrated extraordinary prowess, a cause for celebration. On this occasion, I specially come to congratulate you, presenting this gift. Zhang Shen immediately saw right through him, an obvious freeloader, irritatingly so. Who wants this old mattress? Who doesn't already have one? But Zhang Shen noticed the gleam of delight in Su Lingling's eyes. It seemed girls were naturally inclined toward shiny, attractive items like this. Zhang Shen told Su Ji, I don't need such sissy things. Give it to Lingling. Since you've come, have some food. Drink plenty of cola. Pouring cola, Zhang Shen was extremely generous because the cola was his own creation, the ingredients he himself mixed, so how could he not afford to be generous? Alright, hearing he could stay, Su Ji lit up with joy. He quickly handed the gift to Su Lingling, plopped down, and brought out his personal utensils. Su Lingling looked at the crystal mattress, delighted. She had never slept on such a luxurious mattress before, her impoverished imagination limiting her. It was said that the value of this mattress was in the tens of millions, available only for noble families to custom order. Not even the average nobles qualified for this luxury. The reason Su Lingling knew about the mattress's high cost was due to a story she'd seen online. A top female star of the galaxy, with her current husband, asked her ex-husband, a wealthy magnate, for maintenance fees. The ex-husband expressed willingness to pay the maintenance fee but refused to pay electricity bills and hoped they would change their mattress, bought previously by his funds. Yet unexpectedly, the whole incident turned into a farce live-streamed by gossip media. Eventually, it was revealed the mattress wasn't real. The fiasco ended with an apology from the former husband. Su Lingling also witnessed this spectacle, amazed by its absurdity. Something no novel could match. Readers might criticize an author for writing an implausible plot. Yet reality often surpasses art in bizarre occurrences. Thus, Su Lingling became familiar with the brand. She never imagined sleeping mattresses could reach such sophistication. Without hesitation, she accepted the gift, because she genuinely wanted to experience what it felt like to sleep on such an advanced mattress. Seeing Su Ji's move worked well for him. What a shame anyway. How could it possibly outweigh the importance of enjoying a delicious meal? Ling Shui promptly mimicked Su Ji, taking out a bottle of treasured spirit wine from her space wristwatch and handing it over to Zhang Shun. This spirit wine is my gift for you and Lingling, celebrating your success today. Lingling? Why does this person feel so intimate calling her that? With such inferior wine, who would drink it? Initially, Zhang Shun wanted to refuse, but Su Lingling stood up and received the spirit wine presented by Ling Shui. Enemies are better reconciled than antagonized. Given Ling Shui's gesture of submission, it was wise to provide a way out. Besides, they didn't have deep grievances against each other, unnecessary to create another enemy. Su Lingling thought Zhang Shun had sufficiently showcased his abilities. Ling Shui must now realize Zhang Shun wasn't someone easy to provoke, thus deciding to show weakness at this moment. It was a good time to let bygones be bygones. Ling General, please join us for the meal. Su Lingling primarily invited Ling Shui to sit down. Ling Shui didn't hesitate, sitting immediately. Zhang Shun coolly added a remark. Starting tomorrow, your meals will be limited. Don't say I didn't warn you. No problem. Ling Shui appeared quite magnanimous, dismissing the concern. Tomorrow's problems would be dealt with tomorrow. For today, there was food to be eaten, best to eat until full first. Unable to wait, Ling Shui eagerly picked up a piece of bird meat and placed it in his mouth. The flavor was truly irresistible. Unable to control himself any longer. As soon as he tasted it, though, Ling Shui realized it was hot, but unwilling to lose face in front of everyone. Despite panting and rolling the food around in his mouth trying to cool it, he did not spit it out. After the bird meat cooled down a bit, with one bite and a chew, that flavor instantly made Ling Shui close his eyes in satisfaction. He felt as if he were basking in the sunlight, as if returning to his mother's embrace. This scarlet flame divine bird's meat tasted absolutely delicious. Their chef at home would never catch up with Su Lingling's culinary skills. The bird meat was truly delicious. Once it entered his stomach, Ling Shui felt the power of the scarlet flame divine bird gradually infusing into his body. This dish was better than any top-tier elixir. Su Ji stared at the bird meat in the basin, his eyes shining brightly. It was so delicious, but too hot. Even though it had been out for quite some time, it still scalded. It seemed as if it retained the power of the scarlet flame divine bird's fire. However, this power was extremely gentle, harmless to the human body. This time, Su Ji was smart. He picked up the bird meat and ate it in small pieces, tearing it into fine threads to fully taste its flavor. Even the bones, Su Ji meticulously removed every last bit of meat, slowly chewing each tiny piece until it released its warmth, which seeped into his mouth, stomach, and finally reached his heart. This slight warmth barely dispelled the coldness inside his body. His body harbored a chilling coldness that he believed he would endure for life. He thought he might only be able to bear his freezing meridians, waiting slowly for death. Later, he merely wished for a cure to his body, not daring to dream about the future. But now, Su Ji dared to envision the future, even daring to plan how to advance further and reach a higher realm. The only condition being he must eat the scarlet flame divine bird every day. Su Ji ate with great elegance due to the heat. Ling Shui learned his lesson and began blowing on the bird meat after picking it up before eating it, cooling it down first. The cooled meat still maintained an exquisite taste. Seeing this, Zhang Shun couldn't help but tease Ling Shui. A real man would never blow like a woman. He would just gulp it all down. Zhang Shun then picked up a large piece of bird meat and chewed it in his mouth. With excellent teeth, he crushed the bones without spitting them out, swallowing them whole. Chapter 106, Degradation of Teeth. When Ling Shui saw Zhang Shun like this, he immediately became competitive as well. He quickly picked up a piece of bird meat and without blowing it cool, placed it directly into his mouth. He used some internal energy focused on his teeth to forcibly chew the bird meat along with its bones and swallowed it. He looked at Zhang Shun with wide eyes, refusing to back down. But Zhang Shun remained unperturbed, continuing to pick up a large bite of bird meat and a slice of mushroom, and kept eating. Ling Shui watched Zhang Shun calmly, and wasted no time grabbing another piece of bird meat and a slice of mushroom, which he placed into his mouth. This mushroom was incredibly thick, full of oily juices, and astonishingly hot. Ling Shui hadn't noticed, swallowing hastily. As a result, his tongue got scorched, and his sense of taste became half disabled. But a real man can't say no, so he continued eating. The reason why this dish was so hot was because it had integrated a trace of Su Lingling's power from the blue lotus ground fire, which made it that way. Su Lingling ate bit by bit, unhurried, because there was plenty of food. Plus, Su Lingling had limited appetite, meaning she could absorb only so much energy. The main problem was just how much there was, a whole big basin full, enough in quantity for several hundred ordinary people's boxed meals. Misfortune spreads like fire through a city gate. Su Ji found watching Zhang Shun and Ling Shui competing interesting at first. However, these two devoured their food faster and faster, rapidly depleting the amount of meat. Su Ji didn't want to eat something so hot, but wished to continue gracefully. But this dish had the optimal medicinal value for him. He needed to eat more. Not even devil chili compared to the power of this dish. Devil chili was purely spicy, containing some fiery attributes, but not nearly as potent as the bird meat from the crimson flame divine bird. To Su Ji, this wasn't merely a dish, but also excellent medicine. He couldn't just watch as the other two gorged themselves, seemingly eating faster because they weren't spitting out bones. Silently joining the competition, he too didn't spit out bones since the larger ones had already been discarded by Su Lingling. The smaller bones were soaked in flavorful broth. Initially, Su Ji tried persisting, but his dental health, having long relied on nutritional liquid and avoiding chewing, had regressed. After chewing on a few bones, his teeth hurt badly, forcing him to honestly spit them out. Nevertheless, Su Ji sped up his eating pace despite his scalded tongue. There was nothing he could do. Thankfully, there was no dinner tonight, only cola available. Without rice to mix with the broth, Zhang Shun felt a little salty when eating dry. A significant portion of the soup remained, so Su Ji packed it in an insulated box, planning to save it for mixing with noodles the next morning. On Su Lingling's side, everyone was quite happy despite the scorched tongues. On the contrary, Ling Zhao's situation wasn't good at all. She had initially intended to run off to find Mu Ju, but Mu Ju had already left with others. She asked the front desk of the enforcement team only to learn that Mu Ju had just left right after her. This left Ling Zhao utterly frustrated, indicating that Mu Ju wanted to deliberately send her away and had no intention of taking reinforcements. At this moment, Ling Zhao felt as if the entire world had abandoned her. She tried calling Mu Ju's communication line, but Mu Ju rejected the call, ignoring her completely. This Ling Zhao couldn't bear it all. It wasn't until she had no choice but to reach out to Li Zhang. Xiao, don't blame the captain. The captain is trying to protect you. He doesn't want you to go to such a dangerous place. We might not return from this mission. You're a good person. Your presence wouldn't help. The mansion house wants to use your trip as leverage to force Ling family to come to Dong City. You should rest assured. Our situation now may not be absolutely hopeless. Those elders of the city master house are powerful. Even if the Ling family doesn't come, they will surely send reinforcements. I can only tell you so much. Saying more would risk the captain finding out, and then I'd suffer. Xiao, the captain is under immense pressure. The city master must hate the captain immensely. Under any circumstance, you must not betray the captain's earnest intentions. Li Jing's communicator went silent afterward. Li Jing secretly contacted Ling Zhao out of gratitude for her personal expense for the law enforcement team's meals. Ling Zhao sat on the ground, crying uncontrollably. Even Li Jing had seen through the Lord's conspiracy, while she alone failed to perceive it. Ling Zhao thought about many things. She realized the impending crisis, understanding why Long Fan and Su Lingling had refused to join. Mu Ju had never let her down. He still hadn't, and she instantly understood the enormous burden Mu Ju carried. Ling Zhao even doubted whether the city master would send troops to rescue Mu Ju. In that case, the only one who could save Mu Ju was the Ling family. Thinking of her brother, Ling Zhao remembered his extraordinary abilities, his omnipotence. Surely, he could save Mu Ju. Indeed, Su Lingling couldn't save Mu Ju. All she could do was to let him eat well. Now what was needed was the top-tier combat power. Moreover, if their Ling family managed to take over Dong City, wouldn't they be able to become the city lords of Dong City? And at that point, they would have complete control over a whole city. That would surely be much stronger than the current city lord of H City, who was only good at scheming. Without delay, Ling Zhao rushed to the base where Ling Chui was stationed and waited for him. Ling Chui had just returned after eating until his face was full of oil when he saw Ling Zhao. Upon seeing Ling Zhao, Ling Chui immediately thought of Zhang Shen's intention to withhold his meals. This made Ling Chui feel somewhat uneasy. He feared that Ling Zhao had come to ask him to fight Zhang Shen to avenge her. If they did fight, it might mean he'd never be able to eat Su Lingling's food again in his life. Ling Chui forced out an extremely gentle smile toward Ling Zhao and said, "Younger sister, don't worry. I've already disciplined Zhang Shen for you. He said he'll never dare to hit you again. My younger sister isn't someone anyone can bully, but we're the better person and don't hold grudges. Let's just avoid dealing with people like him from now on, shall we?" As long as they didn't interact, she wouldn't discover that he was lying. Ling Chui secretly congratulated himself on being a genius. Still, one of his teeth felt loose, as though chewing bones had taken its toll. He had chewed so many bones today, which was quite challenging, but fortunately, he hadn't lost the competition. He ate no less than Zhang Shen. Ling Chui quietly massaged his jaw. His teeth seemed sore, hoping a night's sleep would make them better and not affect his appetite tomorrow. "Brother, I've realized something. Su Lingling and I aren't related. She's originally a merchant, and it's normal that she doesn't want to help me. Besides, she's only an ordinary person who has never left H City her entire life. She found it too dangerous and didn't want to go, and that's reasonable. Also, a chef like her couldn't contribute much help anyway. I shouldn't have expected her to go." Hearing Ling Zhao's words, Ling Chui smiled broadly and was about to commend Ling Zhao for growing up, becoming understanding, and having a broad mind. However, Ling Zhao's next words froze Ling Chui's smile, causing it to gradually fade away until there was nothing left on his face but emptiness. Chapter 107 Ling Xiao gets beaten again. "Brother, you're different from other people. You're different from Su Lingling. You definitely won't be a coward like Su Lingling. You are a great hero. You must want to help the Dong City. You must want to save the innocent people in Dong City. You surely wouldn't stand by and watch so many people die before your eyes. Brother, I believe you can save the Blue Water Star." Ling Chui looked at Ling Xiao, who was passionately speaking. Ling Chui wanted to say that Su Lingling actually had a big role. If Su Lingling went to Dong City, there would be plenty of food, and he might even follow her there. Also, he couldn't see the people in Dong City. It wasn't possible to watch them suffer right before his eyes. Not even with binoculars could he see that far. One would need a satellite for such a view. If he were to go to Dong City, aside from the dangers, the first thing was that he wouldn't be able to eat Su Lingling's home-cooked meals anymore. life would lose all meaning. Ling Shui felt numb all over and said nothing. He could no longer hear what Ling Xiaoxiao was saying. After waiting until Ling Xiaoxiao finally grew tired and stopped talking, Ling Shui said to her, Xiaoxiao, brother is just an ordinary person, not some kind of great hero. Brother only wants to protect the Ling family. The blood moon isn't simple at all, it's very dangerous. The influence of the blood moon on humans was enormous. Initially, Ling Shui thought that the Ling family could hold H City, but without Su Lingling's food, it absolutely wouldn't be that easy. Because the blood moon could stir up all the negative energy in a person's heart. But good food, on the other hand, could awaken the best parts of a person's heart. Unbelievably, Ling Xiaoxiao stared at Ling Shui, unable to believe these words actually came out of Ling Shui's mouth. In her mind, Ling Shui, who stood tall and mighty, someone she regarded as a great hero, had uttered words similar to those of Su Lingling. Heartbroken and distressed, Ling Xiaoxiao said to Ling Shui, Brother, why have you become this way? It's fine if Su Lingling fears death, but why do you also fear death? Brother, you shouldn't be this way. Xiaoxiao, brother has never changed. If brother didn't fear death, he would have stayed on Angel Star instead of fleeing here to Bluewater Star. Brother has always feared death. Ling Shui added fuel to the fire, completely destroying his own glorious image. There were too many people in this world pretending to be weaker than they really were. If he truly acted like Ling Xiaoxiao described him, fearless and rushing everywhere, the risks would quickly consume his 9 lives. Ling Xiaoxiao wiped away her tears and thought about Mu Ju, who hadn't changed yet. Ling Xiaoxiao then said to Ling Shui, Brother, wouldn't it be worth it just for the sake of our Ling family? Instead of enduring humiliation in this H city, we should go to Dadong City and rule ourselves, taking control of a city. Isn't that better? A streak of black lines appeared on Ling Shui's forehead. When did his sister get so ambitious? It wasn't so easy to control a city. They chose to take root and establish themselves in H City after thorough deliberation. Each detail of this decision couldn't be explained clearly in a few words. The situation inside Dadong City was chaotic, and it wasn't easy to intervene. Most importantly, Ling Shui needed to build credibility in H City. Additionally, being a city lord wasn't so easy either. Relations on the Bluewater Star were extremely complex, and people from other planets also had powerful backers. Just as Ling Xiaoxiao was about to say something else, their father arrived. He received a private message from his guards and couldn't believe it. How dare Ling Xiaoxiao try to persuade Ling Shui to go to Dadong City? Ling Shui was the foundation of the Ling family, untouchable. No matter how much their father adored Ling Xiaoxiao, Ling Shui was always more important. Outraged, he almost slapped her dead on the spot, but was stopped by Ling Shui. Ling Shui advised his father, Dad, I think Xiaoxiao has been affected by the blood moon. Do you know, we bribed the city lord to let Xiaoxiao continue working as a chef in the base, but he refused. Although Xiaoxiao's cooking skills are decent, they aren't enough to counteract the negative effects of the blood moon on people. She eats her own food day in and day out, now likely having been stirred into a state of negativity by the blood moon. Take her back, find someone to watch her closely, and force her to drink cola every day. Once the blood moon passes, Xiaoxiao will return to normal. After saying this, Ling Shui knocked Ling Xiaoxiao unconscious. Knocking her out was necessary. During the blood moon disaster, the situation was extremely perilous. If Ling Xiaoxiao's few words incited Dad to anger and they split up, Xiaoxiao might leave home, weak and overly righteous without the protection of the Ling family. Who knows what might happen to her outside? Ling Shui believed Dad's temper wasn't in a good place right now, probably affected by the blood moon as well. In the past, Dad would never have struck Ling Xiaoxiao. Thus, Ling Shui directly knocked Ling Xiaoxiao unconscious and asked his father to bring her back and keep an eye on her. Mr. Ling sighed and said to Ling Shui, You and Xiaoxiao are my treasures. I thought that Mu Ju was sensible and chose to offend the city lord, thus leaving on his own. With that, Xiaoxiao would be fine. I didn't expect Xiaoxiao to ask you to go to Dadong City. How has Xiaoxiao become like this? Don't worry, I will let her mother keep a close eye on her, spend more time with her. Mr. Ling took Ling Xiaoxiao back to the Ling residence and told Mrs. Ling everything that Ling Xiaoxiao had done. Mrs. Ling favored boys over girls much more than Mr. Ling did. Though she loved her daughter, no one was as important as her son. If something happened to Ling Shui, her position in the Ling family would definitely be lost. Moreover, unlike Mr. Ling, Mrs. Ling knew about Ling Xiaoxiao's secret affection for Mu Ju. She believed Ling Xiaoxiao's behavior was aimed at getting Ling Shui to rescue her lover. In Mrs. Ling's eyes, Ling Xiaoxiao's actions were not influenced by the blood moon. Mr. Ling didn't know these things and thought Xiaoxiao was affected by the blood moon, hence her change. The moment Mr. Ling left, Mrs. Ling's expression turned cold. She slapped Ling Xiaoxiao hard and woke her up. When Ling Xiaoxiao opened her eyes, she saw her angry mother. She originally wanted to cry to her mother, but seeing her mother like this, she lay quietly in bed, afraid to speak. Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't think straight. She was still pondering over Ling Shui's words. He had said her cooking wasn't good enough. She had been learning culinary skills longer than Long Fan, yet why was Long Fan so popular? The city lord even gave him 5 million as a bribe. At the 2 outposts Ling Xiaoxiao and Long Fan went to, all of them wanted Long Fan, none wanted her. This made Ling Xiaoxiao feel very disheartened. It seemed like she was truly bad at everything. Her only advantage was her noble character. But today, Ling Xiaoxiao hadn't expected Ling Shui to refuse her. Her own brother was actually afraid of death, fearing for his life. This was something Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't accept. Xiaoxiao Ling, how could I have such a stupid daughter? When do you accomplish anything without the Ling family covering for you? You joined the enforcement team. How many connections have I pulled? How many gifts have I sent? Do you know, Your brother went to school where teachers not only refused my gifts, but showered me with flattery, hoping to teach your brother. And you're bad at everything, both stupid and troublemaking. Every time, I had to send gifts to the teacher and apologize to the parents of the other students. Long Fan is also the youngest in his family. He isn't exactly accomplished either. But when it comes to cooking, in just a few days, find out about Long Fan. 13 outposts of the city, Lord, all want him. The captain and soldiers of his current outpost pooled their money and bribed the city, Lord, to let him stay. As for you, not a single outpost wants you. Can't you get the hint? Chapter 108. Ling Xiaoxiao was locked up. Ling Xiaoxiao could hardly believe what she was seeing. Was this really her kind and graceful mother? This woman in front of her looked more like a demoness, an old witch. Her face still stung with pain, a sign of how brutal her mother had been. Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't help but suspect that her mom was influenced by the blood moon. Her brother had mentioned earlier that she herself was under the influence of the blood moon, but it seemed now that her entire family had fallen prey to its effects. That was the only way to explain why her family had changed so drastically. For her family to return to normal, it might take until the blood moon cycle ends. The blood moon usually lasts at least a month. In extreme cases, it can continue for up to 6 months. Ling mother originally wanted to reason patiently with Ling Xiaoxiao, but knowing her daughter well, she saw immediately that Ling Xiaoxiao's dazed expression meant nothing had been absorbed. She was probably lost in thought. She decided to take a stronger approach. Of course, she knew very well that Ling Xiaoxiao despised Long Fan above all others. Continuing, Ling mother said, "Why don't you try to learn from Long Fan instead of causing trouble at home? Look how wonderful Long Fan is. So obedient. His elder brother is one of the confidants of the Dragon King, Star's young master. Yet he remains humble. He never creates problems for his family. Even though he behaves extravagantly, the money he spends pales in comparison to your endless business ventures. You work at the enforcement team and insult everyone day in and day out, costing the family countless amounts of money just to keep your job. But look at Long Fan. Yes, he's fond of chasing partners, but he picks them from bars, poorer women whose families spend less on sponsorship than what you consume daily. And through that, he helps improve their living conditions. With a better family background than yours, he certainly doesn't wander around seeking trouble like you do. He simply eats, drinks, chases after mates, and wouldn't dare to attract even slightly talented commoners for fear of causing trouble for his family. In his youth, all he cared about was leisure, fun, and pleasure. Now, after just 2 days of training as a chef, he's already become a top-class chef. Ling Xiaoxiao, do you have any self-awareness at all? All you seem good for is creating chaos, both for the family and for others. As these thoughts bubbled up inside Ling mother, anger consumed her. She couldn't forget how Ling Xiaoxiao sent Ling Chui to the Great East City. Ling Xiaoxiao, do you truly think everything you've done has been for the best? Why did Muju leave you behind and head directly to support Great East City? If you were half as clever, would Muju not want to bring you along? He didn't want to drag you into danger, but more importantly, he didn't want to be dragged down by you. If Muju dies, it'll be because of you. No, I didn't harm Muju. Ling Xiaoxiao tried to explain, but Ling mother shoved her away without listening. Coldly dismissing her daughter, Ling mother ordered 2 guards to stand watch outside Ling Xiaoxiao's room door. The door was locked tightly, and Ling Xiaoxiao found that her communication tools had been confiscated by her mother. With no choice left, Ling Xiaoxiao sat on the ground helplessly, clutching her knees as tears streamed down her face. She didn't understand why everyone seemed so different overnight. The crimson light of the moon, blocked by the window, didn't shine upon her. In that moment, Ling Xiaoxiao felt much clearer-minded. Perhaps she really was rather inept at everything. Yet, she'd never intended to harm anyone. Why had it come to this? Both her father and mother had struck her, leaving her face burning with pain. But her heart hurt even more. The adult world was truly too uninteresting. Why couldn't it be black and white, just right or wrong? Why must it be so complicated? Ling Xiaoxiao had spent only a few years on Angel Star when she was extremely young. By the time she was 4 or 5, she had already left Angel Star and come to Waterblue Star. Thus, the young Ling Xiaoxiao had no feelings whatsoever about having left her hometown for this new place. Right now, however, Ling Xiaoxiao understood Su Lingling completely. Even her own elder brother prioritized survival over loyalty. How much more so a commoner like Su Lingling? Despite locking her up, Ling mother still worried that she might starve. She asked a servant to bring in a bowl of warm soup. But Ling Xiaoxiao didn't want it. No appetite. How could she ever be compared to Long Fan? She clearly surpassed Long Fan in many ways. Yet, thinking back on past events, perhaps she actually wasn't better than Long Fan. Recalling her life choices, she often started things with great enthusiasm, only to give up halfway through when realizing her average talent level. If she hadn't abandoned those endeavors so easily, she wouldn't have jumped blindly into cooking at Su Lingling's suggestion. Originally, Ling Xiaoxiao wasn't afraid of hard work, but she couldn't accept her mediocrity or her inferiority to Long Fan. Lying on the bed, Ling Xiaoxiao went through the night sleepless. Meanwhile, Su Lingling lay on her new crystal mattress, trying it out. It really was comfortable. It wasn't hard at all, it was soft crystal. It looked like crystal, shiny and bright, but its texture was different, and it was very comfortable. Most importantly, as Su Lingling sat on the bed cross-legged to practice her martial skills, she felt a smoother flow of energy. Originally, Su Lingling had considered cutting the mattress in half, so she and Zhang Shun could each have one. However, Zhang Shun refused, stating that he didn't need such an item. Zhang Shun's refusal was pretty strong, so Su Lingling didn't say anything more. Su Lingling was in a very good mood today because Zhang Shun was extremely powerful. Su Lingling wasn't naive anymore. She knew a thing or two about martial artist strength. Ling Chui was the top expert in H City, and Zhang Shen's abilities were comparable to Ling Chui's. That meant their strength was similar to Nan Murong and Bai Qiaofeng from ancient legends. This indicated that Zhang Shen was also one of the top experts in H City. If Su Lingling could someday beat Zhang Shen, she would become the strongest martial artist in H City. After obtaining the Blue Lotus Earth Fire, Su Lingling's strength had greatly improved. Even with one hand, Zhang Shen now found it somewhat challenging to defeat Su Lingling. At least Su Lingling noticed that Zhang Shen broke into a sweat, since she allowed him to use both hands during their spars. Su Lingling's Taiji Bagua palm had been upgraded by the system to proficient. With daily practice, her strength had naturally increased significantly. What Su Lingling didn't know was that after studying her Taiji Bagua palm, Zhang Shen's control over power had reached another level. Because Zhang Shen deliberately suppressed his own strength to be on par with Su Lingling when sparring with her. But Su Lingling had no idea about all this. She thought it was only a matter of time before she could defeat Zhang Shen and become the top expert in H City. Even though Zhang Shen suppressed his strength, his battle awareness and reaction speed remained unaffected. If Su Lingling ever defeated Zhang Shen, her strength would surely reach a first-class level. The next day, Ling Chui had a toothache. Sleeping made it worse. Chewing bones seemed to hurt more now. Su Ji's teeth were fine because no one challenged him. Not all real men must chew bones, so Su Ji only nibbled a few bites. His dental health recovered quickly, leaving him without any pain. Still, Su Ji no longer ate for free at the Long family cafeteria since he hadn't acted against the Blood Moon calamity before. Chapter 109. Su Ji goes to support Dedong City. But now, Su Ji stepped forward willingly. He said he had stayed on Aquamarine Star for so long, and the people of Aquamarine Star were good to him. With their warm invitations, he could no longer stay idle. He would fight for the people of Aquamarine Star. He would head to Dedong City and resolve its crisis. To make the entire population of Aquamarine Star live better. This was what Su Ji publicly declared. In reality, it was because Dedong City was very close to H City. Most importantly, there was only one Scarlet Flame Divine Bird attacking H City. The rest had not yet matured. He heard that there was a king-level Scarlet Flame Divine Bird in Dedong City. Su Ji believed Su Lingling's cooking was closely related to the level of strange beasts. After all, when he ate Su Lingling's dishes in the past, they weren't nearly as effective. He intended to hunt down that king-level Scarlet Flame Divine Bird and bring it back for Su Lingling to help turn into a dish. At the time, at worst he would invite Zhang Shen and Su Lingling to eat together. Su Lingling generally couldn't consume much meat or digest anything. Zhang Shen ate more, but Su Ji felt Su Lingling wouldn't agree unless Zhang Shen was invited too. Su Ji touched his own teeth. He thought that even if he spat out bones, he could still eat faster than Zhang Shen. Besides, delicious food was meant to be savored. For the big dinner later that night, Su Ji left early in the morning without eating. He went to Dedong City, hoping to return with the king-level Scarlet Flame Divine Bird in the evening for dinner. Aquamarine Star was such a great place. For so many years, it had remained a fifth-grade civilization planet, never having survived through any Blood Moon calamity. The strange beasts here had grown for many years and were incredibly powerful. If he went elsewhere, there wouldn't be such formidable strange beasts to kill. Once the bunch of people from Angel Star and Dragon King Star arrived, probably there wouldn't be anything left for him to do. Su Ji had already made his statement. Wherever Scarlet Flame Divine Birds appeared, he would voluntarily spend his own money to help eliminate them. Scarlet Flame Divine Birds were a rare species and supposedly descendants of the Divine Bird Zhuke. Fully grown Scarlet Flame Divine Birds were exceedingly scarce. Therefore, Su Ji needed to seize the opportunity. Although Su Ji didn't cook, he also knew that ingredients should be as fresh as possible. A bird might only suffice for one meal. Once cooked, its efficacy would fade if kept waiting for a while. The previous bird's soup was like that. Even stored in a spatial ring where the flavor remained unchanged, the mysterious fire energy it contained had already mostly dissipated, leaving basically nothing behind. Thus, Su Ji thought he should eat one Scarlet Flame Divine Bird per day. Today's bird would be killed. But in the future, if more were available, he would attempt to capture them alive. Su Lingling had no idea what Su Ji was thinking. When she learned that Su Ji had voluntarily gone to support Dedong City, she was greatly astonished. Do you think Su Ji is that kind-hearted? I found out he specifically kills Scarlet Flame Divine Birds. 80% of it is likely due to how delicious yesterday's dishes were, Zhang Shen said as he served food beside Su Lingling. Ever since Zhang Shen killed a Scarlet Flame Divine Bird last night, these people had more reverence for him. Such an accomplished individual was actually serving food to them. Even employees of the Ling family who saw their meals being restricted did not dare complain. Although Ling Sui arranged an extra window manned by Ling Wei in the cafeteria for the employees of the Ling family who didn't get their meals, after tasting both options, the gap became evident. The difference in taste wasn't vast, but something subtle was missing. Everyone could perceive it. This slight disparity in taste, everyone could sense. Most crucially, the energy and impurities in the meat compared starkly with Su Lingling's dishes. In Su Lingling's dishes, the meat contained extremely pure energy with no impurities. But in Ling Wei's dishes, the energy was half as much, with some impurities present. These individuals endured eating under the circumstances just to fill their stomachs, but discontent simmered within them. They dared not blame Zhang Shen, whose prowess struck fear into them. And this entire matter originated from Miss Ling wasting food. How could someone discard such delectable food and then throw a tantrum at the cafeteria, affecting them? Naturally, they couldn't help but feel resentful. Though filled with grievance, due to Ling Xiaoxiao's status, they could only suppress it. Su Lingling hadn't imagined that Su Ji had come to Dadong City simply because he relished the divine bird meat. This indicated that H City harbored exceptional talents. It simultaneously reinforced her understanding of the importance of power. Su Ji dared to come alone from Tian Shui Star to Aquamarine Star, and upon arriving earlier, he was promptly invited to dinner by important figures. Definitely, these people were aware of Su Ji's strength. However, during the Blood Moon calamity, so many lives were lost. Long Cohen was even willing to invite Su Ji to come to this canteen and eat for free every day, which definitely meant he was aware of Su Ji's strength. But at the Long family's base, people were dying every day, and so many had already perished. Yet they had never invited Su Ji to take action. The city lord's mansion was the same. No one had invited Su Ji either. Zhang Shen's abilities were also pretty good, yet the Long family allowed Zhang Shen to eat and drink heartily in the canteen while just doing the job of dishing out food. Moreover, Zhang Shen ate an extraordinary amount, but the Long family didn't care. This explained something. It showed that Zhang Shen was very strong, and the Long family knew it, so they didn't mind letting him feast as much as he wanted. Otherwise, they would have surely warned Su Lingling to make Zhang Shen eat less. But the Long family neither asked Zhang Shen to act nor invited Su Ji. As for Su Lingling, the novice, everyone knew she wasn't particularly powerful. Yet somehow, Ling Xiaoxiao dared to morally bind Su Lingling with her demands. Of course, the fact that Ling Xiaoxiao lacked common sense was one of the primary reasons. However, instead of morally binding figures like the city lord, Ling Xiaoxiao went after Su Lingling, a mere chef. At the root of it all, it still came down to the issue of not having enough strength. Even though Su Lingling was just a chef, she could practice martial arts too. Su Lingling sensed the green lotus earth fire within her heart and felt slightly reassured. This was her trump card. But this should only be used as a last resort, and once used, it must ensure the opponent dies. As for other martial techniques, Su Lingling didn't plan to practice them. The Tai Chi 2 instrument's palm technique was already profound enough. Though it lacked lethal force, the green lotus earth fire was highly destructive. Su Lingling intended to focus first on building up her internal energy slowly, aiming to break through to the legendary innate realm before anything else. Once a martial artist breaks through to the innate realm, they can rival a 5th grade ability user. Innate is a threshold, and crossing this threshold isn't as simple as it sounds. You see, martial artists are generally considered inferior to ability users in the public eye, but as soon as they reach the innate level, their status equals that of ability users. Currently, Su Lingling indulges in eating well every day, nourishing herself greatly, yet there is still a bit of a gap to the innate realm. Chapter 110, Greenwood Technique. Su Lingling suddenly remembered that Zhang Shen had said he didn't have any superpowers, which meant Zhang Shen was most likely a Xingja, innate martial artist. Su Lingling couldn't help but ask Zhang Shen, "Have you broken through to the innate realm?" Because only by breaking through to the innate level could one become this powerful. During the meal, Zhang Shen paused for a moment and then nodded. He seemed to have broken through to the innate realm when he was very young, still in the womb. Su Lingling, being as old as she is now, probably initially practiced the Tai Chi dual palms just as a form of exercise. Then as she grew up, she started dating and probably stopped practicing. So when she met him, she was still an ordinary person, and it was only after meeting a scumbag and awakening her talent that she finally grasped the inherited Tai Chi dual palms. But by then, she was older. Starting martial arts practice at this age makes it difficult. She remembered that the first time she ate blood eagle meat, she couldn't digest the energy inside and experienced diarrhea. Now eating it every day has improved her constitution significantly, and she practices diligently. But because of her age, she's definitely hitting some thresholds, making it hard to break through. Zhang Shen thought that Su Lingling doesn't lack resources. She eats well and is physically strong. What she lacks is a proper technique to help consume the power within her body. Thinking about this, Zhang Shen asked Su Lingling, "If you were to switch your cultivation techniques, what kind of technique would you like to practice?" What to cultivate? This was a good question. Su Lingling immediately thought of Monkey Brother, when Patriarch Bodhi once asked Monkey Brother what he wanted to learn. Monkey Brother's response was simple: immortality. Later on, he not only became immortal, but also very powerful. Su Lingling joked with Zhang Shen, "I want to practice an immortality technique." Looking at Zhang Shen's stunned face, she continued jokingly, "Just kidding. There's no way such a technique could exist. I prefer a fire attribute technique. As a chef, having this will allow me to control cooking temperatures more accurately in the future. Though machines can control temperature, the heat from energy sources will never compare to the aroma of rice cooked over firewood. Firewood, now, isn't used by ordinary people anymore. It's something only the rich can afford. Some high-end restaurants still use firewood, unlike before, where only poor rural people would use firewood. And now, due to poor ventilation in the slums, using firewood isn't as practical as using energy." Zhang Shen thought for a moment. Though he didn't have an immortality technique, he did have one that could preserve youth and extend life. He told Su Lingling, "I have a greenwood technique here, which can preserve youth and prolong life. It depends if your constitution can handle it. If not, I'll find you a better one later. I also have a fire attribute technique. I'll send it to your optic mind shortly. After you finish work, I'll guide you in cultivating it. This technique isn't as gentle as the Tai Chi dual palms, so guidance will be necessary. And we'll need to judge whether your constitution suits these techniques. If it doesn't, it's easy to suffer internal damage. You really do have techniques. So many of them. Can they be forwarded? The Star Network strictly prohibits private forwarding of techniques." Su Lingling was surprised. The Star Network actually has quite a few techniques. While most are paid subscriptions, generally, people purchase techniques by going to martial arts halls to learn traditional family techniques passed down orally. There are several advantages. First, with master guidance, cultivation is safer. Second, the techniques on the Star Network, aside from a few widely accepted ones, often rely on rote memorization. One misstep in wording while practicing martial arts can mean drastic differences, easily causing internal damage. Third, the Star Network strictly prohibits pirated martial arts. Techniques cannot be privately forwarded and must be paid subscriptions. Violators will be legally pursued by the original technique owners. This cannot be taken lightly. Su Lingling thought for a moment and said to Zhang Shun, "I'll subscribe myself on the Star Network. We have money now, so we don't lack for it." Zhang Shun smirked disdainfully and said to Su Lingling, "The techniques on the Star Network aren't necessarily all classics. Most are garbage techniques. The truly good ones are monopolized. No matter how much money you offer, they won't sell them out. It's done to maintain noble status. Nobles are better than ordinary people partly because they are cultivated from a young age. Another reason is their monopoly on high-level techniques to forever solidify their position. Through generations of effort, they've wiped out all the good techniques from the Star Network. Your Tai Chi dual palms, first, has a difficult entry point. Second, the version on the Star Network differs somewhat from the oral transmission you've learned. Nowadays, good techniques can only be passed down through families. This is also the main reason why nobles are so much better than ordinary people. They eat well, drink well, and start practicing martial arts from a young age. Commoners might not even have enough to eat, let alone access to rare treasures. Then there's the disparity in techniques. With such gaps, even if you have some talent, you still fall behind. Unless you're a world-shaking genius. I won't let you practice that fire tribute technique. Its source is somewhat illegitimate. There's no issue with the greenwood technique, though. Since your main practice is Tai Chi dual palms, the greenwood technique focuses only on cultivating true Chi, so no one will notice. Su Lingling didn't expect it to be so cruel in the star system. Ling Xiaoxiao accused her of being selfish, but why not challenge those top nobles? Zhang Shun quickly sent the technique to Su Lingling. Su Lingling, while eating, opened it for a quick look. This technique is so complete. From the innate realm, martial king realm, martial respecter realm, all the way to master realm, heavenly person realm, martial god realm, all mental methods are included. Don't look too much. This technique mustn't be practiced casually. Once we return home, I'll teach you how to practice it, and don't look at the later realms. Seeing them won't benefit you. Download and save it well. Zhang Shun warned Su Lingling. Su Lingling dared not read too much either. Su Lingling knew that most commonly used techniques on the Star Network can only reach the innate realm. The techniques for higher realms simply don't exist. But even reaching the innate realm is something most people cannot accomplish. A book capable of reaching realms Su Lingling barely dares to imagine. This shows how precious this technique is. Su Lingling was deeply moved. Zhang Shun truly treated her exceptionally well. This technique represents a threshold. Perhaps it's the threshold between nobles and commoners. Even if Su Lingling becomes a psychic, it doesn't mean she becomes a noble. She only acquires an entry ticket, a pass to interact with high society. In the eyes of the nobles, commoners and themselves may as well be two different levels of beings. Everyone hates nobles, but once they become nobles, they want to fiercely hold on to their noble status. After all, there are only so many noble positions available. Chapter 111, The 7 Spirit Mushrooms. In the daytime, as the moon doesn't appear and the warm sunlight covers the land, so the attacks by strange beasts are not frequent. And at night, when the blood moon appears, these strange beasts, as if stimulated, will go crazy in attacking people. Su Lingling originally thought of going back earlier today to practice martial arts. So Su Lingling didn't plan to prepare midnight snacks in the canteen tonight. But this Su Ji guy, risking the peril of the blood moon, flew back overnight from Dandong City, bringing the scarlet flame divine bird and the mushrooms he had painstakingly collected there. No matter what, Su Lingling still admires him for being able to go and support Dandong City. Plus, the gift given by Su Ji was extremely valuable. The dishes have already been prepared by someone, and they are looking at her expectantly. Su Lingling feels awkward rejecting it. Also, Su Ji said that both Su Lingling and Zhang Shun can eat together, and everyone should eat together. Therefore, Su Lingling decided to help Su Ji prepare the scarlet flame divine bird. Bird meat is defeathered, cleaned, and cut into pieces. The mushrooms are soaked in advance. Ginger and garlic are sliced. The whole process is similar to cooking chicken stewed with mushrooms. Su Lingling heats the appropriate amount of oil in the pot until it reaches 5/10 heat, adds green onion sections, ginger slices, and garlic slices. These small ingredients jump up and down in the oil like little fish, making a sizzling sound. After a few minutes, a strong fragrance explodes. Next, she adds the most important ingredient of this dish, the scarlet flame divine bird meat. Stir fry evenly. The bird meat slightly turns yellow. Then pour in soy sauce, rice wine, and dark soy sauce. The color of the bird meat deepens. Add the 7 spirit mushrooms for stir frying. The earthy yellow bird meat and the small mushrooms look like gold and jade in the entire pot. Pour in clear water and add star anise. Once the water boils, switch to medium heat and stew. Large chunks of bird meat, whole mushrooms, along with the chives dices used for garnishing, combine perfectly. The tenderness of the bird meat, the freshness of the mushrooms, and the rich bird soup. Most importantly, unlike other bird meats, this one has a very light color and looks extremely comfortable. Ling Shui also came over attracted by the aroma, but Su Lingling directly refused him. One must hunt king-level ferocious beasts and bring their own side dishes in order to come over for additional nighttime snacks. Also, Su Lingling emphasized that she and Zhang Shun would eat together. Ling Chui could only leave dispiritedly. He had hunted ferocious beasts before, but handed over the bodies to his family for handling. Ling Chui decided that from today onward, he too would hunt king-level ferocious beasts. If only he had known about the extra meals, he would have brought those beast carcasses over. Su Lingling does not demand ordinary ferocious beasts, but king-level ones. Otherwise, Su Lingling's day would be spent working non-stop. King-level ferocious beasts may not be abundant, but they do exist. One per day can be kept at this level. This mushroom gathered by Su Ji looks similar to ginseng, but it's not ginseng. It's the 7 spirit mushrooms. It doesn't have 7 colors, but because it's a 7th grade spiritual plant, its rank is quite high. It's rare that Su Ji managed to collect so many mushrooms. This vicious grade scarlet flame divine bird was even bigger than yesterday's. Su Lingling processed some valuable materials and let Zhang Shun hand them over to Su Ji. Su Ji didn't hesitate and took everything. He just squatted in the canteen, drinking cola, meditating with closed eyes, waiting for Su Lingling's dishes to come out. Su Ji has been hungry all day, eating nothing all day except for some noodles in the morning. Although Dandong City welcomed him warmly, the food was simply terrible. He almost threw up and stated that he wasn't hungry at all. He thought that upon returning, he'd feast heartily and definitely eat more than Zhang Shun. He intended to eat back the cost. Watching Zhang Shun holding the food bowl, devouring the meal in large bites made Su Ji feel a sense of pride internally. He wished Zhang Shun could eat a bit more, then get full and not be able to eat any other food. As Su Ji sniffed the kitchen wafting aroma and swallowed saliva, he suddenly felt that all the efforts today were worth it. He looked relaxed, but in reality, he was quite bedraggled. Before coming to Su Lingling's place, he changed clothes. Because he wanted to take advantage of the safe daylight to gather mushrooms on the mountain, but kept getting attacked by strange beasts. So gathering these mushrooms was no easy task. Every bite of his dinner today was a product of his blood and sweat. Su Lingling's skills remained consistently unmatched in meeting Su Ji's expectations. A full basin piled high with bird meat, emitting a concentrated fragrance, permeated with a passionate fiery spirit, which stimulated Su Ji's appetite. Without hesitation, Su Ji took a bowl, sat down, and began eating. The bird killed by his own hands today, Su Ji thought, was much more delicious than yesterday's. The dish looks beautiful, smells fragrant, and tastes good. In a silver iron plate lies a light yellow soup, with chunks of deep yellow bird meat causing one to salivate, along with brown 7-spirit mushrooms and golden yellow ginger slices. A sprinkle of emerald green chive grains completes the visual, making Su Ji want to immediately eat 3 bowls. Once again savoring the bird meat, Su Ji was still completely captivated. The bird meat was smooth but not greasy, its flavor refreshing to the soul, while the mushrooms were slippery and fresh. As Su Ji ate, he couldn't help but make sounds of admiration. "Miss Su, today's meat tastes even better than yesterday's." Su Lingling picked up a piece of mushroom and took a bite. With a soft chuckle, the scalding oil inside the mushroom burst forth in her mouth like beef balls, releasing a surge of flavors. The freshness, tenderness of the mushroom and the aroma of the bird meat. These sensations alternated on her taste buds, each drop of rich oil making every cell in her body leap for joy as they absorbed everything like sponges. Inside the mushroom, thoroughly cooked with grease and bird meat fragrance, every bite overflowed with juices in her mouth. The mushrooms you picked today are excellent, though their internal energy, mixed with the power of the scarlet flame divine bird, makes them slightly hot. Su Lingling complimented Su Ji. If the taste of the mushrooms and bird meat weren't warm enough, the energy within would dissipate. Only when it retained this heat could the special effects of these ingredients be perfectly manifested. But the mushrooms were even hotter than the bird meat. The oil burst in her mouth at a very high temperature. Yet fortunately, Su Lingling had the Qinglian earth fire inside her, so she wasn't scorched. Su Lingling originally wanted to warn everyone. However, she remembered that both Su Ji and Zhang Shun were experts. Surely they could endure it. Su Lingling also noticed that Zhang Shun didn't swallow all the bones. If the pieces were too large, he spat them out. But for small ones, he chewed them and swallowed them. Su Lingling preferred eating the mushrooms. They tasted amazing. Su Ji leaned toward eating the bird meat more since he enjoyed it, but also because the mushrooms were too hot, so he politely nibbled on just a small bit at a time. Although the energy contained in the mushrooms was abundant, it wasn't what Su Ji needed. What Su Ji truly sought was the essence of fire within the bird meat. A warm force emanated from his stomach, flowing through his limbs and driving away the cold from his entire body. This energy truly felt incredibly soothing. Having eaten the scarlet flame divine bird twice, Su Ji already felt as if his condition was almost cured. Chapter 112, The Han Family. As long as Su Ji stops cultivating his own martial arts, the condition will not relapse. But for Su Ji, this was unbearably painful. He would definitely continue to cultivate and grow stronger, which meant he needed to eat more of such food. Su Ji was originally a descendant of the Han family, a prestigious lineage of ice and snow. However, due to his physical constitution, practicing the family's cultivation techniques caused him to be covered in icy frost, freezing his meridians. For an ice and snow family like the Hans, this was a highly shameful matter. Because the Han family's genes were best suited for cultivating ice magic and could only practice ice-based martial arts. Attempting fire-based martial arts would lead to fire-induced madness, which the family also regarded as disgraceful. But Su Ji's mother, Su Jie, for the sake of her son, insisted that Su Ji's father expelled Su Ji from the Han family, just so he could switch to practicing fire-based techniques and survive. Even this wasn't enough. Su Ji had a glacial body type, but his cold essence was too intense. Cultivating the Han family's techniques was most appropriate for him, leading to rapid progress. But even if he stopped cultivating, there was always a chill within Su Ji's body, seemingly emanating from the depths of his soul. The Han family might have been able to save Su Ji's life, but it could only render him into a useless person. Su Ji was unwilling to accept this fate, traveling across countless planets in search of opportunities that might change his destiny. Actually, Su Ji had already visited over 100 planets, 50 of them being places known for fire element techniques or strange objects with fiery attributes. But these things only worsened Su Ji's injuries. He believed that his body couldn't accommodate even a trace of fire energy. However, Su Lingling gave Su Ji hope, allowing him to see the possibility of continuing to cultivate his family's martial arts. If he could break through to the Grandmaster level, at that time, he would be able to return to the Han family, reclaiming the surname Han. Su Ji's talent was not lacking. It was simply his body that didn't allow him to cultivate. Su Ji realized now that it wasn't that Su Lingling couldn't prepare high-grade ingredients. It was that high-grade ingredients weren't available for her to cook. Her social class couldn't access such rare materials. Even Su Ji, eating well every day, found it hard on his wallet. Su Ji decided that he would collect all the edible fire attribute foods he could find to help Su Lingling process them for him. He could no longer lie around idle. He must work hard and earn money for food. Because the next day's meals wouldn't retain their full nutritional energy if saved, Su Ji devoured the dishes without hesitation. Not even a drop of broth was spared. He bought noodles, cooked them himself, and mixed them with the remaining broth. It was the first time Su Ji had ever eaten until he was full and stuffed. In the past, the family had taught him to eat only until he was 7/10 full, anything more being unrefined and unworthy of noble dignity. But being truly full felt so comfortable. His whole body was warm and pleasant, and all he wanted to do was close his eyes and sit in meditation, practicing his skills. Su Lingling and Zhang Shun left early. Zhang Shun had eaten all the meat and didn't bother to argue over the leftover soup with Su Ji. Su Lingling hurried home to practice the greenwood technique. She wondered, why can't I follow the technique as instructed? Why is it so strange? Su Lingling was quite curious. After returning home, Su Lingling placed herself in a position where her hands faced the sky absent-mindedly. Zhang Shun pulled out a piece of parchment and opened it in front of Su Lingling. On the parchment was a painting of an enormous ancient tree. Just from looking at the picture, Su Lingling could sense the grandeur and power radiating from this celestial tree. Zhang Shun spoke to Su Lingling. The greenwood technique requires practitioners to outline their spirit and vital energy into the form of a green tree and nurture it constantly. This green tree must be shaped after real plants and must be modeled after a 9-tier spirit plant. Otherwise, success is impossible. Lingling, you should now begin visualizing this tree based on the mantra. Su Lingling closed her eyes, silently chanting the mantra, and in the darkness, she envisioned a massive tree with branches thick and twisted, wrapped in centuries of black scars. Observing the branches, it seemed like this tree had long since withered away. Simply looking at it, Su Lingling could feel the eons this ancient tree had witnessed. Yet, its existence carried no hint of sorrow or decay. Its vitality remained hidden within itself, waiting for the right moment to burst forth. Su Lingling also saw a small blue-green lotus flower inside her heart. This was the blue lotus hellfire, originating from beneath the earth, igniting flames that surged from below ground straight up to the 1,000-year-old tree, where Su Lingling had feared the blue lotus hellfire would destroy the tree. Instead, under the flames' burn, the tips of the tree's branches erupted with lively, flourishing vitality. Fresh green leaves grew abundantly, while the blue lotus hellfire danced more seductively. Fire born from wood, endlessly cyclic. Clearly, this colossal tree wasn't an ordinary spiritual plant. It was likely one of the legendary top-tier spiritual plants, capable of enduring the blue lotus hellfire's flames. At the moment this huge tree sprouted, a powerful force entered Su Lingling's body, and the energy she contained within her was immediately absorbed and released. This wasn't enough. It still wasn't enough. Su Lingling closed her eyes and focused on her technique. The food in her stomach had been instantly digested and absorbed, transforming into energy. But this still wasn't enough. The energy in Su Lingling's flesh and blood was also being drawn out. Zhang Shen noticed Su Lingling's abnormal condition. He placed his fingertip on her forehead, and a surge of immense power flowed from his body into hers. This power surged through Su Lingling's 8 extraordinary meridians. In that instant, Su Lingling felt as though she had entered a new realm. There seemed to be a buzz sound near her ears, as if something had been shattered. In that moment, Su Lingling's insides underwent an earth-shattering transformation. Her flesh, bones, organs, cells, and every part of her body became at least 10 times stronger than before, more resilient and compact. Even many secret meridians and veins were opened, reaching the surface of her skin, allowing her internal energy to effortlessly radiate outward, harming enemies from several paces away. Su Lingling could even faintly sense the hidden secrets and transformations between heaven and earth, able to freely communicate with the surrounding natural energy. Not only that, everything inside Su Lingling's body became purer, clearer. Spiritual energy surged within her, cleansing all impurities and filth, which flowed out through the newly opened meridian channels onto the surface of her skin. Furthermore, the blue lotus hellfire and the ancient tree in Su Lingling's mind were also subtly changing. These two forces merged together, as if coming alive within her body, swallowing great quantities of natural energy. In no time at all, the blue lotus hellfire grew slightly larger, and the patterns and leaves on the ancient tree became much clearer. Su Lingling quietly sensed all the various changes happening inside her, her heart filled with joy. This was the innate realm. There was such a big difference between this and the normal realms. Before breaking through to the innate level, Su Lingling had only felt like an ordinary person. But after breaking through, it felt like she had transformed into a superhuman. Su Lingling opened her eyes and saw Zhang Shun, utterly exhausted. Chapter 113. Am I not handsome? Zhang Shun, thank you. Without you, I would definitely have failed this time. Su Lingling sincerely appreciated his help. She could feel the support that Zhang Shun had given her. She finally understood why Zhang Shun could eat so much. In her early years, Su Lingling suffered from malnutrition. This time, if it weren't for Zhang Shun's assistance in her forceful breakthrough, she would either have failed due to insufficient qi and blood or ended up with a mental breakdown. From now on, she should eat more since Su Lingling used to limit her eating to avoid becoming overweight. But now, Su Lingling realized that at the innate level, one could freely convert and absorb the energy within their body to grow stronger without gaining weight. Who wouldn't like that? Go wash yourself quickly. You smell terrible. Zhang Shun put on an expression of disdain, interrupting Su Lingling's gratitude. Su Lingling also noticed her own foul odor. She had already enhanced her physical constitution twice and thought there were no impurities left in her body, but surprisingly, there were still quite a lot. Upon seeing herself, Su Lingling immediately went to the bathroom to shower and change clothes. After Su Lingling finished washing, she let Zhang Shun go next. With high-level inner energy, it was possible to dry one's hair using internal forces, making it unnecessary to use a hairdryer. After breaking through, Su Lingling was overjoyed and performed a set of Tai Chi 2 forms palm technique. She discovered that she still did not fully understand this palm method before, but it was a great advantage in battle. Su Lingling began to comprehend why Zhang Shun had dared to directly give her the cultivation techniques, without any hesitation. Without the visualization diagram, and without Zhang Shun orally explaining the visualization method, one might not be able to succeed in practicing this ultimate technique even after a lifetime of effort. Such a top-tier technique, it was truly terrifying. You've mastered it so fast. Zhang Shun washed himself quickly and came out soon after. What kind of tree is that? It looks extraordinary. I think that sheepskin paper is not simple at all. That's the phoenix tree, a 9th-class spiritual plant. The sheepskin paper has captured a trace of its Tao essence, which can only be used once and will vanish after use. You have good talent, and you didn't waste this opportunity. Phoenix tree. That's the legendary tree where phoenixes roost, possessing the same ability to reborn through fire as phoenixes do. With something so precious, Zhang Shun actually gave it to her. Su Lingling decided that she must properly repay Zhang Shun by giving him an even richer return gift. It's fortunate that you helped me. I didn't expect the cultivation method to be so complicated. Even if the technique leaked out, it probably wouldn't be learnable. Some geniuses, combined with luck, don't need a visualization diagram to succeed. This is just precautionary. Su Lingling checked online on the Star Network and found no such complex techniques. None of them contained steps involving visualization. She originally thought that the only difference between commoners and nobles was the variation in abilities genes. Only now did Su Lingling understand that it wasn't about that. It was about the wealth and privileges of the nobles. The nobles, who were themselves normal people, therefore needed to keep these cultivation techniques under lock and key, locking other people out of advancement channels to preserve their own status. So you are a natural genius who doesn't require a visualization method to successfully cultivate. No, I come from a noble family. I'm a noble. You're a noble? Su Lingling found it hard to believe, recalling a rumor. Zhang Shun looked average and refused to undergo plastic surgery, hence getting kicked out of the noble group. Curiously, she asked, then are you a civilian because you refused plastic surgery? Mostly, this debt-collecting job was looked down upon by most people. Powerful ones usually join law enforcement. Especially a former noble coming here to work as a foot soldier. How did he adjust his mindset? Zhang Shun smirked lightly at Su Lingling. Huh? So do you think I look unattractive? Surprisingly, this twisted smile carried a bit of domineering charisma. Zhang Shun seemed never short of money. He didn't have a cleanliness phobia like those typical dominant personalities. He slept soundly in this rickety bed and run-down house. Moreover, he ate very heartily, enjoying everything he consumed. Recalling Zhang Shun's demeanor, Su Lingling felt it wasn't very vulgar. Su Lingling scrutinized Zhang Shun's facial features closely for a long time, realizing he wasn't ugly. In fact, he was somewhat handsome. Su Lingling said to Zhang Shun, I really can't tell. I've stared too long and now experience visual fatigue, making it impossible to distinguish beauty and ugliness anymore. However, regarding the nobles I've seen, Su Ji and Ling Chui, they all look rather handsome, as though sculpted by divine hands. A high-nose bridge, eyes like black obsidian, phoenix eyes with slightly raised corners exuding a touch of cold charm, broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs. These distinctions are indeed a bit obvious. Don't feel inferior. Among us commoners, you're still pretty good. Su Lingling described it in great detail. Su Ji and Ling Chui truly resembled the tyrannical bosses from novels, their charm overwhelming. Do I not have broad shoulders? Do I not have a narrow waist? Are my legs too short? Zhang Shun asked Su Lingling, unyielding and slightly indignant. Hey, why are you so concerned about your looks as a man? Su Lingling found it strange, especially since Zhang Shun wasn't unattractive. If he cared so much, then he should go for plastic surgery. You've been brainwashed by all sorts of nonsense and now can't even appreciate beauty. You don't even know what a good-looking man should look like. My nose is perfectly fine, it's not low. And my eyes? They're brighter than black obsidian. And look at this face, sharp as if carved with angles clearly defined. And guess what? I have peach blossom eyes, far more attractive than phoenix eyes. As Zhang Shen spoke, Su Lingling carefully observed his features and to her surprise, realized that each of his features was indeed handsome, yet somehow when they were put together, they appeared rather plain. It had an effect of being easily forgettable. To be honest, after spending so much time together, Su Lingling hadn't even memorized Zhang Shen's features. She just instinctively recognized him as Zhang Shan. Su Lingling's eyes were fixed intently on Zhang Shan, observing him meticulously. Su Lingling felt no embarrassment, but Zhang Shen began to feel a bit uncomfortable. I know I'm very handsome, so is that enough already? Zhang Shen's tone softened slightly this time. No, I didn't realize until after breaking through. Now, I notice it's not my memory issue, it's something wrong with your face. It's as if I can't remember your features well. When I see you, there's a kind of subconscious hint telling me, this guy is average looking, no need to pay attention. Su Lingling explained somewhat puzzledly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shen smirked confidently and said to Su Lingling, I am noble, and naturally, I keep some family heirlooms close. I'm too handsome, beloved by many noble women. These women went to extreme lengths to win my affection, and I had no choice but to conceal my appearance, living here in anonymity. Chapter 114, Visitors from Outer Space. Su Lingling heard Zhang Shen's words and sneered at him. These words were purely made-up nonsense. In the space age, there is no shortage of handsome men and beautiful women. With highly developed plastic surgery technology, what kind of handsome man or beauty haven't we seen? Su Lingling said to Zhang Shan, I am also a noble, an ultra-great noble. Due to my average talent, I was discarded on this blue water star and then adopted by my current parents. I may look unremarkable, but I was born with distinction. I still remember a little about my childhood memories. Really? Which family are you from? Zhang Shen curiously asked Su Lingling. Su Lingling drew a simple sketch of green lotus earth fire in midair with her finger. Zhang Shen frowned, deep in thought. This family emblem seemed familiar to him, but he had forgotten where. Su Lingling originally intended to put on a pretentious air towards Zhang Shen, claiming she remembered nothing except that pattern because she was too young back then. However, just as Su Lingling opened her mouth, Zhang Shen said to Su Lingling, I've remembered. These belong to the Green Lotus Holy Tribe's family insignia. Your family is on Mars. Looks like you've really been around a lot. This is just a casually drawn lotus flower design. I am an ordinary person. My parents are my real parents. I wasn't adopted. All right, I believe in your noble identity, but you can't try to brainwash me into thinking you're handsome. That's impossible. Nobles must be good-looking. If they're not, they'll be taken for plastic surgery in their early years, continuously until adulthood. There's no way someone would be expelled from the noble ranks due to poor looks. In that case, I'll believe you're a handsome man, but when you say numerous noble women like you, it's sheer nonsense. Su Lingling continued, addressing Zhang Shen again. Let's sleep early. It's late already, and we have work tomorrow morning. All right. Su Lingling suddenly remembered something and turned around to ask Zhang Shen. Do you want to take a rest day at home? Isn't it demeaning for a noble young master to fetch food in the cafeteria? It's not demeaning. Ling Xiaoxiao is also a noble miss. She can fetch food every day as a girl. Why should I feel belittled? But my identity needs to be kept secret and cannot be disclosed. Su Lingling gave Zhang Shen an okay sign with her hand gesture. Since Zhang Shen required confidentiality himself, she could continue to exploit Zhang Shen for labor while pretending she knows nothing. Zhang Shen was still Zhang Shen who works diligently every day. Su Lingling returned to her room, planning to continue practicing martial arts to stabilize her strength before sleeping. The feeling of breakthrough was truly amazing. Su Lingling touched her cleaver and thought that if next time another blood falcon sneak attacks her, she herself would be able to kill it with one stroke. Nothing happened overnight. The blood moon above the sky remained bright, but the curtains blocked the bloody moonlight. The room was pitch dark. Su Lingling soundly fell asleep. At this moment in the starry sky, several stars plummeted. Soon, one after another spaceship landed in the airspace above the blue water star. Obviously, the City Lord's mansion also received the message. They knew about the arrival of the spaceships, but chose not to inform anyone. In the middle of the night, Dongsan City. Under the crimson moonlight, Mu Ju wielded a great blade, his entire body covered in blood. Compared to the regular laser weapons, these monsters actually fare better against cold weapons. Mu Ju's expression grew grave, as these monsters were increasing in number. Last time, a king beast appeared, and luckily Su Ji arrived in time to slay it, allowing Dongshan City to persevere. Mu Ju knew more than the others. Now, many other cities had fallen. Those places were all now territories controlled by monsters. According to the technological development of the interstellar world, large-scale weapons could easily exterminate those beasts. But they didn't. Instead, the higher-ups in the City Lord's mansion and wealthy merchants had chosen to flee instead of engaging in mass killings of the monsters. Mu Ju pondered for a moment and said to his companion Li Zhang, Li Zhang, take the other brothers and go first. Dongshan City has detected the outside beast herd. There are no less than 5 king-class fierce beasts. The tide of beasts has truly begun. We probably won't be able to hold out. Mu Ju threw the key of the flying machine to Li Zhang. It was an unbearably heavy decision. Li Zhang's face instantly turned pale. Trembling, he asked Mu Ju, Big brother, what about you? I will stay here. There are always things that need to be done. Poor people's lives matter too. I might not save everyone on Blue Water Star, but I must save those in Dongshan City. Mu Ju said to Li Zheng very firmly. Big brother, retain life, and you'll have plenty of chances to save people later, Li Zheng advised Mu Ju. I know that if I abandon these ordinary people now, sooner or later, I will still have to abandon other ordinary people in the future. Besides, someone has to stay behind to cover the retreat. Otherwise, how could you leave safely? You followed me here, and I'm already very glad. If we don't leave soon, it will be too late. Moreover, you have a younger sister at home. Without you, your family would lose its only anomaly user. Your beautiful sister can still have a good marriage when you survive. Hurry up and go. Those higher-ups have already left. If we linger, it will be too late. Li Zheng listened to Mu Ju's words with tears welling up in his eyes. He wanted to say he would stay and fight alongside Mu Ju, share life and death together. But there were 5 king-class ferocious beasts. They couldn't defeat even one of them. It was a disaster, let alone 5. Even H City might not withstand this. No, Li Zheng thought about Su Ji, the man who killed a king-level fierce beast. H City would definitely hold out, and his family needed him. If he died, his younger sister would be unprotected. Li Zheng stood there for a long time, thinking of everyone else on the law enforcement team. Each of them was the mainstay of their families. If they fell, their families would likely be reduced to commoners, left vulnerable to abuse. Li Zheng originally intended to ask Mu Ju if anyone required special care. But then he remembered. All of Mu Ju's relatives had long since passed away, leaving him entirely alone. Roar. The roar of a ferocious beast came from outside the city walls. The sound was like a death warrant, snapping the string Li Zheng had been holding onto. Go. Hurry up. Under Mu Ju's urging, Li Zheng blankly led the remaining members aboard the flying machine. Mu Ju didn't look back at Li Zheng and the others. He knew many pairs of eyes were fixed on him. Mu Ju realized the value of these king-level ferocious beasts. That was why they weren't exterminated with large-scale weapons. They feared damaging the beast's value. If he could hold out just a little longer, perhaps those sent to harvest the ferocious beasts would arrive. This was Mu Ju's resolve. He hoped his resolve could bear some significance. Life itself was hard, and everyone had their own faith. Chapter 115, Angel Star. The Lord's Mansion. By this time, the ground was already covered with rose petals. The city lord and all the elders knelt on the ground respectfully, shouting in unison. Welcome to the envoys descending on Water Blue Star. The leader was a young man and woman. Because of the leap in technology and superpowers, it has become difficult to tell a person's age from their appearance. They looked proud, heads held high, not even looking at those who were kneeling on the ground, as if they were mere cabbages. The city lord approached ingratiatingly, handing over a light brain, and said flatteringly to them, Envoys, this is the location found by the light brain where the king-level ferocious beasts are located. Under the radiation of the blood moon, they have evolved into their most perfect state. The young man glanced briefly at the light screen projected by the light brain and revealed a very satisfied smile. He said to the people of the mansion, Not bad. There are thousands of king-level ferocious beasts. They've been nurtured well. This time, the Water Blue Star's promotion to a 4th-grade civilization is stable. However, you must remember, to advance to a 3rd-grade civilization, more effort is needed. If these ferocious beasts go extinct, the Water Blue Star will lose its value. A beauty behind the young man took over the light brain. Thousands of king-level ferocious beasts, wherever they appeared, would bring about a great disaster. But these people were nonchalant and didn't consider it a serious issue. Ferocious beasts, indeed terrifying, but full of treasures, worth a fortune. Especially king-level ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts cannot be domesticated. They are filled with murderous intent and cannot ascend without killing. Only through endless killings can they ascend. So the blood moon is, for ordinary people, nothing but a disaster. But for these people, it is merely a harvest. Now, it was their time to reap. Everyone was grateful for the redemption of the higher civilization towards lower civilizations. Grateful that the other party would condescend to come to this low civilization to help the world. Thank you, envoy, for your praise. You've traveled far, and we have prepared a grand feast. We hope the envoys will go taste it. The city lord said respectfully to the group. The woman hearing this, replied disdainfully to the city lord. Your uncivilized wilderness offers no fine cuisine, unnecessary. We shall hunt ferocious beasts first. Not quite right, Miss Carla. The younger brother of Dragon Liang, Dragon Fan, is the greatest chef on Water Blue Star. His mother used to be the renowned Crystal Chef. His culinary skills are undoubtedly remarkable, the young man told Carla. Carla was extremely beautiful, emitting a cold and icy aura. Her eyes showed disdain and arrogance, as though none of the worldly things were worthy enough for her attention. Upon hearing this, Carla frowned, knowing that the man beside her had definitely received some benefit from Long Buffon, which prompted him to casually mention this. Long Buffon's mother was originally one of their Angel Star's residents, possessing a natural talent for cooking, but was mediocre. Talk of the famous Crystal Chef? Just empty boasts. However, Long Buffon was incredibly strong, so she had to give him a bit of face. After all, who didn't know that Long Buffon had a precious younger brother whose innate essence was damaged? Long Buffon has been traveling across galaxies seeking spiritual herbs to save his younger brother, braving many dangers along the way. Carla was slightly envious of such fraternal affection. Born into humble origins, Long Buffon reached his current strength purely due to extraordinary talent. She, however, despite being from an aristocratic family, was only mediocre in terms of power. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ended up here on Water Blue Star to harvest resources. This is a 5th-tier civilization. Meanwhile, Long Buffon had earned the qualifications to go to 2nd-tier civilizations to collect resources. Fifth-tier civilizations were like pig farms while second-tier ones were arenas of life and death. Ferocious beasts could retaliate and occupy entire planets at any moment, making large-scale weapons ineffective against top-level ferocious beasts. Early on, nuclear weapons still had some effect, but now, under nuclear radiation, these ferocious creatures have evolved. Each nuclear weapon could only assist them in evolving further, granting them the ability to traverse space and attack the planets they were on. Although Carla was unwilling, she could only nod slightly at the young man, saying, "Shuming, it shall be as you say." The city lord wore a troubled expression, tremulously addressing the young man Shuming. "Envoy Lord, Dragon Fan insists on completing dinner for the warriors at the outpost before he can join us. Another excellent cook from our water blue star, Lin Ruhai, also possesses remarkable culinary skills. It will likely take Dragon Fan several hours to finish his task." Carla, already upset, upon hearing this stomped her foot down hard on the city lord's body, her sharp heels piercing directly into his flesh. Carla wickedly twisted her heel, blood oozing out of the city lord drop by drop. The city lord suffered greatly, sweat pouring down, yet neither daring to resist nor voice a sound. Carla didn't actually intend to have a meal here, and yet this city lord dared to deceive her with another cook. How could these worms dare influence their decisions? "You have quite the audacity to interfere with our schedule." When Shuming saw Carla had tormented the city lord enough, he spoke up. "All right. We have a few hours, which will be sufficient for us to clear out the ferocious beasts nearby. You let Lin Ruhai and Dragon Fan prepare dinner for us. We'll taste it later." Instantly, Carla pulled off her high heels. The city lord, despite bleeding profusely, still managed to take out a handkerchief and wipe the blood from the heel of Carla's shoes. Carla took it as an entitlement, never even glancing at the city lord during the whole process, and she confidently strode onto the flying craft. Of course, Carla wouldn't torture the city lord anymore. However, she knew for certain that Shuming would not spare him. Shuming used to be at the same school as Long Bufan. Both came from humble origins, so they shared some connection. But Shuming's talent was far inferior to Long Bufan's. Moreover, Shuming did not share the same pure-blood aristocratic identity as Carla. He only managed to come here because he married into the Eujinhua family on Angel Star, wedding one of their junior daughters from the main lineage. Carla thought that if Dragon Fan cooked something as bad as dog poop, Shuming would still say it was good, and she definitely wouldn't eat a single bite of Dragon Fan's cooking. As for Lin Ruhai, his dishes should be edible. Let's deal with those ferocious beasts first. The city lord knelt down and watched them depart, waiting until the flying vessel flew away before daring to tend to his wounds. One of the elders couldn't help but say to the city lord, "City lord, is it really necessary for the Angel Star to be so excessively bullying?" "Elder, speak cautiously," the city lord reminded the elder. His wound was serious, and who knows whether that woman's high heel was clean or contaminated with bacteria. Even though it had been properly bandaged, the pain made him suck in his breath. Chapter 116, Incompetent Squabbling. The pain from the city lord's wound was excruciating, but he still dared not waste time treating it. Instead, he immediately went to find Long Fan. The city lord had indeed considered asking Long Fan to do a poor job so that Lin Ruhai would win effortlessly, ensuring that the chef recommended by him would be deemed the best. However, he remembered Long Fan's brother, someone not to be trifled with. Moreover, Su Ming specifically mentioned knowing Long Fan's brother. Still, the city lord had confidence in Lin Ruhai. Compared to Su Lingling, the city lord felt slightly unsure, but against Long Fan, he was confident. Lin Ruhai was originally a chef from the Chef Association. He had practiced culinary skills for many years from a young age, and later learned under Su Lingling for no less time than Long Fan. They were on entirely different levels. After all, Long Fan had only been learning for a few days, despite his undeniable talent. Besides, Lin Ruhai was selected as the best among the 10 chefs the city lord had taken away from Su Lingling's shop long ago, which made him top-notch indeed. The city lord was quite confident about this. The reason he did not choose Long Fan or Su Lingling was that he believed Long Fan's knife skills in cutting vegetables were too clumsy, producing an unattractive presentation. Moreover, having grown up spoiled, he worried that Long Fan might make trouble or offend the envoys, causing himself grief. As for Su Lingling, she had rejected advances from countless powerful figures and remained content selling 20 yuan boxed meals. Although seemingly naive, her choice aligned with the needs of Blue Water Star. To develop without becoming anyone's resource farm, such individuals were essential. The city lord glanced at the lights filling the entire city. Life required hope. He quickly arrived at the base where Long Fan was staying. Long Fan was busy packing his things, utterly exhausted after a whole day's work. "Lord Long, emissaries from Angel Star have arrived, friends of your brother. They are out hunting ferocious beasts in the countryside. Tonight, we need you to prepare a banquet. Just bring out your strongest dishes. You can take ingredients from the city lord's mansion. Whatever you need, even meat from dangerous beasts, is available." The city lord spoke confidently to Long Fan. Initially tired and reluctant to go, Long Fan changed his mind upon hearing that these were friends of his brother. This was his first chance to meet someone from a level 1 civilization. He decided immediately that he would provide them with the finest banquet possible to showcase his talents. Excitedly, Long Fan followed the city lord back to the city lord's mansion. Liu insisted that she wasn't tired either and joined them as well. She was very curious about what people from a level 1 civilization looked like and how strong they really were. The city lord had another plan though. He secretly approached Lin Ruhai and told him that this was going to be a cooking showdown and that he'd risked everything to recommend him. Lin needed to bring his A game. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruhai became completely focused. He already knew how he could combine Su Lingling's recipes with his own culinary techniques. His strength lay in sculpting and presenting food beautifully. Su Lingling's dishes had unparalleled taste. Their combined effort would yield results slightly inferior in flavor to Su Lingling's, but superior in terms of aesthetics, which appealed greatly to high-ranking dignitaries. Long Fan also cared deeply, washing every ingredient himself and not letting Liu help at all. Feeling bored, Liu wandered around and eventually spotted the pot set up by Lin Ruhai. After some inquiry, Liu returned angrily to Long Fan saying, "Young Master Long, this city lord isn't being straightforward. He let both you and Lin Ruhai compete to entertain the Angel Star invoice, but didn't tell you. He gave Lin Ruhai a pot forged from outer space meteorite iron and used premium pear blossom wood as firewood, whereas you have nothing." Despite this news, Long Fan remained calm, replying to Liu, "This old man must think the other guy isn't as good as me, so why worry? Our fruit wood works just fine. We'll cook over a good fire. Cooking doesn't require all those fancy tricks. Focus and sincerity are enough." Though appearing calm, internally, Long Fan was displeased. The unique secret technique of using wood as fuel for cooking, passed down by Su Lingling, had apparently been stolen by them. Pear blossom wood was a higher grade species than his fruit wood, but quality wasn't everything. The flame produced from his fruit wood was highly aromatic and added its scent to the food, enhancing its flavor significantly. Long Fan had made up his mind. He would prepare only his most proficient dishes and avoid mistakes. Fortunately, they shared equally fair access to top-notch ingredients and freely chose what they wanted. His tools, including his pot, knife, and cutting board, were all top-notch custom-made items ordered by Long Cohen. Even his cutting board was crafted from premium agar wood. Long Fan harbored no doubts or hesitation within himself. The first step was to pick the bones. Long Fan, having awakened his talent and with daily cooking practice, had developed a strong intuition for selecting ingredients, able to determine which ones were the best. All the ingredients here were carefully selected by Long Fan. The first step for Long Fan was to make broth. He was making dragon bone snow lotus soup, substituting radish with snow lotus. The snow lotus wasn't an actual lotus, but rather a root vegetable like radish. However, it was a 7th grade spiritual plant. While ingredients aren't always better when they're higher grade, they must be more suitable. These two ingredients made the best combination in Long Fan's opinion, a soup he had also shared with Su Lingling before. The second dish was braised pork. Long Fan's knife skills weren't great, so slicing meat thinly for stir-fried pork would compromise the taste. Thus, anything testing his knife skills, Long Fan didn't plan to attempt. As for fish, Long Fan hadn't cooked fish before. He had practiced making braised pork more often. For the side dishes, Long Fan brought out the preserved dishes he had prepared for his father. Long Fan had never stir-fried green vegetables. All his preparations were based on Su Lingling's cold dishes. The advantage of these cold dishes was that they wouldn't spoil even if left out for a while, and their flavors remained excellent. Given the number of people, stir-frying them right away could easily result in one dish cooling off before the others were ready. So Long Fan decided to prepare cold dishes instead. These 3 dishes, broth, braised pork, and the cold dishes, were the 3 most frequently made by Long Fan. He had no confidence in other dishes. People wouldn't get tired of eating these 3 every day. If he were cooking for his father, Long Fan might try something new, like fish. But now, it wasn't possible. However, the quality of the ingredients was different. Here, the quality of the ingredients was much better, at its worst being ferocious beast meat. Long Fan did not choose the meat with the most energy or the most expensive option, but instead picked a piece of relatively good quality fire ox meat. Because Long Fan liked eating fire ox meat himself, this braised fire ox meat was his favorite. It was also the dish he was most satisfied with among his own creations. This was Long Fan's simple homestyle cooking. On the other hand, Lin Ruhai prepared a grand banquet. He prepared as many as 10 dishes, presenting them with elaborate names to express his solemnity. Chapter 117, A Moment of Crisis. Dong City. There were many people who, like Mu Ju, chose to stay behind. Even more people were those impoverished civilians and commoners unable to leave. At this point, they also knew that when the city falls, their fates would be sealed. They picked up weapons one by one and climbed onto the city walls. Rather than lie down waiting for death, it was better to stand and seek even a sliver of hope for survival. Mu Ju stood on the city wall, faintly sensing vibrations coming from the wall. Without looking at his light computer, he already knew that those ferocious beasts were approaching. With a solemn gaze, Mu Ju turned to the leader of the guards nearby and said, "Those strange beasts are coming. Be prepared." The leader of the guards stared into the distance without blinking. This time, they intended to use every single weapon available. A rumbling, thunderous sound could be heard faintly from the horizon. He saw that shadowy mass of figures, dust swirling as black masses flew overhead in the sky, nearly blocking the blood-red moonlight above. The commander of the guards immediately began issuing orders. Glowing projectiles with flames shot towards the sky, blossoming like fireworks. Their bright explosions temporarily eclipsed the horrifying red moonlight above. Boom, boom. Fierce blasts erupted beneath the ground. It seemed the sounds echoed from afar, the deafening booms continuing ceaselessly in massive waves, with smoke spreading faintly. This was due to explosives placed earlier underground during daylight. The explosive sounds continued unceasingly, loud and constant, conjuring vivid images of the approaching beasts being shattered into pieces. These explosions could only kill weaker creatures among the strange beasts. For the truly powerful ferocious monsters, these only caused slight wounds. Such attacks could merely slow down the momentum of the overwhelming animal tide momentarily. As for the king beasts, they remained unscathed. These strange creatures still formed an imposing sea-like wave moving toward them with shocking force. As the strange creatures neared, laser gun beams discharged energy upon them, killing quite a number where they stood, but some of the fierce monsters remained completely uninjured and ran faster. By the time the savage beasts gradually approached the city walls, all they had left to rely on were cold weapons. More and more of the strange creatures rushed over, countless individuals taking up arms to defend their homes. However, under the trampling assault of the great animal army, countless casualties ensued and they were massacred entirely. Countless corpses lay scattered below the city, some torn apart, leaving incomplete remains. Seeing this scene on the city walls, many eyes reddened, anger flashing within them. Yet, they could only grit their teeth, suppressing their emotions and refraining from rushing down below. Roar, roar, roar. Deafening roars reverberated across the battlefield as one head after another of gigantic demon beasts arrived below the city walls, unleashing their respective abilities, some flame, others frost, others poisonous fluids, as if determined to carve a path through sheer brute force. Muju had originally intended to wait for the appearance of the king-class ferocious beast so that he himself could handle the king beasts. But at this moment, he descended from the walls, slashing furiously with his blade again and again in attempts to block the advance of these strange beasts. A mighty ferocious beast collapsed under the force of Muju's blade, while another took a slash from Muju and let out a piercing scream, raising its defenses and not daring to advance any further. However, at this instant, a king-class ferocious beast emerged, moving incredibly fast. Muju's blade could not even touch its body. It showed disdain, mockingly watching Muju, teasing him until Muju was utterly exhausted, then planning to swallow him whole. Just as Muju's strength was about to give out and he faced imminent doom, a large blade appeared in front of him, blocking the path of the incredibly strong king-class ferocious beast. Muju, the people of this water blue star with integrity aren't just you alone. All the men of my Zhou family are real men, and our Zhou family daughters rival the best among the men. This was shouted by an elder. He had white hair streaked with silver, and his eyebrows and beard were equally white, yet his presence was formidable and filled with vitality. Moved deeply inside, Muju couldn't help shouting, "Senior Zhou, go take a rest quickly. Continue fighting later. This old man can still withstand more blows. The Dong City is the Zhou family's turf. If an outsider like you can defend it, how can we possibly abandon it?" Tears welled up in Muju's eyes, and he retreated to recover. He couldn't waste the precious time that Senior Zhou bought him by consuming his life force. He must seize each second to restore his own strength. Today's battle was a battle to the death. The mayor of the Dong City walked beside Muju and said, "Muju, you should leave. I am the mayor of Dong City and will die with Dong City. You are the hope of our water blue star. Leave here. If you ever become strong enough, you might return and change all this. Our water blue star has seen so many talented individuals leave us. So many geniuses. Have any of them returned? Lord of the city, it's because everyone thinks they are a genius and want to cultivate until they become more powerful before coming back to change everything. But will those ferocious beasts give us the time? So many cities have been destroyed, and only those useless cowards manage to escape. I won't leave. Those nobles are coming. City H is already ruined, reduced to being the lapdogs of the nobility. At that time, I still hoped there would be a place in this world that could accommodate these commoners." As the captain of the enforcement team, Muju had witnessed much darkness. He almost harbored prejudice against anyone associated with the nobility. Even kind-hearted nobles, with their unconscious actions, deprived the commoners of everything they had. Muju knew that the nobles only wanted to keep City H. They preferred other cities to never exist, because breeding was an illegal practice within the star system. By keeping Dong City, it would grant 100 years for development. In 100 years, a batch of talented individuals could grow up and fight for the water blue star. Not accepting the same education as in City H, where everyone dreams of emigrating and where gifted individuals are sent away to supply the fresh blood to the first-tier civilizations in the stars. The Lord of Dong City took a deep breath and looked at another king-class ferocious beast flying out from the group of strange creatures. He drew his blade, rushed forward, and struck a blow but was hit by the ferocious beast's claw and fell to the ground. Many impoverished civilians seeing this, used their lives to shield the Lord of Dong City from the fatal blow, barely saving him from certain death. Just as Muju was about to rush forward to save someone, another king-class ferocious beast appeared, roaring fiercely and cruelly. Then, Muju saw a king-level mammoth-like giant elephant approaching on foot, its presence daunting like a moving mountain, radiating immense pressure. Confronted with the terrifying king beast, Muju did not retreat. He gripped the handle of his knife tightly. Chapter 118, A Heavy Heart. Muju did not choose to directly confront the king beast with brute force. This time, he intended to use his agile body to challenge this king-level ferocious beast. Roar. The moment Muju charged towards the king beast, it lifted its head. Its enormous trunk suddenly plunged into the ground, and then it swept up the green stone floor beneath it, hurling it away forcefully. The stone slabs produced a whistling wind sound as they flew through the air and directly smashed against the city wall. Upon being struck by these enormous slabs, the alloy city wall immediately dented inward. This strike was too powerful. Muju was not unwilling to block it, but could sense that if he did, he would be crushed into paste. Not wasting any more time, Muju quickly moved around to the beast's back, planning to climb onto its head and deliver a killing blow from there. However, the king beast paid no attention to Mu Ju behind it, accelerating its pace as it charged toward the outer wall of the base at high speed. The impact of its massive body stepping on the ground caused even the paved stone roads to crack, evidencing the horrifying strength of the creature. Mu Ju hadn't expected it to attempt such a direct charge. This city wall mustn't be breached. It's the sole advantage left to humans. Without the wall, the human race could only sit and wait for death. Exerting all his might, Mu Ju swung out an incredibly potent blade energy, striking the king beast. As the flash of the blade passed over it, the king beast did not falter in the slightest. It was a king-level beast with exceptional defensive capabilities, rendering Mu Ju's attack like drizzle against it, leaving it completely unharmed. Several warriors atop the city wall ignited their martial chi without hesitation and leapt forward. Yet this king beast was too colossal compared to them. Those warriors appeared as tiny as mosquitoes beside it, utterly unable to injure the beast. As the city wall was nearing collapse, an immensely profound and ancient presence propagated from a distant horizon. Following that, a streak of white light descended, freezing this fearsome king beast solidly into a huge ice block. A stunningly beautiful woman draped in white floated suspended in midair. With a flash from her wrist, she effortlessly drew this frozen king-level ferocious beast into a spatial device encircling her wrist. Fearsome as this beast was, in front of the elegant woman, it seemed as adorable as a small creature and was subdued effortlessly. Thank you, envoy. At this very moment, Mu Ju sincerely appreciated her intervention because she had saved the city. He hadn't anticipated that these nobles would actually arrive. This beautiful woman was none other than Kara, who normally disdained any interaction with these little bugs. After easily subduing the nearby king beasts, Kara instructed Mu Ju and others. Remember, starting today, under no circumstances should you kill any ferocious beasts. These beasts possess the potential to advance into king beasts. It would be a pity if they were killed. Envoy madam, as long as these beasts do not assault the city, we naturally won't fight them. However, H City is already overcrowded, and we have nowhere else to go. Please forgive us, envoy. They are nothing but lowly commoners anyway. How much are your lives worth? Can't you just avoid these ferocious beasts yourselves? Besides, how many people can these ferocious beasts kill? Why don't you learn from the previous cities? Once the cities are gone, these ferocious beasts will naturally be unable to harm humans and end up killing each other. Annoyed, Kara spoke to the people below. She knew these people weren't entirely honest. She destroyed all technological weaponry on the city walls, and then dismantled all tech-based weapons in the city lord's mansion. Still feeling insecure, Kara destroyed a section of the city wall before finally leaving with great satisfaction. Miss Kara, shall we let these stubborn lowly commoners go free? A woman behind Kara asked. Let them live. Ferocious beasts need life force for evolution. I've just discovered that here, quite a few ferocious beasts are just one step away from advancing to the king level. With so many king-level beasts this time, the cultivation resources we can obtain will certainly increase. Miss Kara, you really think far ahead. I wonder why the master still lets that waste of space, Su Ming, follow you. This kind of person who relies on women for position can do nothing but steal credits. Don't stoop to his level. Though Kara outwardly spoke like this, inside, she remained wary of Su Ming. Though sly, she also knew the woman beside her was actually Su Ming's mole despite speaking ill of him. Su Ming was indeed excellent at manipulating women with sweet words. They easily fell prey to his traps. While Su Ming excelled at playing tricks in secret, so did she. She was simply waiting for the perfect opportunity to hit Su Ming hard. Mu Ju sat powerlessly on the ground, staring at the ruined city wall, despair coursing through his heart. Knowing something intellectually was one thing. Personally experiencing it was another altogether. In fact, this is a good thing. There's no king beast anymore. Although we have suffered heavy losses, we still need to protect the living. We can deal with these ordinary ferocious beasts. The mayor of Dadi City, dragging his injured body, consoled Mu Ju. At this moment, the head of the Zhou family spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the dispirited crowd and used his last ounce of strength to say to everyone, "Do not let this old man die in vain. I hope that my burning of my life energy today will be worth it. The men and women of our Dadi City are strong. My death is also meaningful." He didn't finish speaking before he drew his last breath. But his eyes were wide open, unblinking, and his legs stood straight on the ground. Mu Ju stood up, looked at Grandpa Zhou's body, and slowly walked to his front. With deep respect, Mu Ju saluted him, then stood up to gently close his eyes for him. The Zhou family was originally one of the prestigious families in Dadi City. But today, all their descendants perished after exhausting their life force. The Zhou family had been wiped out, leaving no heirs behind. Even common people rushed onto the battlefield. This war was brutal. Too few people survived. Only a few thousand remained, and they were all injured. With a heavy tone, Mu Ju spoke to the mayor of Dadi City. "I want to take the remaining people to H City and wait until the blood moon passes, and then we'll return here. But H City is overcrowded. Will these people be allowed to enter?" The mayor of Dadi City was not unwilling to leave because he was reluctant to give up his position. It was because he knew that H City would not accept these people. "I'll try reaching out to some connections. I know a lot of people, so I'll talk to them one by one to see if I can secure a place for us to stay." Mu Ju had already made up his mind. This time, he would swallow his pride and ask the mayor of H City for help. "You should go back first. Mu Ju, there's only one levitating car left here. The journey is fraught with dangers. These people are severely injured and need more time to recover. Let me stay here with them to hold out a little longer. Even if we want to pass through, we don't have any flying vehicles left. They've already been destroyed by those nobles. Chapter 119, Live Broadcast. After the city lord of Dadiang City finished speaking, his face was grave as he whispered to Muju again. I always feel those nobles aren't good people. H City probably isn't doing much better than Dadiang City now. I suspect that H City can no longer kill fierce beasts at this moment. Muju originally wanted to persuade him further, but upon hearing the last sentence, he remained silent and decided to return home and reconsider. In H City, Ling Chui finally managed to wait for a king-level ferocious beast on the wall and was delighted. He was just about to hunt down the beast so that Su Lingling would give him an extra meal the next day. But Su Ming arrived. The city lord has ordered that starting today, all guards on the city walls are not allowed to kill any fierce beasts. Those who violate the order will be executed. What kind of order is this? Haven't you seen the attacking ferocious beasts? An under-commander immediately angrily shouted. Too talkative. With these two disdainful words, the under-commander's head was already separated from his body. Su Ming looked down contemptuously at the civilians beneath him. For him now, he was a nobleman, and these commoners were incomparable. These commoners were like insects. If they died, it didn't matter. Su Ming spoke condescendingly to the crowd beneath. What's attacking us are strange beasts. You can slay the strange beasts, but once they evolve into ferocious beasts, it's like ordinary people evolving into psi-empowered individuals. Your identities change, and of course, you don't have the right to kill them anymore. And what if the ferocious beasts attack us? Ling Chui coldly asked Su Ming. Who do we have here? Oh, it's the young master of the ruined Ling family of Angel Star. Aren't you experts at running away? If you encounter a ferocious beast, run away then. If you even lack the ability to run away, you're unworthy to live. Not everyone has the value to live in this world. Su Ming sarcastically mocked Ling Chui. Ling Chui tightened his grip on his long spear. At this moment, having endured everything he could, he need not endure further. If H City perished, neither could the Ling family survive. Those attempting to drive others to desperation would also have to pay the price. What? Do you plan to take action against me? Do you think you can match my strength? So what if we add me? At this moment, Su Ji also stepped forward. What are you worth? Are you worthy of speaking to me? Su Ming sneered at Su Ji. No matter how skilled he may be, he was merely a bumpkin. Su Ji tapped on the luminous brain in his hand and said to Su Ming, I'm a citizen of Tian Shui Star. My luminous brain can connect to the entire universe network. Your glorious behavior, I've live-streamed it for you already. Unbelievable. It's already what era is it now, and there still exists someone like you. I guess right about now, Angel Star is probably trying to publicize that you're only a hired temporary worker, and your actions have nothing to do with Angel Star. You're fooling around with whom? Su Ming tried to destroy Su Ji's luminous brain, but was easily evaded by him. Su Ji laughed heartily at Su Ming and turned on his luminous brain. Above, it projected the Star Network profile of a girl who had just updated her status and posted a message. All the people from our Angel Star are angel-like nice people. Definitely without such person, this person must be an illegal immigrant. Ha. Look, the message was updated rather quickly. You should look more closely. The current network is highly developed. How is this possible? How could she know about this event so fast? Su Ming was genuinely panicking now. Why were there such characters on Blue Water Star? The Star Network avatar of the woman revealed earlier was actually a good friend of his wife. Normally, they would chat happily together, yet now she had acted so swiftly, turning her back on their friendship completely. He was currently on Blue Water Star and couldn't go back. If that woman started whispering into his wife's ear, his wife would definitely file for divorce, leading to him losing his noble status. Su Ming glared at Su Ji with fiery eyes. Everything he owned had been destroyed by this man, and he decided he would fight till the end. Just then, his luminous brain rang, signaling his wife's communication attempt. Forget about all these other things. There was nothing more important than his wife's call. He hurried to explain, hoping there might still be some room for negotiation, and perhaps his noble status could still be salvaged. My dear, listen to me. All this was instigated by others. I was forced to act like this. You know how many people have always envied and despised me. Su Ming intended to continue explaining. However, his wife began speaking, forcing him to shut up. Su Ming, what exactly are you talking about? Isn't that video just a joke earlier? Or is it true? Wife, it's definitely just a joke. It's Bai Meng's close friend. They were classmates when they were young. He only sent the video to Bai Meng and didn't upload it to the Star Network, nor did he broadcast it live. Bai Meng's post was meant to scare you. I've told you before, though going too far like this seems inhumane. Rest assured, as long as your heart is kind and you don't do evil, no matter what happens, I'll take responsibility for you on your father's side. Dear, you're so good. Su Ming kept kissing his light brain several times, looking like a dog licking its master. After hanging up the video call, he immediately became all swaggering. Su Ming really didn't want to fight anymore. Anyway, his wife said she would stand by him. Thank goodness his wife was as naive as ever. Su Ming knew that if someone could be classmates with Bai Meng, their status wouldn't be too bad either. He immediately told Su Ji, since you're an old friend of my wife, let's just forget about today's incident. I'm a bit hungry too. I'll go back to have dinner first. Of course, Su Ming wasn't giving up at all. He intended to block the news, then let Callie deal with Su Ji while he stayed out of it. Su Ji ignored Su Ming completely, finding him unworthy to consort with. Ling Chui hadn't expected that Su Ji still had this trick left in his sleeve. Just as Su Ming was about to leave, Callie descended from her flyer and instantly froze the king-level ferocious beast. After taking control of the beast, she mockingly said to Su Ming, "You coward, You got scared and chickened out. I feel embarrassed for you. You didn't even keep the king beast. Su Ming remained silent, pretending not to hear her, and planned to fly directly toward the city lord's mansion. Callie glanced at Ling Chui and Su Ji. She didn't know what Ling Chui and Su Ji had done, but she knew they must have clashed with Su Ming. Su Ming probably lost. She originally wanted to act tough, but she sensed a dangerous aura from Su Ji. Plus, there was Ling Chui, who was after all the young master of the Ling family. Even though they were weakened, 2 against 1 put her at a disadvantage. Plus, Su Ming was still lurking behind them. She worried about getting overpowered, so she pretended not to see Ling Chui and Su Ji. Ignoring the pair, she boarded her flyer and headed straight to the city lord's residence. Seeing how much Su Ming backed down, it was clear the other party's strength was extraordinary, and her perception was accurate. Also, the 2 parties had agreed on territories now. This H-City district was handed to Su Ming to handle, which no longer concerned her. It wasn't her territory. As dawn was approaching, although the food here in this desolate place might not be great, she still wanted to give Long Buffon face by checking on his younger brother. Chapter 120, Meat Dishes PK. Ling Chui watched as Su Ming and Carly walked away. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say a word. Su Ming looked ridiculous, but even more ridiculous were they themselves. Was this the sorrow of being weak? Ling Chui's mood was gone, so he went back early. Is this what the nobility of a level 1 civilization looks like? That's too despicable. So this is what nobility is. These nobles are truly laughable. They actually stopped us from killing fierce beasts. I think he's the one who doesn't deserve to live in this world. The nobles just exploit us. This is too funny. We should have recorded that scene just now. The noise below wouldn't stop. Suji glanced at the people below and said to these guards, "Stop gossiping about this. Go back and rest well. I'll keep watch tonight. Everyone go home and spend time with your families. The order from the Lord's mansion will probably come down soon." Faced with Suji, these guards were very convinced, because it was Suji who forced Su Ming to retreat earlier with his words. Suji's tone wasn't aggressive. It carried a faint melancholy, but managed to penetrate straight into people's hearts. These guards didn't believe the Lord would issue such an order. But soon, all their accounts received settlement bonuses from the Long family and Ling family. This Long family canteen had been demolished in the middle of the night, and at the same time, everyone was informed that there was no need to continue guarding the city anymore. The adults from level 1 civilizations would protect everyone. However, seeing the appearances of Su Ming and Carly, it was really hard for people to believe such individuals could protect commoners. And now, the Long family and Ling family had withdrawn their investments. If anyone chose to stay behind and guard the city out of pocket, there would be no base salary or food included. The night was cool, but their hearts were colder. At the city lord's residence, everyone present had joyful smiles on their faces. Carly and Su Ming sat in their lofty positions, and everything seemed peaceful. Long Fan and Lin Rahai began preparing dishes at the stage. This was a culinary competition, also a small duel. Long Fan's knife work was average, simple, and without many unnecessary frills. He just focused on how to cut best and made ordinary homestyle dishes. But the soup that Long Fan simmered emitted a rich fragrance. Lin Rahai had previously considered making soup, but he thought noble members of a level 1 civilization shouldn't appear so uncouth, holding onto large bones and gnawing them. Moreover, this dish was neither elegant nor suited for the status of the nobles. Cheap radishes weren't appropriate either. And switching to other ingredients to make soup, Lin Rahai lacked confidence. He didn't want to mess up, so he decided to create something where he felt more confident. When there was downtime while the water boiled, Lin Rahai held a grade 7 spirit plant Jinyu gourd washed clean, took out his decorative carving knife, and with every swift movement of the knife blade, points of cold light appeared in the air. As Lin Rahai moved, naturally enough, the high platform above turned all eyes toward him. The tip of the sharp knife rapidly rose and fell on the Jinyu gourd. As fragments flew off, a lifelike phoenix stood gracefully in his palm, wings outstretched as if flying. A phoenix. It's a phoenix. A woman next to Carly couldn't help but exclaim. Everyone observing was deeply impressed by Lin Rahai's knife skills. To achieve such skill required years of training, plus talent and deft hands. There was absolutely no other way. This phoenix is too beautiful. My lord, it seems you've taken great care this time. This person is a gem. Carly praised the city lord. Lady Carly, Lin Rahai comes from a culinary dynasty. He started learning how to cook at the age of 3. The city lord cautiously replied to Carly, fearing she might lose her temper in front of so many people and strike him down. People below were buzzing about it. The city lord regretted not training these people better. Those fools surely didn't really believe that the nobles of a level 1 civilization were all friendly, did they? Still, Su Ming gave the specific order to invite more commoners to dine together to show the approachability of the nobility. And another order, to dismiss all soldiers from the walls, under the pretense that the civilians had helped defend the city and deserved rest. Although extremely disadvantageous, the city lord immediately followed the orders, thinking it better to die later than now. Nonetheless, Lin Rahai's knife skills were indeed impressive. The intricacy of his carving surpassed what the city lord thought even Su Lingling could achieve. Outstanding knife skills indeed captured everyone's attention. Lin Rahai felt himself become the center of focus, while Long Fan became completely overlooked. Oomph, with this level, how dare he compete evenly with me? Lin Rahai thought arrogantly as his knife danced faster and faster, almost surpassing his normal ability. This scene made Li Yu, who was in charge of the fire, extremely nervous. She was somewhat worried that Long Fan might fail. Unknowingly, she had placed all her heart on Long Fan. She hoped that Long Fan would win and defeat everyone. Long Fan did not pay attention to Lin Rohai, but quietly stir-fried the side dishes, then neatly placed the vegetables, fire beef, and more into a clean clay pot, evenly sprinkling salt over them. Since this time it wasn't about cooking for a large group, Long Fan chose a more delicate clay pot. This braised fire beef dish started with a high flame to bring it to a boil, followed by slow simmering over low heat. As the simmering time lengthened, the fragrances of ginger, garlic, and fire beef gradually blended together, releasing a rich aroma that filled the air like a serpent entering each person's nostrils, stimulating everyone's appetite. The sound of swallowing saliva resounded continuously. Even Carly, who looked down on Long Fan, now fixated intently on the dark red chunks inside the clay pot, wiping away drool covertly without ceasing, presenting an unmistakably enthusiastic food lover image. Isn't this too aromatic? The scent of this braised pork belly is very enticing. Lin Rohai made a golden squash soup, which used to be his most proficient luxurious dish. The golden yellow pumpkin puree was dotted with white cream, rich in aroma, smooth in texture, sweet and silky. Especially on top of it lay a lifelike phoenix, making it look even more appetizing. However, when compared with each other, there was no competition between the braised pork belly and the golden squash soup. While Lin Rohai served only one course, Long Fan already presented 2 courses. An extra-large portion of dragon bone snow lotus soup was served in a huge porcelain bowl. This bone broth, after prolonged boiling, turned into a milk-like white color, the combination of bone, meat, and spices fully stimulating people's taste buds, while the meat on the dragon bones was just right, its fragrance captivating. Smelling this strong aroma, Su Ming's appetite soared as he immediately picked up a piece of dragon bone, disregarding appearances as he grabbed it with his hand and took a big bite, finding the meat fresh yet non-greasy. Chapter 121. What kind of divine culinary delight is this? Su Ming had already made up his mind that, whether this dish was tasty or not, he would say it was good. However, he never expected it to be this delicious, so much so that he almost lost the use of his tongue. Smelling the rich aroma, the oil flowers floating on the soup emitted an intoxicating luster. This bowl of soup was finished like a fine wine in one gulp, leaving a lingering taste as his tongue caressed his lips. Then, Su Ming felt a warm force emanate from his abdomen and spread throughout his body. The strength within him began to circulate under the power of the hot soup. The soup turned out to be surprisingly savory, with the snow lotus providing a fresh and crisp taste that perfectly balanced the dragon bone's flavors, adding a hint of sweetness. Seeing the intense aroma of the red braised fire ox beef, Su Ming immediately picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. He felt as if he were suddenly transported back to his teenage years, standing on a vast plain. This red braised meat was exceptionally delicious, far better than any cuisine he had ever tasted in his life. The great Tao has flaws. Life involves taking and giving. The same goes for cultivation techniques. Once one reaches a certain realm, it will influence emotions. People on Aquamarine Planet don't have enough strength to even touch such realms. It was understandable, since this person was Long Buffon's own younger brother. How could he be ordinary? He also possessed the same extraordinary talent as his older brother. Su Ming pondered many things in his heart. If Long Fan weren't Long Buffon's younger brother, he'd definitely go to great lengths to bring Long Fan to Angel Star. But now he couldn't do that. Carrie looked at Su Ming silently and felt a surge of disdain. This guy must think the flavor wasn't that great. So feeling embarrassed, he remained silent. She directly handed Long Fan's soup to someone beside her. Carrie now held the golden melon soup, admiring the vivid phoenix bird intricately carved onto it, which gave her some comfort. She believed that such exquisite delicacies were fitting for her status. Taking a sip of the golden melon soup, she found the texture dense. The chef's skill was acceptable. You're called Lin Rohai, right? You have some talent. In the future. As Carrie originally planned to continue speaking, the irresistible aroma of the red braised fire ox beef overwhelmed her. Despite its average appearance, it was something she hadn't eaten before, all meat, entirely covered with red oil. Typically, what she ate involved an oversized platter where a single leaf was placed at the bottom, with a lump of meat in the center and a few decorative but inedible yellow flowers on the side. A whole pot of meat, fully covered with red oil, looked so commonplace. Bright red, fragrant, shiny with oil, these pieces of braised pork were sprinkled with slices of green cilantro as decoration, lacking any sense of aesthetics altogether. Yet for some inexplicable reason, they stirred Carrie's appetite. No other reason. It was just how aromatic the red braised fire ox beef was. The steam wafted its scent gradually into Carrie's nose. Since Carrie had always consumed delicate dishes, chefs sometimes sacrificed flavor slightly in favor of aesthetics. Combined with less than tasty exotic beast meat, when a piece of meat was placed on a plate, even if freshly prepared by a chef, it quickly cooled. Miss Carrie, give me your piece of meat. I know you look down on our country people's meals. This dish tastes exactly like the food my mother used to make me when I was a child. It brings me immense nostalgia. Su Ming didn't want Carrie to eat something so tasty, going as far as belittling himself. He knew Carrie upheld her noble identity and despised him for being from a common planet. If he'd had the same welfare treatment as Carrie from a young age, he would undoubtedly be better than her. Initially, Carrie didn't intend to eat, thinking that partaking in what appeared like peasant swill would lower her status. But then Carrie reflected that Su Ming hadn't praised Long Fan, which seemed strange. She may have had a bad temper, but she wasn't stupid. While others might be peasants, Long Buffon's real younger brother surely wasn't. Addressing Su Ming, Carrie said, "After all, This is gourmet cuisine crafted by Long Buffon's real younger brother. Not eating it would amount to looking down on Long Buffon. Carrie picked up her chopsticks, speared a piece of red braised fire ox beef, and slipped it between her red lips. Her eyes instantly lit up, sparkling as stars appeared in them. Strong, flavorful, deeply fragrant. She had tasted the finest cuisines across the world, yet nothing matched this meat. Carrie continued eating bite after bite, consuming large chunks rapidly. At this moment, she didn't care about her image. In an instant, without a care, she stuffed several big bites of red braised fire ox beef into her mouth, closing her eyes softly. It had been a long time since she'd tasted something like this. She considered herself a connoisseur of cuisine. As a member of the nobility, she regularly indulged in delicacies from around the world. Whenever a dish fell short of perfect, her sensitive palate would detect it immediately. Because of this, she gained a small measure of fame among the nobles. After all, as a noblewoman, she felt she had to have some talent. She didn't enjoy singing or dancing, so she decided to become a gourmet expert and sampled quite a few regional delicacies. But the dish before her now was flawless in every way. This couldn't help but remind her of the fine dishes she'd eaten at various gatherings hosted by noble elites. For example, the court waffle pork, Ponjin 3 delicacies, dragon roar corn. Some of these were only supplied to the royalty of Angel Star. Although they were all delicious, none had surprised her this much. How on earth is this red braised fire ox beef made? It's just so incredibly good. As Carrie ate, she thought about it, constantly marveling in her heart. At that moment, however, her gaze fell and realized the plate before her was empty. Did I eat all of it? No, I only took a few bites. How could it be gone already? Right at this point, Long Fan served up the final dish, sour and spicy emerald cabbage. This dish was also pickled with seasonings and paired with chili, combining its tangy spiciness with a touch of sweetness from the fresh cabbage, perfectly fusing the 3 flavors. It happened to be Long Fan's personal favorite dish. Esteemed envoys, this is my personal favorite. It's called spicy sour cabbage, made from our aquamarine planet's premium emerald cabbage. My cuisine is simple, no fancy names are required. At the Flowing Light Pavilion, they copied my recipe and renamed it Jadeite White Jade. However, it never tasted as authentic. The presentation of the dish is designed to bring joy to eating, and the generous portion size ensures everyone enjoys their meal. If Long Fan usually spoke like this, Carrie would have surely slapped him dead. But after trying Long Fan's cooking today, Carrie found his logic reasonable. When chefs create unpalatable food, they compensate with small portions because people lack appetite and can't eat much. Were another chef involved, Carrie would have acted entirely differently. She was extremely double-standard. Chapter 122, The Shocked Noble of Tianshi Star. You speak so well. It's no wonder you're Long Buffon's brother. No, you're not at all inferior to Long Buffon. I feel all the beautiful things in the world from your culinary artistry. Su Ming now realized that apparently Carly was far better than him at flattery. Listening to Carly's words made Su Ming nearly vomit. They were just too flowery. Lin Ruhai looked on as all the attention was stolen by Long Fan, feeling deeply discontented. Isn't it just braised pork? He could do that too. He would make a dish of braised fish instead. While everyone was savoring Long Fan's cuisine, the braised dragon fish had been completed, steaming hot out of the pot. Its aroma spread throughout the room, and paired with red chili peppers and green onions, it looked especially appealing. What was most tempting was that this fish was large, its flesh particularly plump, making it an exquisite specimen among dragon fish. As it was served on the plate and placed on the table, the entire fish began to exude a captivating fragrance. After having eaten Long Fan's food, Su Ming didn't actually want to eat anything else. But since the braised pork was truly delicious, this gave Su Ming some extra interest in trying the braised fish. As for the golden pumpkin soup, he only took one sip because he didn't like the taste of salted egg yolk. Regardless of how good it might have been, he wasn't going to drink more. Back when he was poor, his family always ate salted egg yolks. The taste reminded him of memories from his life he least wanted to recall. It was strange, though. Long Fan's meat also reminded him of his childhood memories, but they were all pleasant ones. He remembered how happy it was for the family to gather together and eat meat, even if it was ordinary meat. His mother really had excellent cooking skills. There was a warmth within Long Fan's dishes that comforted the soul. Though Lin Ruhai's cooking tasted good, Lin Ruhai's talent fell short compared to Long Fan by quite a margin. Su Ming picked up a clean pair of chopsticks and first sampled the fish belly's tender flesh. The rich and mellow fish fat melted slowly on his tongue, truly inducing a feeling of relaxation, as if there was energy flowing through him. He then tasted pieces from the fish tail, the back, and near the gills, each resulting in a slightly different expression. Lin Ruhai's pupils slightly contracted. The flavors of the meat from various parts of the fish were indeed different. The belly was fatty and white, the tail fine-textured and reddish. For someone to discern from different areas, Su Ming was clearly knowledgeable about the craft. Lin Ruhai became somewhat nervous inside, but quickly calmed down. As a nobleman, Su Ming must have eaten countless delicacies before. Being discerning was normal, and since this dish hadn't focused on knife skills but merely followed a standard recipe, Lin Ruhai was confident. When Su Ming set down his chopsticks, he nodded slightly and said approvingly to Lin Ruhai, "Your treatment of the whole dragon fish is very commendable." The timing of heating each type of fish meat during frying was perfectly controlled, producing a flavor that is fragrant, smooth, and heartwarming like melting spring snow. Su Ming praised Lin Ruhai thoroughly because the gap between his dish and Long Fan's was simply too great. Though the flavor of this fish was good, it evoked in Su Ming thoughts of his father's tragic death and his mother sacrificing all her dignity to raise him. On the day he was admitted into the top interstellar martial arts school, his mother committed suicide right in front of him. His mother had wished to erase the stain from his past, letting him become a true, unencumbered noble. Driven by his mother's legacy, Su Ming stopped at nothing to achieve nobility. His heart grew numb, turning cold, transforming him into someone he once despised. He never understood why his mother did what she did. He had already killed everyone who knew the truth long ago. Su Ming felt immense pain inside. He hated Lin Ruhai, for Lin Ruhai had reminded him of these matters. Just after Lin Ruhai heard Su Ming's compliment and wore a smug expression, Su Ming's face suddenly turned stern. After removing the sinew, ginger slices and rice wine should be enough to eliminate the fishy smell of the dragon fish. Why did you add rice vinegar at the end? Do you think I can't taste it? Instantly, a commanding aura surrounded Su Ming. His sharp eyes caused Lin Ruhai to involuntarily take a step back. Hearing Su Ming's accusation, Lin Ruhai showed visible signs of fear. He hadn't expected Su Ming to detect such subtleties. Attempting to remain calm, Lin Ruhai explained, "The meat of the dragon fish has a slight muddy smell. My culinary skills are limited, and I couldn't remove all the sinews, so I added vinegar to enhance the flavor. There's only a minor flaw, but the flavor is still decent. Reward 1,000,000 star coins." After eating another bite of Long Fan's sour and spicy emerald cabbage, Su Ming's mood improved slightly, and he managed to smile, speaking gently to Lin Ruhai. Realizing now that Blue Water Planet harbored someone capable of offending him immensely, Su Ming decided to play the role of a benevolent person, restoring his former image. He even presented Lin Ruhai with a gift of 1,000,000 star coins. These star coins aren't worth much. They're just made by the City Lord's residents of Blue Water Planet. They can produce as many as they want. Even if he takes them away, they won't be useful on Tianshi Star. Su Ming was willing to give a reward just to trick Carly into tasting the dish. Although the dish is well prepared, it lacks proper intention. Su Ming knew that Lin Ruhai must have had a dark side within, wildly jealous of Long Fan. This caused the dish, though delicious, to contain some negative energy properties. Su Ming himself was also a person with a darker side, but he believed he was the best. Seeing someone similar to him, he wouldn't feel any sympathy at all. Instead, he'd only feel repulsion and silently condemn such individuals for being too pathetic. But Su Ming didn't notice his own excesses at all. Carly had previously complimented Lin Ruhai a few times, believing that Lin Ruhai indeed possessed talent. Hence, she naturally would also try Lin Ruhai's cooking. However, after eating only one bite, she immediately spat out the second mouthful. She originally wanted to slap Lin Ruhai to death, but since she thought Lin Ruhai still had some utility, this level of culinary artistry could be suitable for feeding those ferocious beasts. Feeding wild beasts suited him perfectly. Carly even refused to drink the golden pumpkin soup, as there was no comparison, no harm without comparison. Previously, she could tolerate because she hadn't tasted Long Fan's food. Now that she had tasted it, she regretted letting the soup go to the woman beside her, hating that person so much that she didn't take the initiative to remind her about how good it was. Carly now understood why Long Bufan chose not to take Long Fan away from Blue Water Star, but left him here, to protect Long Fan's talent. This kind of talent requires a pure-hearted person to cook flavorful and tasty meals. On Blue Water Star, who dared to offend Long Fan? No one dared. Possessing such a prestigious identity, Long Fan was willing to humble himself every day to cook for the lowest insects. Carly disliked these simple people, like Su Ming's wife, dumb enough to get chased by a commoner, then ended up marrying such a guy. In a fleeting moment, Carly pondered many things. She was also of the right marriageable age. The Long family background wasn't bad, with a great brother, and most importantly, an exceptionally strong personal talent. Chapter 123, 9 Heavens Void Fire Technique. For some unknown reason, Carrie felt that having such a simple-minded husband in the future wouldn't be bad. Long Fan had never been married. He had no family to inherit, and when the time came, she could pretend to be a naive and sweet woman to fool him, making him settle down on Angel Star, which would essentially mean he'd move into her family. Moreover, Long Fan's talent was too strong. Being seen with him would make her look good as well. The most critical thing was that she could eat the meals prepared by Long Fan every day. If she could have such delicious food every day, it could stimulate her soul's activity, allowing her to break through to another realm. Carrie had already decided within a flash that Long Fan must like women who are naive and sweet. Little did she know that before meeting Ling Xiaoxiao, Long Fan wasn't into this type, and after meeting her, he liked her even more. He may be useless, but he's not dumb. Just as Carrie was about to show kindness to Long Fan, Su Ming directly took out a set of cooking utensils from his space ring, walked up to Long Fan, and handed them over. Long brother, Longo Buffin is my good brother. Since I'm his brother, you're also my younger brother. This Longyan wooden cutting board and this 7-star dragon bone knife were entrusted to me by your older brother for you. He's too busy to come himself. He asked me to hand these over to you. If you ever encounter any problems or difficulties in the future, find Brother Su. Even if it costs Brother Su his life, I will definitely help solve them for you. Su Ming also prepared a gift for you. This is a 5-star iron pot made by our Iris family. It's for you, Long Fan. Cooking with it in the future will definitely make your dishes more fragrant. Carrie had already considered Long Fan as her future husband. She absolutely couldn't allow men like Su Ming to corrupt Long Fan. During this meal, she had already decided to take Long Fan as her future partner. She believed that the beauty of the food was impossible to fake. What she didn't realize was that Long Fan was an old hand at romance. He understood romance and ambience, having dated countless girlfriends, and during his worthless days, besides falling in love, Conquering one woman after another was his only hobby. Although Lin Rahai harbored jealousy and dark thoughts, he wasn't a terrible person either. When he cooked for the outpost guards, it was genuinely his intention to help everyone and provide them with great food. Cooking here brought him immense pressure due to subtle hints from the city lord, completely unlike Long Fan's carefree state. Long Fan had already communicated with his elder brother earlier, telling him not to worry. If they dared not give face, tell his elder brother about it. Long Fan just didn't want everything to rely on Long Bufan. He wanted to achieve something based on his own abilities. And with fewer complicated thoughts, all he cared about was creating fine culinary delights. Moreover, his natural talent was inherently stronger than Lin Rahai's. It's just that he hadn't received systematic training. Carrie's expression turned cold as she stepped forward and forcibly shoved Su Ming aside. Although she didn't bring her chef god equipment, she recalled something useful stored in her space ring. She was, after all, a genuine noble, coming from a family with deep roots. Cooks require fire, and having control over fire would be even better. Even though technology can assist, nothing compares to personally controlling it. Carrie then took out a seed of an odd flame and presented it to Long Fan, saying, "Your dishes are truly amazing. I like them so much. This is a flame seed I collected long ago. I can feel that you haven't started cultivating any fire elemental techniques yet. As a chef, cultivating fire element techniques is perfectly suited for you. Our family once acquired an S-class technique called Nine Heavens Void Fire Technique. I think it suits you well. Can we add each other as friends? You can use my flame seed to practice this technique. If you have questions, you can always ask me, and I'll guide you through its cultivation." Upon hearing the name, Nine Heavens Void Fire Technique, Long Fan was shocked because his brother originally planned to find him this technique. It suited him perfectly since it allows him to control fire, which will undoubtedly enhance the flavor of his dishes. Top-grade exotic beast meat cannot be processed using ordinary flames. Without hesitation, accepting this art would be disrespectful. Long Fan immediately added Carrie as a friend, and Carrie didn't waste time, sending the technique straight to Long Fan. Long Fan planned to forward it to his brother later that night to let him review it. Carrie also gave Long Fan the flame seed. "Miss Carrie, how much does this flame seed cost? I'll have my brother transfer you the money." After receiving both the technique and such a precious item, Long Fan felt somewhat embarrassed. "We've become friends now, so why should friends act so formal? Or, how about this? In the future, you can cook for me every day." Carrie revealed a sweet smile and said this to Long Fan. "But I still have to cook for the soldiers at those outposts tomorrow. They've worked so hard defending City H. No need. They're too tired, let them rest for a while. With us here, not even a mosquito can get in. Don't worry about it. They're resting. Anyway, I'm also exhausted. Never been this tired before. So at noon tomorrow, come to my place, and I'll try out some new dishes on you. With the new cookware I just got. Bro Long, I'll also come to try your new dishes." Su Ming quickly chimed in, addressing Long Fan. Sure, Long Fan readily agreed with a cheerful expression. Su Ming had initially intended to find an opportunity to warn Long Fan that Carrie wasn't simple and could be problematic. However, there was no chance throughout their conversation. Seeing Carrie's moves, Su Ming guessed her intentions right away. That old woman clearly fancied Long Fan and wanted to steal him away. Su Ming decided to visit Long Bufan immediately to poison his ears against this woman ahead of time. Marriage must not include her. He planned to call his wife afterward, asking her to send her good friend Bai Meng over here. Bai Meng, the classic White Lotus type, would be perfect for Long Fan. Evidently, Su Ming thought Long Fan was a sweet naive man, perfectly matching with justice-loving Bai Meng. If Bai Meng stayed by Long Fan, she wouldn't always whisper into his wife's ear. Having a partner meant having no time to play with his wife anymore. He truly was a genius, killing two birds with one stone. Moreover, regarding the reduced revenue from Angel Star, he could conveniently blame Bai Lian. That way, not only would he deflect responsibility, but he'd also make more profit from the situation, killing two birds with one stone again. Then, while Carrie and Bai Meng competed for Long Fan's attention, he'd focus on hunting ferocious beasts, gaining wealth and power. A 3-for-1 deal. Su Ming acted decisively once he made up his mind. Carrie, meanwhile, was investigating the Long family background data, focusing on Long Cohen. She planned to first gain control over Long Fan's father, then work her way toward Long Fan himself. Such matters of love certainly required the initiative from the boy. But what if Long Fan turned out to be too innocent and didn't understand romance? At such times, guidance was needed, and Long Fan's father would play his role. As for the earnings from this Angel Star project, anyway, they wouldn't reach her pocket. Later, she could accuse Su Ming of sabotaging it. Besides, the Eugene Xiang family and hers only appeared united but were actually rivals at heart. Chapter 124, Guardian. That night, Long Fan had a video call with Long Bufan. This Nine Heavens Void Fire technique is real. She didn't give a fake one, but she only gave the first level cultivation method. No worries, you break through to the innate realm first, and I will figure out a way for the rest of the methods. By the way, how are your relations with Zhang Shun? Long Bufan guessed that the woman Cai Li might be trying to manipulate her through Long Fan. He didn't care, as his younger brother could finally cultivate now and was no longer a short-lived individual. It would be fine to offer some benefits to Cai Li then. Born into a prestigious family, one naturally has access to more cultivation techniques. Long Bufan had already considered looking for cultivation techniques, but high-level ones were too difficult to find. The dragon family on King Star had techniques he could practice, but they could not be exchanged or taken out. There was still an obvious gap in identity after all. Prestigious families always kept their techniques strictly guarded. An S-class technique alone could establish a small clan. With one's own small clan, how could loyalty to the big clan remain? Everyone grabbing a little piece weakens the noble family's strength. Thus, there wouldn't be powerful noble houses anymore. Precisely because of this, to ensure the strength of one's own family, typically, only one young master inherits from the household. And this young master, chosen among numerous siblings who fight against each other, continues until the true heir is decided. Struggles between noble families and royal houses are incredibly cruel. Apart from the young master, the rest have little distinction from commoners. For those who participate in the succession battle, it's already good enough that the victor does not harm them afterward. One should not even expect any welfare. The fortunate ones might lack the talent from the start and never have the potential to break through to the master realm, but they can still receive a lump sum of money for peaceful retirement. Zhang Shun was such a lucky person, he was incapacitated. Thus, he could retire safely. The reason why Long Bufan asked about Long Fan's relationship with Zhang Shun was to have Long Fan seek Zhang Shun's help. Even if Zhang Shun was incapacitated, his insight and cultivation realm remained. He could act as Long Fan's guardian during cultivation. Zhang Shun, he is with my master. He is with your master? Long Bufan asked somewhat surprisedly. Yes, it seems like they are dating, and my master treats me well. Isn't your master just a chef? Isn't she just an ordinary person? My master is so beautiful, much prettier than Zhang Shun. Besides, she can cook. I even think Zhang Shun doesn't deserve her. He isn't much better than an ordinary person, right? Wasn't he expelled from the noble house? Be cautious. You shouldn't talk lightly about him. His younger brother is the young master of our Dragon Emperor star. Also, Zhang Shun's identity needs to be kept confidential. Don't talk about it everywhere. Since his eyesight and realm remain intact and your master treats you well, have your master help guard over you, and tactfully let Zhang Shun assist you. Your master is a chef, so surely doesn't understand techniques. Zhang Shun has to help. Also, under no circumstances must you entertain inappropriate thoughts toward your master, no matter how beautiful she may be. There are plenty of women in this world. Since she has decided to give up everything and settle down on Aqua Blue Star, you should help her more. At this moment, Long Bufan felt that Su Lingling must be an extraordinarily beautiful woman to make his younger brother say she was pretty and make Zhang Shun fall for her. Zhang Shun had lofty ambitions. Even if he was incapacitated, he couldn't have fallen for an ordinary-looking woman. But Long Bufan hadn't been home for many years, and the little kid he remembered has grown up to be someone who would say another woman was beautiful. Because interstellar cosmetic surgery technology was highly advanced, basically no one was ugly after plastic surgery. Alright, anyway, the weather will soon turn cool. I'll visit my master in the morning. Actually, my master is very smart. It's just that she lacks techniques and resources. I have other matters to attend to. I'll be quite busy for this period, possibly unable to reply to your messages promptly. It's okay, brother. You go ahead and do what you need to. Long Bufan hung up the phone, resolving a major issue in his heart. The reason why he allowed Long Kuan and Long Fan to stay on Aqua Blue Star was that even a first-tier civilization wasn't necessarily better. Long Northsky dared to send his elder brother to Aqua Blue Star, certainly having secret means of survival. Hence, he also gave the dragon family a complete defensive formation, solely to protect Zhang Shun. So Long Bufan trusted his family's safety completely. His family could dominate Aqua Blue Star at any time, they were just low-key about it. On Aqua Blue Star, basically no one could bully them, living freely and easily. Moreover, since Long Fan had just begun cultivating, Aqua Blue Star's resources were completely sufficient, allowing for a better life of leisure. Long Fan stayed awake the entire night, unable to sleep due to excitement. This is a fire seed. It can enable an ordinary person to become a fire-type psionic, a few degrees more powerful than natural psionics. Furthermore, the fire seed could be passed down entirely to the next generation with 100% certainty. However, this fire seed could only be passed down to one offspring. After transmitting it, one would suffer a great loss of energy and might even lose the ability of fire control, unless they had reached a certain level of cultivation to retain their own abilities. This was too precious. Even for just two people, it wouldn't be enough to share. His talent wasn't bad either. He just lacked some innate endowment. With some extra nourishment, he should be able to make up for it, and his future children would inherit his culinary talents. Long Fan had been a waste for too long, unwilling to pass this fire seed to anyone else. He hadn't had enough of being a Psy with special powers yet. The sky started to brighten. As soon as the sun came out, Long Fan ran downstairs to Su Lingling's place. Su Lingling was also feeling excited, having just broken through last night and become an innate expert. Her emotions were still stirring, so she got up early in the morning to practice Tai Chi. After completing her Tai Chi routine, she noticed Long Fan standing downstairs. Long Fan, why have you come so early? Master, I found a fire seed. Help me keep watch, and then I will be able to control fire, making my cooking taste even better. Sure. Su Lingling recalled how Zhang Shun had helped her keep watch yesterday, and she also wanted to try. She thought she could do it as well. Su Lingling immediately opened the door, took a cushion specifically, and led Long Fan under a big tree outside. Master, are you letting me absorb here outdoors? It's only outdoors that man can become one with nature, more easily absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, which generates fire. So under this big tree, feel the vitality of life from the tree, which makes your dishes have more spirit. Su Lingling said confidently. This was not based on scientific principles, but merely her guesswork. Master, shouldn't we ask Zhang Shun for help? Long Fan asked Su Lingling cautiously. What? Don't you trust your master? Do you think your master is incapable? I believe in you. Then send me your cultivation technique, and I'll start guiding you. Long Fan took out the box of fire and opened it, saying to Su Lingling, "Master, I will absorb like this." Go ahead, absorb it. Chapter 125, Fusion of the Fire Seed. Su Lingling recalled the visualization diagram that Zhang Shun had given her. She instructed Long Fan with a semblance of authority. This Nine Heavens Void Fire technique requires the cultivator to condense their essence, energy, and spirit into a fire source and nourish it constantly. You should directly plant this fire seed in your dantian, connecting it to your life fire, so that the fire seed will burn endlessly. Long Fan, follow the technique first by planting the fire seed and then fusing with it. Su Lingling's words were simply a paraphrase of what Zhang Shun had said. Initially dubious, Long Fan quickly became convinced after hearing Su Lingling's seemingly professional advice. However, as soon as the fire seed entered his body, it became wildly unstable, seeming to want to incinerate Long Fan's meridians. Even if this fire seed was just an ordinary variant of the strange fire, it wasn't so easily absorbed. Ordinary people without other assistance would only end up being consumed by the power of the fire seed if they recklessly attempted to swallow it. The reason Su Lingling dared to guide Long Fan was because she possessed the green lotus earth fire, one of the top 10 strongest flames in the world. If it had been any other item, Su Lingling would have definitely sought Zhang Shun's help. Seeing Long Fan grimace in pain, Su Lingling immediately placed her fingertip on his wrist and declared coldly, "All things in nature possess spirits. Either you submit or be devoured by me." A trace of the green lotus earth fires might cause the strange fire seed to tremble in fear. Fire seeds have spirits too. Although they lack intellect, they possess a survival instinct. If devoured by Su Lingling, the strange fire seed could only bolster her green lotus earth fire, becoming nothing more than sustenance and losing its value as life. Long Fan never expected Su Lingling to be so middle school, assuming her words would merely frighten the fire seed. But under Su Lingling's proclamation, the fire seed actually submitted. What was once a fierce and adorable wild beast transformed into a meek and sorrowful little concubine. Long Fan could even sense the pitifulness of the little fire seed. A gentle force emanated from Su Lingling's fingertips, instantly healing Long Fan's meridians. Do not lose focus. Fuse with the fire seed quickly. With a determined heart, Long Fan began to meditate. He felt like he turned into a little flame, burning in the boundless void. No, he was Long Fan, a human being. He entered the essence of the fire seed. Fire could destroy everything, but was also the origin of life. In a moment, Long Fan comprehended the mystery of the fire seed. It was an incredibly wondrous state. Su Lingling stood with her eyes closed in front of Long Fan. She also sensed Long Fan's comprehension of the fire seed's mystery, a peculiar and profound sensation. When Su Lingling opened her eyes, her entire person radiated with vitality, shining as brightly as an extremely sharp sword leaving its scabbard. Feeling the strength within her body, Su Lingling relished the feeling of having power immensely. Even for someone usually laid back like Su Lingling, there arose at that moment a dash of heroism in her heart, wanting to wield a sword and traverse the ends of the earth. "Master, I've fused with the fire seed. I can control the power of flame now," Long Fan joyfully informed Su Lingling, igniting a persistent flame in his palm. At this moment, Long Fan truly regarded Su Lingling as his teacher, no longer just a mentor teaching culinary arts. "Good, excellent disciple. Since you've managed to control fire today, let me teach you my family's secret techniques passed down through generations." Su Lingling herself got deeply into character, momentarily feeling like a transcendent sage. From afar, Zhang Shun watched Su Lingling and Long Fan as though observing fools. And yet it was really successful. Without any preparation, they succeeded in cultivating, without injury, achieving a perfect fusion. In an instant, Zhang Shun couldn't tell whether it was Long Fan's talent that was too high or Su Lingling's that was too high. Both Su Lingling and Long Fan were overjoyed at that moment. Su Lingling suddenly remembered something, saying to Long Fan, "Oops, I need to go cook at the cafeteria. We practiced for too long and wasted time. There probably isn't much time left." "Master, the cafeteria has already been dismantled, and all the guard forces have withdrawn. Now, we're all helped by nobles from a level 1 civilization who hunt ferocious beasts for us. These ferocious beasts are sold for money, and they're afraid we'll compete with them. Haven't you received the message on your light brain?" Long Fan informed Su Lingling. Su Lingling glanced at her light brain and indeed found such a notification. "In that case, I'll head to my home kitchen and teach you a new dish, chicken stewed with mushrooms. To prepare this dish perfectly, one must incorporate the essence of flame." Leading Long Fan to the kitchen, since the blaze phoenix bird was gone, Su Lingling replaced it with an ordinary chicken. "Master, do you also have a fire seed?" Upon seeing how Su Lingling handled the situation, Long Fan realized she had successfully fused with a fire seed. Su Lingling placed her index finger on her lips. "Show. Be low-key. Do not flaunt it." "I understand." Long Fan instantly felt that Su Lingling was unfathomable. Everyone has secrets. A mature adult should learn to respect others' privacy. Long Fan found it miraculous that ingredients could be processed using the fire seed in such a manner. Ordinary ingredients have ordinary cooking methods, and high-grade ingredients have advanced culinary techniques. Suddenly, Long Fan understood why Su Lingling liked selling boxed meals and only prepared simple foods. Because these premium foods could be handled in many more ways. It was just that his current level wasn't sufficient yet. To perfectly handle these ingredients, one's own abilities must also improve. Being a chef isn't an easy profession, and creating fine dishes is not a simple task either. "Master, has your strength increased?" The food you make now tastes better than before. Su Lingling gave a mysterious smile as she said to Long Fan, the dish still tastes the same. Go arrange the plating. I'll call Zhang Shun down for the meal. Su Lingling assumed Zhang Shun hadn't woken up, but as soon as the mealtime arrived, Zhang Shun came over without being called, heading directly to the dining table. Since they ate rather late, their breakfast was quite elaborate. A pot of chicken stewed with mushrooms and a plate of sour spicy Chinese cabbage were served. At Su Lingling's door, someone from the Long family delivered the soda machine she used to keep at the cafeteria. As for her pots and knives, Su Lingling always took them away into her kitchen god space every evening. There was plenty of the ingredients, but they were common ones with not much energy. As soon as Su Lingling consumed them, they were digested immediately. She suddenly understood why Zhang Shun kept eating. Higher cultivation really meant never being satisfied, fast digestion, and a great need for energy. Long Fan had also become physically stronger after breaking through to the first stage of martial artist, and he ate much more, consuming considerable amounts of vital energy and blood. The 2 large bowls of food and dishes were devoured entirely, leaving no trace behind. Long Fan was delighted because he finally managed to eat until the very end with everyone, no longer having to leave early due to feeling full and unable to eat anymore. Now, he had strengthened himself enough to eat even more, and he was just nicely satiated. Long Fan felt his life had reached perfection. The sense of having eaten his fill was incredibly comforting. Chapter 126. Su Lingling found that the price of goods on StarNet had skyrocketed. A plain Chinese cabbage now cost 100 star coins. During the blood moon, the price of cabbages did rise, but only to 1.5 yuan per kilogram at most. A whole Chinese cabbage weighed no more than 3 kilograms. What was going on? Hadn't the nobles from the star system come to aid Water Blue Planet? Why were the prices so ridiculous? Su Lingling was confused. What's unreasonable about this? You've been making dishes in the cafeteria every day. It's probably been a long time since you last shopped for groceries. The meat is still at its normal price, at least. Right now, all the people from Water Blue Planet are in City H. With so many people and little land, of course prices will be tense. Zhang Shun explained to Su Lingling. Su Lingling checked the price of meat on StarNet. Beast meat prices were similar to before, but ordinary people couldn't afford beast meat in the past, and they can't afford it now either. Su Lingling sighed heavily, knowing there must be many others who noticed the same issue. In most cases, instead of solving problems, those pointing out issues would get eliminated. The costs of doing one versus the other were just different. That's how unfair the world could be. Zhang Shun glanced at Su Lingling's gloomy face and asked her, do you want to go outside the city? Now, with the blood moon being so dangerous, it's perilous outside the city. What's there to fear? Those king-class beasts have already been dealt with by the nobles. Don't you want to test your strength? You've probably never been in real combat. Su Lingling was somewhat tempted. She'd seen Zhang Shun slash before. He was strong. Wait a minute, the custom-ordered package from StarNet has arrived. I've customized a sword for you. Su Lingling had previously ordered a tang knife for Zhang Shun, and it finally arrived. She handed over the long tang-style blade to him. The whole knife was simple and ancient, around 80 centimeters in length. This type of blade closely resembled a sword, offering both high aesthetics and immense power, easily capable of splitting steel. What kind of knife is this? I've never seen it before. This is the tang knife. It has a history spanning many years. There are countless types of weapons in the world, so how could someone see everything? When we're better off, I'll customize an even better knife for you. This one is already pretty good. Zhang Shun unsheathed the tang knife. After examining its design, he liked it a lot. The craftsmanship of this artisan was excellent, forged using traditional methods. Su Lingling hadn't expected Zhang Shun to take a secret underground tunnel rather than the city gate. How could there be such a long tunnel here? Do you know why everyone thinks City H is the safest? Su Lingling shook her head, indicating she didn't understand. Because under City H lies an enormous bomb shelter. If monster beasts attack and the city gates fall, everyone can retreat underground and wait for the blood moon to pass. Can other cities build such shelters too? This option can only be used in the direst situations. Humans need sunlight after all, let alone not knowing how long the blood moon might last. These underground cities aren't so easy to construct. Moreover, subterranean rat infestations are extremely common, leading to potential plagues. Wastewater drainage systems and human living conditions would also pose challenges. Rats and mosquitoes are truly terrifying creatures, something Su Lingling understood deeply. Su Lingling once thought high-rise buildings wouldn't have mosquitoes, but the reality was, wherever there were people, there would always be rats and mosquitoes. On the 18th floor, mosquitoes and rats could still climb up. Food left atop refrigerators could still be reached and stolen, climbing so high without risk of falling dead. If people were to live underground, it would surely be an ideal environment for rats. What's worse, among the rats, there were several kinds of beast monsters. That would definitely bring disaster. To build an underground city like this would cost an exorbitant amount of money, and the most critical issue is that it simply couldn't accommodate so many people. Su Lingling felt that other cities might have some survivors. Perhaps these places also had underground shelters. After all, the blood moon wouldn't last forever. You think why do beast monsters always try to raise the city? What attracts them in humans? This water blue planet was once entirely occupied by beast monsters and belonged to the Tianshu domain. This planet is extremely suitable for human habitation, so humans occupied it. They confined the beasts within their territories and harvested the evolved ferocious beasts every 100 years. Over time, the people banished here gradually became indigenous inhabitants. Meanwhile, the strange beasts and savage beasts came to consider the taste of humans the most delicious. Ordinarily, strange beasts eat each other and evolve into savage beasts. Neither side is wrong, they all act out of survival needs. After hearing this truth, Su Lingling didn't feel devastated. Through all these years, it's unclear who's the invader anymore. Sometimes, the truth isn't as crucial. Su Lingling remained silent, following behind Zhang Shun. It was daytime now, and there weren't many strange beasts or savage beasts outside the city. Most of them were gathered near the city gates. Apparently, these strange beasts attacked human clans based on scent. Wherever there were more people, that's where they would attack. Unless a lone savage beast encountered a lone human. Otherwise, they always prioritized attacking the city first. Once they conquered a city, after feasting, they would go on to attack the next one. These strange beasts traveled thousands of miles to attack cities. They were not like humans, who had telecommunications companies. They had no words, no language, nor maps. It was already impressive that they could vaguely convey their intentions. Su Lingling felt that there must be something deeper involved here, but she didn't press for answers. Su Lingling followed behind Zhang Shun, who also taught her a set of footwork techniques. In an hour, the two covered hundreds of kilometers just by walking. Then Su Lingling engaged in real combat. She wielded a kitchen knife, slaying several savage beasts. However, during the process of skinning them, other strange beasts caught the scent of blood and rushed over. Su Lingling could only hurriedly throw the bodies into the Culinary God space, waiting to process them when she reached a safe location. Outside the city, it wasn't safe, with numerous savage beasts and strange beasts, especially now, as savage beasts kept pouring in from all over the world. The strange beasts hadn't gathered together. What had gathered were the savage beasts. This characteristic had surely been thoroughly studied by those from the star system long ago. Why did the nobles stay in City H? Hadn't they known early on that the savage beasts would gather here? Then, the destruction of other cities, had that been foreseen as well? When Su Lingling thought about this, she dared not think further. Some things, pondering too much wouldn't do any good. Just at that moment, Su Lingling suddenly heard the sound of a hovering vehicle. Lifting her head, she saw a hover car being attacked by countless blood eagles before crashing down. Countless savage beasts and blood eagles rushed toward it. The scene looked incredibly terrifying. Although Su Lingling didn't know if there were survivors inside, her instincts drove her to rush forward. Chapter 127, An Unexpected Encounter with Muju. Su Lingling slashed down several ferocious beasts. At this time, a person crawled out of the hovering car, covered in blood, his clothes soiled beyond recognition. The features of this person seemed familiar. Upon closer inspection by Su Lingling, it turned out to be Muju. Though unsure why Muju would be here, the current situation was perilous and there was no time for questions. These strange creatures had to be dealt with first. Zhang Shun saw the urgency and swung his blade. In an instant, the ferocious beasts and blood eagles were cut down under Zhang Shun's sword. Once the crisis was resolved, Su Lingling didn't relax. Immediately, she gathered up the corpses of the vicious beasts and anomalous creatures. These were valuable materials. Boss Su, how is the situation in H City? As soon as he saw Su Lingling, Muju forgot to thank her and anxiously asked. In Muju's mind, since Su Lingling had come to the wilderness, things must be very dire inside the city. It's manageable. The nobles from Angel Star volunteered to guard the city walls, allowing all soldiers to retreat. They took over, keeping the city relatively orderly. Only the prices have soared and people are anxious. Upon hearing Su Lingling's words, Muju's eyes instantly lost their light. Disheartened and vacant, combined with his already severe injuries, Muju suddenly appeared lifeless on his face. Instinctively, Zhang Shun sprayed water to remove odors off Muju, then applied some healing ointment. After wrapping Muju's wounds simply, he said to Su Lingling, "This isn't a place to chat. Let's leave quickly. The scent of blood here is too heavy." Muju remained still, having lost his will to live. He had pinned all his hopes on H City, never imagining that even the nobles would abandon H City. If the defenders of H City had to retreat, and the price surge was only a prelude to chaos, then soon enough, star coins might become mere virtual numbers. Su Lingling glanced at the dispirited Muju and told him, "Regardless of what you've been through, living gives you hope. If you don't move now, you've abandoned your own hope." Hearing this, Muju's heart stirred, and he immediately stood up, following Su Lingling as they departed. He intended to return to Dadong City. Even if death awaited him, he wanted to perish battling vicious beasts rather than passively awaiting his end. The three came to a large rock and sat down. Su Lingling handed a pre-made boxed meal to Muju. She and Zhang Shun each took 2 meals. These boxed meals were stored beforehand by Su Lingling in the chef's space. While Su Lingling and Zhang Shun ate the exotic beast meat made later, Muju ate a previous regular boxed meal. Since their relationship wasn't close, giving him a free meal was more than sufficient. Additionally, considering Muju looked extremely exhausted, with likely poor digestion, it was better to give him something easier to digest. Muju opened his cold boxed meal. Although the dishes were chilled, the flavor was excellent even cold. Tears streamed down Muju's face while eating. A man does not shed tears easily. He wasn't crying because the food tasted bad. During these days in Dadong City, he hadn't enjoyed such meals in quite some time. To him, even if it was cold, it was a culinary masterpiece. It was precisely because it was so delicious that it made him tearfully sad. He didn't understand why he had grown so fragile, but his tears rolled down his cheeks and fell into the meal. Muju continued eating voraciously. He couldn't lose hope. He couldn't fall into despair. Otherwise, Elder Zhou's sacrifice would mean nothing. He needed to regain his strength to protect the people in Dadong City. Muju did not cry audibly, He wept silently. Su Lingling noticed Mu Ju's state and assumed he cried due to the stark contrast in meals. Yet Mu Ju didn't seem like someone who would be so vulnerable. However, Su Lingling also noticed that Mu Ju now resembled a beggar. Previously, Mu Ju had been like a peacock displaying its feathers, proud and attentive to his appearance. Now, he had changed drastically, suggesting much hardship endured. Su Lingling asked Mu Ju, "Is the food cold and unappetizing?" "No, the food is excellent. Have the soldiers on H City's walls truly retreated?" Su Lingling nodded, realizing afterward that Mu Ju's sorrow might stem from this matter. She promptly reassured him, "You must have misunderstood my meaning. Though the soldiers have returned home to rest, the defense nets on the walls have been activated. The city remains relatively safe for now. Fearfully, it won't stay safe for long. Those in the slum areas will probably not survive." Mu Ju felt deeply despondent. At this point, Zhang Xin suggested to Mu Ju, "Why don't you go back and see for yourself? Wouldn't that put your mind at ease?" Last night, the noble from Angel Star lost all dignity while guarding the wall. Su Ji is from Tian Shui Star, and his optical brain account is directly connected to the universe. Yesterday, it almost live-streamed to the public. The pressure was so immense that the other party dared not speak, forcing the city lord to order these people to go home and rest. If it had really been live-streamed, all the nobles would have been exiled here and turned into commoners. Really, this was the first time Mu Ju felt appreciative of Zhang Shen. That female noble seems to have taken a fancy to Long Fan. She even gave Long Fan an advanced martial technique for cultivation. Last night I couldn't sleep, so I wandered around a bit. Many soldiers witnessed the scene on the city wall. Just ask them when you get back. Zhang Shen still looked nonchalant, but he gave Mu Ju boundless courage. Su Lingling immediately opened the Star Network. All the promoted content on the Star Network depicted the nobles bravely slaying ferocious beasts. He should have been in honeymoon with his newlywed wife, yet upon hearing of the Blood Moon calamity on Water Blue Star, he abandoned his wife without hesitation, only to protect Water Blue Star. She was originally a wealthy young lady, but she stood up for the safety of the people of Water Blue Star. She is more like an angel. You, as the pride of nobility, at such a young age. When the Blood Moon arrived, you stepped forward and built a strong defense for the masses of Water Blue Star. We can stay safe at home only because you fight at the front line against the strange creatures. Salute to you." There were many more headlines. The top news, the hottest search terms, and the live streams on the Star Network were all filled with praise for the nobles of Angel Star. It was basically flooding the screen. Everywhere you looked, there were comments full of admiration. "Thank Angel Star. The nobles of Angel Star are truly great." So Mu Ju was almost fuming while reading these comments. On the Star Network, there was even a picture and short video of Carrie killing a ferocious beast in Dadong City. However, it was clear they were edited, done so perfectly. Unfortunately, they were too focused on fighting back then to bother recording videos. All truths of what actually happened hadn't been recorded. Chapter 128, Returning to the City. All of this is false. The truth is nothing like this. How could they do this? Mu Ju said angrily. At this moment, Mu Ju no longer had any thoughts of dying. He must live on. If he died, the truth would be lost forever with him. Mu Ju, seeing these push notifications, wanted to smash his light brain device immediately, but he knew that it wouldn't change anything. Su Lingling originally wanted to ask whether Dong City was okay. However, seeing Mu Ju's state, she already guessed in her heart that Dong City probably didn't fare well. If not, Mu Ju wouldn't have become like this. A person should still have less curiosity sometimes. Even if she knew, what could she do with her limited abilities? She couldn't change all of this. Thus, Su Lingling remained silent. Zhang Shun sat on the ground, slowly gnawing at a claw, drinking cola, and said to Mu Ju, "Two noble families from Angel Star have arrived. One is the Black Rose family. The other is the Tulip family. That woman you just opened is from the Tulip family. These two families don't get along well, and the two people between them also don't support each other. Right now, they are in conflict, perhaps not caring about other matters, which may also be a good thing. H City is currently overcrowded, and many soldiers have battlefield experience. The nearby king-level ferocious beasts have been almost completely exterminated. They might use some tactics next to lure all the king-level ferocious beasts to H City, and nearby Dong City will serve as a safe refuge. With the strength of Captain Mu, defending such a city would be more than enough. But in the city, in the other checkpoints where Su Ji isn't present, many leaders of soldiers were unwilling to abandon their checkpoints and instead wished to remain guarding them, but ended up being killed by those nobles. These soldiers, disheartened, had long harbored thoughts of leaving H City since the outside world was too dangerous, without any survival prospects. If there were a glimmer of hope, most likely they'd prefer to die on the battlefield rather than under the slaughter of the nobles. Zhang Xin still referred to Mu Ju as Captain Mu. However, this time, Mu Ju was very calm. He asked Zhang Shan, "Do you want to go to Dong City?" Though Mu Ju was stubborn, he wasn't dumb. Zhang Shan wouldn't offer help unless it benefited him somehow. Moreover, there had been unpleasant experiences between the two before, yet Zhang Shan was still willing to guide him. Lingling goes where I'll go. But H City isn't peaceful now. Zhang Shan didn't answer directly, but looked at Su Lingling instead. Su Lingling was a bit stunned. She didn't want to leave H City because, in her perception, H City was the safest place. However, Zhang Shan's words made sense. There were no more king-level ferocious beasts outside, and the one Su Lingling had already slain gave her some confidence. After all, her current strength differed greatly from before. Su Lingling was hesitating, as this wasn't an easy decision, and its consequences would be serious. Su Lingling said to Zhang Shan, Let's return to H City first. After all, H City has everything. All the shops are open, and it's quite safe. Fine. Zhang Shen readily agreed without trying to persuade Su Lingling further. In Su Lingling's space alone, there were already over 100 strange beasts and ferocious beasts. With so much meat, Su Lingling planned to return and properly process them. H City Long family. Long Kun never expected Carrie to actually want to ally her family with the Long family through marriage. If it was for Long Bu Fan, Long Kun would definitely reject it. But the chosen party was Long Fan. Carrie was proactive. She came personally to propose the alliance. She laid out her conditions openly. She would respect Long Fan's feelings, and the two would spend some time together on Water Blue Star. When Long Fan was ready, they could both move to Angel Star together. Carrie belonged to the side branch of the Black Rose family, yet her financial base was still substantial. And because her side branch was separated by many generations, she could marry into the main line. Her sister married the heir of the Black Rose family. Her family still held some position within the Black Rose family. Most importantly, Carrie's talent in Ice Elemental wasn't weak, surpassing even Long Kun himself despite her young age. Long Kun was actually quite satisfied with Carrie, but he also understood something about Long Fan. He worried that Long Fan might be a little careless, accustomed to freedom. And considering his lack of strength, if caught doing something wrong, he could end up being beaten to death by Carrie. Thinking of this, Long Kun became slightly calmer and said to Carrie, "Miss Carrie, it's a great honor for us that you take interest in Long Fan, but maybe Long Fan isn't as excellent as you think. Perhaps learning more about him before deciding would be wise. Long Fan basically has no time to come back. I only have this one little son by my side, and since he was spoiled from a young age, early on, he also had an arranged engagement with the daughter of the Ling family. Since childhood, he was born deficient, with poor talent and bad health. Back then, that girl almost beat him to death. I don't expect much success from my son. I just want him to live well." Long Fan and Ling Xiaoxiao were indeed engaged in the past. Long Fan was considered weak, but he had a good older brother. The Ling family holds a high status on Water Blue Star, but compared to Long Bu Fan, they fall short. Moreover, Ling Xiaoxiao's talent was average, so both families had intentions of discussing the matter at some point. However, Ling Xiaoxiao looked down on Long Fan. Whether or not she struck him, Long Kun wasn't sure, but Long Fan cried, alleging that Ling Xiaoxiao hit him. Given that Ling Xiaoxiao genuinely disliked Long Fan and Long Kun worried about his son being bullied, the engagement was called off. Afterward, Long Kun tried arranging numerous engagements for Long Fan, but Long Fan refused them all. He favored ordinary women, and Long Kun figured, given his son's limited lifespan, it would be best to leave it be. But now, Long Fan has awakened his talent, received the fire seed gifted by Carrie, and gained ability. His future is limitless. Long Kun isn't anxious about Long Fan anymore. A man should aim far. Once you excel yourself, what kind of woman can't you find? If one isn't strong, even if you manage to find someone suitable, Long Kun still fears Long Fan might get beaten. Primarily, while Long Fan is now capable of cultivation, his main talent lies in culinary arts, and he is not skilled in combat. Long Kun spoke very sincerely. In normal circumstances, Carrie would surely feel insulted by Long Kun's remarks and become angry. But now, a flicker of human emotion returned to Carrie's heart. She felt differently. As in her own family, her father would definitely prioritize the family's interests when considering her marriage, never considering her happiness. Conversely, Long Kun seemed more concerned about Long Fan being bullied. "Uncle, actually, I am quite gentle and usually dislike using violence the most. My upbringing is strict. Our family is a lineage that has been passed down for over 10,000 years. We are people of great cultivation and different from ordinary families," Carrie said to Long Kun. Chapter 129, Carly's heart racing. If Mu Ju were present, she would definitely want to slap Carly twice hard. Not hitting people, but killing them directly. However, at this moment, Long Kun was very satisfied with Carly. He saw the etiquette and upbringing of a great noble, and his wife was also from Angel Star, so he had a good impression of Angel Star. "Dad, Miss Carly, my new dish is ready. Let's go try it together." Long Fan finished cooking and immediately invited Long Kun and Carly to dine. But when Long Kun saw only 3 dishes on the table, his face turned sour instantly. In Long Kun's mind, receiving important guests must involve 10 dishes. What does 3 dishes mean? This is very disrespectful. Long Fan, don't you know to ask the kitchen for help to make more dishes? Don't we have those spirit plants? Quickly take these dishes down. Long Kun said almost with a face as dark as iron. The dish of sour and spicy cabbage used just regular cabbage, not even emerald cabbage. The chicken stewed with mushrooms was slightly better, using exotic beast meat, but it was only of the lowest grade, farmed, and those mushrooms were also quite affordable. Most importantly, Long Fan's specialty braised pork wasn't served. Instead, there was a plate of fish, and not just any fish but a 1-star river fish, which was too cheap. Long Fan's smile immediately dropped, unhappy as he told Long Kun, "These are new dishes. I absorbed the strange fire seeds yesterday, stayed up all night, and felt that my culinary skills have reached another level. Eat if you like, otherwise, I'll eat myself and then sleep." "You." Long Kun's mouth twisted in anger. But Carly did not get angry. Instead, she asked Long Fan, "How could you absorb the fire seeds so quickly? Is your constitution the pro-fire type?" After Carly asked, looking at the awkward situation, she didn't get upset. All the dishes were warm, with enticing fragrances. She said to Long Kun, "Uncle, I've never tasted such home-style dishes before. I think these dishes feel warm and give me a sense of home." Once the dishes cool down, it will waste Dragon Fan's effort. Let's eat first. Seeing Carly willing to eat, Long Fan immediately forced a smile and said, these 3 dishes may look plain, but they're the result of my hard work. Just taste once, and you'll understand the mystery inside. Especially this chicken stewed with mushrooms and this braised fish. The most expensive ingredients aren't necessarily the most delicious ones. Suitable is always the best. Why don't you try the flavor in them? Carly, smelling the aroma of the food, had already started swallowing saliva. After eating Long Fan's food last night, she thought other dishes were garbage and stopped eating other foods. She was a bit hungry now. Carly picked up a piece of light yellow chicken. The chicken was completely flavorful, tender, and delicate. This was a cuisine Carly had never tasted. It was as if she felt the free atmosphere of the mountains and fields, mixed with the scent of human life, giving her an unprecedented sense of warmth. There was also the mysterious charm deep within the volcano, and all sorts of flavors blossomed on her tongue. This was a feeling Carly had never experienced. One bite after another, Carly couldn't stop because it was simply too delicious. Seeing this, Long Kuan also picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of fish. Long Fan snarked beside him. Didn't you think it was humble? Humph. No respect at all. You're becoming more impolite. Long Kuan said while swallowing the fish, and his expression changed instantly. The fish was fine and tender. The key was, he felt a kind of spring-like sun warmth. Long Kuan trembled slightly as he asked Long Fan. The power of the fire seed has been integrated into this. You've already mastered the fire seed. Long Kuan found it inconceivable. It was just too fast. Long Fan revealed a proud grin as he said to Long Kuan. That's right. Haven't you seen who your son is? However, my strength is still weak. I can't handle overly high-end ingredients yet. I believe in practicing makes perfect. As long as I cook more, I will surely become stronger. When that time comes, I'll cook you some really expensive stuff, and even royal-level ferocious beasts. I can handle them perfectly. Your culinary artistry is already perfect. I never expected that it could be enhanced further. It's truly incredible. I heard that you weren't making food for people at the outpost. Isn't your family company close to the city wall? We have a few people here who can replace the entire city's soldiers to guard this side and ensure no exotic beasts come near. I wonder if Long Fan, you would be interested in serving as our new chef here. There are just 3 of us. These energy stones can be regarded as payment. Carly handed over a bag of energy stones to Long Fan. Long Fan's talent impressed her greatly. In Carly's eyes, the main reason why Long Fan was no good before might be due to poor resources. Long Bufin was capable, but he was only one person, and a man at that, rather careless. Naturally, he wouldn't consider things so thoroughly. Carly thought she could invest more in Long Fan. The stakes weren't high enough before. Long Fan's talent was very strong, able to master the power of the fire seed so quickly and integrate it into his culinary creations. Such cooking skills were truly awe-inspiring. If she could win over Long Fan, then when she brought him back to Angel Star, others would definitely envy them. And her father wouldn't have any reason to object, and perhaps would even praise her. A good chef was really too precious. Many chefs possess culinary talents, but even with talent, character matters as well. If someone is wicked, no matter how good the food tastes, it will make you sick. Ordinary people may not taste it, but at their level, they could sense such nuances. After all, this has been an interstellar rule for tens of thousands of years. Top-tier cuisine must be created by a chef with pure thoughts. Carly had confidence in Long Fan. She believed he would certainly become a god of cooking. It was a pity for Long Fan to stay in such a small place. But upon further reflection, maybe only in a place like this could such a person be cultivated. Taking Long Fan out might expose him to outside influences, along with the jealousy of chefs like Lin Rohai. If that happened, it could damage his mindset, and the soul and the delicacies he creates would disappear. Practicing more here would actually be beneficial. When Long Fan can perfectly process the meat of royal-level ferocious beasts, he would undoubtedly create a sensation, surely becoming a national treasure chef on Angel Star. Carly's gaze was fixed directly on Long Fan, without any concealment, fiery and passionate. Long Fan was not stupid. He of course could feel Carly's gaze. He used to look at others with similar expressions, but when someone else looked at him like that, he suddenly realized that he shouldn't do that anymore and needed to change. Chapter 130, Crystal Coins. Mu Ju returned to H City, where everything remained peaceful and the shops were still open for business. The scenario he had imagined didn't come true. He felt both relieved and uneasy. What troubled him was that people in the city had no idea what was going on. If it hadn't been for seeing it with his own eyes, even Mu Ju would never have believed that the nobles of Angel Star could be like this. It was a kind of disdain, a sort of ignoring. In their eyes, there was no good or evil in the world. Things just were as they should be, like how humans ate meat. After returning to the city, Mu Ju bid farewell to Su Lingling and went back to his residence. Su Lingling, on the other hand, started to prepare ingredients in her shop. Oddly enough, Su Lingling originally thought she'd be afraid, but when hunting fierce beasts, she was very calm. At the sight of a fierce beast, Su Lingling's thoughts immediately turned to how to prepare such a creature and what methods would make it more delicious. Today, she wanted to challenge Zhang Shun to see how much he could eat. She wanted to see how much Zhang Shun could consume, and then make him eat until he threw up. Are you opening your store today? You've prepared so much food. No, it's all for you. How generous. When have I ever been stingy? Do you really mean all of it is for me? Zhang Shun asked uncertainly. Of course. I'm just curious whether you can eat all this. It's enough for today. We don't need to eat this much tomorrow. Zhang Shun truthfully answered Su Lingling. At this point, Su Lingling remembered that high-level warriors could actually eat large meals at infrequent intervals. This meant they could eat once a day and accumulate energy in their bodies, not needing to eat again for several days. With Su Lingling's cultivation level, she could consume one meal that would last her up to 5 days without needing more. However, Su Lingling had simply gotten used to having 3 meals a day. Such a physical constitution offered a significant survival advantage in extreme circumstances. Zhang Shun did not ask where Su Lingling's fire seed came from. It seemed like he naturally accepted it. Su Lingling's shop did not open during the daytime. Because it was agreed that business would commence after the blood moon ended, notices were posted, and thus, no diners arrived. By the time Su Lingling finished preparing the meal, it was already nighttime. Su Lingling received a message from Su Ji. "I'm outside your store. Can you open the door?" I smelled the aroma of cooked meat. Just as Su Lingling was about to ask how Su Ji knew about it, she understood now. Su Lingling left her home in the morning and came back in the afternoon, just as the sky was darkening. Since it was dangerous to stay outside during the blood moon period, Su Lingling returned right before sunset. During the day, Su Ji waited outside for an entire day, only to find out that Su Lingling hadn't returned all day. And Ling Chui, weighed down by her own worries, didn't feel like coming out to enjoy gourmet food. When Su Lingling opened the door, sure enough, Su Ji stood waiting outside. He even brought along a king-level Qian divine bird voluntarily. It was unclear where this bird had been caught. Isn't it forbidden to kill ferocious beasts now? Where did you get this? A wise man always has tricks up his sleeve. Do you want an extra snack tonight? We've eaten enough ourselves. We'll help you out tonight, but no snacks tomorrow. I'll pay you in crystal coins, also known as energy coins. Won't offer star coins, alright? Su Ji handed over a bag of crystal coins to Su Lingling. These crystal coins were a universal currency. Only real coins were traded, no online virtual numbers. Each one was genuine crystal coins. Crystal coins were also called energy coins because they could assist in cultivation. Once their energy dispersed, these coins would crumble into sand. Very magical. One crystal coin was worth at least several million star coins, and often, they were rare to buy even if you wanted to. The number of crystal coins in Su Ji's bag was not small. Su Lingling counted them and found there were 30 in total. 30 crystal coins. Isn't that too much? I'll hire you to cook me one dinner a month in advance. I will find the ingredients myself, and you're responsible for processing them. That's still too much. 10 crystal coins will do. I had considered buying some preservation-worthy items with my star coins before. I thought about crystal coins, but it turned out that they are scarce and impossible to buy. You've probably never left Blue Water Planet, so you're unaware of the market outside. A chef like you is worth every bit of it. If I sell meals cheaper to others later, don't let envy trouble you, or sulk silently. Upon hearing this, Su Ji laughed heartily and said to Su Lingling, "With skills like yours, anyone who eats it gains. If you ever open a restaurant on another planet in the future, remember to send me a message so I can come support you." Sure, Su Lingling didn't commit to never leaving Blue Water Planet for life. Plans couldn't keep up with changes, nothing was permanent. After the blood moon passed, Su Lingling intended to spend a few days outside the city to search for better ingredients. Su Lingling's culinary skills remained as exceptional as ever. Su Ji hadn't expected the meal to be so lavish today, and then it hit him. Was this because money had been exchanged, resulting in so much delicious food? Su Ji started to feel a bit embarrassed. However, Zhang Shun was exceptionally generous, even inviting Su Ji to grab a drink from the soda machine, suggesting he take a bucket. Su Ji originally thought he was full, but he noticed that Zhang Shun in front of him was still eating. A man couldn't admit defeat. So Su Ji continued eating. It was the first time Su Ji had eaten until he was stuffed. He finally understood why Zhang Shun had suggested drinking beverages, to occupy some space in his stomach, allowing for a more cunning victory. Su Ji realized he had underestimated the situation. More importantly, Su Ji had never imagined there would come a day when he could eat Su Lingling's cooking until he was completely full. Usually, all he could do was dream about tasting it. Su Lingling watched as Su Ji and Zhang Shun finished their meal, her mind sparking with an idea. She turned to Zhang Shun and said, "I mentioned earlier I'd keep my shop closed until the blood moon ended, and it hasn't ended yet. Prices are skyrocketing, so I can't sell $20 boxed meals anymore. I'm not running a charity, after all, but there's plenty of beast meat now. I could sell them as 10,000 yuan per serving exotic beast meat box meals. And then I'll hold a Cola Guts King contest. Any ordinary person in H City can sign up for the event. Free colas will be provided, and whoever drinks the most can get a free 10,000 yuan box meal when the store opens at night. Anyway, since you two eat so much, if we don't sell out, you can finish everything later. That way it won't go to waste. Count me in. If there's leftover food, I'll step up to clean the plates." Su Ji raised his hand towards Su Lingling. Actually, Su Ji thought Su Lingling didn't need to worry about unsold meals, given the number of warriors now in H City. Deal. Su Lingling readily agreed. I can eat it all myself without help. But since you want to join, I'll let you tag along out of gratitude for the bird meat you've shared with me several times. Zhang Shun told Su Ji. Chapter 131, New Rules. Boss, you're really back. Li Zheng said excitedly to Mu Ju. He thought Mu Ju was dead. Li Zheng went through a lot these past 2 days. He almost broke down. His father was killed by Su Ming just because he asked an extra question while doing his duty. What about the savage beasts when we leave? Then he was killed. Li Zheng's father was a guard in H City. Li Zheng regretted deeply in his heart. If only he had known, he would have taken his father to Dadong City. Li Zheng's belief all along has almost crumbled, never imagining his father would face such an end. The city lord's mansion, filled with music and dancing. On the star net, there were all praises for these nobles. But Li Zheng must endure it, because his mother and sister are still alive. If he cannot endure, rumors will be spread against his family. Mu Ju looked at Li Zheng's red eyes, thinking they were red because Li Zheng missed him too much. He didn't know what Li Zheng had been through. He was hesitating whether or not to tell Li Zheng. If he did, the belief Li Zheng had maintained might collapse. After long thought, Mu Ju spoke to Li Zheng. The nobles of Angel Star have arrived. They destroyed the defense walls of Dadong City and ordered us not to resist the attacks of the savage beasts. Because any living savage beast has a chance to evolve into a king-level beast. King-level beasts are worth their weight in gold, treasures from head to toe. Naturally, our value is nothing compared to that of a king-level beast. I'm here this time to take some people to build a career in Dadong City. There are no more king-level beasts in Dadong City now. I believe my abilities can protect Dadong City. H City is a stronghold of Angel Star. They shouldn't be too extreme. You have your family, so it's pretty safe here. This time, I mainly need people who can't survive in H City. Maybe going to Dadong City could offer another path to survival, like those from the slums. There's not enough space in H City now. Everyone on the planet is gathered here. The city lord has wanted to demolish the slums for a long time. He has agreed with me, giving me a spacecraft to bring the people from the slums over. The poor can also be fighting power. The blood moon hasn't disappeared yet. No one knows how long it will last. These nobles and wealthy simply don't even want to temporarily cram together. Originally, the city lord could hold up under pressure. However, they bought off Su Ming, pressuring the city lord, and the city lord immediately weakened in front of the representatives from Angel Star. In the past, Mu Ju would definitely argue with the city lord. But now, Mu Ju only feels helplessness and sadness. Everyone lives differently. Upon hearing this, Li Zheng said to Mu Ju, "Boss, my dad died. He died at the base camp. He wasn't torn apart by a strange creature, but was killed by a noble. Boss, I hate. Is there no fairness in this world?" Mu Ju didn't know what to say. In the end, he patted Li Zheng's back and said, "I will uphold the fairness in my heart with my life. I've broken through, already reaching the king realm. After this blood moon, I'll go check out the so-called first civilization. If I can reach the master realm, I'll return to defend the fairness and justice of our blue water planet. Even if I fail and die far from home, I believe that as long as I never give up until my last breath, someone will continue the fight." Mu Ju is exceptionally talented. If he were willing to collude with those people, he would have broken through a long time ago. But Mu Ju has always remained steadfast to his inner beliefs and has never retreated in the face of difficulties. This is why Li Zheng, even though knowing Mu Ju is unchanging and somewhat rigid, still follows Mu Ju. Many times, Li Zheng has smoothed things over for Mu Ju, so that the atmosphere wouldn't become awkward. Li Zheng often wants to persuade Mu Ju to change. But now, he no longer tries to persuade Mu Ju. He considers himself a coward. Mu Ju seems to know what Li Zheng is thinking and said to him, "Li Zheng, do you know why I have prejudice against these nobles? Because the education that nobles receive from childhood is that they are different from ordinary people, belonging to different classes. Not all nobles are bad people, but under such education, good people are few and far between. Boss, do you think I am weak? Li Zheng, you are not a coward. You've grown up and understand what responsibility is. Unlike me, who is alone and without ties. To me, this life naturally needs to fight for something worthwhile. Sometimes, enduring can be stronger than resisting." Mu Ju's state of mind has experienced significant ups and downs within a day. He also once felt the despair of powerlessness, which allows Mu Ju to deeply empathize with Li Zheng, understanding his thoughts very clearly. The slum district. Jin Ziyu had been frightened once by Zhang Shun. Originally, she thought that no matter what happened, she should not resist. But now, the situation was simply too much. The city lord's mansion actually wanted to drive them out of H City and forcibly transfer this land to the nobles. Not to mention it was during the Blood Moon disaster now. Even in normal times, this would be a death sentence. Of course, if one was a martial artist who had started practicing, or someone with psi abilities, they could stay inside the city. A martial artist could only bring one wife and child into the city. Concubines and mistresses were not included. A psi ability user could keep their wife and children within the city, along with 3 additional spots available. But how could any psi ability users possibly live in the slums? Even martial artists had the qualifications to move away. Suddenly, Jin Ziyu thought of someone, Su Lingling. This was her only hope for survival now. Su Lingling was the only psi ability user Jin Ziyu knew. Most importantly, Su Lingling had no family. Her parents had died long ago. She surely had spare spots among her 3 available. Many others had thought of Su Lingling just like Jin Ziyu. At that moment, Lin Ke's parents also brought their child to the front of Su Lingling's shop. Even though Mu Ju said he could take them to Dadong City, in their hearts, Dadong City was already unsuitable. When people are pushed into desperate situations, they will stop at nothing to cling on to anything that might save them. When Jin Ziyu arrived, she saw quite a few familiar faces, such as Lin Ke's parents, and other neighbors from the block. Besides her own family, the psi ability user had only 3 slots available. With so many people here, would Su Lingling choose her? Jin Ziyu made up her mind. Whoever dared to morally pressure Su Lingling, she would be the first to stand up and speak for Su Lingling, trying her best to leave a good impression. Jin Ziyu regretted slightly. She wished she hadn't caused trouble last time. After all, among these people, Su Lingling was most familiar with her. Surely, Su Lingling wouldn't sit idly by and watch her die. Chapter 132, Going to Dadong City. Su Lingling was shocked when she saw the throng of people outside the store. Lingling, our daughter Link is your best friend. Link's father and I, along with little Link, make up 3 people in total. Give us these 3 spots, won't you? Lingling, we've been neighbors for so many years. I don't ask you to save me. I've lived enough, but please save my child. Ms. Su, both my son and his wife are gone. My old partner and I have lived long enough. Please save our grandson. Ling's parents, Uncle Quan from the barber shop, young boy and I, who frequently ate at the store with his grandparents, and many others whom Su Lingling didn't recognize, all gathered outside the door. All sorts of voices buzzed in Su Lingling's ears. What on earth had happened? Su Lingling was completely confused. Through their chattering, Su Lingling finally figured it out. H City had suddenly introduced a new rule. All ordinary citizens were being driven out. Even if it wasn't during Blood Moon, going to Outer City meant certain death. It was just too cruel. Su Lingling couldn't believe there could be such heartless measures. The Alliance had always seemed very humane before. They had previously provided a grant of 1,500 per person to help the commoners survive. But now, what difference was this from outright murder? To tell the truth, if Su Lingling had to help, she would definitely prioritize old acquaintances like Uncle Quan first. However, if adults can't even survive, would leaving children behind really guarantee their survival? This was a heavy question. Earlier, Su Lingling had wanted to organize a cola competition. Now, Su Lingling realized how naive that thought had been. She wanted good reviews, but what she truly needed was population growth. These people need stable places to live, they need to eat well. Only then will they have extra money to spend. When they can't even afford food, how can they have time or mood to appreciate gourmet cuisine? Su Lingling spoke to everyone present. I'm just one person. I only have 3 spots available. With so many people, so many voices, it's impossible for me to decide who to choose. Just as Su Lingling finished speaking, the city guards arrived. Even in their hearts, the guards weren't entirely comfortable. Normally, they were supposed to protect the civilians. Now, they had to do something like this instead, but they had to go through with it. Because if anyone stayed behind, their families would suffer. What are you all gathered here for? Are you planning to cause trouble? You have an hour to board the flying vessel. Heading to the Dong City means survival. Otherwise, don't blame us for throwing you out of the city. The guards sounded fierce, but it was for the sake of these people. This time Mu Ju was leading the team. His skills were solid, and he had recently broken through another level. The city lord hadn't done things too absolutely. There were still many weapons and people aboard the flying vessels. Since it was daytime, it would be relatively safe to head towards the Dong City. Leaving early would leave enough time to set up camp. If they left late, it would harm both themselves and others. This was their only chance at survival. Su Lingling immediately approached the guards to get more details. Leaving for the Dong City right now might not be impossible. The king-class ferocious beasts had already been eliminated by those nobles. Su Lingling had also dealt with regular ferocious beasts. They weren't particularly strong. Thus, going to the Dong City wouldn't be a dead end after all. The guards explained to Su Lingling that they should depart earlier so that they could construct a defensive system sooner. Otherwise, if they delayed too much, these people would face an absolute dead end. Moreover, once the blood moon emerged, the ferocious beasts would surround the city. That situation would undoubtedly be extremely dangerous. Also, the blood moon had persisted for some time already. If they held out a bit longer, they might get lucky and see the blood moon pass. Su Lingling pondered deeply, asking Zhang Shun, "What do you think about me going to the Dong City now?" "Think it over, and then act." Zhang Shun didn't oppose Su Lingling's thoughts. He had intended for Su Lingling to leave before. Something was wrong with H City. Why did other cities all fall? These things were not coincidences. Zhang Shun didn't want to tell Su Lingling about this. If she knew, she would certainly feel terrible. Rather than watching the whole city perish without being able to rescue them, it might be better for her to know nothing at all. The people of H City would eventually find out what the Angel Star people had done. When that news reached the galaxy, Angel Star would be destroyed. Those who can keep secrets are forever the dead ones. So Zhang Shun subtly suggested Su Lingling go to the Dong City, avoiding H City. From Mu Ju, Zhang Shun learned that Callie went to the Dong City, but did not kill its people. Thus, Zhang Shun deduced that the Dong City was not within their plans. If it were, Callie wouldn't have let the people of the Dong City off so easily. Generally speaking, unless someone was utterly inhumane, no one would massacre innocents. Most of the high-level experts in the Dong City were already almost wiped out, mostly having died in battle. As for the rest of the people, their survival would now rely on luck. Zhang Shun was also an aristocrat and naturally understood the aristocrat's mindset. Callie had definitely come here with a mission. Otherwise, there would be no reason to destroy the Dong City's city walls. And Callie hadn't killed anyone because these people were unimportant. She had already killed the king-level ferocious beasts, so some of these people would surely survive. The reason she destroyed the city walls and means of transportation was to prevent these people from going to H City and to force them to stay here, which would give them a slim chance of survival. Of course, it all depended on luck. Although it seemed cruel, in Callie's mind, what she was doing was still considered a good deed. After all, no one cared about the lives of common people. She gave these people the opportunity to live. If they couldn't seize it, then it wasn't her fault. So Zhang Shun supported Su Lingling's decision to go to the Dong City. Su Lingling's trip to the Dong City wasn't overly complicated at all. She had originally refused to go to the Dong City because she hadn't encountered the strength of ferocious beasts. In her original memories, the ferocious beasts were incredibly terrifying. That's why Su Lingling didn't want to go to the Dong City. But now that Su Lingling's strength had improved and she possessed some self-defense capabilities, combined with her experience of hunting ferocious beasts, going to the Dong City wouldn't be akin to suicide. If Su Lingling still had her previous strength before breaking through, she definitely wouldn't have gone. After all, even hiding here, how would that help? A new rule each day, ordinary people could only follow, over and over again. Moreover, Su Lingling felt that these aristocrats weren't nice people. What if they disliked her? Perhaps the enhancement of her strength gave Su Lingling some confidence. Also, Leaving the children here might not guarantee their survival either. After receiving Zhang Shen's response, Su Lingling felt a bit more assured. Then she addressed the crowd, saying, "You've survived this far, but are you sure your children left behind can survive? Friends and neighbors, let's all go to Dadong City. I will accompany all of you to Dadong City." Chapter 133, A New Beginning. Go to Dadong City? On what grounds? Dadong City is already cooling down. Going there isn't like walking to one's death. If you want to go and die yourself, we're not accompanying you. You can go to Dadong City, but leave your spot for me. Officer, if she goes, our slum might be able to save one person from dying. Amidst the angry crowd, Uncle Quan and Inida's grandparents remained silent, without saying a word. They were thinking, could they truly leave their loved ones here alone and still survive? Shut up. Anyone who dares to say another word, I'll immediately throw you outside the city to feed to the beastkin. Those who wish to live, quickly bring your luggage and board the aircraft. Those who don't want to live, I'll help you on your way right now. Zhang Shun's icy cold sentence instantly silenced these people. They dared not utter another word. Jin Ziyu originally didn't want to go to Dadong City, but then thought, since Zhang Shun had decided to go, what did she have to fear? A person like Zhang Shun, who is capable of every kind of wickedness, must surely believe that he will be able to survive if he chooses to go. After all, he wouldn't foolishly choose death. Jin Ziyu immediately returned home to pack her belongings. She had no choice. Evidently, neither the city lord nor Zhang Shun would sympathize with her. If only Su Lingling could say something like how pitiful these people are, perhaps Jin Ziyu could try to negotiate. But now, Su Lingling said not a word. Involuntarily, Jin Ziyu cursed Su Lingling in her heart, calling her an extremely hypocritical individual. Although Su Lingling seemed compassionate normally, at crucial moments, she wouldn't even speak a word. Who knows how cruel she might truly be. Actually, Su Lingling didn't have many things to begin with, and with her spatial equipment, she could even store a bed and blankets. Zhang Shun acted even faster. He didn't bother packing his luggage, just waiting by the door for Su Lingling. So soon after, Su Lingling arrived at the aircraft with Zhang Shun. Muju anxiously waited for them. If these commoners refused to cooperate, stubbornly staying behind, they really would be dead roads. "Miss Su, why have you come?" Muju was genuinely surprised to see Su Lingling. "It's not only us. Su Ji will also be coming soon." Before leaving, Su Lingling sent a message to Su Ji, who agreed that he too would be willing to go to Dadong City. After all, Su Ji had to figure out a way to hunt vicious beastkins. All the exit points in H City were controlled by the people from Angel Star, so Su Ji always had to sneak around, quite inconveniently. Su Ji is going to Dadong City as well. Muju was overjoyed. Su Ji was strong. Muju personally witnessed him easily handling vicious king-grade beastkins. Without delay, Muju directly sent information to Li Zhong, instructing him to bring his family to the aircraft area. Muju also sent messages to several previous enforcement squad members. He hadn't initially called them because he himself wasn't entirely sure about this plan. The nobles may have been extreme, but staying might provide a living chance, whereas going to Dadong City would be either life or death, unknown. This was Su Lingling's first time boarding such a large aircraft. It was enormous, akin to a whole city. Numerous people carried abundant luggage. Time was too short. After much hesitation, they chose to board the aircraft anyway. However, there were too many people, densely packed. Time had run out, and the number of people aboard the aircraft had reached capacity. Li Zhang brought his sister and mother aboard the aircraft, though some members of the enforcement team hesitated and decided to stay in H City. After all, they couldn't risk their families' lives. Of course, Muju wished to take everyone, but decisions had to be made eventually. He couldn't let those people follow him to certain death. Once darkness falls and blood moons appear, these people would be doomed. At this moment, Muju suddenly understood the helplessness of the upper echelons. No matter how reluctant he was, Muju issued the command, and the aircraft took off. And the ones left behind, it was their chosen fate. This cannot be blamed on anyone, as the original timing was sufficient. But due to their hesitation, refusing to board the aircraft until the last minute, naturally, they missed their chance. It was the same case with Jin Ziyu, who sat despondently on the square with numerous packages. She initially had not finished packing her belongings, rushing back home later with the intention of taking everything possible, thus moving rather slowly. Mainly, she simply couldn't trust that the city lord's residence would abandon so many lives. Looking around at the other people, Jin Ziyu found some solace in her mind. Surely, with so many people present, the city lord's residence wouldn't allow all of them to perish, would they? Yet, reality turned out to be brutally harsh. Although the city lord's residence itself did nothing, the city lord ordered the aristocrats from other cities to act. After all, if these people were not driven away, these nobles would have no place to live and develop. These nobles showed no mercy at all. Despite Jin Ziyu's many attempts to showcase her charm, she was ruthlessly thrown out of the city gate. Outside the city gate, the smell of blood was very strong. There had been countless battles and killings here, and the whole land was dyed blood red. Jin Ziyu lay on the blood-red land, trembling with fear. She seemed to faintly hear the monstrous roars of strange beasts. This was all unacceptable for Jin Ziyu. She started to regret it. If her younger brother were still here, with Su Lingling, then at this time, she would be considered family. Jin Ziyu knew a bit about Jin Zijun going to Dragon King Star. Because Jin Zijun had taken quite some savings from Jin Ziyu, and Jin Zijun had promised to take her to Dragon King Star as well, to experience the prosperity of a first-tier civilization. No, she hasn't gone to Dragon King Star yet. Jin Ziyu did not want to die, but what could she do? Time was passing slowly, and once night fell, everyone would be doomed. The situation in Dadong City turned out to be much worse than Su Lingling had imagined. The city walls had been damaged, and quite a few strange beasts had already entered the city. The remaining people were all gathered in the inner city. The city lord of Dadong City welcomed Su Lingling's arrival very much, especially Su Ji's. When he saw Su Ji, his eyes practically sparkled with hope, like seeing salvation itself. He was so enthusiastic that he almost wanted to hand over the position of city lord to Su Ji, but Su Ji declined. Su Ji introduced Su Lingling extensively and hoped the city lord could arrange an independent courtyard shop for Su Lingling. The city lord of Dadong City was very generous, directly giving the largest high-end restaurant in the city to Su Lingling. This restaurant occupied a very large area, with its own land inside where vegetables could be grown. There were also many first-class spiritual plants planted here. It was decorated very beautifully, understated yet luxurious, high-end and atmospheric. It was kept in perfect condition internally, and Su Lingling immediately liked it when she saw it. Chapter 134: The Overwhelming Carry. This new restaurant covers a much larger area than Su Lingling's small shop, with more than 2,000 square meters. It is spacious and also has 2 floors. The equipment is very complete. The other party didn't take everything they could when they left. Everyone arrived here at noon. Because there are currently very few people in Dandong City, the people who came are divided into houses based on the number of people. 1 person gets a single studio apartment, 2 people get a 1-bedroom apartment. These people, bringing their families, were extremely delighted. The place they are living now is in the upper district of Dandong City, a place they could never afford to live in their entire lives, but now, they have permanent residence here. Moreover, the city lord promised that even if the blood moon ends, these residences will still belong to them, and once the blood moon passes, everything will be fine again, and they will be able to live the life they have always dreamed of. For the bad mood of coming to this place, it improved immediately. Everyone began to tidy up their new homes. Even though they knew they had to go out at night to resist the fierce beasts, their moods were still good. Because they have new hope and goals to strive for. Su Lingling did not tidy up the restaurant. Instead, she went to check out the city wall of Dandong City. It had been maliciously attacked, and some areas had already been leveled. Su Lingling decided that tonight, she would also guard the city. After all, since she came here, she couldn't stay out of it. The sun slowly sets. The dormant mutated creatures and ferocious beasts start to wake up, slowly crawling out from the dark caves under the moonlight of the blood moon. The terrifying blood eagles also flew out from their nests, emitting bird calls that chilled the soul. This was the first time Su Lingling had seen so many ferocious beasts. Dandong City's defense system had already been destroyed. The sky was filled with dense blood eagles. These blood eagles blocked the terrifying blood-red moonlight, plunging the world into darkness. Su Lingling looked at the battlefield ahead, where countless people were fiercely battling against the tide of beasts, forming a chaotic current of fighting. On the front, they already held the upper hand. These people sacrificed countless amounts of blood just to plug this gap. Although Su Lingling was previously in the wild, she hadn't faced such numbers of ferocious and mutated beasts before. These ferocious beasts and mutated creatures surged forth like a massive wave. Holding her cleaver, Su Lingling rushed forward, eliminating one by one. Without fancy moves, only instincts. Hot blood splashed onto Su Lingling's body, yet she didn't dodge, striking down the attacking mutated beast with one slash. At the outer wall of Dandong City's base, another huge hole appeared. This hole was several dozen meters wide, with massive cracks spreading around its edges. Numerous ferocious beasts were already trying to rush through the hole. Li Zheng and a group of enforcement team members were blocking the hole, fighting fiercely. Mu Ju wasn't here because Zhang Shun was present. Though he previously harbored prejudice towards Zhang Shun, he trusted in his strength. Mu Ju guarded a wall by himself. Su Ji guarded another wall, and the city lord stood firm by a wall as well. Zhang Shun defended on the wall where Su Lingling fought. These damaged walls have instead become the best passageways for the mutated beasts to invade. Those mutated and ferocious beasts no longer bothered to assault the intact parts of the walls. Their aim was to break through the weak points. The battle strategy of Dandong City was to make everyone guard the gaps to conserve manpower as much as possible. These were elderly women and children from H City who couldn't fight on the battlefield but could help with logistics, aiding injured soldiers by applying medicine and washing clothes. That night, no one slept. It was the first night for everyone in Dandong City, all staying near the city walls, hoping to protect this broken city since it was their last bit of hope. At this moment, the city lord at the outer wall showed great terror because there was an unimaginable large sound outside the base walls. There was a bright red, flame-covered ferocious beast standing amidst countless waves of beasts. Its whole body burned with fiery flames, resembling a blooming lotus flower in the middle of the battlefield. Its power was terrifying. Even a king-level ferocious beast would be far inferior to it. Upon seeing this ferocious beast, the city lord of Dandong City instinctively shrank his pupils in horror. How could such a ferocious beast appear? A deep sense of despair arose in his heart. Could heaven truly intend to destroy Dandong City? Is it unwilling to give even the slightest chance for survival to Dandong City? However, the moment this ferocious beast revealed itself, Su Ji sensed it and flew above the ferocious beast. This was a fire-type ferocious beast, and an extraordinary one at that. Su Ji could sense that if Su Lingling were to process this ferocious beast, his cultivation would likely break through to another level. He had to resolve the matter with a single strike before the people from Angel Star noticed, or else there would be unnecessary complications. It wasn't that he feared the people of Angel Star. Rather, he no longer had the identity of a noble family member of the Han family. If he stayed recklessly here, after defeating the lesser ones, more formidable foes would come endlessly, which would be very troublesome. He still wanted to stay here and develop further, cultivating well. As the soldiers in the base were plunged into despair, infinite cold ice appeared in Su Ji's palm, directly freezing the flames. Only now did the city lord realize that Su Ji's attacking style was exactly like Carrie's, implying that both of them might have cultivated the same type of martial arts. When Carrie dealt with king-level ferocious beasts, it was also quite straightforward. He had long heard that Su Ji came from Tieshue's star of the first civilization, but he suspected that Su Ji might have some connection with Angel Star as well, because their techniques were too similar. However, Su Ji seemed slightly weaker than Carrie and not as strong, because this fiery king-level ferocious beast managed to break free from Su Ji's ice seal. Fortunately, Su Ji immediately supplemented it with a sword strike, successfully killing this king-level ferocious beast. After Su Ji killed the king-level ferocious beast, he immediately stored its body into his spatial equipment. Then he struck down some nearby ferocious beasts with one stroke of his sword, clearing out a space. But soon he was surrounded again by a surging tide of mutant creatures. Then he struck down some nearby ferocious beasts with one stroke of his sword, clearing out a space. But soon he was surrounded again by a surging tide of mutant creatures. Su Ji, where's the king beast? Hand over the king beast. Carrie angrily confronted Su Ji. She didn't care about Su Ming's fear, she had none of it herself. Carrie's light brain had detected the king beast's presence, so she hurriedly rushed over, only to find nothing now. She knew it must be Su Ji who hid the king beast's body. None of the others present would dare to do such a thing. King beast? When was there a king beast here? Didn't Miss Carrie already kill the king beast? Su Ji acted as if he knew nothing, expressing surprise as he spoke to Carrie. Chapter 135, Pyrrhic Victory. Su Ji, it seems you're determined to oppose me and my angel star. Carly gritted her teeth as she spoke to Su Ji. Carly's eyes gleamed with a hint of killing intent. How dare Su Ji pretend to be crazy, truly taking her for a fool. Miss Carly, do not make wild accusations or defame the innocence of others without evidence. Whatever one does, evidence is required. Baseless talk cannot go unchecked. Su Ji was firm in his response to Carly. Don't think everything can be streamed live. I've already placed a signal jammer here, Su Ji, and you will pay for your actions. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over your spatial equipment. Otherwise, death. Carly's anger had reached its peak. Countless frost patterns were floating behind her back, causing the air around her to become extremely cold, as if one suddenly transitioned from summer into winter. The momentum of Carly swept towards Su Ji like ocean waves. Su Ji stood there, unmoving. Su Ji knew that Carly was preparing a fatal move. He would never sit idly by, waiting to perish. Countless snowflakes began to fall, condensing into ice arrows before Su Ji. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The ice arrows tore through the void, heading directly towards Carly. She let out a cold snort, raising her right hand and pointing a finger lightly. Bang, bang, bang. All the ice arrows exploded, turning into countless small pieces of ice debris. Carly smirked again, her eyes full of mockery and amusement. Su Ji, do you really think you can harm this young lady with just these moves? It's sheer daydreaming. Su Ji did not respond. All he did was strike his right palm forcefully, making a large amount of icy fog rise from the ground and sweep toward Carly. A strange sound emitted from Su Ji's mouth. This was Su Ji's secret technique. Both he and Carly cultivated the same ice elemental martial arts, and they were both ice-type anomaly practitioners. Due to physical limitations, Su Ji had difficulty growing stronger, putting him slightly below Carly in terms of cultivation level. To win against Carly, he needed to use some secret techniques. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All the icy mist surrounding Su Ji surged towards Carly. Carly did not dare take this lightly. She immediately mobilized her spirit power, creating a thin white layer of ice shield that blocked those icy mists. Trivial tricks. Carly's lips curled up into a sneer. Then she tapped her left hand, releasing an overwhelming icy force like a tidal wave sweeping towards Su Ji. Her ultimate attack was ready. This single move had effortlessly frozen countless king-level ferocious beasts in the past. Carly could almost picture it now. Su Ji, like the beast before him, freezing at the flick of her wrist. Ice Domain. Frost True Essence. Su Ji wouldn't concede either, summoning his own ultimate technique. Two immensely powerful forces of ice collided. Phew. With two dominant forces of ice resisting each other, eventually, a chill burst through the walls of ice, sweeping towards Su Ji. Ice Domain was Carly's most profound skill, with incredible power. Moreover, Carly's energy reserve gave her the upper hand. Bang! What Carly didn't expect was that the chilling blast of Ice Domain would have no effect on Su Ji whatsoever. For other forms of energy, Su Ji might not have resisted so easily. But this was the cold power of ice. He had a naturally frigid constitution. Throughout his life, Su Ji had endured countless blasts of icy force. Without hesitation, Su Ji retaliated with a strike aimed directly at Carly. Carly, confident of her victory, didn't foresee this turn, barely reacting in time. Ice Domain was dismantled, and the icy indifference on Carly's face wavered significantly. Su Ji's Frost True Essence was formidable. Though his realm was inferior to Carly's, it still sent a subtle sense of danger Carly's way. You are a cold ice constitution. Carly looked at Su Ji and slowly said, her voice flat, but filled with jealousy. This cold ice constitution was what she longed for endlessly. If only she had such a body type. Pop, pop, pop. Suji didn't linger in idle conversation with Carly. His ultimate technique was already charged. His ice blade pierced through Carly's thin ice shield and struck her directly. Crack, crack, crack. A series of cracking bone sounds echoed, pain flashing across Carly's face. Carly's eyes turned blood red, her fists clenching tightly. In a flash, she consumed her core essence, unleashing a forbidden move far beyond her current capability. Ice Dragon Roar. Boom, boom, boom. An enormous ice dragon quickly took shape in the air, then crashed down forcefully upon Suji. Seeing this, Suji's eyebrows furrowed, and he inwardly knew something was amiss. The ice dragon's attack was incredibly strong. If he were hit, it would surely cause him grievous injuries. Frost Shield. An icy shield emerged around Suji's body, encasing him within its frozen barrier. However, the ice dragon continued to charge straight at Suji without hesitation. The ice dragon crashed violently into the frost shield, and in an instant, the shield shattered with a loud sound. The dragon collided with Suji and hurled him back with tremendous force, causing him to crash into a hard stone wall. Suji's chest convulsed as if oceans were surging inside him. His throat welled up, and he spat out blood. Carlina's face lit up with a look of joy, her eyes locked firmly on Suji. With great difficulty, Suji struggled to stand up. His clothes were torn and tattered, and there was a bloody wound on his chest. Clenching his teeth, Suji wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand and took another step forward, running toward Carly once more. Bang! Bang! With each of his 3 steps, Suji spat out a mouthful of blood. Suji's speed increased rapidly, catching Carly off guard, who hadn't anticipated that Suji still had strength left. As Suji reappeared in her line of sight, Carly hastily swung her longsword, striking out towards him. The sword glimmered with infinite cold light as it cut through the void. Crack! The blade struck the frost shield, shattering it instantly and dispersing it into a cloud of ice shards. Crack! In the blink of an eye, Suji vanished from his original position, only to reappear directly in front of Carly. With a violent tremor of his arms, a terrifying power erupted, slamming directly into Carly's body. Carly was sent flying by a single punch and landed heavily on the ground. Her face revealed an expression of sheer shock. She couldn't believe that Suji still had the strength to fight back. Suji stepped forcefully onto Carly's chest, coughing out another mouthful of blood before addressing Carly. Woman, to have forced me this far, you've done admirably. You dare kill me, and the Black Rose family will never let you go. Carly threatened Suji. Carly also hadn't foreseen her defeat. At this moment, she realized she might truly die, and fear gripped her heart. Chapter 136. Carly is disabled. I of course wouldn't dare to kill you. I'm so afraid. The power of the Black Rose family is so terrifying. How could I possibly offend Miss Carly? But I wonder, if the noble young lady were to become a worthless person, would you still be as noble? Suji feigned a look of great fear, but with his right hand, he struck out fiercely toward Carly's dantian. Since Carly dared to take action against him, she must pay the price. You dare. But Carly didn't expect that Suji would actually dare. A powerful and horrifying icy force shattered Carly's dantian and rampaged through her body. This chill rushed directly towards her crown chakra, blocking her forehead, while simultaneously destroying the psionic seed in Carly's mind. Carly instantly fell into endless despair. Suji, you will be sanctioned by the Black Rose family. Miss Carly, who holds such high standing, do you think I don't have a family? On Aquamarine Blue Planet, monstrous beasts ran rampant. You couldn't withstand their ferocity and were injured, nearly dying under their claws. I, Suji, disregarded the danger and without hesitation rushed into the pack of savage beasts to rescue Miss Carly. Yet, Miss Carly repaid kindness with resentment, blaming me for saving her too slowly, which led to her injuries, thus maligning me in every way. It's truly an unfair world, but my original intention remains unchanged. Suji spoke sincerely to Carly. Carly was almost enraged to madness, but Suji lifted Carly and flew to the city wall, throwing her onto the ground like a dead fish. Suji sent a message to Su Ming. Although Su Ming couldn't quite believe it, he quickly arrived. Mr. Su, Miss Carly could not match the ferocious beast's might, got injured, and almost met her end under the beast's claws. I, Suji, disregarded the peril and unhesitatingly plunged into the horde of beasts, rescuing Miss Carly. However, Miss Carly betrayed the favor, holding a grudge against me for the slowness in rescuing her that resulted in her injury, causing some misunderstandings about me. Could you, Mr. Su, explain this on my behalf? Suji patted Su Ming's shoulder and said to him, on behalf of Carly, I thank Mr. Su for your life-saving grace. I'll take Carly back to treat her wounds now. Su Ming saw that Carly's face was distorted from rage, and he knew these words must be false. Carly's strength was slightly greater than Su Ming's. Now Carly had been injured so severely by Suji. Fortunately, Su Ming hadn't previously clashed head-on with Suji. Su Ming immediately took Carly back. Throughout the entire process, Carly remained silent. Su Ming initially thought Carly would sneer at him a few times. But Carly didn't. Her eyes lost focus, sitting lifelessly against the chair. Su Ming had already examined Carly. Her dantian was destroyed. This wasn't a trivial matter. The dantian is a very mysterious part of the human body, also known as the qi. If any organ of the human body failed, it could be treated, except for the dantian. Current cloning technology was very advanced, capable of replicating various organs within the body, except for the dantian and soul. The human body was like a universe, very magical. Su Ming didn't expect that Suji would dare to disable Carly. This was audacious. In regards to this matter, Su Ming intended to act as if he knew nothing. After all, Carly was still alive and could contact her own family for vengeance. Su Ming didn't plan on offending Su Ji anymore, as being disabled was far too severe a cost for him to bear. In Su Ming's opinion, being disabled was no different than being killed. Su Ming was truly scared, really becoming timid. You cannot offend such people, one must always be modest. In the star-faring families throughout the galaxy, many aristocratic children have encountered misfortune during their travels, killed by unknown perpetrators, with no one ever knowing the killer's identities. Surely one cannot destroy an entire planet just because of this. Looking at Su Ji's behavior, he obviously owned a private spacecraft and could potentially go to other planets. At most, the Black Rose family might vent their anger on the aquamarine blue planet. However, Su Ming suspected the Black Rose family wouldn't dare to do so, or else they'd risk becoming the enemy of all spacefaring civilizations. Moreover, there were quite a few talents among the residents of the aquamarine blue planet. If their home planet were destroyed, retaliation would certainly follow. Besides, Carly was not a key figure within the Black Rose family, and it wasn't worth it. Most importantly, Carly was still alive. If this incident became publicized, the Black Rose family might even blame Carly for causing trouble everywhere, and that's the cruel truth. This was also the main reason why Carly remained silent. No one would willingly offend another strong person for the sake of someone who had become useless. Most significantly, Su Ji himself was also of noble status. Su Ji wasn't an ordinary person. Had he been just a poor boy without support, the Black Rose family would surely have demonstrated the consequences of offending nobility. An ordinary person harming nobility was a grave offense. But if it were between nobles, then there would basically be no issue. Although Su Ming did not know which family of nobility Su Ji belonged to, he was aware that Su Ji and Bai Meng got along well. Su Ming had a clear understanding of Bai Meng, the hypocrite. Her mouth always spouting righteousness and morality, yet deep in her soul lay a disdain for commoners so deep it was etched into her very being. If Su Ji could be friends with Bai Meng, then surely he too must be of noble birth. Moreover, the city master of H City had already informed Su Ming of Su Ji's identity. It was said he might very well be the illegitimate son of the Su family from Tianshui Star. The Su family wasn't particularly powerful, but their marital alliance was with the renowned Han family. Su Ming did not stoop so low as to kick someone when they were down or bully Carly. There was no need for it. The three women who usually attended to Carly had grown tired of her arrogance long ago. Su Ming simply handed Carly over to these three good sisters of hers, giving them special instructions. They must take good care of Carly. She had been disabled by ferocious beasts, seemingly even having her spirit sea ruined. They should find a doctor to see if there's still hope for her recovery. These were all Carly's people, sure to be far more considerate toward her than anyone else. Carly's so-called three sisters might as well be called maidservants. Now, their faces carried an appearance of sorrow, but the laughter at the corners of their mouths couldn't be contained despite their attempts to hide it. Carly's fate served as a significant warning to the nobles of Angel Star. Once news of Carly's injury spread, everyone instantly became much more polite and humble, losing their arrogant airs that proclaimed their superiority above all others. Even Ling Chui's life became a little easier. She was less burdened than before. Ling Chui knew well Carly's abilities and how impossible it was for her to have been injured by savage beasts. Yet everyone insisted on believing this story, leaving Ling Chui powerless to argue against it. Still, knowing the Angel Star nobles were now suffering bad fortune made Ling Chui feel quite pleased inside. Ling Chui had endured days of great frustration, but before absolute power, there was nothing she could do but endure. She originally wanted to go to Su Lingling's restaurant for a meal to ease her mind, but unexpectedly, Su Lingling had already moved to Dadishi City. Chapter 137, The Buffet Feast. Su Ji had sustained serious injuries, and he only managed to hold on until Su Ming arrived. Su Lingling left the scene when it just began to get light. She was utterly exhausted, a bone-deep exhaustion. Her hands and feet felt like they weren't even her own anymore. Tired to the point of numbness, she was eventually supported back to the dining room by Zhang Shun. When Su Lingling returned to the restaurant, she saw Su Ji lying on the sofa in the restaurant, life or death unknown. What happened to him? Su Lingling was about to reach out to check Su Ji's breathing, but she was stopped by Zhang Shun. He's not dead, just injured. He wasted Carly from Angel Star last night. But don't repeat that. The people on the city wall have already agreed on the same story, that it was the fierce beasts that did it. How do you know everything? With such a big event, of course I'd go and take a look. Do you have nothing else to do? You must have been exhausted yesterday. Go take a shower, sleep for a while. Your very expensive mattress, I've already put it upstairs for you. Zhang Shun avoided addressing Su Lingling's questions directly. Su Lingling didn't press further, but truly went to take a bath. This sticky and dirty feeling was indeed uncomfortable. This nap, Su Lingling slept deeply. She had never slept so soundly before. Outside, they were beginning to restore the shops. The city lord of Dong City had witnessed the entire process of Su Ji taking down Carly and boldly called the people of Angel Star over to collect her body. He harbored hatred for Carly, and although no one asked him, he still gave the order. Everyone would claim they hadn't seen anything last night because there were too many ferocious beasts. The people still alive in Dong City all hated Carly because they had all personally witnessed her destroy their city. Because someone avenged them, they felt immense relief. After enduring days of suffering, everything suddenly felt lighter. The city lord of Dong City also had contact with people from H City, as quite a few people had fled from H City to Dong City. He secretly probed for news. All the information coming out of H City claimed that Carly was taken down by the ferocious beasts, and rumors spread that way without rebuttal from Angel Star. This made the city lord of Dong City respect Su Ji even more, realizing Su Ji was no ordinary person. What no one knew was that none of the people from Angel Star who came down thought about seeking justice for Carly. It wasn't because they were afraid of Su Ji. Su Lingling woke up in the afternoon after sleeping through the day. When Su Lingling woke up, Su Ji was sitting on the couch meditating. As soon as he saw Su Lingling, he handed her the king-level ferocious beast core from his spatial ring. You're hurt so badly, yet you're still thinking about eating. Exactly because I'm hurt, I need to eat more. When you're injured, you need extra nourishment. Alright then, to celebrate our successful defense of the city yesterday, tonight, I'll organize a citywide buffet feast. You've already paid beforehand, so you won't need to pay again. Come along with Zhang Shan. I heard you fought fiercely during the defense of the city yesterday. Do you still have the energy to cook today? The city is defended in shifts every 2 days. I don't have to go tonight, so it's a good time to organize an activity. Although we lead difficult lives, it doesn't mean we can't organize events occasionally to adjust the atmosphere of Dong City. In Dong City, all Su Lingling saw was gloom and despondency. Inside Dong City were some elderly, women, and children hiding in their homes, afraid to come out. The atmosphere in the whole city was very heavy, though the new arrivals from H City were a bit better off, showing some vitality since they received the coveted large houses. No matter how long it had been, these people's obsession with housing remained incredibly deep. It seemed that having a house made everything in life hopeful again. Su Lingling used the store's 3D printer to print out a huge banner. Grand opening, the Cola Challenge. Anyone normal could come and participate in the free Cola Challenge. The challenge consisted of 3 rounds. The first round was drinking 500 milliliters of cola in one breath within a minute. The second round was drinking 1 liter of cola in one breath within 2 minutes. The third round was drinking 6 liters of cola within 10 minutes. Successfully passing all 3 rounds meant entry into tonight's 10,000 stars dinner buffet to enjoy the food. For martial artists and those with special abilities, they could directly pay 100,000 star coins or pay with game meat worth 100,000 stars to enter the restaurant. This event lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, it would officially change to a boxed meal restaurant, with each meal costing 100,000 stars. Each boxed meal definitely wouldn't be enough to satisfy hunger. For this reason, Su Lingling hired a few acquaintances, like Uncle Quan's family and Inida's grandparents. These people were all ordinary folk, unable to fight on the battlefield, but they could still help out in the store. Su Lingling paid them quite well, 10,000 star coins per month. Although times were chaotic now, the star coin remained a trusted currency on Water Blue Star. Not to mention H City, even in Dong City, there were still plenty of supplies left, enough to last everyone 30 years. Therefore, resources were not something to worry about. The city lord of Dong City learned about Su Lingling's business and immediately placed an order for all the warriors in the city with beast meat. The ones scheduled to guard the city wall today would come at dawn in batches. This was also his way of currying favor with Su Ji, because Su Ji personally endorsed Su Lingling's event. Outside Su Lingling's shop, a dense crowd gathered. These were commoners coming to participate in the challenge. Who doesn't love something that's free? Dong City hadn't had any events for a long time, and since this one was hosted by the city lord himself, everyone enthusiastically responded. Please remember, if you can't drink anymore, just have less. Absolutely do not waste the cola. The city lord of Dong City reminded everyone not to waste it. This was Su Ji who asked him to be present and support the event because there were too many people involved, necessitating someone authoritative to supervise and prevent stampedes. Upon seeing Su Ji, the city lord immediately agreed without hesitation. To be associated with such a prominent figure over such a trivial matter was something he'd always wished for. Amber liquid bubbled up. This beverage named cola, some had heard whispers about. It was H City's social media sensation. Practically every platform showcased pictures of it. They never imagined that their Dong City would have it too now. A 500 milliliter glass of cola wasn't much, finished within a minute. This icy, cool yet sweetly strange taste exploded unexpectedly in the throat with every sip, surprisingly delicious. Given its deliciousness, most people managed to drink the 500 milliliter amount. The first round wasn't too hard. The real elimination began in the second round. For those unable to finish the second round, the drinks could be packed up and taken home to savor slowly, minimizing waste. Chapter 138. The City Lord of Dedong breaks through. Some people will stubbornly finish 2 rounds, take the third round of cola home to drink slowly and savor. It was a very nice day, the most relaxed day these people had felt in days. Cola is called happy water because it can stimulate people's emotions on its own. This formula has been upgraded and improved by the system, and it works well. People feel as if all the fatigue of these days has disappeared. The most important thing is, it's free. A person can only participate once, and only ordinary people are allowed to participate. For an ordinary person, 10,000 yuan worth of food is too expensive. This might be the only time in their lives they get to taste such dishes. In fact, everyone knows that after drinking 3 rounds, these ordinary people's stomachs are almost empty, unable to eat much more of anything else. But the fragrant smell inside the shop, like a flexible snake, drills into everyone's nose. The city lord of Dedong City was also attracted. He knew Su Lingling. Originally an ordinary person, she later awakened her culinary talent and became well known in H City. Among them, Su Ji, Long family, Ling family, were all loyal customers and fans of Su Lingling's restaurant. He had eaten countless delicious foods in his life, originally thinking those people were exaggerating. Yet upon smelling this fragrance, he suddenly felt hungry, drooling. But he couldn't go inside now because the food wasn't ready. so all he could do was stand aside anxiously. Such good food, just looking at it and not being able to eat it, was truly unbearable. Fortunately, after waiting for about an hour, Su Lingling said it was finally time to begin. These people went in. Su Lingling had prepared 3 super large pots. Inside the god-level electric rice cooker was stewed century egg and lean meat porridge, while in the other 2 regular pots, one contained dragon bone radish soup, and the other plain white rice. Under Su Lingling's reminder, the city lord of Dadong City and the warriors had already prepared their own bowls and chopsticks. The fragrance from the 3 pots was incredibly inviting, and next to them lay a delicate card detailing the raw ingredients of these dishes. The ingredients for the century egg and lean meat porridge include 3-rank beast meat and pearl rice. The dragon bone radish soup used the bones of a 7-rank beast, and the radishes were regular radishes. The white rice was simply the ordinary white rice people usually ate. Everyone's eyes widened with confusion. Each smelled appetizing, and they all wanted to try. As for cold cuts and pickled vegetables, they were neatly arranged separately, including marinated chicken feet and beef and other green vegetables. Cold dishes were mainly vegetable-based, but the sight still stirred one's appetite. What was most captivating was the braised pork belly, which emitted a beguiling aroma. There was also stir-fried pork slices and quickly stir-fried meat pieces. 3 large barrels were placed right in the center. Su Lingling did not cook green vegetables, as they don't keep long. Hence green vegetables were the most expensive and hard to come by. The cold cuts and marinated dishes were all prepared by Su Lingling before and stored in the kitchen god space. Now she merely took them out. The various meat scents intermingled, wafting over intensely fragrant waves that mingled in what seemed like pure olfactory bliss. After inhaling the thick aroma spreading through the room, everyone involuntarily swallowed saliva. They first glanced at each other, then humbly spoke. "City Lord, please go ahead." Once the city lord dished up a bowl, these people couldn't resist any longer. In an instant, they all picked up their bowls and began scrambling for food in the basins. Numerous iron spoons clashed loudly in the dish trays. When the meat reached their mouths, their faces all showed the same expression of drunken satisfaction without fail. Is this really monster meat? How could it be so delicious? How tender is this meat? And how does this Chinese cabbage taste so aromatic? Hey, war brother, don't grab so much. Leave me some. Everybody gets a share. Don't fight with me. Isn't it unbelievable how fast these people eat? Already lining up in long queues. This bowl is too small. It's gone in 2 bites. My bowl is even smaller. I should have brought a bigger one. Rice, porridge, and soup were in one area, cold dishes and marinated dishes in another, and stir-fried dishes yet another. Each of the 3 areas formed long queues. These meals were too delicious, every single dish tasty. Not to mention these people, Zhang Shun and Su Ji both got parts of the king-class fierce beast from Su Lingling earlier to eat. Otherwise they'd still have to queue and fight for a bite. Zhang Shun ate the meat from the basin and said to Su Ji, "I don't know why, but now it seems like we've spent a lot of time in this restaurant. It turns out I actually find such a lively atmosphere quite comfortable. When you're done eating the food in your bowl and it's time to queue again, you'll see it isn't so comfortable anymore." Ha ha ha. Zhang Shun burst into laughter upon hearing this, and continued to eat. He felt that Su Lingling's culinary skills had improved further, and the taste was even more delicious. Zhang Shun's favorite food was meat, and he loved eating a lot of it. Since he ate every day, he had managed to maintain some elegance instead of looking like a starving ghost. Su Ji, on the other hand, closed his eyes to savor the food. In the previous days, he had always worried that if he ate too slowly, he wouldn't have enough time to enjoy the food properly. However, Su Ji found that the dishes were so delicious they couldn't stay in his mouth for long. The meat of this king-class fierce beast was stir-fried, slightly resembling the taste of rabbit meat, which became extraordinarily fragrant when stir-fried. The tender and juicy meat pieces were wrapped in a perfectly seasoned sweet salty sauce. Under fierce heat, the stir-frying preserved all the moisture of the meat impeccably. With each bite, the sauce mixed with the scent of the meat and instantly overwhelmed the entire mouth. After chewing several times more, the juices, the chili flavor, and the sauce blended seamlessly together, creating an indescribably fresh and savory sensation. Although soft and delicate, the meat pieces, upon slow chewing, revealed a few strands of tenderness beneath their silkiness. Swallowing the flavorful juices down the throat left behind the chewy meat slices and the leaves soaked in the meat's juices in the mouth. Savoring slowly, the aftertaste lingered endlessly. Even long after swallowing, the rich flavor still resonated continuously in the mouth. No matter how many times he had eaten, the dish was always scrumptious. The city lord of Dadong leaned against the back of his chair, his face revealing an expression of complete satisfaction as if ready to ascend to heaven. For so many days, he had been extremely tired, feeling as though he was a string constantly pulled tight, never able to relax. But at this moment, he fully let himself relax. He had been exhausted from supporting Dadong City, but at this very moment, hearing the joyful voices of his soldiers around him, he felt it was all worth it. Suddenly, a sense of boundless happiness washed over him. The energy inside his belly flowed abundantly through his limbs, then gathered in his lower abdomen. Chapter 139. A breakthrough after eating Mr. Su's dish. The city lord of Dongda City had never imagined that the opportunity for his breakthrough would appear in this restaurant. He had originally thought that, with his talent, he would remain at this level for the rest of his life. But now, he could feel the surging power within him. He suddenly understood why Su Ji and others held Su Lingling in such high regard. An opportunity like this wouldn't come again. The city lord of Dongda City immediately seized it, took out a bottle of spiritual liquid, swallowed it all at once, transforming it into an immense force that flowed through his meridians, acupoints, and bones, altering his body and enhancing his physical constitution. His aura began to climb step by step. When the city lord of Dongda City's momentum reached its peak as a martial king, an even stronger force erupted from within him, pressing so heavily on the commoners and soldiers inside the shop that they couldn't move, yet joy filled their faces. Because they knew that their city lord was about to break through, and what they were feeling was just the overwhelming aura caused by his ascension to the martial sage realm. The stronger the city lord became, the better Dongda City would be. How could they not be happy? With great joy, the city lord opened his eyes, reined in his surrounding momentum, and immediately walked over to Su Lingling, who was cooking, composed himself, and bowed deeply. Thank you, Miss Su, for giving me this chance to be reborn. No need for such gratitude. Your breakthrough stems from your own talent. You've simply reaffirmed your true inner path. This made Chu Qingtian inwardly tremble. Facing Su Lingling sincerely, he said, from this day forward, as long as Ms. Su is here in the city, and Dongda City remains, there will be no taxation. At this moment, Chu Qingtian looked much younger, his hair turned black, and even the wrinkles on his face decreased significantly. He looked entirely different from before. In both demeanor and appearance, Chu Qingtian now exuded boundless confidence and grand ambition. He aimed to make Dongda City as powerful as H City. After Chu Qingtian broke through, many more soldiers in the shop also began breaking through one after another, with a success rate of close to 90%. Those who came today were the first batch of soldiers from Dongda City, who had been fighting non-stop without rest for a long time. They had experienced the most desperate moments, living under the shadow of the blood moon. Today's breakthrough was merely a spark. Like water that had filled to the brim, it needed only a little more to overflow perfectly. As for those who did not break through, they were ones who had broken through not too long ago, which was why they didn't succeed this time, but their realms had stabilized. At this moment, almost everyone present sat cross-legged on the ground to meditate and refine themselves. And the ordinary people, at this moment, dared not utter a single sound. Although the food was tempting, none of them picked up their chopsticks, instead calmly watching these individuals because they represented the future of Dongda City. To tell the truth, having survived so many battles, none of them lacked exceptional talent. All were men of great resolve and perseverance, and none of them let down their guard. Until today, the fine cuisine wiped away all their fatigue and healed their hearts. What was most important was that this day brought hope. That extremely terrifying woman had been defeated. For the first time, Su Ji was stunned by the fact that so many had managed to break through. Perhaps it was the atmosphere, or perhaps it was also that Su Ji felt the martial will permeating the air. At this moment, the power within Su Ji's body began to flow, easily healing his wounds. His blood boiled, and he felt warmth deep in his soul. His technique began to activate. Su Ji decided to sit down and focus on his cultivation, attempting to break through. Zhang Shun continued eating, unaffected. Chu Qingtian looked around the dining hall, moved to tears. He wanted to keep eating, but he refrained, afraid of disturbing the others in their process of breakthrough. Such moments of insight were rare. Not wanting to affect anyone, he stood quietly, watching, his eyes moist. There was hope for the future of the water blue star. These people were the pride of heaven, and the strange beasts were nothing to fear anymore. He had a feeling that if another king-level beast were to appear, he could defeat it. Even without the city walls, as long as there were people, Dongda City would hold firm. A wild dream even arose in his mind, to expand the area beyond the wilderness. Once the blood moon disappeared, and the nobles of Angel Star left, he would start cleaning out the strange beasts. If the number of these strange beasts decreased, even when the blood moon returned next time, the harm would be much less. By then, all they needed to do was deal with the nobles of Angel Star. The city lord of H City might be willing to act like a dog, but that didn't mean he was. The people of Water Blue Star would surely all rise up. It's just a matter of time. I've broken through. So have I. Our strength has increased. We'll definitely be able to defend Dongda City. How about we eat more to celebrate? This meat smells amazing. I've never eaten such delicious meat in my life. It's even better than the braised pork I make. This porridge is fantastic, with its rich rice aroma, the scent of the meat, and the strange flavor of the century eggs perfectly blending together. In my opinion, this soup is the best. The subtle sweetness mixed with the savory taste of the meat is exquisite. This stir-fried pork is truly the best. No way, the braised chicken claws are the best. The cold dishes are the best. How about you only eat the cold dishes and nothing else? A quiet voice suggested. That's impossible. I want to eat everything. It's all so good. Damn, how come there are so many people queuing again? The restaurant quickly became bustling once more as these individuals debated which dish was the tastiest, though they could never agree on one. Chu Qingtian looked at Su Ji's bowl. Earlier, he thought using such a small bowl might harm his dignity, but now, realizing that even such a little bowl was too tiny since it couldn't hold enough food for him, he regretted the thought. Though his dignity was maintained, he was constantly stuck waiting in line. He basically ate while standing, grabbing a bowl from one queue, then stepping into another line behind while eating. By the time he finished, he still hadn't moved far enough up the next line, leaving him to savor the lingering aftertaste while continuing to wait. These bowls were really too small. They disappeared after just a couple of bites. In fact, Chu Qingtian's bowl wasn't small at all. It was a big soup bowl, usually used to serve soup. Everyone was queuing up, chatting while in line. Perhaps because they had just broken through their limits, or because the food was just that delicious, everyone was in great spirits, with happy smiles on their faces and endless conversations spilling from their mouths. Chapter 140. This is indeed a little bit spicy. At the stronghold beneath the city wall, Muju discovered that the soldiers who had come to relieve their comrades today were in high spirits. Their faces radiated with joy and vitality. Their attacks on strange beasts were exceptionally forceful. These soldiers had all just broken through to a new level of cultivation and were eager to test out their newfound strength, filled with energy. Chu Chengtian also walked up to Muju at this moment, beaming with pride. Muju, Su Lingling's restaurant has reopened today, and I've already paid for our brothers. You should take them to eat first. Su Lingling's restaurant has reopened? Yes. Our Dong City can't pause everything because of the blood moon. Ordinary people need to live too. Tomorrow, those supermarkets and stores will also open for business again, and things will get better and better. Remember to bring your own bowls and chopsticks so as not to waste, and eat as much as you want. Chu Qingtian said to Muju. Muju had hardly rested for a day and night by this time. He was tired, but upon seeing that the current situation was under control, he led the troops to Su Lingling's shop. From far away, Muju could smell the enticing aroma wafting from Su Lingling's establishment. He hadn't eaten a hot, steaming meal at Su Lingling's place in quite some time, and at the thought of it, his mouth began to water uncontrollably. Unable to resist any longer, he quickened his pace and entered. Inside, there was a limit to dining time, 3 hours maximum. Once the time was up, you had to leave. Even though 3 hours might seem ample, you could still only eat as much as the time allowed. The smell of the canteen-like setting revitalized Muju, as if bringing him back to life after a long guard duty. After a full day outside keeping watch, Muju did not rush straight into eating rich meats like braised pork belly. Though it was delicious, eating meat first would cover up the fresh taste of the soup. Having developed a certain level of insight about dining, Muju went directly to the radish soup area made with dragon bones. He served himself a big bowl of steaming hot soup piled high with radishes and dragon bones, then started wolfing it down. The warmth flowed from his mouth straight into his stomach. With each spoonful of soup, his fatigue from the last day and night seemed to vanish, and he felt much more refreshed. It's so delicious. In my entire life, I've never tasted such good soup. Isn't Ms. Su's cooking skills amazing? How incredible that I am able to eat something so exquisite. What if I can't have such good food again in the future? All around Muju, there were praises for the delicacy of the cuisine. After drinking one warm bowl of soup, he felt as though he were a withered tree that had suddenly sprouted anew, with his hollow heart filling up completely with the aroma of this bowl of soup. Before long, a huge bowl of soup was emptied even of the bits at the bottom. Licking his lips with a look of insatiable hunger, Muju wanted more. But now the serving station for the soup was already crowded with a long line of diners. His eyes moved towards other sections. There were so many dishes here. He wanted to try them all. It had been a long while since he'd enjoyed the flavorsome cold platter. He missed its taste a lot. Because regular white rice required less preparation time and involved no seasoning, fewer people queued for it. And so Muju grabbed a bowl of plain rice before heading over to the section for cold dishes. In her thoughtful arrangement, Su Lingling had set up 2 zones, one for spicy cold dishes and another for non-spicy ones. Muju wondered, how much spicier could these foods really be? Previously, when he tasted her cooked cold dishes, he found them only mildly spicy, which he was comfortable adapting to. By now, he had grown used to the redness of spice. To him, anything non-spicy lacked vigor and flavor compared to spice dishes. Muju had not previously encountered devilishly spicy dishes in the eastern district of Dong City. Without hesitation, Muju filled an entire large plate with assorted marinated meats and offal, piling them up generously. He always favored various types of meats. Though the stir-fried dish area was still bustling with fragrant steam and therefore long queues, Muju chose instead the less crowded marinated dish area. As he looked at the bowl of dishes emanating tempting smells, Muju immediately took a piece with his chopsticks and popped it into his mouth. Unexplainable tastes burst forth on his tongue. The richness of the marinated meat combined with the spices, creating a perfect harmony between flavor and heat, while the concentrated marinade clung tightly to the slices of meat. Muju found it utterly delicious, his eyes moistening unknowingly. After just one bite, Muju realized Su Lingling's culinary skills had improved. This marinated meat tasted even better than before. The first bite merely gave a slight sensation of spiciness, but the second brought a fiery heat. Muju quickly gobbled down a large mouthful of white rice. The white rice was fragrant and soft, much tastier than the rice he'd had previously. Accustomed to pairing plain white rice with side dishes, Muju continued eating the flavorful marinated meat along with the rice. This marinated meat was extraordinarily fragrant, making him crave another bite each time he had one. A blend of various, unnameable seasonings created an aroma that caused saliva to build up in his mouth. As Muju kept devouring mouthfuls of the braised meat, spiciness gradually spread in his mouth. A faint burning sensation followed his tongue and reached down to his palate, causing Muju's cheeks and ears to flush deeply red. This spiciness then descended through Muju's throat, straight into his spirit sea. The heat made Muju's eyes redden, yet he couldn't bear to stop eating. This braised meat was aromatic, fresh, and carried a rich taste of the braise. After savoring it, a subtle sweetness could still be felt lingering in the mouth. Meanwhile, the spiciness felt like flames wreaking havoc in his oral cavity. Inspired by this feeling, Muju picked up another piece of braised meat and popped it into his mouth. The meat was fragrant, tender, and firm all at once, making it hard for him to resist. Still, this spiciness forced him to admit that indeed it was a little bit spicy. At this moment, Li Zheng approached Muju with a bowl in hand and said, Boss, there's cold cola over there. This cold cola is really good. I've never had such a delicious drink before. You're crying from being too hot. Hurry and drink something cold. You're the one who's crying from spiciness. Real men don't fear spice. What I feel now is moved to tears because this dish is just so incredibly delicious. Ms. Su's skills have somehow improved even further. I also find it unbelievable. I thought Ms. Su's culinary talent was already unmatched in the world, but it turns out she only needs to compete against herself. Boss, this braised pork belly is so good. I can feel myself about to break through. Plus, the price is so reasonable. It only takes 100,000 credits to get completely full. I've already sent messages to my sister and mother asking them to come over. It'd be such a waste not to try something this delectable. Li Zheng truly believed that Mu Ju was shedding tears out of sheer appreciation. He hadn't eaten the braised meat yet, unaware of just how spicy it was. He was enjoying the braised pork belly instead, which did contain a little pepper, but wasn't among the spiciest dishes. Li Zheng, when you eat the braised meat later, make sure you choose the spicy one. The non-spicy version has no flavor at all. It tastes bland. Mu Ju reminded Li Zheng earnestly. Chapter 141. Li Zheng cried from spiciness. Innocent Li Zheng would never imagine that Mu Ju would intentionally pit him. He happily went to the braised food area to queue up. After Li Zheng left, Mu Ju couldn't help but shivered from the spiciness, unable to hold back any longer. It was just too spicy. There wasn't much of a queue at the cola machine because everyone wanted to drink soup. This brown liquid looked tasteless, but Mu Ju, who was nearly driven mad by the spice, didn't feel like scrutinizing it closely. He grabbed a cup of cola and gulped it down. Instantly, he felt a cool sensation traveling through his body, filling his nose and mouth with the sweetness of cola as well as the sound of bubbles bursting. In that instant, the spiciness in his mouth was subdued. This is cola. No wonder Li Zheng strongly recommended it. How could it be so delicious? It even tastes better than alcohol, and you don't have to worry about getting drunk. A gentle flow of energy was cleansing his meridians, and as his realm was about to break through, this stream of energy suddenly faded away, seemingly lacking endurance. Mu Ju drank another cup, but there was no effect. Mu Ju speculated that the energy must have come from those braised meats which he has now absorbed. Before, Mu Ju had been numbed completely by the spiciness. Mu Ju knew that if he hadn't broken through already, this energy should have helped him achieve it. The spiciness in Mu Ju's mouth slightly subsided, and he wanted to eat that braised meat again. Although this braised meat was spicy, it had an incredible charm that made one crave more after each bite. The taste was extraordinary. Mu Ju started queuing for braised meat again, yet he wanted to try the freshly stir-fried dishes instead. He hadn't tasted the red braised exotic beast meat made by Su Lingling. Mu Ju planned to first get in line to taste her dish, then return to have the braised meat. Mu Ju was glad he'd been foresight enough to prepare a super large bowl. At first, he was a bit embarrassed, but apparently everyone was well prepared, carrying bowls almost as big as basins. Li Zheng was originally burdened by a heavy heart, but for some unknown reason, once he came to the restaurant, his mood relaxed immediately. This braised meat looked glossy red and richly aromatic. Watching it made Li Zheng's eyes pop out of their sockets. Brother, mother said she's had enough of drinking cola, and took 6 liters of it home. She refused to come in, and said she'll follow Ms. Su's video to make braised meat herself. You got so much exotic beast meat, letting it sit around is such a waste. Li Zheng understood. His mother, habitually frugal, did not want to waste money. Li Zheng's heart ached momentarily, wishing it were possible to take the meal home for her. The strong scent of meat on the tip of his nose became less alluring instantly. Brother, I drank 6 liters of cola to get in here, and can eat for free. Burp, Li Feifei exclaimed while burping. Having consumed so much cola, she felt extremely full. Sister, why did you drink so much cola? Didn't I tell you all to just walk in directly? Brother, I've grown up. Besides, the cola challenge allows each person only one try, so it would be a waste not to give it a shot. Plus, this cola tastes exceptionally good. I've never had such delicious cola before. Li Feifei excitedly said. She had saved 10,000 star coins, feeling like she made a great deal. She was quite proud. Though full, she had lost interest in eating porridge or other meals. Now, she simply craved some spicy cold braised dishes. What's more, Su Lingling's name was famous. She'd heard of her long ago and wished to taste her culinary arts. This opportunity brought her joy. Outside, people were lining up in a long queue. It was rumored that anyone who successfully challenged themselves by drinking cola and entered Su Lingling's shop to eat a portion of braised dishes and red braised meat could awaken talents. So far, most successful challenges were done by young people. Older adults could barely endure until the second round. Even though Su Lingling's shop was open only half a day, strategies have emerged. After drinking cola, people lined up slowly digesting the drink as they waited, allowing them to relieve themselves later, then have room for food. Seeing Li Feifei's cheerful face, Li Zheng felt a bit uneasy inside. In a single night, his younger sister seemed to have matured and become sensible. Brother, stop frowning. Let's be happy. I drank the cola too quickly and didn't properly enjoy its taste. Mother will go home and savor it carefully. Let's enjoy our time here. In fact, Mother hasn't been this happy for a long time. I've heard them say, if the youth can succeed in the challenge, there is a high probability they can awaken special abilities. Li Zheng's eyes lit up. If his younger sister could awaken a supernatural power, she might live better in this world. The melancholy in his heart lifted instantly. Sis, you stand in front of me. I've just had my fill. Bro, you go first. Drinking cola has filled me up too. I can wait a bit while you taste it and see if it's good. Sis, how could the dishes made by Ms. Su not be delicious? Li Zheng patted his chest as he said to Li Feifei. Li Feifei, smelling the rich aroma of braised meat, felt an urge welling up inside her. Finally, it was Li Zheng's turn. He immediately scooped up a full bowl of braised meat, then couldn't help but pick up a piece and put it in his mouth. Just as Li Zheng was about to eat another piece, suddenly, an ominous feeling came from deep within his brain. Wait, why did his tongue feel like it was burning? Something's wrong, something's wrong. Why was his mouth starting to burn too? A fiery sensation seemed to be rising from his throat, and in an instant, he turned beet red. Half a minute later, an unparalleled spiciness exploded in his mouth. Sis, be careful, this braised meat is very spicy. Bro, I've already prepared the plain rice. According to the guide, this braised dish is a bit spicy and should be eaten with rice. Bro, I've already prepared the rice beforehand, and I only took 1 spoonful of the spicy ones. I have 2 spoons of non-spicy ones as well. Li Feifei picked up a piece of spicy braised meat while saying, you must eat the spicy one to break through. So spicy, so spicy. I can't take it. I can't take it anymore. Li Feifei only took a bite, and the spiciness from the braised meat spread throughout her entire mouth from her tongue. Li Feifei stuck out her tongue like a little puppy and looked up at the starry sky at a 45-degree angle. Tears began streaming down her face despite her best efforts. Li Zheng wasn't faring much better. The spiciness made him unable to control the flow of tears, snot, and saliva. Sis, I brought a bucket. I'll go get some cola. We'll drink the cola while eating this. Li Feifei originally wanted to say that she drank so much cola that she felt like throwing up, but now she was so overcome by the spice that she suddenly thought a cold cola would be quite nice. Chapter 142. Is the blood moon over? Tonight, Su Lingling's shop remained lit all night, without turning off, and it was bustling with customers nonstop. All the way until dawn, there were still many soldiers coming in to eat, enjoying a feast of delicious food. Su Lingling was busy all night without rest. Originally, she had planned to take turns every 3 days, but within just one day, almost all the soldiers from the Great East Market came to her shop. These people spread news about her shop at an incredible rate. It wasn't until noon that the number of customers slightly decreased. These ordinary people couldn't sleep at night, worried and anxious, only daring to go back to sleep during the day, so they rested during daylight. Su Lingling quickly took the opportunity to go rest, as she still had to fight later in the evening. Because she had things on her mind, Su Lingling's sleep was very light. She woke up after only a few hours. Today's moon was unusually round, and its glow was exceptionally bright. Lifting her head to look, it felt as if she were standing right under the moon. This moon was extraordinarily large. Meanwhile, outside the city, the roars of strange beasts and fierce beasts were deafening. Su Lingling rushed out quickly but discovered that these beasts weren't attacking Great East Market. Instead, they bypassed it, heading towards another city. A beam of light in the night sky was particularly dazzling. The direction of this light seemed to be coming from H City. It appeared that something was wrong in H City. These strange beasts and fierce beasts were all heading toward H City. The blood moon is about to end, Zhang Shen softly said by Su Lingling's ear. There was a tinge of reluctance in Zhang Shen's expression. Su Lingling turned to look at Zhang Shen, ready to ask if the blood moon was truly ending. But when she saw his serious expression, she instinctively felt that the situation might not be simple. Zhang Shen handed Su Lingling a laser gun, saying to her, "This is for you. It's for your protection. In the future, don't just draw your cleaver whenever you see enemies." The laser gun was quite small, entirely white like jade, and very beautiful. Su Lingling asked Zhang Shen, "Are you going to save H City?" "Not exactly. There is an important treasure in H City. These strange beasts and fierce beasts have been attracted by it. My purpose in staying here is to wait for it to appear, and then take it away." Su Lingling originally wanted to say that it would be dangerous and told Zhang Shen not to go, but then she realized that it wasn't her place to say such a thing. This was Zhang Shen's freedom. Just don't rush into it. Remember the old saying, when the cicada is caught by the mantis, the oriole waits behind. Be careful, don't trip in the small ditch, letting others profit from your efforts. You need to learn to be more cunning. Su Lingling instructed Zhang Shen. "I will. When I return from Dragon King Star, I'll take you there to open a store and help you punish Jin Zijuan." Good. Su Lingling immediately agreed. She also wanted to visit those super planets and see what the chefs there were like, and pass on her culinary skills while she was at it. She needed to accumulate 50,000 positive reviews to receive rewards. 50,000, that was too far away. She couldn't do it alone. There were too few people on Water Blue Star now. Everything had yet to recover. However, before leaving, she could give some good advice to the chefs of Water Blue Star. Zhang Shen's figure soon disappeared into the darkness, and Su Lingling wasn't interested in that strange treasure. In Su Lingling's view, the nobles of Angel Star might also know about the strange treasure. Perhaps they came for that reason as well. This was bound to be another stormy event. Not everyone can become a chosen one so easily. But Su Lingling already considered herself lucky to have received the system's favor. As long as she accumulated good reviews slowly, the treasures she gained wouldn't be inferior to the one in H City. Even the knives and pots owned by Su Lingling weren't ordinary items, they were divine artifacts. Especially the green lotus earth fire, which directly transformed Su Lingling into a fire-type elemental user. This was energy-based ability, much stronger than those that merely enhanced strength. It could also help others consume fire seeds, transforming them into fire element users. Su Lingling had a feeling that without the help of green lotus earth fire, Long Fan's breakthrough might have failed. Standing on the city wall, Su Lingling quietly observed everything and didn't relax. Zhang Shen was the first person Su Lingling encountered upon coming to this world. and he was different from others. At the time, Su Lingling thought Zhang Shun was just someone who collects debts. Now it seemed that Zhang Shun's identity was no ordinary one. His strength had been concealed all along. Such a character, willing to work as a debt collector, willing to remain dormant like this, must have a goal. The gentle evening breeze blew, and Su Lingling stood for an hour until her legs went numb. She decided to return to the restaurant. Upon entering, Su Lingling saw Su Ji sitting inside. "How are you here? Didn't you go out?" Evidently, Su Lingling regarded Su Ji as the same kind of person as Zhang Shun, someone here with a goal. "I fought against that girl, Callie, and was injured. I'm recuperating here. The blood moon is almost over, but the closer it gets to ending, the more terrifying its power becomes. I advise you not to go out." Su Ji had heard of the rumor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to Water Blue Star. But now, that secret treasure didn't matter much to him anymore, because he'd already found a safe and reliable way to cure himself, eating the delicious food made by Su Lingling. His constitution was naturally one for rapid cultivation progress. He was a genius among geniuses, but until now, he hadn't been able to cultivate. Cultivating meant shortening his lifespan. Now, this issue had been perfectly resolved. Naturally, Su Ji no longer needed to take such risks. Judging from Zhang Shun's disappearance, it seemed the latter had gone after that secret treasure. It made sense. Zhang Shun wasn't an ordinary person. If not for that legendary thing, there'd be no reason for him to stay here. While talking, Su Ji mixed the leftover braised sauce in his rice bowl, spicier than ever, but he'd grown fond of it. After Su Lingling's all-you-can-eat dinner ended, the restaurant was cleaned up together by Zhang Shun and Su Ji, who both usually worked side by side cleaning and eating. Su Ji finally understood why Zhang Shun liked working at Su Lingling's place. It wasn't work. It was just riding on others' coattails. Tasks like cleaning were done by robots. Their job was simply finishing off whatever remained, ensuring nothing went to waste. Su Ji thought he could do the same. The only heavy-duty cleaning involved large basins and buckets, which couldn't fit in the dishwashers, so those had to be hand-washed. As for the pots, Su Lingling always washed them herself. Actually, the tasks weren't too many. If he served food, his hands might shake thinking about how more leftovers meant better eating. Such days sounded good. Su Ji even thought if Zhang Shun left, there'd be no competition. He could rise to become an employee at Su Lingling's shop. Chapter 143, the 9th rank, Blood Jur. Under the dazzling blood moon, an extremely brilliant red light shone particularly brightly. And within that red glow, a blood-red spirit mushroom emitted a captivating aroma. 100,000-year-old 9th rank Blood Jur was invaluable. This 9th rank Blood Jur contained incomparably potent blood energy, capable of healing any internal injuries in the human body, and could even assist warriors in breaking through to the level of Grandmaster. Even in a Tier 1 civilization, it was a treasured item with a price, but no market. However, the people present did not consider this to be the true treasure. The legendary supreme treasure could sever star rivers, bring the dead back to life, and possess the power to change everything. Still, this extremely precious Blood Jur was incapable of such feats. Thus, the people present were greatly shocked. This isn't the real treasure? Who reached it first? Where's the treasure? There were many powerful figures hidden within the blue water star, all for the sake of this legendary supreme treasure. Li Xiaoding was one of them, and he was currently filled with rage. And now, waves of strange beasts and ferocious beasts had been attracted by this Blood Jur. Although the Blood Jur was a supreme treasure, even an extraordinary supreme treasure, it was vastly different from the supreme treasure in legends that could reverse fate. Li Xiaoding was nearly overwhelmed. He couldn't believe any of this. After hiding on Blue Water Star for so many years, pretending to be a pushover for so long, all he managed to find was this 9th rank Blood Jur. Su Ming looked at the 9th rank Blood Jur before him and felt immense excitement. He never expected his luck to be so good. The Blue Water Star actually had such a valuable thing. If he consumed this divine medicine, he would break through to a higher realm, and his status within the Yujingxiang family would surely rise. Despite his disappointment, the 9th rank Blood Jur was still an extraordinary treasure, and countless people were watching this Blood Jur closely. After all, they couldn't leave empty-handed. Outside the city, strange beasts and ferocious beasts entered the city, and no one tried to stop them because everyone's eyes were on this extraordinary treasure. No one dared to move. Whoever made the first move to seize it would definitely be attacked by everyone else. Under the illumination of the blood moon, the 9th rank Blood Jur emitted a dazzling light, its medicinal fragrance permeating everywhere. The warriors could restrain themselves, but the strange beasts and ferocious beasts could not control themselves. Strange beasts and ferocious beasts could reach a higher level just by swallowing the 9th rank Blood Jur. At that point, their strength would increase many times over, and their innate talents could even be enhanced. Thus, this 9th rank Blood Jur had a great attraction for these strange and ferocious beasts. Swoosh! A huge black strange beast opened its mouth, and a fierce black wind howled forth, moving incredibly fast. Bang! After a deafening roar, a warrior's head was directly crushed into pieces, splattering blood everywhere. Ah! The warriors nearby screamed in alarm. Li Xiaoding drew out his blade, and in one strike, severed the head of the black strange beast. Though dissatisfied with the 9th rank Blood Jur, he thought, even a small benefit is better than nothing. Swoosh! Another streak of black light shot toward Li Xiaoding, forcing him to dodge urgently. Phew! Li Xiaoding's shoulder was hit, and blood flowed out. It was another warrior who sneered as he said, Li Xiaoding, die you old dog. Bang! 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 Streams of wind blades continuously struck Li Xiaoding, causing him to stagger and bleed profusely, his wounds growing deeper. At this moment, two shadows suddenly appeared beside Li Xiaoting, which instantly relaxed him. Meanwhile, Su Ming stealthily plucked the 9th-rank bludger. When the black wind scattered and revealed everything, Li Xiaoting looked toward that direction and became furious, shouting, "Damn you! You dare steal my treasure, you're asking for death." Though Li Xiaoting wanted to rush over, the black wind had already vanished, and those two shadows had escaped long ago. Enraged, Li Xiaoting coldly chuckled, saying, "Do you think you can escape me?" He then turned and chased after the direction Su Ming fled. Su Ming stopped in a dense forest. As he gazed at the bludger in his hand, a look of excitement flickered across his face. He thought, "My luck is truly incredible this time." Su Ming pocketed the bludger and glanced at Li Xiaoting, who was pursuing him, wearing an evil smirk. Then 4 people suddenly blocked Li Xiaoting's retreat path. Su Ming wasn't alone, and of course wouldn't engage in single combat. As a flash of knife light passed, Su Ming's face was filled with disbelief. His subordinates had fallen without even activating their formations, and Su Ming's final gaze fell upon his own collapsed body. Impossible. How could one strike kill 5 people unless the opponent was a grandmaster? Unfortunately, Su Ming's consciousness completely faded into darkness at that very moment, dispersing entirely. Li Xiaoting picked up the bludger from Su Ming's hand and coldly laughed. The reason he was slashed by that warrior was all due to his pretense. If he didn't have some level of skill, how dare he chase after Su Ming alone? You are truly audacious to dare kill someone from the Yu Jingxiang family. Li Xiaoting turned around and saw a white-clad girl. He wasted no words, as a streak of knife light flashed across. However, this white-clad girl was obviously not like Su Ming. Out of her sleeves came a streak of white light, blocking Li Xiaoting's attack. As she was about to counterattack Li Xiaoting, he actually ran away. Damn! The white-clad girl cursed and immediately chased after him. But Li Xiaoting's speed was simply too fast. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. That damned peasant. When I catch you, I will shred you into 1,000 pieces. The white-clad girl glanced back at the 5 corpses lying on the ground and cursed again, calling them useless trash. A spark flew out from her fingertip, instantly reducing the 5 bodies to ashes. This girl's name was Bai Ming, a close friend of Su Ming's wife. It was precisely because of Su Ming's message that she came here. She wanted to see just what kind of person Long Fan really was. Although she thought Su Ming was a waste of time, Su Ming had good judgment when it came to recognizing talent. He wouldn't lightly recommend someone mediocre to her. Moreover, Bai Ming herself did not want to marry for political alliances. Marriage would be akin to forfeiting all her standing in the Bai family. She wished to follow her best friend's example and find a commoner to join her family through marriage. Only, her husband could not possibly be anyone ordinary. It was precisely for this reason that she remained single, searching for a man who was both handsome and capable. This task was no easier than finding an extraordinary treasure. After careful selection, Bai Ming still hadn't found anyone suitable. Long Fan's background wasn't bad either. He had a brother, who was quite strong and one of the key aides to Long Outyin. That counted for something in terms of status. Even if they couldn't match her by family, they were certainly far better than ordinary people. And the 9th-rank bludger was another pleasant surprise. She never expected such a thing to be here. Could it possibly run away now? Bai Ming looked toward the direction Li Xiaoting had fled and wore an expression filled with mockery. Chapter 144, Long Wudi. Li Xiaoting was about to put the bludger into his dimensional equipment. However, the 9th-rank bludger contained an overwhelming power and could not be stored in dimensional equipment. Furthermore, the 9th-rank bludger continued to emanate its aura, attracting ferocious beasts and strange creatures alike. Li Xiaoting, after a moment of hesitation, decided he would consume the 9th-rank bludger directly. Once ingested, he wouldn't have to worry about drawing those beasts toward him anymore. Returning to H-City was absolutely out of the question for Li Xiaoting. Even though the strange creatures couldn't enter, the people from Angel Star still remained on Water Blue Star, as did other forces from different planets, making his situation perilous if caught. As Li Xiaoting was preparing to take the bludger, a flash of light passed, and he felt a sudden pain in his neck. He had never expected that he would die by the same technique with which he killed Su Ming. Zhang Shun picked up the 9th-rank bludger from Li Xiaoting's hand. Disappointment welled in Zhang Shun's heart. This was not what the Celestial Fate Master had promised, an extraordinary treasure. Though Water Blue Star indeed harbored treasures, it was only this 10,000-year-old 9th-rank bludger. This spirit treasure had just reached maturity recently. Although this artifact wasn't highly beneficial to him, it would be greatly advantageous for Su Lingling, helping her ascend several realms. Zhang Shun meticulously recalled the words of the Celestial Fate Master. He would encounter the most important supreme treasure in his life. His injuries would improve, and his cultivation would recover. His wounds had improved, but his cultivation hadn't yet returned. A bright idea struck Zhang Shun, reminding him of the day at the restaurant when he saw Su Lingling smile. At that moment, something inexplicably touched him. When she walked over, her clear eyes sparkled like ripples of water, exuding a faint warmth in her gaze, while the curve of her lips resembled a perfect crescent moon. Perhaps, this was the smile of an angel, one that drove away all gloom, akin to a luminous sky without a single flaw. Maybe this, for him, was the most significant thing in his life. Although Su Lingling's cuisine couldn't heal Zhang Shun's injury, it could help restore his cultivation, albeit slowly. Once Zhang Shun's cultivation was restored, these injuries wouldn't matter, they would naturally get better. Zhang Shun sighed inwardly at how foolish he had been for not realizing this before. The Celestial Fate Master wasn't wrong. Long Wudi, you really are here. You actually believe the nonsense from those Celestial Fate Masters. In a crisis, people will believe anything. I see you're no different. You've fallen right into our trap. You're going to die today. Behind him, a young man chuckled coldly at Zhang Shun. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shun turned around and saw behind him a masked youth. By the youth's side were dozens of extremely beautiful individuals dressed in black. These masked people only revealed their sharp eyes, showing they were not ordinary individuals. Their coordination was incredibly fluid, forming an array that quickly surrounded Zhang Shun. Compared to the array formed by Su Ming and his followers, theirs was far more professional and superior in every way. Who exactly are you? Zhang Shun furrowed his brows and asked. Though Zhang Shun didn't recognize these individuals, the quality of their array and presence indicated that they were no ordinary foes. Zhang Shun had many enemies, but few possessed such formidable strength. While speaking, Zhang Shun controlled his smart device to send out a distress signal, only to realize a jammer had been installed here. Clearly, the opponent was prepared thoroughly and comprehensively. At this point, the lead youth spoke coldly. We are here to take your life. As soon as he finished speaking, the youth waved his hand and said, Kill. Yes. The others nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they launched their attack. Eerie blood-red beams emitted from their hands, weaving together into an enormous blood-red net that covered Zhang Shun. Wherever the blood-red net swept through, the air corroded instantly, releasing waves of black smoke. Pathetic tricks, Zhang Shun smirked disdainfully. With a flash of his blade, a streak of sword chi charged toward the blood-red net. But shockingly, when the net met the blade, it dissipated Zhang Shun's sword chi. How can this be? A look of astonishment spread across Zhang Shun's face. Not willing to concede defeat easily, Zhang Shun unleashed a series of consecutive strikes with his blade. Yet, as the blade chi approached the blood net, it vanished without leaving any damage on it. Meanwhile, the blood net moved closer and closer to Zhang Shun. Seeing this colossal net approach, Zhang Shun realized they weren't here just to kill him. They wanted to capture him alive. Determined not to go down without a fight, his blade flickered brilliantly, sending forth several more slashes. Boom! As the blade chi collided with the blood net, a tremendous explosion erupted. The sound was deafening, shaking the entire surrounding area. The powerful blast of the explosion sent Zhang Shun staggering and forced him to take several hasty steps back. What an overwhelming power, Zhang Shun muttered, his expression grim. Though uninjured, he realized that their strength far exceeded his expectations. Despite his cultivation being almost ruined, after recuperating for a long time in Su Lingling's shop, he had managed to regain some strength. Zhang Shun understood he could never allow himself to be captured alive. Swallowing the 9th-rank bludger in one gulp, he prepared to wield his own vital energy as a blade to forcefully break through this formation. However, at this very moment, a bone-chilling force struck Zhang Shun's abdomen like a flash of ice. As one of the assassins, a young man with a veiled face radiating freezing aura who had not moved until now, launched his attack. As soon as this man acted, it felt as if the entire world darkened in an instant. That frigid energy coiled around Zhang Shun like a venomous snake. Zhang Shun let out a tormented scream, his body shaking violently as though enduring immense agony. Humph! Taste the true power of my art. The masked youth sneered coldly, then abruptly lifted his right leg and delivered a powerful kick to Zhang Shun's stomach. A mouthful of blood spewed forth from Zhang Shun as he was flung away into the air. The youth swiftly seized Zhang Shun and pulled him up, driving a fierce punch down into his face. Crack! With a sickening snap, the bones in Zhang Shun's left arm shattered instantly under the punch, nearly sending him into unconsciousness. Long Wudi, you thought you were so invincible, didn't you? Now here you are, groveling at my feet. The masked youth jeered again, before delivering a harsh kick toward Zhang Shun. Crack! Another snapping sound echoed out as Zhang Shun's left shoulder collapsed into rubble, completely crippling his left arm. Zhang Shun shrieked in anguish. So much for invincible. I think stray dog suits you better. The mocking youth taunted, grinning smugly. At this point, Zhang Shun lay sprawled on the ground, utterly unable to rise. His body covered in wounds, his face as pale as death, beads of sweat larger than beans trickled down his cheeks, and his whole form appeared severely weakened. Chapter 145, Long Buffon's Visit. This night, City H was hit by a massive upheaval. The moment Long Buffon realized Zhang Shun's signal had disappeared, he immediately returned to the Long family estate. In fact, Long Buffon had never entered the secret realm at all, as his real mission was to protect Zhang Shun. Entering the secret realm was merely an excuse, a way to keep his location hidden and avoid any association with Zhang Shun's whereabouts. Long Buffon and Zhang Shun rarely communicated directly, but this night was unusual, for the sacred treasure had appeared. When Long Buffon heard it was the 9th-rank blood jit, he felt an unsettling knot in his chest. He sensed that something might have gone wrong. Brother, why have you suddenly returned? Long Fan didn't think too deeply about it. Upon seeing Long Buffon, he only felt surprised and delighted. It had been a long time since they'd last met. Long Kuin's expression was solemn. He recalled that Long Buffon had clearly told him he was in the secret realm, so what had caused him to return so abruptly? Moreover, Long Kuin had also heard about the recent happenings in City H. Where is Zhang Shun? Have you seen Zhang Shun? Long Buffon asked urgently. Zhang Shun went to City Dadong with my master. Hasn't he returned? I haven't seen him, said Long Fan innocently. Long Kuin then addressed Long Buffon. You should take Long Fan and head to City Dadong to look for Su Lingling. If Zhang Shun returns to City H, my people will inform me. None of them have seen Zhang Shun either. All right, Although Long Bufan inwardly feared that Zhang Shun might already be gone, he could think of no better solution at this moment. Now, the only option was to go with Long Fan to find Su Lingling. Outside the city walls, the crimson eyes of the ferocious beast were slowly fading back to normal, regaining its sanity as it transformed into an ordinary beast. It was just beginning to get chilly, and most people were still hiding indoors. The streets were deserted. Long Bufan arrived quickly at City Dadong with Long Fan, and under the guidance of the city lord, they reached the front of Su Lingling's shop. Su Lingling was awakened by the vibration of her light brain device. How could Long Fan be contacting her so early? Su Lingling glanced at the time. It was only 5 in the morning. She immediately went downstairs and opened the door of the restaurant. Master, why did you open the door so fast? Long Bufan secretly sized up Su Lingling. In his opinion, Su Lingling looked rather plain, disheveled chicken nest hair, and clothes thrown on carelessly. To him, Zhang Shen wouldn't likely favor a woman like this. Long Fan, why are you here so early? Did something happen in City H? Su Lingling couldn't help but ask anxiously. Master, where's Zhang Shen? Where has Zhang Shen gone? I don't know. He vanished yesterday. Su Lingling replied, pretending to know nothing. Certainly, Zhang Shen's attempt to seize the treasure couldn't be mentioned. This early morning, though surprised by Long Fan's visit, Su Lingling's heart still harbored some worry about Zhang Shen. After all, last night's blood moon had been unusually bright. Master, you really don't know where Zhang Shen went? Of course not. It's his legs. How would I know where he goes? When did he leave? Long Bufan asked impatiently. At dusk. After receiving this answer from Su Lingling, Long Bufan immediately left the spot. Since there was no sign of Zhang Shen in City H or in City Dadong, the only remaining possibility was to check outside the city. The last direction the 9th rank bludger disappeared in last night could very possibly reveal Zhang Shen's trail. Long Fan, who is he? Su Lingling, puzzled, watched as Long Bufan vanished in a flash after asking about the time of Zhang Shen's departure. She believed this person must be closely related to Zhang Shen. His purpose was clearly to find Zhang Shen. That's my brother, Long Bufan. So, that's your brother Long Bufan. But why does he seem so ordinary? Su Lingling had heard of Long Bufan's legend before. Rumors painted him as an incredibly powerful figure, praised endlessly by everyone. But now, he seemed surprisingly common. Even less attractive than Long Fan. This contrast didn't do justice to his reputation. It can't be helped. If he exuded more charisma, it would easily attract envy, which in turn might create a lot of trouble. My brother is alone out here, so he prefers to dress simply. You make a good point. Su Lingling immediately connected this with herself. She, too, dressed low-key to avoid jealousy over her beauty. Her strength was sufficient now, so she should consider improving her appearance slightly. She thought too far ahead. Su Lingling casually asked Long Fan, how close is your brother to Zhang Shen? Why is he looking for Zhang Shen? Long Fan hesitated for a moment before saying to Su Lingling, it's like this. Zhang Shen's relative is my brother's friend. My brother came back this time because his relative asked him to help bring Zhang Shen to Dragon King Star. Su Lingling immediately remembered that Zhang Shen had previously said he would return to Dragon King Star, which matched what Long Fan was saying. Zhang Shen should have gone with Long Bufan to Dragon King Star. Now since Long Bufan was looking for Zhang Shen, it meant that something unexpected happened and Zhang Shen failed to meet up with Long Bufan. Su Lingling immediately asked Long Fan, has anything big happened recently in City H? If he could go to Dragon King Star, Zhang Shen should be very willing to go. Why did he suddenly go missing? That's a first-class civilization. I heard that a 100,000-year-old 9th rank bludger suddenly appeared beneath the ground of City H last night, causing chaos in the city and resulting in many deaths. Did you not go there to join in? With my current abilities, even if I obtained the 9th rank bludger, I wouldn't be able to digest its energy. It would only mean going there to be cannon fodder, so there was no need for me to go. Last night was chaotic, and the corpses of ferocious beasts filled the entire lower district. Countless ferocious beasts were attracted by the scent of the 9th rank blood dew. I also heard that all the envoys from Angel Star led by Su Ming are dead. So terrifying, the envoy from Angel Star is dead. Yes, a new envoy from Angel Star named by Ming arrived and locked down all the water routes around Blue Water Star. No one can leave Blue Water Star now. She's leading the people from the governor's mansion to set up defenses and searching for the whereabouts of the 9th rank blooddeer in the outskirts. She has also brought along highly sensitive exotic beasts to assist in the search. This 9th rank blooddeer can't just be stored inside of spatial equipment? Then what's the point of bringing the exotic beasts along? Master, you don't know this. Spatial equipment cannot hold items with immense power, as doing so would cause an energy explosion, collapsing the space itself. Hence, the 9th rank blooddeer cannot be placed into a spatial ring. Therefore, the exotic beasts are able to track it. Long Fan explained to Su Lingling. Chapter 146, Dark Star. What if I take it myself? Su Lingling asked Long Fan. The medicinal power of a grade 9 blooddeer cannot be digested so quickly. An alchemist can refine it. That's disgusting. Upon hearing this, Su Lingling shuddered. How could anyone do such a despicable thing? Su Lingling thought of her chef god space. It was only now that she realized how great the chef god space was. This kind of grade 9 blooddeer can definitely be placed in the chef god space. The chef god space can only hold food, and blooddeer also falls under one type of food. Long Fan seemed to have thought of something and said to Su Lingling, Master, do you plan to stay on Water Blue Star? My brother intends to take me to Dragon King Star. On Dragon King Star, there are top-tier grade 9 star chefs. There is the strongest chef advancement system. All elite energists and high-stage warriors need to regularly consume the delicacies made by star chefs to suppress their uncontrollable emotions. Water Blue Star is too small. The people we've encountered are too few, and our horizons are limited. We don't even know how vast the outside world truly is. Master, I've already discussed with my brother. We can go together to Dragon King Star, attend the Star Chef Academy, and improve our culinary skills. Dragon King Star. Su Lingling thought about Jin Zijuan, the scumbag man, who was also on Dragon King Star. Jin Zijuan was responsible for the death of the original host. This vengeance she must settle. She would definitely make a trip to Dragon King Star because the population of Water Blue Star was drastically decreasing, leaving little future potential here. Su Lingling said to Long Fan, going to a level 1 civilization to study. Engaging in culinary exchange will help personal progress. But remember, your cooking skills aren't worse than theirs. Never belittle yourself. What arrogance. You actually dare claim that your cooking skill isn't inferior to those from a level 1 civilization star chefs. Let's see what your skills are like today. This voice carried an undertone of disdain. Upon hearing it, Su Lingling almost couldn't help but laugh. Behind the man, several individuals hurriedly laid out a red carpet in front of Su Lingling's shop. After setting up the red carpet properly for him, they stood on both sides carefully, bowing at exactly 90 degrees. This image perfectly matched the exaggerated male leads she had seen in TV dramas before. However, Su Lingling still held back her laughter politely. The man was wearing an extremely flashy pair of red leather shoes. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be in his 20s, dressed in a white suit with a fur cloak draped over his shoulder that looked incredibly valuable. He slowly stepped onto the red carpet, and despite his overly ostentatious style, his bearing carried immense authority. His sharp features were deep-set, resembling stars, matching the description of a domineering president character in novels perfectly. The man slightly tilted his chin upwards, as if suffering from some spine disease that wouldn't let it bend. His clear jawline looked even more pronounced against his spotless white suit. He was just like a lion king looking down on all others. The tolerance of young master has limits. Today is the first time, and I can tolerate your impoliteness. However, if it happens again, your existence will no longer hold value. At this moment, Su Lingling felt awkward enough to want to scratch a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes. Although the man's presence was very powerful, he reminded Su Lingling of the arrogant character in a show. Really funny when viewed in real life. Su Lingling was impressed that this man managed to keep up such an attitude for so long without getting beaten. In a low voice, Su Lingling asked Long Fan, "Who is this?" Originally, Long Fan wanted to say that it was morning, not business hours, and that even he, as heir to the Long family, didn't act this pretentious. It was too much. But then Long Fan noticed the line of bodyguards behind the other man, all of whom were at the master level. This was highly unusual. Long Fan secretly scanned the man with his light brain. Nothing faster than an online search in this situation. Second Lord of the Dark Star, Chu Tianba. It turned out that Dark Star was also a level 1 civilization, and he was the son of its ruler, which explained why he could afford so many masters. In that instant, Long Fan accepted his pretentiousness. Compared to this man, he himself was like the second son of a rural landlord while the other was a crown prince. The disparity in status was undeniable. Without speaking, Long Fan simply took a screenshot and sent Su Lingling a message. Su Lingling looked at the identity information. Good grief, second prince of Dark Star, Chu Tianba. This Dark Star was a level 1 civilization, but unlike other civilizations of the same level, this planet operated under a feudal system where royal power reigned supreme. Despite technological advancements, their ideologies regressed. Royal supremacy was still practiced here. He wasn't part of a democratic royal family like on some planets. He belonged to a true feudal dynasty. Commoners are not allowed to discuss the royal family casually. Minor offenses result in fines, while severe ones lead to a 3-year all-inclusive package deal. If a commoner dares to defame the royal family, that is punishable by death. The line between discussion and defamation isn't clearly defined. Su Lingling hadn't expected that this person would come to her restaurant for a meal. Fortunately, she was a citizen of Water Blue Star, so she didn't have to follow the rules of Dark Star. A guest is still a guest. Since he had come here, she could say his reputation preceded him. Luxurious food must be tiring for him. Su Lingling decided to present her signature dishes: sweet and sour potato shreds, spicy pickled Chinese cabbage, and stir-fried pork. As for the soup, Su Lingling prepared simple vegetable and tofu soup. 3 dishes and 1 soup, with a balance of meat and vegetables, offered a nutritious meal. Long Fan, facing Chu Tianba alone, found himself overwhelmed by the oppressive aura. He chose to go to the kitchen to stoke the fire and assist Su Lingling. Chu Tianba's attendants were quite diligent, moving the tables and chairs in Su Lingling's shop aside, and pulling out an exquisitely crafted set from their spatial equipment for Chu Tianba to sit on. Your Highness, these country bumpkins from small places really lack manners. They don't even know to bow to your Highness. Chu Tianba furrowed his brows and coldly said to the person beside him, "How many times have I told you? I'm traveling incognito. There's no need to make such a fuss. If it happens again next time, you will no longer be able to stay by my side." The attendant trembled in terror and knelt down to plead guilty. "Thank you, master, for giving your old servant another chance. Get up." Upon hearing Chu Tianba's icy tone, the attendant hastily wiped off the sweat from his temples. So ostentatious yet pretending to be low-key. But as just a servant, he dared not argue. In conversation with Chu Tianba, what he said was right, or else it was absolutely wrong if deemed so by Chu Tianba. When criticized, the first reaction was to kneel down and beg for mercy. This was his survival guide. One word said wrong might cost him his life. This individual certainly wasn't easy to get along with. Chapter 147, Spicy Sour Potato Shreds. While Long Fan was cooking, he secretly sent a message to his brother Long Buffon, asking him to come back and take control of the situation. The overwhelming aura of Chu Tiangba was intimidating, making it seem that he wouldn't be an easy person to deal with. Long Fan also noticed the dishes prepared by Su Lingling. They were even more humble than what he had once cooked for Callie. Moreover, it seemed clear that Chu Tiangba was here to cause trouble. For such a high-ranking individual from Dark Star to suddenly appear, this was significant considering people like Callie from lower-ranked civilizations were practically unknown. Chu Tiangba's life story was rather fascinating, breaking through to the master level at just 16 years old, while also being an excellent mech pilot. Mechs didn't exist on Water Blue Star, and even if one had money, there was no way to purchase or control them. How could flesh and blood possibly stand up against steel? Strangely enough, someone as arrogant as Chu Tiangba had arrived at Water Blue Star without raising any suspicions or rumors that reached Long Fan's ears. Callie knew nothing either. Since becoming disabled, Callie had been residing in Long Fan's home and shared many details about the first-tier civilization, along the way guiding Long Fan's cultivation. Long Fan, who was originally considered a nobody, fully understood the sentiments of those who were once regarded as useless. Especially for Callie, whose potential wasn't destroyed, but merely needed to start from scratch, a process similar to Long Fan's own experience previously. There was no way to treat this condition with medicine, but food therapy could help. With Long Fan's assistance, Callie improved somewhat and was able to begin her cultivation anew. Though the process of rebuilding was painful, it was far better than continuing to live as a waste of potential. In the process, Long Fan learned much about the top-tier civilization. Online reviews indicated that the worst rated among the stars wasn't Angel Star, but Dark Star. Dark Star was an extremely chaotic place where only the royal family maintained dominant power, effortlessly suppressing other noble families and holding supreme authority. Therefore, the royal family of Dark Star possessed the best resources and behaved most arrogantly. Previously, this Chu Tiangba had taken interest in a wealthy young lady from a fifth-tier civilization. Just because she had shown disdain towards him, he deliberately released several high-level king-grade savage beasts onto her planet and sealed off the traffic around it. These beasts completely exterminated everyone on her planet. As a result, Chu Tiangba was heavily criticized by numerous netizens. However, as a man devoid of morality, their reproach meant nothing to him. Thus, netizens turned their focus to condemning the young lady instead, accusing her of embracing her enemy while smiling joyfully, which led her to hang herself eventually. This event became quite famous. Celestial Star Envoy still cared about public opinion. Hence, Callie recounted this incident to Long Fan as a cautionary tale to avoid offending anyone from the Dark Star, because in the entire starry realm, only the inhabitants of Dark Star cared nothing for public opinion and possessed neither morality nor justice. Even though Long Fan personally believed Callie and her group lacked ethics, he was still shocked upon hearing Chu Tiangba's deeds. Long Fan himself did not possess a strong sense of righteousness. He simply reciprocated kindness shown to him regardless of whether the giver was good or evil. He knew Callie was not a good person, yet it mattered little to him since Callie truly treated him well. Even obtaining this fire seed was extraordinarily difficult, let alone for someone like Callie. Unbothered by the servants' anxious glances beside him, Chu Tiangba faced everyone else's cautious eyes with perfect composure, placing his long fingers nonchalantly over a teacup filled with steamy hot tea freshly brewed by the servant. Lowering his gaze slightly, his attention rested on Su Lingling. Had it not been for Long Wudi, he wouldn't have even noticed a woman of such modest beauty. He wondered whether Long Wudi was indeed Zhongshan. If so, how could someone of such status willingly stay in a small shop doing something so menial? However, it seemed clear now that this woman was extraordinary. Knowing his identity and aware of his stares, she acted as if she hadn't noticed him, showing no sign of nervousness or reverence. She focused on her cooking. Her delicate white hands expertly handled the knife, aiming for the middle back of the potato, turning swiftly in a smooth motion. Like magic, the potato peel slid off in one continuous piece, never breaking throughout the entire process. After removing the skin, the potato shone with a polished round surface, appearing naturally refined, all within moments. Su Lingling placed the potato on the chopping board and skillfully moved her wrist. Within a few seconds, the intact potato was sliced into uniform pieces of translucent thinness. Its crystal-clear color subtly reflected the indoor lighting. But then, Su Lingling's actions demonstrated that masterful knife skills went far beyond this. Watching her grip the potato slices in her left hand and flash her right-hand blade in a blur of speed and precision, one could see the potato shreds become as fine as thread, evenly spread with just a flick of her hand. The process was breathtakingly fast. This simple dish was enough to highlight Su Lingling's impeccable technique. Next, Su Lingling immediately started heating up oil in a wok. The rich aroma quickly filled the kitchen. This fragrance, like silk brushing against Chu Tiangba's face, caused him to suddenly widen his eyes as hunger gripped his stomach. Indeed, Su Lingling had proven herself competent, even sparking interest in Chu Tiangba. She improved on the classic dish by transforming traditional vinegar-steamed shredded potatoes into spicy sour shredded potatoes, enhancing it with chili flavors for a more complex taste profile. Chu Tiangba's servants were already lost in the sea of aromas, their eyes glazed over. The scent alone rivaled, and even surpassed, all the meals he had previously tasted. Instantly, they no longer dared to underestimate Su Lingling. She was undoubtedly a true culinary master. A moment later, Su Lingling emerged from the kitchen. With a gentle smile, she carried a white porcelain dish, enveloped in the intoxicating aroma. This is our signature specialty, spicy sour potato shreds. Please enjoy. Su Lingling placed a dish of spicy sour potato shreds before Chu Tiangba and spoke softly, before turning back to the kitchen. Chu Tiangba took a deep breath, allowing the sour spicy fragrance to flow through his nasal passages down to his stomach, stirring his appetite as hunger surged like waves. So entrancing was the smell of the spicy sour potato shreds that he didn't bother to mind Su Lingling's insufficient respect or the inappropriate behavior of the servants behind him, not even the quiet sound of someone swallowing saliva at the back. Chapter 148. The Secret of the Star Chef. The strong aroma of sour and spicy potato shreds followed the rising hot steam, condensing above the porcelain plate without dispersing. As Chu Tianba took the chopsticks passed to him by a servant and picked up a potato thread to put in his mouth, the concentrated aroma exploded suddenly, like an aroma bomb exploding in his mouth. The surging aroma instantly impacted Chu Tianba. The sour and spicy taste of the potato threads immediately enveloped Chu Tianba's taste buds. The potato threads, as fine as silver silk, seemed to bounce around in his mouth. The scent of aged vinegar mixed with the spiciness of the fiery fruit like a cloud that wouldn't disperse, wrapping around the body and making one feel as if they were wandering in an ocean of aroma. Chu Tianba was entranced. He had indeed never eaten such delicious potato threads before. At this point, he was already certain that Zhang Shun from Su Lingling's shop was Long Wudi. Only such culinary skills could attract Long Wudi. After finishing one mouthful of potato threads, Chu Tianba quickly inserted another bite into his mouth without pause, savoring every moment. Being fully immersed in the enjoyment of food is the greatest respect for the chef. The servant behind Chu Tianba looked enviously at this scene, his inner craving already aroused. The sour and spicy aroma of the potato threads was so rich that it was almost unfathomable, as if all the fragrances were gathered together and released in an instant. One couldn't help but drool at just the smell. In the past, he would definitely step forward first to rebuke Su Lingling. How could she dare serve such ordinary ingredients to their noble second prince? Long Fan watched indifferently from the side as Chu Tianba enjoyed the meal heartily, a faint smirk on his lips. In front of good food, there was no distinction of identity or wealth. Even an emperor would be captivated by true delicacies. No one can resist the dishes made by Su Lingling, not even himself. Long Fan firmly believed that anyone who tasted Su Lingling's cooking would fall in love with it. Su Lingling turned back into the kitchen, skillfully cutting the tofu she had taken out in her palm and placing it in the pot last. A bone broth simmered inside, enhancing the aroma of the soup. The dragon bones had already been scooped out by Su Lingling. Subsequently, Su Lingling took out some green vegetables, their emerald green leaves plump and glossy, with undried water droplets shimmering gently under the lamplight. Green vegetables should be added later because they turn yellow and lose their beauty if cooked too long, and also become softer, which compromises their flavor. Su Lingling had mastered the timing perfectly, knowing exactly when to remove the soup from heat. Since Chu Tianba had tasted Su Lingling's first dish, he became more eager for her second offering. The fragrance of the vegetable tofu soup rose with the steam, dissipating in the air and giving off a gentle warmth and fragrance different entirely from the sour and spicy potato threads. It was akin to stepping onto an endless expanse of grassland, where only the fusion of green vegetables and tofu filled the nose. Chu Tianba picked up a piece of green vegetable with his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth, gently biting down. A crisp cracking sound arose, and Chu Tianba's eyes widened instantly as he felt a cool, refreshing stream seep through, sweet and fragrant, saturating his taste buds and making him feel refreshed and invigorated. This refreshing flow rushed down his throat into his stomach, spreading throughout his body, making it difficult to describe. His restlessness disappeared instantly, and his mind instantly calmed down. Chu Tianba was shocked. He had never experienced such a vegetable tofu soup before, finding it impossible to describe his current feelings with words. He then drank a spoonful of the soup, tasting a hint of sweetness within. It was both fresh and fragrant. He had never tasted such a delicious soup before. More importantly, in this instant, he felt as if he had sensed the breath of earthly life. Compared to the meals prepared by the 9-star chefs of the Dark Star, Su Lingling's meals actually surpassed them slightly in effect. Although the energy contained in Su Lingling's dishes was far less than even that of a 3-star chef, these dishes contained a peculiar force that could heal one's spirit. After consuming Su Lingling's exquisite dishes, his heart unexpectedly calmed down. People want to transcend fate through martial arts, transforming themselves into gods, becoming completely different species. The cost is enormous. The higher the cultivation, the greater the price to be borne. That's why the higher their cultivation level rises, the colder their feelings toward human emotions become, their spirits enduring immense torment and exhaustion at all times. This torment constantly erodes a person's will, leading to gradual distortion or even dissolution, eventually transforming them into fearsome, monstrous demonic beings. Only a star chef can assist warriors in resisting this erosion. The culinary creations of a star chef not only allow warriors to relax, but also possess immense power that can aid them in advancing to the next level. However, the energy contained within these dishes still falls short compared to the potions crafted by pharmacists. It is precisely this special ability that allows star chefs to surpass pharmacists in status. Among lower-tier warriors, the potions of pharmacists tend to be more popular since they are cost-effective and contain even more energy compared to star chef feasts. Su Lingling's cuisine, however, achieves this perfectly. Chu Tianba had not been this relaxed or enjoyed a meal so thoroughly in a long time. His focus was entirely on the food, leaving no room for thoughts about Su Lingling. In an instant, his body gradually relaxed, and he decided he must take Su Lingling with him. Next came the sour and spicy cabbage and home-style stir-fried pork, two classic dishes. Meat was served last because meat's rich flavors could easily affect the palate when tasting vegetables. This was the first time Chu Tianba ate every single bite of a dish, leaving nothing but a touch of oil in the plate. Even the normally arrogant Chu Tianba now appeared somewhat more polite. He stood up and smiled warmly at Su Lingling, asking, "May I inquire what the owner's name is?" "My name is Su Lingling. My lord, you are accustomed to the finest delicacies, yet perhaps this simple countryside fare offers its own unique charm. Every ingredient has its own characteristics, none superior or inferior. The same applies to cooking techniques. Flavors differ, but each has its own merits. Those chefs from level 1 civilizations are undoubtedly exceptional. We chefs from level 5 civilizations have our own distinct features." Su Lingling still maintained the composed demeanor she had from the moment Chu Tianba began to challenge her. "Ah, it's Miss Su. I admit, I underestimated you earlier. Your culinary skills are indeed remarkable, and I am utterly impressed. To be honest, I am the second son of the Chu family of Dark Star, Chu Tianba." Chu Tianba said with a faint smile, radiating an air of confidence befitting someone of higher rank. Chapter 149, Chu Tianba's Invitation. "Your Highness, the second prince. It's truly an honor to meet you," Su Lingling said politely, as if she had just discovered Chu Tianba's identity. In fact, she had already seen the screenshot Long Fan sent her. Su Lingling was worried that Chu Tianba was flaunting his status in hopes of getting a free meal. She secretly sighed with relief that she hadn't prepared anything overly expensive, otherwise, it would have been a terrible loss. Chu Tianba looked at Su Lingling, who appeared surprised. He hadn't expected her acting skills to be so impressive. When Su Lingling questioned Long Fan about Chu Tianba's identity, he overheard everything, even sensing when Long Fan scanned him using a light brain. Chu Tianba knew Su Lingling was fully aware of his true identity, but could still act this convincingly. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, weren't top-level star chefs supposed to be people with pure hearts? Nevertheless, this did not affect Chu Tianba's intentions. Smiling, he said to Su Lingling, "Miss Su, there are also differences between strong and weak Class 1 civilizations. My Dark Star has the most 9-star chefs. If you were willing to come to my Dark Star, I'd pay you 1 million crystal coins per month, and also recommend you for further studies at our top academy." Chu Tianba believed that Su Lingling wouldn't be able to resist such an offer. Being employed by him was the dream of countless chefs across the galaxy, a golden opportunity to rise instantly to success. Furthermore, 1 million crystal coins per month was practically equal to what a 9-star chef earned. "Thank you for your consideration, Your Highness, but I'm just someone who sells boxed meals. A taste of simple rural cooking might seem delicious the first time you eat it, but too often, it'll lose its charm. Moreover, I'm an ordinary person who knows nothing about noble etiquette, having grown up here on Blue Water Star. I'd likely offend you inadvertently." Su Lingling declined gracefully. She wasn't about to bother with Chu Tianba after noticing how repressed his servants appeared around him. As a time traveler with a system, even if she didn't aim to create some great achievement, there was no way she would degrade herself to become a mere maid. After hearing Su Lingling's words, Chu Tianba's expectant gaze froze momentarily, his face stiffening. Someone dared refuse him? Chu Tianba found it hard to believe. After all, he was a prince, the second prince of Dark Star, held in high esteem by many eager to connect with him. Yet, his personal invitation had been spurned by Su Lingling. Thinking back to how dismissive Su Lingling had been, Chu Tianba felt as if an invisible arrow had pierced his heart. People like Su Lingling from small places have limited views and probably don't realize the opportunities they've missed. The outside world is envious of our Dark Star citizens' living conditions, thus always defaming Dark Star. Unable to compete materially, they keep promoting so-called freedom. But are they really free? Even in other Class 1 civilizations, the hierarchy remains clearly defined. However, Chu Tianba didn't explain any of this to Su Lingling. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, he managed a pleasant smile as he addressed her. "Actually, life for us Dark Star citizens is prosperous. Although we practice a monarchy system, we have a very democratic promotion mechanism. For commoners aspiring to elevate their status, it's much easier in our Dark Star." "Thank you for your kindness, Your Highness, but Su Lingling has already promised to go to our Dragon King Star. Our Dragon King Star values capable individuals just as much," Long Bufan responded firmly yet respectfully. Long Bufan, although unsure of Su Lingling's culinary skills, knew she was his younger brother's teacher, so he naturally had to protect her. Moreover, based on what his younger brother told him, Su Lingling was also Zhang Shen's girlfriend. Whether or not it was true, he intended to shield her. Given the long-standing rivalry between Dragon King Star and Dark Star, it made no sense to send talent to Dark Star. "Long Bufan, didn't you go to Earth Star? I never expected to see you here. Could it be that you're also after the rumored 9-star Bloodjia? I wonder whose luck it was to acquire this treasure." Chu Tianba spoke with mockery toward Long Bufan, but when addressing Su Lingling, his tone became softer. Handing over 10 crystal coins, he said to her, "The door of Dark Star will forever remain open for Miss Su. Here is the payment for the meal. Should you ever encounter injustice, feel free to find me anytime." Beneath the 10 crystal coins was a metallic business card bearing Chu Tianba's name. Su Lingling accepted Chu Tianba's card along with 1 crystal coin and said to him, my food doesn't cost this much. Su Lingling wanted to accept more of Chu Tianba's offer, but she felt that Chu Tianba might not be familiar with market prices. Should any disputes arise later on and he hold a grudge against her because of this matter, it wouldn't be good. Miss Su's culinary art is worth this much. Chu Tianba forcefully tossed the crystal coins to Su Lingling and took large strides out of her restaurant. He looked back at Su Lingling once, his lips curling slightly upward, and the chill in his eyes seemed almost as if it could pierce through time and space. The petty cleverness of ordinary people, this was all it was. When they encounter true power, they will understand what despair really feels like. Long Bufon furrowed his brows tightly, watching Chu Tianba's retreating figure. Chu Tianba's status absolutely made it impossible for him to personally lower himself just for a 9-tier blood jur. There was only one possible explanation: Zhang Xin. Zhang Xin held an extraordinary identity, yet Chu Tianba did not wield absolute authority within the Dark Star either. To seize the position of Crown Prince, he must eliminate his older brother Chu Xinghe. If he were able to control Zhang Xin, Chu Tianba might force Long Outyin and Chu Xinghe into a direct conflict, allowing him to reap the benefits while others fight. Brother, why are you so down? Didn't Chu Tianba leave already? Seeing the dark clouds on Long Bufon's face, Long Fan couldn't help but ask. This isn't a simple matter. If Chu Tianba had left with harsh words or threats against us, that might have been better. Chu Tianba has a narrow mind. The more pleasant he appears now, the more likely it means he has plotted some fatal schemes behind closed doors. Long Fan, take your master back to the Long family estate. It would at least ensure some safety. Long Bufon gave his instructions to Long Fan. Su Lingling stood by listening to Long Bufon's words. She knew Long Bufon meant well, but she didn't want to leave here right now. With the blood moon about to end, Su Lingling actually quite liked this little restaurant. Things were slowly starting to improve. As for Chu Tianba, if he didn't act now, he wouldn't act later either, because Chu Tianba did not seem like someone who could endure patiently for long periods. Before Long Bufon arrived, Su Lingling had faintly sensed that Chu Tianba was practically ready to leave then. His courteous remarks had merely been formalities before departure. Chapter 150, Rescue Zhang Xin. Long Fan, you and your brother go back first. I will wait for Zhang Xin here. What if he comes back and doesn't see me? When he returns, we'll go to your place together. Su Lingling thought about it, and still rejected Long Bufon's kindness. She had carefully considered the situation before declining. Firstly, she wasn't that familiar with Long Bufon. Secondly, there was a significant gap between Long Bufon's status and Chu Tianba's status. Being sold out by him would be troublesome. Ultimately, Su Lingling trusted herself most. Sometimes, the other party hasn't betrayed you because the price they offer isn't high enough. Long Fan wanted to say something more, but at this moment, he received a message from his father, Long Kuan, on his light brain device. Clearly, Long Bufon also received the message. Both of them left for H City hastily without saying goodbye to Su Lingling. After Long Fan and Long Bufon left, Su Lingling did not open her shop. Instead, she prepared a pot of braised pork for Su Ji in the store and left it for him to come and eat. As for herself, Su Lingling packed her luggage and equipment while downloading a map. Su Lingling intended to search for Zhang Xin outside the city. In her mind, Zhang Xin was very likely near the suburban areas outside the city. Usually, natural treasures appear in remote mountainous areas. This was Su Lingling's belief. The reason why she didn't tell Long Bufon was because Su Lingling didn't know Long Bufon's identity, and she took this precaution. Searching like this was equivalent to looking for a needle in a haystack, but it was the only method available. Did. Suddenly, Su Lingling's light brain device started buzzing with an incoming message. When she opened it, it turned out to be from Zhang Xin. Lingling, save me. Together with this, there was a location pin. Su Lingling initially wanted to call back, but Zhang Xin's light brain device had powered off. If it were truly urgent, sending only a location would have been enough for Su Lingling to get Zhang Xin's information. For words, although brief, seemed excessive considering the fact that someone in an emergency wouldn't type so many characters. This could very well be a trap, but Su Lingling went anyway. Because Su Lingling had already been targeted, since the other party could use Zhang Xin's equipment to send her a message, it meant they knew of her relationship with Zhang Xin. Moreover, Zhang Xin might very well be under their control. Su Lingling took out the laser gun Zhang Xin had given her. It was one of her hidden advantages. The equipment was something the other party could probably foresee, but what they couldn't predict was Su Lingling's true strength or the blue lotus fire inside her. This was Su Lingling's hidden ace. After careful deliberation, Su Lingling still chose not to seek help. To be honest, both Su Ji and Ling Chui were equally matched in combat skills against Su Lingling herself. If Zhang Xin got caught, then adding another person wouldn't make a difference. Besides, the other side would be ready in advance. Most importantly, their relationships were just casual, a boss and customers. There was no reasonable way to ask for assistance. Another factor was the danger involved. Without benefits, not many people would agree to putting their lives on the line. Su Lingling forced herself to calm down. At this point, panicking would solve nothing. She needed to stay calm and think things through. Zhang Xin didn't have any real friends on this Aquastar either. He used to work for Dragon Big Finance, but now he'd quit. If she ignored him, Zhang Xin might be doomed. With the direction provided by the positioning system, Su Lingling moved cautiously forward. It was daytime, and most mutant beasts were asleep after resting up. Moreover, Su Lingling applied some scent-masking medication on her body, which allowed her to pass through safely without encountering attacks from mutant creatures. What Su Lingling didn't realize was that above her, a satellite surveillance device was monitoring her movements all along. Following the location signal, Su Lingling ventured further and further into desolate terrain, where trees grew increasingly sparse. Cleverly, Su Lingling chopped off an extremely long branch to probe ahead as she walked, checking for potential dangers along the path. Fortunately, the trip remained relatively safe thus far. The area was sparse with vegetation and didn't seem like a good place for people to hide and ambush her. From afar, Su Lingling spotted Zhang Shun, who was suspended upside down. His body was covered in blood, his lips pale white, and his arm contorted into a grotesque position. Clearly, the arm had been violently broken. Upon seeing this sight, Su Lingling felt a thunderous shock in her head, tears involuntarily streaming down her face. She couldn't comprehend why anyone would be so cruel. Clearly, these injuries weren't caused by wild beasts, they were inflicted by humans. At this time, Zhang Shen also saw Su Lingling, attempting a weak smile despite struggling physically. The attempt at smiling made his appearance even more pitiable. He smiled faintly towards Su Lingling and asked her, "Why did you come?" "I came to find you." Su Lingling responded to Zhang Shen calmly. Zhang Shen's complexion was very pale, but he still wore a gentle smile as he told Su Lingling, "It's nothing. I'm fine. You should leave. You shouldn't have come here." "I've already come. There's no turning back," Su Lingling replied to Zhang Shen. Su Lingling took out the laser gun and aimed it at the chain that was holding Zhang Shen. With a whoosh, the chain broke apart immediately, causing Zhang Shen to fall heavily onto the ground from midair. Su Lingling originally wanted to catch Zhang Shen, but suddenly, several terrifying king-level fierce beasts rushed out from all sides. Each of them had blood-red eyes and exuded an extremely savage aura. Although Su Lingling was startled by these sudden appearances, she knew clearly that if she didn't deal with these fierce beasts first, the injured Zhang Shen would definitely be torn apart by this group of beasts. Zhang Shen's blood smell was too tempting for these creatures. With this thought, Su Lingling gritted her teeth and picked up the laser gun to fire at the group of king-level fierce beasts. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bang bang bang. The laser gun let out a tremendous sound, knocking down one king-level fierce beast after another. But these beasts seemed impossible to kill. After being knocked down, they got up again and lunged towards Su Lingling. Su Lingling couldn't afford to hesitate anymore. While shooting at these king-level fierce beasts, she moved closer to Zhang Shen. When Su Lingling reached Zhang Shen, a king-level fierce beast directly pounced toward him at an astonishing speed, almost reaching Zhang Shen. Su Lingling stepped in front of Zhang Shen, using the Tai Chi Bawa palm technique. She struck the stomach of the king-level fierce beast with a single palm. Under the impact of Su Lingling's palm wind, the beast fell down onto the ground. At this moment, Su Lingling felt that she had perfectly grasped the true essence of the Tai Chi Bawa palm technique, the art of achieving great results with minimal effort. However, Su Lingling had no time to rejoice because far too many king-level fierce beasts were approaching, making her overwhelmed. She immediately threw the laser gun to Zhang Shen and drew the system-rewarded divine-grade kitchen knife. Chapter 151. Chu Tianba Can't Hold Back. At first, Su Lingling could still fight against these vicious beasts using the special characteristics of her god-level cleaver that could cut bones like mud. However, as they ventured further and further, the number of king-level vicious beasts also increased. Su Lingling gradually began to feel exhausted. And at this moment, Su Lingling suddenly heard a rapid breathing sound nearby. She looked up sharply and saw an enormous black bear charging toward her. The size of the black bear was massive. Su Lingling's body was about the same size as one of the black bear's fingers. In the face of the rampaging black bear, Su Lingling seemed as insignificant as an ant. But Su Lingling wasn't afraid. She tightened her grip on the cleaver in her hand. Just before the black bear's claw would have pounced on her, Su Lingling moved quickly. With a quick sideway roll, she easily severed one of the black bear's fingers with her cleaver. The black bear let out an angry roar. It roared again and charged towards Su Lingling once more, fast as lightning. Su Lingling could only evade by feel alone. Suddenly, the black bear stopped. Its huge body lost balance and fell heavily to the ground. In front of the black bear stood a tall figure. "Miss Su, what are you doing here?" This heroic act of saving a beauty had been carefully arranged by Chu Tianba. But he hadn't expected Su Lingling to be so powerful that she managed to single-handedly take down all those ferocious beasts. If he didn't intervene now, Su Lingling might end up killing the black bear in collaboration with Zhang Shen. Because Zhang Shen had already raised his left hand, which held a laser gun aimed at the black bear. He had no choice but to act early, otherwise he'd expose himself. "Second prince, thank you for saving both me and Zhang Shen." Su Lingling acted as if she were a naive and sweet girl, thanking Chu Tianba. Chu Tianba's sudden appearance here was indeed quite coincidental. It was such a remote place. But right now, showing hostility wouldn't benefit either her or Zhang Shen. Most of the yuanqi within Su Lingling's body had been consumed almost completely, leaving her unable to fight anymore. "There's no need to thank me. It is my honor to rescue Miss Su. However, it seems that many vicious beasts are approaching. How about we board my aircraft and leave this place?" Chu Tianba's gaze fell upon Su Lingling, and there was a hint of inevitability in his eyes, as if she belonged to him. Zhang Shen's uninjured left hand gripped Su Lingling's sleeve. Zhang Shen didn't say anything, but Su Lingling understood his meaning. There was something wrong with Chu Tianba. In the distance, vicious beasts galloped closer, stirring up clouds of dust. It was clear that Chu Tianba's words weren't fabricated. Vicious beasts had surrounded them, and they could only escape on Chu Tianba's flying craft. Yet what was it that made Zhang Shen feel staying to face the vicious beasts would be better than boarding Chu Tianba's flying craft? Zhang Shen glared at Chu Tianba with a chilling gaze, resembling a crouching leopard waiting to pounce. Such an eye contact was terrifying, laced with murderous intent, staring directly at Chu Tianba. Chu Tianba acted as though he didn't notice Zhang Shen's glare at all. He didn't even glance at Zhang Shen. His gaze remained fixed on Su Lingling. Chu Tianba inwardly thought that Zhang Shen was somewhat amusing. Though he appeared like a spirit beast, in reality, he was merely a common cat. A toothless tiger, how fearsome could it be? Not much more than a sick cat. Did he really think he was still the mighty Tiger King from the past? He was nothing. He knew Zhang Shen was a clever person who wouldn't voice any suspicions. Because once it was spoken aloud, everything would become openly clear with no room for maneuvering. Then, not just Zhang Shen, but Su Lingling too would suffer the consequences. As long as things weren't made obvious, he could maintain a semblance of courtesy. Su Lingling watched the stampeding vicious beasts and sensed the murderous aura radiating from Zhang Shen. Though Chu Tianba held a high position, only he was present in this desolate mountain area. If Chu Tianba were eliminated and fed to the vicious beasts, no one would know. This fleeting dark thought crossed Su Lingling's mind. However, Su Lingling lacked the courage to act upon it, for she had never killed anyone in her life. Moreover, although Chu Tianba appeared haughty and possibly manipulative, he did save her life and even invited her to board his flying craft. Could she kill Chu Tianba simply because of her suspicions? Something Su Lingling could not bring herself to do. Zhang Shen knew Su Lingling well, and he could see from her expression that she was considering whether to confront Chu Tianba. Zhang Shen clearly understood the significant gap in strength between Su Lingling and Chu Tianba. Even if Chu Tianba stood still and used only one finger, he could easily annihilate Su Lingling. Though Zhang Shen was reluctant, he eventually spoke up. Lingling, let's leave here together on Chu Xiao's flying craft. It's too dangerous here. In the end, Zhang Shen made his decision. Seeing Zhang Shen giving in, Chu Tianba couldn't help but burst out laughing. Long Wudi, I never thought you'd need my help. You finally realize your own limitations, don't you? Ha ha. Chu Tianba laughed loudly and arrogantly. It was just too hilarious for him. He hadn't expected that after beating Zhang Shen mercilessly and crushing the bones in his right hand, the man still refused to beg for mercy. But now, at this moment, Zhang Shen had conceded. Long Wudi. Su Lingling looked back at Zhang Shen with a hint of confusion. Zhang Shen explained sheepishly to Su Lingling. That was my name a long time ago. It was too arrogant, so I always got beaten. So, I changed my name to Zhang Shen. Zhang Shen is fine. Being able to stretch and bend means you have resilience. Everyone has their low points. Su Lingling told Zhang Shen. Supporting Zhang Shen, Su Lingling boarded Chu Tianba's flying craft together with him. Su Lingling had initially thought it would be a small flying craft, but once she and Zhang Shen were inside, they realized how large it actually was. Pale light from the top of the flying craft shone down onto Su Lingling and Zhang Shen. People gathered around, casting all sorts of curious glances towards Su Lingling and Zhang Shen. Su Lingling subtly furrowed her brows, but maintained an outward calm. The ground was covered with a large red carpet, and as soon as Chu Tianba's figure appeared, the bustling voices around them ceased abruptly. Everyone bowed respectfully to him. Sitting in the central seat, Chu Tianba slowly addressed the crowd. This is Su Lingling, my new chef, and the other one is Zhang Shen, someone with great flexibility and talent. Remember this, will you? Su Lingling stiffened slightly, but ultimately said nothing. This absurd situation, it wasn't even her fault. She had merely comforted Zhang Shen by saying he was resilient, and somehow Chu Tianba remembered it. Chapter 152, The Power of Qinglian Earth Fire. The aircraft was taking off quickly, seemingly ready to leave Water Blue Star. And in this hall, with Chu Tiab's departure, the crowd here suddenly became like they were set free. The lights flickered, and the crowd danced with the music. Su Lingling helped Zhang Shen sit down in an uninhabited corner. She took out medicine from her space equipment and applied it to Zhang Shen's wounds. But these medicines were not very effective for completely broken bones. Even though Su Lingling did not know much about medicine, she could tell that Zhang Shen had internal injuries. Su Lingling and Zhang Shen sat together on the ground. Whether the floor was cold or not, Su Lingling didn't know, because there was a thick layer of wool blanket under the floor, which was soft and comfortable. Su Lingling sat on the wool blanket on the ground, without asking anything. Leaving Water Blue Star just like this, Su Lingling felt reluctant. Although all her kitchen god equipment had been put into the kitchen god space, but leaving directly without saying goodbye to friends before was something hard to accept. Su Lingling originally wanted to send messages to Long Fan and Su Ji. However, she found out that the optic computer had no network. What kind of era was this where there would be a disconnection of the internet? It was utterly outrageous. There is a signal blocker here. Only specific optic computers can send messages. Zhang Shen, pale-faced, leaned against the wall corner and explained to Su Lingling. Su Lingling couldn't help but ask Zhang Shen, are these wounds inflicted by Chu Tiab? Zhang Shen nodded, without saying a word. Isn't he too arrogant? Beating you up like this, yet not having someone lock you up. Just letting you stay here. Doesn't he fear you will escape? Isn't that somewhat disrespectful? Then according to your opinion, locking me up and continuing severe punishment is respecting me. I'm just briefly analyzing his mindset. You must be starving, haven't eaten for a long time, right? I brought you cola and preserved dishes. Since other dishes cannot be preserved, I didn't bring those light meals suitable for your body. The meat inside I will eat for you. There are still some vegetables in the preserved dishes, which can also help you recover. Not necessary. My teeth are good. I know my own body well. I can digest meat. Zhang Shen never thought that he could eat Su Lingling's homemade meal here. Su Lingling held a can of cola for Zhang Shen. Zhang Shen, holding chopsticks in his left hand, was also very skillful, picking food steadily. Occasionally, He would lower his head and take a sip of cola held by Su Lingling. Zhang Shun hadn't eaten for a day and was beaten badly. Seeing Zhang Shun wolfing down his food, Su Lingling felt heartbroken. If only she knew Chu Taiyab had beaten Zhang Shun so brutally, she should have attacked Chu Taiyab down there. If she had used her ultimate weapon, Qinglian Earth Fire, Chu Taiyab might not necessarily have won. If she and Zhang Shun were really taken away by Chu Taiyab, they would be in dire straits, calling for help from heaven and earth, but none would respond. Su Lingling didn't understand why Chu Taiyab took Zhang Shun and her along, but Chu Taiyab didn't kill them. This means both she and Zhang Shun had their value, but she didn't know how high or low it was. She was just a chef. Even if her cooking was delicious, if Chu Taiyab gets tired of it, she wouldn't have any use anymore. Su Lingling remembered the emergency parachute she had previously placed in her space equipment. These primitive devices might not match up to the grandiose spaceships and aircrafts, nor mech suits, but they could save lives in crucial moments. Su Lingling acted as if unintentionally, approached Zhang Shun's ear, and asked him, "There should be no surveillance here, right?" "There is." Zhang Shun used his lunchbox to cover his face and whispered softly to Su Lingling. His voice was almost inaudible. If one wasn't listening carefully, it would almost go unheard. Su Lingling quietly extended her hand to the ground behind Zhang Shun, pretending to carelessly sit on the floor, serving Zhang Shun with cola. However, what Su Lingling actually did was gather a tiny spark of the Qinglian Earth Fire's energy within her body and channel it directly into the aircraft. Moreover, Su Lingling was smart enough to control the fire to travel further before causing an explosion. If a big hole appeared below this aircraft right underneath her and Zhang Shun, Chu Taiyab would definitely know it was her mischief. And then he surely wouldn't let her off easily. After doing all of this, Su Lingling was sweating profusely, almost unable to hold the can of cola steady. Zhang Shun supported Su Lingling, allowing her to rest on his body, restoring her energy. This was the first time Su Lingling officially mobilized the force of Qinglian Earth Fire. Such power was far too great for Su Lingling. Therefore, it drained all the energy inside her body at once. Su Lingling had to exhaust all her strength to control this force of Qinglian Earth Fire. Thus her consumption was unimaginably massive. Su Lingling could not bear it anymore. It was fortunate that Su Lingling had previously mastered the power of Qinglian Earth Fire while cooking, being able to control it so skillfully, thus achieving such devastating power. At this moment in the void, a row of spaceships blocked Chu Taiyab's spacecraft. "You guys have tremendous guts, actually daring to block my lord's spaceship." The leading guard was clad in mecha armor, hovering in the void, sternly rebuking those spaceships. What are you people? This star route belongs to our White Lotus family, and yet you dare to forcibly intrude. The people from Angel Star retorted with no less determination. In their view, anyone who dared to leave at this time must possess great treasures on board their flying vessel. How could they not be tempted by a 10,000-year-old 9th-grade blood ginseng? Moreover, this was an order from Bai Meng. Bai Meng was the legitimate daughter of the White Lotus family, incomparably more powerful than people like Carrie. The people of Angel Star had already contacted Bai Meng in the first instance. The command they received was to spare no effort in stopping this flying vessel at all costs. Inside a guest room within the spacecraft, colorful lights were flashing, and on the table lay bottle after bottle of exorbitantly priced wines. On stage, scantily clad, fiery beauties gyrated their willow-like waists, flaunting their perfect figures wildly for the spectators below. Chu Taiyab wore a bathrobe, reclining on a sofa, with several uniquely charming beauties in his arms. One of them, looking pure and innocent, was licking his toes while several women behind her were giving massages. At this point, a young man came before Chu Taiyab, respectfully saying, "My lord, it has been investigated. The spacecraft was blocked by the Bai family of Angel Star." "Is it that group of self-proclaimed noble white lotuses?" Chu Taiyab furrowed his brows as he questioned. Chu Taiyab wasn't afraid of the Bai family. He only worried that the matter involving Zhang Shun would be exposed, which might draw the attention of Long Outyen, something very troublesome. The young man nodded at Chu Taiyab. Just as Chu Taiyab was about to say something, the spacecraft shook violently, causing all the beauties in his arms to fall to the ground. Chapter 153, Damaged Flying Vehicle. The young man did not dare to look up at Chu Tianda's expression. He immediately contacted the warriors outside. "What exactly is going on here?" "Master, the Bai family claims that our flying vehicle has their lost treasure." The young man's face turned grim as he was about to ask what exactly happened. Suddenly, the flying vehicle began a sharp descent. "Damn Bai family, how dare they damage my hall's flying vehicle?" Chu Tianda kicked away a woman beside him in frustration and stood on the shaking flying vehicle, his anger uncontrollable. This was the first time he had ever felt so humiliated. How could someone destroy his flying vehicle? Especially when there were important people aboard it. When this happens, Su Lingling will definitely think his flying vehicle isn't reliable. She might even doubt his capabilities and no longer pledge allegiance to him. However, most importantly, Zhang Shun must be taken care of under the false name he currently uses. "You go check on my chef and Zhang Shun quickly. Anyone else can be sacrificed, but not these two." Chu Tianda originally intended to leave Su Lingling in the Grand Hall to witness the splendor of Dark Star. He planned to let her hear from other people just how extraordinary Chu Tianda was. He couldn't stand boasting himself because it always made things awkward, but if others said it, that would be different. He wanted Su Lingling to learn about his true strength through the words of others, making her feel that following him would have a bright future, thus making her loyal to him forever. With Su Lingling's exceptional culinary skills, he deliberately refrained from asking her to cook for him right away, as the art of leading required her to guess his intentions. Chu Tianda intended to recruit Su Lingling as one of his core subordinates. He arranged for Su Lingling to stay by Zhang Shun's side for two reasons. First, to make Su Lingling see how pitiful Zhang Shun was. Second, to stabilize Zhang Shun's state of mind. Perhaps he could persuade Zhang Shun to convince Long North to collaborate with him. Therefore, neither Su Lingling nor Zhang Shun could be abandoned. What about the ninth-grade blood qi? They were both treasures, any of which would be more valuable than the plant. That was also why he didn't demand Zhang Shun vomit back the ninth-grade blood qi after swallowing it. After taking the ninth-grade blood qi, Zhang Shun became invigorated, so it wouldn't matter how hard he fought. There'd be no risk of death. A long time ago, Zhang Shun used to be called Long Invincible. The name Invincible wasn't something just anyone could bear. It wasn't only oppressing Chu Tianda, but his older brother as well, who couldn't lift his head in front of him. Among the younger generation of primary civilization star masters, internal competition was intense. Not only did they have to compete against the younger members of their own families, but they also needed to compete with children from other planets. Who is the most dazzling offspring of the entire universe? Who is the top prodigy of the whole universe? Ordinary citizens may not fully understand. They only knew about the lives of some privileged youngsters. But they themselves are fully aware of this. These parents aren't much different from common folks' parents either. They love to compare and complain. Why isn't your kid as good as theirs? So Long Invincible had once been Chu Tianda's psychological shadow. He had long wanted to beat Zhang Shun. Chu Tianda sent a trusted subordinate to watch over Su Lingling and Zhang Shun, while he himself went to inspect the damaged area of the flying vehicle. Although he didn't know how to repair the flying vehicle, he wanted to understand the situation. The material used for this flying vehicle was all top-grade material. How could it possibly break so easily? Even a direct hit by a laser cannon shouldn't cause such damage. The wind howled into the vehicle, revealing a massive dark hole underneath it. Air was blowing inside from this opening. Can you fix it? Chu Tianda asked the repairman calmly. Yes, replied the repairman, wiping the cold sweat off his head as he answered Chu Tianda. Then he cautiously added, but we must land in order to repair it. The gap is too large. In outer space, the oxygen within our flying vehicle will rapidly deplete. His voice grew quieter until finally, his head was tightly pressed to the ground. He feared Chu Tianda would kick him down in anger. Chu Tianda squatted down, lightly touching the edge of the gap with his finger. A high temperature still lingered here, as if it had been injured by a laser. The material used for his flying vehicle should never be able to be harmed by lasers. Thus, if it had been, there was only one possible reason. Someone had cut corners during production, and that laser cannon shot perfectly coincided with this compromised position. This was a rather hidden location. Those responsible probably thought that replacing the material in this area would go unnoticed. Chu Tianda was furious, yet now wasn't the time to lose his temper. He could only endure it for now. Upon returning, he would thoroughly investigate the maker of this flying vehicle to determine if it was indeed shoddy workmanship or whether someone intentionally replaced the material in this area, attempting to harm him. Landing on the ground was out of the question. The news about Zhang Shun in his hands absolutely could not be known by outsiders. Chu Tianda said to a woman in a suit behind him, prepare the spaceship. I'm going to take Su Lingling and Zhang Shun with me. As for the others, wipe out those nauseating by Lianhua that irritate me just at the sight of them. If they dare to offend me, they must pay the price. This flying vehicle was no longer usable, and it could only be landed for further repair. The people from the Bai family should stop blaming him for being ruthless since they dared to block his way. Zhang Shun did not expect that Su Lingling would indeed destroy the flying vehicle. However, Chu Tianda watched Su Lingling and Zhang Shun very closely, leaving them no chance to escape at this moment. But so many people were left here, and many of them had seen him and Su Lingling. There would surely be some information leaks. In this situation, the Long family might also obtain some information. Zhang Shun also took the opportunity to leave some marks on the flying vehicle. Su Lingling originally wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape with Zhang Shun, but before she could act, she was grabbed by Chu Tianda's people and dragged onto the spaceship. This spaceship was much smaller than the huge flying vehicle. There were only a few rooms inside, one of which was Chu Tianda's private lounge. Su Lingling and Zhang Shun were captured into the cabin of the spaceship and sat down in the cabin. It was evident that there were significantly fewer people on this spaceship. The previous flying vehicle contained thousands of people, but now, the number on this spaceship was less than 100, and the space was far more cramped and crowded. At this point, Chu Tianda didn't have the mood to enjoy the comfort of beauties anymore. He ordered the controller to return to Dark Star at the fastest speed possible. He knew that the fact about having Zhang Shun in his custody might not remain secret for long. As soon as he returned to Dark Star, he would insistently deny everything, and no one would be able to do anything to him. If Dragon King Star wants to declare war, Dark Star has never feared any battle or conflict with anyone. Chapter 154, Intense Battle. In the sky, countless beams of laser light crisscrossed. On Chu Tianba's spacecraft, a laser cannon was directly set up, aiming at Bai Meng's spaceship and began bombarding it. Chu Yu is Chu Tianba's trusted aide. Despite the major blunder with this spacecraft, though Chu Tianba hasn't held him accountable yet, he surely would after the matter concluded. Since Chu Yu was the one who procured this spacecraft, in order to handle the members of the Bai family properly this time, he must perform impeccably to reduce Chu Tianba's anger. With a boom, echoing amidst endless lasers, under Chu Yu's command, the spaceship attacked by the laser cannon instantly exploded, transforming into a shower of fire and fragments. It looked like an extremely splendid fireworks display, but no one knew how cruel it truly was. One by one, spaceships fell from the sky, breaking into pieces and crashing into the dirt. Bai Meng was overwhelmed with anguish. These ships were incredibly valuable. How dare they make the first move and dare to attack their White Lotus family ship? It was outrageous. With another thunderous bang, another spaceship fell from the sky. At this point, Bai Meng didn't care who exactly had made the attack. Enraged, she roared at her subordinates. Why don't you counterattack already? Is this all you're capable of, just sitting there and taking it? What about our laser cannons and mechas? Miss, the opponent's mecha is too agile. Our laser cannons can't lock onto them. What do you mean can't? Are you telling me you're incapable of moving yourself? All you know is to take blows. Miss, the enemy is just too powerful. We simply cannot win against them. Worthless. Every single one of you is worthless. Die. All of you die for me. Bai Meng shouted angrily, but it did nothing. The combat strength of both sides was not even close. The opponents were far too cunning. Not only did they possess various flying equipment, but also they demonstrated incredible combat and operational skills. The weapons aboard their starships were also very advanced, making it impossible for Bai Meng's side to lock on them. More importantly, the opposing force fought like a highly professional army. Most of Bai Meng's people were opportunists trying to gain advantages in this level 5 civilization, wanting to be top dogs for once. The other side, however, had professional commanders. When Bai Meng was in a panic, a black mecha suddenly appeared in front of her. Upon seeing the mecha, Bai Meng's eyes immediately lit up with surprise. Because the person inside was actually someone from the Long family, Long Bufan. Long Bufan now stood before Bai Meng with an extremely serious expression, saying, Miss Bai, I didn't expect to see you here. Bai Meng gave a cold laugh. Long Bufan, what are you implying? Are you daring to provoke our White Lotus family? Miss Bai, you've misunderstood me. I've come to help you. The people on the other side are from the Dark Star. Only the Dark Star's people would act so savagely. This Blue Star sector belongs to Angel Star, yet the Dark Star's people dared to attack you. There is no way I can sit idly by. After Long Bufan finished speaking, he controlled his mecha and engaged in battle with the Dark Star's mecha. Bai Meng never expected Long Bufan to be so good-natured. But upon further reflection, she realized that since the attackers were indeed from the Dark Star, their arrogance made sense. She figured the 9-grade blood ginseng must have fallen into the hands of these people from the Dark Star. Their preemptive strikes stemmed from insecurity. If Bai Meng had known they were from the Dark Star, she wouldn't have risked crossing them over this treasure. People from the Dark Star were infamous for their unreasonable behavior, and her stopping them had inevitably led to their vicious retaliation. Now Bai Meng felt deeply uneasy. Having offended the Dark Star, losing so many spaceships and mechas, with so many casualties, all due to her orders, she feared retribution upon returning home. Yet, having crossed the Dark Star, there was no turning back, as surrendering would damage her family's dignity within the Angel Star community. Even if she attempted to sue for peace, the Dark Star wouldn't care. They'd probably not even give her clan the time of day, much less show respect. Since peace was unattainable, Bai Meng decided to embrace conflict fully and shift all responsibility onto Long Bufan afterward. Long Bufan skillfully maneuvered his mecha through the air, dodging laser blasts one after another with astonishing speed. Any spacecraft or other mecha struck by his attacks immediately disintegrated, plummeting down without any chance to retaliate. Boom! Came another loud explosion. A small spacecraft was violently rammed by Long Bufan's mecha. A deafening bang echoed through the air. That small spacecraft was torn apart by Long Bufan's mecha, the fiery explosion dyeing the entire sky red. After a cloud of thick smoke, a dark gray mecha flew out to face Long Bufan. The pilot was none other than Chu Yu. Chu Yu's complexion turned ashen at the sight of his spaceship being wrecked by Long Bufan's mecha. Long Bufan, do you intend to oppose the Dark Star? Chu Yu asked coldly. Not at all. I simply don't approve of you. If you apologize to Miss Bai, this matter can be settled. Long Bufan knew Chu Yu's nature. Apologizing was out of the question, let alone when it was the Bai family who initiated the ambush. It was utterly impossible for Chu Yu to apologize. The reason Long Bufan provoked Chu Yu was to hold him back. On Blue Star, only the Dark Star had the capability to stealthily abduct Zhang Shun. Besides, Chu Yu was Chu Tianbao's trusted aide, and with so many people showing up on Blue Star under suspicious circumstances. That was why Long Bufan stepped in to help Bai Meng. Apologize? Haha, that's funny. Do you think someone like the Bai family deserves an apology from me? Long Bufan, it seems you're determined to go against the Dark Star. You have a path to paradise and you won't take it. There's no door to hell, yet you insist on entering. Chu Yu said arrogantly. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger flashed across Long Bufan's eyes. Chu Yu, don't be too overconfident. We don't yet know who will end up in hell today. As long as I'm here, you won't leave this place. With that, Long Bufan's mecha suddenly unleashed an immense power, launching a powerful laser beam toward Chu Yu's mecha. Sensing the strength emanating from Long Bufan's mecha, Chu Yu's expression flickered slightly. Chu Yu knew that Long Bufan was strong and incredibly formidable, but he hadn't expected Long Bufan to be this powerful. Nevertheless, he couldn't retreat now. He must remain here to cover for Chu Tianba. Under no circumstances could he allow Long Bufan to find out that Chu Tianba had already left. Chu Yu wasn't weak either. He skillfully maneuvered his mecha to evade Long Bufan's attack and swiftly closed the distance. The two mechas began brutal close-quarters combat. In the battle between Bai Meng and Chu Yu, things took a dramatic turn with Long Bufan's intervention. Bai Meng didn't hesitate any longer. Punishment was inevitable anyway, so she might as well seize the 9-grade blood ginseng and use it to break through her own cultivation barriers. Once her powers improved, her influence within the family would grow stronger as well. Chapter 155, An Unexpected Turn. Long Bufan quickly noticed the issue. Chu Yi was at a disadvantage under their joint attack with Bai Ming, but no reinforcements had come yet. If Chu Tianba were here, Chu Yi would never have fallen into such a disadvantageous position. Chu Tianba was nowhere to be seen, and the flying vessel resembling a battleship appeared to be damaged, continuously descending. Long Bufan had personally witnessed Chu Tianba's presence. With Chu Tianba gone, only one conclusion could be drawn. Chu Tianba had left. It was highly possible that Chu Tianba had taken Zhongshan with him. Long Bufan's optical computer flashed with a message from Long Fan. Big brother, my master has disappeared. Su Ji said that not long after Chu Tianba left, my master exited the city and never returned. Communication channels are down. After seeing this message, Long Bufan was certain that Chu Tianba was no longer around. Su Lingling was most likely taken by Chu Tianba. Once the flying vessel landed completely, Long Bufan confirmed this fact, without hesitation immediately running off. Actually, all of this is just a misunderstanding. Commander Chu, we've both been deceived by people from the Long family. I sincerely apologize to you. Bai Ming apologized to Chu Yu voluntarily. Chu Yu was also injured at this point and didn't see the need to continue the fight. Long Bufan must have discovered something amiss and chased after them to report the matter directly to Chu Tianba. Chu Tianba sat in the cockpit of the spacecraft, gently swaying his glass of red wine. The captain of the ship was navigating the spacecraft at high speed. The spaceship moved so fast that within a blink of an eye, it had left the blue water planet and entered an unknown expanse of space. Ding ding ding. Electronic devices on the spacecraft continually scanned the surroundings, assessing whether the current route was safe and if any dangers were nearby. Traveling through the universe wasn't peaceful. There were countless, inexplicable, and terrifying black holes that could reduce an entire spacecraft to its basic particles upon contact. Suddenly, a mysterious burst of energy violently collided with the spacecraft. Taken by surprise, the captain hadn't anticipated the sheer force of the energy and thus failed to evade it in time, causing the spaceship to be forcibly pushed away. The captain nearly lost control, almost falling to the ground. At that exact moment, the red wine Chu Tianba held spilled all over his face. This time, he was extremely cautious, sitting personally in the cockpit to prevent unexpected incidents. But still, an accident occurred. Chu Tianba was about to rebuke the captain when the surrounding space abruptly warped. A powerful energy wave struck the spacecraft, pushing it towards an unfathomable black hole. In that instant, Chu Tianba suddenly understood an old saying. While the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware is it of the oriole behind. Even among the strong, there exist stronger forces. He'd fallen prey to someone else's scheme. Somebody wanted him dead, and likely Zhongshan as well. To solve two enemies at once with a double kill, it seemed to be the intention. Without delay, Chu Tianba opened the hatch of the spacecraft, floating into the universe, and donned his mech armor. Out amidst the vast cosmos, he only spotted one enormous warship. With just a single glance, he identified it. It was his brother Chu Xingha's flagship. Though unwilling, Chu Tianba turned the mech around and fled rapidly. He felt regretful. What a pity it was. A skilled cook like this wouldn't last much longer. Thinking about never eating such delicious meals again filled him with regret. He should have asked Su Lingling to prepare more dishes for him beforehand. Chu Tianba controlled the mech, darting through space in rapid escape. He dared not pause even for a second, knowing full well that Chu Xingha wouldn't hesitate in pursuing him relentlessly. Space debris floated everywhere across the universe, concealing powerful hidden dark energies ready to unleash at any moment. Even without the threat from Chu Xingha, drifting alone through the universe posed grave risks. And let's not forget the terrifying star beasts lurking out there. If encountered, it could be exceedingly dangerous. After all, humans required oxygen to survive. Should the mech become compromised or lose control, the oxygen inside would quickly diminish. On top of the mech, Chu Tianba operated it to flee forward as quickly as possible. Behind his mech, a strange black vortex-like object suddenly emerged. It looked grotesque and menacing, like a ferocious demon. This vortex circled incessantly near Chu Tianba's mech, swirling like a dragon. Chu Tianba tried dodging continuously, but his mech's speed was too slow, unable to outmaneuver the vortex. The vortex material acted like a black hole, endlessly swallowing everything around it. Chu Tianba's mech spun wildly around the vortex at breakneck speed, as if it were moments away from being engulfed entirely. The vortex material was like a gigantic suction cup, continuously devouring everything around it. Chu Tianba's mech appeared to be shrinking as he struggled desperately within. Chu Tianba fought hard, but the mech's power was too weak to resist the dark matter. He knew this was Chu Xingha's deadly move. If Chu Xingha hadn't personally acted, then later on, even if his father found out, Chu Xingha could simply explain that he hadn't been able to rescue in time. Chu Tianba felt immensely frustrated. He yearned for a way out and couldn't bear to remain here. Even more unbearable was dying in such humiliation. He wanted to fight back, but the mech driven by Chu Tianba had already been enveloped by the vortex material, with no way to break free. It was now merely a puppet trapped inside the swirling darkness. Boom! Suddenly, the mech shook violently as the vortex material accelerated, rushing towards the distance. Behind the vortex material were black meteorites, which struck and sent Chu Tianba's mech flying. Ah! Chu Tianba screamed in agony because he felt his mech being pulled by an unknown force, colliding into the vortex material. Boom! This vortex material tore Chu Tianba's mech into shreds in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the mech fragments vanished into nothingness, and so did Chu Tianba's consciousness. Amid waves of dizziness, Chu Tianba's soul eventually fell into a deep slumber. In those dizzying moments, Chu Tianba vaguely heard a hypocritical voice. Brother Tianba, you won't die in vain. I will avenge you. You damned thing. I will make you atone directly to Brother Tianba. Then, a powerful force hurled Chu Tianba and the star beast that killed him straight into a black hole. Under the influence of that voice, Chu Tianba's fading awareness suddenly became active again. If he could speak at that moment, he would have definitely uttered 4 words, killing through the heart. Chapter 156, Garbage Star. The spaceship's interior shook violently, causing its occupants to stumble about. The gravity system inside had already been damaged. The air was growing thinner, and Su Lingling felt as if she were about to suffocate. In space, Su Lingling didn't dare make a move. But Su Lingling never expected that Chu Tianda would have so many enemies. Su Lingling, imagine you are a big tree, cultivating the Qingmu secret manual. At her ear came Zhangshen's voice. Su Lingling's intention entered her spiritual sea, feeling herself transform into a huge tree. Trees don't need oxygen, only carbon dioxide. Su Lingling thought, could she sustain herself by converting the carbon dioxide she exhaled into oxygen? It was rumored that in ancient times, life forms didn't require oxygen to survive. For those who breathe oxygen, their lifespans generally do not exceed 200 years. Su Lingling's consciousness gradually blurred, becoming more and more obscure. Su Lingling thought she might be near death. She just barely climbed to the peak of her life, owning her own shop. Su Lingling inwardly told herself, don't sleep, don't sleep. But she couldn't hold on any longer. Even the majestic great tree in her mind began to slowly fade away. And at that moment, Zhangshun tightly embraced Su Lingling, shielding her from most of the harm. Su Lingling, wake up. Someone was shaking her, and Su Lingling opened her eyes dimly. She was thirsty, and her mouth felt parched. Su Lingling's spatial equipment had been completely destroyed, but the cooking god space remained intact. Su Lingling wanted to retrieve a soda from within the cooking god space, but her head ached intensely. Nevertheless, Su Lingling saw a familiar face, and suddenly she felt indescribably happy. Zhangshen, you're not dead. Of course I'm not dead, and neither are you. That's great. We're both alive. You must be really thirsty right now. I found some water. Zhangshun used a piece of broken iron to carry some murky water for Su Lingling to drink. Su Lingling disdainfully glanced at the water on the iron sheet, but by this point, she had regained some energy. From her spatial equipment, she took out a cola and said to Zhangshan, my spatial gear isn't damaged. There's still cola inside. Let's drink it. All around them lay in ruins, looking like a garbage pile. Zhangshun paused for a second in surprise, then accepted the cola. After giving Su Lingling a sip, he drank greedily himself. He was weak, his spatial equipment having previously been taken by Chu Tianda. However, under normal circumstances, even the best spatial equipment should have been destroyed in a black hole. How quickly your hand healed. How long was I unconscious? Seeing Zhangshun holding the cola cup with both hands, Su Lingling couldn't help but marvel. It should be about 3 days. My personal computer was taken, and your personal computer is also broken. I don't know how long we've been drifting in space, but we just arrived here today. My hand was only fractured, somehow healing in the zero-gravity environment of space. Was it a fracture? I feel like it was a comminuted fracture. Do you have clothes in your spatial gear? Zhangshun shifted the topic. No, I only have food in my spatial gear. Having food is fine too. I'm starving. Zhangshun was truly hungry, and also very weak. If he only needed to take care of himself, it wouldn't have been this bad, but protecting Su Lingling and keeping her safe caused him much suffering. He expended tremendous amounts of energy, bringing out all the protective amulets he kept hidden. However, perhaps this could also be seen as a stroke of luck. After enduring such hardships and breaking down, his strength has finally returned. Only new wounds have added to old ones. Being alive feels wonderful. Both he and Su Lingling are still alive, and he can aim for greater heights of strength. After drinking another sip of cola, Su Lingling restored some vitality and retrieved a large amount of food from the cooking god space. There was a lot of ingredients piled up in the cooking god space. They were prepared by Su Lingling earlier. There were also some ready-made dishes, which Su Lingling had prepared beforehand to cope with the Blood Moon disaster. Now they were just in time for use. However, although Su Lingling wasn't severely injured, her enormous consumption drained her internal essence. These dishes were all cold, and she couldn't eat them. She wanted to drink some warm soup, but currently, she didn't have the strength to prepare it. Sitting among the garbage pile, leaning against a heap of scrap metal, Zhangshun enjoyed his meal heartily. There was nothing else edible nearby. Zhangshun had consumed a great deal of his spirit energy as well. He urgently needed nutrition and some good food to calm his shaken nerves, comforting his startled soul. The only thing Zhangshun didn't anticipate was that Su Lingling would be persuaded over by Chu Tianda. Actually, even if Su Lingling hadn't come, he still had a way to save his own life. Chu Tianda wouldn't kill him. He was still useful. And most importantly, he hadn't sensed any killing intent. Zhangshun ate with great relish, meticulously ensuring not a single crumb fell. Su Lingling finished a cup of cola, the high sugar content providing ample nutrition. After drinking, due to her extreme weakness, she fell asleep right there among the pile of garbage without much fuss. When Su Lingling woke up, she found herself still in the garbage heap. And Zhangshun sat nearby meditating. Shouldn't we find a place to rest? We can't keep sleeping in this pile of garbage, right? You already slept here. Do you still want to eat? Su Lingling furrowed her eyebrows and asked Zhangshun. This is already the best resting spot I've found. This planet is called the Garbage Star. Garbage Star? Is there really such a planet? but it seems like it's inhabitable and suitable for survival. How could it be called the garbage star? That's too wicked. Shouldn't garbage be dumped on planets incapable of supporting life? Su Lingling questioned Zhang Shun with a puzzled look. Zhang Shun responded somewhat helplessly. Don't you know anything at all? Even basic planetary classifications? This planet is a first-tier civilization, and the name garbage star is what they call themselves. The people here are very xenophobic. Many years ago, other planets in the universe specifically dumped their garbage here, and the residents could only survive on these scraps. It wasn't until the rise of the Hanwu Emperor that the fate of this planet changed, allowing it to ascend to the status of a first-tier civilization. Even though they became a first-tier civilization, their reputation is terrible because this is one of the 2 planets in the entire universe that still practices slavery. If someone like us, without legal residency, were discovered, we'd immediately be branded with a slave chip. Chapter 157. The garbage planet turns out to be a first-class civilization. Su Lingling knew there was another planet called the Dark Star. The Dark Star was also a planet that had slaves. But this garbage planet, Su Lingling was hearing about it for the first time. This garbage planet is at least a first-class civilization. If they don't clean up their planet, garbage will be everywhere. No one lives around here. This looks way too poor. It might be to commemorate their past experiences and encourage themselves to strive upward. So what do we do now? Keep living in the garbage pile. Let me recover a bit more. There are still a lot of materials here. I'll try to make a small spaceship, and then we can return to Uranus. Are you sure? You making your own spaceship by hand? Such high-tech stuff. Can you really pull it off? Space is so dangerous, we've barely survived. No worries. I've seen many dangerous situations before. I've been through worse than this before. Zhang Shun said confidently to Su Lingling. You look a little bit handsomer. Su Lingling suddenly said to Zhang Shun. Although Zhang Shun was wearing tattered clothes right now, Su Lingling suddenly remembered Zhang Shun's features clearly. This was the first time Su Lingling saw Zhang Shun's face clearly. Before, she could see it, but her consciousness would subconsciously tell herself, this person is very ordinary, no need to look anymore. Even after Zhang Shun was beaten up by Chu Tianba, this influence continued. But this time, Su Lingling found it gone. I had a disguise device before, but it's lost now. Actually, if we looked normal, we wouldn't have to be so cautious. We could find a way to infiltrate the garbage planet. However, things are different now. You know my old name was Longwudi, right? That name offended a lot of people. Most people from first-class civilizations don't like me. So you have to stay here, I'm sorry. Zhang Shun did not hide this from Su Lingling. First-class civilizations have highly advanced technology, and their smart computing abilities are extraordinary. Facial recognition can accurately identify even down to the pupils. Once he shows up in the city, the monitoring system will recognize him and report it. Then the people of the garbage planet would come after Zhang Shun at light speed. The name Longwudi was indeed very arrogant. Su Lingling currently didn't have a light brain either, which made things inconvenient. Otherwise, she could just search online. Poor her. All those crystals she accumulated previously along with the spatial equipment vanished into space. At least life is more important. Su Lingling said to Zhang Shun. A spaceship definitely can't be made by hand. Professional parts must be purchased and installed, otherwise, it will fall apart in space. No one knows my face, so the system probably doesn't have my appearance stored, but I am an illegal immigrant. Their surveillance system would definitely identify me right away. You mentioned we might be able to infiltrate the garbage planet. I wonder how. If you can help me infiltrate, then fine. You wear sunglasses, cover up well, and don't leave the house. Definitely, becoming a slave is out of the question. The reason the Dark Star has such a bad reputation is due to its very evil slave chips. Who knows how these chips are implanted? They can be embedded deep in the brain. As long as the slave owner is unhappy, powerful currents can be released, numbing the person, or even turning them into an idiot, or causing the chip to explode directly resulting in death. Most terrifyingly, for individuals above the master level, better chips are custom-made to control them. The garbage planet is also a first-class civilization, so its chips must not be inferior to those on the Dark Star. Slaves cannot be native to their own planet, so they are surely captured from other planets, meaning its reputation won't be good. Other planets still follow some morality, at least doing surface-level work. As science and technology progress, thoughts haven't progressed accordingly. The slavery system existed only in the most primitive feudal era. Who would have thought it still exists now? Upon careful consideration, when those in power lack conscience and morality, becoming like this seems plausible, especially with the powers of martial artists becoming incredibly terrible, easily killing tens of thousands of ordinary people. And as martial artists' cultivation increases, their lifespans become extremely long while ordinary people usually live up to 120 years, which is almost the limit. With time passing, these upper echelons' wisdom continues to accumulate, while ordinary people, the contrast and gap continue to widen. As generations pass, it forms the 2 vastly different classes, commoners and aristocrats. Su Lingling thought, first heal the wounds, recover, then consider alternative plans. This isn't difficult. People within the city will definitely leave the city sometimes. We find someone who doesn't have much backing, lie in wait, and use some methods to control them. Although the DAI system is terrifying, the control system is operated by humans. With some connections and favors, it's not impossible to add another person's information. The saying, too clear water holds no fish applies here. Adding slave information is extremely easy. We could pretend to be their slaves without actually implanting the slave chips and infiltrate the city. If we can already control them, wouldn't it be better to become citizens, even if they were the poorest class? This is a first-class civilization. Countless people desire to join it. There are those who voluntarily choose slavery. A free citizen's identity is too precious. There's no backdoor way around this. Zhang Shun explained to Su Lingling. Looks like this is the only option. I still want to continue selling boxed meals to earn money. After pondering for a while, Su Lingling saw no other options. No. If you catch the eye of important figures, when they exchange slave chip controllers, it would easily be discovered that you haven't implanted the chip, which is very dangerous. Zhang Shun said seriously to Su Lingling. In fact, don't lose heart. I found a mine where the supervision isn't strict. I'll infiltrate and mine there. By saving up on minerals, I believe we'll soon accumulate enough wealth. Then, we'll buy 2 tickets and leave here. Zhang Shun, noticing Su Lingling's dejected expression, consoled her. You aren't trying to handmake a spaceship anymore? That does involve quite high technical demands. Buying tickets to leave seems more reliable. Zhang Shun couldn't manually make a spaceship, but he could build a mecha. However, returning to Dragon King Star with a homemade mecha would be nearly impossible due to insufficient energy. Moreover, it involves significant risks, and Zhang Shun has to bring Su Lingling along. Thus, buying tickets on a starship to smuggle out from here is undeniably a more practical option. That way, it's also safer. Buying tickets does sound much simpler. I agree this plan is solid. Su Lingling, hearing Zhang Shun's words, felt reassured inside. This feels more feasible. Don't mention spaceships. Even regular primitive cars would be hard to construct without tools. Chapter 158, Roasted Bone Marrow. What Su Lingling didn't expect was that Zhang Shun actually had some skills, and with just this pile of junk, he really did create a hovering vehicle. Su Lingling sat on the hover car, the gentle breeze blowing past, feeling quite pleasant on her face. She still found it hard to believe. Zhang Shun, you're truly amazing. This hover car is actually pretty fast. We've been flying for so long, but it hasn't fallen apart. Only now did Su Lingling realize that she shouldn't underestimate anyone. When Zhang Shun said he could build a spaceship, he wasn't bluffing. But Su Lingling had thought he was just boasting. Su Lingling had already explored around the area. She discovered that this trash planet was indeed deserving of its name. Even though it was considered a first-class civilization, it felt less prosperous than the previous planet she'd lived on, Shuelan Star. Many people here were affected by radiation, their skin ulcerated, looking very miserable. Most importantly, outside the city, there were still a lot of poor people who formed a settlement where trades could take place. Su Lingling felt coming here opened up new opportunities. The ingredients from the trash star were entirely different from those of Shuelan Star, and Su Lingling wanted to see how well her dishes made with these new ingredients would be received. On the trash star, animals had all been corrupted by radiation, thus many animal meats were inedible due to high toxicity. However, bones and the marrow within them were still safe to eat. Therefore, using these bones to make soup or roasted bone marrow would be incredibly delicious. The residents of Trash Star were polarized. Those living well enjoyed prosperity, while those suffering faced extreme hardship. Their belief system revolved around survival of the fittest. This was also related to Trash Star's environment. On one side lay the insectoid race's star system, constantly attacking, and on the other was the presence of Tianzhou Star. These two star systems sought to claim Trash Star as a base to invade the Federation. With Trash Star as a stronghold, they could approach the first-class human planets. Once these first-class civilizations were occupied, conquering other star systems would be effortless. Because of this, conflicts never ceased on Trash Star. People on Trash Star did not engage in production. Their primary resources came from sponsorship from other planets, since Trash Star held up this defensive line. Additionally, the land on Trash Star was filled with high radiation, rendering crops unsuitable for consumption. This was one of the key reasons Trash Star remained impoverished. However, the upper class of Trash Star was far from poor. They engaged in war to sustain themselves, their reputation tarnished. One reason was that among the 12 first-class civilizations, each rotated monthly to supply them with materials. If supplies were insufficient or absent, they would retaliate fiercely. If necessary, they wouldn't hesitate to abandon Trash Star and conduct a large-scale migration to another's domain. Each conflict was enormously consuming. Such battles inevitably led to mutual destruction and enormous resource depletion. Hence, no one wished to confront Trash Star as enemies. After all, Trash Star's demands weren't excessive, relatively acceptable. Trash Star lacked its own currency, either bartering goods or trading in crystal coins. Even in the outer city, most transactions were conducted using crystal coins. Su Lingling did not let Zhang Shun work in the mines because the radiation there was too severe. Skin corrosion was merely the beginning. The real danger lay in the gradual damage it caused, even turning bones black. Su Lingling and Zhang Shun hunted many ferocious beasts from Trash Star. They extracted the bones. Some were used for making bone broth, while others Su Lingling planned to use for roasting the bone marrow. Su Lingling specially changed into a clean outfit. This garment, of unknown origin thanks to Zhang Shun's efforts, was metallic in texture, cool and smooth like faux silk, slightly inferior to silk, but still comfortable. Both Su Lingling and Zhang Shun wore masks on their faces. There was no way around it. Su Lingling's porcelain-like skin stood out too much in this area. The people in the outer district certainly didn't have such good complexions. It immediately raised suspicions. So Su Lingling had to cover her skin completely. Upon igniting wood, Su Lingling began to roast the bone marrow, placing the ferocious beast's spine bone over the fire. It had been a long time since Su Lingling last ate barbecue. Barbecue did require some technique. Plain roasting alone would taste terrible. As the flame roared, Su Lingling cut open the bone marrow, splitting it into halves, and began brushing oil on it. As the flames burned, the bone marrow inside the vertebrae started to soften. Bone marrow tinged pink, resembling tofu, trembled faintly in the flames. Hot fat dripped from the bone into the flames. Plumes of white smoke arose, and a rich aroma began to slowly permeate the air. Su Lingling retrieved the salt she had brought along and sprinkled it into the bone marrow. The cooking temperature was crucial as well, but fortunately, Su Lingling could control the Qinglian earth fire to maintain the perfect warmth. This ensured that the bone marrow absorbed both the fiery heat from direct flame and the savory aroma from slow roasting. Su Lingling wasn't worried about having no customers. Even if no one came, it wouldn't go to waste because she'd simply give Zhang Shen the roasted marrow to eat. Zhang Shen was indeed talented. He even understood all the scripts used by the first-tier human civilizations. At their stall, Zhang Shen wrote down the prices on a wooden board. Hot soup, 1 crystal coin per bowl. Roasted bone marrow, 20 crystal coins per piece, comes with a free bowl of hot soup. Eagerly, Zhang Shen picked up the freshly roasted bone marrow and inhaled its aroma before taking a small sip of the bone broth. Then he sucked directly with his mouth. Puff! The marrow that had already been separated from the bone was instantly drawn into Zhang Shen's mouth. With his eyes closed, Zhang Shen savored the full-bodied texture and abundant fats of the bone marrow. It tasted incredibly rich and fragrant. Moreover, this marrow contained a significant amount of energy. With just one bite, he felt a warm sensation spread throughout his body. A sense of unprecedented satisfaction enveloped Zhang Shen, making him feel as though every cell in his body was invigorated with each mouthful of bone marrow he consumed. It truly felt amazing. Everyone else in the black market was drawn in by the enticing aroma of the roasted bone marrow. The smell was irresistible, especially watching Zhang Shen enjoy it so thoroughly. Even though his mask concealed half his face, everyone could still imagine the contentment on his face. This is too fragrant. But your prices are ridiculously high. 1 crystal coin for a bowl of soup could cover our expenses for a month in the city. 20 crystal coins for roasted bone marrow. It's outrageous. You're really taking advantage of us. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from Zhang Shen. An overwhelming wave of strength sent everyone gasping, as if their breathing had momentarily stopped altogether. Chapter 159, Hope. Is this the momentum of a grandmaster? No, this is stronger than a grandmaster. This is... The onlookers looked at Zhang Shen with an expression filled with apprehension. In Zhang Shen's aura was mixed with overwhelming killing intent, the kind that only someone who has killed many can possess, something an ordinary person absolutely wouldn't have. No one expected that such a small black market would house a warrior so powerful. Actually, 20 crystal coins isn't expensive. This beast was hunted by a grandmaster personally. I'll take a roasted bone marrow. Soon enough, someone stepped forward. No other reason. The smell of roasted bone marrow was too enticing. I don't have 20 crystal coins, but I do have one. I'll take a bowl of bone soup. I want a bowl of bone soup too. People began queuing up one after another. Zhang Shen, visibly annoyed, started serving the soup and collecting money. These people weren't very wealthy. Most could only afford the soup. Lin Yu also queued up for a bowl. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yu would never spend money like this. But today, Lin Yu allowed herself to indulge. After advancing from the innate realm to the martial respected realm, Lin Yu thought her glorious life was about to begin. But what she didn't expect was that it would lead her into despair. The innate realm could be considered a dominant force on ordinary planets. But in this first-tier civilization planet, they were nothing more than the lowest class of people. Lin Yu had imagined countless scenarios of her future after breaking through. She thought perhaps she could move into the city with her sister, allowing her sister to live a normal life. However, all of it was just a dream. None of it was possible. Either she became a slave to some big figure in the city, or she faced mental corruption, leading to insanity and becoming a lunatic. This was the fate of those in the outer city like them. She once hated her parents for not working hard enough, unwilling to strive, which resulted in both sisters ending up like this. But now, she suddenly understood why these people in the outer district lived without dignity. It was because they lacked hope. As long as people lived with hope, no matter how bitter their situation, it tasted sweet. She resented it, yet was powerless. She wished she had never known the truth. The residents of the outer district were rejects from within the city, so worthless that even slavery wasn't worthy for them. Hence they were granted freedom. Without status, they could only scrape by outside the city. Once they revealed their potential, their ultimate destiny would only be to become slaves to important figures. Because higher cultivation required suppressants to control the violent emotions and negative energy in their hearts to continue practicing. Otherwise, their spirit would inevitably collapse. Martial practice was akin to a special form of genetic mutation, and breakthroughs came with a price. And the suppressant was incredibly precious, something unavailable for purchase on the black market. Lin Yu used to budget every coin carefully. But today, she wanted to indulge. Even if death came tomorrow, she did not want to grovel before nobles like a dog. Life was already harsh enough. She refused further torment. She bought a set of pretty clothes she couldn't afford earlier and meticulously groomed herself. They were things she yearned for in the past. Now, holding the hot soup in her hands, she even wondered whether she should tell her sister to stop cultivating further. It was a cruel truth, and she didn't want to extinguish her sister's sole hope with her own hand. If she didn't work hard, her life would stay the same forever. If she worked hard, it was merely to become someone else's slave. How utterly desperate it all felt. The soup was served in a plastic bowl with a poor appearance. Despite this, its broth appeared milky white, dotted with evenly cooked white tree roots and green scallions, all blending together with the rich aroma of bone, making your mouth water just from looking at it. With merely a whiff of the fragrance in the bowl, it seemed as though flowers bloomed in her heart. This white tree root was a common food item in their outer district, nauseating for many. She took a plastic spoon and scooped a full spoonful of the soup, placing it in her mouth. The soup slid down her throat, ultra-savory with a hint of chili powder spice bursting in her body, causing Lin Yu to shiver as if every pore on her body opened simultaneously, a soul-penetrating pleasure surging straight from her feet to the top of her head. Lin Yu widened her eyes, finding it delicious beyond description. One sip after another, she drank the boned soup, eventually throwing the spoon aside when unsatisfied, picking up the plastic bowl directly with her hands, and drinking it in gulps. Many people like Lin Yu were doing the same, drinking enthusiastically. Even the usually despised white tree roots now tasted sweet. This white tree root was something Lin Yu had tasted before. It was bitter, but this time, it carried a hint of sweetness along with the fresh fragrance of the root itself, as if that trace of sweetness had seeped straight into her heart. At that moment, Lin Yu's wild emotions calmed down. Her power surged unreservedly within her body, breaking through all barriers. She had never felt so clear-minded in her life. "Boss, another bowl please." Lin Yu held her bowl up and spoke to Zhang Shun. "Boss, I'd like another bowl too." "Boss, I'll take the rest of the soup." A powerful force erupted from Zhang Shun, effortlessly pushing back those who dared to get close. Zhang Shun addressed the crowd. "Today's soup is all gone. It's sold out. We'll be back at the same time tomorrow. Next time, bring your own bowls, one slightly larger than ours. But don't be too greedy, or there may not be enough for everyone. There's no need to hide this from you. Our chef used to be a 9-star chef, but because of some misfortune, he ended up here in the outer district. A long time ago, Trash Star was nothing but garbage. Someone wanted to prove that Trash Star wasn't all garbage, and also wanted to show that they weren't garbage either. So they stood tall, and Trash Star became a first-tier civilization. Nowadays, the entire outer district is full of garbage. It depends on whether you're willing to rise and prove that the outer district isn't all garbage. Each person can only buy one serving. Eating more won't do any good, and being overly greedy will serve no purpose. This soup could cost just 1 crystal coin or fetch an exorbitant price. It's all for the future of the outer district. This speech was something Zhang Shun and Su Lingling had planned together. Zhang Shun didn't know much about the situation on Trash Star. He originally thought he would have to disguise himself as a slave, but unexpectedly, there was an outer district where people lacked identity. Both Zhang Shun and Su Lingling found it easy to blend in. Hence, Zhang Shun gave this speech about the rise of the outer district, aiming to make everyone believe that both he and Su Lingling were locals striving for local honor. Chapter 160, Physical Enhancement Level 3. Zhang Shun found a well-ventilated cave. Judging by its concave angle, the cave seemed to have been forcibly punched out by someone and did not look naturally formed. Beside this cave grew plenty of grass, yet there was no vegetation inside, which clearly indicated that this cave had been newly formed. This only showed that caves weren't easy to come by, so sometimes, when there was no cave and one was urgently needed, it would be necessary to create one. Although the cave appeared primitive, Su Lingling still took great care in setting it up. All the money earned today was spent entirely. There were too many things to buy, and they also had to construct a spaceship. Previously, Su Lingling thought Zhang Shun didn't have that capability, but now that he had already built a hovercar, since he had this ability, she should still support him. Buying tickets for passage might also be a decent plan, but entering the city was rather strict, and their options shouldn't be limited to just one path. If a starship failed, having a backup spacecraft for escape would prevent another embarrassing situation like what happened before. The next time definitely wouldn't be as lucky. Moreover, with abundant spiritual energy on Garbage Planet incomparable to Water Blue Planet, it was very suitable for cultivation. Zhang Shun had merely heard about Garbage Planet and had never stayed there long, but after living here for a while, the outer city felt relatively free, except for high-tech equipment such as mechas or spaceships, which the outer city wasn't qualified to purchase. Everything else could be bought, like raw materials which could be used for independent manufacturing. The garbage fields here still contained plenty of usable materials. After some searching, useful finds could always be made. Life now seemed not much different from before. Congratulations, host. With over 500,000 positive reviews, you've unlocked 2 rewards, Legendary Roasted Whole Lamb Recipe and Physical Enhancement Level 3. Su Lingling didn't expect the number of positive reviews to reach 500,000 so quickly. This should mainly be due to the chefs she taught back on Water Blue Planet, whereas today she herself only sold around 100 servings. Before that, Su Lingling was even unconscious for a few days. Counting the time spent familiarizing herself with a new place's environment, learning the language of Garbage Planet, and finding accommodation, during these past 10 or so days, Su Lingling received very few positive reviews, because only Zhang Shun ate her food. Su Lingling felt a powerful force entering her body, enhancing her physique. Su Lingling knew this was the system aiding her physical enhancement, improving her strength. Closing her eyes, she fully immersed herself, feeling how the force was changing her. Su Lingling felt as though her blood was boiling, her bones making cracking sounds, with an endless supply of power surging through her body, giving her immense strength. She realized she could do anything. Her strength had become more formidable. Su Lingling understood this was the host's strength. It was the reward the system gave to the host, and it was of an advanced level. With her eyes wide open, Su Lingling's gaze flashed with a resolute light. Surrounded by countless beams of light, Su Lingling could feel her newfound power, as if infinite strength coursed through her veins. This was the effect of the physical enhancement, truly excellent. What was most important was that when Su Lingling meditated, she found that a lot of things she usually didn't understand suddenly became clear to her, and her cultivation speed was much faster than before. Su Lingling immediately realized that this wasn't just a simple physical enhancement, but also enhanced her cultivation aptitude, which was incredibly magical. After breaking through previously, Su Lingling's cultivation progress had slowed significantly. But Su Lingling could accept such a situation because cultivation becomes harder as it progresses. Now Su Lingling understood, slow progression was due to insufficient talent. Currently, the system has comprehensively upgraded Su Lingling's talents and physical attributes. Only now does Su Lingling realize how strong the physical enhancement from the system is. Su Lingling couldn't help but recall her previous physical condition. After undergoing enhancements twice, she achieved such talent. Had she undergone no enhancement at all, Su Lingling's cultivation speed would undoubtedly have been slow. The next day, Su Lingling and Zhang Shun went to the black market again. Su Lingling discovered that her previous spot had been taken over, and the newcomer was selling high-quality soup and roasted bone marrow. Clearly, yesterday's booming business had caught the attention of competitors, leading them to mimic Su Lingling by starting their own stall, with business going pretty well. Since dangerous beasts were prevalent throughout the outer city, obtaining resources seemed straightforward enough. Seeing the potential profits, those jealous began imitating Su Lingling. However, once they drank the soup, these people immediately detected a taste difference, realizing they'd been duped. However, the other party hired thugs. Faced with intimidating thugs, many people could only endure it. Su Lingling didn't bother to quarrel about these matters and found another place where no one was around to set up her stall again. Soon, the familiar aroma wafted out. Lin Yu had finally managed to purchase a roasted bone marrow at great expense today, but something about the taste felt off. When she looked closer at the person selling it, although their face was masked, something just didn't feel right. Moreover, this scent seemed to be missing something. Lin Yu was extremely frustrated. She realized yesterday that a bowl of soup had effects surpassing those of an inhibitor by a few degrees. She had barely caught sight of hope when she encountered this kind of situation instead. Just as Lin Yu was in a foul mood and ready to leave the black market, she smelled that familiar aroma again. Lin Yu immediately jogged over. Although Zhang Shun still wore a mask, she saw Zhang Shun devouring roasted bone marrow in large bites. There was no mistaking it. This had to be yesterday's vendor. Lin Yu was thrilled but quickly remembered that she didn't have much money left, just one crystal coin. Immediately discarding the soup she'd bought earlier, she took her bowl and approached Zhang Shun, saying, "Boss, I'd like a bowl of soup." Zhang Shun served Lin Yu with one hand. Since Lin Yu brought her own bowl this time, Zhang Shun filled it to the brim with soup and added a small piece of crushed bone. Lin Yu was delighted, feeling as though she'd made an excellent deal. Her previous irritability vanished completely. Lin Yu held the bowl tightly, smelled the familiar aroma, and cautiously sipped the bone broth. The moment the broth touched her tongue, Lin Yu's eyes welled up with tears of excitement. This bone broth tasted exactly like yesterday's, just as delicious as ever. The sweetness and freshness of the bone tree root broth, the mild spiciness of the chili powder, and the natural fragrance of the green onions blended together perfectly, making her feel as if she were transported into a fairyland. Every cell in her body danced joyfully and went wild with happiness. Chapter 161, A 9-Star Chef? The delicious taste made Lin Yu unable to care about the heat, and she embraced the bowl and drank in large gulps. This bone soup was truly too delicious. Especially the marrow inside this piece of bone, it was too fragrant. This bowl of bone soup also had a much larger portion than yesterday, making Lin Yu feel very satisfied. Lin Yu thought of her younger sister at home. She said to Zhang Shun, "Boss, can I pay extra money to buy a bowl of soup to bring home for my younger sister?" "No." Zhang Shun coldly rejected Lin Yu's request. Su Lingling added from the side, "You can have your sister come over to buy it herself. After all, if one person buys many portions, then there will be none left for those who come later. Moreover, this soup tastes better when it's hot. It doesn't taste good when it cools down." Although this rule seemed a bit unkind, Lin Yu thought it was very reasonable. After all, if someone in the family is sick and cannot come, they could take a portion back for their family members. Lin Yu chose to quickly run back and have her younger sister Lin Yun come here to buy the soup. "Boss, why do you set up here at such a remote location?" Another regular customer approached, complaining to Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun just faintly replied to him, "That spot has already been taken, no seats are available, so we can only be here." "Boss, I am not lacking money. If I offer 10 times the price, can I buy out all the remaining soup?" "I'm not short of money either." Zhang Shun calmly replied to that person. He was momentarily caught off guard but paused before saying to Zhang Shun, "Boss, please give me a roasted bone marrow, a bowl of soup." "Isn't the roasted bone marrow paired with another bowl of soup? That makes 2 bowls, right? This should work, right?" "All right." Hearing Zhang Shun's affirmative response, that person let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Shun's strength was formidable. He could not fight against him, thus daring not to act aggressively. In the past, Zhang Shun had fought with the experts in the black market while shopping there alone. Zhang Shun's strength was extraordinary, almost crushing his opponents completely. Therefore, these people naturally always kept peace as a priority, showing great courtesy. The stall of Su Lingling and the followers' stalls all needed to be backed by force. But at the followers' stall, customers felt deceived because the soup didn't taste good. As for Su Lingling's stall, it was well loved, and people wanted to buy more. Soon, these regulars learned the location of Su Lingling's shop and came not only themselves, but also brought friends and relatives. When Lin Yu brought Lin Yun, only the last bowl of soup remained. Lin Yun initially doubted that even the best-tasting soup could taste that incredible. But after tasting it herself, she realized that her sister's praise was indeed genuine. It was even more delicious than what she imagined. "Sister, this soup really is too good." This soup isn't just simply tasty. The chef behind it is actually a 9-star chef. Lin Yu previously overlooked Zhang Shen's statement about Su Lingling being once a 9-star chef. She automatically assumed Su Lingling was a 9-star chef, because only the soup prepared by a 9-star chef could produce such results. A 9-star chef, even a Star Lord, wouldn't dare offend such an influential person. In our trash star, the most talented chef is supposedly only 8 stars. Isn't that going a bit too far? Lin Yun had never tasted the culinary creations of star-ranked chefs, yet she could sense Su Lingling's extraordinary talent. However, calling her a 9-star chef still sounded a bit exaggerated. She did not directly say Su Lingling was exaggerating and had instead recognized her skill to a certain degree. She truly is a 9-star chef. However, she got on the bad side of some major figures due to injury, but her talent remains. This kind of soup is something even an 8-star chef couldn't make. Do you know who Tiger Fat from our black market is? Tiger Fat. Isn't he the behind-the-scenes master of our black market? He also came here to drink the soup. Lin Yun clearly knew Tiger Fat, a prominent figure in the outer district. He was once a major figure in the inner district as well. His grandfather was the marshal of Trash Star. But unfortunately, ever since his grandfather passed away, his family faced repression from the enemies of old, until eventually, they were unable to keep up and moved to the outer district, where they established the black market. In his youth, Tiger Fat once tasted the soup of an 8-star chef. He said that this chef's soup surpasses the other one's skills. It's natural and unmatched. Tiger Fat himself stated this. Now, he wants to build a restaurant in the black market and has arranged for it to happen. And apparently, the restaurant will be given for free to this individual, just so she opens the store here. Today, he has already warned everyone in the black market that no one should seize the cooking stall of this chef. No one can occupy this position today unless she does not choose this position. Today, someone took over the chef's stall and shamelessly mimicked the chef's attire. But the soup they sold was so terrible. Your cultivation is still too low. This soup contains a force that is very beneficial to the soul, but I guess you probably can't sense it yet, Lin Yu said to Lin Yun. I can feel this energy. It feels like I've gone back to when I was very, very little, when father and mother were still in love and never fought. We lived in the inner district then. I feel warm and comfortable. Those were the happiest days of my life. Yun, don't worry. One day, we will return to the inner district, and we will go back with our heads held high. But Yun, you must remember, the secret about this 9-star chef must be kept strictly confidential. Absolutely no one from the inner district should know. I can only tell you, because you're my younger sister. Fat Tiger has already gathered all of us who recently broke through our cultivation limits and repeatedly instructed us to keep this secret. This is our outer district's only hope. Lin Yu spoke firmly to her younger sister. Sister, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Fat Tiger was a chubby young man who looked no older than 30 years old, but he was actually more than 70 years old. He had always believed that his entire life would rot away in the outer district. However, he didn't expect such an opportunity to arise. Fat Tiger ate Su Lingling's roasted bone marrow yesterday, returned home, and entered a closed-door retreat, successfully breaking through. He had been suppressing his cultivation for a long time because without suppressant agents, he could not break through further. If this delay continued, it might jeopardize his golden period for cultivation advancement. But there was nothing he could do. If he broke through further, it would only lead him to certain death. He knew the opposing party intended to make his life worse than death. When people lose hope, that's their biggest fear. But he couldn't have imagined meeting Su Lingling. He was sure Su Lingling was a 9-star chef. She represented their outer district's last chance. Even though he didn't know who Su Lingling had offended to fall this far, this was his final lifeline. Chapter 162, Braised Electric Bullfrog. In an abandoned mine, Su Lingling and Zhang Shen arrived here. It was Su Lingling's first time hearing about a nuclear power mine, where the minerals contained potent electric energy. Zhang Shen's levitating car used batteries made from these minerals. If one wanted to build a spaceship, it would be hard to do without these minerals. Although the mine was now abandoned, some useful minerals still remained. However, Zhang Shen didn't bring Su Lingling here for the minerals. He brought her to procure goods. Zhang Shen had initially planned to take only one electric bullfrog back for Su Lingling to prepare as a delicacy. He originally thought the bullfrog's skin was disgusting. It looked like tumors, and he wasn't fond of eating it. But over time, it became a habit of his to carry every animal he hunted or edible herbs he found back for Su Lingling to make delicious dishes. Then, Zhang Shen tried braised bullfrog, a taste he had never experienced before. It was on par with the spicy flavor of crayfish. Unfortunately, crayfish were almost all eaten up. Although there were crayfish on this waste planet, they were located in the inner city where he could not enter, leaving him with nothing but nostalgia. Still, the texture of the braised bullfrog did not disappoint. With it, Zhang Shen could polish off an entire bucket of rice in one meal. Su Lingling's cooking god space stored a great deal of rice, so their supplies wouldn't run out anytime soon. This was also the main reason why Zhang Shen wasn't in a hurry to leave. There was plenty of food, drink, and opportunities for meditation, making life quite pleasant. The electrical bullfrogs in the mines were extremely large, standing over a meter high. They could release electrical attacks from their mouths. Most importantly, they excelled at group assaults. In the past, those who encountered them were usually overwhelmed by sheer numbers, ending up as their prey. Now, however, they were being effortlessly slaughtered by Zhang Shen, like cutting grass with each slash eliminating one creature. A loud boom echoed through the area as numerous electric bullfrogs hit the ground with heavy thuds. Behind Zhang Shen, Su Lingling skillfully wielded a cleaver to quickly peel the skins off these bullfrogs and place them neatly into the cooking god space. These electric bullfrogs had very nice flavors that reminded Su Lingling of the frog meat she once ate. Moreover, their numbers were plentiful, their flesh abundant. So Su Lingling planned to cook new dishes to sell tomorrow instead of sticking with roasted bone marrow all the time. Eating the same thing every day would get tiresome. As for vegetables, there weren't many options in the wild, so Su Lingling could only focus on preparing the meats. These bullfrogs had exceptionally fresh and tender meat. Su Lingling could already envision how popular these dishes would be. More importantly, the whole creatures were edible and their size was substantial. After peeling the skins and removing the inedible organs, Su Lingling carefully stored the cleaned bullfrog parts in the cooking god space, performing these actions with remarkable expertise as if she had done them hundreds or thousands of times before. Faced with Zhang Shun's massacre, the electrical bullfrogs began to fear even though Zhang Shun stood alone. Overcome with terror, they scrambled to flee, but Zhang Shun let them go, realizing it was pointless chasing them since killing them all would deplete future resources. At this moment, the flock of flying birds in the sky had passed over the mine and was heading far away. Suddenly, two mammoth beasts roared in the mine, and a burst of wild force surged from beneath the ground, pushing all surrounding layers of soil and stones aside. Bang bang bang. A series of dull collision sounds followed as two mammoth-sized ferocious beasts rose up from the earth. Over 30 meters tall, their eyes glowed blood red as they fixed their gazes menacingly on Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun's internal vital energy deeply attracted these beasts. Horror! The mammoth beasts roared again, raising their massive feet and stomping towards Zhang Shun. More mammoths began roaring as well. The wind howled wildly, trees bent as if soldiers on alert, and the entire mine seemed to plunge into panic. Zhang Shun unsheathed the newly crafted tang sword. Brimming with battle spirit, he walked toward the mine front, his lips curling into a bloodthirsty smile. Facing such powerful beasts, Zhang Shun appeared like a mere ant. Yet this small body held its ground under the terrifying pressure unleashed by the twin mammoth beasts. The fighting intent that erupted from within Zhang Shun soared into the heavens, scattering the flock of flying birds overhead. Even the ripple of this clash in mighty momentum made Su Lingling slightly unsteady. Su Lingling watched Zhang Shun incredulously. She knew Zhang Shun was strong, but she couldn't believe just how strong. The mammoth beasts realized their aura had been suppressed by Zhang Shun and reacted with intense fury. How dare this tiny insect challenge them? Boom! An ear-splitting roar from the mammoth shook the heavens and earth around them. A powerful surge of energy akin to a terrifying sea serpent shot out from the mammoth giant, hurtling straight toward Zhang Shun. Wherever this powerful energy passed, all the plants withered instantly, turning to ashes and disappearing into the air. It was simply because the force of these mammoth beasts was too terrifying. Despite being at the forefront, Zhang Shun faced it without any fear. With a leap, he soared off the ground, his long blade flashing in his hand as an expanse of cold light spread out. Innumerable streaks of blade energy roared forth, as if Zhang Shun had swung his sword millions of times within a blink. Boom boom boom. Upon contact between the blade light and the mammoth beast's energy, there were immense explosions that thundered into one continuous roar. Zhang Shun's attack continued. Shockingly, he chose to approach the mammoth beast, engaging in close combat. His long blade was like a meteor, streaking through the sky with incomparable speed and unmatched power, cleaving toward the mammoth beast. The mammoth beast lifted its 1,000 feet, attempting to block Zhang Shun's blade, intending to stomp him dead with just one step. Unfortunately, Zhang Shun's blade was infused with overwhelming energy, and when it slashed down on the mammoth beast, a torrent of horrifying energy burst forth. The might of this single slash seemed to make the surrounding heaven and earth tremble. The monstrous mammoth beast was actually split in two by Zhang Shun's blade. The other mammoth let out a mournful cry, but did not continue attacking Zhang Shun. Instead, it tried to flee. However, a streak of extremely terrifying blade light flashed, and its body collapsed as well. Su Lingling watched everything, utterly disbelieving. Even after the death of the two mammoth beasts, their residual momentum still emitted an intimidating aura. Unable to resist, Su Lingling asked Zhang Shun, "These shouldn't be king-level ferocious beasts, right?" Zhang Shun nodded and said, "These are Zun beasts, 7th-level ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts result from the evolution of strange creatures. King-level ferocious beasts are, by definition, the kings among ferocious beasts, typically just 5th-level ferocious beasts. Only due to their incredible strength were they commonly referred to as king-level ferocious beasts. But this mammoth giant was actually a 7th-level ferocious beast, something Su Lingling could hardly have imagined." Chapter 163. Opening a store in the black market. Su Lingling prepared a lot of ingredients and planned to set up a stall in the black market. Su Lingling went to the same spot as yesterday. Just as she was about to set up her stall, she saw a chubby young man approach her. "Boss, we've built you a new restaurant here at the market, and we're inviting you to move in for free. It'll be the flagship restaurant of this market. The selling rules will remain exactly the same as what you established before. Everything will be done according to your preferences." So good. Su Lingling found it hard to believe. "Of course, your bodyguard is so powerful. How could we dare deceive you?" Peng Hu, like everyone else, thought that Su Lingling, the cook, held all the cards. High-level fighters are common, but chefs like Su Lingling are rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. "He's not a bodyguard. He's my partner and also an owner." "My apologies, may I ask your names?" Peng Hu immediately bowed respectfully to Zhang Shun. "Zhang Shun. Su Lingling. I am Peng Hu, the manager of this market. If either of you need anything in the future, feel free to contact me." Here's my communication number. Su Lingling had naturally purchased a communicator, but the network only worked within the garbage star. Outside the planet's network, connections were impossible. Moreover, all messages underwent strict scrutiny, and even the slightest deviation would result in an immediate visit from the city enforcement team. Pang Hu arranged for Su Lingling's store to be located in the center of the black market. It was an excellent location with fine renovations done to taste. It was 2 stories high, with private dining rooms installed on the second floor. However, since Su Lingling sold boxed meals, the high-end private dining rooms wouldn't come into use much. Additionally, utilities such as water and electricity were completely free, and several cleaning robots had been provided as well. Su Lingling understood that Pang Hu must have wanted to use those private rooms. There wasn't any harm in using them, as long as they kept things clean themselves. Otherwise, these rooms might become similar to doghouses. Su Lingling remained considerate. She did not take advantage of his hospitality. She directly granted Pang Hu the usage rights to the private rooms on the second floor. Though private rooms offered better comfort, one still needed to queue up downstairs to get their food, making everyone equal in terms of service. To maintain long-term cooperation, doing business should always benefit both parties equally. Therefore, she gave something back to him as well. This relationship needed to last. These private rooms could charge fees or not charge fees. It was entirely up to Pang Hu. But having access to private rooms meant at least ensuring a warm meal with seats without needing to squat by the road like others. Inside the restaurant, utensils and cooking tools were all ready. Although it was in the outer district, this setup surpassed Su Lingling's old ancestral shop, which had started it all. The key highlight here was a small yard that allowed cultivation of vegetables without radiation after treatment. In the outer district, Su Lingling found that white tree roots were the only edible vegetables available, which tasted somewhat like radishes. Su Lingling could only use them to boil bone soup. The electric bullfrogs hunted yesterday were large, perfect for braising, offering a flavor that was incredibly fresh and delicious. Roasting marrow was tasty too, but eating it daily got boring. While the bones stored in excess were numerous, they couldn't match the satiety of soup. When Su Lingling moved to the new place, Pang Hu personally stood by her. The braised bullfrog was complete in color, aroma, and taste. Its sauce-coated exterior caught Pang Hu's attention, emitting a tempting smell that made him sparkle with excitement. Watching nearby, Pang Hu drooled nonstop. The portion was priced at 20 crystal coins, but the serving size was generous. Su Lingling gave him a small basin, overflowing with meat. This left Pang Hu thoroughly satisfied. The smell of the braised frog tempted his appetite immensely. With each bite of the fragrant bullfrog meat, a refreshing and clear-headed sensation filled him, along with an immense sense of happiness akin to tasting his mother's home-cooked meals long ago. That homely feeling lingered fondly in his memories. This dish was truly delicious, and the portion was plentiful. Though taking the small bowl felt awkward initially, Su Lingling filled it generously. This couldn't help but make him joyful. More importantly, buying the meat came with a complimentary bowl of bone soup, where the white tree root was surprisingly fresh, devoid of its usual bitterness, a taste beyond description. At the price of 20 crystal coins, it was an absolute bargain. Not just Pang Hu who purchased it, but his people around him bought plenty as well. Even though roasted marrow was appetizing, there simply wasn't enough meat to justify the price. 20 crystal coins weren't insignificant. However, the braised bullfrog was different. It was all meat, a full bowl of it. There was even a large bowl of soup to go along with it. And it was a great deal. When paired with a bowl of soup, it was simply amazing. Ling's fast food. I heard this shop was opened by the same owner who used to sell roasted marrow from a stall. You'd better be careful not to get scammed. How could one get scammed? If you don't want roasted marrow, you can buy bone soup instead. The taste is distinctive. Just take a sip and you'll know if it's right. I don't even need to drink it. I can tell just by smelling it. These black-hearted bosses are truly unethical, hiring people to queue up in front of their shops. I waited in line for so long only to find that something didn't taste right. Hey, isn't that a rich aroma of meat? This doesn't seem like roasted marrow at all. Well, I came here specifically for the roasted marrow. I'll first try a bowl of soup to see if it tastes right. What? How come there's no roasted marrow in this store? The boss has introduced new dishes. Among these customers, there were still some astute ones. Regulars recognized Zhang Shan, but even they weren't sure about the new dish since it was rather expensive at 20 crystal coins. 20 crystal coins. Many people here earned only about 3 crystal coins a month. For most individuals, this price was hard to afford. But truthfully, considering the benefits if they were real, the price wasn't high at all. This soup is absolutely delicious. I've never tasted such a delightful soup in my entire life. I think I'm about to break through. All these guests were newcomers. Out of caution, they initially ordered just a bowl of soup. After all, a single crystal coin was something they could afford. Just one bowl of soup made these people feel as though they were about to soar. It seemed as though a surge of energy was rushing from their souls directly to their heads, repeatedly impacting the depths of their souls. In such an environment on the outskirts, anyone who managed to progress in cultivation usually had decent talent. They hadn't consumed any tonics or medicines before, needing just a little extra boost to break through their current level. This bowl of soup acted like a splash of water hitting a hot frying pan, instantly releasing an enormous amount of energy. Chapter 164, A Thriving Opening Day. Lin Yu arrived at Su Lingling's shop without hesitation and ordered a serving of braised bullfrog. She had absolute confidence in Su Lingling's culinary skills. This abundance of meat, the texture, it was simply indescribable. For her, 20 crystals wasn't exactly a small amount. But the main reason Lin Yu could be so generous was because she had realized that earning money wasn't all that difficult. Previously, due to the lack of suppressants, she couldn't fully utilize her strength, plus the occasional headaches left her unable to focus on work. But now things were different. After eating Su Lingling's food, she felt invigorated and energetic. Whether it was hunting ferocious beasts or mining or anything else, her efficiency increased dramatically. Yesterday, Lin Yu spent half a day hunting ferocious beasts and earned 30 crystals. Most importantly, this also enhanced her cultivation. Lin Yu wasn't as eager for the inner city as she once was. Without suppressants, the luxurious lifestyle of the inner city seemed ordinary. Without money, life would be tough no matter where one lived. In the outer city, though, there was freedom in hunting ferocious beasts and a sense of ease. Generally speaking, only low-end service industries recruited people from the outer city. Those bottom-tier jobs were typically handled by robots. Lin Yu didn't want to feel wronged by taking a job with poor pay. She didn't wish to become a slave to those living in the inner city. Although dangerous, the outer city provided more opportunities to make money. Sometimes encountering a powerful ferocious beast meant earning not just dozens of crystals, but at least hundreds. "Hey, sister, is the meat tasty? Can you give me a piece to taste?" Suddenly, a sleazy voice came from beside Lin Yu. She shifted her position slightly, then continued eating vigorously. If someone could afford the soup, they could surely afford the meat. Her hard-earned money through her blood and sweat was precious and well-deserved, definitely not something blown in easily. She didn't want others knowing how delicious the meat was, lest they swarm in just like they would for the soup, depleting everything quickly. Compared to bone marrow, this meat was much better value for money, completely full of flesh and served in a generous basin. No matter how much she ate, it was impossible to get tired of it. She had eaten enough tree roots to last her a lifetime. The meat was both fragrant and tender, and it contained an intense life force, something not found in bone marrow. This life force helped her resist radiation and made her look better too. When the man saw that Lin Yu wouldn't give him a bite, he stopped pestering her and instead approached another girl, asking her for some. He chose not to ask men since women usually tended to have softer hearts. His luck held. The second girl gave him a large piece of meat. He thanked her, closed his eyes, and began savoring its taste. Chen Shuang was visiting this shop for the first time, and it was also the first time someone asked her for food. The man knew when to stop after getting a piece of meat, and then walked away. Chen Shuang had once lived in the inner city and still yearned for those days. There was no going back to those memories. Now, her sole goal was to return to the inner city, but to do so, she needed to enhance her abilities. Only then would she qualify to go back. Inhibitors played a crucial role in strengthening oneself. It was rumored that the delicacies at this shop could replace inhibitors, which was why Chen Shuang came here. She ordered a bowl of soup and a plate of meat. Here, a meal cost only 20 crystals. If it could replace inhibitors, the price would be quite reasonable. Chen Shuang didn't eat the meat first, but opted for the soup, as its flavor was lighter, and if she ate the meat first, she wouldn't fully appreciate the soup's freshness. With the spoon in hand, she took half a scoop of bone broth into her mouth. As the warm bone broth lingered briefly in her mouth before sliding down her throat, an extraordinary savory fragrance spread instantly, making her involuntarily gasp in surprise. She felt as though she could soar up into the sky. It was a bone broth experience like none other she'd ever had. Oh my gosh, how could it be so incredibly delicious? A soothing warmth emanated from Chen Shuang's abdomen, gradually spreading throughout her body before returning to settle within her dantian. The effect of the soup surpassed her expectations. Overwhelmed by astonishment, Chen Shuang instinctively turned her gaze towards the braised bullfrog she hadn't yet tasted. If the bone broth is this absolutely amazing, wouldn't the braised bullfrog be even more delectable? As soon as the thought crossed her mind, it became uncontrollable. Chen Shuang puckered her lips slightly, and without hesitation used her chopsticks to pick up a piece of frog meat, lightly blowing on it to cool it before placing it in her mouth. This fresh, tender texture, it was simply too good to be true. Chen Shuang felt each cell in her body seemingly shouting in wild delight. Chen Shuang's body was trembling slightly with excitement. She quickly picked up a piece of braised bullfrog meat and put it in her mouth. As she chewed, the tenderness, the aroma of the meat, mixed with a hint of chili spiciness instantly spread throughout her mouth. These flavors intertwined and mingled, making her feel as if she were in a fairyland. The food at the shop was just too delicious. In an instant, Chen Shuang was completely won over. If she had such culinary skills, she would definitely be able to return to the inner city effortlessly. Chen Shuang looked towards Su Lingling, who was busy in the kitchen. A person like her, staying in the outer city, was truly a waste of talent. With her help and recommendation, Su Lingling would definitely be able to enter the inner city easily. Then, she could become a broker or something, allowing her to also stay in the inner city. At the thought of this, even the red-braised bullfrog in Chen Shuang's hand lost its appeal. She wanted to immediately approach Su Lingling and persuade her to go to the inner city. However, Chen Shuang still retained some rationality. If the people in the outer city knew that Su Lingling went to the inner city, they would surely envy her immensely. Therefore, Chen Shuang decided to slowly enjoy the delicious food in her hands first. Then, when all the customers in the shop left and there was no one around, she would talk to Su Lingling about this matter. There were a lot of people in the shop, coming and going constantly. Chen Shuang had finished all the soup and bullfrog meat in her hands, yet the business of the shop remained excellent. Every time Chen Shuang thought the meat was sold out and the customers should leave. But then Su Lingling would cook a new pot of bullfrog meat, and many new customers would come in. Helplessly, Chen Shuang could only continue waiting. Although there was no more soup, Su Lingling provided a small box of bullfrog meat to these people, and they still thought it was a good deal, so they continued queuing up. Chen Shuang simply stopped being anxious and found a corner to sit down, closing her eyes to meditate. She took the opportunity to digest the energy from the bullfrog meat and bone soup she had eaten earlier. Lin Yun finally managed to finish his work and rushed over here hurriedly, only to discover that there was no soup left, just the meat, which cost 20 crystals per serving. Lin Yun swallowed his saliva and decided to come earlier tomorrow to have the soup before heading off to work. Currently, for some unknown reason, job opportunities in the outer city had suddenly increased a lot. It was rumored that Fat Tiger planned to transform the black market into a bustling area of the outer city. Although no one knew if this plan was true, life in the outer city was indeed getting better gradually. Chapter 165, Tofu and Cauliflower Soup. Today, the braised bullfrog sold quite well. However, if it was served every day, customers might get tired of it. Su Lingling decided to prepare some new dishes. Though there was still a lot of bullfrog meat left, it could be stored in the Culinary God space where it would also improve in quality. Nowadays, more people on the black market were selling ingredients. It resembled an enormous marketplace. Since Su Lingling and Zhang Shun had their limitations as to where they could go, it was impossible for them to instantly find all edible plants here. On the black market, Su Lingling found many vegetables that could be eaten. There was a type of black fungus similar to wood ear, only much larger. There was also spider silk, which looked like rice noodles and was quite expensive. Generally speaking, if the appearance of these spider silk noodles was good, they would be sent directly to the inner city for sale. However, what made Su Lingling particularly happy was that she found a kind of bean which could be used to make tofu. The only difference was that the tofu made from these beans was black, otherwise, it was fine. No matter how this tofu was prepared, it tasted delicious. Su Lingling initially wanted to braise it alone to create a dish of braised tofu. But then Su Lingling discovered another type of yellow cauliflower. Combining the two could create a tofu cauliflower soup. Su Lingling purchased numerous special ingredients on the black market. Many of these were things Su Lingling had never seen before, but they were recognized by the system. The Morong family had been established in this outer district for generations and could be considered important figures. Morong Li was now the 18th generation sole heir of the Morong family. There was only him left in the entire Morong family. Frankly speaking, the Morong family had become weaker with each generation. Morong Li had sworn at his parents' graves that if he could not enter the inner city, he would remain unmarried for life, breaking the lineage of the Morong family. Morong Li didn't want his descendants to endure the same hardships as he did, guarding the Morong family's name without hope in the outer city. He would rather be considered a sinner in the Morong family's history. Even entering the inner city and becoming the lowest level worker would be better. Moreover, so many years had passed that most of the enemies of the Morong family from back then had probably forgotten about them. Morong Li did have a certain level of strength to enter the inner city. In this outer city, aside from Peng Hai's greater influence, all others were mere novices compared to him, none of whom could stand up to him. What surprised him was that Peng Hai had such audacity. Opening a store in the black market essentially aimed to turn the place into a gathering spot. It wasn't like nobody had tried it before. Without inhibitors, however, it didn't work. Rather than wasting time doing this, wouldn't it be better to help city lords accomplish more tasks to earn more inhibitors? Originally, Morong Li had no intention of dining at Su Lingling's restaurant, but he heard that Su Lingling's boxed meals could rival inhibitors. Lin Yun had grown up with him since childhood in the outer city, and Lin Yun secretly told him that Su Lingling was a 9-star chef. Knowing Lin Yun's character, he doesn't lie. There must have been something extraordinary about Su Lingling that made Lin Yun tell him. There weren't just Su Lingling's stores around the black market. There were also several weapon shops and ready-made clothing stores nearby. This area appeared quite prosperous. On the side of the road, there were also many street vendors. These people were selling hot soups too, at very reasonable prices. For 1 crystal coin, you could buy a large piece of roasted bone marrow and a bowl of hot soup. Due to the affordable price, there were still many who bought it. There were also barter trades, like 3 pounds of meat for a bowl of soup. At this price, it was still practical after all because the food was already prepared. Morong Li walked into Su Lingling's shop. Today, the shop offered 2 types of soups, one being bone white tree root soup, and the other being black tofu cauliflower soup. This white tree root is practically the staple food for everyone in the outer city. Morong Li had eaten far too much of it since childhood, and he didn't want to eat this anymore. Today's specialty meat dish was stir-fried electrical bullfrog. 20 crystal coins per serving, a bit expensive but still acceptable. Morong Li observed for a while. Most people coming here to queue only asked for 1 bowl of soup, costing 1 crystal coin. Few people ordered the meat because everyone has to manage their daily lives carefully. After taking 1 sniff of the aroma, Morong Li's appetite unexpectedly soared. Feels like this owner really knows a thing or two. Merely catching a whiff of this hot soup, Morong Li immediately started salivating, and all he could think was, I want to eat, I want to eat. After drinking the first sip of soup, Morong Li realized the perfect combination of the tofu's flavor and the cauliflower's flavor, making it feel like he had taken an incredible supplement. Every pore on his body seemed to open. In this moment, Morong Li felt as if all his troubles had vanished, and his mind entered a state of unprecedented peace. The throbbing pain in his head and the murmurs in his ears disappeared in an instant. Morong Li was one of the few people in the outer city who had purchased inhibitors, but the delicious food here surpassed the inhibitors he had bought by far more than just a little bit. Morong Li remembered that when he broke through a certain level in the past, his parents celebrated by taking him to dine at a top-tier restaurant in the inner city. However, even the food there fell slightly short compared to Su Lingling's soup. And this stir-fried electrical bullfrog meat, tender, fragrant, and succulent, combined with a sip of the soup, made Murong feel truly alive again. Brother Murong, you're eating here too? Lin Yun said with some surprise upon seeing Murong. She never expected to see him here. You told me about this place last night, so I decided to come check it out. We've grown up together since childhood, haven't we? And you were so cautious asking me not to tell anyone else. I had to come see for myself. Murong saw the bowl of bone-white tree root soup Lin Yun was holding, knowing she must have considered this her lunch because the soup filled her up well. Murong picked a piece of stir-fried bullfrog meat and placed it in Lin Yun's bowl, saying, Sister Yun, try this. It's a new dish from the owner. It was braised yesterday and stir-fried today. Let's see how the flavor turns out with stir-frying. The meat was just too good, and Murong wasn't willing to share too much with Lin Yun. One piece was enough to show their friendship. Lin Yun looked at Murong in surprise, not expecting him to give her a piece of meat. This reminded her of what her sister Lin Yu had once told her. To find out if a man really loves you, see if he is willing to share with you the boxed meal he purchases from Su Lingling. Love lies in the details. Lin Yun bowed her head, feeling shy as she took a small bite of the stir-fried bullfrog meat. Chapter 166. Can you teach cooking? Lin Yun had also tasted the braised bullfrog meat. Lin Yu kept a little of what she bought and brought it back for Lin Yun to eat. Even though it was cold, Lin Yun still remembered its exquisite taste. However, this stir-fried texture seemed even better. Lin Yun didn't know how to describe this texture either. She just felt content, as if there was a sweet fragrance that reached straight into her heart. Without hesitation, Lin Yun said to Murong, Brother Murong, I think the stir-fried one is more delicious. She has perfectly retained the tenderness of the bullfrog meat, whereas the braised one was stewed a bit too long. Although it's also delicious, I prefer the taste of the stir-fried. Murong ate the meat in large bites, not even having time to speak. Unlike Lin Yun, who savored the food in small bites, the meat was so good he couldn't stop eating it without feeling any disgust. After every bite, he wanted another. The black tofu didn't look great, but its flavor was exceptional. Little Sister Yun, let's eat while it's hot. If it gets cold, the flavor won't be as good. At this moment, Lin Yun was thinking to herself that she must work doubly hard to match up with Murong in the future. She knew why Murong still hadn't found a partner. Because Murong hasn't returned to the inner city yet. She must enter the inner city with Murong. Lin Yun has always had a good impression of Murong. They've grown up together closely. Most importantly, Murong is very handsome, and has always been ranked #1 as the most charming man in the outer district. For this reason, quite a few women are jealous of her. There are also those who flatter her, trying to approach Murong through her. Murong, however, was thinking at this moment that he didn't need to rush into the inner city. In fact, resources here in the outer district were not inferior, just a bit more dangerous. If he enters the inner city, he may not be as free as he is now. Unless he stays in the middle lower ranks, then it wouldn't matter. But at his current level of cultivation, to advance further will definitely require more resources, so staying in the outer city is much better. Moreover, he grew up in the outer city and got used to everything there. This Su Lingling's delicious food restored him to his best condition. Eating this meal could ensure that his spirit remained intact for at least 7 days. However, after eating Su Lingling's boxed lunch, Murong felt that other dishes were insipid in comparison. Boss, what's this white thing you're eating? Pang, who noticed the white rice in Zhang Shen's bowl and couldn't help asking. Rice. Upon hearing the word rice, Pang, who remembered that it had been a long time since he last ate it. It's a specialty from another planet, expensive, and contains strong energy. It's sold in the inner city. Boss, how much does the rice sell for? Not selling for now. Pang, who was just casually asking out of curiosity. If it were for sale, that would be even better. But if not, he'd just feel a bit regretful. After all, even in the inner city, rice is considered a luxury item. Selling it in the outer city wouldn't make sense because of the high cost and lack of buyers. Pang, who thought the meat and bone soup were still more practical. Today, Pang, who ordered a bowl of tofu soup and a bowl of bone soup. Since there was a new dish, he naturally wanted to support it. Although the tofu soup didn't look particularly appealing, its flavor was very refreshing, presenting a different kind of taste. At this moment, Pang, who carried his dishes upstairs to a private room, where he began to indulge in the delicious flavors of the meal. The differences between braising and stir-frying were noticeable. Pang, who was deeply impressed by Su Lingling's culinary skills. A bite of meat, followed by a sip of soup. After finishing his meal, Pang, who leaned back against the chair, looking very satisfied. Neither of the 2 bowls of soup had any leftovers. For some unknown reason, he suddenly thought about the rice in Zhang Shen's bowl again. He'd eaten this rice before, it wasn't flavorful. But for some reason, he felt that the rice in Zhang Shen's bowl smelled fragrant. Pang, who decided that if possible, he would see if he could get some rice from the inner city someday, and ask Su Lingling to cook it for him. Big brother, isn't the boss food just too delicious? Unfortunately, we can only buy 1 portion per day per person. That's truly a pity. Pang, whose narrow eyes suddenly sparkled with shrewdness, but immediately afterward, his lips dropped slightly. One shouldn't be too greedy sometimes. Yes, Big brother is absolutely right. That person quietly wiped the sweat off his forehead. Actually, he was considering buying several portions to save himself the trouble of waiting in line. Even more so, if he managed to resell them, he could earn a considerable amount of money. He had just conceived the idea when unexpectedly Pang, who voiced his opposition. Instead of thinking about all sorts of random things, you should focus on cultivation. Remember this, the information about this shop must be kept strictly confidential. If Boss Su gets recruited by others, our base will lose all its value. Pang, who was planning something significant. Even though Su Lingling's dishes were delicious, it was impossible for one person to eat all the food alone. 1 portion per person was very fair. Moreover, he knew that many people bought just one portion and shared it with their families. This price was neither too expensive nor too cheap. It was just right to weed out those without much potential. Peng Hu didn't believe that these people would willingly stay in the outer city forever or go to the inner city to serve others like dogs. In the past, there had been no way because the inner city controlled the suppressants, preventing them from breaking through their limits. But now, there was a chance. The enemy of your enemy is your friend. The stronger these people became, the more they could help Peng Hu dismantle part of the inner city's power in the future. Few could endure the condescending attitude of the inner city residents. Peng Hu looked out the window at the bustling black market. The radiation here was relatively weak. For those with cultivation, it was almost negligible. There was no radiation in the inner city at all. However, Peng Hu believed that despite the black market having radiation, it was still an excellent gathering place. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to return to the inner city, but as long as his descendants continued working toward this goal generation after generation, one day they would be able to return to the inner city. For this, he was willing to pay any price. Peng Hu tidied up the bowls and chopsticks. He noticed that the guests downstairs had mostly dispersed, leaving only a few stragglers. Peng Hu took out his family heirloom mecha. It was his ultimate trump card. Boss Su, this is the white tiger battle armor passed down by my ancestors. I know my request may seem presumptuous, which is why I've brought this treasure to ask if you would teach cooking to my son. Peng Hu felt that even if he wore this battle armor, he wouldn't be a match for Zhang Shun. Teaching culinary skills was something Su Lingling was quite happy to do. Su Lingling glanced at the mecha in Peng Hu's hand and said to him, if one doesn't have the talent for culinary arts, learning from me would simply be a waste of time. Chapter 167, Culinary Talent. When it comes to teaching others, Su Lingling could also earn rewards for herself, and she was very willing to teach. The reason Su Lingling emphasized the importance of culinary talent is because she thought of Ling Xiaoxiao. In fact, there was a reason why Ling Xiaoxiao's personality suddenly became obsessive in the end. It wasn't entirely because of the Blood Moon incident. Moreover, Ling Xiaoxiao couldn't accept her failure. She had once wanted to join the enforcement team to become an enforcement officer, but her lack of strength forced her to remain idle on the bench. Later, Ling Xiaoxiao came to Su Lingling's shop. Encouraged by Su Lingling, Ling Xiaoxiao started learning culinary skills and found a bit of confidence with great difficulty. Unfortunately, she lacked culinary talent. In the face of talent, even 100% effort could be a seemingly insurmountable gap that was hard to bridge. As for the other two people learning cooking, Long Fan and Ling Wei, both had some degree of culinary talent. This created another significant gap between them. Ling Xiaoxiao suffered a heavy blow mentally. If Ling Xiaoxiao were a laid-back rich second generation who didn't care about being useless, then this situation wouldn't bother her. However, she happened to be a highly motivated rich second generation and thus couldn't accept the situation at all. Because she knew it wasn't Su Lingling's fault, so she couldn't blame Su Lingling, but her inner distress coupled with the events surrounding the Blood Moon affected her mental state. Therefore, Su Lingling emphasized the necessity of culinary talent when speaking to Peng Hu. Without talent, forcing oneself to learn something unattainable could result in unbearable frustration. Miss Su, my wife used to have culinary talent. Unfortunately, since she grew up in the outer city, she couldn't enter the inner city to study, but my son has perfectly inherited his mother's talent, surpassing her. Peng Hu wasn't completely honest. His wife had only average culinary talent, but she was the best wife he could find. If her culinary talent were excellent, surely someone from the inner city would have taken her away. So Peng Hu pinned all his hopes on his son. That's why he wanted to build a black market and develop the outer city. His original idea was to cultivate his son into a promising individual, starting early when his wife was pregnant. He carefully considered what could enhance culinary talent through diet. When his child learned to speak, he began cultivating an interest in cooking. Although the meals his son made tasted terrible, in order not to hurt his son's self-confidence, Peng Hu and his wife smiled and ate everything with joy. He didn't expect himself or his generation to leave the outer city, but he hoped his son could take root there. Moreover, as soon as his son understood a little more, Peng Hu planned to groom him to choose a partner with culinary talent, hoping it would enhance their genes over time. Generation after generation, one day his descendants might return to the inner city. Upon hearing Peng Hu's words, Su Lingling relaxed her frown and immediately said to Peng Hu, "In my store, there are many chores to do. Can your son endure the hardship?" Of course he can. If he isn't obedient, punish him severely. Strict teachers produce accomplished students. There was a time when Peng Hu had also resented his father for allowing the mentor to hit him. But now, he understands the hardships of his father. Unfortunately, his father is no longer around, and now he is transformed into the figure of his own father. After hearing Peng Hu's assurance, Su Lingling asked, "How about your wife's culinary skills? If they're not too good, when she has free time, she can come to my shop to learn. I will pay her wages." "No need for wages. My wife coming here to study is her fortune. As long as you can teach her wholeheartedly, that's enough." "All right, I will assign homework in the evening. You can taste your wife's skills." "Miss Su, my wife and son have nothing to do at home today. We're free, so I'll send them over. Later tonight, I'll come back to pick up my wife from work." "That works." Another person coming would mean more help serving dishes, allowing Zhang Xin some rest and more time to practice. Originally, Su Lingling already intended to hire someone. Su Lingling looked at the mech that Peng Hu handed over to her. Even if it were the most worthless kind, it wasn't cheap. Having a mech meant being able to survive longer in space, perhaps finding a way out. Su Lingling and Zhang Shun had safely arrived on Garbage Planet partly due to the efforts of Zhang Shin's mech, which unfortunately now lay in pieces. Though unsure of this mech's condition, it was still a mech. Zhang Shun didn't say anything, but that didn't mean Su Lingling couldn't notice. Su Lingling directly passed the mech to Zhang Shun. How expensive a thing like this is. Don't keep it for yourself. I can teach you how to use the mech. After all, I like pink mechs. Just by looking at the appearance of this mech, I don't like it very much. Zhang Shun didn't say anything. He could feel that Su Lingling was actually quite fond of mechs, and she had previously asked him many questions about mechs. Unfortunately, ordinary people have no qualifications to even approach a mech, let alone buy one. Then, I will make you a pink mech in the future, Zhang Shun said seriously to Su Lingling. Alright then, I'll be waiting for your fan-themed mech, Su Lingling teased Zhang Shun, not taking it too seriously. Pang Hu handed over a space bracelet to Su Lingling, and inside this bracelet was the mech. When the mech was released, it looked quite attractive. The entire mech was white, resembling an extremely fierce tiger, with a very exquisite shape. Even Zhang Shun's expression showed a trace of surprise. This mech was excellent, almost beyond his expectations. Even on Dragon King Star, this would be considered a top-tier mech. The mech given by Pang Hu was pretty good. Even the nobles from the inner city might find it hard to acquire such a mech. So expensive. Su Lingling had initially thought of letting Pang Hu's wife work more hours, but she hadn't expected him to give such a valuable gift as a token of respect for becoming her student. Now, she couldn't treat her as an ordinary employee anymore. Zhang Shun nodded at Su Lingling. Pang Hu's son was called Xiao Pang, who was chubby and adorable, looking about 6 or 7 years old. Su Lingling hadn't anticipated that Pang Hu would send his young son to learn cooking. Pang Hu's wife was a dark and thin girl. At first glance, she wasn't especially beautiful, but her features were actually fine. Upon seeing Su Lingling, she immediately revealed a warm-hearted smile. She came forward and voluntarily offered to start working, showing remarkable diligence. She certainly didn't appear to be the wife of a black market boss. Chapter 168, Ayu. Mr. Su, hello, my name is Ayu. From now on, let me do all the work in the store. I'm very efficient, Ayu said happily as soon as she saw Su Lingling. She hadn't gone to school before and had grown up in the outer city area. She didn't even recognize a single word. Her life was tough, but she did anything to survive. It wasn't until she met Pang Hu that she started leading a carefree life. After being with Pang Hu, every day was full of happiness. Pang Hu would buy her beautiful clothes, and they lived in a comfortable big house. But she knew that Pang Hu wasn't content either. Even though Pang Hu always talked about things outside of home, he showed her a smile whenever she saw him. However, she knew about his helplessness and dissatisfaction. But there was nothing they could do about it. After giving birth to little Pang, she began learning words. Although studying was tiring, and she felt dizzy, this was the only thing she could do. Only by recognizing words can one succeed in the future. Besides, she was learning these for the sake of teaching her child. However, Ayu's nature was not inclined towards school. She just wanted to work. Her son, little Pang, also disliked studying, feeling depressed daily under his mother's supervision in class. Ayu had nothing to do all day, making her feel uncomfortable, so she focused on little Pang's studies. It was partly for his benefit and partly to prove that she wasn't idle. Recognizing some characters from little Pang became her achievement. Therefore, when she learned that she and her son could come to Su Lingling's shop to work, both mother and son were particularly happy. They were glad because they no longer needed to go to school. Pang Hu especially instructed Ayu to do more work at the store. Regarding her son's studies, she needn't worry, Su Lingling would teach him. Little Pang was warned too by Pang Hu to listen to Su Lingling because she was his teacher. If Pang Hu ever found out he disrespected her, there would surely be consequences. Mischievous kids are mischievous often because their parents are too indulgent. Previously, little Pang was hung up and beaten mercilessly by Pang Hu for deliberately leaving Ayu out in the cold during winter. He thought it was fun back then. If not for Ayu continuously pleading for mercy, Pang Hu wouldn't have stopped. What's worse, Pang Hu beat little Pang really hard, causing him pain for several days. When little Pang healed and thought everything was over, Pang Hu told Ayu to go out and visit her old friends. Then Pang Hu left little Pang outside, where he cried endlessly without letting him inside. It was only because Ayu returned early and found little Pang frozen outside that she pleaded again, resulting in Pang Hu finally allowing little Pang inside. He then explained many moral lessons to little Pang for quite some time. Little Pang cried guiltily, as Ayu usually treated him kindly. Ayu was a traditional woman from the outskirts, listening to everything Pang Hu said, placing everything around Pang Hu as priority. Pang Hu's word was law, with no personal opinions from Ayu. Plus, little Pang was her child. How could she not love her child? Naturally, she indulged him, wanting to give him what she thought was best. But as a result, somehow little Pang increasingly showed less respect for her. To tell the truth, before marrying Pang Hu, she didn't even know what sugar tasted like. Pang Hu was different. Though a bit chubby, his white and chubby appearance clearly indicated he came from the rich district. Only children from the rich district could grow that plump and fair-skinned. Pang Hu's eyes were especially charming when he laughed, curving like a crescent moon. Ayu only saw such smiles twice. Once when Pang Hu first met her, when she was being dragged by her father to the slave market to be sold, but the buyers favored her sister. The second time was after little Pang was born, when his talents were being tested. Otherwise, Pang Hu usually smiled, but those smiles never reached his eyes, which Ayu later realized were called fake smiles. Nevertheless, Ayu liked Pang Hu, as no one else had been kind to her the way Pang Hu was. Although Ayu was simple-hearted, she wasn't dumb, with an average appearance yet still surviving the harsh environment of the outskirts. She was not someone ordinary. At that time, Pang Hu bought Ayu's sister too, but merely sent her home, gave Ayu's family a sum of money, and allowed Yu to frequently visit her parents. He was never stingy with material things. Yet, this made Yu's sister jealous and yearned for the same life, wishing to marry Pang Hu. Pang Hu rejected them all, subsequently ceasing any interactions with Yu's family since then. Pang Hu explained to Yu that he had previously lived in the inner city and encountered all kinds of beautiful women, but never someone as good as Yu. This deeply moved Yu, who then visited her hometown less frequently and reduced the gifts she brought back. This made her father regret it immensely, and later he began to flatter her in every possible way. But Yu knew that her father wouldn't be this honest without Pang Hu having warned him. Yu never asked about these things. Later, Yu's sister got married, sobbing and visiting her, saying that Pang Hu was a good person and urging her to cherish him. Yu looked at her sister's bruised face with deep sympathy. Afterward, Pang Hu had someone brutally beat her brother-in-law and even arranged a job for him. Pang Hu was incredibly harsh, causing her brother-in-law to lie bedridden for a month before going to work. But later on, her sister and brother-in-law lived happily together. Her sister reconciled with her, and the relationship between the two sisters improved greatly. In Yu's world, no one had ever cared for her like this. For little Pang, she initially felt wronged and had complaints, but when she saw him being beaten, she couldn't help but feel heartbroken. If anyone else had hit little Pang, she would definitely have risked her life to stop them, but all she could do was beg Pang Hu when he disciplined little Pang. She heard Pang Hu tell little Pang to respect her and say that mom gets cold too. Yu watched as little Pang, crying uncontrollably, apologized to her, and at that moment, she held him and wept. She didn't know whether she cried from being deeply moved or because seeing little Pang's pitiful state made her heart ache. Yu always thought that Pang Hu valued little Pang highly, treating him like his life's core, but she never expected that Pang Hu would discipline little Pang for her sake. This was entirely different from her previous environment. Pang Hu became the angriest when little Pang said 1 + 1 is equal to 3. At that time, Pang Hu was so furious that his whole body trembled, wondering how such a fool could be born from his excellent genes. Back then, Pang Hu broke the table with one palm, but upon seeing Yu shivering out of fear, he restrained himself. Pang Hu was so angry that he spat blood and stayed home for a day. Many people came to see him, and after resting, Pang Hu went back to work. Yu didn't know how Pang Hu earned money, but there were only a few ways to make money in the outer city area. Chapter 169, Red Mammoth Meat. Yu was very diligent and efficient at work. Sulingling initially felt a bit embarrassed to assign so much work to Yu, but Yu carried out the tasks with great proficiency. This made Sulingling take the teaching of Yu more seriously. Sulingling explained in detail the steps for making bone soup. This was what she intended to teach Yu. As for Xiaoping, Sulingling thought that a child might not have much patience. So, she decided to teach him how to roast bone marrow. Xiaoping joyfully clutched the roasted bone marrow and chewed it. He had never tasted such delicious food in his entire life. He instantly understood why his father had sent him here. In Xiaoping's view, if he could master roasting bone marrow, he would never worry about eating or drinking again. One could even make a living by selling it. Since Xiaoping did not want to study, he felt there was no use in pursuing it. Xiaoping's face was smeared with oil, his cheeks puffed up as he munched, his eyebrows curved with happiness. Mom, this bone marrow is so tasty. You should eat some. This place is like heaven. From now on, I don't want to study letters anymore. I just want to stay here and learn culinary skills. Yu was moved. She hadn't expected Xiaoping to share food with her now, which would have been unimaginable in the past. But what Yu didn't know was that Sulingling had forbidden Xiaoping from overeating because he was still a child. She only allowed him to eat a small portion of roasted bone marrow and required him to drink more soup. Fortunately, the soup was flavorful enough. Since baitree root wasn't consumed much by Xiaoping, he enjoyed it immensely. Moreover, the soup also contained bone marrow. Although it lacked the intense flavor of roasting, it brought its own unique taste. Xiaoping refused to let go of the bone he was holding. Yu liked to drink soup, but since Xiaoping offered her some bone marrow, her son's first kindness, she couldn't refuse, and therefore she also picked up a piece of bone marrow and began to eat it. Yu thought that if their whole family could enjoy a meal together, it would be nice. She wanted to take some back for Pang Hu, but Sulingling did not allow it, stating that the food couldn't be taken outside. If they ate too little, the next meal's portion would be halved, and further reductions would occur if they continued to leave food behind. To make their family taste such fine cuisine, one could only earnestly learn and then return home to prepare it for them. Having heard this, Yu became even more focused on learning. It was the first day, but Sulingling still assigned learning tasks. After all, such a valuable initiation gift had been accepted, and Sulingling was serious about it. Sulingling gave both Yu and Xiaoping a portion of ingredients to take home and prepare. By evening, Pang Hu had arrived at Sulingling's shop. Seeing Yu and Xiaoping each carrying a bag, Pang Hu assumed they were cooked dishes, imagining that they were something special for himself. With delight, he returned home with his wife and son. After arriving home, Pang Hu discovered they were only raw materials, feeling slightly disappointed but still having a trace of expectation. It probably wouldn't taste too bad, right? However, Pang Hu still had an uneasy feeling deep down. Nonetheless, Pang Hu strongly supported both his son and wife. A well-made stove had already been installed at home. Pang Hu was willing to do anything for Xiaoping to become a famous chef. Because the talent for cooking required a harmonious, loving family environment, he had given up all his bad habits. He no longer flirted with women. All this was done so that Xiaoping could grow up feeling the warmth of home, within a harmonious, loving household. Over time, Pang Hu found Yu to be pretty good. Compared to his previous life, where he had met many beautiful women, his current situation was rather satisfactory. Yu was boiling soup in the small kitchen, while Peng Hu accompanied Xiaopeng to grill in the large kitchen. Grilling the bone marrow needed to be done in the large kitchen due to better exhaust ventilation for the smoke. Smelling the aromatic scent of the grilled bone marrow and seeing his solemnly focused son, Peng Hu thought it seemed quite professional and likely would taste fine. Grilling the bone marrow was simple, mainly dependent on timing. The seasonings had already been prepared in advance by Su Lingling. The bone marrow and other ingredients had also been stored in her kitchen god space, intending to give beginners a bit of confidence. Xiaopeng only needed to place the bone marrow on the fire, paying attention to the timing. The control of the heat was important, but even if the temperature deviated a bit, it was still edible. As for Yu, she had to handle adding salt and seasoning herself when boiling the soup. Yu sipped her homemade broth, furrowing her brows. It differed greatly from Su Lingling's. Pure waste of ingredients, and this left Yu feeling very unsettled inside. Coming from the outer district, she couldn't bear to see any waste of food. When the family gathered together to drink soup, it made Yu feel somewhat awkward. Xiaopeng drank a sip and bluntly said without giving face, "Mom, your soup is nowhere near as good." "Nonsense. It tastes okay to me. Your mother makes much better food than you." Peng Hu truly believed it was decent. Since he had frequently eaten terrible dishes in the past, even though these were far inferior to what Su Lingling made, they still gave him a glimpse of hope. "Dad, then you shouldn't eat the roasted bone marrow. I'll eat it all by myself," Xiaopeng said with an air of defiance. Xiaopeng savored the bone marrow he roasted, enjoying every bite and feeling that his work was exceptionally delicious, almost indistinguishable from Su Lingling's. People naturally see a glow around the food they've made themselves. Besides, Xiaopeng had always preferred strongly flavored food. Children shouldn't eat too much spicy food or they won't grow properly, so let Dad eat it for you. Peng Hu ate a spoonful of soup and a bite of roasted bone marrow, savoring every moment. He thought tonight's meal wasn't bad at all, and it left him feeling quite satisfied. Xiaopeng frowned unhappily, but could do nothing about it. He resigned himself to eating a piece of white tree root sulkily. As the night deepened, laughter rang out continuously from the family. The next day, early in the morning, Peng Hu sent both Xiaopeng and Yu to Su Lingling's shop to start work. There was plenty to do in the morning. Xiaopeng also started helping with some chores, like washing vegetables, which he did fairly seriously. Today, Su Lingling was making braised mammoth meat, a type of meat with a strong fishy taste that needed to be prepared with a red braising technique. Su Lingling didn't explain any new recipes to you. This was because Su Lingling had set a 10-day period. Each dish had a 10-day learning limit, after which Su Lingling would give a test. If they passed the test, they'd be allowed to learn a new recipe. If they failed, they'd have to keep practicing the old dish for another 10 days before retesting. Moreover, Su Lingling didn't allow Xiaopeng and Yu to eat dinner in the shop. Instead, she gave them ingredients to take home and prepare themselves. The benefit of this was that it enabled the whole family to enjoy a harmonious evening together while allowing them to sample their own handiwork and compare the differences. Of course, Xiaopeng and Yu could still watch Su Lingling cook the new dishes, such as the braised mammoth meat, although she wouldn't provide explanations. If they managed to master the skills on their own, that would be entirely up to them. Chapter 170, The Inner City and Young Master Zhao. Chen Shuang wasn't actually hungry at first, but as she approached the area near Su Lingling's shop, her stomach began to rumble. Drool streaming down, the alluring aroma was forcefully invading her nostrils. Today, Chen Shuang had come fully prepared. She planned to take the delicious food made by Su Lingling into the inner city, so she had brought along a top-notch insulated lunchbox. Since Su Lingling's place allowed for takeout, even encouraging customers to bring their own bowls, which also got them slightly more food, many preferred this option. As Chen Shuang arrived, she noticed that the person serving the food had changed, surprising her greatly. However, upon seeing that Su Lingling was still manning the wok, her worries melted away. Zhang Shun was there too, now exclusively handling payments. Why has the person changed? Chen Shuang was curious about why there was suddenly an additional person. Yu displayed a simple smile and explained to Chen Shuang, "I'm here as an apprentice to learn culinary skills from the boss." "Boss Su teaches cooking techniques?" Chen Shuang asked incredulously. "Yes, anyone with a talent for cuisine can come here to study," Su Lingling directly replied from inside the kitchen. Su Lingling hoped to teach more people because only then could she accumulate enough 1 million favorable reviews sooner. Relying solely on herself would yield merely a few thousand positive reviews per day, an uncertain time frame for achieving the target. Recruiting more students seemed like a better deal. This gave Chen Shuang pause, yet deep sadness welled up in her heart. Culinary talent was extremely rare. If she had it, she wouldn't have ended up living in the outer city. Chen Shuang looked at the bowl filled with fragrant meat and couldn't resist temptation. Picking up a piece of meat with her fingers, she popped it into her mouth, savoring its flavor before reluctantly closing the lid and rushing off to the inner city without delay. Rare were the opportunities for Chen Shuang to enter the inner city. Each entry fee cost a fortune, and she could only hope this time her efforts would pay off. She had finally managed to connect with young Master Zhao. Chen Shuang arrived at a luxurious hotel and entered a private room guided by a beautiful waitress. Upon opening the door, Chen Shuang immediately smelled the alluring scent wafting towards her nose. For some reason, it stirred an unusual feeling in her heart. Though hesitant, she silently questioned young Master Zhao's taste. As she stepped further inside, deafening music erupted around her, colorful lights nearly blinding her face. Facing her were two attractive young adults dancing sensually together, their movements intimate and flirtatious beyond measure. Chen Shuang initially thought they were a couple. The next moment, however, the woman was suddenly embraced by another man dressed in extravagant attire. This man buried his head in her sleek hair, inhaling deeply, lost in reverie. And the woman, compliant like a cat, wore a pleasing smile, tolerating all sorts of actions from him. Meanwhile, the handsome man who danced closely with the woman was being hugged tightly by a somewhat overweight matron, the tenderness in his eyes seemingly heightened. The civilization on Junk Star differed from others within other star systems. On Junk Star, power reigned supreme. There was no anxiety about looks as seen elsewhere where only those with high aesthetic values became nobles unless they opted for plastic surgery. On Junk Star, though, strength alone mattered. Inside the entire private room, the atmosphere exuded decadence. Despite being called a private room, it was astonishingly large. On stage stood a half-dressed handsome youth, gyrating wildly, performing a dance that appeared outrageously sultry. Although not her first time witnessing such a scene, Chen Shuang couldn't help but be captivated. However, most of the audience beneath showed little interest, likely having grown tired of such performances. The tables were laden with expensive wines, each bottle requiring many years of Chen Shuang's labor to afford. People outside the city walls struggled for basic sustenance, while those inside enjoyed abundant food but preferred to discard leftovers rather than distribute them beyond the walls. Chen Shuang couldn't help but recall an ancient saying, "Bones freeze to death on the road, while fine wine and roasted meat spoil in the noble houses." Here in the private room, her attire appeared out of place. Her clothing was quite plain, even inferior compared to the uniforms worn by waitresses, yet it was already the best outfit Chen Shuang owned. As a result, several pairs of eyes turned toward her, curiosity sparking in them. Chen Shuang felt these gazes burning hotly, hurrying through the crowd until she reached a quiet corner. "Young Master Zhao, you look truly dashing when drinking." I can barely contain myself." A woman's delicate voice greeted her, almost making one's bones go limp. Chen Shuang immediately spotted young Master Zhao nestled among a group of women. Chen Shuang approached young Master Zhao and humbly said, "Young Master Zhao, this humble woman discovered an extraordinarily talented chef in the outer city, so I've brought this exquisite cuisine especially for you." What hasn't our young Master Zhao tasted? How could there possibly be any delicacies from your garbage heaps? It's probably filled with nuclear radiation and bacteria." A woman sharply mocked Chen Shuang with utmost cruelty. She had no dignity before young Master Zhao, but showed boundless arrogance towards Chen Shuang. Upon hearing this, Chen Shuang directly opened the lunchbox. An intense aroma of meat immediately spread out. Chen Shuang opened both lunchboxes. One contained soup, while the other held red mammoth meat. Under the dim lighting, Chen Shuang clearly noticed that the squinting eyes of young Master Zhao instantly widened. Without warning, young Master Zhao violently shoved the woman who was attending him, flinging her onto the ground. The force of the slap was significant, bursting with power, leaving the woman no time to react as she hit the ground hard. This woman was precisely the one who had mocked Chen Shuang. "Get out!" Young Master Zhao coldly spat out a single word. The air froze at that very moment, pausing even the women who were attempting to seduce and please young Master Zhao. They stared in sheer terror as young Master Zhao slowly rose to his feet, casting a cold gaze across the crowd. "What? Can't you hear me speaking?" The same women who had been flattering young Master Zhao just moments ago leaped off their couches as if struck by lightning, scattering haphazardly. It was as though some ferocious beast was chasing them from behind, threatening their very lives should they lag behind. The entire process took less than 3 seconds to leave the sofa entirely vacant. Chapter 171. How could someone not want to enter the inner city? Still not putting the food down. Hearing young Master Zhao's voice, Chen Shuang dumbly placed the lunchbox on the small table in front of young Master Zhao. At the moment the lunchbox was put down, the meat inside was still hot and emitted a strong aroma. Young Master Zhao greedily sniffed once, watching the sauce-red pieces of meat in the bowl. Under the light, the faint grease reflected with a luster, as if illuminating the braised pork belly like gemstones embedded with brilliance. Young Master Zhao picked up his chopsticks and lifted a piece of meat into his mouth. Though the mammoth beast's meat had a color akin to fresh blood, when eaten, there was no trace of a bloody taste at all. Instead, it was very chewy. He kept eating with his chopsticks, one bite after another, never finding it greasy, and his lips were soon covered with oil. A surge of formidable power erupted within young Master Zhao. This mammoth beast was of an unusual grade, so it contained plenty of energy. Moreover, the cooking method used for the mammoth savage beast's meat was extremely skillful. Young Master Zhao had eaten mammoth meat before, but he'd never tasted mammoth savage beast's meat this delicious. After finishing the meat, young Master Zhao took a sip of bone soup. The creamy, milk-white bone soup touched his mouth, and its rich flavor burst forth like a balm, thoroughly covering his palate. Every sense of taste was occupied by the aroma of the marrow, the scent of white tree roots, and the flavors of other ingredients simultaneously blossoming. After taking just a sip of the bone soup, young Master Zhao felt that his unstable spirit had unknowingly calmed down at some point, leaving him feeling refreshed and clear-minded, exactly describing this sensation. Young Master Zhao held the soup bowl and drank it dry in a few sips, not leaving a single drop of residue. "Is this chef really from your outer city?" "Yes. Her dishes are delicious, and people in the outer city love them very much. She even opened a store." "In that case, you tell her to come see me. Let her know that if she is willing to join our Zhao family, then houses and status in the inner city will be given to her. As long as she desires them, they can be hers. If you handle this matter well, you will certainly benefit greatly." "Yes." Chen Shuang replied joyfully to young Master Zhao. Chen Shuang believed that every person in the outer city, just like herself, would definitely be immensely eager to remain in the inner city. As long as there was an opportunity to stay in the inner city, they would surely be willing to do anything at all costs. So Chen Shuang believed Su Lingling would agree. This is my personal contact information. Once she agrees, she can contact me, and we'll arrange a meeting. Young Master Zhao said calmly to Chen Shuang. Young Master Zhao knew how excellent the quality of these delicacies was. However, he thought that since the chef got to know him through Chen Shuang, it must mean she was trying to hitch her wagon to his star. Therefore, she would surely come to meet him, having such capabilities, and now she had the qualifications to see him. Although this chef's skills were indeed impressive, young Master Zhao felt warm all over after eating her dishes, experiencing heat surging within his body. In the warmth, all his meridians were in a state of extreme relaxation, and his bodily energy seemed to have improved. If such delicacies were consumed regularly, young Master Zhao would undoubtedly break through to the master level sooner. But as a superior figure, since the other party was coming to latch onto him, there was no need for him to rush things. Nonetheless, out of caution, he had his people keep tabs on Chen Shuang to prevent her from approaching others in the city. With a light step, Chen Shuang left the inner city. In the past, she would have lingered in the inner city to have a good look around, absolutely unwilling to leave so quickly. But now, she could stay in the inner city permanently. The inner city was far superior to the outer city in more ways than one. The inner city had a defensive protection system. It was currently in a safe period, so the outer city looked okay. But if the insect race invaded, the outer city would turn into a living hell, dangerously so. Chen Shuang had always wondered why the Star Lord didn't extend the battlefield out to interstellar space, but used the trash planet as a war zone instead. The trash planet had the strength to occupy other planets, and could use other planets as a line of defense. Chen Shuang found it hard to understand, but this was the thinking of those at the top. Perhaps, in their minds, the people in the outer city weren't even considered human. Chen Shuang couldn't change everything, but what she could do was change her own identity and transform herself into an insider of the inner city. Since Su Lingling's shop was hiring, it was also normal to bring one more person into the inner city. Impatient to enter the inner city, Chen Shuang quickened her pace. Even though it was already afternoon, Su Lingling's restaurant still had quite a number of customers. Since many people couldn't afford a whole serving of braised mammoth savage beast meat, basically most chose the soup for 1 crystal coin per serving. The soup was very filling and satisfying, leaving the stomach pleasantly warm. Many chose to line up for the soup. Now that Su Lingling had her own shop, these customers would also stagger their times to queue, meaning Lingling's little shop was bustling all day long. Many here made their own dark noodles, then bought a serving of soup, which they ate together as a family. Because even 1 crystal coin wasn't something an average person could easily afford. After watching Fat Tiger take away Little Fat and you, Chen Shuang immediately entered Su Lingling's shop. Zhang Shun held his bowl, wolfing down rice and meat with great enjoyment. Su Lingling was also eating. Sorry, we've already closed at this hour. Please come earlier tomorrow. Su Lingling told Chen Shuang. Huh, you came in the morning? In our shop, each customer can only consume once per day. By now, Su Lingling had recognized Chen Shuang. Boss Su, I have some wonderful news for you. I'm not here for food, said Chen Shuang cheerfully to Su Lingling. What good news do you have? Su Lingling replied indifferently. She wasn't curious, because she saw intense longing in Chen Shuang's eyes. Perhaps this matter was of great benefit to Chen Shuang. Boss Su, would you like to enter the inner city? No, you don't want to go into the inner city? Chen Shuang suddenly raised her voice. How could someone not want to enter the inner city? Wasn't it everyone in the outer city's lifelong dream? How could anyone not want to enter? Chen Shuang couldn't believe it. Su Lingling gave Chen Shuang a strange look and said, I'm going to eat. If there's nothing else, I'll be closing soon. Boss Su, you must have just arrived in the outer city and don't know the difference between the outer city and the inner city. The outer city is very dangerous. Not only are there savage beasts, but also insect species, beast races, and other star realms races will attack us. Chen Shuang explained to Su Lingling. Chapter 172. The difference between outer city and inner city. Ms. Su, the outer district is a region we've self-designated, but it's not really the outer city. Do you know that? After Chen Shuang finished speaking, without waiting for Su Lingling to reply, she continued on her own, addressing Su Lingling again. Ms. Su, there are no guarantees in the outer district. No one knows when the next insect attack will be. I know. This place is just wilderness, with no order at all, right? I understand now, you can leave. Chen Shuang was totally flustered. She had not expected such an attitude from Su Lingling. Subsequently, Chen Shuang realized that with Su Lingling's exceptional culinary skills, she could connect with people from the inner city, not just herself. Others might also be able to contact those inside the inner city. So Su Lingling must have already established other relationships, enabling her access into the inner city, which explained why she wasn't paying attention to her. Chen Shuang originally wanted to secure more benefits for herself and hoped that Su Lingling would be grateful to her. But now, having no other options, Chen Shuang decided to reveal her trump card. Chen Shuang said to Su Lingling, Ms. Su, let me be frank with you. I can make contact with Mr. Zhao from the inner city, who happens to be the legitimate son of the Zhao family in the city. It's rumored that an elder of Tianrin level resides in his household. The power of their family is unparalleled, almost invincible. I can help introduce you to Mr. Zhao, and as long as you take me along when you enter the inner city, that will suffice. I can help out with lots of work, such as washing vegetables, preparing meals, and other similar tasks. Furthermore, I can assist greatly with your social networking within the inner city. I know many people in the inner city, and when the time comes, I can help introduce you better to those high-ranking individuals, enabling us to earn more money. With your capabilities, if you want to work for someone in the inner city, there should be plenty of people willing to hire you. Why are you so insistent on following me? Don't tell me it's because you see potential in me. Su Lingling responded indifferently to Chen Shuang. Chen Shuang was very beautiful, with considerable strength. Su Lingling could sense roughly Chen Shuang's cultivation level. People won't treat me as their trusted aide. But Ms. Su, you're different. You don't have many people around you. I have a chance to occupy a position as a close confidant. There was another reason Chen Shuang didn't mention. Although she could enter the inner city, she would only be considered a slave, something she could not accept. She may flatter those great figures in every possible way, but deep down, she still holds onto a fragment of her pride and dignity. If she were to become a slave, her fate would remain unchanged forever. She'd rather stay in the outer city than accept that. This was something Chen Shuang absolutely could not bear. Those who willingly sell themselves as slaves are usually those who have no other options and are driven to such extreme measures. Chen Shuang was unwilling. Instead, she thought, even marrying an ordinary citizen from the inner city to gain citizenship would be better. Unfortunately, this path isn't easy either. Ordinary citizens cannot marry anyone from the outer city at will, and women in the city cannot arbitrarily marry men from the outer city. Such unions come with enormous costs. According to the law of the inner city, these unions degrade the genetic quality of the inner city, thus demanding a tax of 10,000 crystal coins. Moreover, most people from the outer city are criminals exiled for various reasons, and many families have had members commit crimes across generations. People from the inner city wouldn't care whether they were falsely accused or if the sins of the father shouldn't fall on the child. To them, everyone from the outer city deserves punishment. No one wants to marry the children of sinners. Chen Shuang could only rely on Mr. Zhao's connections to successfully enter the inner city, survive, and eventually try to obtain citizenship within the inner city. In that case, fine. I'll consider it. Su Lingling did not outright refuse, but gave Chen Shuang an ambiguous response. This is my contact information. If you've made up your mind, you can reach out to me immediately. Chen Shuang said excitedly to Su Lingling. In her eyes, this consideration was merely Su Lingling's excuse. It meant Su Lingling's decision was already swaying. After Chen Shuang left, Su Lingling closed the shop door and sat down while eating, then said to Zhang Shun, if we want to buy tickets to leave, we definitely need to go into the inner city. There are no tickets for sale here in the outer city. To meet that Mr. Zhao, although negotiating with him feels like plotting with tigers, we can check his intentions and later use Mr. Zhao's network to buy tickets inside the city. The energy on this garbage planet is abundant. Beneath the inner city, there are several spirit essence mines. Cultivating inside the inner city would accelerate our progress, so staying here longer might be worthwhile. However, this Mr. Zhao surely has some conditions attached. We probably won't be able to run a restaurant when we're there. Actually, I've found out that in a month, the authorities of the garbage planet will come here to screen for talent. We can take that route to enter the inner city. However, if we do this, you will likely become the head chef of the military cafeteria with an 80% probability. We can try contacting both sides. The Zhao family isn't that powerful. They only have one expert at the Tianren level. With our strength, we can handle them. Zhang Shun said to Su Lingling. With your current strength, you can already defeat someone at the Tianren level. That's the Tianren level, mind you. Su Lingling was no longer the clueless person she once was. Experts at the Tianren level are usually qualified to apply for the position of a planet's star lord within the alliance, gaining control over an entire planet. They are highly welcomed in almost all Tier 1 civilizations and will always receive excellent treatment wherever they go. Once they break through to the Tianren level, their lifespan becomes extremely long, living for more than 1,000 years. Their abilities allow them to summon wind and rain effortlessly, making them human-shaped nuclear weapons, extremely formidable. Zhang Xin nodded slightly towards Su Lingling and said, I've had good luck. I just broke through. You just broke through, and you're already so cocky. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xin burst out laughing but didn't say anything further. It wasn't that he had just broken through to the Tianren level. It was because after these days of recuperation, he'd recovered his previous Tianren level cultivation. With his regained strength and having his mech on standby, Zhang Shun felt completely confident and untroubled. Therefore, staying here on this garbage planet a bit longer wouldn't be a problem either. This place was abundant in resources, and during wartime, higher-grade ingredients would only become more plentiful. Then they could indulge themselves in eating gourmet food. So Zhang Shun thought it wasn't bad to stay here. Zhang Xin chewed on large chunks of braised mammoth meat, which was expensive and something most people in the outer district couldn't afford. There was plenty left over, and he ate happily. Moreover, the grade of this ferocious mammoth beast was high, containing substantial energy, providing Zhang Shun with some benefits. But this alone was not enough. Su Lingling's cultivation was nearly ready to break through, and Zhang Xin planned to wait until she reached the Wuzun level. Then he'd gather more power to hunt some top-tier ingredients. Chapter 173, Breakthrough. Su Lingling did not rush to meet the Zhao young master because Su Lingling was about to break through to the rank of martial respecter. Su Lingling chose to break through in the restaurant that very night. Without life and death battles, everything came naturally. It was all built up bit by bit, gained from steady cultivation. After breaking through to become a martial respecter, one would gain the ability to fly through the air. This speed would only be slower than an aerial car. As for ordinary cars, they took up too much space and were even slower than humans. Su Lingling finally understood why there were so few cars on this garbage planet. With this increase in cultivation, she no longer had to worry about traffic jams. Running over 100 miles at once would pose no problem at all. And the blue lotus earth fire had grown from a small flame into a fireball. Su Lingling could now control more power. With this enhancement of strength, Su Lingling intended to make braised meat. The mammoth ferocious beast was huge, with lots of meat, making it perfectly suited for making braised meat. Moreover, the braised meat could be sold by weight. There would no longer be a mandatory rule of selling at 20 crystals per portion, with only one purchase allowed per customer. Commoners wanting to try a little meat could buy as little as 1 crystal's worth, which allowed them to taste a few slices. This meat was still quite cost-effective, containing far more energy than the king-grade ferocious beasts on Water Blue Star. The higher one's cultivation became, the more benefits one received. On the morning of the next day, a long line formed again outside Su Lingling's shop. Clearly, people here had already discovered the extraordinary quality of the mammoth ferocious beast meat. Many had broken through yesterday. Boss, are you selling the same meat as yesterday? The meat is the same, but today's preparation method is different. It's braised meat and will be ready in the afternoon. For lunch, we can only serve stir-fried bullfrog meat. Su Lingling told the customers. Upon hearing about bullfrog meat, half of the customers left. It wasn't that bullfrog meat was bad, but the outer city residents were too poor. Every penny of theirs had to be spent wisely. Knowing that yesterday's meat was still available, just later in the afternoon, all of them decided to come back then. Also, each person could only buy 1 dish from Su Lingling's shop per day, and they didn't want to waste their allowance. Su Lingling wasn't upset. She continued cooking as usual. Anyway, both her and Zhang Shun now had big appetites. The two could finish the food. Peng, who sent his wife and son to work every day and would buy himself a meal, eating it with his family. Then he'd go home in the evening to enjoy the food made by his wife and child, having 2 meals a day, feeling blissful. When Murong arrived, he noticed that yesterday's mammoth meat was gone and did not inquire further. In his view, yesterday's meat was too precious. The ferocious beast's grade was extraordinary, and being able to eat it once was already a great deal. He had already developed a habit of coming every morning for a meal. Morong brother, the mammoth meat will be available in the evening. It seems that it takes longer to prepare. Lin Yun reminded Morong Li. She didn't want Morong Li to miss out. After eating only 3 pieces of the mammoth meat yesterday, she broke through. One could imagine how much energy this meat contained. I have something to do in the afternoon and can't come over. Eating this is also fine. It tastes good. Morong brother, I have something to do during the day, so I'll come back in the afternoon to buy. You can join me then. It's said that the boss will cook a new dish, and I can't finish all the meat alone. There's a lot of blood chi in this meat. Great. Murong Li readily agreed upon hearing there would be meat, completely failing to notice Lin Yun's red face. Lin Yun had seen Murong Li earlier in the morning, which prompted her to greet him. She didn't want to waste her purchase quota for the day and continued working. Lin Yun worked at an industrial park near the inner city. It was rumored that due to heavy pollution, these parks were not allowed inside the inner city. Additionally, labor in the outer city was much cheaper. Lin Yun vaguely heard some workers mention that the Star Master of the Garbage Star deliberately divided people into classes, intentionally setting up the outer city areas to ensure lowly tasks always had workers willing to do them. Robots couldn't fully replace human beings. There always needed to be someone controlling them. One wrong program, and everything goes awry. Lin Yun's job was to inspect parts manufactured by robots to ensure they had no problems. Thanks to Lin Yu's relatively strong cultivation and help pulling strings, Lin Yun always worked the day shift, avoiding the nighttime shifts others had to endure, sparing her from staying up late. Mainly because at night, for unknown reasons, whether it was criminals or ferocious beasts, they tended to act during this time. Deep within the dense forest, Lin Yu hid deep in the grasses, patiently enduring mosquito bites. Lin Yu had been lying in ambush here for a long time. Not until a colossal golden python appeared before Lin Yu did she instantly dart out from the grasses. Lunging onto the golden python, she plunged her blade into the most vulnerable spot of the golden python. Oh ah! The golden python let out agonizing cries, its golden pupils glaring furiously as it bared its fangs and flailed, attempting to wrap its body around Lin Yu to crush her to death. But no matter what, it was unable to break free from Lin Yu's tight grip, eventually only being able to convulse with its eyes wide open in death as it was stabbed through the critical spot. Subsequently, Lin Yu extracted a round and plump snake pearl from the golden python's abdomen, stashing it into her own bosom. I wonder if this snake meat is edible. It's such a waste to just leave it here. Unfortunately, this snake is too big for my spatial equipment to hold, Lin Yu thought. However, upon looking at the golden python's skin, Lin Yu revealed a satisfied expression. This snake's skin was too beautiful and possessed an extremely powerful defensive force. If it wasn't for her ambush attack on a weak point, things wouldn't have been so easy. This skin might be worth hundreds of crystals. Immediately after, she peeled off the valuable snake skin from the golden python and prepared to leave. But just at that moment, a deep and long-lasting roar of a beast reverberated through the air. An extremely intense pressure emanated from deep within the dense forest. This formidable pressure caused Lin Yu's heart to shudder violently. Is this the aura of a master-level ferocious beast? There's another top-tier ferocious beast present here. Lin Yu, surprised, quickly turned her gaze towards the depths of the dense forest. From the depths of the dense forest, a snow-white silver python, with a single horn on its head, radiating a chilling cold throughout its whole body, slowly swam towards this direction. The silver python was approximately 1 meter and 50 centimeters long, with sharp bone blades at both its head and tail, appearing savage and fearsome. Everywhere it passed, trees all withered, and flowers completely perished. the entire sky becoming dim and lifeless as a suffocating icy chill spread. It was evident that this silver python was a master-level ferocious beast. SSSSSSS. After emitting a piercing roar, the silver python surged forward like lightning, breaking through layer upon layer of forests, rapidly closing in on Lin Yu. Lin Yu's complexion drastically changed, not daring to stay any longer as she turned and fled. Chapter 174, The Insect Clan. Lin Yu clearly knew that she was no match for the huge python. If the silver python caught up with her, it would be a matter of life and death. Although the silver python was fast, compared to Lin Yu's small and agile figure, it was slightly slower. Plus, Lin Yu would jump onto big trees to avoid it, and the silver python could only collide with the tree. Thus, after chasing Lin Yu in the deep forest for half an incense stick's time, it finally caught up with her. But before it could launch an attack, suddenly, a beam of green light flashed, and a green blade appeared in front of the silver python. When the green blade touched the silver python, an extremely powerful force erupted, exploding into chaos. And soon, another blade descended. The silver python let out a painful hiss, struggling fiercely. It tried to dodge the endless blades. However, its struggle was futile. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't escape. With a mournful cry, the silver python could only die with regret under the powerful blade. Lin Yu immediately recognized the person who had killed the silver python. It was Zhang Shun. Thank you, boss, for saving me. The golden python meat is mine, so no need to thank me. After gathering the silver python's remains, Zhang Shun flew away. Lin Yu looked at Zhang Shun's retreating figure and realized where Su Lingling got her meat from. It turned out it was supplied from here. No wonder the prices were so affordable. Whatever she ate every day depended entirely on what kind of ferocious beast Zhang Shun encountered. But wasn't Zhang Shun too strong? A ferocious beast at the level of a grandmaster. He could just kill as he pleased. Lin Yu suddenly thought of something. Did Su Lingling shop by me? These ferocious beasts' meat, although also purchased in the inner city, were bought at very low prices. Lin Yu thought she might as well go to Su Lingling's store next time to ask directly. Even though this income wasn't bad, Lin Yu still didn't feel relaxed. Because peace in the outer district wouldn't last long. This month has already been calm for a month, but those alien creatures would likely descend again. Otherwise, if the outer district could stay peaceful for a long time, the people in the outer city wouldn't yearn so much for the inner city. Under a gloomy sky, a huge crack appeared, and countless black dots started falling from above. Su Lingling watched the suddenly darkened sky, frowning deeply. She felt she was a bit unlucky. Wherever she went, problems followed. These things that look like small black dots are actually enormous. They just seem small because of the great distance. All of these are insect clan members. These insects are extremely terrifying. They love to suck the blood of humans and feed on them. They're venomous, and even a slight touch can leave you bedridden for several days. Due to the arrival of the insect clan, the first ones to go wild were the ferocious beasts. Because the insect clan also eats ferocious beasts, Su Lingling thought she was quite unfortunate. Wherever she went, problems always followed. But Fat Tiger wasn't afraid at all. He even let his wife and children work in Su Lingling's shop. Su Lingling then learned why Trash Star was called Trash Star. It was ravaged by these insect clans. Back in the day, Trash Star used to be as beautiful and resource-rich as Water Blue Star. But the insect clan devoured most of everything there. Only a few areas remained relatively prosperous. And Trash Star was located right at the edge of a battlefield, acting like soldiers guarding the frontier city. These insect clans would attack at least once a month. So Fat Tiger was already used to it. Not only was Fat Tiger accustomed to it, even Yu and Little Fat were already used to it. However, Su Lingling noticed the worried look in Yu's eyes, indicating that Yu wasn't really relaxed. This black market was a place found by Fat Tiger, an easily defensible area. Almost all the people from the outer district have moved in to live here. More people mean more chances to attract those flying bugs, which were somewhat like mosquitoes, but very large, almost bird-sized. When building the restaurant, Fat Tiger had considered this situation. The windows and doors were specially designed. Su Lingling was a little worried about the stuff she had left in the cave. Though it wasn't very valuable, it was hard-won. But Zhang Shun returned very quickly. Zhang Shun gave Su Lingling a reassuring look, saying, I've already retrieved those things, don't worry. These flying insects will help me practice my sword skills. I'll show you my swift blade. Zhang Shun's blade was very fast, so fast that Su Lingling could barely see the knife in Zhang Shun's hand. She could only see a trail of residual shadows. Facing such flying insects, evidently, there was already a prepared defense here. Chen Shuang wearing a black robe ran over, not attacked by any single insect along the way. At first, Su Lingling did not want to open the door. Because of the aroma of food here, it was especially attractive to these flying insects. However, Chen Shuang kept knocking on the door, so Su Lingling had no choice but to take her knife and open the door for Chen Shuang. Su Lingling held the knife in case some stray flying insects managed to slip inside. But Zhang Shen's blade was too fast. There were insect corpses scattered all over the ground at the entrance, and Su Lingling's knife wasn't needed. Su Lingling let Chen Shuang in. Little Fat lay by the window, watching with great interest as Zhang Shun slaughtered the flying insects. He was so absorbed that you couldn't pull him away no matter how she tried. Having no other option, you decided to just let Little Fat keep watching. This place was relatively safe because you knew that outside, one had to face not only flying insects but also the frenzied ferocious beasts. And Fat Tiger was out there trying to stop those ferocious beasts from getting in. Something even more dangerous, which was why you worried about him. After entering, Chen Shuang said to Su Lingling, now you should understand how dangerous the outer district is. If we were in the inner city, these flying insects would have been intercepted by the electric grid above the city before they got close, completely burned into carcasses. Boss Su, I sincerely advise you to go to the inner city. When the situation gets worse, the gates of the inner city will be closed completely. If that happens, even if you want to see Zhao Gongzi then, Zhao Gongzi wouldn't meet you. Chen Shuang hadn't expected that Su Lingling would still be running her store today, as though she had completely disregarded what Chen Shuang had said yesterday. The day when the insect clan attacked could only be roughly predicted. Everyone only knew the insect clan came every month, but not on specific dates. This time, the insect attack happened 3 days earlier than Chen Shuang's estimate. This was the main reason Chen Shuang was urgently trying to persuade Su Lingling to join forces and move into the inner city. Once inside the inner city, the inhibitors would be provided without worry, along with better resources, education, all would be available, and there'd be no need to fear the insect clan anymore. And one wouldn't have to worry about being inexplicably killed at home one day. Becoming a citizen of the inner city meant receiving legal protection under Trash Star's laws. Chapter 175, Steamed Bug Crabs. Thank you, but I think I'll stay here. I'll wait until the bug invasion is over before making any other plans. Su Lingling declined Chen Shuang's offer. During her time on Water Blue Star, Ling Xiao invited her to visit Dong City, and she declined then too. Later, she found out that it was actually safer in Dong City. But upon further thought, without power, nowhere truly feels secure. It's actually not bad being here. Chen Shuang looked blankly at Su Lingling, dumbfounded, never imagining that Su Lingling would be so stubborn. You closely watched both Su Lingling and Chen Shuang, fearing that Su Lingling might agree. After hearing Su Lingling reject Chen Shuang, she let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps due to Yu's improved cooking skills, Fat Hu began sharing some things with her about martial artists. You understood what Su Lingling meant to the entire outer zone. As long as Su Lingling was around, the combat strength of the entire outer zone would endure. She was like a pillar of stability. Su Lingling may not remain forever in this outer zone, but as long as she stays long enough for you to learn her culinary techniques, it will suffice. If she could cook meals with the same effectiveness as Su Lingling's, that would sustain the outer zone. You had never been to the inner zone, nor did she long for it. She felt content where she was, believing that her current life was already perfect. She grew up in the outer zone, and her emotional ties to this place far exceeded anyone else's. The people here also had the freedom to live their lives. Though she had once resented her family, she still loved them, hoping they would all lead good lives. With every insect disaster, many lives were lost. With every outbreak, Fat Hu frowned deeply, but only during this one. He relaxed, feeling reassured. Chen Shuang wanted to say more, but for the first time, Yu boldly stepped forward and said to Chen Shuang, "You're not welcome here. The boss has spoken. Once this is over, we can discuss." Young but savvy, little Fat Hu didn't fully understand what Chen Shuang was aiming for, but he grasped it well. He knew that if Su Lingling left, there wouldn't be delicious food anymore. It smelled heavenly. And he didn't want to go to school. He simply wished to learn how to cook. He even dreamed of learning new dishes. Little Fat Hu rushed ahead and stood beside Yu, silently supporting her. Although domineering among those familiar, he knew that few people outside their circle would tolerate him, except his mom, who always sided with him. Thus, he didn't utter an offensive word against Chen Shuang. Chen Shuang glanced at little Fat Hu and Yu, comprehending that some individuals certainly didn't want Su Lingling to leave the outer zone. Not everyone had the privilege to enter the inner zone. Chen Shuang said to Su Lingling, "As time goes by, you will eventually understand that I am genuinely the one who cares for your welfare." Then, Chen Shuang pulled open the door and marched down quickly. On the ground lay piles of dead black mosquitoes. Meanwhile, Zhang Shun returned with a mosquito in hand and asked Su Lingling, "Is this mosquito edible?" Su Lingling used the system to identify the mosquito, discovering that it was a flying bird mosquito. This kind of mosquito is slender and covered with scales. Its legs are fine and delicate, fragile in appearance, with its proboscis hidden inside a long beak. Male mosquitoes feed on flower nectar and plant juices. Male mosquito antennae are filamentous, ringed with hairs, and typically more dense than females. Its whole body was toxic and unsuitable for eating, but useful as firewood. It cannot be eaten. It is entirely filled with poison, but you can burn it. The gases released after burning are harmless, thus saving some energy. Su Lingling told Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun immediately regretted his efforts. These mosquitoes had no practical use at all. They couldn't be weaponized or consumed. They were simply waste. The boss is correct. These dried mosquitoes burn for a long time. In the past, at home, I used to gather and dry them for fuel. Some factories outside the inner city also collect them. 1,000 pounds of dried mosquitoes equals 1 crystal coin. You flatteringly informed Zhang Shun. Such prices made Su Lingling feel somewhat exasperated. However, compared to the inner zone, the outer zone lacked much of the equipment. Those factories, situated near the inner zone because of the machine noise that might disturb the residents' lives, are actually placed in the outer zone. However, those factories and you don't belong to the same group. These people in the factories are considered the true inhabitants of the outer zone. People like you refer to themselves as residents of the outer zone, but in reality, they are displaced wanderers. Fat Hu gazed admiringly at Zhang Shun. Before, he only thought Zhang Shun was fierce, but now, he realized Zhang Shun was indeed capable. Zhang Shun took several insect corpses from his storage equipment and handed them to Su Lingling for identification. Su Lingling finally found a species similar to crabs, which were edible. Congratulations, the host has obtained a new ingredient and a new recipe, steamed bug crabs. Zhang Shun also took out 2 large snake corpses, one already skinned. so Su Lingling had work to do. After processing the ingredients, Su Lingling put them into the cooking god space. Su Lingling suddenly thought of a good idea. In the outer zone, many people wanted to eat the food from Su Lingling's shop, but didn't have enough money to buy it. Now with the arrival of the insect invasion and constant battles, it was such a pity to waste all this meat. So why not hand it over to her? She could preserve it in the cooking god space. Besides, many of the ingredients that Su Lingling had acquired on Water Blue Star were almost used up. She could easily allow these people to use food as a substitute for crystal coins. After all, selling these items to people in the inner zone would yield very few crystal coins. Upon hearing Su Lingling's idea, you immediately supported her. Then you helped Su Lingling find a 3D printer at home and printed a huge banner for her, which was posted outside. Su Lingling divided the meat into 5 grades based on the energy content within. These braised meats last longer than regular meat and won't spoil even after months if stored in space equipment. Grade 1 contained the least amount of energy and vitality, while Grade 5 was higher. People who came to exchange for food here could get different amounts of food depending on what kind of meat they brought. 1 unit of Grade 1 beast meat exchanged for 10 pounds of Grade 1 meat, while 10 units of Grade 1 beast meat exchanged for 1 pound of Grade 2 beast meat or 10 pounds of Grade 1, allowing free choice. This exchange rate was quite fair. By afternoon, the flying insects had been mostly dealt with, and everyone went back to browsing the black market, with many people wanting to buy food from Su Lingling's shop. Can we exchange meat for dishes? Isn't this too good a deal? 10 pounds of Grade 1 beast meat for a bowl of soup. This preserved meat has no limit and can always be exchanged. This is great. I hunted a lot of beasts today. Chapter 176, Jerky. No one knows who shouted, but there was news that there were still many ferocious beast meats outside. Everyone rushed out to grab them, especially the insect clan corpses, which were also valuable. Su Lingling listed 2 types of insect clan corpses that could be exchanged here, namely the freshwater shrimp and crab bugs, which could replace the ferocious beast meat. This made all these people go crazy and rush out to collect ferocious beast meat. Especially those insect clan corpses, no one used to want them before. Su Lingling categorized the mammoth ferocious beast meat into level 4. Many people wanted to exchange for mammoth ferocious beast meat. Eating this meat was just like taking a blood sheep pill. Soon, Su Lingling's place had a long queue. Murray Lee did not expect to encounter such good fortune. 10 pounds of meat in exchange for 1 pound of Su Lingling's meat. This was too economical. And those insect clan corpses, he knew which 2 were non-toxic and could be eaten, though their price outside was very low, so he also gathered them. Even small as mosquitoes, they are still food. It turned out at Su Lingling's place, 10 pounds of ordinary meat could exchange for 1 pound of braised meat, though it was also distinguished by grade. Murray Lee exchanged all his meat into mammoth ferocious beast meat and even got a bowl of bone soup exchanged. One could only exchange for 1 bowl of this bone soup, otherwise Murray Lee would have exchanged for 10 bowls, and he could drink them all. The braised meat exchanged came in large chunks. Su Lingling's place helped cut them and added braising sauce and chili. This braising sauce and chili were weighed after, then added, making everyone feel much more comfortable. The braised meat was warm and fragrant, making one's appetite open up just by the smell. Murray Lee took out a huge bucket to carry this meat. There were 40 or 50 pounds of meat, so fragrant, so much meat. Murray Lee ate meat until full for the first time. This was really too delicious. He previously wanted to eat like this, but never had the chance. Murray Lee was quite generous with eating because there were still many ferocious beasts outside. He spent not a single penny today, purely free eating. After eating, Murray Lee felt like his whole body had inexhaustible energy, wielding the big knife powerfully, creating tiger-like wind. There were many people like Murray Lee. Most people usually didn't dare to indulge in food or drinks, but today they all began to eat without restraint. In this black market, another new emerging profession was born, professional meat distributors. Some people found it troublesome, so they promised 1 pound of first-class ferocious beast meat from Su Lingling's shop, then helped divide their meat properly, wash it clean, reaching the standard of Su Lingling's shop, saving themselves some time. Outside Su Lingling's shop, the pot for braised meat was directly set up, continuously cooking braised meat for everyone to conveniently exchange. These days, Su Lingling hardly had any time to cook dishes. Fortunately, everyone didn't mind. Su Lingling's shop didn't just take meat, but also vegetables and exotic plants. Even by Shujian is accepted, but prices differ, slightly cheaper than meat. But top-grade exotic plants. 1 plant alone could exchange for dozens or even hundreds of pounds of meat. Even Fat Tiger moved all his meat over to exchange for braised meat. Su Lingling also introduced jerky accordingly, based on her own understanding and processing techniques improved from recipes. Jerky can be packed in bags and chewed when feeling hungry outside, preserving longer. However, jerky was more expensive, needing 10 pounds of braised meat to exchange for 1 piece of jerky. Currently, only levels 1 to 3 jerky has been produced. Levels 4 and 5 jerky were particularly scarce, not enough, so Su Lingling hadn't produced them. And you also learned beside how to make it. She could mimic about 5/10 of the taste. But even Fat Tiger preferred to exchange Su Lingling's store's jerky, because he learned from you that someone was poaching his staff. After this insect disaster, Su Lingling might enter the inner city area. He had to prepare early. If possible, stockpile more meat. Fat Tiger has already tested this jerky. Even the next day, a day later, its efficacy remained unchanged. The best situation would be achieving cultivation breakthrough. If reaching Celestial Realm, inhibitor wouldn't be needed anymore. Lin Yun directly stopped going to work at the factory. In the past, she definitely wouldn't have known what to do, but now, she daily assisted her sister and Murray Lee with distributing meat. Just the meat found by these two people wasn't enough for her to distribute. She didn't worry about others seizing it because Zhang Xin's strength was strong. Zhang Xin stationed himself here. Anyone causing trouble would be thrown out directly by Zhang Xun. So Lin Yun only needed to diligently distribute the meat. These few days, she was also eating meat until she couldn't hold back from indulging herself for so long. This insect disaster brought a cheerful atmosphere to everyone's faces, as if it weren't a calamity, but rather a bountiful harvest. Inner City District. The restaurants and merchants who usually purchase meat this time discovered that very little ferocious beast meat was being sold by the outer city migrants. However, merchants buying pelts continued their usual transactions. Old master, do you think it's because the price of these ferocious beast meats is too low? The migrants simply chose not to sell them. Even if those meats are difficult to eat, they could barely cook and consume them. They might cause diarrhea, but it's better than starving to death. Perhaps they've kept it for themselves. What can we do? Normally, there are some second-hand vendors selling. This time, none have come forward. Several merchants gathered together chatting. None of them knew what was going on with the people from the outer city. Finally, a second-hand vendor approached. That person was Qinsong. Su Lingling didn't want to go to the inner city district herself, and she also couldn't overly rely on her one connection to Su Lingling. She had to think of another way. Nothing beats the preservation value of crystal coins. These meats would last at most a few months before expiring. So Qinsong thought of selling the meat exchanged from Su Lingling's shop to these inner city people. Boss Zhu, this time I brought you something good. How much per pound of this meat? Give me an offer. Qinsong handed over a small piece of dried meat to each merchant. Zhu picked up a piece of dried meat and placed it in his mouth, chewing slowly. The taste instantly opened his half-closed old eyes. He held up one finger and said to Qinsong, Young Chun, 1 crystal coin per pound. Isn't that fair? Qinsong turned and left immediately, furious at how underpriced it was. Zhu hurried after her, pulling her back and saying, 10 crystal coins per pound. Consider me your own uncle. This is already a high price. For that, you're my uncle? You really think I'm stupid? I'd eat this myself rather than sell it to you. This is an exceptional meat jerky crafted by a 9-star chef. 100 pounds of ferocious beast meat produce only 1 pound of this premium jerky. I tell you, any price less than 1,000 crystal coins per pound, and I won't sell a single pound to you. Qinsong, infuriated, resorted to making such claims. Chapter 177, A New City. When Qin Shuang said this, she had already thought that this deal would fall through. 1 crystal coin per caddy, 10 crystal coins per caddy. This price was truly insulting. Do they really think she can't reach out to others in the inner city? Even if she doesn't sell it, keeping it for herself would be worth it. This dried meat could be stored for a long time. It tasted great and contained plenty of vitality and energy. Girl, your Uncle Zhu is just joking with you by deliberately taking advantage. Uncle will buy the dried meat from you for 1,200 crystal coins per caddy. This is an honest price. Another elder next to Elder Zhu quickly grabbed Qin Shuang and said to her, 1,200 crystal coins. This number left Qin Shuang speechless. The dried meat could actually be sold at such an astronomical price. Elder Zhu originally intended to take advantage of Qin Shuang's lack of knowledge about prices. He hadn't expected the elder beside him to offer such a high price. All right, if Uncle is fair, I'll sell to you. Qin Shuang quickly sold half of the dried meat on her back to them, keeping the other half for herself. Qin Shuang sold 6 caddies of dried meat in total. So many crystal coins dazzled her eyes. It was the first time Qin Shuang had seen so much money. As she was leaving, Qin Shuang readily agreed, saying that if there was any extra dried meat in the future, she would still sell it to them. Qin Shuang discovered someone following her after she left. Being cautious in her actions, Qin Shuang wouldn't fear being followed unless no one was behind her. With someone trailing her, she felt no fear at all. It was simple for her to shake off these people. After Qin Shuang left, the elder's expression darkened. Elder Zhu told the elder, 1,200 crystal coins per caddy is simply too expensive. Even though the dried meat could sell for 10,000 crystal coins per caddy, she is nothing but a peasant from the outer city. How could she deserve so much money? It seems something significant has happened in the outer city that we don't know about. We need to contact those people and have them investigate. Such good fortune, those peasants couldn't possibly hold on to it. We'll let them keep the money for now. Let's look into selling the dried meat. Open up the market. Several elders gathered together, laughing endlessly. They appeared as if they were competing for business, but in reality, they were all accomplices. The outer city, after all, is just filled with criminals who've been exiled. How could criminals deserve such a good life? If that were true, then the people inside the city wouldn't stay in the inner city and work hard. In this world, to exploit ordinary people better, it's only necessary to make them understand that there are people worse off than themselves. Knowing that, to stay in the inner city, they will spare no effort to succeed. Within a few days, the black market turned into a gathering place. It turned out that setting up a gathering spot wasn't difficult. Although flying bugs occasionally came in, everyone had already gotten used to carrying knives around, frequently drawing their blades to cut down the pests when necessary. What troubled everyone most were the ground-dwelling bugs. These insects hide underground, often surfacing to launch surprise attacks, making them hard to deal with. Fortunately, Su Lingling had Qinglian earth fire, which cleaned the area beneath the restaurant rather well. Dried meat had become a form of hard currency in the gathering place. It was nearly comparable to crystal coins. For these people, the dried meat lasted long and could be eaten, making it just as valuable as crystal coins. Still, plenty of people exchanged things for braised meat. Its flavor was truly exquisite and never got old. By now, Almost everyone here had developed the habit of eating braised meat daily. Su Lingling had conducted a screening process in the black market, picking out those with culinary talent. She taught them how to make dried meat and braised meat. It was unknown why, but Trash Planet had very few edible plants, yet an abundance of fierce beasts. A lot of these fierce beasts' meat could be processed into food. So teaching these methods for preparing braised meat and dried meat essentially counted as acquiring a highly skilled technique. These individuals studied the lessons with utmost seriousness and precision. Even little Penghu, who was only a few years old, understood its significance and learned carefully. Regardless of how peculiar the taste became, whether it was his own halved or dried meat, he always enjoyed it, devouring it happily. But when it came to others' creations, if it tasted bad, he could tell right away. Su Lingling could sense that Penghu had put a great deal of effort into little Peng. Among all the people here, little Peng and you were slightly more talented. Actually, Yu's talent wasn't inferior to little Peng's. It was just that Yu's earlier life had been far too painful and oppressive. Thus, the bitterness in her cuisine affected the taste, leading others to assume her talent was lacking. But now, Yu had found the meaning of her life struggle, and she exuded a new vitality. There was less of the cautious unease in her food, and more vitality and confidence, so naturally, the taste improved. This made Penghu very happy. He felt it was worth it for this mecha. Although Su Lingling was teaching others, he had tried their dishes, and their culinary skills were far inferior to his wife and son. Penghu felt very pleased. Even if Su Lingling left now, he wouldn't be afraid. Little Peng was busy all day now, tired enough to come home, finish Su Lingling's homework, and sleep soundly on the bed. He wasn't being mischievous anymore. It was mainly because he was so tired, working hard in Su Lingling's shop during the day and having his father, Penghu, supervise his homework at night. How could little Peng not be tired? Penghu lay in bed and said to Yu beside him, "You, this black market will likely become a gathering place for the outer city in the future. Maybe one day, this place will become a new city. There will be such a day." For the first time, Yu began to look forward to that day in her heart. There will be such a day. Penghu echoed Yu's words. After a moment of silence, Penghu said to Yu, "You, the luckiest thing in my life is meeting you. Oh, the happiest thing in my life is also meeting you." Some feelings may not be intense at first, but with the passage of time, they grow incredibly strong in ordinary lives. For Yu, this was undoubtedly the best confession. She thought she might be willing to give everything for Penghu, even her life. It was Penghu who gave her a home. Su Lingling lay in bed resting, noticing there were more unfamiliar faces around the black market lately. She thought perhaps it was time to leave. Many people had already been keeping an eye on her. If she didn't want any trouble, she needed a new patron soon. The jerky was now in high demand. Initially, Su Lingling just wanted to sell off some of her stockpile of savage beast meat. But instead, the amount of savage beast meat piled up in her possession kept increasing. As for the dried meat, she hadn't saved a single pound. Chapter 178, Meeting Young Master Zhao. Zhang Shun, on the other hand, claimed he feared no one and would fight anyone he met, displaying a state of boundless arrogance. However, Su Lingling still remembered the pitiful way Zhang Shun had been brutally beaten by Chu Tianba. It was better to be cautious when doing things. Su Lingling felt it was best to follow Chun Shuang's advice, to meet young Master Zhao. If Master Zhao proved unreliable, they could then seek refuge with the military department. After all, this was only one of Su Lingling's options. Before meeting young Master Zhao, Su Lingling met with Tiger once. When Tiger learned that Su Lingling was leaving, he was merely somewhat regretful and instead blessed her. Su Lingling handed over a handwritten book of cooking secrets to Tiger, expressing her hope that the shop could eventually be entrusted to little Tiger and Yu. Tiger treasured Su Lingling's cookbook deeply, bowing in respect to her. "Is there any fire seed here? If you want to truly become a chef, it's best to have fire seeds inside your body so that the gourmet food you create can reach another level. I can help little Tiger and you merge with the fire seeds. Instructions on how to use the power of the fire seeds for cooking are written in my cookbook." Su Lingling asked Tiger. "I do. I have fire seeds, but we need to wait an hour." "That's fine, I can wait." Actually, Tiger only had one fire seed, but he knew where to get more. The reason he wanted Su Lingling to wait was because he wanted to obtain another one, to provide for his wife and child. Tiger knew that the essence of Su Lingling's culinary skills might be related to the fire seeds, so they were essential. The fire seed Tiger originally had was meant for little Tiger. Because Tiger had heard that becoming a star chef, this fire seed might help little Tiger. That's why Tiger kept one around. Merging with the fire seed is dangerous, but Su Lingling spoke with such certainty that Tiger did not hesitate at all, fully trusting Su Lingling. Because Tiger believed Su Lingling was definitely a 9-star chef, who might even possess secret techniques of her own. An hour later, Tiger came with 2 fire seeds to meet Su Lingling. Su Lingling had once helped Long Fan. Now helping Yu and little Tiger again, she was quite experienced. It wasn't long before she successfully merged both of them perfectly with the fire seeds, allowing them perfect control over the fire power. Little Tiger felt excited, but there was no time to rejoice. Su Lingling left. Young as he was, little Tiger tasted sadness for the first time. When Su Lingling left, he chased her all the way to the entrance of the black market. Su Lingling had some feelings as well. Though little Tiger seemed like a troublemaker, he was actually very hardworking and sensible. If they were on another planet, Su Lingling would definitely want to teach little Tiger some more. Su Lingling had never intended to leave so quickly. Several people had already come to approach her. Some of them even dared to threaten her, and Su Lingling naturally didn't treat them kindly. Young Master Zhao's people personally arrived at the city gate to pick her up. This kind of treatment was something Qin Shuang had never received before, leaving her feeling surprised and flattered. Yet it also made Qin Shuang feel a little uneasy. This time, Su Lingling agreed to meet young Master Zhao, but also warned Qin Shuang. Because Su Lingling knew the people from the black market were introduced by Qin Shuang, and Su Lingling had clearly stated that even if she accepted young Master Zhao's recruitment, she wouldn't ask Qin Shuang to do anything for her. Qin Shuang regretted pressing too hard. But when young Master Zhao learned that Qin Shuang hadn't arranged a meeting between Su Lingling and him, and that Su Lingling was still selling dried meat elsewhere, young Master Zhao became furious, warning Qin Shuang. With no other choice, Qin Shuang hurriedly dragged Su Lingling to meet young Master Zhao. She knew Su Lingling must be unhappy about it. Su Lingling showed no reaction, and this angered Qin Shuang a bit. Throughout the journey, Qin Shuang tried every method to please Su Lingling, carefully serving her. Yet Su Lingling's face remained expressionless, giving no hint of emotion. This time, young Master Zhao specially arranged their meeting in a private room at the first-class grand restaurant. This was partly to show goodwill towards Su Lingling and partly to demonstrate his strength. The head chefs at the first-class grand restaurant were 5-star chefs. Young Master Zhao was a refined person. He wished to convey to Su Lingling that in this world, there were plenty of cooks who excelled in making good meals, and it wasn't wise to hold oneself too high. After all, Su Lingling had kept him waiting for nearly half a month. When Su Lingling entered the private room, she saw young Master Zhao. The aura of young Master Zhao paled in comparison to Chu Tianba. Although Chu Tianba was ostentatious, he wasn't greasy. Young Master Zhao appeared domineering, acted extravagantly, yet carried a tinge of greasiness. However, the first-class grand restaurant was indeed opulent. In Su Lingling's eyes, this inner city felt much like the planet Shui Blue. Although Shui Blue was a level 5 civilization and this was a level 1, it wasn't inferior at all. It was rumored that the floors here were paved with jade, appearing extremely luxurious indeed. Su Lingling sat across from young Master Zhao, Zhang Shun sitting beside her. Qin Shuang stood cautiously, humbly yet fawningly speaking to young Master Zhao. Young Master Zhao, this is boss Su Lingling. The person beside her is Zhang Shun, also an outstanding young man who has already become a grandmaster at such a young age. Young Master Zhao briefly glanced at the unremarkable Zhang Shun, only paying attention when he heard about the title of grandmaster. Yet, it was just a fleeting glance. In young Master Zhao's eyes, Zhang Shun was merely an ordinary enforcer. Young Master Zhao then fixed his gaze on Su Lingling. His expression made her feel distinctly uncomfortable, as if she were prey. Boss Su, your airs are quite impressive. It took quite some effort to get you here. The business at the shop has been too busy, and I've had no time. Recently, there have been too many incidents due to the insect race invasion in the outer city. May I ask why young Master Zhao wants to see me? Su Lingling answered him calmly. Perhaps her improved cultivation had added more confidence to her strength, allowing her to face young Master Zhao's gaze with more ease and composure. For a moment, young Master Zhao was stunned. He hadn't expected Su Lingling to question why he wanted to see her. Ordinarily, commoners meeting him wouldn't dare ask him questions. At this moment, young Master Zhao didn't feel like one of those generic romantic novel characters who might think, "Woman, you've caught my interest." Instead, young Master Zhao was angry. She was nothing but a country bumpkin. What right did she have to question him? His willingness to meet her was already giving her enough face. And now, Su Lingling actually dared to show attitude in front of him. This was a situation young Master Zhao hadn't encountered before. Of course, there had been others who didn't give him respect, but they were either of equal status or even higher than him. Never was it someone from the outer city. Young Master Zhao suppressed his rage and told Su Lingling, "I can help you move from the outer city into the inner city, granting you an identity and making you a citizen instead of a slave. But you'll need to work for the Zhao family. I plan to open a private gourmet restaurant, and you'll be the head chef. I'll offer a salary of 1,000 crystals per month, which is a very generous deal." 1,000 crystals? That's quite a lot, isn't it? Did Qin Shuang not tell you how many crystals my shop earns every month? Su Lingling glanced at Qin Shuang beside her and asked young Master Zhao. The offer sounded good on the surface, but young Master Zhao didn't specify working hours or how long Su Lingling would need to work. If Su Lingling resigned later, he might resort to unknown means to stop her. Moreover, Su Lingling had already achieved financial independence, and after becoming financially free, no one wished to remain a salaried worker for others. Su Lingling didn't want to work for others anymore. Life spent looking up to people she worked for was something Su Lingling had grown tired of. Boss Su, earning more money requires having the luck to spend it. Young Master Zhao coldly replied. Of course, young Master Zhao knew how popular the dried meat produced by Su Lingling was. Currently, within the inner city, it was practically priced but unavailable. Worth 10,000 crystals per pound, it sold incredibly well. Qin Shuang had already handed over all the remaining dried meat she possessed to young Master Zhao. It was precisely because of this dried meat that young Master Zhao so urgently wanted to recruit Su Lingling. At this moment, Zhang Shen suddenly released an overwhelming aura. This force caused Qin Shuang to lose her balance instantly, falling to the ground. Even young Master Zhao found it difficult to breathe. The several security guards standing behind young Master Zhao were crushed by Zhang Shen's power and fell flat, unable to stand up. Young Master Zhao was greatly startled, his pupils dilating instantly. This wasn't just a grandmaster. This was a heavenly realm powerhouse. Chapter 179, New Western School. Young Master Zhao now understood why Su Lingling dared to be so arrogant. She had such a powerful protector by her side. The difference between a heavenly human realm expert and a grandmaster is as vast as the heavens and the earth. It's not just a little bit of a difference. Even 100 grandmasters wouldn't match the usefulness of one heavenly human realm expert. A heavenly human realm expert can rival mecha armor, and might even surpass mecha armor slightly. Such a powerhouse would be admired no matter where they were. Young Master Zhao's attitude was much better now. "Su boss, I merely wish to be friends with you. There's no need for such hostility," young Master Zhao said, gentle as the spring breeze. "Is that so?" Zhang Shun had withdrawn his imposing aura and questioned young Master Zhao. "Of course, just sitting here idly is boring anyway. Let's have the dishes brought out. We can eat and chat while enjoying the meal." Young Master Zhao spoke very enthusiastically to Su Lingling and Zhang Shun as if he'd known them for a long time. His speed of changing attitudes was so fast that Su Lingling could hardly keep up. "Boss Su, this is a signature dish at first-class restaurant, black sesame tofu. Please give it a try." The dish was exquisitely presented, with an extremely delicious taste. But Su Lingling found it lacked something when she tasted it. Zhang Shen simply picked up his chopsticks, took a bite-sized piece, nibbled on it briefly to sample its flavor, and didn't continue eating. He left the rest in his bowl without touching it again. The cuisine prepared by this first-class chef was indeed flavorful, and the cooking skills were vastly different from Su Lingling's. The dishes offered a feast for the senses, visually appealing, aromatic, and delicious. The plating and decoration of the dishes were also exceptionally elegant, combining beauty and depth. However, each portion was incredibly small, only enough for one bite. Though beautiful, because of the limited amount, they cooled quickly, offering merely a taste. Perhaps because Su Lingling was used to the flavors of her own cooking, she found these dishes enjoyable, but lacking compared to what she imagined. Not only did Su Lingling notice this, young Master Zhao also realized it. He previously assumed the unappealing meals were due to the cook's insufficient skills. But now, he believed even the five-star chef's craftsmanship fell short of Su Lingling's culinary artistry. He still remembered the deliciousness of that braised pork belly, the aroma of that bone soup. This chef's skills, in comparison, seemed far inferior. Even young Master Zhao couldn't dine every day at restaurants featuring five-star chefs. It was too extravagant and beyond his means to sustain such luxury. Young Master Zhao suddenly recalled what Chen Shuang had told him, that Su Lingling was a 9-star chef. He had initially thought Chen Shuang was exaggerating. Now, upon reflection, perhaps Su Lingling truly was a 9-star chef. Young Master Zhao then said to Su Lingling, "I wonder if Su boss has any interest in opening a restaurant in this city? As long as you agree, I can handle all the procedures immediately. I merely wish to become your friend." After knowing Zhang Shen's strength, young Master Zhao placed himself in a low position and abandoned his previous arrogance entirely. Su Lingling directly responded to young Master Zhao, "I'd prefer to open a store on Dragon King Star. I wonder if young Master Zhao can help us buy 2 ship tickets." Young Master Zhao froze momentarily in shock. He hadn't expected Su Lingling to ask for this kind of favor. If Su Lingling left, there wouldn't be anything beneficial for him moving forward. "Boss Su, how come? Do you find Garbage Star undesirable?" "Yes, to me, both the inner city and outer city are about the same. They're chaotic. I'm just an ordinary citizen who prefers a more developed and secure country where I can live peacefully." Young Master Zhao's expression twisted slightly. Yet, he couldn't say a word in rebuttal. Garbage Star was unruly indeed. In the entire galaxy, no planet could possibly match Garbage Star in disorderliness. Su Lingling's disdain for Garbage Star wasn't unusual either. Honestly speaking, on Garbage Star, many noble families send their children to other planets. While they're alive, their descendants live luxuriously. But once they die, their offspring face hardship. Thus, typically, they ensure their descendants leave Garbage Star. Garbage Star is a planet where only the strong can survive and remain consistently powerful. Young Master Zhao, what's wrong? I was just joking earlier. Garbage Star is fine, and the inner city is better than I anticipated, though I prefer the outer city. Su Lingling smiled gently at young Master Zhao. This sentence from Su Lingling was just a probe towards young Master Zhao. Young Master Zhao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, forced a smile at Su Lingling, and said, "With the capabilities of someone like Boss Su and Mr. Zhang, you could live like immortals anywhere. It's normal for you not to be interested in a place like this." Young Master Zhao wasn't flattering. Given Su Lingling and Zhang Shen's strength, even in the outer city, they would thrive without ever having to worry about danger. "Lord Zhao, I wish to become a culinary instructor. Could you possibly assist me with that?" Su Lingling asked young Master Zhao once more. This was Su Lingling's genuine objective. Even after she left this planet, Su Lingling would continue to steadily gain positive reviews. In her eyes, this was the fastest way to earn those reviews. Selling dishes one by one on her own would take forever, but as a teacher, she could cultivate countless excellent chefs. As for the ship tickets, Su Lingling didn't trust young Master Zhao to buy them for her. Of course, Su Lingling planned to purchase them herself. "Boss Su's skills are certainly impeccable. My uncle is the principal of the new Western school. He can arrange for you to join as a teacher, provided you're willing. If you agree, I'll contact my uncle right away. However, he will need you to prepare a dish on the spot for him to taste." "Of course, no problem." Su Lingling hadn't expected young Master Zhao to actually make this happen. Young Master Zhao was also delighted. By introducing Su Lingling, she would officially enter his network, thereby owing him a favor, allowing him to have a say when needed. Moreover, his uncle's school wasn't high grade. It generally trained mass meal cooks and had never produced any renowned chefs or prestigious figures. Now, he was introducing such a remarkable person to his uncle's school. In the future, his uncle would also owe him a favor. Thus, young Master Zhao wasted no time. He feared that if he delayed, Su Lingling might be snatched away by someone else. Without hesitation, he personally took Su Lingling to his uncle's school, the new Western school. Chapter 180, Becoming a Teacher. New Western School. Uncle Si Junfeng received the message from Mr. Zhao. His nephew usually dislikes associating with him, his uncle. But today, he said that he would introduce a 9-star chef to come here as a teacher. It was clear from the message that this nephew was extremely confident in the chef's skills. Because of this, Uncle Si gathered several teachers who were free and not yet in class, planning to meet Su Lingling and test her cooking abilities. At that moment, Su Lingling arrived at the New Western School, where she was supposed to be, riding a levitating car, as described by Mr. Zhao. The interview would take place in the school canteen. The principal was a middle-aged man. Through Mr. Zhao's introduction, Su Lingling had already learned about it. This school had been established for 1,000 years, carrying a millennium-long history. But things have been declining year after year, continuously on a downward slope. Su Lingling didn't care much about these details. As long as there are students in the school, it was fine. Facing the principal and other teaching staff, more than 10 people came. Su Lingling wasn't nervous at all. She brought out her own kitchenware, her wok. She ignited the fire, then poured cooking oil into the wok. Once the oil was heated and began to smoke, Su immediately added shredded potatoes and continuously stir-fried them, adding seasonings next. An aromatic, sour, and spicy scent instantly spread around, making one's mouth water uncontrollably. Su Lingling took out what she was most proficient in, the sour and spicy shredded potatoes. There is no shortage of vegetables in the inner city. They have everything. This dish, Su Lingling has become highly skilled at preparing. Zhang Shun has eaten it many times before. Yet every time he saw this dish, he couldn't help but dig in heartily. At the restaurant, Zhang Shun barely touched the other dishes. To Zhang Shun, the food cooked by that chef simply wasn't edible. He disliked it. How could such an ordinary dish of fried potato shreds be made so delicious? Sour, spicy, it smells too damn good. Can't stand it. A teacher standing nearby watching intently smelled it and couldn't help shouting out loud. Uncle Si Junfeng also couldn't resist, quietly swallowing his saliva. It truly smelled irresistible. Mr. Zhao had already tasted Su Lingling's cooking once, but it far exceeded anything experienced through mere observation. An invigorating fragrance instantly pierced through, hooking everyone deeply into wanting to eat the dish. He hadn't really eaten much at the restaurant either because he thought the dishes weren't fragrant enough. He had only eaten a few bites. Apparently, almost everyone present acknowledged Su Lingling's culinary skills. The presentation of this large pot of sour and spicy shredded potatoes was incredibly attractive. Potato shreds resembling white jade mixed with red chili pepper, each strand fully coated in oil and sauce. All the ingredients piled up beautifully together, dotted with young green scallions, as if the entire pot was infused with life, appearing lively and vibrant overall. The steam rising from the dish along with its aroma seemed locked in an invisible layer, only perceptible when one got close enough to smell the subtle acidic and spicy fragrance. Precisely this tempting demeanor, teasing and resisting simultaneously, created even greater allure, like having a little hand tickling your very core, making you ache to get closer. Gentlemen, please try my sour and spicy potato shreds. I am especially adept at large-scale meals, selling boxed lunches, not fancy hotel-style delicacies, but I have my own specialty, said Su Lingling. As soon as Su Lingling finished speaking, they couldn't contain themselves anymore, looking expectantly at Principal Si Junfeng. Principal Si picked up chopsticks, grabbed a piece of sour and spicy potato shreds, and put it in his mouth. The instant this morsel entered his mouth, his eyes lit up brilliantly. He quickly opened his mouth again, exhaled twice with surprise, saying, "Sour, spicy." The taste of these potato shreds, absolutely delicious. Once this bite of sour and spicy potato shreds went down, the tangy spicy sensation surged upward toward his senses, making Principal Si feel clearer-minded throughout his body, even feeling lighter. At this moment, Zhang Shen couldn't resist either, grabbing the chopsticks and devouring the dish heartily. Zhang Shen hadn't eaten this sour and spicy potato shreds in a long time. Though meat might be delicious, he hadn't eaten this particular dish for too long. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhao held a small bowl, filled with a high pile of potato shreds, his cheeks bulging as he ate contentedly. Initially, the teachers in the school thought Su Lingling's batch of potato shreds was overcooked, too abundant. But upon eating, they didn't find it excessive at all. Everyone started fighting over it. These teachers were all well-versed in culinary arts. They must have tasted countless exquisite dishes normally. But today, they were completely captivated by this platter of sour and spicy potato shreds. These potato shreds taste exceptionally refreshing. Old Wei, didn't I hear that you have developed anorexia? You couldn't swallow food, right? How are you eating so much now? What kind of anorexia? The dishes made by those chefs are too tasteless to eat. I'm not sick, I'm perfectly fine. This cooking skill, this dish is really delicious. I think our school's teaching direction is wrong. We always want to use those expensive ingredients to make dishes. But ordinary ingredients can also create exquisite dishes. This dish is not ordinary. Haven't you noticed your spirit force calming down? After eating these shredded potatoes, my waist doesn't ache, my legs don't hurt, and I feel full of energy. Principal, such a good teacher must be retained. Principal, Miss Su's culinary skills, in my opinion, are almost as good as a 9-star chef. These teachers chattered incessantly. But in Si Junfeng's eyes, Su Lingling's handling of the canteen couldn't be surpassed by any 9-star chef. Su Lingling's cooking skills were truly amazing. Si Junfeng thought about it while continuing to eat. However, he realized that the pot was empty. Goodness, these guys had eaten all the food while he was deep in thought, looking at the bowls of the teachers filled with sour and spicy shredded potatoes. Old Wei, I'm the principal. Let me have one more bite. I'm the head of the teaching department. Old Wei covered his bowl with his hand, afraid someone might snatch it away. Principal, Teacher Su is making another dish. She's stir-frying beast meat. These people instantly accepted Su Lingling's abilities. They eagerly hoped that Su Lingling would stay in this school. Young Master Zhao originally intended to leave after escorting Su Lingling here and seeing her hired. However, the sour and spicy shredded potatoes were so delectable. The aroma of the meat reminded him of braised pork. Although Su Lingling didn't cook braised pork but thin slices of meat, it smelled delicious. Young Master Zhao felt he was already full from dining at the restaurant, yet he swallowed his saliva again. This sour and spicy shredded potato opened his appetite, and the more he ate, the hungrier he became. With the smell of this meat, his saliva started flowing again. Chapter 181. Rumors of an impressive newcomer. The school canteen offered a variety of dishes, and Su Lingling prepared one called stir-fried pork. This stir-fried pork was not just any kind of meat. It had to be tender in quality. Su Lingling found the right ingredients in the school canteen's pantry before she began cooking this dish. Su Lingling's dishes were always abundant in portions. True delicacies often only require the simplest cooking methods. The slices of meat looked smooth and glossy with a hint of soy sauce color. The red and green peppers shone with oil as steam rose, filling the air with the aroma of meat mixed with pepper and spiciness. This irresistible scent made people drool uncontrollably. Although this flame beast meat was considered the best in terms of taste among all ferocious beast meats, Si Junfei never expected it could taste this good. The meat was thin yet chewy, juicy, and fresh. With every bite came immense satisfaction. A powerful flow of vitality surged within his abdomen, making his overall vitality rise significantly. The taste of this stir-fried pork exceeded his imagination. These men ate from the pile of meat quickly, each taking turns. Su Lingling also conquered the school principal and others through her culinary skills. Si Junfei offered her a monthly salary of 3,000 crystal coins, with 2 days off per week, while she currently served as a teacher for one class. Originally, Si Junfei wanted Su Lingling to be a head teacher, but Su Lingling declined. She then became the cafeteria chef, responsible for lunch. For every dish sold, she would receive 1 crystal coin as commission. As for teaching, currently, Su Lingling only had one class in the afternoon, which was very easy in terms of work hours. Su Lingling never imagined that she would become a teacher during the Starship era. Being a teacher was the job Su Lingling once admired most because of the double rest days and long winter and summer vacations. Good news. Good news. Our school's cafeteria is getting a new chef. At least our school is known as a culinary institution, yet the cafeteria food used to be terrible. It really was about time for a change. I heard there's someone impressive coming, and our school will form an elite class where this new person will teach and create the distinct character of our school's class. Only those who have integrated fire seeds will get promoted to the elite class. Stop talking. They even introduced the elimination system for the head teacher of this elite class. Every month, there's an exam. The bottom 3 students are removed, and the top 3 from other classes are added to the elite class. Isn't that too strict? They say the principal even pulled out everything he had. The first place winner on the monthly exam gets free provision of a fire seed and help in integrating it. The second and third winners pay for their own fire seeds, but receive assistance in integration by masters arranged by the school. Isn't that surprising? Our school, usually at the bottom of rankings, has suddenly become so competitive. I've heard that the new teacher will also serve as the head chef in the school cafeteria. We'll know how talented she is tomorrow if we go to the cafeteria and eat. We should select candidates for the elite class. As long as you've integrated a fire seed, you're qualified. There are a total of 30 spots available. Those who can integrate a fire seed must be wealthy or influential individuals. Our school may seem poor, but the students here are rich, and the tuition burns money like fuel. Those without means wouldn't dare waste their time here. That's not entirely true. Song Zhe is a top student the principal paid handsomely to study here, reputed to have S-grade talent. If he weren't short of money, he wouldn't be wasting his time at our school. News of Su Lingling joining the Western Academy spread quickly. At this moment, Su Lingling wasn't at school. Instead, she rented a house near the school and casually registered for an ID card along with Zhang Shen. The verification process on this trash-filled planet wasn't as stringent. Having connections made everything simple. Currently, Su Lingling's rewards included equipment, universal cleaver, divine wok, divine rice cooker. Skills, Tai Chi 2 symbols palm. Cooking skills, vinegar potato threads, sour and spicy cabbage, cabbage tofu soup, dragon bone radish soup, green leaf vegetable soup, braised pork, braised fish pieces, steamed fish, stir-fried pork, cold dishes, preserved dishes, chicken stewed with mushrooms, spicy crayfish, and steamed crabworms. Physical strength enhanced to level 3. The Qing Mu technique Su Lingling practiced was taught by Zhang Shen, not acquired from the system. While the dishes earned were insufficient to cover a full banquet, obtaining more rewards would become increasingly challenging later on. Su Lingling could apply what she learned, enabling her to create new dishes like roasted bone marrow and preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Understanding the characteristics of many ingredients from earlier dishes allowed Su Lingling to develop some new dishes. This deepened her knowledge of how to handle various ingredients optimally. While cooking, Su Lingling realized that the best way to practice her cultivation was actually through cooking. When Su Lingling controlled the Qinglian earthly fire for cooking, she noticed that after finishing a dish, her power would increase slightly. On her own at the market exploring the food options on this trash-filled planet, Su Lingling inspected the produce, while Zhang Xin had gone to another market to buy some parts he needed, so they weren't shopping together. The variety of vegetables here was abundant. Moreover, the quality of the crayfish was impressive, most being grade 3 or higher. They were large in size, and their price was reasonable. Possibly due to the ongoing wars against the insect races, the crayfish yield here was very high. Crab worms were also inexpensive. These two dishes seemed like good candidates to teach first for Su Lingling. They were simple to prepare. Additionally, these ingredients were cost-effective, which meant students could afford them easily. Upon returning home, Su Lingling cooked a large batch of spicy crayfish. It had been quite a while since she last indulged in such a treat. Zhang Shun returned much later. Su Lingling knew Zhang Shun must have been trying to earn money on his own. Earlier today, Su Lingling worried about Zhang Shun not having any money and wanted to give him some crystal coins, but Zhang Shun adamantly refused. Since coming here, Zhang Shun had relied solely on Su Lingling's help. She hadn't started paying wages yet, and all the ferocious beasts they hunted had their spoils turned over to the collective fund, leaving them without cash naturally. But Zhang Shun refused Su Lingling's crystal coins nonetheless, leaving Su Lingling feeling helpless. How much did you make today? Zhang Shun raised one finger. 100 crystal coins. Zhang Shun shook his head. 10 crystal coins. 1 crystal coin. Su Lingling guessed again. In your eyes, can I only earn this much in a day? So how much did you make? Surely not 1,000 crystal coins. 10,000 crystal coins. 10,000 crystal coins? That much. It's as if you earned the entire day's pure profit from my shop in the black market. You didn't rob someone, did you? No. I took up a job repairing mechs. Do I look like someone who doesn't work hard? By the way, I'm saving up parts to build you a pink mech. Chapter 182. The Conquest of Students by the Little Dragon Shrimp. Su Lingling never expected that Zhang Shun would still remember the matter of the pink mech, and she felt a bit moved inside. A sleepless night. On the morning of the second day, Su Lingling had the cafeteria purchase quite a few little dragon shrimps and crab bugs. For lunch today, Su Lingling intended to cook these two dishes. Many people in the school already knew that the head chef at the cafeteria had been changed today. Many students wanted to come and taste the culinary skills of this new teacher. So as soon as it was mealtime, quite a number of people gathered outside the school cafeteria. The aroma of the spicy little dragon shrimp was extremely strong. This potent fragrance spread out widely. The rich scent was like silk caressing by, continuously drifting with the help of the wind. Even though the queue stretched very long, one could still smell this concentrated aroma. Isn't this too fragrant? It smells like meat but also feels different. I wonder what kind of meat this is. I heard that our school's head chef is a 9-star chef. With such cooking skills, even our principal personally came to join the queue. Haven't you noticed? All the teachers have come to queue up here. Isn't this too aromatic? My saliva is dripping nonstop. This queue is too long. I didn't want to eat lunch in the first place, but the smell is simply too inviting. In a forward position in the queue, a chubby young man loudly called out to a woman dressed in white. Goddess, come here. I've queued for you. If it were before, the woman in white would probably ignore the fat guy, but when she saw the men queuing ahead who all pretended not to see her, she had no choice but to join the short fatty. And the short fatty happily ran to the end of the queue and continued to line up again. This made the surrounding onlookers marvel. Not possible. He can resist such an attractive smell. My mouth is watering nonstop. Regardless of the school flower, if my goddess came, I wouldn't give up my spot. This little fatty must be truly in love. People around kept chattering ceaselessly. Seeing that none of the boys nearby would voluntarily offer their places, several women near the white-dressed woman went angrily to the back of the queue and muttered under their breaths about these steel-straight men being single. The white-clad woman, who initially harbored some dissatisfaction, suddenly became delighted after noticing that she was the only one offered a place. Indeed, happiness comes from comparison. Young Master Zhao sat inside the cafeteria. He rejoiced that he arrived early with his uncle. Otherwise, they really wouldn't have been able to get any food. The aroma was indeed too delicious. Originally, young Master Zhao did not want to eat little dragon shrimp because, as lowly insects, eating them violated his dignity, but it was too fragrant, looked incredibly appetizing, and he couldn't hold himself back. Young Master Zhao peeled open the shrimp, revealing fresh tender shrimp flesh mixed with savory hot pot soup. One bite into the mouth, it was soft in texture, stimulating to the taste buds, making it impossible to stop wanting more. As soon as he entered, the enticing aroma of freshly cooked shrimp enveloped him. Upon seeing the shrimp, young Master Zhao seemed calm on the surface, but internally, his emotions were already surging wildly. One bite after another. Fresh tender shrimp meat dipped in spicy hot pot broth, taken in a single bite, delivered a fiery and refreshing sensation. Young Master Zhao couldn't stop eating. This fresh, tasty flavor was absolutely delectable. He ate without pause until he found there was nothing left. His plate was already empty, and all young Master Zhao could do was suck his fingers reminiscing about it. He wanted more, yet looking at the endless queue, just thinking of the tender shrimp meat caused drool to keep flowing endlessly in his mind. It was truly unbearable. Looking at Simu Jun's empty plate, young Master Zhao couldn't help but say to Simu Jun, "Uncle, these little dragon shrimps are so delicious. Go fetch 2 more servings, and I will pay 10 times the price." Simu Jun teased young Master Zhao, saying, wasn't the noble young Master Zhao supposed to not eat this kind of low-grade food? "Uncle, this little dragon shrimp is nutritious and delicious, containing within the shrimp flesh a hint of true dragon aura. This is far superior to those low-grade ingredients. Uncle, don't you want to eat more?" Young Master Zhao had already mastered Su Lingling's words promoting the spicy little dragon shrimp. "Big nephew, do you know why Su Lingling's culinary skills are so good? She clearly doesn't possess the strength of a 9-star chef. yet her dishes can rival those made by a 9-star chef. Young Master Zhao shook his head blankly. Looking at young Master Zhao's expression, Simu Jun said with a touch of emotion, "In this world, without money or power, you cannot take a step further. However, not everything can be obtained through wealth and power. The reason Su Lingling's culinary skills are so good is because she has a pure heart. So, she was willing to come here and become a teacher, even willing to be the canteen chef that doesn't earn much money. When we taste delicious food, we are actually tasting the beauty in her heart. It is precisely because of this that we can feel that these dishes are particularly tasty. A 9-star chef is not so much about how delicious his dishes are, but rather in his formidable power, which allows him to consistently showcase his culinary skills without allowing his mood to interfere with the quality of the food. In this day and age, it's hard to find people with such pure minds. People living in this world always have countless things they must endure. That's why this beauty is so precious." Young Master Zhao understood Simu Jun's words. With his influence and power, what couldn't he get? So he had become accustomed to assigning prices to everything. Gradually, it became harder for him to view something with pure intentions. "Big nephew, this steamed crab bug doesn't look good nor carry any trace of the true dragon aura. It's unworthy of your noble status. Why don't you let uncle eat it?" As young Master Zhao was pondering over Simu Jun's words, Simu Jun suddenly spoke to him. While saying this, his hands were uncontrollably reaching for the crab bugs. Young Master Zhao instinctively shielded his plate with both hands and said to Simu Jun, "These crab bugs are fresh and fatty, sweet and greasy, white like jade, yellow like gold, achieving the ultimate in color, aroma, and flavor. Nothing surpasses them." Naturally, these were words young Master Zhao copied from Su Lingling. Su Lingling originally put a lot of effort into promoting these two dishes. Haha, who would have thought you could now talk in such eloquent terms? This crab bug is very fresh, and if only there were some wine to pair with it, it would be even better. Uncle, I am not as greedy as you. Eating crabs will suffice. As young Master Zhao ate, he said to Simu Jun, because the crab bug was steamed clear, its flavor was slightly milder than the spicy little dragon shrimp, so young Master Zhao hadn't initially tried it. But after eating it now, young Master Zhao felt that the crab's deliciousness surpassed the spider crabs. Chapter 183, Teaching Steamed Crabworms. Actually, I think these crabworms should be the kind of food that us nobles eat. It's so particular to eat this thing. Young Master Zhao, savoring the fresh taste of the crab meat in his mouth, couldn't help but say to General C, "Give it a rest. Stop showing off." General C retorted to young Master Zhao. At school, almost all the teachers came to the cafeteria for meals. This was a scene that had never been seen before. The food at the school canteen was very economical, much cheaper than outside. Yet even with that, there weren't many people eating there. Only those who were financially strained would come to the school cafeteria. Now, the cafeteria is bustling with people. The students eating in the cafeteria generally have happy smiles on their faces. Whether men or women, they were enjoying their meal. In fact, happiness can be very simple sometimes. Eating something delicious makes one happy and content. Su Lingling's crayfish wasn't sold at a high price. She paired them with crabworms as 2 items totaling 20 crystal coins. This price wasn't cheap, but due to the generous portions, it felt worth it. One portion contained 4 pounds of crayfish and 4 pounds of crabworms, which was too much. It was enough for the students to eat their fill. Initially, there weren't that many students queuing up, but the aroma of the spicy crayfish was just too enticing. Students drawn by the smell naturally lined up to buy. The taste turned out to be even more delectable than what they imagined. It was well worth the wait to queue here. Su Lingling didn't expect so many students from the school. Originally, she planned to sell only 300 portions. But seeing the queue, she kept cooking. The students enjoyed eating, so she couldn't let anyone waste their time waiting. It was only right before class when Su Lingling finally had time to take a break. Being a head chef truly requires a lot of physical effort. But fortunately, Su Lingling had broken through her cultivation level. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the stamina to do so much work. In the afternoon, Su Lingling entered the classroom for her first class. Inside the classroom, 30 students sat neatly in rows. Each student had a stove in front of them. "I am delighted to be here as your teacher. My surname is Su, and you can call me Teacher Su." Su Lingling looked exceptionally young, almost as if she were the same age as the students. "Teacher, I heard you are a 9-star chef, is that true?" Someone couldn't help but ask Su Lingling. Su Lingling looked too young compared to those stern uncles, making her seem quite approachable, so this person bravely asked. Su Lingling shook her head and said, "I am not a 9-star chef. I never took those exams. When I was very young, I took over the family restaurant and then turned it into a boxed lunch restaurant. Today, I will teach you the dish we ate in the cafeteria at noon, steamed crabworm. This dish is extremely simple. High-end ingredients often only need the simplest cooking methods. This dish doesn't even require any seasonings. You're old enough now, and it's also time to contribute to Garbage Star. Now, we're battling against the insect races, and there are so many crabworms. People usually consider crabworms as materials for road construction, but they're both inexpensive and delicious. If you have a restaurant at home, you can make this dish like I do and sell it. If you don't own a restaurant, it's simpler. You can set up a small stall anywhere crowded, selling the crabworms at 5 crystal coins each. Or, you could choose the cheaper, lower-grade crabworms and sell them at 1 crystal coin each. As long as you prepare them well, the aroma will definitely attract many customers. If no one buys them immediately after you finish cooking, you can stand by the roadside and eat them yourself. If you enjoy them, the guest will naturally be attracted. You're grown up now. I hope you can be self-reliant. More importantly, only continuous practice in culinary arts will lead to progress. Su Lingling's words struck the trainees, who realized they could run stalls themselves. This idea hadn't occurred to them before. In their hearts, they had always planned to work in fancy restaurants, becoming renowned chefs. None of them had thought about setting up stalls on the street side. But today, it seemed interesting to them. Moreover, this wasn't for money. This was for the battle on Garbage Star. Promoting crabworms meant they were also contributing to the cause of Garbage Star. This steamed crabworm looks simple, but the key is in controlling the heat. You must perfectly control the strength of the fire within you. Follow along with me. Su Lingling held the pot and patiently walked to every trainee's side, helping them control the power of their internal fire seed. Qianbin originally had a hint of disdain for Su Lingling in his heart, but when he followed Su Lingling's instructions and perfectly controlled the power of the fire seed within him, he immediately realized that Su Lingling's strength was truly different. His fire seed wasn't an ordinary one, it was a third-grade fire seed. But this violent force became docile and adorable in front of Su Lingling. Qianbin carefully controlled the fire seed power inside him, transmitting it cautiously into the pot. This cooking technique, Qianbin thought, was simply impossible to achieve. Normally, only chefs above 5 stars could master such a skill. But now he easily controlled it. He didn't dare to let down his guard, and continued cooking the crabworms in the pot. He had already caught a whiff of the fresh aroma of the crabworms. In his mind, the taste of the crabworms he had eaten at noon in the canteen flashed by. It was so incredibly delicious. He swallowed the saliva in his mouth. He seemed hungry again. He could actually make dishes this fragrant. Qianbin felt in his heart that Su Lingling might be the legendary 9-star chef, who perhaps didn't bother to measure her rank at the Chef Association. It made sense. If he were a 9-star chef, he wouldn't have bothered with tests either. After all, skills speak for themselves. Chefs are unlike others. As long as they cook a dish and let people taste it, everyone can feel the chef's prowess. After all, Su Lingling was someone even the principal treated highly. Everyone can open the lid now. At this point, the crabworms are cooked. You all can taste their flavor. Earlier in the cafeteria, I was busy cooking and didn't have time to teach you how to appreciate the crabworms. Now, follow me and start. First, we cut off the 8 legs of the crabworm, including its 2 large pincers. Once cooled, the meat will naturally separate from the shell and be easily scooped or sucked out. Afterward, remove the abdominal flap, then lift the shell along with it. Use a small spoon to scoop out the part of the crab stomach located in the center of the shell and gently suck the surrounding crab roe clean. Once you've finished with the cover, move on to the body of the crab. Cut away the extra legs, mouth, and lungs using scissors. With the spoon handle, pick out the 6-sided piece located in the middle of the crab's body. That's the heart, which you discard. You can also use a small spoon to pour a little vinegar over the crab's body, then eat the roe and paste clean. Then break the crab's body into 2 halves, revealing the fibrous meat. Simply tearing along the legs allows you to extract the crab meat. A thoroughly cleaned crab shell remains intact and appears semi-transparent. Chapter 184, Setting Up a Stall. The students in the classroom were now incredibly focused, all tasting the steamed crab bugs they had made themselves. They couldn't quite believe that such delicious dishes were actually their own creations. Never before had a teacher's class managed to make them so serious. This lesson had been exhausting for Su Lingling. She had helped 30 students fully master the power of their flame seeds. How could that not be tiring? After eating the crab bugs, Su Lingling led these students through another review and another attempt at making steamed crab bugs. Students who could fuse with their flame seeds were, truthfully speaking, mostly from decent families. But there were exceptions. Sikong Shui was one exception. Though her last name was Sikong, she had no relation to the principal. When classmates suspected this, she neither rebutted nor questioned it. She simply wanted the school people to show her a bit more respect. The school was like a small dye vat. Without status, one would be looked down upon. Even if her talent was high, what difference did it make? Fortunately, the principal took good care of students with talent like them. Her flame seed was a free gift from the principal. It was precisely because of this that she could attend Su Lingling's class. Upon hearing Su Lingling announce that they would set up stalls, Sikong Shui was thrilled inside. Isn't this just a legitimate reason to make money? There were many girls in the school who doubted her identity. She usually worked at faraway restaurants. This job was even introduced by the principal. Without the principal, she would definitely have been exploited. Sikong Shui was very grateful to the principal. Hearing that the principal was unmarried and childless, she often liked sponsoring gifted students within the school. Sikong Shui also wanted to fulfill the principal's wish to revitalize the Xian Western School. She knew this was the principal's greatest wish. Unfortunately, having talent does not equate to being a genius, and even geniuses can fall. Most of the students who graduated from here became 1-star or 2-star chefs. The best performer returned to the school to become a teacher. Because the world outside is tough. If you don't have much ambition, it might as well be better to stay and enjoy retirement in the school. In this school, teachers don't play too many political games. Everyone remains fairly pure and hopes to teach a few competent chefs. This is also because of the principal's amiable personality, which creates such an environment. Unfortunately, the principal's kindness has also allowed some ungrateful wolves to be poached by other schools when they come into prominence, without having to pay any price. After Su Lingling announced the end of class, Sikong Shui remained in the classroom. She planned to take notes while she still remembered, recording the knowledge she had learned. This dish was simple but required a high level of control over the flame seed. Su Lingling also taught several recipes for homemade sauces that could be dipped. Shui, are you planning to set up a stall later? Yes, why not? Isn't this a requirement from the teacher? I'm old enough now to need to support myself anyway. Besides, I trust my culinary skills. Sikong Shui said to her friend beside her. Shui, let's go buy crab bugs together. We'll pick them together. Alright, groups of 3 to 5 students like Sikong Shui and her close friends were not uncommon. Basically, after class, all the students went to buy crab bugs. Qianbin originally intended to take his crab bugs home to cook for his parents, but his parents were still out socializing. So he decided to rally his gang of close friends to help him set up a stall. Setting up a stall was a curious affair. Driven by curiosity, they all came over. Qianbin, you look pretty professional about this. Are you really setting up a stall? Qianbin, why don't we go to the game arcade instead? Setting up a stall sounds boring. Bro Qian, why did you suddenly decide to set up a stall? Qianbin looked at his few good brothers and smiled mysteriously. He told them, this is a task given by my teacher. Today, I'll let you try my skills. First, I'll prepare some expensive ones. These are 5th grade crab bugs, rare to find. If it weren't for our family connections, I wouldn't have been able to buy them. Are these crab bugs edible? Aren't these insects used in construction? Isn't this thing supposed to be used for road repair? Qianbin responded seriously to his group of brothers. Nonsense. This stuff is premium material, tastes great. I wouldn't even let ordinary people eat it. These are 5th grade crab bugs, equivalent to the meat of a 5th grade ferocious beast. Do you think you could get 5th grade ferocious beast meat outside? Eating it would probably bankrupt anyone. The crowd was half convinced, but they stayed around and began waiting nearby. Qianbin took out the stove and began to light the fire. Since these were 5th grade crab bugs, it required a more powerful flame for cooking. Before long, Qianbin was sweating profusely from the effort. Using the fire seed consumed quite a bit of his yuan qi. He used a clever trick, something Su Lingling had taught him. He could use fuel to save energy. This was how Su Lingling saved strength when cooking large pots of food. So naturally, Su Lingling had also passed on this method to the students. Soon after, the fragrant scent of crabs started wafting from the pot. Wow, buddy, you've got some real skills. It smells amazing. This aroma makes me believe that these crab bugs are indeed edible. With a proud smile, Qianbin told them, wait a moment, I'll prepare the dipping sauce. Eating it with this sauce will be even more fragrant. And I'll teach you how to eat it in a more elegant way. After adjusting the sauce, Qianbin lifted the lid, releasing a rich wave of aroma that swept across their faces like silk. The fragrance instantly burst at their noses. At this moment, no one refused to eat. Qianbin picked up a crab and began teaching his buddies how to eat it, using the method Su Lingling had shown him. These guys, unable to bear the heat, initially wanted to bite into the crabs directly, but they ended up hurting their teeth and had to follow Qianbin's guidance. Qianbin couldn't help but chuckle at their awkward attempts. He completely forgot his own painful experience at the school cafeteria, where he had bitten into a crab too hard, hurting his teeth, and wasted one just figuring out how to properly eat it. Wow, Brother Qian, your crab meat is so fresh. Delicious. I've never eaten anything this good in my life. I feel your chef at home can't even compare to your cooking. How did your culinary skills improve so drastically? This is too delicious. This must be 5-star quality. I've never felt my spirit so calm. Your dishes might even rival suppressants. Chapter 185. Everyone's responsibility to eliminate crab bugs. As Qianbin listened to his brothers endlessly praising him, he felt an incredible sense of comfort. He wasn't stupid. He could distinguish between sincere and insincere compliments. These brothers weren't the ones who always flattered him. In fact, one of them came from a family with even better conditions than his, which was exactly why. This person could recognize that what he had prepared rivaled 5-star cuisine. 5-star cuisine. This was a height he dared not even imagine reaching. But if this brother said it, and considering he usually ate gourmet delicacies, it must be at least 4-star quality. There's a new teacher at our school who might be the legendary 9-star chef. I attended one of his classes and learned how to make this dish. Honestly, my talent isn't bad. It's just that my teachers haven't been good enough. Bad teachers ruin their students. If I had met this teacher earlier, I definitely wouldn't be at this level now. I might even have revived our family business. Is your teacher really that amazing? You bet. He truly is remarkable. If you're free at noon, climb over the wall and come eat at our school cafeteria. Our teacher is responsible for our school lunches, and the prices are quite reasonable. I'll lead you there and help you get some food. Big Brother Qian, that's impressive. We also want to try the skills of a 9-star chef. Besides, our schools aren't too far apart. It's limited to 1 portion per person. Otherwise, I would have brought some out for you to try. Seriously, it's completely on a different level from those outside chefs. After eating it, I feel refreshed and energized, with all sorts of spirit for learning in the afternoon. As Qianbin spoke, he recalled the fragrant spicy crayfish he ate at lunchtime. The taste was just amazing, so delicious. The few people standing nearby began salivating as well. The crab bugs they were holding were already pretty tasty, but the dishes made by the 9-star chef must be incredibly good. Qianbin's few friends were enjoying them very much, savoring every bite. With the aroma of the crab bugs gradually spreading around, someone actually came over to ask about the price. Little boss, what's this? It smells so good. Steamed crab bug. Why don't you try the 1-coin version first? Alright, let me give it a try, but if it's not good, I'll return it. A coin isn't much for the inner city folk, so the man bought a 1-coin crab bug. This 1-coin crab bug only reached the 1-star grade, with a thin shell that cooked quickly. Soon, Qianbin steamed a batch of 1-star grade crab bugs. He handed one to the customer while sharing the rest with his brothers. The customer stood by the road, tasting the crab bug under Qianbin's guidance. Little boss, your skills are truly top-notch. Give me 2 more 1-coin and 1 5-coin portions. I'll take these home for my wife and kids. This meat is so flavorful, matching what I've tasted before in exotic beast meat, but its taste surpasses everything I've tried before. The customer said delightedly. Clearly, He felt the value exceeded the price. Big brother Qian, give me 3 10-coin ones. I'll bring them back for my parents. Give me 5 10-coin ones. I'll take them home for my parents and younger siblings. Give me 300-coin ones. My parents haven't tried such a fresh delicacy yet. These words from the customer seemed to remind Qian Bin's friends, who all took out money to purchase the crab bugs. There are only 200-coin ones left. I didn't stock up too much. Originally, I planned to keep these 2 for my parents. Qian Bin said to his friends. Then give me 200-coin ones and 3 10-coin ones. All right. The small stall owned by Qian Bin slowly started gaining more customers. His few friends left, each carrying their share of crab bugs. In truth, Qian Bin didn't earn much profit because the crab bugs themselves weren't cheap, and he selected only high-quality ones. He also treated his friends to quite a few servings. That night, he merely earned some hard-earned cash. Originally, the neighborhood property management wanted to chase Qian Bin's stall away. However, since Qian Bin was a resident of the area and offered a few crab bugs to the staff, they didn't drive him away. But after the staff tasted the crab bugs, they returned to buy many more. Qian Bin hadn't expected that so many crab bugs would nearly all sell out. Son, what are you doing here? Qianmu looked incredulously at Qian Bin cleaning up around his stall area. Her son didn't seem like someone who would normally act this considerate. Mom, our teacher asked us to set up a stall to showcase our culinary skills. I've sold out everything, and only these 2 crystal coin crab bugs are left. They're specially reserved for you and Dad to taste. Come on, try them. Son, can we even eat things like crab bugs? Of course we can. Crab bugs are very nutritious. All the essence of insectoids is concentrated in their meat, which is more expensive than exotic beast meat. Our teacher said we could prepare this dish at our family restaurant, but I was worried that without seeing the crab bugs, people wouldn't realize how delicious the crab meat truly is. So, I decided to run a street stall instead. When people smelled the aroma, everyone came over to buy. It does smell quite appetizing. Initially skeptical, Qianmu hesitated, but upon catching the alluring scent, she confidently picked one up and took a bite. The moment the crab meat touched her tongue, her eyes closed in satisfaction, her mouth filled with bliss. I told you, my son's a genius. This dish is easily worth 2 stars. Son, you're far better than the head chef at our place. If we sell this for just 1 crystal coin, it's way too cheap. Tomorrow, you go to the restaurant. We'll charge 188 crystal coins, using crab bugs of this grade, placing 4 in each plate. That's worthy of your culinary skill. Mom, you're being too greedy. Let's do 10 crystal coins. We should adjust the prices based on different grades. We're from a garbage planet after all. Everyone has a responsibility to help eliminate crab bugs. My son is so aware, wonderful. Qianmu couldn't help but praise. This flavor of the crab bug, it was truly exquisite. Qian Bin had originally intended to save one for his dad, but his mom couldn't resist and ate them all. Then she told Qian Bin that tomorrow, they would surprise his father by having crab bugs for breakfast, and she'd go early to buy some. The next morning, Qianmu woke up early to buy crab bugs. What she didn't expect was that overnight, the price of crab bugs skyrocketed. Apparently, many people had tried the crab bugs and found their taste irresistible, and cooking them was simple. Just steam them. Who wouldn't be able to do that? Chapter 186. The canteen is full. Mother Qian visited several stores she knew well to inquire. Last night, this city suddenly saw dozens of new crab bug stalls, all selling crab bugs. The taste of these crab bugs was very fragrant, and the method of preparation was simple. These onlookers believed they could do it too. So everyone came to buy the crab bugs. Mother Qian thought that those people must be in the same trade, wanting to hoard stock so as to raise prices when the time comes. Mother Qian was very confident in her son's culinary skills. She had tasted his cooking. There was a flavor of happiness in this crab meat, which was her son's gift, and something other chefs couldn't achieve. So she also decided to stockpile. Stockpiling was surefire profit. Moreover, these crab bugs only need water to survive and are easy to take care of. Mother Qian immediately utilized all the funds at her disposal to purchase crab bugs. Agent, what are you doing? Why have you spent all the money from home? As soon as Mother Qian spent the money, Father Qian's call came through. Husband, let me tell you, the price of crab bugs is bound to rise. Agent, can't you have a little confidence in your own intelligence? You cannot handle this future's business. Husband, I will explain it to you later when I get back. Father Qian sat at the dining table and finished the crab meat carefully prepared by Mother Qian in one bite. Eyes closed, he was still savoring the fresh taste of the crab meat. This flavor was really delicious. What was crucial was that Father Qian felt that this dish had a better effect on him than suppressants. He experienced an unprecedented sense of ease. He even tasted the filial piety his son showed towards him. He had always wanted to cultivate another child with his wife, but unfortunately, the higher their cultivation level, the harder it became to conceive. Father Qian was basically unable to bear children now, but now he realized his son was talented, a fact he had overlooked before. Husband, let me tell you, our son didn't encounter a good teacher earlier, but his current teacher has exquisite culinary skills. After being taught just one lesson by her, our son has already revealed his talent. Mediocre teachers ruin people. Father Qian couldn't help but exclaim. No one wants to admit that their child is inferior. Father Qian was no exception. Husband, now you understand why buying these crab bugs won't result in a loss, right? Others might lose money, but we don't have to worry because no matter how many crab bugs we buy, our son can sell them without any loss. Sell my car and the few apartments we have in other places. Use all the money to buy crab bugs. Also, mortgage our restaurant for a loan to buy more crab bugs. We're not doing this for profit. Primarily, we cannot let our son run out of crab bugs to practice with. Father Qian's decisiveness surpassed that of Mother Qian. Mother Qian was hesitant to sell their house. However, Father Qian had already made up his mind. The warehouse of the new Western school was already filled with crab bugs. Si Kongjun had purchased them early. He had all the teachers of the other classes teach the dish of steamed crab bugs. These teachers had all listened to Su Lingling's class. Their inherent abilities were good, and they learned 7 or 8 parts of her methods. The crab bugs were cheap. It was economical to use them for teaching. The most important point was that they tasted really good. A big bucket of food in the school canteen was thrown away during dinner. Nothing else these people ate was appetizing. One of the teachers followed Su Lingling's method to steam some crab bugs himself and found that the taste was indeed quite good. Thus, these people cooked their meals themselves. Su Lingling's dishes could never be eaten enough, but what they cooked themselves could be eaten fully. Si Kongjun extravagantly spent half of his assets on crab bugs. This resulted in the rapid decrease of crab bugs in the market, and the price of crab bugs kept rising. Si Kongjun originally thought that Su Lingling would cook these 2 dishes at lunchtime, but Su Lingling did not. Today, she intended to make sour spicy shredded potatoes and stir-fried pork. Still 20 crystals coins per serving, the potato shreds were cheap, but the cost of the pork in the stir-fried pork was definitely not cheap. Su Lingling controlled the costs very well. Si Kongjun could barely earn 2 crystal coins per serving and needed to give 1 crystal coin to Su Lingling. The quality of the meat wasn't low. However, Si Kongjun accepted it willingly. As long as it benefits his students, everything was acceptable. Primarily, Si Kongjun did not expect that Su Lingling would allow the school's teachers to attend her classes, which was rather generous since it allowed them to learn her secret techniques. This made Si Kongjun feel like he'd gotten a great deal. After these teachers went to study, they would also improve the overall teaching standards, ensuring that even if Su Lingling left someday, New Western School wouldn't decline too much. Lu Qingqing slept late into the day, waking up only at noon. Lu Qingqing didn't go to school yesterday and took a whole day off. She felt that she had to go to school today. Otherwise, the principal would definitely want to have a talk with her. Although this school was terrible, if she didn't attend, her parents would cut off her living expenses. Moreover, if she didn't go to school, she wouldn't know what else to do. Working? That was impossible. Taking over the family business? Her brother was already doing an excellent job. Marriage alliances? She was an academic failure with no talents. Those who were interested in her were all undesirable choices. She definitely didn't want to marry any of them. As soon as she opened her light brain device, she noticed there were new notifications in the class group. When she clicked on it, she nearly jumped in surprise. 99 plus unread messages. What could be such a big deal? Lu Qingqing's heart raced as she quickly opened the chat history and started reading from the beginning. Big news. Big news. A new teacher has come to the school, and starting now, they will specifically take charge of our lunch at the canteen. Go and queue up early. I heard today's food is limited. It might run out if we're late. Upon seeing the original subject of discussion, Lu Qingqing let out a sigh of relief. It turned out a new teacher had arrived, so why were they acting as a cafeteria chef? If they truly had exceptional skills, why would they choose the school cafeteria? Opening their own restaurant anywhere would surely bring overflowing profits. Not understanding this, she shrugged it off and continued scrolling through the messages. Another student then chimed in. Haha, this new teacher's cooking skill is simply top-notch. The taste is unforgettable, especially the fragrant spicy crayfish. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. It's not just the spicy crayfish that's amazing. The steamed crab bugs are also incredibly delicious. What's key is that they're not greasy at all. Ugh, don't even get me started. I'm salivating again. Rush now, rush now. We can't afford to fall behind other classes. Our teacher said that even though this new teacher doesn't teach our class, her recipes will still be passed down through our teachers, who will then teach us how to cook them. After eating Miss Su's dishes, even without being directly taught by her, it would still be quite easy for us to replicate the flavor. Am I only here for this one bite? No, I need to focus on my studies, strive to enter the top 3 of the whole school, and get into Miss Su's class. I'm going to join the line because I want to work hard too. Chapter 187, The Queuing People. Lu Qingqing's personal light brain kept flashing with messages, many of which were private messages sent by her friends. Qingqing, your school's lunch is about to start. Could you come to the school gate and let me in so we can eat together? Qingqing, I heard your school has invited an incredibly skilled chef. Can you take me to your canteen for a meal? Qingqing, I climbed over the wall into your school, but got caught by the security guard. Come get me quickly before I get kicked out. What was going on? Lu Qingqing felt it was unbelievable. How could so much happen in just one day? Lu Qingqing was baffled, but she also became curious about the school cafeteria and wanted to taste the new chef's dishes that had moved so many people. With a hop, she got up from her bed and quickly changed into her clothes and shoes. Then she drove her own levitation car towards the school. At the New Western Academy gate, a silver levitation car raced like lightning from far away and stopped abruptly after a slick spin, parking neatly next to Sikong Shui. The window of the driver's seat slowly rolled down, revealing a handsome young man who poked his head out, furrowing his brows at Sikong Shui as he said, Shui, what are you doing? Get in the car already. I've reserved seats at the restaurant. Sikong Shui didn't move a step, smiling as she replied, GMO, our school has a new chef who only makes Chinese food. Let's go queue up for some. Your school cafeteria? GMO raised an eyebrow, looking somewhat disdainful as he said, I know what the quality of a university cafeteria is like. Do you think someone like me would fall for such nonsense? Stop fooling around and get in the car. That's a 5-star chef whose slots aren't easily booked. I need to head back after eating. Oh no, I'm not lying. Huh? You're really not lying. Hearing this, GMO became interested instantly. He knew Si Kongshui liked him and wouldn't deceive him. Moreover, Si Kongshui's culinary skills were pretty good, comparable to a 2-star chef's level. If she praised this new chef, they must be something special. Decisively, GMO stored his levitation car in his space ring and followed Si Kongshui to have dinner in the cafeteria. However, upon seeing the sea of people queuing up, GMO frowned. There were too many people. GMO, the cafeteria serves food fast. We'll be able to eat soon, Si Kongshui excitedly told GMO. She could already smell the aroma of meat in the air. This scent was intoxicating. Even from afar, she picked up these fragrant hints. It seemed different from yesterday's menu. This line is ridiculously long. All right, I'll give some crystalline coins to the people ahead of us so they let us cut in. GMO didn't want to waste time. Although he smelled the tempting fragrance in the air, he wasn't willing to wait patiently. Si Kongshui didn't want to cut in line because she feared it might damage her image in Su Lingling's eyes, thereby affecting her learning process. After a whole night of practice selling food last night, Si Kongshui gained immense confidence in her cooking ability. Just one class improved her significantly more than usual. From her space ring, Si Kongshui took out 2 specially prepared crab bugs she had made especially for GMO. She offered them to GMO and said, GMO, try this. My teacher taught me to steam these crabs yesterday. They're still hot. I've just made them. These are delicious. GMO initially didn't want to eat them because he thought crab bugs were low-class food. But Si Kongshui had already picked out the crab meat for GMO and handed it to his lips. The snowy white crab meat and its sweet aroma caused GMO to unconsciously open his mouth. This exquisite crab flavor instantly won GMO over. Shui, your cooking has improved. GMO exclaimed pleasantly. These crabs were 5-star crabs, costing a lot, very precious. Making them had taken great effort. GMO usually only consumed gourmet items. All thanks to my teacher. She is a 9-star chef. To allow all of us students to taste ultimate flavors and improve our cooking skills, she takes charge of lunch at the cafeteria. No wonder you didn't want to cut in line. You were worried about ruining your image in front of your teacher. While standing in line, GMO ate the crab meat and realized waiting in line wasn't such a torture. In fact, it wasn't so bad. Looking around at the envious gazes from the people around, this feeling was particularly good. Our teacher truly cares about us. Otherwise, she wouldn't bother to cook for us students. Our school cafeteria prices are so cheap. Simultaneously, Si Kongshui genuinely admired Su Lingling. If it weren't for her, her culinary skills wouldn't have improved so rapidly, nor would she have had the opportunity to enjoy such exquisite meals. Originally, Si Kongshui thought that she and GMO could never be together. However, now, she believed it wasn't entirely impossible. As long as her cooking ability continued to grow, her status and position would also gradually rise. Shui, I heard you set up a stall yesterday. Why didn't you tell me earlier? It's exhausting work. If my buddy hadn't been there yesterday, those hooligans definitely would have bullied you. I know the manager of first-class Grand Hotel. If you're ever short on money, I'll get you a chef position there. GMO said this while eating, clearly already aware of Si Kongshui's street vending, but pretending not to know until after tasting her crab dish, when he then brought up the matter. Hearing GMO's words, Si Kongshui was deeply moved. This was the first time GMO had voluntarily offered to help resolve her daily issues. That was first-class Grand Hotel. The chefs there, even at their lowest rank, were all of third-class level. But Si Kongshui wasn't naive. She knew what prompted GMO's change in attitude. As much as she liked GMO, her career came first. If forced to choose between her culinary craft and GMO, she'd unhesitatingly select cooking. Without culinary skills, there was no way GMO would consider being with her. Si Kongshui yearned to join the first-class Grand Hotel, but she felt that as long as she followed Su Lingling and diligently studied cooking, she could enter that establishment solely based on her own abilities. She told GMO, "Actually, I don't feel pressured at all. All classmates in our course went out to set up stalls. Quite a few of them come from families who own restaurants. This is an assignment given by our teacher to promote the crab bug dish, making more people like it while simultaneously honing our cooking skills. On top of that, our teacher specifically instructed us not to price them too high on the first day. We only aim to cover the costs." Chapter 188, Teaching a New Dish. Su Lingling was enthusiastically cooking in the cafeteria. Today, there were way too many people in the cafeteria, more than she had imagined. Fortunately, Si Jun's supply of ingredients was plentiful enough. Young Master Zhao once again enjoyed sour and spicy shredded potatoes and stir-fried pork. He felt that the taste seemed even better than last time. Young Master Zhao had waited in line for a long time today. There was no other way. There were just too many people. Even his uncle, who was the principal, was waiting in line. Today Su Lingling also stewed dragon bone radish soup. Regrettably, the soup was self-served. All you needed was to bring your own bowl. However, those unscrupulous individuals in front actually brought basins. Young Master Zhao could only drink this delicious soup by borrowing a basin from his uncle. But his uncle, who looked full of benevolence and morality, acted quite dishonorably by bringing a bucket to carry the soup. That was even worse than using a basin. "Uncle, can you finish all this soup? There's nothing wrong with not being able to finish. Uncle, haven't you heard the students' complaints? Those at the back couldn't get any food. Doing this, isn't it against your conscience? You little brat, when have you ever had a conscience? I'm losing 20 crystals on this deal. Consider the cost of this 6-star ferocious beast meat alone, which costs far more than its selling price. I'm clearly making a loss." Si Jun said helplessly to young Master Zhao. "Uncle, isn't this one bucket of soup worth more than 20 crystals?" Young Master Zhao did not try to persuade Si Jun to raise prices. In his opinion, His uncle had a kind heart disease. That's why he didn't interact much with him before. But at least his money wasn't wasted. Moreover, Zhao now needed his uncle's favor to let him eat here. As long as his uncle's money wasn't wasted, it was fine. He never thought about inheriting his uncle's fortune. It's all for the students. Some things look like losses, but they're for the future of the school. I absolutely cannot let the Xian Western School be delisted under my watch. Everyone has their faith. Si Jun has his faith. But judging from this pricing, although it looks like he's at a disadvantage, it's not truly so. The price of the meat, which he personally negotiated, is reasonable. Vegetables on Garbage Star are expensive, but meat isn't that pricey. He bought in large quantities and got discounts. These bones come with the meat for free. Radishes aren't worth anything. They are very cheap. They're not star-level ingredients. Potatoes are the same. They're very cheap. Although those who served the soup earlier did take up a bit more than what they should, he still suffered a small loss. But because there are so many people, those who came later missed out on the soup, but thin profits and high turnover mean he could still make some profit. So how could he not be happy? It's good for the students and also profitable, albeit not much. But as long as it doesn't result in a loss, it's not bad. And he bought a lot of crab bugs, which he slightly marked up and sold to the students in the school. This price is still cheaper compared to outside. Therefore, purchase limits were set. Every student buys a bit to practice their culinary skills. But if someone wants to act as an intermediary trader, that won't work. Finally, Su Lingling finished preparing lunch. She didn't even know how many servings she made. If the security guards hadn't stopped many outsiders, probably a great number of people would have come without success after queuing. The cafeteria aunties originally intended to stop the handshaking method, but with so many people, they had to ensure everyone in line could get food. All the meat that Si Jun bought was cooked by Su Lingling. No choice. There were just too many people. People at the front got big portions and left with greasy mouths. People at the back, those smaller portions, were satisfied as long as they could eat something. When Su Lingling finished, it was almost time for the afternoon class. There was no time for a nap. Su Lingling stood on the podium. The students below showed her more respect. Yesterday's steamed crab insects had already proven Su Lingling's prowess. Today I will teach you a new dish we ate yesterday, spicy dragon shrimp. This dish is a little more complicated than yesterday's, since not only do we need to control the fire, but we must also stir fry at the same time, multitasking. The moment the people below heard it was spicy dragon shrimp, they instantly started drooling. Evidently, they had all tasted Su Lingling's version of spicy dragon shrimp. The flavor was really fantastic. Even better than the taste of steamed crab insects because this was a strongly flavored dish. If they could master this recipe and set up a stall, the aroma would spread wildly, and wouldn't it surely attract a crowd around them? So everyone followed Su Lingling's methods with utmost seriousness, learning how to cook. For a while, the fragrance in the classroom was exceptionally enticing. Everyone was salivating at the sight of the spicy dragon shrimp in Su Lingling's pot, and they couldn't help but drool. Unfortunately, they didn't have a chance to eat from her dish and could only consume the spicy dragon shrimp they had stir-fried themselves. Qian Bin imitated Su Lingling's techniques, peeling the shrimp and taking a bite of the tender shrimp meat in his hand. He felt that the taste was pretty good, much better than he had imagined. He thought it was just slightly less delicious compared to the dragon shrimp made by Su Lingling. And the bean sprouts in this dish were also quite tasty. At lunch, the cafeteria auntie had been shaking her hands all the time, and Qian Bin hadn't eaten enough then. Now, he took the opportunity to eat more. Everyone in the entire classroom was eating spicy dragon shrimp. This incredible delicacy is actually something I made myself. It's unbelievable. The dragon shrimp I made is absolutely amazing. The broth is so flavorful. I feel like my cooking skills are almost as good as the teacher's. My dragon shrimp tastes exactly like yesterday's. It's truly delicious, and I didn't get enough of it yesterday. Stop boasting. Your cooking can never compare with the teacher's. Is it wrong for me to praise her teaching? While listening to these students arguing, Su Lingling did not intervene, but instead smiled gently while eating the shrimp. She hadn't enjoyed such a relaxed meal together with everyone in a long time. The technique for making dragon shrimp wasn't complicated. As long as the methods were correct, the taste wouldn't be bad. Plus, these students had already tasted the delicious spicy dragon shrimp before. While cooking, they couldn't help but imagine the fresh, succulent aroma of the shrimp in their minds, infusing these beautiful thoughts into the food. The flavors couldn't go wrong with that. These people really are young. Alright, everyone, finish eating quickly. Let's review once more. If your internal energy isn't sufficient, continue making steamed crab insects tonight at the stall. But if your internal energy is sufficient, you can sell the spicy dragon shrimp along with the steamed crabs. Allow others to sample such delights so that your culinary skills will improve through repeated practice. Cuisine is meant to be shared and tasted by everyone. Only then can there be progress. Chapter 189, Pink Mech. At noon, when it was time for lunch, all of Zhang Xin's colleagues were eating nutritional supplements. Eating too much nutritional supplements over time makes it difficult for the teeth to handle harder foods. Teeth will degenerate as a result. Of course, if one has high cultivation, their teeth will still be strong. However, even in a first-class civilization, there are some people who can't cultivate or have very poor cultivation talents. For these people, who eat nutritional supplements year-round, their bodies will gradually develop other problems. On the surface, nutritional supplements seem nutritious and cheap, able to provide all the nutrients the human body needs. However, for some unknown reason, members of the noble class rarely consume such supplements. The main reason everyone eats nutritional supplements is because they're inexpensive and last a long time. For just 1 crystal coin, you can buy 100 servings of nutritional supplement and not worry about food for an entire month. Food, on the other hand, costs at least 1 crystal coin per serving. which creates a huge price difference. Thus, people generally prefer to buy nutritional supplements. But during lunch, Zhang Shen opened his lunchbox. The rich aroma instantly made everyone's mouths water. It smelled incredible. Zhang Shen, you're always eating so well. Your family really treats you well. Zhang Shen gave a nonchalant reply. He immediately began to devour his meal. The food was still warm, prepared by Su Lingling that morning. The taste was as good as ever. Zhang Shen never worked overtime since he needed to go home early for dinner. However, Zhang Shen worked extremely fast, and his mech building skills were unmatched by anyone else in the company. The main reason Zhang Shen stayed here was to build a mech for Su Lingling and also to construct a small spacecraft. Zhang Shen didn't feel the urge to leave in a hurry. He thought this place was quite fine. As long as Su Lingling was by his side, wherever they were, Zhang Shen felt content. Even after staying on this junk planet for so long, it wasn't as bad as he initially imagined. Perhaps due to the constant warfare, some resources were easier to obtain than expected. In the afternoon, when Su Lingling returned home from work, she noticed that Zhang Shen had already come back early. Is it because today's Friday and you're excited about tomorrow's holiday that you came back early? No. After speaking, Zhang Shen revealed a pink ring in the palm of his hand. This is the pink mech you wanted. You can bind it by infusing your spiritual power into it. You actually made it. You're amazing, Su Lingling said with surprise. Unfortunately, inside the city, we can't freely control the mech to fly. But tomorrow, since it's our day off, we can go outside the city, where you'll be able to pilot the mech. In that case, tomorrow I'll try it out. Also, I want to visit little fat Xiaopeng. After all, he is my youngest disciple. Sure, let's head back. The next day, Su Lingling bought a lot of potatoes and Chinese cabbage. She had written down recipes for Xiaopeng and Yu, but lacked ingredients to prepare them. Su Lingling remembered Xiaopeng because his father, Fat Tiger, Peng Hu, had gifted her a mech, which was rather valuable. Zhang Shen said the mech was pretty decent. Therefore, it must be truly exceptional. She hadn't taught Xiaopeng for very long, so this time when she returned, she would have to give him extra lessons. These vegetables weren't expensive, and it would also be a chance to practice knife skills with Xiaopeng. For a chef, having excellent knife skills is crucial. The black market remained the same as before. It had only been 3 days since Su Lingling went back, but nothing significant had changed on the black market. In this world, everything continues whether someone leaves or not. Fat Tiger was still presiding over the shop. Although business had slowed since Su Lingling left, the prices were the same as before. The number of customers had decreased significantly though. Actually, the pricing was already quite reasonable. Since raw material prices weren't cheap, and the culinary skills of Fat Tiger's wife and children weren't bad either. When Su Lingling arrived, it wasn't mealtime, so there weren't many customers around. Little Fat, have you been studying diligently while I've been away? Master, you're actually back. Xiaopeng was so delighted, he almost jumped up and down. During Su Lingling's absence, he found nothing appetizing, only eating a few roasted bone marrows that he made himself. Little Fat, I brought potatoes and Chinese cabbage for you and your mom. Today, I'll teach both of you how to make spicy sour potato shreds and spicy sour cabbage. The original recipe given by the system was sweet and sour potato shreds, but Su Lingling preferred hers spicy, so she altered the dish into spicy sour potato shreds. Yes, thank you, master. He was also glad to see Su Lingling. She thought Su Lingling wouldn't return. For the sour and spicy Chinese cabbage, the cabbage needs to be pickled in advance. So, we need to find several large vats for pickling the cabbage before we make the dish. I've brought some pre-pickled cabbage with me, and I'll teach you how to stir-fry it later. For now, let's focus on pickling the Chinese cabbage. Su Lingling carefully explained this to Yu and Xiaopeng. Zhang Shen wasn't there. He had gone into the wild to gather the materials he needed. Zhang Shen had simply dropped Su Lingling off here before leaving. Su Lingling stayed behind to teach Yu and Xiaopeng. This teaching session took up most of the afternoon. The most troublesome part was making the sour and spicy shredded potatoes. Both Yu and Xiaopeng had poor knife skills. Xiaopeng, in particular, even injured his hand. My boy, don't worry. Even if your cuts aren't pretty, your father can still eat them. These potatoes are easy to grow. The extra potatoes your master gave us, your father will plant them in the yard. Then you'll have a constant supply of potatoes for practicing your knife skills. Xiaopeng thought that once he started bleeding, Peng Hu would stop him from practicing. But unexpectedly, his father took out a spray, sprayed it on his wound, and made him start practicing again. Yu, though not excellent with her knife skills and quite slow without much grace in her movements, did not hurt herself. Her sliced potatoes were still acceptable. Compared to Xiaopeng, she performed much better. Xiaopeng originally intended to act coquettishly toward Yu, not wanting to learn to slice the potatoes. In Xiaopeng's view, robot slicing could handle the potato shreds just fine. But Yu rejected Xiaopeng's proposal. Xiaopeng wasn't particularly surprised by this. Under normal circumstances, his mother wouldn't go against what his father said. Only when his father almost beat him to death did she plead for mercy. Otherwise, she usually stood by silently wiping her tears without saying a word. Xiaopeng, the most important skill for a chef is knife work. There's no secret to improving knife skills besides practice. Practice tirelessly day and night. One day, when your knife work exceeds that of a robot's precision, then your knife work will be considered competent. Dishes cut by knives taste different from those cut by machines. Su Lingling said this very seriously to Xiaopeng. Chapter 190, Meeting Jin Zijuan again. Little Fat, you must remember what your master said. Your master is a very powerful figure. In the future, you won't have many more opportunities to learn from him. It's an honor for you to study with such a teacher. Fat Tiger sternly told Little Fat on the side. Faced with Fat Tiger, Little Fat didn't dare to utter a sound. because his father was serious when it came to discipline and showed no mercy at all. Although every time Fat Tiger hit Little Fat, it was mostly for show. He himself had gone through a similar childhood, so he naturally understood the thoughts of children. Children are smart. If they don't see something convincing, they won't be scared, and if they aren't scared, they won't grow up understanding the importance. Children need to be taught properly. Pure indulgence isn't right, because spoiling a child is like killing them. Fat Tiger only had Little Fat as his child, and he poured all his love into him. Every time Fat Tiger hit Little Fat, he acted ferocious, like a terrible demon, even deliberately creating an intimidating aura. However, Fat Tiger was careful about how far he went. Being a martial artist gave him good control over pressure points. He knew exactly which places could be hit and which couldn't, and he practiced controlling his strength against fierce beasts multiple times. His goal was to make Little Fat feel pain without damaging bones. That's why last time Au got frightened and desperately blocked in front of Little Fat, pleading Fat Tiger to stop. Fat Tiger, Little Fat is still young. He has plenty of time to practice. Practicing just over an hour cutting potatoes each day is fine. There's no need for prolonged practice. As long as he trains every day, he'll make progress. These things cannot be rushed. It takes time. Also, concerning the cutting technique for savage beast meat, I will teach both you and Au. When Little Fat gains enough skill, make sure to teach him thoroughly how to handle the meat. Handling savage beast meat requires a certain cultivation level. Ordinary people might not even be able to cut it with their knives. Therefore, Su Lingling did not demand that Little Fat, a child, learn this yet. Although Au didn't have high cultivation, she was slow at cutting the savage beast meat, but still managed to do it well enough to improve through continuous practice later. Su Lingling didn't let Little Fat train for too long since overdoing it might diminish his passion for cooking. Any hobby, once it turns into work, gradually loses its charm. But without training, there would be no progress either. Without a systematic method or some supernatural aid, Little Fat's life would amount to nothing. Alright, rest assured. I will certainly ensure that this little fatso gets proper guidance. Fat Tiger sincerely responded to Su Lingling. Fat Tiger never imagined that Su Lingling would come back to teach her son and wife, and even bring so many vegetables. In his heart, he felt somewhat moved. He had already decided that in the future, exotic beast meat would be sold in small quantities only. These stir-fried greens could be cheaper. 1 crystal coin per serving, topped with a small piece of savage beast meat. After all, 20 crystal coins were not a trivial sum for people in the outer city. Even though his wife and son had natural culinary talent, pricing higher wasn't going to work. Affordable pricing was key. Everything was for survival. After teaching Au, Su Lingling immediately flew a mech around in the black market. This mech could be controlled by mental power. It operated easily, and the energy battery could store spiritual energy. When Su Lingling injected all her energy into it, it filled only 1%. One needed to meditate and recharge 100 times for full capacity. Su Lingling could now fly in midair unaided, so the novelty didn't excite her much. After all, Su Lingling had experienced flying before. Su Lingling had agreed with Zhang Shun to meet in the black market, so she waited there. Su Lingling. A stranger's voice shouted out, catching her attention. Turning around, Su Lingling saw a half-naked man crouching on all fours, wearing an unidentifiable colored short and having a chain tied around his neck. His body was pitch black, covered with wounds, oozing pus, exuding a foul smell, with disheveled, unkempt long hair reminiscent of a street tough guy style. Due to his dirtiness, Su Lingling could hardly recognize his facial features. The person holding the chain recognized Su Lingling and, after kicking the man hard, immediately approached her humbly and said, "Mistress, this man dared to directly call your name. I will certainly manage him more strictly from now on." This man recognized Su Lingling. When Su Lingling ran her store in the black market, almost everyone bought food from her shop. Everyone knew that Su Lingling had caught the eye of an important person and had entered the inner city, which wasn't uncommon for talented individuals. If it weren't for Su Lingling's excellent reputation in the black market, he would have just killed this man to vent his anger right there. The bigwigs of the inner city are not so easily offended. This lowly person isn't even wanted as a slave by the nobles of the inner city. Mining. His body can't handle it. He couldn't dig. He's bad at everything. Pure waste. His only value is that people say he used to look good and had decent genes, so they threw him into the outer city for breeding. That way, a bunch of good-looking kids could be born, who would then be sent to the inner city. Plastic surgery, no matter how much it's done, can't match natural beauty, and it requires more maintenance costs later on. Su Lingling, I'm Jean Zijuan. Do you remember me? Jean Zijuan, noticing Su Lingling's baffled expression, immediately shouted her name. This was his only chance now. He was just an ordinary person, someone who failed at everything. He had originally thought that, since he graduated from university, with a relatively high level of education, he would do well upon entering a level 1 civilization. But he hadn't anticipated. On a level 5 civilization planet, their university degrees mean nothing here in a level 1 civilization because the technology levels were far too different. And Jean Zijuan also harbored ambitions to become a star, so academic research wasn't something he excelled at either. Without any special abilities, being just a regular human meant his fate within this level 1 civilization was truly wretched. These days, Jean Zijuan lived in misery worse than death. Even after abandoning all his dignity, there was still no way for him to survive. He started reminiscing about his life back on Water Blue Star with Su Lingling, which now seemed so pleasant in retrospect. Never did he imagine that he would encounter Su Lingling again. Yet Su Lingling seemed to be doing quite well, living respectably. This gave Jean Zijuan an immense yearning for survival. However, Su Lingling still wore a bewildered face as she said to Jin Zijuan, "Maybe you bought my boxed lunches once? Everyone in this whole black market has purchased my lunches and knows me. I simply can't remember everyone, and honestly, I don't recognize you." In fact, Su Lingling remembered Jin Zijuan. She never expected Jin Zijuan to end up in such a sorry state. That's why she deliberately pretended not to recognize him. Chapter 191, Looking Back. Su Lingling did not take extra revenge on Jin Zijuan, because there was no need given his current state. Su Lingling had once thought about how she would avenge herself on Jin Zijuan. After coming into contact with people from the first-tier civilization, Su Lingling realized that crystal coins were the currency of choice outside. Jin Zijuan, at the time, was carrying star coins from Water Blue Star. How could he possibly live well on Dragon King Star? Being sold to Junk Star was quite normal. Jin Zijuan got what he deserved, but there were many innocent and pitiable ordinary people. Sometimes, being too weak means getting beaten. Weakness is the original sin. Su Lingling was just a small character, and she didn't like this kind of world. She had previously thought her own world was already bad enough under capitalism, but now she realized it was rules that bound them. This wasn't because they were good, but because someone in the past had fought for these boundaries of rules. No matter how much exploitation occurred, it could only happen within the framework of these rules. At this moment, a notion suddenly arose in Su Lingling's mind. She wanted to change this world. Even if she couldn't completely change it, she at least wanted to leave a mark to show that she had been here. She thought perhaps the system chose her for a reason. To gain rewards, she needed more positive reviews. And when her students received praise, it also counted as praise for her. Su Lingling had tasted all the dishes made by her students. If a person was inherently evil, regardless of how much Su Lingling taught them, they would be unable to make delicious food. Such individuals were in the minority. In the class Su Lingling currently taught, only 2 people were unable to learn her cooking skills. For these 2, Su Lingling gave the excuse that they didn't match her cooking style, asking General Simo to replace them with 2 other students. People's hearts all have dark sides. Many of her students were moody, some were vain, and some showed signs of selfishness. Including Su Lingling herself. She wasn't entirely selfless and also had selfish aspects. But these people had humanity, and human nature is complex. When its dark side takes control, a person turns into a demon, losing their self entirely. But in these people's hearts, there was still light. Some are simply born evil and cannot create beautiful food. Others, who previously could create beautiful food, have their inner selves gradually taken over by darkness and distortion, leading to their inability to create wonderful meals anymore. The main reason why the culinary art of Junkstar could not rise was due to the decline of humanity. This city itself was highly twisted, its rules filled with cruelty and indifference. It is precisely because of this that it's hard to experience true kindness in such a cold environment from a young age. Nobles stand high above others, but flowers of a good human nature often bloom more among common people. Au and Little Fatso were excellent examples. They displayed their culinary talents while living in a loving environment. Although Au had a talent for cooking, her early life was very tough. She couldn't experience what beauty and sweetness in life meant. So even though she had a talent for cooking, the food she prepared was bitter. This was also why Penghu originally believed that Au's culinary talent was low, crediting Su Lingling's teaching and being grateful to her. But after Au married Penghu, she gradually tasted the flavor of happiness. Thus, the food she made naturally carried that taste of happiness. Au felt happy, life was sweet, and her heart found sweetness, which allowed her to create beautiful food. This cuisine was not just about having a good taste. Long Fan was the same way. Though lustful, he had an inherent goodness. After awakening his talent, he felt particularly joyful, sensing endless joy and hope in life. Thus, the food he created was both delicious and appetizing. This kind of human magnetism was inexplicable and difficult to articulate. Ling Xiaoxiao initially created relatively decent food. But lacking culinary talent, she still lagged behind Long Fan. Comparisons led to imbalances in her heart, causing this gap to grow increasingly wider. Su Lingling did not give Jin Zijuan a second glance, turning around and leaving immediately. Jin Zijuan looked at Su Lingling with unfamiliar eyes, finding it inconceivable. He had imagined that upon meeting Su Lingling again, she might hate him or continue to love him as before. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine Su Lingling looking at him so unfamiliarly. It was utterly astonishing. Could it be he had mistaken her identity? But could there really be someone whose appearance and name were identical? Actually, there was one slight difference. Su Lingling's hair was black, straight, and long. And now her hair was curly, short, and blonde. Under the sunlight, it emitted a golden glow. Su Lingling's eyes were filled with indifference. Jin Zijuan desperately struggled, trying to grab Su Lingling's legs. This was his only lifeline, and even if she accepted him as a slave, it would be better than nothing. Jin Zijuan wanted to say something, but the man slapped him hard, knocking out all of Jin Zijuan's teeth, and then kicked him viciously, growling at Jin Zijuan. How dare you jump around in front of Boss Su? Do you want to die? If I didn't care about sullying Boss Su's eyes, I would have beaten you to death already. He treated Jin Zijuan cruelly, but when he mentioned Su Lingling, his eyes softened considerably. Because of Su Lingling, he had tasted the most wonderful cuisine in his life. Even though Su Lingling had left, Au's cooking wasn't nearly as good as Su Lingling's. He still habitually went to the shop to order a bowl of hot soup for 1 crystal coin. Many people in the black market kept this habit. As for roasted bone marrow, the price was too unprofitable, and no one wanted to be suckered into paying too much. Also, Su Lingling had previously made too much dried meat. These people still had stockpiles and could eat them for a long time. Jin Zijuan groaned in pain on the ground. his gaze fixed intently on Su Lingling's retreating back. Su Lingling did not hesitate for a moment, nor did she look back at him. At that moment, he was certain that this woman was not the Su Lingling he knew, because Su Lingling would never be this cruel. No matter how much she hated him, seeing him fall to such a state, she would certainly help him. Resentment began to fill his eyes. A resentment toward Su Lingling. Why wouldn't she help him? She was wearing a pristine white dress, looking every bit like a noble young lady, who could save him with such a small cost, just a casual word, and those attacking him would let him go, perhaps even granting him freedom. Su Lingling felt Jin Zijuan's hatred, and she turned around. Chapter 192, The Death of Jin Zijuan. Su Lingling turned back and did not look at Jin Zijuan, but rather at the man holding on to Jin Zijuan. She tossed a crystal coin towards him and said, I don't like such an expression, it's frightening to look at. Regardless, he's a pitiful person. This money can be his burial fee. Find a decent place for his grave. This world is too harsh, and I also wish to help him find peace. Awoo-ah. The bones in Jin Zijuan's jaw were broken. He could not speak, nor could he even form words with his mouth. He originally thought that Su Lingling was giving out a crystal coin due to regret and to save him. But these beautiful lips spewed such cold and ruthless words. The man then looked down and saw the expression in Jin Zijuan's eyes. Without hesitation, he grabbed Jin Zijuan's head and gently twisted it, redirecting his gaze away from Su Lingling. The man flattered Su Lingling by saying, Mr. Su, you've been frightened. Before, this guy was never honest or virtuous. After having an owner, he still wanted to flirt with other women, so he ended up being thrown out. Unexpectedly, he still does not repent now. You can rest assured, I will surely find a feng shui treasure spot to bury him. Su Lingling nodded and said to the man, Thank you. Su Lingling turned her head, and a tear rolled down the corner of her eye. Su Lingling harbored no feelings for Jin Zijuan. This was the last ounce of attachment in the body she inherited. This streak of attachment flowed out through that single tear, dropping to the ground. Su Lingling sensed that her cultivation had once again advanced at this moment, as she fell into a state of enlightenment. She was about to break through to the master level. The realm of a master is a dividing line. This was because Su Lingling's soul had thoroughly fused with this physical body. It was the original self's gratitude. The original self's attachment was Jin Zijuan. Ironically, she wasn't thanking Su Lingling for avenging her and killing Jin Zijuan. She was thanking Su Lingling for picking out a good burial site and helping arrange Jin Zijuan's funeral. She truly loved this man deeply. For this reason, there were no images of Jin Zijuan within the memories Su Lingling acquired. In the original self's memories, Jin Zijuan was probably always idealized, burdened with unavoidable hardships. The original self held complex feelings of love and hate towards Jin Zijuan. These emotions were incomprehensible to Su Lingling. But at this moment, Su Lingling felt she had perceived the essence of Qingmu and the true meaning of fire. This was a very wondrous sensation. A master isn't on the same tier as an ordinary martial artist. Becoming a master means one can establish their own sect or school. Su Lingling felt her soul transformed into a spherical-like entity. Her perception was no longer limited to the 180-degree field of vision, but expanded to a full 360-degree sensation. This feeling was marvelous. She could see far distances, transcending space and distance. A formidable force surged within Su Lingling's body, and she felt her body undergo some qualitative changes. Some kind of barrier was shattered at this instant. Su Lingling didn't know how much time had passed. When she opened her eyes, it was already dark. Upon opening her eyes, Su Lingling immediately spotted Zhang Shun. How did you suddenly break through here? Luckily I returned in time. Otherwise, you would have been in serious trouble. Zhang Shun also felt a wave of fear afterward. He hadn't anticipated that Su Lingling would suddenly break through. Fortunately, he came back in time. Otherwise, Su Lingling really would have been in danger. When he returned, he noticed that one drop of her tear had fallen to the ground. The moment Su Lingling entered the state of enlightenment, he immediately evacuated everyone around them. Zhang Shun didn't recognize Jin Zijuan, but he questioned the man about what happened. He guessed Jin Zijuan's identity. He hadn't expected Jin Zijuan to end up so miserably. Those 5 million star coins could indeed take him to the Dragon King Star, but life there wasn't that easy. Going to the Dragon King Star might provide a better life, but it was merely like buying a ticket. Jin Zijuan would only end up doing menial work on Dragon King Star. After all, in first-tier civilizations, everyone receives higher education. Most possess special abilities or are warriors. However, certain tasks must still be performed by someone. Thus, they have no choice but to recruit workers from other civilizations. Nevertheless, living on Dragon King Star is definitely better than on Garbage Star. Unlike the merciless conditions on Garbage Star, Jin Zijuan was likely tricked and sold to Garbage Star. Dark Star is too far from Dragon King Star, while Garbage Star is relatively closer. In fact, throughout interstellar space, only these two planets lacked slaves. Slaves could only be sold to these two planets. Others do not lack manpower. In Zhang Shun's view, Jin Zijuan's fate was exactly what he deserved. It was thanks to Su Lingling's kindness that someone still arranged a proper funeral for Jin Zijuan. Thank you. I suddenly had an insight and broke through. It's already night now. It must be dangerous. Let's go back to the city quickly. Su Lingling also felt that this breakthrough was extremely perilous. She had just been standing on the road when she broke through. But enlightenment is a very wondrous feeling, and if it were interrupted, the next attempt to break through would not be so simple. This time, she was really lucky, thanks to Zhang Shun returning in time. Otherwise, she would have been in trouble. The sky is almost dawn. Let's wait until sunrise. Zhang Shun stood beside Su Lingling and said to her, Alright, Su Lingling thought it would be nice to find a patch of grass to watch the sunrise. Unfortunately, there was no grass in the black market. The grass planted in other areas of Garbage Star was all black, too devoid of meaning. Su Lingling harbored many thoughts at this moment. There was no excitement in her about breaking through to the master level. Zhang Shun took Su Lingling to a large rock, sat down on it, and looked up at the dark sky, quietly waiting for the sunrise. There were numerous crimson eyes in the sky. These were insect races, but they were intimidated by Zhang Shun's aura and did not dare to come close. The insect race kept descending from the sky. Su Lingling asked Zhang Shun, "Do you think this Garbage Star is considered a first-tier civilization? Yet why does it feel worse than Water Blue Star? Water Blue Star can even push battles with insect races into interstellar space and intercept them outside the atmosphere. Only a small number of insect races manage to land on Water Blue Star, and those are relatively weak ones. Why do a lot of master-level insect races still manage to descend on Garbage Star? Don't they fear that these insects will eat everything here? Garbage Star has no vegetation because the frequency of insect landings is too high. The grass gets eaten as soon as it sprouts. Strangely enough, how can these beasts still survive and become so powerful?" Su Lingling seemed like a curious child. She had too many doubts and confusion about Garbage Star. Chapter 193. Zhang Shun did not speak, did not answer. He knew the truth, but for some things, ignorance was better. A streak of light rose from the horizon, and Zhang Shun, gazing at the orange-red glow ascending in the sky, said to Su Lingling, "It's getting late. We should head back to the city. Rest well. You still have class tomorrow." Su Lingling also understood that overthinking wouldn't help. Better to just go back. Rest well, and it would be a good time to seclude herself and stabilize her cultivation level. Su Lingling and Zhang Shun returned together to the city. In the city, it was a scene of revelry and peace, completely different from the outside world. Previously, they had not observed carefully. But now, Su Lingling noticed that there were quite a number of people within the city who looked delicate yet wore collars around their necks. They appeared dazed, with lifeless eyes, and their mouths mechanically curled into ingratiating smiles. "Sir, these robot cleaners can never match human intelligence, right? Why not buy a slave for household cleaning instead? Just 100 crystals." Somebody had seen Su Lingling's citizen ID and immediately began pitching. Next to him was a tall, slim man whose figure, though handsome, carried an aura of sickly fragility due to his emaciated state. "Just 100 crystals, a very low price indeed. Master, I feel a bond with you. How about 90 crystals? This is top-quality merchandise. That's practically giving it away." Fearing Su Lingling might decline, the vendor quickly offered a discount. Su Lingling originally didn't want to buy, but upon reflection, she realized she truly needed someone to help with the housework. House cleanliness needed maintenance. Robots, despite being intelligent, could sometimes malfunction, and more importantly, they required control by a person. Though no demand, no supply, held true. If she didn't buy, others surely would. And most importantly, Su Lingling couldn't save everyone, but she could save the one before her eyes, granting freedom. She addressed the seller, 50 crystals. Take it or leave it. I need someone who can work. This guy looks so frail, he might not survive more than a few days. Even at 90 crystals per person, it was cheap. Though Su Lingling wasn't familiar with prices, she knew this price seemed suspicious. She would hire for effort, but she didn't need someone so good-looking. This guy was way too good-looking, with an innate icy arrogance that suited high-cold types. Su Lingling, having low warmth herself, found it impossible to warm an ice mountain. From books and TV dramas, she always detested those cold and aloof ice mountains. She usually favored sunny, down-to-earth personalities. Such people were much less tiring to interact with. Cold individuals, on the other hand, made interactions exhausting. As Su Lingling pretended to leave, the person pulled her back and said, "Fine, 50 it is. I just wanted to make friends with you. See if you'd really buy anything." Su Lingling glanced at the people in his hands and pointed at one woman. "Then how much is she?" The girl Su Lingling indicated had ordinary features, yellowish skin, and a rather average appearance. Bony and emaciated, her body was covered in wounds. But Su Lingling liked her because this kind of girl clearly seemed hard-working and diligent. When picking a slave, one must prioritize working capability, preferably someone who works voluntarily and follows orders. Just like how capitalists hire employees. Except for special professions, people generally prefer quiet personalities, as obedient workers are easier to exploit and control. 10 crystals. But she has a younger sister who must be sold together. The sister is beautiful, alas, ruined her own face with fire burns. However, customers could repair her face for potentially great profits. Su Lingling cast the man an astonished look. His words were disgusting. Besides, she didn't favor girls. Looking again at the women behind them, there was a young girl. Unfortunately, her face was severely scarred by burns, looking very ghastly. Peeking cautiously at Su Lingling, her half-hidden expression filled the air with tension. Such a young girl paired with the man's lecherous expression left Su Lingling fuming internally. Did she look like someone who would fall for such tricks? Su Lingling said to the man. "Then throw in the little girl as a bonus for me. That's out of the question. She's a talented cyanite, naturally gifted. Even though she's got that disfigured face, she's worth at least 300 crystals. 300 for someone so ugly." Su Lingling found it unbelievable. Was she being taken for a fool? Hadn't this been pushed too far? "Sir, this is a cyanite. Cultivate her well. And imagine owning a cyanite slave. It's way cooler than driving an elite mech, isn't it?" Zhang Shun crouched down, noticing that the girl tried to hide from him, but Zhang Shun moved fast. instantly touching the girl's wrist. Zhang Shun felt the little girl's bones and could tell that Su Lingling was sincere about buying them. He then spoke to the seller. Her abilities have been almost entirely disabled. If she is trained for martial arts, it will take a lot of money to cultivate her. In my view, 50 crystals at most, no more. We're not going to haggle either. All three together for 100 crystals, boss. We've got other things to do, so give us a straight answer. If not, we'll go choose elsewhere. There are plenty of slave sellers by the city gate. Wow, this esteemed gentleman really knows his goods. You're an expert. All right, 100 crystals it is. Zhang Shun quickly took out 100 crystals and handed them over to the man. 100 crystals were very few. You could easily spend more than that at a restaurant. Zhang Shun passed the remote controls to Su Lingling. Su Lingling led the three slaves to a place where no one was around. She shattered all three remote controls in front of them. Then she said to the three of them, I came here from a level 5 civilization. In my hometown, although there's a slight gap between commoners and nobles, there are no slaves. People cannot be sold as slaves. But this is Garbage Planet, and it has its own rules. I'll give each of you 10 crystals. If you don't want to follow me or work for me, you don't have to. The outer city might be hard to survive in, but it's definitely freer than the inner city. In fact, I'm just an ordinary person. My house only has a few small rooms, and it won't fit all of you. After Su Lingling finished speaking, she simply glanced at Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun promptly crushed the collars on their necks. Then he really gave each of them 10 crystals, not missing anyone. Su Lingling hoped the woman and the little girl would stay. The woman may be thin, but if fed well for a while, she'd be able to work. Then Su Lingling could pay her wages. 1 crystal per month. Food and accommodation included, the salary was still acceptable. It wasn't excessively exploitative. So Su Lingling focused her attention on the woman. In the outer district, powerless commoners found it difficult to survive, especially with a child. Chapter 194. Zhang Shun turns out to be illiterate too. Nanjun originally thought Su Lingling had taken a fancy to him, because Su Lingling had clearly glanced at him several times. He could feel that Su Lingling thought he was handsome. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bought him. Unbeknownst to him, what Su Lingling really wanted to buy were those two ugly women, not him. After purchasing him, Su Lingling never looked at him again. He was stunned. According to his previous thoughts, he would definitely try every means to escape. But now, with 10 crystal coins in his hand, he didn't know what to do. Zhang Shun raised his eyes, a flicker of disdain crossing them. He said to the overconfident Nanjun, do you really think she wanted to buy you? You're just an afterthought. Full of diseases, your cultivation has been ruined. Just by looking at you, it's clear you've got a bad temper and can't work. And we also have to buy suppressants for you, to hold back your nearly collapsing spirit energy. By now, you should be feeling a little mentally confused, right? We're no fools. How could we possibly spend money to keep you? Zhang Shun truly couldn't bear the self-satisfied look on Nanjun's face. The most important thing was that Su Lingling had indeed glanced at Nanjun several times. He knew that Su Lingling didn't want to buy Nanjun, but there was still some attraction towards him, because Nanjun's facial features resembled Jin Zijun a little bit. This made Zhang Shun somewhat uncomfortable inside, which is why his words came out so harshly. Ashio held onto the 10 crystal coins in her hand, hesitating before reluctantly passing them to Su Lingling, saying, Master, I am willing to follow you. It was obvious to Ashio that she couldn't survive on her own with her sister. Only by following Su Lingling could they continue living better. Even though Jing was young, she understood the importance of crystal coins. Though reluctant, she handed hers over too. Su Lingling did not accept Ashio's crystal coins. These coins, if I give them to you, you take them. You don't have much luggage anyway. Use it to get yourself some new clothes. At my home, we need cleanliness, and from time to time, help me keep things tidy around the house. In the future, I'll pay you 1 crystal coin per month. If you perform well, I will consider increasing your salary later. As for your younger sister, since she's too young to earn wages, she doesn't have to work. I can find a cost-effective school for her, and if your wages are enough for the tuition fee and you wish to send her, I'll assist with enrolling her. Ashio hadn't expected Su Lingling to be this generous. She not only offered her a salary, but even agreed to send her younger sister to school. Jing was the sole motivation for Ashio to keep living. Her only hope now was for Jing to have a bright future. Nanjun couldn't help but say to Su Lingling, I'm a slave now. The Tianai system has already registered my identity. Since you've bought me, I can only follow you, with no other place to go. Su Lingling frowned as she looked at Nanjun, who appeared shameless. Every word spoken by Zhang Shun, she had heard loud and clear. This man was perilously close to mental collapse. Although killing a slave was legal, Su Lingling hesitated to harm an innocent person. Su Lingling then asked Nanjun, are you capable of working hard? If you lose control, I won't hesitate to kill you. If you're disobedient, I can only cast you aside. You bought me, tell me what to do, and I'll do it. Nanjun said with utter brazenness. With just one glance, Zhang Shun had figured out his situation. Zhang Shun must be quite powerful. After hearing Nanjun's words, Su Lingling asked Zhang Shun, let him stay. Do you need anyone to help you? You can leave him here if you like, but I don't need anyone attending to me. Well then, based on what you mentioned earlier about his past, being some sort of educated individual, I'll take him to the school and let him be my assistant teacher. He can help me grade homework while I teach. I can't write these local scripts, I can barely read them. Honestly, I'm half illiterate. That principal keeps asking me to sign contracts, which I refuse because I can't understand them. And when students invite me into their chat groups, all their messages are incomprehensible to me. Whenever someone at me, all I can respond with is some generic polite emoji. With Zhang Shun's assistance through spiritual awareness, Su Lingling had learned basic language skills. Su Lingling currently finds herself in a state where she can speak, but not write. Learning a foreign language from scratch is indeed difficult. Fortunately, the language on Blue Water Planet is the common galactic language, without its own unique script. Otherwise, Su Lingling might have completely lost it. It took her quite a long period living in the outer district to master the local dialect fluently. Upon hearing Su Lingling's words, Nanjun almost burst out laughing. Not being able to recognize words, and yet teaching? This was utterly absurd. To dare to become a teacher and educate others, this sort of thing could only happen on Garbage Planet. Nanjun was utterly speechless inside. Zhang Shen looked at Nanjun, took out a book from Garbage Planet, opened a page, pointed to a line of text, and asked Nanjun, "What does this mean?" "This is the principle of mechanical engineering. Write these 8 characters on the ground. Great truths are always simple. The heaven and earth follow naturally." At this moment, Nanjun inwardly thanked his past self for diligently studying cultural subjects. As a former nobleman, he had detested such things. In his view, all that mattered was raw power. But at this very moment, Nanjun suddenly realized that what he had learned in the past was useful. He used his finger and the dust on the ground to carefully write the 8 characters. Su Lingling watched Nanjun's writing. Although she couldn't write herself, she could recognize the words. Nanjun's handwriting was quite elegant. Su Lingling then asked Zhang Shen, "Are these characters written correctly?" "I don't know. I can only speak, but not write." "You actually don't know the language of Garbage Planet? But you seem so fluent when you speak it. This language was even taught by you." "I can only speak it." In truth, Zhang Shen could recognize the characters. After all, every planet's script is complex. Zhang Shen wasn't particularly skilled at writing either, and he didn't bother learning. Su Lingling hadn't expected Zhang Shen to be illiterate as well. In the end, Su Lingling brought all 3 people back and asked their names. The house Su Lingling lived in was spacious, about 200 square meters. It was rented. Su Lingling didn't want to buy a house because she didn't intend to stay long on Garbage Planet. This was also the main reason why Su Lingling hadn't bought slaves earlier. She assigned the smallest room to Nanjun. A moderately sized room was given to a Xiao and a Jing, the 2 sisters. At the same time, she gave a Xiao and Nanjun her and Zhongshen's old light brains that they had phased out. Su Lingling didn't teach Nanjun how to use the light brain because he already knew how to operate it. Su Lingling focused mainly on teaching a Xiao, instructing her to place online orders for clothes, beds, and mattresses, with payment upon delivery. The 10 crystal coins she had given them were intended for a purpose, and not given freely. Chapter 195, New Home. Axiu looked at the luminous brain in her hand, feeling inconceivable. She and Aging sat together in the room, not daring to go out, both playing with their light brains. This was a house that belonged solely to them. It was the kind of room Axiu had when she was very little. In fact, Axiu wasn't from the Garbage Planet. When she was very young, her family had lived very happily. Unfortunately, the people from the Garbage Planet came to their planet, capturing her entire family. Since then, they had become slaves, leading a life worse than death. There was only one sister left from the family. Time passed so long that she even forgot her own name. Slaves were not allowed to have surnames, only names. After countless tortures, Axiu had forgotten her surname, nor dared to remember it. She gently stroked her sister with affection. Her sister was so pitiful. From the moment she could remember, she was already a slave. This face was disfigured by their mother. The mother didn't lack love for Aging. She did this to protect Aging. Because of her mother's actions, the master became enraged and beat her to death. But Axiu did not dare to hate. Because if hatred arose, she would die, but her sister would be left utterly without support. Axiu dared not step out of the door. She had seen this light brain when she was very young. After growing up, she hadn't played with it for too long. It was a rare object, but it was also an opportunity to learn. Axiu did not hope her sister would end up like her, knowing nothing. Her future no longer mattered. The only thing she depended on was this sister. Her sister's talents had been taken away, her appearance ruined, and in the future, she could only rely on herself. Without wisdom and ability, the outcome was predictable. "Open the door." The door was knocked loudly, startling Axiu. Outside was a man's voice. Axiu immediately went out to open the door. She recognized him. His name was Nanjun. He actually still remembered his surname. Compared to Axiu's careful caution, he appeared much more carefree, wearing pajamas, strolling freely around the living room. Su Lingling had gone into seclusion, while Zhang Shen was protecting Su Lingling. So there was no one in the living room. "What's the matter?" Axiu asked anxiously. "The things you bought have arrived. Go pay for them," said Nanjun. "Since you're here, clean everything thoroughly, take a bath, change into a set of clean clothes. The person who bought you back wants you to work, not to torture their eyes and sense of smell." Although Nanjuan's words weren't pleasant, he was kindly reminding them. He naturally wouldn't have understood these slaves before, but after he himself became a slave, he eventually had more softness in his heart. Slaves are people too. Axiu immediately took the crystals and went out to make the payment. These items were selected by Su Lingling, costing 3 crystals in total. Nanjun helped bring Axiu's things inside. His stuff he had installed long ago. A soft bed, comfortable blankets, a desk, cabinets, chairs, a small sofa, as well as clothes and some daily necessities. Aging was still very young. Looking at the beautiful clothes made her eyes shine. Zhang Shen and Su Lingling's rooms each had a bathroom. The one outside was shared by Axiu, Nanjun, and Aging. Axiu scrubbed off clumps of dirt in the warm hot water, changed into clean clothes, and threw the previous ones into the trash bin. Axiu dared not go out. But Nanjun was very friendly and accompanied Axiu out because garbage must be sorted and placed in the trash bins. It should have been automatic robot collection. This was a single-floor unit. Leaving the garbage outside made it very smelly, and the robots worked on a timed schedule, so it was better to go downstairs oneself. This gave Axiu another bit of good impression towards Nanjun. In the evening, Su Lingling emerged from seclusion. Axiu originally wanted to cook dinner, but Su Lingling stopped her. Su Lingling had gotten used to eating food she cooked herself. Food made by others always felt somewhat off. Axiu did not expect that she and her sister would be allowed to eat at the table. It was a scene from her memory when she was very young. The meal smelled especially fragrant, and Axiu and Aging ate happily. They only dared to eat vegetables, not daring to touch meat. However, their intestines, having consumed nutritional fluid for a long time, couldn't digest these foods at all. As a result, after eating, their stomachs felt uncomfortable, and they vomited it all out. Su Lingling did not serve Axiu any meat because she knew that Axiu and Aging definitely couldn't digest it. But Su Lingling did not expect that Axiu and Aging couldn't even eat normal meals. Their physical constitution had regressed to this extent. There was no way, so Su Lingling could only buy a bunch of nutritional fluids online for Axiu and Aging. Nanjun didn't feel sick. He only picked up 3 slices of meat. The taste was good, but his body at the moment could not absorb it, and eating more would be a waste. Su Lingling's cooking actually managed to suppress his violent mental energy. This was something he hadn't expected. Moreover, this food slowly healed his injuries. Nanjun felt deeply moved inside. He once again kindled hope for the future. He also understood why Su Lingling, despite being illiterate, could still become a teacher. For capable people, such trivial matters were no longer important. No wonder Su Lingling, who came from a small place, was able to establish herself on the garbage planet, obtain a citizen ID card, and even become a first-class citizen there. On the garbage planet, no one who survived would ever be simple. That night, Axiu anxiously cleaned, while Aging helped by her side. Axiu wiped the floor until it was spotless, not a speck of dust remaining. She feared that Su Lingling might drive them out. She knew that it would be very difficult for her to meet another person as good as Su Lingling on the garbage planet. Deep into the night, she lay with her sister on a soft, comfortable big bed, and they both suffered from insomnia. They were actually exhausted, but this bed was so comfortable, and all of it felt like a dream. They were afraid that if they fell asleep, the dream would end, and they'd lose everything. In the morning, Axiu woke up to the smell of cooking vegetables. Su Lingling made a vegetable and tofu soup. She knew Axiu couldn't eat much, but how could someone live without food? These leaves and tofu wouldn't be suitable for Axiu to eat, but the soup could. There had to be an attempt to eat some food. Axiu held the bowl and carefully sipped the soup. As she drank, tears fell down. It had been a long time since anyone had cared for her in such a way, except her mother. And this delicious food, she hadn't tasted anything like it in a long time. Aging didn't know what home felt like. She just thought it tasted good. She could sense that there was something nourishing in this soup, and after drinking it, her headache disappeared. In the morning, Su Lingling practiced Tai Chi unfailingly. Having reached the master level, Su Lingling experienced the Tai Chi Yin Yang palm differently, realizing that Tai Chi could also be used in combat. Chapter 196. Are you guys ready to give up? Su Lingling pulled Nanjun into the group and gave him an identity as a teaching assistant. Nanjun's task was to check the homework. On Saturday and Sunday, Su Lingling had assigned homework. She asked these students to write reflections. Nanjun's job was to read this homework aloud to Su Lingling, and then take notes, recording each student's problems. Artificial intelligence. If it lacks the 2 characters, artificial, its intelligence level would greatly decrease. Previously, Su Lingling relied on software translations. Now with a real person translating, it was better than a robot. Boss, can you bring me to school? I'll be your teaching assistant and also supervise those students. Nanjun seized the opportunity to speak to Su Lingling. Nanjun wanted to use this identity to interact with more people. He had once been in the aristocratic circles of Trash Star. The new Western school had quite a reputation, with many nobles attending. If he wanted a normal identity, finding people here would be much simpler. Most importantly, Su Lingling had given him the title of teaching assistant. Su Lingling didn't like being called master. She allowed Nanjun and others to call her boss, and Nanjun preferred this too. Sure, Su Lingling immediately agreed. In fact, Su Lingling knew that Nanjun had other plans, but she wasn't opposed to them, because she eventually had to leave Trash Star. She wouldn't be taking Nanjun or Xiaoxiu with her. Leaving another path for them to independently make a living would be ideal. She could only change the world through these small details. Today, Su Lingling planned to go to school early, because she intended to start teaching an additional class today, with no increase in salary. But she wanted to transmit new ideas to more students. Students with culinary talent, who aimed to keep it, were rarely wicked or evil. If in this world, good people were the majority and they achieved success, then the situation wouldn't seem so hopeless. Teaching more students meant that among them might emerge a genius at any time, who, after the test of time and experience, could become a great power. When the hearts of people in this world were no longer twisted, neither would the world itself. This was a vast mission. Su Lingling went to teach with Nanjun. Nanjun's task was to remember every student in the new class and ensure that they studied diligently. At the school, the students from class 3 were very excited. The principal personally informed them last night, telling them to definitely come to class in the morning because their teacher would be Su Lingling. And this class did not require merging with the fire source to study. All the students in the classroom were fully prepared. It's a pleasure to teach all of you. I think everyone should know me already. The person next to me is my teaching assistant, Nanjun. From now on, regarding homework, I will have him help check it. Stand. The monitor took the initiative to shout. Teacher Su, hello. Teacher Nanjun, hello. the students greeted them all together. Actually, standing hadn't happened for a long time. It was just that the principal said, if they behaved poorly, Su Lingling would go teach another class. Sit down. The students sat down neatly. Seeing this scene, Nanjun thought silently that it was no surprise for a prestigious school. These students really had excellent quality. Today, I will teach all of you how to cook sour and spicy shredded potatoes. These shredded potatoes are a common dish, and compared to steamed crab bugs and fragrant spicy crayfish, it's actually much harder. Because the flesh of the latter two dishes is naturally delicious. Usually, just cooking them thoroughly makes them edible. However, this isn't true for the potato shreds. It's hard, and the first step is knife skills. I don't know about everyone's basic knife skills, so I'll demonstrate first, and then I'll check everyone's knife work. Su Lingling picked up the chef's knife, and with it, she targeted the mid-rear part of the potato. In one swift motion, she turned it around in a circle. The potato skin peeled off as if by itself, forming one long strip that never broke throughout. After peeling, the smooth and round potato gleamed under the light, translucently sparkling. At this point, Nanjun involuntarily held his breath. Su Lingling's knife skills were simply too good, too perfect, so perfect it made him marvel. He had previously played with knives. Though he wasn't a chef, he was highly confident in his knife technique. But upon seeing Su Lingling's knife technique, he finally realized how extraordinary it was, natural and fluid like clouds gliding through the sky. Following this, Su Lingling placed the potato on the cutting board, pressing it down firmly. Her wrist moved quickly, and within a few seconds, the intact flame potato became uniformly thin slices. Their color was crystal clear, faintly reflecting a streak of classroom lighting. The teachers observing below took a deep breath, their eyes gleaming with admiration. Could this be the feeling of ultimate knife skills? Even he felt humbled by this level of craftsmanship. These knife skills were truly incredible. Such skill was breathtaking, as if cooking was akin to crafting a piece of art. But then, Su Lingling demonstrated that extreme knife skills went far beyond this. With the potato slices held firmly in her left hand, her right hand wielded the chef's knife, flashing rapidly like a ghostly shadow. The thin potato slices were instantly transformed into fine threads, so delicate they could pass through a needle's eye, spreading out neatly with just a flick of her hand. Seeing this, the students below couldn't help but widen their eyes in awe. This was too impressive. Her knife technique was unmatched. Teacher, isn't this too difficult? Teacher, it's too fast. We can't possibly achieve this. Teacher, your level must be above master. There's no way for us ordinary students to compete. The students, witnessing such mastery, felt overwhelmed and began murmuring amongst themselves about how impossible this seemed. So, are you guys ready to give up? Don't you want to learn anymore? Su Lingling looked at the students below and asked. There was a moment of silence. Are you admitting you're worthless? You haven't even tried yet, and already you feel you can't do it. Su Lingling continued questioning the students. Someone tried to speak up, but Su Lingling silenced them with her presence. Are you dissatisfied now? I sense your discontent. Don't say anything. Channel your thoughts into improving your own knife skills instead. My knife skills didn't become this good overnight. When I first started peeling potatoes, I wondered how best to do it, thinking perhaps a scraper would work better than a chef's knife, which even cut my hand once. But I never gave up, practicing over and over again until I reached this level. Now start. Whoever cuts the best potato threads will receive a reward, a secret recipe for braised chicken feet, a new dish unavailable to anyone else. Su Lingling silently added to herself that she initially struggled but had received a boost from the system. It was a harmless white lie. Chapter 197, Reward. The students below watched the plate of braised chicken claws in Su Lingling's hand. Their minds instantly became active. They were not comparing themselves with Su Lingling, but only with their classmates. Who would win or lose was yet unknown. This knife skill, everyone had practiced, mostly for carving, but few had trained in cutting vegetables since they were used to having robots cut their vegetables quickly and neatly. Technology had advanced, and some skills were gradually losing their lineage. A plate of braised chicken claws, although not a very valuable dish, but it was a new dish no one had tasted, and only one person could own it. This honor was quite special. One by one, they picked up their knives and started peeling potatoes. Su Lingling stood on the podium and took out an hourglass to time them. This was also a primitive way of timing, but Su Lingling insisted on using the hourglass for timing. Nanjun looked at the students below. He found it hard to believe that these students were so obedient and actually did this. Watching others peel potato skins, he suddenly found it interesting. If he had a knife, he'd like to try too. Su Lingling observed the students below and said to everyone, I am not looking for the fastest one. Don't rush, take your time. The one who cuts the finest potato threads within the given time will win this reward. Lei Yu excelled in knife work, but he didn't want to become a chef. Instead, he awakened with a culinary talent. This made him troubled, which forced him into the school unwillingly. Lei Yu wanted to be a fierce fighter, not a cook. Thus, he had been secretly practicing his knife skills while his cooking techniques had almost been abandoned, usually ranking among the bottom few. Today, after seeing Su Lingling's knife skills, he felt incredibly shocked. These knife skills were indeed powerful, capable of perfectly peeling potatoes. One must have excellent control to do so. Regarding knife technique, he admitted his inferiority. Nevertheless, his knife work surpassed others, though still falling short compared to Su Lingling. Yet, every root of his potato threads was evenly cut. Su Lingling walked up to Lei Yu, placed the braised chicken claws before him, and said to the crowd, This student has excellently cut the potato threads. Today, I'll teach all of you how to fry sour spicy potato threads. I know some may feel dissatisfied, thinking we could use robots. But what is our food about? It's about the human touch. There's a difference in taste between what a robot cuts and what a human does. Today, please put effort into frying such a plate of potato threads, and then carefully savor your own creation. Here, I've also prepared a plate of braised pork. Next, whoever fries the best dish gets this reward of braised pork. This is a new dish, and I haven't served it outside. Upon hearing there were more rewards, everyone immediately felt energized. Su Lingling's braised pork went to a slim and petite girl. She appeared small, but her strength was great. Her wok-tossing technique was impressive, and the sour spicy potato threads she fried were somewhat similar to Su Lingling's level. This made Su Lingling's eyes sparkle. Su Lingling did not explain the need to infuse dishes with the power of a fire seed. For regular dishes, it actually wasn't necessary to use the force of fire seeds. At noon, Su Lingling allowed Nanjun free time. She originally intended to give him a crystal coin to buy food, but Nanjun refused. So, Su Lingling took a boxed meal from her space and handed it to Nanjun. It contained no meat, just potato threads, letting Nanjun choose between common potato threads. Boss, here on this garbage star, vegetables are more expensive than meat, Nanjun proudly said to Su Lingling. Su Lingling ignored Nanjun. In general, meat was cheaper than vegetables, but her meat was from ferocious beasts. No matter how pricey vegetables got, they couldn't match her meat quality. She wasn't dumb. If Nanjun wanted to eat well, she would only offer him vegetables, making him choose between money and lunch. Sitting on the campus grounds, Nanjun, who once disliked studying, now found schooling rather pleasant. The atmosphere and vibe in the school were quite nice. The principal gave Nanjun a meal card, recharged with 300 points, equivalent to 300 crystal coins. Nanjun didn't refuse because he was truly lacking funds. Su Lingling did not mention that he couldn't queue up in the school cafeteria. Therefore, Nanjun chose to eat 2 servings. The students buzzed with excitement as they waited in line. The queue was long. Since Saturday and Sunday, these people couldn't eat at the school cafeteria. Therefore, they hadn't eaten Su Lingling's food for 2 days. Other foods paled in comparison to Su Lingling's cooking. Even Xianbin's family shop had seen an increase in business. Quite a number of his alumni specifically requested the steamed crab bugs and spicy dragon shrimp he cooked. Some of the poorer individuals could only follow the tutorials from the school forum to make steamed crab bugs and spicy dragon shrimp at home, because they felt that their own cooking skills produced better tasting dishes than what chefs outside could make. Having gotten used to eating warm food, it was hard for them to accept cold meals. Additionally, people nowadays appreciated the grandeur of large bowls filled with food. They were tired of small, refined portions which, most importantly, came with hefty price tags. A single small bite left them feeling unsatisfied. Not just the students, but Master Zhao also had a preference for Su Lingling's culinary creations. After 2 days without her food, he found himself missing it dearly. However, with such a long queue, all he could do was patiently wait in line. Today at noon, Su Lingling prepared new dishes, braised fish chunks and stir-fried vegetables. The rich aroma of the fish wafted through the air. Su Lingling's method of cooking was quite simple, just ordinary home-style dishes, yet their taste did not fall short of intricately prepared cuisines. The school security stood nearby to maintain order. There were too many people, including students from other schools. The canteen at New Oriental School had never seen so many visitors. Su Lingling didn't stop until class time in the afternoon. Upon seeing her classmates for the first time in class, Su Lingling immediately pulled out a box of dried meat. Today I taught another class, and I gave them a box of marinated chicken claws and a plate of braised meat. Therefore, I'll also reward the best performing student here today. Whoever cut the finest potato threads today will receive a box of dried meat as a prize. This can be stored for a long time or enjoyed now. For those who didn't get a reward this time, I hope you'll try harder next time. Xianbin had already known early in the morning that Su Lingling had given out marinated chicken claws in another class. Lei Yu had received those claws and kept irritating others by flaunting them, even deliberately eating them while queuing at lunch. He told everyone that the teacher considered him outstanding, thus giving him the reward. He mentioned there were 2 claws left, and he planned to take them home for his parents. Even though they weren't children anymore, Lei Yu still brought school treats home. This made Xianbin feel envious and sour inside. Chapter 198, Shu Tianba, is actually alive. Xianbin looked at the box of dried meat in his hand and felt incredibly excited. It was a full box. His knife skills weren't good, so he didn't get the first round reward. It had gone to Murong Shui. But in the second round for stir-fried shredded potatoes, he won. So he received this box of dried meat as a prize. Though it wasn't the only prize, it was one of 2 prizes. He delightedly sniffed at the aroma of the dried meat. The smell was irresistible. It was a reward reserved only for those who ranked first in their year. Indirectly, Xianbin regarded this as an award exclusive to the top student. Even being the first place in stir-fried shredded potatoes made him feel like the first in his grade. He felt that getting this prize wasn't much different from being the top-ranked student. This kind of honor was something Xianbin could never have imagined before. On Saturday and Sunday, Xianbin almost collapsed from exhaustion. All of his classmates came to the restaurant to order meals, specifically asking to eat dishes cooked by him. He was so busy all day that his muscles were nearly cramping up. Some unknown customers noticed how popular he was and also ordered his dishes. During these 2 days, crab bugs and shrimp in his parents' store almost sold out completely. Xianbin decided to take the box of dried meat home to share with his parents. This was a symbol of honor, and naturally, he wanted to show it off. In this moment, he immediately empathized with Lei Yu. As soon as Xianbin walked out of the school gate, his father unexpectedly came to pick him up in their hover car. Son, you've finally finished school. Without you, business at the shop has plummeted straight down. Those 2 dishes? The chefs here just can't learn them properly no matter what. They cook them wrong, and the taste is all messed up. Customers don't want to eat them, and some even asked for refunds. Go back quickly and start cooking again. The store can't function without you now. Qian's father couldn't help but sigh in frustration. When watching Qianbin make the dish, he thought it was simple. The chefs in this store were essentially their family slaves. Teaching them would be fine since there was nothing to fear about leakage. However, no matter how hard these slaves tried, they couldn't replicate the dish properly. Qian's father even tasted the dish himself. It was okay, though it leaned too heavily on chili, covered by high oil and salt, masking the original taste of the shrimp. All that remained was a spiciness with none of the other flavors. It paled greatly compared to what his son made, which explained why customers requested refunds. Qian's father realized that perhaps this difference was due to talent. Maybe his son was a natural genius who just needed the right mentorship. Now things were changing. Afterwards, he had to invite a teacher over to have a meal at home, properly thanking them. Dad, right now, I'd say my culinary skills are #1 in the whole school. Today our teacher inspected our assignments, and only those who excelled at stir-fried shredded potatoes received the prize. You must try this. It's the dried meat our teacher gave me. You can't buy this elsewhere. Qian's father looked at the dried meat closely, finding it familiar. He took a bite, and his eyes lit up instantly. Son, isn't this exactly the same dried meat from the 9-star tower? The flavor matches perfectly, identical. A serving of their dish barely has any dried meat, but this is a large portion, abundant. If we sell this at our restaurant for 98 crystal coins per serving, there will surely be tons of people queuing up to buy. In the 9-star tower, this little piece costs 998 crystal coins, with absolutely no difference in taste. Your teacher sure is generous, giving you this much dried meat. It's practically money. Dad, all you see is money. Is there anything else left in your mind? This is the honor I've achieved at school, yet you're thinking of selling it for profit. I haven't even had the heart to eat it myself, intending to bring it back for you and Mom. But you actually consider selling it. Qianbin said, feeling unhappy towards his father. This was a prize awarded by the teacher, who expected him to enjoy it. If he didn't, it might betray the teacher's wishes. Moreover, if this got known by his classmates, it'd be extremely embarrassing. It wasn't like his family was poor enough to think this way. Son, don't be angry. Dad was just saying it lightly. Such delicious stuff should be shared within our family. Last time at the 9-star tower, that tiny bit, I barely got a chance to savor its flavor. Son, you should eat more. Eating such quality items will help enhance your cooking skills. Qian's father calmed down at this point, placing a large piece of dried meat into his mouth. Its taste was truly excellent. It hadn't occurred to him that one day he'd benefit from his son's influence and get to enjoy something so delicious. He suddenly understood that his son's teacher might very well be a 9-star chef. Being a 9-star chef meant not everyone could hire them, naturally making inviting them to dine at home impossible. Therefore, Qian's father decided to bring out a treasured item he'd been saving for a long time, preparing to present it to Su Lingling so she would take the time to teach his son well. No treasure was more important than his son. Only this item could move Su Lingling. After finishing her own affairs, Su Lingling went home. Nanjun went somewhere to play. She didn't know where. Su Lingling didn't bother with him. The school was very close to her house, within walking distance. Today had been truly exhausting. Teaching 2 classes left Su Lingling feeling as if she'd been drained of all energy. But when she thought about the excited faces of her students in the morning, she felt that no matter how tired she was, it was worth it. These people were the hope for the future of Garbage Planet. When Su Lingling returned home, Zhang Shun had already come back too. However, Su Lingling spotted a familiar figure. This person still wore a black collar around their neck. He was covered in wounds, beaten terribly, and barely clinging to life, lying helplessly in the living room. By his facial features, Su Lingling could just about recognize who he was. It was Chu Tianba. Chu Tianba was actually alive. Su Lingling was shocked for a moment, but then thought it wasn't unusual. After all, both she and Zhang Shun had survived. So why wouldn't Chu Tianba, the prince? He must have some secrets that helped him stay alive. Lingling, this is the bully who mistreated you. I brought him over, Zhang Shun said to Su Lingling. Actually, Su Lingling didn't think Chu Tianba had mistreated her much. She even secretly burned his flyer before he ended up taking a spaceship, which later crashed. If he'd used the flyer, it might not have happened. Chu Tianba mainly bullied Zhang Shun, and Su Lingling remembered clearly how Zhang Shun was thrashed by him. How did he end up so pitifully? Didn't any of his followers stay by his side? Su Lingling asked Zhang Shun curiously. I don't know. He was too ugly, so no rich women wanted him as a male pet. When I found him, he was locked in the beast fighting arena, battling ferocious beasts. I asked about his price. It wasn't high, so I bought him back. Zhang Shun shrugged with an easy smile while telling Su Lingling. Remove the collar from his neck. Regardless of what, he's the second master. Give him some dignity. A man can be killed, but should never be humiliated. If you want to kill him, do it. Su Lingling didn't let Zhang Shun release Chu Tianba. Chu Tianba was certainly not a good person, and once he gained power again, he might take revenge on her and Zhang Shun. It would be better to get rid of him quietly before anyone knew. Chapter 199, One More Competitor. Chu Tianba had never imagined that Su Lingling would say such a cruel sentence. He didn't want to die, but when he looked at Su Lingling, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't bring himself to beg for mercy. He was too proud for that. A man can be killed, but not humiliated. This phrase deeply resonated within Chu Tianba's heart. Zhang Shun looked at Chu Tianba, then smiled slightly at Su Lingling and said, If I wanted to kill him, I wouldn't have brought him back. We will take him with us when we leave without killing him. But isn't he your enemy? What if he retaliates against you in the future? Su Lingling realized she was starting to find Zhang Shun inscrutable. In Su Lingling's mind, Zhang Shun wasn't such a good person. Yet here he was planning to leave with Chu Tianba. Thus, Su Lingling wanted to understand clearly whether or not they were going to forgive Chu Tianba. It was all the same to her. No problem. Back then, it was me who got incapacitated while he was still fine. Now I am healed, and he's the one who has been disabled. He won't retaliate against us. I'm sure he'd prefer to be our friend. Zhang Shun said this confidently. If he hadn't met Su Lingling, Zhang Shun definitely wouldn't have let Chu Tianba go unscathed. Torturing him would serve no meaningful purpose anyway. Spending more time with Su Lingling made Zhang Shun's heart softer. As for Chu Tianba, his wounds were inflicted by Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun didn't say anything about it. Neither did Chu Tianba. Chu Tianba looked at Su Lingling and said earnestly to her, "Boss Su, my downfall was entirely due to others' treachery. Today, thanks to you and Zhang Shun rescuing me, I'll repay you 100-fold another day. You two will always be my best friends." Chu Tianba spoke sincerely. No need for gratitude. Just don't dwell on any perceived poor treatment from us. Rest well, I'll have Xiaowei attend to you. Su Lingling didn't believe for a second that Chu Tianba intended to return their favor. However, Su Lingling understood that whoever harmed Chu Tianba must not be ordinary either. Such individuals must likely hold a similar status as Chu Tianba. Assuming Chu Tianba is mentally sound, it should follow that his first move should be to seek revenge on those who betrayed him. In space, to ambush someone like Chu Tianba, there must be a spy planted nearby who knows Chu Tianba's movements, allowing for such precise setups. Regarding Su Lingling herself, Chu Tianba probably thought it was some unknown party that secretly sabotaged his flying apparatus and assumed the attack came from them, not aware that it was actually Su Lingling who destroyed it covertly. Chu Tianba had never felt so humiliated in his life. It wasn't just because of being branded as a slave, but also because Su Lingling witnessed everything. Deep down, Chu Tianba struggled to accept these truths. Su Lingling summoned Xiaowei from the room, asking her to help apply ointment to Chu Tianba. Since they had already decided to bring him along, they couldn't mistreat him. Otherwise, if they continued to torment him and let him recover fully, they would only be setting themselves up for retaliation later. Su Lingling knew that Zhang Shun must have other plans for keeping Chu Tianba around. After all, in the adult world, things aren't black and white. Sometimes enemies needn't be eternal foes. Enemies can become friends, and friends might turn into rivals. That evening, Chu Tianba enjoyed a long-absent soup, tasting much as before. The dishes on the table were lavish. Chu Tianba gulped down the soup, while sneakily eyeing the braised pork above. Fragrant chili shrimp, steamed crab bugs, braised fish, red braised pork, stir-fried greens, and finally a cabbage tofu soup rounded out the meal. This feast surpassed even what Chu Tianba once enjoyed at Su Lingling's restaurant. Chu Tianba thought Su Lingling must have prepared so many delicacies for him, although it was somewhat embarrassing to admit. The flavors were irresistible. After finishing the soup, he served himself a helping of rice, then started shoveling food down voraciously, unable to contain his excitement. With every bite, Chu Tianba felt alive again. And Chu Tianba experienced eating his fill for the first time in his life, though uncomfortably full afterward. Mainly because his cultivation was damaged, leaving him powerless to use his true essence to digest the food. He could only rely on his stomach's natural function. Actually, Chu Tianba hadn't eaten very much. The food Su Lingling prepared used premium ingredients, rich with energy, which his body could hardly absorb quickly enough. This was, after all, a level 1 civilization, where material quality far surpassed that of Water Blue Star. When Nanjun returned that night, he found the meal was already finished. Not even a single drop of soup remained. Feeling regretful, he resolved to come back together with Su Lingling the next night. What mattered most was that he had found there to be one more male slave here, and he wasn't bad looking either. He seemed to be from a ruined noble family, just like himself, which made Nanjun feel pressured. Another competitor had emerged. It was undoubtedly because Su Lingling thought he had been slacking off a bit today and wasn't focused enough. Sitting in his room late at night, Nanjun drew up detailed reports on both classes of students and handed them over to Su Lingling. He had thoroughly investigated each student's strength, preferences, and family background. Then he felt this wasn't enough yet. So he wrote completely different evaluations for every single student, ones that Su Lingling only needed to copy verbatim. Late into the night, Nanjun received a 3-word reply from Su Lingling. "You've worked hard." In an instant, he felt that all his efforts and sacrifices had been worth it. Nanjun felt that although he couldn't guide these students in culinary arts, he could certainly give them pointers on knife skills. The next morning, Su Lingling didn't go to yesterday's class. Aside from the advanced course, she rotated through the other classes. Thus, today, Su Lingling went to teach another class. And so Nanjun had to start memorizing names and making new reports. In the afternoon, Nanjun wasn't free either. He went to inspect the class Su Lingling had visited yesterday to see if the students had improved. Cutting potato threads requires daily practice. But Nanjun's main task was to taste test and find out who made the best tasting shredded potatoes. Nanjun sampled the food alongside the class teacher, and only students unanimously agreed by both parties as having done the best would receive a piece of dried meat from Su Lingling as a reward. Rewards provided motivation. Precisely because of this, even though Su Lingling wasn't present, these students didn't feel too disappointed in their hearts. To make shredded potatoes taste good, excellent knife skills were indispensable. If the knife work was lacking, it could affect both the flavor and appearance noticeably. Meanwhile, Su Lingling was teaching a new dish, spicy sour cabbage. This dish shared similar cooking techniques with the spicy sour shredded potatoes, differing only in the pre-processing steps. The cabbage required pickling, while the potato shreds needed peeling. However, the stir-frying process had only subtle differences. The control of heat was different because the two dishes cooked at different speeds. Chapter 200, Southeast, Northwest. Trash Star, Eastern Culinary Arts School. You probably won't believe this, but New Western School actually has a 9-star chef. The boxed meals they sell are absolutely delicious. 9-star chef? Impossible. I know the principal of that school. All he does is brag. Haha, yeah right. He even claimed to be the #1 handsome man on Trash Star. Look at his face. Does he think everyone's blind? Maybe it's all just bluffing, but they've been making waves recently. Their aromatic spicy crayfish and steamed crab bugs have gained quite a reputation. That Qian family restaurant where I tried these two dishes, their student shows some real talent. I offered them excellent terms to transfer to our school, but they refused flatly. The street food sold by Sikong Shui that my students brought back for us was pretty good. This year's culinary competition might make New Western School shine. After all, across the whole of Trash Star, there are only 2 culinary schools, ours and theirs. No matter how badly they perform, they're always in second place. Even though they've never surpassed us, Principal Sikong has continued to loudly promote Southeast, Northwest. This is a problem. Even if he fails countless times, he only needs to win against us once to rise. In this year's culinary competition, we absolutely cannot let them win. Since we can't poach their students, we should consider poaching their teacher. Principal, we couldn't poach her. This teacher was recruited by Sikong from the outer district. He likely implanted a slave chip already, tying her tightly to them. There's no way to separate them. In that case, eliminate her. She's just a cook after all. The principal coldly said. If she cannot serve him, then she is worthless. Excuse me, fellow student. Are you a senior in the 3rd year? No, I'm a 1st year. Oh, so you're also a 1st-year student? That makes us classmates then. Ha. Yes, what a coincidence. May I ask for your name, miss? My surname is Su Tian. And you? My name is Yang Fan. Yang classmate, what's going on with our school? Why are there so many people suddenly at the cafeteria? I only took a 2-day leave. Oh, I see why you're asking. It's because a 9-star chef, who is also our teacher, has taken charge of our lunches. She prepares all the midday meals herself, which is why they taste so good. Really? A 9-star chef? You're not joking, are you? Absolutely. If you don't believe me, when it's my turn later, I'll get a meal for you too. Once you try it, you'll know. As Yang Fan looked at the beautiful Su Tian, a sense of sweetness filled his heart, making him speak so generously. That wouldn't be right. How can I let you pay? Here, I'll give you the money, and you can bring me a portion later. There are so many people. I'm lazy to wait in line anyway. The food here is very cheap. It doesn't cost much. However, this teacher has a rule. Each person can only order 1 serving, and no bringing extras for others. That's why there are so many people here. Otherwise, there wouldn't be this many waiting. Yang Fan didn't want to queue either. He wished someone could bring him a meal. Every day, standing in line is exhausting, but what can he do? The teacher does this for the benefit of the students. Otherwise, some rich person could come and take over the entire cafeteria. This kind of food would be far more expensive outside the school. For that money, you'd definitely not get such a meal. If not handled this way, how could ordinary students afford school lunches or enjoy such delicious and tasty food? Though Su Lingling hasn't had time to teach Yang Fan's class directly, every day, the cafeteria continues to serve meals following the methods taught by Su Lingling, and they still manage to retain most of the flavor. The taste is simply irresistible. Most importantly, this food is more effective than taking medicinal potions. It contains strong energy. 1 meal can last a whole day without feeling hungry, making cultivation much smoother. Recently, many students in the school have advanced in their cultivation levels. All this is due to Su Lingling's outstanding cooking and the high-quality ingredients purchased by the principal. The atmosphere in the school is getting better and better. Face-to-face communication is entirely different from chatting online. There are many students like Yang Fan and Su Tian who chat casually while waiting in line. After all, with so many people queuing, it's normal to pass the time talking. Since everyone comes from the same school, such exchanges are common. Moreover, quite a few people were acquaintances, and they happily chatted whenever they bumped into each other, making the time enjoyable. Before long, it was Zhang Tian's and Yang Fan's turn. Yang Fan had already eaten the meals prepared by Su Lingling, yet he was still intoxicated by them. Initially, Su Tian planned to take her meal back to the dormitory to eat. However, the aroma of the food was so irresistible that she couldn't help digging in on the spot, eating mouthful after mouthful. The food was just too fragrant. Even if there were no benefits or energy boosts, she would gladly eat this every day. Su Tian originally thought she had tasted enough delicious food, but after trying Su Lingling's cooking, she realized what true gourmet really was. Though she hadn't sampled dishes from a 9-star chef, she felt none could possibly taste better than this. Back at the dormitory, Su Tian wiped the grease from the corners of her mouth, still savoring the cafeteria's exquisite flavors. It was too delicious. 1 serving simply wasn't enough. Unable to resist, Su Tian glanced at her best friend, Zhang Xiaohua, who was the class beauty. Her looks could rival Sikong Shui, and if not for a slightly lesser talent, Su Tian believed the title of school beauty would surely belong to her roommate. She asked Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, have you tried the food in the school cafeteria?" "Of course I've had it. Then why didn't I see you in line today? Did someone give up their meal for you? That must be real love. Do you think I, Zhang Xiaohua, am the type to be swayed by just a meal? I queued up myself and brought the food back to eat." "Xiaohua, Don't you always claim to be a heartthrob? Do you know any classmates who could help us both get food? The line in the school cafeteria is just too tough to deal with. Su Tian lamented helplessly. I wouldn't stoop to using my beauty for such unethical things. Aren't you rich enough? Why don't you bring in one of your family's slaves to help you queue? After hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, Su Tian suddenly understood how Zhang Xiaohua managed to endure not eating in the cafeteria and instead opted to take the food back. Chapter 201, Green Wheat Cultivation Technique. Su Lingling felt that teaching every day and cooking seemed quite interesting. She thought settling down on the garbage planet would be pretty good as well. Congratulations. The host has accumulated 1 million positive reviews and obtained the divine knife-cut noodles recipe, grade 9 green wheat cultivation technique, and a divine wooden cutting board. Surprisingly, she obtained 1 million positive reviews so quickly, because now, more and more positive reviews were needed to achieve this milestone. Su Lingling almost thought her system had disappeared. This time it rewarded her with noodle-making techniques and a cultivation skill that could pair perfectly with her green wood secret art. This counted as 2 skills. It meant Su Lingling was not only a top-tier chef, but also a planter now. Planters were in high demand in the galaxy, with extraordinary status. Su Lingling liked these rewards very much. The divine wooden cutting board, created by the system, was of great value. Although the difficulty in obtaining rewards was increasing, the rewards themselves were getting better too. The future seemed increasingly promising. Su Lingling thought that if one day she gained the power to change everything, the first thing she'd protect would be Water Blue Star, because Water Blue Star was similar to her hometown. Moreover, the atmosphere on Water Blue Star was excellent. She felt that the gap between nobles and commoners wasn't too wide there. Not like this garbage planet. Such an environment, Su Lingling disliked it. Suddenly, the streetlights beside the road went out at this moment, making darkness flood in like a tide, resembling a venomous snake devouring everything. The sudden darkness startled Su Lingling. What was happening? Almost instinctively, as a glint of cold light flickered in the darkness, Su Lingling grabbed the cleaver stored inside her chef god space and blocked it in front of her chest. Clang! An ear-piercing metallic sound accompanied by sparks burst forth instantly on Su Lingling's cleaver. Faintly, it seemed like a row of silver needles was deflected by the cleaver. But although the silver needles were blocked, a fierce force transmitted through the instant clash of the knife and needles to the cleaver. The ferocity of this force made Su Lingling instinctively frown. Just as the flying needles were knocked away, Su Lingling stepped back instinctively several steps, hiding her figure in the darkness. Her fingertip flashed briefly, and a trail of green lotus earth fire shot toward the direction where the flying needle came from. Boom! A fist-sized fireball roared ahead, its searing heat pausing the encroaching darkness momentarily. So you're a master. No wonder you can block my fatal needle. The person hidden in the dark didn't dodge or avoid the green lotus earth fire rushing towards him. So what if Su Lingling was a master? He was also at the peak of mastery, and moreover, he specialized in assassination. How could some amateur chef possibly match his professional skills? In an instant, he erected a shield in front of himself, while multiple silver needles shot out, intending to confront Su Lingling head-on. But the apparently ordinary-looking fireball contained an overwhelming force far beyond his imagination. Bang! He didn't even have time to let out a cry of agony before turning into ashes directly under the incineration of the green lotus earth fire. This was Su Lingling's first time facing danger head-on. How often did she encounter situations like this? In her education, the first response to danger was always to report it. Because Ninjun died, the youth who followed around Su Lingling with an air of confidence. He looked rather handsome too. He died due to being caught in the aftermath of Su Lingling's fight with the assassin, silenced by a flying needle. When Su Lingling faced the surprise attack from the flying needles, her instinctive reaction was to pull out her cleaver for defense. After all, Su Lingling had little combat experience, so after attempting to attack her, the assassin simply tossed an extra needle to silence Ninjun. When people die, everything is settled. According to the requirements of the enforcement team, Su Lingling waited at the scene. While waiting, she sent messages to Si Junfeng and Zhang Shun. Si Junfeng, this matter shouldn't be reported, just leave immediately. If a master without noble status gets seen by the enforcement team, they'll all be conscripted into the army. Upon seeing Si Junfeng's message, Su Lingling suddenly remembered this was the garbage planet, a place that knew no reason. All her life, she had been taught to report incidents. Su Lingling thought she was relatively quick-witted. She collected the ashes on the ground directly, planning to conceal the fact that she had killed someone. After all, she was just an outsider here, perhaps even discriminated against. In such cases, even when justified, others might not believe her. Su Lingling had just tidied up the site and was about to take Nanjun's body away. Being someone who believed in proper burial, even though she hadn't known Nanjun long, their short acquaintance was still meaningful. So Su Lingling planned to bury Nanjun properly. Were you the one who reported this? The garbage planet enforcement team arrived quickly, asking Su Lingling coldly. Their attitude was even worse than the first time Su Lingling met Muju. Su Lingling nodded and told the enforcement team, I encountered a flying needle assassin on my way back from teaching at Xinxiang School. The assistant teacher beside me was killed by the flying needles. After the attack, the assassin left instantly. I reckon the assailant's strength is about at the level of a grandmaster. Su Lingling still held a silver needle, one that her cleaver had deflected. If you haven't done anything wrong, why would someone try to assassinate you? You're already at the level of a grandmaster. Why didn't you report it? I've been in the outer zone all this while. I just entered the inner zone, so I didn't know I needed to report. If you're from the outer zone, how could you have achieved the grandmaster realm? You must have smuggled inhibiting agents. Now, we'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Join the Galactic Expeditionary Force and serve the garbage planet to make up for your past sins. You have 3 seconds to wear the bracelet, otherwise you will be killed on sight. Su Lingling looked at their overbearing demeanor and immediately retorted. I am a legitimate citizen of the garbage planet. You can't treat me like this. Not willing to serve the garbage planet means you don't truly belong here, the enforcer said coldly. The several members of the enforcement team formed a line, instantly surrounding Su Lingling, blocking all her possible routes. Su Lingling stood in the middle of the group, holding her cleaver. Clang. 2 clashing sounds were heard, but no sparks appeared. A tremendous sound followed as the crimson giant sword in the hands of the enforcer came sweeping down, with bloody sword chi surging out without restraint. As blood-colored sword chi swept toward her, Su Lingling wielded her cleaver to confront it head-on. Boom. The moment they made contact, an overwhelming force erupted from the red sword chi. Su Lingling's body was thrown backward like a cannonball, colliding violently against the wall beside the road. Boom. A loud sound echoed as the wall behind Su Lingling collapsed, forming a large pit due to the impact. Chapter 202. Being captured. This was Su Lingling's first encounter with such an unreasonable and overbearing person. The enforcement team of the garbage planet was very strong, almost beyond belief. Su Lingling's cleaver was sharp only for cutting ingredients. For combat, it was merely hardy. The crimson blood flowed from Su Lingling's mouth as she got up from the ground, coldly staring at the group of enforcers. Su Lingling knew that the enforcers hadn't used lethal force. Otherwise, the previous blow would have caused much more damage. Either wear the bracelet, or die. Su Lingling listened to their chilling words. She never thought this world could be so dark. Just a moment ago, she was still marveling at the need to save this world, to help others. But in no time, injustice had struck her instead. However, Su Lingling looked at the bracelet. It wasn't the same as a slave chip. Her cyan lotus earth fire could burn everything, and destroying this bracelet wouldn't be difficult at all. Reality is stronger than any individual. Su Lingling felt even if Zhang Xin were here, he might not be able to contend against all of the people of the garbage planet. This time, it seemed like they were targeting her specifically. In the end, Su Lingling chose to put on the bracelet. At the same moment when Su Lingling wore the bracelet, the law enforcement team's spaceship emitted a suction force pulling towards Su Lingling. Su Lingling did not offer any resistance, but went along with the suction toward the spacecraft and quickly entered the cabin. Inside the cabin, there was only Su Lingling alone. The members of the enforcement team were standing outside. Moo, moo. The spaceship began ascending toward the sky. The moment it flew into space, Su Lingling immediately sensed a feeling of weightlessness. At the same time, her perception was confined within the cabin. She didn't know where she was going and could only silently keep track of time inside her heart. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, Su Lingling's perception recovered slightly, but was limited only to a small range beyond the ship. Anything further couldn't be perceived. Outside, Su Lingling didn't hear any sound at all. And inside the spaceship, Su Lingling could see nothing but the silver walls of the cabin. All Su Lingling could do was to sit cross-legged inside the spaceship to pass the time. Su Lingling didn't eat. She didn't want her meals to be consumed by those despicable law enforcement officers. No one knows how long it has passed. Su Lingling opened her eyes again and stopped meditating. She heard some sounds, just noises, but finally, some kind of sound. And in this moment, Su Lingling found that the cabin door had opened. Su Lingling glanced at the scene outside. Outside was a hazy view, seemingly with a very long river containing some black fish. Above her, there were countless spaceships moving back and forth, and quite a few people flying in the sky. Behind Su Lingling, there were still other spaceships coming and going. This grand sight left Su Lingling speechless. It was really magnificent. It truly seemed like being in a Star War. One part of what shocked Su Lingling was how dense the primordial energy was here. It was denser than anywhere she had been before. Su Lingling could even feel her internal true essence flow smoother. Several powerful pressures came from above Su Lingling. She slightly tilted her head and saw a few flashes of light disappearing instantly in the horizon. These should be experts of the celestial level, right? They seem really powerful. The spaceship carried Su Lingling forward rapidly, soon landing on a vast square. Right now, this square was crowded with countless spaceships, tens of thousands at least. Su Lingling pondered in her mind. Would they send her to the battlefield this quickly? No training whatsoever, just straight onto the front lines? However, Su Lingling carefully observed the scene here. This place looked somewhat like a logistics checkpoint. No, it also resembled a transportation hub. Suddenly, a streak of light appeared on the spaceship. Su Lingling narrowed her eyes. Their speed was incredibly fast. She didn't notice them coming at all. It turned out that the enforcers didn't follow her. Su Lingling then understood why those enforcers didn't enter the ship. The craft was automated. Those individuals sent her in and then departed themselves, explaining why the ship was so sealed. Had she known no one was aboard, she could have quietly burned the spaceship and fled using her mech. Fortunately, the recruiters didn't take away Su Lingling's belongings. Master, you're really too weak. Only now did Su Lingling see the man in front of her, an athletic middle-aged man, who disdainfully said to her. Su Lingling wanted to retort. Grandmasters weren't weak, they were already very powerful. But before Su Lingling could open her mouth, the man continued. I will only give you 3 breaths to state your specialties. If you don't have any special abilities, you'll be sent to the suicide squad. The middle-aged man coldly stated to Su Lingling. Her expression changed, but without hesitation, she immediately spoke up. I'm a chef, and I can cook. I also grow spiritual plants. Su Lingling thought that it made sense why the members of the enforcement team acted so harshly. They might simply throw someone into the suicide squad. It indeed seemed unnecessary for them to treat her with kindness. It explained their bad attitudes. Still, things on Garbage Planet must not be going well with the war against the insectoids. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such forceful conscription. Chef. Everyone here is a chef. What level are you? I'm an 8-star chef. Faced with his disdain, Su Lingling quickly declared. Many had said she was a 9-star chef, though Su Lingling hadn't tested herself. However, being an 8-star should definitely hold water. She felt stupid for not clarifying this sooner. It was critical information. Being a mere chef didn't mean much unless stars were attached to it. So now, realizing her oversight, she immediately claimed to be an 8-star chef to make herself sound more valuable. 8-star? Do you think I'm easy to fool? Since you're being dishonest, let's send you straight to the suicide squad for some tough training. But I'm not lying. I really am an 8-star chef. Just give me a chance, and I'll prepare a dish for you to taste. Even if you decide to throw me in the suicide squad after, that's fine too. Su Lingling tried hard to argue her case. The man sneered. There are too many people like you who lie. I've already examined your bones. You're barely 20 years old. You grow spiritual plants, no culinary arts. Even if you're gifted, at most you'd be a 5-star chef. Chapter 203. In the tech age, are we still using primitive cold weapons? The man arranged for a small soldier to grab Su Lingling and fly off into the distance. In the air, Su Lingling noticed quite a few spaceships flying back and forth in the sky. There were also many people flying around in the sky, presenting a bustling scene. All the way, they maintained low-altitude flight. In the air, there was a pervasive smell of gunpowder and blood. Below were many primitive camps. Then the small soldier handed Su Lingling a long knife and warned her, "You'd better not run around recklessly. Once you leave the war zone, the bracelet on your wrist will explode directly. Brother, we've already entered the technology era. How can our combat techniques still rely on primitive cold weapons? Our interstellar civilization has existed for hundreds of thousands of years." Su Lingling couldn't help but criticize the small soldier. "Do you even want the weapon? It's good that you have it at all." Seeing the extremely arrogant small soldier, Su Lingling didn't know what else to say. After all, she couldn't defeat him, and circumstances placed her at a disadvantage. Su Lingling just wanted to try to reason with him one more time. Even though she was part of a suicide squad, they couldn't really send her to die pointlessly, right? Otherwise, it would be meaningless. Su Lingling originally wanted to use the light computer to contact Zhang Shen, telling him not to worry and that she was fine. However, Su Lingling discovered that the light computer had no signal. The signal here must have been blocked. Wow, such a pretty little girl actually came here. In this suicide squad, there were very few women. Although Su Lingling wasn't dressed as an exceptionally beautiful woman, her skin was snow white, and her body emitted no odor of sweat. She was very clean. Naturally, this made her stand out among the members of the suicide squad. "Do you want to die?" Su Lingling imitated the tone of the small soldier and spoke coldly to the greasy, lewd man before her. "Die? I don't want to die at all. How could I want to die when I'm about to have fun with you?" Su Lingling tightened her grip on the long knife. She was a chef, so her knives had always been used for cutting vegetables. But at this moment, with swift strokes of her knife, 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3 strokes, Su Lingling's knife was incredibly fast, almost making the blade invisible. That person died right before Su Lingling, dead without any doubt. This was Su Lingling's first time killing someone. Hot blood splashed onto her body. Su Lingling thought she would be terrified, but she wasn't. She was calm. It felt no different from killing ferocious beasts. This was fortunate because Zhang Shun had previously trained Su Lingling in the past. In this suicide squad, there were many people with low cultivation levels, and even more below the master level. Su Lingling knew that she could not show weakness here. Once any sign of weakness appeared, the people here would think of her as something easy to toy with. Su Lingling had to establish her authority, and the person before her was like a test, an opportunity to demonstrate her capabilities. If Su Lingling were hard to provoke, naturally, no one would dare to mess with her later. If Su Lingling were easy to bully, then she would become everyone's dish. Su Lingling had a peculiar feeling, sensing some familiarity with this place, an indescribable sense of déjà vu. She should never have been here before, yet it felt familiar to her. Su Lingling stood there for quite a while and realized that something was wrong with this person she had killed. The energy and blood of the corpse seemed to have been sucked away by something. Su Lingling suddenly remembered her home on Aquamarine Star. The terrain around her ancestral residence resembled this area, somewhat like the Great Malevolent Land. Could all this be just a coincidence? Boss Su, how did you end up here too? Su Lingling turned toward the voice and recognized a young man who looked somewhat familiar. Back in the black market, when she sold boxed meals, he frequently came to eat at her shop. It's you. How did you end up here too? Are Fat Tiger and the others alright? Su Lingling asked him. Her tone was familiar, but she didn't call him by name because she didn't know it. She only remembered his face. Murwali was also happy to see Su Lingling again. After all, encountering an acquaintance in this strange place brought comfort. Upon hearing Su Lingling asking about Fat Tiger, Murwali said with some melancholy, all martial artists above the innate realm were forcibly recruited. A Yu and Little Fat, possessing culinary talents, were taken to the inner city. Fat Tiger voluntarily joined the recruitment to give his wife and child a chance to enter the inner city. Lin Yun and the others have all been captured. The black market might be gone now. How could this happen? Su Lingling said with some regret. After all, the black market was established bit by bit under her watch. Now I understand why the outer city has been around for so long and why no one bothered to set up a market. There was no need. Recruitment happened once every 3 years, and anyone above the innate realm would enter the battlefield. For tens of thousands of years, this war against the insect race seems endless. Murawali's tone was extremely downcast, even tinged with frustration. Just a moment ago, he had been full of hope for the future, but now he had fallen into despair. Maybe it was rare to encounter someone familiar here. The usually aloof Murawali found himself talking a lot to Su Lingling. He continued, "We are just cannon fodder. Not even a single laser gun is given to us. These long knives are merely for depleting the vitality of the insect race. Our abilities should be pretty weak overall," Su Lingling said. "Though I've rarely been on the battlefield before, I feel that a laser blast might be more effective than all of us combined. It could kill more insects. Aren't we far from the junk star by now? Are they afraid of radiation?" Su Lingling asked Murawali, somewhat puzzled. She couldn't comprehend any of this. Humanity had conquered the stars, yet was still engaging in close combat with swords. This confused her deeply, and there seemed no reason to pull everyone, even from the inner zones, into such an exhausting battle. "They might want the life essence of warriors," Murawali replied quietly to Su Lingling. Su Lingling glanced around at their surroundings and asked Murawali, "Is there anywhere private where we can talk?" Murawali led Su Lingling into a tent, placing a restriction outside to ensure privacy. He then asked her, "Boss Su, do you have any ideas?" "I have a secret technique that can break this bracelet," Su Lingling responded. "But do you know the way nearby, or perhaps have a plan to steal a spaceship? Let's leave this place and go to another planet. The universe is vast. Surely, we can find somewhere to hide. People here are driving us to certain death. I'd rather die standing than live kneeling. Those generals don't treat us like humans. They only see us as expendable soldiers. I don't want to protect or fight for such a worthless planet." Chapter 204. I'll join the death squad. Since the master of Trash Star doesn't consider us as human beings, it's not our fault that we avoid battle. When I was in the inner urban area, I never understood why those aristocrats fled from Trash Star. Now I understand. There's a reason for everything. I've heard other planets are very peaceful. Except for Dark Star, these places have no slaves, no outer urban areas, and no wars. Boss Su, I've been to other planets before. Although I don't have a star chart, I remember the general route. Now all we need is someone who can help us modify the spaceship. This spaceship has already been programmed by them. At this moment, Muronli also felt a tinge of longing for other planets. People who live on Trash Star, especially those raised in the outer urban area, cannot possibly develop a sense of belonging towards Trash Star. Staying here would only lead to certain death. The only way to survive is to fight for an escape outside. He believed that as a 9-star chef, Su Lingling surely possessed some secret skills, and breaking this bracelet would be quite normal. All right, we should handle this with caution and make sure the generals don't find out. Boss Su, rest assured, I am reliable when it comes to handling affairs. Muronli found a new direction at this moment, which lightened his mood significantly. Within the city, Zhang Shen looked at Su Lingling's disappearing figure with icy cold eyes. He followed Si Kongjun and went together to the city lord's mansion. City lord, how could the conscription extend to our school? Su Lingling is a teacher in our school and also a 9-star chef. Sending her to the battlefield is purely a waste of talent. Si Kongjun said to the city lord. The city lord furrowed his brows and asked Si Kongjun, is Su Lingling truly a 9-star chef? City lord, how dare I deceive you about this matter? There's no falsity in this. Si Kongjun stated firmly. Regretfully, the city lord told Si Kongjun, it's too late. Su Lingling has already been sent to the teleportation point and directly taken to the battlefield. All I can do now is check if there are any new chefs added to the corps. City lord, Su Lingling grew up in the outer urban area and knows little about many things. Her cultivation isn't high, and I fear she might be sent straight into the death squad, thus wasting such a talent. There is only one 9-star chef on Trash Star. Si Kongjun knew this was all done by Eastern School. It was a cunning plan where even the enforcement team was arranged beforehand. Because people from the Eastern School had learned that Zhang Shun was a strong celestial realm expert. If Zhang Shun were around to protect Su Lingling, the assassination might fail. Thus, they let the enforcement team capture Su Lingling and send her directly into the death squad. A 9-star chef is extremely rare and valuable. However, if there were another 9-star chef who was good-natured and made generous servings of food daily, then the value of the original 9-star chef would diminish. Furthermore, this 9-star chef belonged to the Eastern School and had many connections within the enforcement team. Persuading them to take action was effortlessly simple. Si Kongjun never expected the other side to act so despicably. He thought there would still be a fair competition, but it didn't happen. Thus, a true master fell victim to conspiracy. Knowing this filled Si Kongjun's heart with immense anger and sorrow. Mr. Si Kong, I know you're very anxious. I can contact the young general and ask him to take care of Su Lingling. Once the war is over, I will definitely arrange for her return. The city lord consoled Si Kongjun earnestly. However, deep down, the city lord knew that Su Lingling wouldn't come back. There was only one 9-star chef who refused to join the battlefield. Yet, on the battlefield, there were countless nobles. Sending one 9-star chef there suited them perfectly. The city lord hadn't foreseen that the enforcement team would be so bold. This move was excessively excessive. A 9-star chef was extraordinarily significant to Trash Star's contribution. Even the Star Lord dared not force the 9-star chef. And yet, they dared send the 9-star chef directly to the death squad. As soon as the city lord received the news, he contacted the young general. The young general had already conducted checks in the corps' kitchen, but found no new cooks. The city lord was also at a loss, wondering why, being a 9-star chef, Su Lingling didn't just reveal her identity. Why hide? Who would dare harm a 9-star chef? Now, because of Su Lingling keeping quiet about her status, she was harmed, and there was nothing to be done about it. A living 9-star chef holds value. A dead 9-star chef holds no value at all. Once dead, nobody will offend the living for the sake of the dead. City Lord, please arrange it for me to join the death squad. Zhang Shun and Si Kongjun had analyzed that Su Lingling was most likely sent to the death squad, because those people definitely wouldn't want Su Lingling to stay alive. So Zhang Shun proactively requested from the City Lord. He wanted to find Su Lingling and leave here with her. Are you going to the death squad? Yes. You must know, even if you really join the death squad, you might not be able to find Su Lingling. I have to look anyway. The City Lord didn't say anything more. He had spoken a few words out of respect for Zhang Shun's cultivation. Because the guards around him told him that Zhang Shun was very strong, his cultivation wasn't just Heavenly Realm. It should be even stronger than Heavenly Realm. That's why the City Lord believed that Su Lingling was indeed a 9-star chef. Only a 9-star chef would have such a great warrior as a protector. What a pity. The City Lord said to Zhang Shun. Alright. The army of Trash Star had always been short of people, and recruitment had been ongoing. It would be very easy to send someone in. The City Lord didn't mind giving Zhang Shun a favor and being a good person. The City Lord handed a jade pendant to Zhang Shun and said, this jade can conceal your life force and hide your cultivation at the level of Grandmaster. Even the detection machines of the army cannot reveal your true strength. Su Chef has encountered this unwarranted calamity, ultimately because of my failure as the City Lord. I also hope you can bring Su Chef back safely and add another 9-star chef to our Trash Star. Thank you. Si Kongjun personally came to see Zhang Shun off. Zhang Shun took Chu Tianba along onto the spaceship. As Zhang Shun boarded the spaceship, Si Kongjun handed him a star chart and said, Su Lingling is a good person, a very pure one. It's regrettable for her to be on Trash Star. I know you two are not originally from Trash Star. If you have the opportunity, return home if you can. Chapter 205. I hear someone wants to betray Rubbish Star. At this moment, Si Junfei felt that his burning passion was thoroughly cooled. He never expected the result would be like this. He has been dedicated to cultivating talent for Rubbish Star. The star map is very precious for Rubbish Star, because with the star map, leaving Rubbish Star will be very convenient. Other first-class civilization planets, everyone scrambles to go there. Only Rubbish Star, no one wants to come. Every year, people from small places are deceived into coming here by shiploads, arriving with hope in their hearts only to fall into a hell of despair. Si Junfei also didn't understand why the Star Master did things this way, why they couldn't properly develop Rubbish Star. Precisely because of this, Si Junfei handed the star map over to Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun thanked Si Junfei, put on the bracelet, and boarded the spaceship. If I were you, I'd definitely guard Su Lingling closely. How could you still go to work? Chu Tianda voiced his complaints next to Zhang Shun. Just shut up. Hit me if you dare. If you have the guts, kill me. I don't fear beating. Wrong is wrong. Chu Tianda provoked Zhang Shun. Without Su Lingling's delicious food, Chu Tianda living is akin to enduring cruel punishment. Chu Tianda's spiritual power was violent, not something an ordinary suppressant can handle. Even if it could, Zhang Shun wouldn't waste money buying it for him. Thus, getting beaten or not meant nothing much for Chu Tianda. He had just enjoyed 2 days of good meals when he learned that Su Lingling went missing. How could he not be furious? Everyone knew how chaotic Rubbish Star was, yet Su Lingling was left running around alone. After all, even someone as smart, wise, and powerful as himself ended up being enslaved, so it's not surprising Su Lingling got drafted into the suicide team. Zhang Shun initially wanted to hit Chu Tianda, but seeing Chu Tianda's infuriating face, Zhang Shun restrained himself. The primary reason Zhang Shun saved Chu Tianda was for Su Lingling. Back then, both Zhang Shun and Su Lingling were on Chu Tianda's spaceship. If they let Chu Tianda stay behind and become a slave on Rubbish Star, when the Dark Star Lord found out, there'd be potential for revenge in his heart. After all, the Dark Star Lord only had 2 sons. Though Zhang Shun didn't fear the Dark Star Lord, Su Lingling couldn't deal with such danger. Since Zhang Shun couldn't protect Su Lingling 24/7, if something happened when he wasn't around, it wouldn't be good for Su Lingling. Additionally, Zhang Shun didn't want to make too many enemies right now. He was different from before and was no longer alone. Calmly, Zhang Shun reviewed the star map, contemplating the optimal escape route. Zhang Shun was well prepared. He also brought a signal transmitter. As long as Su Lingling sent him a message within range, he could instantly receive her information. Inside the battleship, a middle-aged general stood in front of a massive screen, surrounded by several armored warriors. General, are we really going to slaughter all the newly recruited members of the Suicide Corps? A close aide hesitated, asking. After all, this group was huge, numbering over 10,000 people. The Star Lord disliked using heat weapons in battle, believing it obstructed martial artists' breakthroughs while polluting the meat quality of those insectoids and beasts. Thus, only cold weapons were allowed. With cold weapons, these Suicide Corps actually had quite some utility in battle. Sending them out might eliminate at least some foes. It's indeed regrettable to wipe them all out, but traitors of the Galactic Alliance have infiltrated them, spreading negative propaganda about our Rubbish Star, destabilizing our military morale. Some people are already trying to hijack spaceships and flee Rubbish Star. The time is ripe to slaughter these useless wretches from the Suicide Corps and restore our morale. Otherwise, during the decisive battle against the insectoids, chaos will erupt. The middle-aged general stated coldly. Fleeing Rubbish Star isn't easy. All those ships have been tampered with. If they leave Rubbish Star's domain, they will explode. Trying to leave Rubbish Star will only end in self-destruction. His true intention in wanting to exterminate the Suicide Corps was to kill that 9-star chef. Rubbish Star can only have one 9-star chef. There absolutely cannot be two. Only one can be truly rare. Of course, he would never say that. Once anyone enters the Suicide Corps, there's only one way, death. Only after they die can the 9-star chef in the city rest assured. What the general said is correct. Murmurly found someone quickly and soon located a mechanic. This person used to be from the inner city, but was demoted to the outer district when a noble fancied his wife. With his skills, he could live a good life anywhere. Unfortunately, this time during the recruitment, his cultivation just happened to be at the Sciention level, and he was directly taken away. He had known Moore only before, and they trusted each other. Boss Sue, these are several simulation bracelets made by the mechanic. After we destroy our original bracelets, we will put on these ones. The army won't detect us. Good, let's destroy the bracelets on our wrists first. A green flame appeared in Sue Lingling's palm and immediately enveloped her bracelet. This azure lotus flame could burn everything. Before the explosive chip could react, it was reduced to ashes that scattered all over the ground. Seeing how thoroughly the bracelet was destroyed, Moore only felt relieved inside. He was worried that Sue Lingling would fail to break it. Even though Sue Lingling was very confident, he was still concerned since the bracelet could explode at any moment. Moore only extended his hand as well. Sue Lingling controlled the azure lotus flame to surround Moore Lee's bracelet. Although Sue Lingling already had excellent control over the temperature, under such high heat, blisters formed on the skin of Moore Lee's wrist. However, Moore Lee tightly bit his lips and didn't make a sound. The sensation of freedom could suppress all the pain. Then came the mechanic, and everything went smoothly. Just after all three of them had put on the fake bracelets created by the mechanic. All new members of the Suicide Corps, gather now. Any violators will be killed without mercy. Suddenly a voice echoed from above. Sue Lingling was frightened, fearing their plan had been discovered. In the Suicide Corps, screams of agony continued incessantly. Fortunately for Sue Lingling, she gathered quickly. Otherwise, she would also have been slain. All those who gathered, even a step late, were mercilessly killed under the blades of soldiers. I've heard there are people among you who conspire to betray Rubbish Star. Is that right? The leading officer asked the crowd below. Chapter 206, Battlefield. Upon hearing this, Sue Lingling's heart raced with panic, though she forced herself to appear calm. Not possible. She had only just burned the bracelet. Could it already have been discovered so quickly? With so many people here, it made no sense that these bracelets would be individually numbered. Unless, could it be that once a bracelet was destroyed, the generals of Trash Star were immediately notified? Sue Lingling touched the bracelet on her wrist. Its appearance was identical to the ones distributed by Trash Star. However, the internal material was drastically different. Just a light squeeze, and it shattered into pieces. Sue Lingling sneaked a glance at Murong Li beside her. He looked exceptionally calm. And so, Sue Lingling's heart settled down as well. Because at this moment, there was nothing they could do. She couldn't fight the soldiers or those people in space. Yet, out of 10 who were forcibly conscripted into the Suicide Squad, 8 of them likely wanted to escape. Laws don't apply universally if everyone is breaking them. Surely they wouldn't kill all of them, right? Inferior beings are unworthy of existing in this world. To protect the citizens of Trash Star, we fight the insect race. As for you, you're nothing but trash, emitting waves of putrid stench. You should have been annihilated, but I gave you a chance to turn waste into something useful. A chance to burn your lives and shed your blood for the sake of our planet. This is the ultimate honor. And what about you? Ungrateful ingrates. Instead of cherishing your opportunity, you dare to consider betrayal? Truly despicable. Sue Lingling listened with incredulity. This must be one of the most shameless people in the entire universe. But Sue Lingling lacked the energy to criticize further. At this point, her body was smeared with dust, completely dirty. It couldn't be helped. Being too clean would make her stand out. If she wanted to fit in, this was the way to go. She didn't know why, but Sue Lingling felt a faint whiff of killing intent emanating from the general high above. Would he really be that insane? Just then, the trumpet blared. The insect clan had chosen this very moment to attack Trash Star again. This is your last chance. Pick up your weapons and go fight the insects. Relief washed over Sue Lingling. The fact that they weren't being slaughtered on the spot meant an opportunity still existed. To die later rather than sooner, it was better. The longer one stayed alive, the greater the chance for escape. Initially, Sue Lingling planned to find a chance to flee together with Murong Li and the others. But they were forcibly loaded onto a spacecraft by the soldiers and then dumped out. Their formation instantly disarrayed. The ruthless laser cannons weren't aimed at the insect clans. They were targeting them, their own kind. Anyone attempting to flee will be mercilessly executed. The voice of the soldier was cold and merciless. However, at this point, no one paid attention to the soldiers. For endless hordes of insect creatures were surging forward, seeming like they intended to devour everything. Sue Lingling tightened her grip on her weapon, standing amidst the crowd. Before her was a sea of terrifying insects. These creatures were fearsome indeed, cutting down the people around her swiftly. Their forms were strange, unlike any insect Sue Lingling had encountered before. They had 3 antennae on their heads, long like centipedes, utterly grotesque. There was no time to observe them closely. A spider-like insect had locked onto Sue Lingling. Holding her weapon, she swung it hard, cleaving a large spider directly in half. It resembled a crab insect, but upgraded. A thought crossed her mind. So big, probably quite some meat. In the chaos, she stealthily stored the carcasses nearby into the master chef space. As time passed, however, Sue Lingling no longer had any room to do so. The assault of the insect swarm was too overwhelming. Slay one, and two more swooped down, endlessly streaming forth. They never seemed to end. Her eyes were filled with horrifying sights, various types of insect beasts. Retreating wasn't an option, for the soldiers behind were watching closely. Any deserters would meet instant death. They could only endure the onslaught and counterattack. Bang! Her blade split another spider, but then she got struck by another insect, causing her to be flung backward and land roughly on the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she wiped it off. Her eyes locked tightly onto the approaching foes. Countless colossal insects surrounded her, writhing ceaselessly. Through gritted teeth, Su Lingling stood back up and launched another slash. This time the insect seemed smarter and evaded her strike slightly. An insect's sharp claw grazed across her face, the pain sending her into a frenzy. With redoubled vigor, she wildly swung her knife. Roar! Su Lingling felt something wrap around her ankle. Turning her head, she saw a thin black thread darting from the bottom of her foot and instantly penetrate her skin. There were just too many kinds of these insects, and their methods of ambush and treachery were endless. Su Lingling had never experienced anything like this before. Although Su Lingling had once hunted fierce beasts, it was completely different from being in a battlefield. Fizzle! Bright red blood gushed out from Su Lingling's wound, staining the ground. The war had just begun, and already countless people lay on the ground, their bodies consumed by the insect race. Gritting her teeth, Su Lingling forced herself to stay alert. She couldn't die here. She still wanted to live and return home. Su Lingling swung her blade, killing her enemies. Blood dripped down from the handle of her knife onto its edge, her eyes already bloodshot as a strong aura of killing intent radiated from her entire body. One by one, insect corpses piled up beneath Su Lingling's feet. Roar! Suddenly, Su Lingling heard a hoarse roar nearby. Raising her gaze, she saw a monster cloaked in black chitin rushing toward her. This creature exuded a pungent corrosive smell, akin to that of a venomous snake. It opened its massive mouth, sharp fangs aimed at tearing into Su Lingling, as if ready to swallow her whole. Startled, Su Lingling quickly tried to dodge but failed to evade in time, causing the monster to pounce and pin her to the ground. Holding her limbs tightly with its claws, it drove its sharp fangs deep into her flesh. Blood spurted from Su Lingling's wounds. In pain, Su Lingling cried out. But the beast did not loosen its grip. Instead, it extended its mouth to her neck, greedily sucking her blood. Rip! The monster's fangs tore through her skin, allowing her blood to seep from the corners of its mouth. This creature could drink blood, and its fangs were extremely corrosive. At this critical moment for her life, Su Lingling had no choice but to use her most powerful hidden technique. Chapter 207, The Great Battle. Blue flames erupted on Su Lingling's body. This was Su Lingling's ultimate technique, the Blue Lotus Earth Fire. Su Lingling no longer cared if she would exhaust all her energy or die from sheer fatigue. She had to kill this horrifying monster. The Blue Lotus Earth Fire transformed into fiery orbs in the sky, blazing fiercely. The monster screamed in agony as its body was scorched, emitting a pungent smell of burning flesh. Daring not to approach Su Lingling, the monster roared madly, as though making some kind of protest. Seizing the opportunity, Su Lingling broke free from the monster's grip and rolled behind it, delivering a powerful slash. A column of blue fire shot toward the monster. The creature let out a painful shriek before fleeing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the monster vanished into the sea of insects. Phew! Exhausted, Su Lingling slumped to the ground. Her entire body was weak. The wound on her cheek continued to bleed, but she paid no attention to it as she barely had any strength left. Already battered and bruised, Su Lingling still faced waves of incoming insectoids. They showed no sign of retreating and would not halt their attack just because Su Lingling was gravely injured. Only one side could survive this war, and Su Lingling certainly wasn't going to wait there to die. She took out her most skilled weapon, the kitchen knife. This simple knife might not be effective against humans, but it was incredibly powerful against beasts and insects, slicing through steel like butter. As Su Lingling fought, she used the kitchen knife to cleave the insectoids in front of her, one stroke per insect. Just like cutting tofu, simple and effortless. Though wounded, Su Lingling managed to hold her ground for now. She fought while moving towards the edge of the battlefield where someone was guarding, with unwatched space on either side, allowing her to escape laterally. If she could just make it to the edge of the battlefield, she'd be safe. At that moment, an enormous black mantis blocked Su Lingling's path. Without hesitation, Su Lingling raised her kitchen knife and swung at it. However, this mantis dodged. Stunned for a moment, she swung again with all her might, yet the mantis evaded once more. Damn it! Why is it always the mantises? Su Lingling stared glumly at this towering black mantis. Standing over 3 meters tall, its bulky and tough frame didn't seem fazed by cuts from a blade. Worse still, the mantis wielded claws. With a wave of its arm, the mantis sent Su Lingling flying into a wall. Blood trickled down from Su Lingling's forehead, and her body trembled. But now was not the time to worry about minor injuries. Clenching her teeth, Su Lingling resolved to leave immediately. However, she realized this gigantic mantis appeared to have targeted her. It approached step by slow step, and Su Lingling knew it was coming after her. Without hesitation, Su Lingling turned around, killed 2 nearby insects rushing at her, and then ran for acceleration. Suddenly, the colossal black mantis struck, wielding its scythe-like limbs in a lightning-fast slash that gave Su Lingling no chance to dodge. In this life-threatening situation, time seemed to slow down for Su Lingling. In her mind, something clicked, a barrier shattered. Right then, Su Lingling broke through. She ascended to the heavenly man realm during the fight. Her body trembled as she felt all the forces in her surroundings converge within her. Heavenly man realm. Opening her eyes, Su Lingling perceived the existence of everything around her. She sensed that everything was changing. She could even hear every sound around her clearly. Su Lingling understood that she had entered a new realm. This realization greatly increased her power, amplifying her strength and enhancing her spirit force. But this was far from the end. Su Lingling avoided what was supposed to be a fatal blow. Just then, the monstrous black mantis struck again, its scythe flashing downward once more. Su Lingling immediately wielded her kitchen knife to resist, and the black mantis scythe was split into two halves. It seemed this had been foreseen by the mantis as it swung its other forelimb scythe and slashed again. But this time, Su Lingling's kitchen knife managed to block the attack. Not only did it block it, but the black mantis scythe was also cut apart by Su Lingling's kitchen knife. A faint smile spread across Su Lingling's lips. She understood the power of her kitchen knife. Any fierce beast destined to become food would fall helpless before it. Even when witnessing this herself, Su Lingling couldn't help but feel delighted. Indeed, Su Lingling was elated inside. She knew her kitchen knife could suppress this colossal black mantis. The colossal black mantis, upon seeing its scythe destroyed by Su Lingling, was instantly consumed by rage. With an opening of its bloodthirsty maw, the massive mantis leapt towards Su Lingling, attempting to bite her. Once again, the razor-sharp scythe broke free from Su Lingling's grip as this gargantuan mantis tried to consume her head. At this critical moment, Su Lingling ascended into the air, unleashing a powerful attack befitting of someone who had just reached the heavenly man realm. Su Lingling swung her kitchen knife directly at the neck of the colossal mantis. The mantis let out a torturous howl in agony as it collapsed onto the ground, while Su Lingling still firmly clutched her weapon. Collecting the remains of the black mantis, Su Lingling proceeded to withdraw from the battlefield. However, the battle had been too intense, leaving her legs somewhat numb. Relying on sheer willpower, she continued to run. The path wasn't easy. There were traps everywhere, so Su Lingling had to be extremely cautious and careful. While running, Su Lingling kept her eyes on her surroundings. Near the edge of the battlefield, Su Lingling noticed a few venomous scorpions crawling by the mountain wall not far away. These scorpions were encased in thick armor, and Su Lingling knew how potent their poison was. Therefore, she quickly hid behind a rock. But these scorpions were cunning. Just as Su Lingling concealed herself behind the rock, they immediately sensed her presence. They let out piercing, high-pitched cries and charged towards Su Lingling all at once. These giant scorpions moved with incredible speed. Su Lingling managed to hurl only a few pebbles in an attempt to slow them down. However, before the stones even left her hands, the scorpions nimbly darted out of the way. Their agility allowed them to swiftly weave through the dense forest. At this point, one of the scorpions had already reached the bushes nearby and was about to open its mouth wide enough to swallow Su Lingling whole. Realizing the imminent danger, Su Lingling swiftly gathered a blue lotus earth fire bloom at her fingertips. This spark possessed formidable power. It landed on the venomous scorpion, turning it into ashes in an instant. Chapter 208, Escape. There were many people who shared the same idea as Su Lingling, although they didn't know where they were. But on both sides stood endless mountains, and escaping into them meant a chance to survive. These people needed inhibitors to suppress their violent spiritual power if they wanted to continue practicing cultivation. But Su Lingling was different. She didn't need an inhibitor. Her spiritual power was calm, and she could still cook. So quite a few people sneaked around to the side. Staying on the battlefield would certainly lead to death. To live, one cannot be ashamed. What are you planning to do? A figure emerged from the mountain, leaping in with an intimidating growl. ZZZT, ZZZT, ZZZT. Laser beams shot down from the sky, and most of the Dare to Die team members who hadn't yet managed to run into the mountains collapsed on the ground. Even those skilled enough to rush into the mountains were quickly surrounded and killed by the well-prepared soldiers. The soldiers had already anticipated that everyone would try to escape and thus planned accordingly. The sky in the direction of escape was also blocked by over 100 mech warriors. It was just like being caught in a dumpling-making process. Kill them all without leaving anyone. In this battle against the Dare to Die Corps, there was no doubt which side had the upper hand. After all, while the Dare to Die team was still armed with primitive iron knives, the enemy was equipped with lasers. A few laser beams shot towards the direction where Su Lingling was escaping. With a swift movement, Su Lingling dodged. Su Lingling couldn't help but feel infuriated. If these people spent so much time hunting them, how many bug races could they have defeated? Attacking their own side showed off their prowess. But why did it take conscription when it came to fighting the bug race? Su Lingling found this highly ironic. The green lotus earth fire flickered in Su Lingling's hands, and several screams ensued. The mech warriors who blocked her way were struck by Su Lingling's green lotus earth fire, falling helplessly from the sky. Su Lingling dashed into the mountains. Some other members of the Dare to Die team followed her lead. Seeing the gap that had been created, they too ran into the mountains. One after another, laser beams shot at Su Lingling's back. She relied on instinct and agile maneuvers to evade them. Even though she entered the mountains, it wasn't safe either. Only the insect attacks ceased. The barren mountains offered nothing edible. Everything had been consumed by the insect race, leaving only stones and soil. Being scanned by mechs was as easy as pie. Everything was in plain sight. But escaping from the battlefield was an unshakable belief. Hiding under a large rock, Su Lingling turned around and controlled several green lotus earth fires using her spiritual force, launching them onto the mech warriors. This mechanical material simply couldn't withstand a strike from the green lotus earth fire. As Su Lingling basked in the glory of her successful attack, a peculiar sensation suddenly arose within her. Behind her, a sharp sound of piercing wind suddenly sounded. Instinctively, Su Lingling summoned her big iron pot from her culinary god space to block the attack. Products made by the system are always high quality, and this big iron pot performed excellently. Bang bang bang. Another 3 strikes later, Su Lingling hiding inside remained unharmed. Her green lotus earth fire directly pierced through the iron pot, striking at whoever approached. This man faced the flames without even batting an eyelid because he was a fire-type elementalist who had integrated a special flame essence. Su Lingling was not his rival in strength. Unfortunately for him, he underestimated her. He failed to realize that Su Lingling's fire was extraordinary. This moment of carelessness cost him dearly. Under the full-force explosion of Su Lingling's green lotus earth fire, his own fire-based energy seemed to become fuel, igniting further upon contact with the green lotus earth fire. Su Lingling used her iron pot as a shield, watching secretly as the man burned in the flames. She waited quietly until he was reduced to ashes before withdrawing her green lotus earth fire, placing the iron pot on her back, and beginning her desperate flight. Su Lingling could feel it. Her green lotus earth fire seemed to have absorbed something good, making it stronger. Lasers kept landing on the iron pot on Su Lingling's back, but they couldn't cause any harm to her. Amidst the layers of fiery conflict, Su Lingling successfully escaped deep into the mountains, and the mech didn't pursue her any longer. Report, General Sir. The encirclement and massacre have been completed, but there are a few dozen who escaped into the uninhabited mountains. A soldier respectfully reported to the middle-aged man. No problem, let them escape. They won't last long after entering the uninhabited mountains. Where is young General Dong? The middle-aged man looked around and didn't see the figure of young General Dong. General, I did not spot the figure of young General Dong. The complexion of the middle-aged man darkened. He discovered that the life stone of young General Dong was shattered. This person was none other than the beloved grandson of the principal of Eastern Chef God School. People send their grandsons to the battlefield to gain experience and glory. Now that he's dead, how can he possibly explain this to the other side? When the time comes, they certainly won't listen to his excuses, which filled him with uncontrollable rage. What do you eat for? Why couldn't you protect young General Dong properly? Hurry up and go into the uninhabited mountains to capture the person who killed young General Dong. I want to personally escort him back to the city. Understood. The subordinates didn't dare to argue because here, arguing was equivalent to death. This young general possessed the highest cultivation level and often enjoyed torturing and killing the fleeing soldiers of the Dare to Die Corps. Those who managed to escape to the uninhabited mountains were always among the most capable in the Dare to Die Corps. However, this young General Dong had profound cultivation skills, his realm already reaching the semi-Wuxian level. Moreover, he wore countless defensive treasures and had integrated with the Yama Fire Seed, possessing extraordinary attack power. Despite such formidable strength, instead of going to the battlefield, he stayed at the rear, daily tormenting the members of the Dare to Die Corps. No one dared to utter a word against him. Because he was powerful and had influential connections. Even though he didn't favor young General Dong, he also didn't want him to be killed. If something happened to young General Dong, when it came time to settle accounts, he wouldn't fare well either. He glanced at the depths of the uninhabited mountains and decided that perhaps now was the moment to take a gamble. Even if he died, what did it matter? At least there would still be some hope of survival. Young General Dong is dead. The murderer has fled deep into the uninhabited mountains. How are they supposed to capture him? And how can they ensure they have the true culprit? To kill young General Dong, one must surely be of the same realm as him. And since young General Dong couldn't escape or call for help, it meant that the assailant was definitely stronger than him. Such an expert was not someone they could easily oppose. An encounter with him would mean certain death. Death awaited them either way. In reality, these people were no stronger than those in the Dare to Die Corps. All of them were coerced into this situation. He summoned a few trusted men, prepared sufficient food and necessities, and entered the uninhabited mountains. The reason why these mountains are called the uninhabited mountains is because no one can survive within them. Chapter 209. I'm selling boxed meals in the unpopulated mountains. Su Lingling didn't know how far she had run. She kept running, never stopping. Only when utterly exhausted, with not a trace of strength left, did she find a stone hill and sit down to rest. Su Lingling placed a large pot in front of herself as a shield. It was no easy feat to have escaped from the suicide squad. From the culinary god space, Su Lingling took out a boxed meal she had prepared earlier and began eating ravenously. She needed to replenish her energy and also rest. The wounds on Su Lingling's body had already healed. Though disheveled, Su Lingling's constitution had been enhanced 3 times by the system, making her physical capabilities many times stronger than before. Combined with Su Lingling's current cultivation, which had reached the heavenly realm, such skills would make her an absolute elder if she were still on Aqua Blue Star. After finishing her meal, the Yuan Qi within Su Lingling's body slowly restored itself. After meditating to bring her true essence back to its optimal state, Su Lingling began examining the scene around her in the unpopulated mountains. Murong Li had once told Su Lingling that unless absolutely necessary, one should not enter the unpopulated mountains. Because no one can survive in these unpopulated mountains. No one knows what's inside the unpopulated mountains, but those who enter never come out. Since fate brought her here, Su Lingling carefully observed the surroundings. Previously, in the rush to escape, Su Lingling had not paid any attention to the environment around her. Now looking, the deep parts of the unpopulated mountains actually had trees and grass, which gave Su Lingling some joy. If plants could survive, humans could survive too. If plants couldn't survive, how could humans? Just then, Su Lingling heard rumbling footsteps coming from afar. Boom, boom, boom. It was a ferocious beast. There were beasts of such great size in the unpopulated mountains. Thinking about the insect carcasses on the battlefield, Su Lingling felt regretful, wishing she could cook them. Su Lingling climbed up a big tree and hid, suppressing her aura. Unfortunately, she hadn't learned any concealment techniques before this happened, so she was bound to leave traces. This beast had a keen nose. With an intruder in its territory, it quickly found her. Without hesitation, the ferocious beast charged at the tree where Su Lingling was hiding. This accursed ferocious beast, Su Lingling originally wanted to let it be and not make an enemy out of it. But since it sought death, Su Lingling tightened her grip on the cleaver and leapt down. A flash of cold light appeared. The entire body of this ferocious beast was covered in armor-like scales. It was extremely confident in its defense. Unfortunately for it, it encountered Su Lingling. Su Lingling carried away the corpse of the ferocious beast and quickly left the area. Su Lingling was concerned that the blood of the ferocious beast might attract other beasts. These unpopulated mountains had an infamous reputation, certainly not a place of peace. Su Lingling believed it was better to be cautious. Not long after Su Lingling left the area, another ferocious beast arrived. It sniffed the air, ready to track Su Lingling. However, it looked up at the sky. The sky was filled with dark clouds, clearly indicating the approach of a storm. Soon enough, before long, a storm came. Winds roared and rain poured. The rain falling from the sky was black, and it had extremely strong corrosiveness. Su Lingling hadn't expected that in these unpopulated mountains, it could start raining at any moment. The corrosiveness of the black rain was even capable of eroding Su Lingling's true essence. Helplessly, Su Lingling could only use the large pot as protection to search for shelter. This black rain was incredibly terrifying, and Su Lingling had initially thought of escaping from the rainy area. But the pursuers from the garbage planet had tracked her down. Su Lingling sighed inwardly. Had these people taken time to fight each other, they could have fought against the insect races, potentially wiping them out a long time ago. Garbage Planet could have been at peace without deteriorating into this chaotic situation. The black rain had very strong corrosiveness, and even mechas and spaceships would be corroded by it. Thus, the pursuers didn't dare follow inside. They only dared to guard outside. At this point, Su Lingling had no way out and could only move further into the unpopulated mountains under the black rain. No one knew how large the unpopulated mountains were. As Su Lingling fled toward the center of the black rain, suddenly, bolt after bolt of purple lightning struck down from the cloud layer towards Su Lingling. Lightning struck, hitting Su Lingling's iron pot. Next, the electricity conducted through the pot onto Su Lingling's body. Su Lingling was speechless. She hadn't anticipated that the material of the supreme-grade iron pot issued by the system would be iron, conducting electricity. What kind of lightning was this? So terrifying. In one blow, Su Lingling was heavily injured. Boom, boom, boom. Following this, streaks of lightning continued to strike the big pot on Su Lingling's head, transferring electricity into her body. Yet, she could not discard the pot because doing so would mean her end. This dense black rain was certain to eliminate her. When Su Lingling thought she was done for, the enormous tree in her mind suddenly shone brightly, coursing through her entire body and repairing her injuries. This same electrical force was being absorbed, gradually causing the tree to sprout leaves shimmering with purple lightning. Su Lingling's cultivation advanced a little further. She quickened her pace, continuing to weave through the black rain. She pondered that if she crossed this black rain, she might reach the other side of the uninhabited mountains, where perhaps she could leave these mountains. Su Lingling had no idea how long she had been walking. The endless black rain brought about despair. Originally, Su Lingling wanted to traverse the black rain without stopping, but eventually, she rested several times before continuing forward. Fortunately, the black rain was becoming lighter. Moreover, the surrounding trees were growing more lush, nourished by the black rain. They flourished and radiated vitality. This was a mysterious area. In the depths of the unpopulated mountains, Su Lingling even spotted stone houses. People lived here. Even though the appearance of the stone houses was rather simple, their existence meant Su Lingling could inquire about where she was and whether there was a way out. Su Lingling wasn't sure if this place was still the garbage planet. She didn't know her current location herself. A young lady at the heavenly realm level has managed to cross through the bitter rain and arrive here. No one has come here for thousands of years. A voice suddenly appeared behind Su Lingling. The unexpected sound startled her. She hadn't noticed anyone near her. She quickly turned around to see a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his mid-30s, dressed in a light yellow coarse hemp robe, clearly indicating a very primitive way of life here. The man spoke authentic garbage planet language. Chapter 210. This is the uninhabited mountain of Trash Planet. When Su Lingling heard the other party's words, she thought that they might be the same as her, brought into the suicide squad, and eventually fled here. Su Lingling said to the other person, "Senior, where exactly are we? I came here after escaping from the suicide group. I want to ask if there's any way to take a spaceship to another star domain." Here is the uninhabited mountain area of Trash Planet. This place is forbidden territory. It's a cage, but it also protects us from being exploited by the ruler of Trash Planet. This place is also a paradise. If you have any special skills, why not settle down well here and cultivate yourself here? One day when you reach the martial god realm, you'll be able to transcend space and leave here on your own. The middle-aged man said to Su Lingling. This is also the main reason why there is no technological development here. Only when one's martial power reaches a certain level can they leave without science. I am an 8-star spiritual chef who can prepare 8-star dishes. Unfortunately, the generals on Trash Planet didn't value chefs and forced me into the suicide squad. With no way out, I had to escape into this mountain. Su Lingling immediately stated her profession. Oh, you're an 8-star spiritual chef. I just hunted a ferocious beast outside the mountain. How about I cook some for the senior to taste? Good. Su Lingling immediately started gathering firewood to cook. The middle-aged man did not bring Su Lingling into the settlement. For some unknown reason, as soon as Su Lingling entered here, she felt her body hair stand on end, as if she were insignificant and could die at any moment. So Su Lingling was in a hurry to show off her cooking skills. Su Lingling made her best dish, braised pork belly. She originally thought she might find out the name of this place. But the other person simply replied with uninhabited mountain. Didn't they know this was a restricted area called uninhabited mountain? Since these people had lived here for so long, shouldn't they have given their settlement a name? Shouldn't they have named their village? As the aroma of braised pork began to waft through the air, the people inside the houses all smelled an incredibly rich fragrance. This smell evoked their ancient memories, the sensation of hunger. They couldn't hold back the urges of their throats. Simultaneously, they all swallowed a mouthful of saliva in unison. Who is cooking? This absurd thought popped into everyone's mind. In this place, nobody cooks. In their memories, it was only thousands of years ago when they were still outside that they were able to enjoy such delicacies. These people unconsciously walked out of their rooms and moved closer following the scent. The closer they got, the clearer the smell became, and the past memories unfolded one by one in their minds. Soon, they saw a super big pot bubbling hot steam. A woman held a large ladle, flipping the contents while golden curls shimmered faintly under the sunlight. Their village leader stood beside the pot holding a piece of red meat with leaves as plates, using chopsticks made from twigs, enjoying every bite of meat covered with grease. Don't miss this premium braised pork belly. No need to pay 9 coins or 80 coins. Just 20 crystal coins per serving. Su Lingling wasn't generous enough to feed everyone for free. She had initially considered bartering items if they didn't have any crystal coins. However, these people were surprisingly wealthy, quickly pulling out money once they heard Su Lingling's call. Su Lingling didn't have any lunchboxes, so she improvised with big leaves and chopsticks carved from branches. These leaves were quite large, similar to lotus leaves. Su Lingling simply allowed them to serve themselves. Whoever could carry how much was fine. This beast meat is generally consumed raw by these people because eating it raw ensures that its blood energy does not dissipate. Additionally, they are lazy to cook. Cooked meat, however, is fragrant, delicious, and more importantly, contains more energy than raw meat. They hadn't tasted such exquisite food in a long time. Only when they were once in the inner city could they savor such culinary delights. It even surpassed what they experienced in the inner city. The strange yet familiar flavor stimulated their taste buds, making them unable to stop. It really tastes damn good, an indescribable sensation. Special grand opening promotion today. If you pay, you can fill another leaf again. As long as there's no waste, you can eat. In just a few bites, they finished their portion of braised pork belly. They originally planned to buy another serving, but didn't expect to get such a good deal. In no time at all, a crowd had gathered around the large pot. While eating from their leaf plates, they kept glancing up, and as soon as they saw Su Lingling prepare another batch in the pot, they hastily finished off what was left on their leaves and immediately went for more, even though their mouths were still full. The village leader was just about to take another serving when he noticed only some soup was left. Everyone could only wait eagerly for Su Lingling to start cooking again. It was as if they hadn't eaten for 8 lifetimes. Su Lingling had never expected that these people would finish all the beast meat she had prepared. After pondering for a while, she took out some insect corpses she had collected on the battlefield. In one pot, she stir-fried them into spicy crayfish and spicy crab insects, mixing everything together. The flesh inside the hard shells of these insects was extraordinarily flavorful. Su Lingling intended to open up the insect market. Aren't these insects? Can we actually eat them? At this point, the middle-aged man, having already tasted Su Lingling's culinary skills, became much more courteous towards her. Could these things be poisonous? The expert once said that some insect species are non-toxic. These look so hideous, who would dare to eat them? There are plenty of ferocious beasts in this uninhabited mountain, young lady. I'll go hunt some ferocious beasts for you. Su Lingling looked at these people and realized that it wouldn't be easy to change their mindsets. Once the insects were cooked, their hard shells all turned into an inviting red color. Su Lingling also sprinkled some scallions on top, which made the dish visually appealing with its vibrant reds and greens, looking incredibly tempting. Just before the dish was fully cooked, Su Lingling announced to everyone, "This meal is on me. Consider it a treat from me. This is the latest popular delicacy outside now, spicy crayfish. It tastes better than ferocious beast meat. Don't you all want to give it a try? Why not try a piece? It seems pretty tasty." As this person was about to ask his neighbor, he suddenly realized everyone had run off to grab food. Damn! After muttering under his breath, he immediately rushed over to join the battle for the food. After all, the delicious taste of braised pork was still lingering on his tongue. These insects probably taste good too. Chapter 211, A Mysterious Gathering Place. The taste of this small dragon shrimp is clean, sweet, and fragrant. Compared with braised pork, it is an entirely different kind of delicacy. Not greasy at all. The flavor of this insect is much better than expected. This thing looks shabby, but the taste is pretty good. Is this thing ugly? Not at all. The meat is so white. It's whiter than jade by a few degrees. This is truly beautiful. I suddenly feel that even if I die right now, it would be worth it. This is really too delicious. At this moment, the village chief was holding a crab leg, using a stick to push out the meat inside, and after eating a bite, he felt refreshed all over. He ate so much that he couldn't lift his head, and ended up just hugging it and gnawing. Even the shell seemed to have a pleasant taste, which he licked repeatedly. No wonder this thing became popular in the inner city. Those nobles are always particular about their food. If it wasn't tasty, it wouldn't become popular. This taste really is good. These people who initially were a little reluctant are now completely addicted. There were also some astute ones who secretly hid some crab legs in their spatial rings, fearing there wouldn't be anything left to eat later, and they could still lick the shells. After the village chief finished eating, he surprisingly found that his internal energy was growing, and his violent spiritual force was in a very calm state. His eyes landed on Su Lingling's figure. He originally thought that Su Lingling claiming herself as an 8-star chef was boasting, but he never expected that Su Lingling was actually being modest. Such culinary skills might even surpass those of a 9-star chef, and the effects like these are something a 9-star chef can't accomplish. Not only the village chief, but others also discovered the increase in their own energy. The lower the martial arts level, the more benefits they received. Originally, there were some individuals lingering at the heavenly human realm or the grandmaster level, and now all of them broke through. The boost from this cuisine is indeed massive. After having eaten and drunk enough, these people enthusiastically helped Su Lingling build a new stone house. Although there were extra empty houses available, these houses were leftovers after the original owners had died. Su Lingling was somewhat superstitious, mainly because she had an ominous feeling when she first arrived. Although the bad feeling disappeared after Su Lingling demonstrated her cooking skills, Su Lingling was still somewhat uneasy. Though simple, the stone house was fine. Su Lingling had beds, tents, camping gear in her spatial ring. To thank everyone, Su Lingling expressed that anyone who helped could enjoy dinner for free. She originally wanted to go hunt ferocious beasts herself, but these people were quite enthusiastic, insisting that they could handle it. Perhaps because the spicy small dragon shrimp Su Lingling made tasted particularly good. These people hadn't eaten enough yet, so by evening, all they could see were piles of high-level insect corpses. After all, no matter how delicious red braised meat is, eating it for too long can get a little greasy. Once again, Su Lingling cooked up a large pot of spicy crabs and insect, mixing the small dragon shrimp and crab insect together. There was also another type of octopus-like insect Su Lingling had not seen before. This one is perfect, purely meat, without any bones. You can't imagine how great the flavor is. It's like an upgraded version of squid. That night, everyone lit firewood, gathered around, and indulged in a feast. More importantly, Su Lingling discovered a plant similar to a potato here. Its size was more than a meter across. The taste is comparable to a potato, but this is a spirit plant. Regular potatoes cannot compare. Now, there's no lack of vegetables anymore. Just eating meat is unhealthy. Su Lingling changed into a clean set of clothes, enjoyed a nice shower, and then fell asleep in a soft bed. These past few days have been truly unbearable. Finally managing to escape life-threatening dangers, Su Lingling also managed to relax. Early the next morning, Su Lingling opened up a piece of farmland nearby and planted peppers. At the same time, Su Lingling also advertised that one could exchange items for boxed meals at her place and sell ferocious beasts to her for crystal coins. However, there wasn't a single person willing to exchange for crystal coins. Everyone preferred exchanging for boxed meals, choosing to eat an extra portion rather than accepting the crystal coins. Gradually, Su Lingling also integrated into this place. She counted. The gathering place had a total of 86 people, not many. Su Lingling prepares 2 meals every day. However, Su Lingling would process the excess meat into dried meat. Some people hunted too many ferocious beasts, and Su Lingling didn't have enough boxed meals, so she used dried meat as compensation. Moreover, Su Lingling also collected spirit plants. Those with insufficient cultivation could dig up spirit plants nearby. What Su Lingling couldn't figure out was that the village chief told her there hadn't been any outsiders here for thousands of years. But martial artists at the grandmaster level could live for at most 200 years, and this was only if they consumed some longevity-enhancing substances. And martial artists at the heavenly human realm could only live for 1,000 years. If it's really been thousands of years since anyone came here, how did these people manage to live so long? If not, then why did the village chief deceive her? Su Lingling didn't dare to ask too many questions. After all, she was just a newcomer. More importantly, curiosity killed the cat. Su Lingling's daily routine was mainly about searching for salt and plants that could be used to refine oil nearby. She had brought only a limited amount of seasonings. When Su Lingling explained to the village chief that her spatial ring wasn't big enough to store sufficient oil and seasonings, and that without them, she couldn't make delicious food, the result was surprising. She just described some seasonings to the village chief, and he managed to find everything in large quantities. Salt fruit. Though they hadn't found real salt, they discovered a type of white fruit that tasted similar to salt. Su Lingling called it salt fruit. Su Lingling also advised not to harm the tree so that they could harvest it cyclically. Then there were rape seeds. The village chief truly had great abilities. As soon as Su Lingling mentioned them, he found them. He warned Su Lingling that there were many powerful ferocious beasts nearby and told her not to wander off or leave the gathering place. For anything she lacked, he offered to help search for it. At first, Su Lingling wanted to familiarize herself with the terrain around, but the village chief dissuaded her several times. Su Lingling could only reason that they couldn't just eat meat, they needed vegetables too. Her main goal was to explore what kinds of vegetables could be made into delicacies so that everyone could enjoy a balanced diet, both nutritious and healthy. Under Su Lingling's strong request, The village chief assigned a young man to specifically protect Su Lingling. Every time Su Lingling went out, the young man was tasked with guarding her. Su Lingling couldn't refuse the village chief, who explained that the youth was a local familiar with the area, ensuring her safety and helping her avoid many dangers. Su Lingling, it's getting late. We should go back for dinner. Oh, Su Lingling didn't even know the young man's name. The village chief never introduced him. This young man was rather dull. Whenever Su Lingling spoke to him, he never responded and seemed very rigid. However, when it came to meals, he was extremely punctual, always reminding her on time. In addition, whenever they encountered places they shouldn't go, he would tell Su Lingling it was dangerous, pulling her back and preventing her from going further. Chapter 212. Isn't this acting a bit too good? Su Lingling had many questions in her mind, but she didn't ask, instead pretending as if she knew nothing. She'd explored this area thoroughly long ago. Clearly, this wasn't an ideal place for spiritual plants to grow. There weren't that many spiritual plants around here. However, the village chief had delivered all the spiritual plants Su Lingling needed, and they weren't low-grade either. They were all 9th-tier spiritual plants. This included the yin-yin fruits. Plants, like ferocious beasts, can advance in rank. There are 2nd-tier and 3rd-tier yin-yin fruits, and naturally, there are 9th-tier ones as well. Salt fruit also has an extremely high grade at 9th tier. Even the oil seeds are 9th tier. This is no ordinary level of wealth. After Su Lingling asked for them, everything was prepared on the same day. Another oddity, there are many ferocious beasts in the unmanned mountain, but very few at the martial god tier. The insect race doesn't even exist here. Yet these people kept providing Su Lingling with high-level insect creatures, all top-notch ingredients. Compared to eating braised pork, they preferred to eat the insect race. To cross the unmanned mountain isn't easy. How did they avoid the black rain and make a round trip on the same day? Most importantly, Su Lingling checked her system. Every day, she only received one positive review. The system actually displays the source, showing one positive review obtained by Long Fan, one positive review obtained by Xiao Pang. The system shows the sources. Su Lingling can check these records through the system to determine how some of her past friends are doing. At least Xiao Pang and Yu are still alive. Being alive is the only way to earn a positive review. But there was no record of positive reviews from Ling Xiaoxiao. Even after flipping through several pages, Su Lingling couldn't find any. Ling Xiaoxiao's past culinary creations, which could have garnered positive reviews for Su Lingling, never did. Under normal circumstances, Su Lingling would block out these messages. However, during her idle time, she occasionally flipped through them. After all, without signal here, she couldn't read novels or scroll through short videos. Every day, besides cultivation, she cooked meals. The main reason Su Lingling remained cheerful every day was because the village chief provided her with such high-tier spiritual plants. Su Lingling secretly kept a portion as her compensation. But these meals, Su Lingling didn't charge for them and opted to cook them directly for the village chief since their value was too high. Su Lingling didn't have enough crystal coins. However, the village chief was incredibly generous, freely offering the food to the villagers. It seemed like this place was filled with harmony and mutual affection. But why, among the 86 people here, was there only one positive review? Did 85 of them think her meals tasted bad? Yet Su Lingling had clearly observed their expressions, and they didn't seem fake. Everyone clearly thought her meals were delicious and ate heartily. Isn't this acting a bit too good? Su Lingling thus deliberately asked while making sour spicy shredded potatoes to those who came for food. How does this new dish of mine, shredded potatoes, taste? Delicious. This grass root is called shredded potatoes. I've eaten it before, but I didn't expect it to be so delicious. I love eating these shredded potatoes. They're light and refreshing, with a hint of sour spiciness. I think this dish tastes even better than meat. Meat gets tiring after a while, but paired with this, it's incredibly tasty. It's the best thing I've ever eaten in my life. Nah, you previously said braised pork was the best thing you'd ever eaten. Everyone lavished praise on Su Lingling's culinary artistry. Yet when Su Lingling checked her system again, she hadn't received a single positive review. Only after the last person consumed Su Lingling's delicacies did she receive a positive review. Su Lingling initially thought that person gave her the review. But the next day, observing that person consume her dishes, she still didn't get a positive review. It was only after the last person finished eating her meal that she received a positive review. Despite her confusion, life must go on. Perhaps due to the oppressive nature of Garbage Star, not a single person here wanted to leave Unmanned Mountain. Here, it was peaceful and harmonious. Su Lingling began to entertain the thought that staying here might not be so bad. After all, eating delicious food daily, cultivating well, such days of peace were quite pleasant. Su Lingling could also feel her cultivation gradually improving. No other reason, just eating too well. This place appeared to be a decent utopia, until Lin Yu and Lin Yun arrived. Lin Yu's cultivation was higher than her younger sister Lin Yun, but even after breaking through recently, she had only reached the master level. Such a level of cultivation was insufficient to brave the black rain and come all the way to Unmanned Mountain. Both Lin Yu and Lin Yun were covered in wounds, yet upon seeing Su Lingling, their eyes sparkled with an intense gleam. Lin Yu could no longer hold on and fainted outright. Lin Yun, however, pleaded with Su Lingling. "Miss Su, please, save us." Su Lingling hadn't expected to run into acquaintances here. Back when they frequented the black market, Lin Yu and Lin Yun ate at Su Lingling's place almost every day. Hence, Su Lingling remembered them and would occasionally chat with the two sisters. Having some healing medicines with her, Su Lingling immediately took Lin Yu and Lin Yun back to her room. After examining their injuries, Su Lingling realized that these were internal injuries, not just surface wounds, and more critically, she lacked medical skills. Furthermore, Lin Yu was so badly hurt that she passed out. You're both gravely injured. Although I've applied medicine for you, it might not be enough to cure your wounds. You should rest here while I go ask the village chief if he can find any medicine to treat internal injuries for you. But Lin Yu abruptly grabbed Su Lingling and begged her. Miss Su, don't leave. If you leave, we sisters will surely die. What exactly is going on? Lin Yu was about to speak when her expression suddenly changed, and she became too frightened to say anything. No matter how Su Lingling questioned her, Lin Yu remained silent. However, whenever Su Lingling attempted to leave, Lin Yu clung tightly to her, refusing to let go. This behavior made it clear to Su Lingling that someone or something was listening. She chose not to say another word. There was definitely something off about this settlement. Su Lingling had been aware of this all along, yet she tried not to dwell on it. Her sole value here lay in her culinary skills. If the goodwill of the people here toward her diminished, the mystical power of her cooking might also disappear. And without being useful, Su Lingling wasn't sure whether these people would still treat her as kindly as before. Chapter 213, Meeting an Old Acquaintance. Lin Yu never thought she would encounter Su Lingling again. If they hadn't met Su Lingling, she and her younger sister would have surely died. Lin Yu, why are you and your younger sister here? Your sister's cultivation level isn't even enough to meet the recruitment conditions. Sending someone like this to the suicide squad is just asking for trouble. Lin Yu hadn't even reached the innate realm of cultivation. With such weak abilities, there was no way they should have been recruited. Su Lingling was perplexed as she asked Lin Yu. In response to Su Lingling's inquiry, Lin Yu only gave a faint smile. She told Su Lingling, to be here is completely by accident. Lin Yu dared not reveal the truth because she knew that if Su Lingling found out, not only would she die, but Su Lingling would too. People always yearn to cling to life. Even in desperate situations, few choose to end their lives voluntarily, especially those struggling in the slums. Su Lingling didn't press further. She lay on the wooden bed, which was somewhat hard. This was because she had given her only good bed to Lin Yu and her sister. The two sisters were severely injured, so all Su Lingling could do was inject a trace of Qingmu power into their bodies, slowly healing their wounds. Lin Yu didn't elaborate, and Su Lingling didn't ask more. Su Lingling originally thought that since she didn't inquire about the gathering place, but merely asked how Lin Yu arrived, Lin Yu would be vague. If there was something to say, it would have already been said. It was a sleepless night. Lin Yu was filled with anxiety. Lin Yun fell into unconsciousness due to her severe injuries, but surprisingly, slept very well. The next day, when the sunlight came through, Lin Yu opened her eyes. She did not see Su Lingling at first, and her heart sank until she saw her sister beside her, breathing evenly. This reassured Lin Yu. She wasn't sure how long she could live, but she wanted to survive. From outside, the aroma of food floated over. Lin Yu got up and walked out, just as Su Lingling finished cooking. Seeing Lin Yu, Su Lingling grabbed a leaf randomly, scooped a spoonful of shredded potatoes, added 2 slices of meat, and handed it to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, you're awake, aren't you? You must be starving. Eat something. It will help your body recover quickly. These shredded potatoes were only 3-star spiritual plants, so Lin Yu could eat freely. But the meat, being too high grade and considering Lin Yu's serious condition, Su Lingling gave her only 2 slices. As Lin Yu stared at the delicious meal before her, her fears diminished somewhat. Her stomach was empty, and she wanted to accept the dish from Su Lingling. Then she noticed everyone getting food suddenly turned their heads at the same time, looking directly at her. Their hollow eyes brimmed with endless hatred. This sight terrified Lin Yu deeply. It contrasted starkly with Su Lingling's smile. Su Lingling immediately grasped Lin Yu's hand, pressing the food firmly into it. She told her, you shouldn't waste this. Eat more. I'll give you this for free this time, but later, you'll need to help me grow wheat in exchange for food. The moment Su Lingling turned around, those people instantly resumed their original behavior, smiling warmly as they ate their meals while casually praising Su Lingling's cuisine. Lin Yu forced herself to calm down. Only after tasting the shredded potatoes did she relax somewhat and suppress the fear in her heart. She realized she had to stay close to Su Lingling if she wanted to survive. The only person she could trust was Su Lingling. Unfortunately, Su Lingling was just a cook with average combat strength. But fortunately, Su Lingling was a top chef. That's why she managed to survive here. Even the terrifying demons enjoyed Su Lingling's delicacies. But making such delicious food required a pure soul. Thus, Su Lingling couldn't learn the truth. Once she did, her mentality might become damaged, rendering her unable to make such appetizing food. And without her utility, Su Lingling might face the same fate as Lin Yu. Inside Nobody Mountain, Zhang Shun gathered intelligence. All members of the last batch of the Suicide Corps perished, yet he believed Su Lingling had survived. If anyone could endure in the Suicide Corps, the only survival opportunity lay in Nobody Mountain. So, Zhang Shun unhesitatingly entered the mountainous region searching for Su Lingling. Chu Tianba had no other choice. If he didn't follow Zhang Shun, his death would be even more brutal. Moreover, to restore his powers, he needed Su Lingling's culinary skills to heal his wounds. Chu Tianba's main injury was in his soul, while the physical wounds were trivial. After all, with such advanced cloning technology, they could simply clone him a new body. Such injuries could only be healed by Su Lingling's delicious food. Thus, finding Su Lingling was also crucial for him. If something happened to Su Lingling, it would be difficult for him to fully recover. His so-called elder brother would never let him go. Surely, his elder brother had long known that the black hole led to Junk Star and intended for him to die there. In this way, no matter how the astrologers calculated, they couldn't blame his brother. This was truly cautious. According to you, if the No Man Mountain cannot grow any grass, How can it sustain so many fierce beasts? What do these creatures feed on? Chu Tianba asked Zhangshun. I'm not quite sure either. All I know is that this is No Man Mountain, a forbidden land. Let's check around first to see if anyone has lived here, Zhangshun replied. As the two walked around observing the surroundings, the more they ventured forward, the more terrified they became. The areas around them were encircled by blood-red stone walls. Those blood-red walls appeared as if flowing with fresh blood, giving off an overwhelmingly fearful sensation. Moreover, those stone walls kept wriggling as if alive, which evoked unspeakable terror. Zhangshun, why don't we change direction? I feel chilly on my back, like someone is staring at me from head to toe. Chu Tianba said, somewhat afraid. Chu Tianba, so this is the extent of your courage. Zhangshun sneered and continued speaking to Chu Tianba. We must get through this area. There's no sign of people here, so Lingling surely wouldn't be around. Deep inside No Man Mountain, lush forests may provide clues about Lingling. Faced with Zhangshun's mockery, Chu Tianba said to him, I'm not scared, I just want to remind you to be careful. Haven't you heard the legends of this junk star, especially this No Man Mountain? It's full of all kinds of monsters. Chapter 214, Encounter. Monster, what's there to fear about monsters? Haven't I killed enough of them already? Zhangshun didn't hesitate. He showed no fear at all and strode confidently forward. Chu Tianda's injuries were too severe for him to use his full strength. He could only closely follow behind Zhangshun. Fortunately, as they walked on this path, no danger occurred. This gave Chu Tianda a moment to breathe. The surrounding land was no longer barren but sparsely covered with some grass. There was also a forest ahead. Just as Chu Tianda and Zhangshun entered the woods, a terrifying black monster appeared in front of Zhangshun. It was a huge man-shaped creature, completely black, with two massive mouths, resembling a demon. It opened its mouth and sprayed countless black flames, enveloping Zhangshun. Zhangshun quickly dodged, but the flames seemed alive, relentlessly pursuing him. At this moment, instead of retreating further, Zhangshun drew his sword. Its blade glimmered like a rainbow, slashing towards the beast lurking in the darkness. The terrifying dark beast seemed disinterested in Zhangshun's attack, and simply opened its massive mouth, swallowing the blade whole. Roar! Afterwards, the beast emitted a thunderous roar. It pounced fiercely toward Chu Tianda, who was the weaker opponent. Chu Tianda instinctively dodged. However, the beast appeared able to predict Chu Tianda's movements mid-air, making an unusual maneuver. Boom! Chu Tianda's body flew backward as if struck by a heavy hammer, landing hard against a wall, shattering the solid stone. Cough! Blood flowed from the corner of Chu Tianda's mouth. With great difficulty, Chu Tianda rose, raising his eyes to gaze at the monstrous beast before him. An involuntary shiver ran through his spine. This beast was incredibly powerful. It had sent him flying dozens of meters away with a single strike. If he had reacted any slower, he might have been torn apart by the beast. Meanwhile, Zhangshun became entangled with another monster that suddenly appeared. This monster resembled a tiger exactly, but stood a staggering 5 to 6 meters tall. It extended its arms, blocking Zhangshun's retreat. Zhangshun wielded a short blade, engaging the tiger-like creature in a fierce struggle. The tiger was a mutated beast, possessing astonishing strength with every punch exuding chaotic power. Despite seeing Chu Tianda critically injured, Zhangshun still felt he needed to conceal his true abilities. He sensed that if he revealed his full potential, it would hinder his journey deep into the unpeopled mountain where Su Lingling awaited him. Upon entering the unpeopled mountain, he could feel something profound watching him from the depths. Hence, he refrained from exposing his entire combat prowess. Glancing at Chu Tianda, he realized he couldn't stand by much longer. Chu Tianda wouldn't last under the relentless assault. So Zhangshun chose to charge forward, giving Chu Tianda some respite. Roar! The beast roared, striking down hard with one claw aimed directly at Zhangshun's head. Zhangshun gritted his teeth as his long sword sliced through the air. The blade collided against the beast's claw. Surprisingly resilient and impenetrable, the claw resisted Zhangshun's attack. Then another dark monster charged Zhangshun, launching fireballs aimed at his neck. With a swift 180-degree backbend, Zhangshun narrowly avoided the blow, yet the monster's tail flung him several meters away. While hurtling through the air, Zhangshun spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt as though his internal organs had shifted positions. Boom! Landing heavily on the ground, Zhangshun executed a quick rebound, wiping the blood off his mouth as he tightened his grip on the sword once again. Kill it! Chu Tianda rushed in as well. Even though the beast was formidable, Chu Tianda believed that together with Zhangshun, they could eliminate it. Kill! Zhangshun roared with fury, emitting an awe-inspiring aura as he surged forward again. The beast, enraged, found itself astonished by Zhangshun's unexpected prowess. Not only was he incredibly strong, but Zhangshun's swordsmanship was unmatched. As Zhangshun swung his long sword, continuously hacking at the beast's bodies intending to cut one into pieces, an astonishing occurrence took place. The two beasts fused into one. Watching nearby, Chu Tianda was stunned. He hadn't expected the defense of the newly merged beast to be so formidable. He also understood that at this point, Zhangshun couldn't defeat the creature thoroughly. The current size of the beast was just too enormous. Despite Zhangshun's potent strikes, they weren't sufficient to gravely injure the creature. At this moment, Zhangshun suddenly saw Chu Tianda rushing forward. What are you doing? Zhangshun shouted, trying to warn Chu Tianda to be more careful. Unfortunately, Chu Tianda had already rushed ahead. At that moment, he employed a secret technique, and his body was entirely enveloped in black mist. His body also grew larger. Zhangshun knew. Chu Tianda, as the second prince of the Dark Star, indeed possessed some powerful hidden skills. Zhang Shun had saved Chu Tianda with the hope that Chu Tianda could help out when necessary. Chu Tianda's strength became at least twice as formidable as before. Clutching a black spear, Chu Tianda lunged toward the monster's forehead. The creature's defense was truly astonishing as it simply swatted away Chu Tianda's spear with a single claw. Snap! The black spear shattered instantly. Though Chu Tianda's attack looked terrifying, it was ultimately ineffective like a stuffed pillow. Still, it wasn't completely fruitless. Predicting the outcome of his move, Chu Tianda swiftly launched concealed weapons toward the monster's chest. The beast's breastbone immediately caved in, and a stream of fresh blood spurted from its chest. It let out a painful shriek. Kill! Zhang Shun realized this was a good opportunity and immediately charged toward the monster. Boom! Zhang Shun's long knife slashed toward the monster's abdomen. But at that moment, the beast leapt up, fiercely slapping toward Chu Tianda with one claw. It remembered the man who had gravely wounded it. Chu Tianda was very fast. As the beast's claw came down, he rolled to avoid it. However, his speed was still half a beat too slow, and his cheek was struck by the monster's fireball. Spit! A spray of blood erupted as the fireball scorched Chu Tianda's skin, causing droplets of blood to fall. This monster was even more powerful than the previous one. Ah! Chu Tianda let out an agonized cry as excruciating pain surged through him. Clutching his wound, he hastily retreated. Zhang Shun quickly went over. Looking at the bloodstain on Chu Tianda's face and then at the beast, he understood that the creature's scales provided extremely strong defense. Ordinary attacks couldn't harm it unless they targeted its weak point. Now, Zhang Shun had found it. With a roar, Zhang Shun plunged his sword into the throat of the beast. Boom! The monster emitted a mournful howl as its entire massive body collapsed. The corpse of the monster transformed into light and disappeared. Chu Tianda's eyes nearly bulged out. He didn't expect that, at this critical moment, the monster would be so easily killed by Zhang Shun. The corpse of the monster turned into a black pearl and fell to the ground. Zhang Shun picked up the black bead, glancing at it with regret, wishing there was a carcass left behind. Such a huge beast surely would provide much food, but alas, there was no meat, which was too bad. Lin Yu and Lin Yun were washing giant potatoes. Although the two sisters' bodies hadn't fully recovered, neither wanted to idle around, and both wished to help Su Lingling. Su Lingling did not stop them. Taking a potato, Su Lingling peeled it effortlessly and started slicing thin strips. Her cutting was steady yet rhythmic, somewhat like an inspiring march, and within a few minutes, the enormous potato was sliced into uniformly thin strips. She then placed them in a water basin for soaking. She heated the pot, waited until it reached the right temperature, poured oil in, and added chopped scallions and ginger when the oil was almost at its boiling point. As soon as the aroma of the scallions and ginger rose, she tossed in the chili threads and fished several portions of potato strips from the water basin, gently placing them into the pan. The aroma of the potato strips gradually wafted through the air. Other people nearby began gathering closer. Holding leaves in their hands, they waited for Su Lingling to finish cooking, ready to collect their share. Zhang Shun and Chu Tianda, at this time, step by step entered deeper into the unpeopled mountain. Damn, how did someone else come in? Didn't anyone stop them? It's mealtime. Eating is important. I sent my third brother to stop them. We can always block them after we eat. There's still time. Why don't you go first while we eat? That person stopped talking because he also wanted to eat and didn't want to go. He found the food too delicious. They've come in. What should we do? How is this possible? How did they enter so quickly? I have no idea. I clearly saw that they were severely injured, but they managed to walk so quickly. Should we just deal with them now? Are you crazy? If you make a move in front of the little chef, what if the little chef gets scared and can no longer cook such delicious and tasty meals? What then? But they look like people who won't be easily messed with. They might discover our secrets. Those two women are already affecting the chef's mood. The food now doesn't smell as fragrant as before, carrying a hint of fear, but I still enjoy eating it. If these two guys come in and the chef's skills drop again, what will we do? Let's eat first. I'm hungry. If we don't hurry, those people will snatch all the dishes. I also want to eat. What if the little chef can't make such delicious food anymore? Let's eat first, and after eating, we'll think about a strategy. The damn thing actually dared to grab the food from my bowl. Zhang Shun, smell this aroma. Could this be Lingling's cooking? Let's quicken our pace and get there. Good. When Zhang Shun and Chu Tianda arrived, they saw a crowd fighting over Su Lingling's food. And Su Lingling was busy cooking at the side. Lingling. Su Lingling heard the familiar voice and looked up with joy. It was Zhang Shun and Chu Tianda. Zhang Shun, how did you come here? I came for you. Okay, let me finish this dish first. Su Lingling took out 2 bowls and set aside 2 portions of food to give to Chu Tianda and Zhang Shun. Chu Tianda, upon tasting the familiar food again, almost felt tears welling up in his eyes. Because the grade of the fierce beast was very high. The energy contained within was strong, and he suddenly felt that all the injuries he sustained were worth it. If he could eat such good food every day, he believed he could recover from his injuries within a month, or even improve further. After eating a few bites, Chu Tianda realized it was gone too quickly. It was simply too delicious. He glanced at Zhang Shun's bowl. Zhang Shun had eaten everything clean. Looking at the people gathered there, each cautiously holding their own tree leaves filled with food, they were enjoying it while being wary of others around them, fearing someone would steal their meal. At this moment, Su Lingling had finished cleaning up and came over to Zhang Shun, asking, "How did you guys come here? How did you know I was here?" "We also joined the Daredevil team. Last time, not a single person survived. I thought that if anyone could survive on the battlefield of Garbage Star, it would probably only be here in Unpeopled Mountain. So, we came here by chance, and didn't expect you to really be here. I'm lucky. I didn't expect that inside this unpeopled mountain, there were actually people living here. Because there were so many people around, Su Lingling did not mention anything to Zhang Shun regarding the situation of the settlement in Unpeopled Mountain. Su Lingling planned to tell Zhang Shun when there were fewer people, perhaps when she took him to plant vegetables in the fields. Su Lingling planted very seriously, having cultivated several acres of barren land. She had planted it all with 9th-rank green wheat, precisely the system-rewarded cultivation technique. Su Lingling applied her knowledge skillfully. She didn't plan on taking the green wheat she grew with her. Her reasons for planting it were twofold. One was to test her planting technique, and the other was to reassure the people in the settlement, showing that she didn't have plans to leave, expressing her intention to stay by growing the green wheat well, which served as evidence. In the afternoon, Su Lingling brought Zhang Shun to plant the green wheat. Chu Tianda was severely injured, yet he insisted on participating in planting the green wheat as well. Similarly wounded, Lin Yun and Lin Yu wanted to join in too. Lin Yu had a feeling. The gathering thing seemed unable to hold back any longer. If she left Su Lingling, she was certain she would die. So despite her injury, she dragged Lin Yun along to help Su Lingling plant the green wheat. Although Chu Tianda appeared arrogant, he knew when to yield. As the second prince of Dark Star, he knew far more secrets than ordinary people. This Garbage Star was not simple. This unpeopled mountain was truly uninhabited. No one survived here. There was something off about this settlement. If he were alone, he'd definitely run into trouble. Chapter 215. The Martial God is not the end, just the beginning. Though it had only been a few days, the wheat that Su Lingling had planted had already grown quite tall, reaching up to her knees. The vibrant green expanse of crops looked full of vitality. During these days, Su Lingling had continuously been applying some plant fertilizer. Wheat was easier to grow than rice. It didn't need as much water, and its growing conditions were not as delicate, even for the 9th-rank blue wheat. However, if you wanted it to mature quickly, it would require providing yuan qi. The village chief gave Su Lingling a batch of energy minerals, and every time she absorbed the power from these minerals to provide for the growth of the blue wheat. Thanks to Su Lingling's efforts, this blue wheat was growing splendidly. Without the planting technique from the system, it would be hard to determine how much energy should be transmitted to the wheat each time. Too much, and the wheat might easily die. Too little, and its growth would slow significantly. Also, there was the question of what type of fertilizer to use. The best fertilizer was farmyard manure. This type of fertilizer had a certain smell. Chu Tianba found it distasteful, so he just stayed on the side watering the plants. However, Lin Yun and Lin Yu, the two women, were completely unpretentious and did not show any aversion. They worked very diligently. Su Lingling stood amidst the wheat with Zhang Shun by her side. Su Lingling looked around. The surroundings were spacious. Desolate and uninhabited, Su Lingling said to Zhang Shun, "This gathering place is strange. Lin Yun and Lin Yu's cultivation is too weak. They definitely did not enter through the death squad, not just because of the eerie black rain, but also the ferocious beasts. There must be a way here leading to the outer urban areas." Thinking back to such battlefields, Su Lingling still felt shaken. As for the people here, Su Lingling did not say anything wrong with them, because Su Lingling believed Zhang Shun could see it too. After all, Su Lingling sensed something off about Lin Yun and Lin Yu. Although the two had always hesitated to tell Su Lingling the truth they knew, their attempts at acting normal were quite obvious, allowing Su Lingling to notice. I'll certainly ask them about the route when I have some free time. We can then see whether we can leave through this method or directly escape from here. The Garbage Star is bound to face chaos soon. This Star Lord has lived for 8,000 years, his cultivation unable to break through further, his lifespan nearing its end. Driven mad to survive, things are going to get dangerous here, Zhang Shun explained beside Su Lingling. 8,000 years, it was a truly distant span of time. A length Su Lingling couldn't begin to imagine. She heard that this Star Lord was a martial god. Living for 8,000 years indeed transcended the realm of ordinary mortals. No wonder one dared to call oneself a god. Su Lingling knew very little about the martial god realm, envying Zhang Shun as she asked, 8,000 years, could I live that long if I ever break through to martial god? After all, the concept ingrained in Su Lingling's mind was that common people only lived 70 or 80 years, old age starting at 60, teeth gradually falling out. Even living to over 100 wasn't pleasant. Without teeth, eating wouldn't taste good, and legs would become stiff. But warriors were different. When warriors reached their elder years, their blood energy would start to decline. If one reached the Heavenman realm and merged with heaven, then although maintaining youthful looks might not be possible, one wouldn't lose all teeth nor experience immobility in legs, at least retaining the body of middle age. Still, Heavenman realm warriors could only live 300 years. Beyond that lay the martial god realm. To Su Lingling, it didn't seem extraordinarily far away. You, after breaking through to the martial god realm, will likely only live 1,500 years. A regular martial god's lifespan doesn't exceed 1,000 years. To live 8,000 years, special methods must be used. Zhang Shun emphasized the last four words slightly. Su Lingling immediately understood his implied meaning. Su Lingling recalled a wealthy person from the world she previously lived in who had extended his life by receiving 6 heart transplants. In the interstellar world, these techniques had undoubtedly advanced considerably, especially for martial gods. Although Su Lingling hadn't yet reached the martial god level, upon achieving the Heavenman realm, She could distinctly feel the difference between that stage and the Grandmaster level. This sensation was particularly clear. Su Lingling could sense the existence of her soul. She could even control her own consciousness. This was all thanks to encountering Jin Zijuan on the garbage star. Once the original owner's obsession was released, Su Lingling could perfectly merge with this body. To wander freely for 1,000 years isn't bad either, Su Lingling told Zhang Shen. After all, compared to Su Lingling's previous life, this duration was incredibly long. What was the essence of life? Su Lingling needed sufficient time to explore it. 1,000 years is more than enough. One must learn to be content. As for the Star Lord of the Garbage Star, he had lived 8,000 years, which suggested that extreme methods were used. Hearing this, Zhang Shen smiled and said to Su Lingling, "The path of martial arts has no end. Many years ago, humans thought the ultimate goal in martial arts was to become a grandmaster. But then prodigies kept emerging. Some broke through to the Heaven Man realm, thinking it was the limit. However, they found others had broken through to the martial god realm. Being a martial god isn't the end, it's just the beginning. And our future is still long and winding. We have only walked less than 1/10 of the journey. Let's spend most of our time exploring higher realms in martial arts." Hearing this, Su Lingling looked forward to the future with longing. The peak of martial arts. Since childhood, Su Lingling had dreamt of wandering far and wide with the sword. In terms of martial arts, Su Lingling had taken shortcuts. She hadn't carefully understood the way of martial arts at all. She was in a stage of ignorance. But among the 3,000 ways, different paths lead to the same destination. Su Lingling's expertise in cooking was also a form of Tao. Su Lingling continued to transmit yuan qi to the green wheat. The green wheat had already bloomed now. In a few days, there would be wheat. The land here was surprisingly fertile, partly because of the land itself. The green wheat grew so well. This was what puzzled Su Lingling. With such good soil, why were there so few spiritual plants? It was very abnormal. Su Lingling said to Chu Tianba, "Let's go back and prepare dinner. We're not waiting for Zhang Shen." "Not waiting. I'll leave a portion for him. Tonight's dinner is quite sumptuous and will take some time to prepare." Su Lingling said this deliberately to give Zhang Shen time to be alone with Lin Yu and her sister. Lin Yu had definitely come to this uninhabited mountain depth by other means. They must know something. If we could find a passage to leave, it wouldn't matter whether we took Zhang Shen's homemade spaceship or not. Zhang Shen's efforts these days weren't wasted. He'd already built a spaceship. This was why Zhang Shen had the confidence to look for Su Lingling. He wanted to take Su Lingling away from here. But in this area, there were too many flying machines, making the spaceship easy to destroy. Flying from another place would be much safer. Chu Tianba didn't ask further questions, but chose to follow obediently behind Su Lingling back to the gathering place. Unbeknownst to Lin Yu, she was still seriously planting the green wheat. Zhang Shen came to Lin Yu's side and asked, "Where's the transmission point? Lingling can't protect these people forever. There are things you should know. The Star Lord of the Garbage Star doesn't have much longer to live. This desolate mountain is merely a place to help collect his vitality and life force. No one can survive here. Beneath this ground lie countless trapped souls. I've sent Lingling away. You don't have any choice. Lingling's delicious food cannot prolong the life of the Star Lord of the Garbage Star. Sooner or later, all this chaos will break out. Staying here will result in everyone dying." Lin Yu felt cold all over. She said she suddenly felt something amiss, sensing that chilling murderous aura. It seemed that Su Lingling leaving had removed the constraint on these forces, so they were now ready to act. Lin Yu quickly ran to Lin Yun's side and breathed a sigh of relief seeing her intact. How old the Star Lord of the Garbage Star was, Lin Yu didn't know. She also didn't know who the Star Lord was. But regarding the desolate mountain, she vaguely guessed it might have something to do with the Star Lord. Now, time was pressing. Lin Yu had a premonition that the opposing party might strike at any moment. Lin Yu didn't want to uncover the truth. She only hoped her younger sister could continue to live. Lin Yu told Zhang Shen, "If there's danger, please take my sister Lin Yun and get her out of here. I only wish for her survival. Please take her off the Garbage Star and start a new life." Alright, even if Lin Yun was slow-witted, at this moment, she realized her older sister was entrusting her care to someone else. Crying out, Lin Yun shouted towards Lin Yu, "Sister, we must survive together. If I have to choose, I hope it's you who survives." Lin Yun wanted to say more, but Lin Yu immediately knocked her unconscious. Lin Yun's cultivation was too weak. Being awake or asleep made little difference. Moreover, with time pressing and no room for deliberation between their survival, if delayed further, both could perish. Lin Yu handed Lin Yun over to Zhang Shen and said, "Zhang Shen, we were directly captured from the outer city into this uninhabited mountain. They said that my sister and I together could barely match half of an extremine body. My cultivation level is a bit higher, and with the delicious food from Ms. Su, my resistance is slightly stronger than they imagined. That's why I was able to escape with my younger sister. We escaped from a stone house, probably one of the stone houses in the village, but I can't recall exactly which one. In these past few days, I have barely managed to survive thanks to Ms. Su's care. However, that mental attack never ceased targeting me and my sister. Because of this, my memory has become somewhat disordered. I don't know if they hypnotized me at any critical moments. I had originally forgotten where that stone house was, but now some details suddenly came back to me. I'm worried that this might be them intentionally misleading me. I feel it shouldn't be the stone house from which my sister and I escaped." Lin Yu was about to continue, but at that moment, endless black fog surrounded them. Zhang Shen looked around at the sudden black mist and realized that the gathered people were attacking. With one hand holding Lin Yun, he shouted loudly to Lin Yu, "Run fast. We can't stay here anymore. This is the martial god's domain." Lin Yu also heard the commotion. She didn't expect such an event to occur at this time. The martial god's domain forms its own realm. The outside world cannot approach. Once you step into this range, you will be devoured by the martial god's domain. Anything that happens inside this domain is invisible to those on the outside. This time, their opponents truly wanted to kill them. This was the perfect place for murder. Lin Yu stared at the surrounding black mist and was startled. Were these people really coming after her and Lin Yun? Zhang Shun drew his tang knife and stepped forward steadily. His feet pressed firmly on the ground as his eyes locked onto the people around him. A powerful killing intent radiated from him. An overwhelming aura erupted from Zhang Shun. There was no longer any point hiding his strength. He had to break through this domain. You're wasting your effort. This is the martial god's domain. You have no chance to escape. Both of you must die today. A voice echoed out of the darkness, making Zhang Shun's heart colder still. He placed Lin Yun on his back, his eyes fixed on the black mist, and his long knife slashed through the air with a force that seemed to split the heavens. Boom! A thunderous roar sounded as Zhang Shun's blade cut straight towards the range encased in the black mist. Unfortunately, this blow had no effect. The black mist was as strong as copper walls and iron gates. Not even the slightest ripple formed under the force of the blade. Zhang Shun's expression became grim after this failed attempt. Was this the power of a martial god? Truly remarkable. But Zhang Shun did not give up. One blow followed another, each carrying sharp momentum, continuously striking the black mist. Yet the black mist stood firm like steel-reinforced concrete. No matter how hard Zhang Shun struck, it remained undamaged. At this point, the black mist, sensing its challenge, began to slowly gather together. Zhang Shun was alarmed and quickly retreated several steps. The moment his body left the ground, the surrounding black mist coiled around him like tentacles. The black tentacles, as if possessing sentience, attacked Zhang Shun. His blade swung down onto one of the black tentacles, trying to resist. Lin Yu wasn't able to avoid the black tentacles, nor did she have the strength to fight against them. She was hit by the tendrils. Her body struggled fiercely, trying to break free from the black mist, but it proved futile. The black mist tightened its grip, even beginning to seep into Lin Yu's bone marrow. Her clothes instantly rotted away, exposing her pale white skin. She continued to vomit blood while feeling intense coldness throughout her body. The black mist had already spread up to Lin Yu's neck, and the black tentacles kept climbing upwards, attempting to seize control of her entire neck. Lin Yu felt herself choking as the black mist slowly eroded her body. Chapter 216, Martial God Realm. Lin Yu noticed that Zhang Shun seemed to be about to turn back to save her. Lin Yu hastily called out to Zhang Shun, "Don't save me. Take my sister and leave." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shun felt a moment of deep emotion in his heart. But at this moment, he could only protect Lin Yun first. In order to leave here, one had to break through the martial god's domain. And to break through the martial god's domain, one had to ascend to the martial god level. When Zhang Shun was on Garbage Star, he was only a step away from reaching the martial god level. Now, Zhang Shun decided to make a breakthrough into the martial god realm. He was determined to take Su Lingling away from here. With this thought, Zhang Shun decided to break through right here. He put Lin Yun down and hid her in the muddy ground. Then he drew his tang knife and rushed toward the black mist of the martial god's domain. The reason Zhang Shun did this was to make the opponent think he didn't care about Lin Yun, as Lin Yu was already dead. After all, in battles between strong individuals, no one would care about an ant. A terrifying momentum surged out of Zhang Shun like a breached dike, causing the earth to tremble and even distorting the surrounding space slightly. At the same time, Zhang Shun's body emitted waves of intense blue light, along with streaks of extremely profound dark light. The continuously emanating light and dark light flowed around him like black and white fish swimming freely in the air. This was the Tai Chi 8 trigrams palm taught by Su Lingling. Though it was taught by Su Lingling, Zhang Shun had comprehended its mysteries earlier than she. Understanding the essence of Tai Chi, he was about to break through and become a martial god. The black chi around him retreated in fear of Zhang Shun's power, unable to approach him any longer, retreating gradually. This was an instinctive fear. It's impossible. Someone is actually breaking through to the martial god realm? This can't be. An extremely angry voice echoed through the air. After many years, someone had finally broken through on Garbage Star, this barren planet. Garbage Star could only have one martial god. It had plotted for 8,000 years, almost 10,000 years, before it bore fruit, which couldn't be stolen by someone else. It wouldn't allow Zhang Shun to break through. The black mist surrounding Zhang Shun began to boil, with great hostility, surging toward him. It intended to kill Zhang Shun at all costs to prevent his breakthrough. The black and white chi swirling around Zhang Shun formed a huge Tai Chi pattern. The black and white chi circulated within Zhang Shun's body, forming a cycle, and the surging black chi was actually held back. This made the existence within the black mist nearly go mad, making the black mist churn even more fiercely. The light on Zhang Shun's body became even brighter. He sensed the dark aura around him. It was a terrifying and suffocating force. This darkness seemed capable of swallowing everything, even destroying the world. This was an extremely alarming signal of danger. Zhang Shun's heartbeat accelerated dramatically. He knew he must break through quickly. His physical body had reached its limit, only needing the final push. If he didn't break through, there was a good chance he'd be left permanently disabled. Zhang Shun understood how crucial this advancement was for him. His expression grew solemn. The Tai Chi pattern around Zhang Shun stabilized, and bits of the dark aura were continuously absorbed. These dark elements seemed alive, creating tiny vortices as they followed the movements of the Tai Chi pattern. Once these dark vortexes formed, it would signify Zhang Shun's breakthrough. A painful roar reverberated as the originally misty black vapor suddenly transformed into countless black dots, gathering wildly towards Zhang Shun. A small black dot danced in the air for a moment and then vanished. These black dots were the dark essences drawn in by the Tai Chi pattern. The Tai Chi pattern around Zhang Shun became increasingly radiant, intertwining with the black and white Qi like a spirited whirlwind, ravaging everything around. A black point was enveloped by the intertwining black and white Qi, slowly rotating. The Tai Chi pattern around Zhang Shun had turned blood red, engulfing him entirely in its blood-red glow. The presence within the black fog could no longer contain itself. It decided to personally intervene and kill Zhang Shun. The black fog fluctuated violently, emitting an extreme concentration of dark energy. Countless black tentacles, resembling giant black snakes, charged towards Zhang Shun. Feeling the immense power of that dark aura, Zhang Shun sensed the threat of death. At this moment, there was no retreat for him. He had to withstand this attack and must not falter if he was going to break through. At this very moment, Zhang Shun's body erupted with blinding black and white lights, the Tai Chi pattern. The Tai Chi pattern enveloped Zhang Shun, and a circle of black light spread around him. Everything around Zhang Shun was protected by this Tai Chi pattern. The dark tentacles struck hard against the Tai Chi pattern, yet it remained undamaged, only slightly trembling. Boom boom boom. Continuous collision sounds echoed without interruption. This time, the dark tentacles failed to break through the defense of the Tai Chi pattern and were instead injured by the black and white Qi surrounding Zhang Shun. After being repelled, those dark tentacles once again transformed into an endless sea of black mist, rushing toward Zhang Shun again. Zhang Shun's gaze turned cold, his momentum rising further as the Tai Chi pattern emitted dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire sky and this vast space. The Tai Chi pattern began to flicker more intensely, and a glimmer of sharp light flashed in Zhang Shun's eyes, indicating that he had finally reached the martial god realm. Rumble. At this moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the dark clouds above. As the thunder sounded, bolts of lightning pierced through the strange black fog and struck Zhang Shun powerfully. But instead of harming him, they awakened the latent power within him. Zhang Shun's eyes grew increasingly clear, and a fleeting chill of killing intent flashed in his gaze. This was the martial god tribulation, a necessary step to ascend to the martial god level. To reach the martial god realm would invite calamity from cosmic rules, the last moment before ascending to martial god. The martial god tribulation was formed by countless heavenly principles. Each martial god tribulation required enduring boundless trials. The Tai Chi pattern inside Zhang Shun's body grew ever brighter, its light becoming more radiant. The design became increasingly intricate and profound, resembling the first ray of sunlight born at the dawn of creation. The Tai Chi pattern grew stronger and more stable, and Zhang Shun felt the pressure inside him gradually diminish. This was the final step. Zhang Shun took a deep breath. This step, the hardest one to endure while ascending to martial god, demanded every ounce of his resolve and perseverance. Chapter 217, Promotion. If Zhang Shun were to fail, he would be forever confined to this planet, buried in this land. Terror-inducing thunderbolts struck one after another, dispersing the black fog. The martial god's domain shattered under the thunder calamity, unable to withstand a single strike. Zhang Shun hadn't expected his enemy to retreat so easily. The Star Lord of Garbage, Star wasn't foolish. Of course, he wouldn't stay here any longer now. Otherwise, he'd end up shielding Zhang Shun from the heavenly calamity by taking it on himself. He was waiting for Zhang Shun to successfully weather the heavenly calamity, only to then strike when Zhang Shun was severely injured. Naturally, if Zhang Shun perished under the heavenly calamity, that would be even better. Zhang Shun knew that the opponent hadn't gone too far, but was observing all this from afar. If he survived the thunder calamity, the opponent would move in to finish him off while he was weak. Zhang Shun sensed the approaching danger as the Tai Chi pattern around his body grew luminous once more. An overwhelming bolt of thunder descended upon it. Boom. This deafening roar seemed like the heavens themselves had cracked open. Endless lightning engulfed Zhang Shun. The power of the thunder was truly terrifying. Both the true essence within Zhang Shun's body and his physical form were slightly damaged, and this injury continued to spread. This was a thunder calamity at the martial god level. Even experts at the martial god stage wouldn't dare to face it directly. With tightly shut eyes, sweat dripped down from Zhang Shun's forehead. The Tai Chi pattern grew darker in color, enveloping Zhang Shun like an ocean depths. Zhang Shun's body trembled, and the blood inside him began to boil. Zhang Shun's heart brimmed with determination. His spirit remained calm and composed. Under the purification of the lightning, all impurities within him were expelled, and his mental fortitude grew incredibly strong. Lightning bolts repeatedly struck the Tai Chi pattern. This scene made countless cultivators watching tremble in fear. Thunders streaked across the sky, completely covering Zhang Shun in their brilliance, forming a magnificent spectacle. Numerous dark shadows floated outside the Tai Chi pattern, trying to enter but blocked by its protective barrier. Black mist swirled outside the Tai Chi pattern, chaotically rushing through Zhang Shun's body. Bang bang bang. Continuous muffled sounds echoed without interruption. Zhang Shun felt as if his head was about to explode, and his body became unsteady. In this moment, Zhang Shun suddenly grasped the profound essence of Tai Chi. Life perpetually renewed, endlessly cycled. But Zhang Shun did not slack off even a little bit. He was persistently enduring each thunder trial. For Zhang Shun, These calamities were the optimal place for tempering oneself. Although the thunder calamity was terrifying, the strength within Zhang Shen's body continuously grew, and his realm ascended at an astonishingly visible speed. Under this horrifying thunder calamity, Zhang Shen's innate potential was thoroughly unleashed, and his understanding of Taiji deepened rapidly. Time trickled by slowly. The energy within Zhang Shen's body kept increasing. He had broken through the bottleneck of the celestial realm, successfully ascending to the martial god realm. Such a scene greatly shocked the hidden star lord of Garbage Star. On the path of martial cultivation, not moving forward means regressing. Once one's vitality declines, one's prowess will significantly weaken as well. Martial gods vary in strength. However, the Star Lord of Garbage Star, who had prolonged his life using extreme methods, had long lost his original vigor. Star Lord of Garbage Star, the mountain of no people exists because of you. Today, I'll bury you right here at the mountain of no people. It will match your many years of scheming. Zhang Shen's voice resonated throughout the mountains and ascended into the sky, filled with boundless valor. Zhang Shen had already sensed the position of the Garbage Star Master. In the blink of an eye, the heavens changed dramatically, and countless streams of clear energy and dark light danced wildly in the air. Their roaring sounds were like rolling thunder. Only to see these streams of clear energy fuse together, along with the dark light merging, forming in the sky into a massive white greatsword and an equally large black greatsword. A pair of great swords, black and white, danced high in the sky, forming an enormous yin-yang symbol, Tai Chi. This massive symbol blotted out the sun, revolving slowly before collapsing downward like a fractured dome, striking heavily towards the master of the Garbage Star. This pair of black and white great swords slashed directly toward the Garbage Star Master. The Garbage Star Master roared in wild defiance. His frantic struggling caused debris and water to splash everywhere. But under the immense pressure of the huge Tai Chi diagram, he couldn't escape even a bit. No, you can't kill me. You won't take away that little chef. Impossible. Even if I die, she must die alongside me. The Garbage Star Master screamed furiously. Zhang Shen's expression didn't change. He pulled Lin Yun out from the dirt. Fortunately, she had survived. Zhang Shen fulfilled his promise and took Lin Yun away. Zhang Shen quickly rushed towards the gathering place where Su Lingling resided. The main forces of the Garbage Star Lord had already been suppressed by him. But among these 86 people in this gathering place, each one was the Garbage Star Lord. Under such extreme measures, the spirit of the Garbage Star Lord had split into pieces. These 86 people were actually the 86 personalities of the Garbage Star Lord. The personality that attacked Zhang Shen belonged to the master personality of the Garbage Star Lord. Su Lingling was cooking. She suddenly felt a chilling malicious intent. Looking up, Su Lingling noticed all the residents surrounding her who, in an instant, turned cold and merciless in their gazes. Facing them, Su Lingling said, "The dish is almost ready. Can you bear wasting such fragrant food? It'll be ready soon. I won't leave." Even criminals on death row eat a last meal before they die. The taste of spicy garlic shrimp is truly excellent. I also wanted to cook stir-fried 9 grades emerald cabbage, the cabbage being the highest grade of emerald cabbage I've ever seen. I've never cooked such high-grade greens before. But since you seem so eager, let's have the shrimp first. After finishing speaking, Su Lingling poured the cooked shrimp into the plate. She served herself 2 portions, one for Chu Tianba and one for herself. Chu Tianba accepted the shrimp from Su Lingling. He originally intended to pull Su Lingling away and escape. However, Su Lingling started eating the arm-sized shrimp without hesitation. Unexpectedly for Chu Tianba, those individuals did not attack Su Lingling. Sky's big, Earth's bigger, but first comes eating. This shrimp really smells too good. I can't hold back. Actually, I haven't tasted plain stir-fried 9 grades emerald cabbage either. There's no need to be so hurried. Eating first, and then taking action would work too. Boss Su, how about finishing eating, and then stir-frying another batch of emerald cabbage? We have time to wait. Yes. Chapter 218, Knife-Cut Noodles. Actually, I think the meat is a bit greasy. Mr. Su, can you stir-fry some vegetables for me? All right. Su Lingling immediately agreed, and that person did not expect Su Lingling to agree so easily. But Su Lingling really didn't continue eating the crayfish. She put them aside and seriously started cooking the dish. Mr. Su, aren't you afraid? Don't you know we're going to kill you? That person curiously asked Su Lingling. He couldn't understand why Su Lingling was so calm. Is being afraid useful? If I beg for mercy, will you hesitate and not harm me? Life or death, success or failure, it's all in the hands of fate. I am a chef, and my job is to do my best with every dish I cook. Su Lingling said this very calmly to the person. In fact, the reason Su Lingling remained so calm was because she believed Zhang Shen would definitely come to save her. And judging from the other party's eagerness to turn hostile and try to kill her directly, it was clear that Zhang Shen had won. If Zhang Shen had lost, the other side wouldn't have acted like this. Also, Su Lingling had ways to defend herself. She wasn't just an ordinary chef. Her Blue Lotus Earth Fire was immensely powerful. It was Su Lingling's trump card. She firmly believed she could hold out for a while, even though there were many people. She wasn't one to be bullied easily, but Su Lingling decided that if she could delay things a little longer, it would be better. Su Lingling did not poison the food. She was very earnestly preparing the meal. Mr. Su is truly broad-minded. Not entirely. It's a pity those green wheat haven't ripened yet. Otherwise, I'd like to make a plate of knife-cut noodles. These green wheat are rare 9-grade spirit plants grown on this desolate mountain. Extraordinary in quality. Su Lingling somewhat wistfully told the other person. Su Lingling still wanted to make a bowl of noodles. After the green wheat sprouted, Su Lingling received a system reward for divine-level knife-cut noodles. There's no need to regret. I'll help ripen the wheat for you, Mr. Su. Surprisingly, Su Lingling looked at the other person, not expecting such consideration. I don't know why, but after eating the meals prepared by Mr. Su, my mind became exceptionally clear. Since the ending cannot be rewritten, clinging onto it serves no purpose. Su Lingling did not answer the person. Instead, she looked shocked at the yellow wheat before her. It had indeed already ripened. You must know that even with her god-level cultivation skills, Su Lingling couldn't make the wheat mature this fast. However, the other party managed to ripen it successfully, and the quality of these green wheat was not bad. For wheat to be made into flour, it's a long process, starting with drying the wheat. Drying wheat removes the extra moisture inside to prevent mold and spoilage. However, due to Su Lingling's masterful control over the blue lotus earth fire, this step could be accelerated. Next is screening the wheat to remove dirt and small stones. These high-quality grains should then be soaked in water to enhance the wheat's resilience. Finally, grind the wheat. Once ground in a machine, it becomes wheat flour. The village chief provided Su Lingling with a machine and helped her nearby. At this moment, everyone calmed down. This entire process was intricate and lengthy. Therefore, Su Lingling wasn't deliberately stalling for time. Somehow, Su Lingling felt that the murderous aura around the village chief and the people from the settlement was growing fainter. They seemed to have lost their intent to kill. This made Su Lingling anxious. She couldn't help asking the village chief, I feel like you've let go. How about Zhang Shun? Su Lingling knew the village chief wouldn't tell her the truth, but she still wanted to ask. Do you think something has happened to him? Just because I've abandoned the thought of killing you. The village chief looked at Su Lingling's anxious expression, incredulous. Su Lingling faced danger very calmly, but upon sensing trouble for Zhang Shun, she grew extremely uneasy. The village chief had experienced countless things. In his long life, he once had a beloved companion, but as time passed, her image in his memory gradually faded, and now he almost forgot what she looked like. It had been far too long. As he gazed at Su Lingling's face, he thought she bore a slight resemblance to the foolish girl. Once upon a time, someone worried about him just like this. Looking at Su Lingling's uneasiness, the village chief said to her, Foolish girl, the one thing you must never trust in this world is man. You must always remember this. He may seem worthy of your lifelong commitment now, or maybe he likes you right now. But what about later? I hope you realize that only when you're strong enough can you truly seize your own happiness. Strength is very important, and I know that of course. No matter what, after finishing this bowl of noodles, even if I'm no match for you, I will still fight you to the death. Whether Zhang Shun has run into trouble or not, I'll avenge him, Su Lingling firmly said to the village chief. At this moment, Su Lingling felt that Zhang Shun was in an extremely dangerous state. She decided to speed up the preparation of this bowl of noodles. The green wheat had now turned into wheat flour, making the next steps far simpler. Once the flour absorbed water and formed gluten by mixing, it could be kneaded into dough that would then be fermented and allowed to expand. Su Lingling was preparing noodles according to the number of people present, 1 serving per head. There were servings for Chu Tianba, Zhang Shun, Lin Yun, Lin Yu, all prepared accordingly. After dishing out the noodles, Su Lingling placed them inside her cooking god space. Once there, they wouldn't change until taken out later. Chu Tianba held his bowl of noodles in hand, looking somewhat uneasy. But Su Lingling just told Chu Tianba, eat your noodles first. No matter what happens, filling your stomach always comes first. Only with a full stomach do you have the energy to handle other things. Chu Tianba looked at the milky white broth in his bowl. Perfectly cooked shrimp meat, evenly sized, floated on top, sprinkled with green scallions that enhanced the flavors with a hint of yin-yin fruits aroma. Just a glance made his appetite soar. Under the steamy haze of hot soup, a rich and irresistible fragrance filled the air around him, completely enveloping Chu Tianba's nose. Su Lingling was right. No matter what had happened, eating a proper meal came first. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites, 4. Chu Tianba couldn't stop himself. It wasn't until he slurped down 6 or 7 mouthfuls of noodles that he paused and shouted, Amazing! Without missing a beat, Chu Tianba picked up the small spoon, scooping a full spoonful of the broth into his mouth. The noodles paired with the soup tasted incredibly good. The noodles made from 9-grade green wheat truly were delicious beyond compare. A powerful force flowed through the liquid into his internal organs, and at that moment, Chu Tianba felt as though his injuries had almost healed entirely. Chapter 219, Star Spirit. The village chief's breathing became rapid, his eyes wide open, staring intently at Chu Tianba as he ate his noodles. He wanted some too, but Su Lingling had served the first bowl to Chu Tianba. The way Chu Tianba savored those noodles was truly irresistible. The last bit of rationality inside him screamed for restraint, but then with what felt like all his might, he took a deep breath and waited for Su Lingling to serve him. Upon receiving the bowl, chopsticks in hand, he started eating immediately. He didn't even wait for the noodles to cool before popping a bite into his mouth. The noodles were perfectly soft, brimming with flavor and the aroma of shrimp. Eating them felt like stepping into a gourmet world where every part of his body sang with delight. In a trance-like state, the village chief seemed to see the face of the foolish girl. She wasn't exceptionally beautiful. Back then, on Garbage Star, noodles were the staple food, cultivated from green wheat. She excelled at making noodles. Her noodles were fine, unlike the broad ones made by Su Lingling which were cut by a knife. Hers were pulled by hand. But she starved to death in his arms, giving her last morsel of food to him. Slowly, Garbage Star lost its green wheat and its noodles. And he forgot about her. Until now. Every person here has a bowl of noodles. He finished his soup and asked Su Lingling, "You must have known we were one and the same, so why prepare so many bowls?" This, Su Lingling truly didn't know. Just, upon learning Zhang Shun was in trouble, Su Lingling became extremely anxious. These matters weren't something Su Lingling cared much about. Su Lingling told the village chief, "But in my eyes, you're just the village chief. Each of you has your own style and characteristics. Once born, you're an individual unless you've fused into one person. Then I'll only make one dish. Since you haven't merged, everyone gets their own bowl." While distributing the noodles, Su Lingling continued talking to the village chief. The village chief opened his palm and said to Su Lingling, "Take these seeds back and plant them. Remember, this matter cannot be disclosed to anyone, not even Zhang Shun, because they belong to the spirit of Garbage Star." Su Lingling noticed that Chu Tiangba seemed completely oblivious to the village chief's words. Chu Tiangba was still licking his soup bowl, losing all traces of the imposing figure she met initially. After saying this, the village chief struck Su Lingling with his palm. The village chief had carefully planned this for tens of thousands of years. He would never let Zhang Shun take it away. If he couldn't get it, neither would Zhang Shun. Alert! The system has detected the spirit of the planet entering the host's body. Does the host agree to merge it with the cooking god space? Merging will evolve the cooking god space into a true space. Su Lingling did not hesitate and agreed. Who knew if this village chief hadn't arranged any countermeasures? Letting the system absorb it was safest. After the system helped the cooking god space devour the star spirit, Su Lingling could feel the changes within the cooking god space. Before, it was just a vast white expanse. Now, the cooking god space had evolved. There was light, and there was land. Su Lingling sensed that the cooking god space could now cultivate spiritual plants. It was all very wondrous. The cooking god space had transformed into a real world. Even though there was no sun, there were day and night. Living beings could reside in it. It was a good thing. If the village chief wanted to kill her, why give her such a treasure? Stupid girl, you must remember my words. This matter can't be told to anyone, not even Zhang Shun. A simple man holding precious treasures invites disaster. Do not test human nature. Zhang Shun is after this. The village chief warned Su Lingling. Had the system not absorbed the star spirit, Su Lingling would have definitely informed Zhang Shun. Because if the village chief intended to use her for resurrection, it'd be dangerous. Many novels Su Lingling read in the past contained tales of soul snatching. But now that the system had absorbed the spirit into the cooking god space, Su Lingling could rest assured. So naturally, Su Lingling intended to keep it secret. As the village chief had mentioned, a man possessing rare treasure invites calamity. It wasn't distrust towards Zhang Shun, but human nature itself was hard to withstand tests. Zhang Shun was rushing back as fast as he could. He feared returning only to find Su Lingling's dead body. He had to save her. Thus, Zhang Shun gave up killing the Master of Garbage Star. Nevertheless, the Master of Garbage Star clearly wouldn't let Zhang Shun have his way. Crazily laughing out loud, he exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, Zhang Shun, you are going to be disappointed. All your strategies will amount to nothing." Suddenly, countless tentacles surged out of the ground towards Zhang Shun, blocking his way and attempting to stop him. Regardless of his injuries, Zhang Shun attempted to forcefully break through and accelerate away from this place. However, there were simply too many tentacles, and they moved at an incredible speed. In no time, they had entangled Zhang Shun. With no other options, Zhang Shun could only swing his Tang Dao and hack at these tentacles. Bang bang bang. When Zhang Shun's blade made contact with the tentacles, they exploded into fragments. But instead of disappearing, the tentacles grew even stronger and reformed as new ones with even greater strength. It seemed that since this was within the opponent's domain, Zhang Shun realized his attacks had absolutely no effect on the tentacles. Zhang Shun understood that the only way out was to kill the Master of Garbage Star. Capture the king first, then the followers. He couldn't waste any more time. Swift action was required. Hesitation would accomplish nothing. Moreover, Zhang Shun could sense that the Master of Garbage Star appeared to have grown stronger. The aura around him had changed and gradually carried a faint essence of the Tao, unlike before when he seemed confused and uncontrolled, possessing the might of a war god without being able to fully control it. But now, it was as though the Master of Garbage Star had experienced some form of awakening. Zhang Shun looked at the Taiji pattern pressing down over the head of the Master of Garbage Star. That pattern featured two colors representing yin and yang in balance. He intended to use the Taiji force to suppress the Master of Garbage Star. A dual flow of yin and yang energy slowly emanated from Zhang Shun's chest, forming a circle surrounding him. Zhang Shun felt his heart beating faster and faster, growing increasingly excited. The circulation of the Taiji force generated a warmth throughout his body. His wounds began to heal gradually. Go! Zhang Shun suddenly opened his eyes, emitting a terrifying force from them. Behind him, a colossal shadow emerged, a massive broadsword floating in the air. Instantly, the large sword cleaved down upon the tentacles. An earth-shattering explosion resounded. Chapter 220, The Final Battle. Zhang Shun understood clearly that this would be an unprecedented and extraordinary battle. In this moment, his heart became calm. This unavoidable battle against the Master of Rubbish Star was about to commence. I don't know who you are, but with your young age and advanced cultivation, it must have been planned by some star master. Since you ascended here, it's also fate for us to meet. Today's battle will not only determine the winner, but decide life and death. Perhaps in the last moments of his life, he instead reached a state of clarity. For some unknown reason, after passing the star spirit to Su Lingling, he let go of his deepest obsession. He even felt the opportunity for breakthrough. His bottleneck seemed slightly loosened. The blood within him boiled. It was a sensation of fiery passion that only youth could bring. The longer one lived, the colder this blood grew. But now, with his heart open and unburdened, he entered another realm. He looked at Zhang Shun, someone worthy to be called his opponent, a young genius. Talents like this couldn't be achieved simply through hard work. Martial arts cannot rely solely on determination either. Back when he started from nothing, born in obscurity, he built Rubbish Star into a first-tier civilization through his own efforts. And now, Rubbish Star is also destined to perish because of him. As his skin slowly transformed into something resembling dry bark, the source of life gradually drained from his body. This feeling was too terrifying. To prolong his life, he had just thought that as long as more essences and martial warriors' origins were refined, he could survive for several hundred more years. Then he thought that if only he could live a few hundred more years. But this forbidden technique required more and more essences and warrior origins. He certainly knew that this was the insect race's plot, yet it was an open scheme. He finally realized why those emperors in ancient records chose immortality, leading to the destruction of their nations. The allure of eternal life was truly too strong. And in each additional year he gained, he gradually lost his original intentions, thinking that if he could just stay alive, destroying the entire Rubbish Star wouldn't matter. Gradually, such thoughts dominated his mind. But at this final moment, he suddenly regretted. There was no turning back once the bow was drawn. He didn't know whose side Zhang Shun was on. However, at this point in time, any powerful figure appearing on Rubbish Star would not be coincidental. The spirit of a star, it was too enticing. It could elevate one to surpass even the martial god realm. Who wouldn't want it? He had painstakingly planned for so many years, willing to destroy Rubbish Star, the place where he was born and raised, which carried all his beauty and ugliness. Back then, he too was a passionate youth, focused solely on developing Rubbish Star. Power and desire were the best things to corrupt a person's heart. If only he had met Su Lingling earlier and tasted such delicious food, perhaps he wouldn't have changed. Even without the star spirit, he could still reach the supreme level. A true warrior relies not on external objects, but oneself. At the gathering place, except for Su Lingling and Chu Tiaba, plates and chopsticks fell everywhere. In an instant, everyone inside turned into beams of light and disappeared, flying towards the sky as though merging with some existence. Su Lingling watched this scene in confusion. Chu Tiaba stood beside Su Lingling and said to her, "Rubbish Star is about to end." He must have forcibly extracted the star spirit, thus obtaining the chance for breakthrough. What exactly is the star spirit? Su Lingling asked Chu Tiaba. In fact, Su Lingling already knew. The star spirit was with her. The wonder of the star spirit was only truly known by those who possessed it, capable of transforming a space into a living world. It was astonishing. Su Lingling felt that if she could, she might bring living beings into her culinary god space. Living beings could survive there, not limited to ingredients and cookware. Her current culinary god space had broken past rules and was now entirely controlled by her. The star spirit is the core essence of the entire planet. A planet deprived of its star spirit will gradually descend in rank. No high-grade spiritual items can be formed on that planet ever again, because the mysterious power of the planet will vanish, making cultivation impossible, and talents will no longer emerge. Everyone on the planet will eventually become ordinary people. Only those born on this planet can seize the star spirit, while others need to wait until the star spirit has been taken by someone native to this planet before they attempt to seize it. This is taboo across the stars, known by few. Who would have thought that the Star Master of Rubbish Star would commit such a heinous act? That's why Rubbish Star never truly saw the emergence of geniuses. To seize the star spirit, hundreds of top local talents must be killed. These ruined mountains must have buried countless souls. Su Lingling looked at the fertile land of the unmanned mountains. This soil had long been dyed red by blood. Flashes of lightning filled the sky. Su Lingling saw a familiar Taiji pattern. Her heart lifted with joy. She knew Zhang Shun was not dead. Zhang Shun was alive. For this Taiji force came directly from what Su Lingling had taught Zhang Shun. To her surprise, Zhang Shun had not only practiced it, but surpassed her understanding of the Tao. Suddenly, Su Lingling understood why the people at the gathering place had vanished. They were fusing together to become their strongest form in preparation for their final battle against Zhang Shun. As she stared at the heavens, Su Lingling suddenly felt something. It was as if she were witnessing a life-or-death duel between Shimin Shueishue and Yi Guqing, two supreme masters engaged in an ultimate showdown. Facing the sky, Su Lingling turned to Chu Tiaba and said, "Zhang Shun is still alive. I feel his Tao, the yin and yang energies. Can you sense them?" Chu Tiaba heard her words and raised his gaze toward the sky. He felt two overwhelming forces collide, astonishing him deeply. A trace of bitterness surfaced on his lips. Dragon Wu Di. His reputation of being Wu Di is well-deserved. He has ascended to the level of a martial god and pushed the Star Lord of Rubbish Star to this extreme. This was the first time Chu Tiaba truly acknowledged Zhang Shun. He suddenly realized that the legendary name he had heard since childhood might be someone he would never surpass in his entire life. The realm of martial god. Not even his elder brother had reached this state. At this level, one had the ability to challenge even his father or turn a new planet into a first-tier civilization. Perhaps Zhang Shun really was invincible. Chu Tiaba glanced at the remaining noodle soup in the pot and said to Su Lingling, "This soup has gone cold. It must no longer taste good. Whatever happens, we should eat until we're full first. I should eat until I'm full first." When faced with an opponent beyond his match, Chu Tiaba chose to give up fighting. There's no denying how fragrant the soup smelled. Unfortunately, there were no more noodles left. Chapter 221, Battle. My fate is in my own hands, not in the heavens. A sudden surge of bold ambition arose within the heart of Star Lord Logi. It was not that he intended to resist the will of heaven, but rather to oppose the shadowy black hands behind the scenes in the interstellar world. The big fish eat the small fish. He could oppress the sentient beings of Logi Star, yet there are stronger powers above him. And wasn't he also one of those who were oppressed and manipulated? Do those legendary family clans truly think they can forever control the entire galaxy? At this moment, a thought crossed the mind of Star Lord Logi. Today, if he survives, one day he must make Logi Star become the true site of a first-class civilization. This is his way. Almost as soon as this thought resonated in his heart, a sonorous sound of a sword ringing out loud echoed from high in the sky. Zhang Shun abruptly looked up and saw a brilliant streak of sword light burst forth from Star Lord Logi's swaying figure. The instant the sword light appeared, streams of cosmic energy seemed to find their target, converging furiously toward the Star Lord of Logi Star. My life, no one can control. An overwhelming aura erupted around Star Lord Logi. Truly laughable. For your paltry lifespan, you have ruthlessly destroyed the entire planet. Your life, no one can govern it. So what about the countless dead people? And those mountains built by countless deaths? Don't these many lives deserve retribution from you? Zhang Shun said coldly to Star Lord Logi. Retribution? Insect races kill every day, eat people every day. If you're so righteous, why don't you just wipe out all those insect races? Do you really think other Star Lords of top-tier civilizations are better than me? Once you sit on that throne, you become someone who consumes lives. You cannot act as you wish. Have you reached this cultivation all by yourself? Or didn't your ancestors exploit normal people for your resources? Old man, quite good at arguing. Let's see whose moves are stronger. Zhang Shun retorted with a cold chuckle. Zhang Shun knew that this Star Lord of Logi Star was preparing a powerful move, thus why he talked so much. But Zhang Shun was also preparing something significant. Time has come. It's time to decide superiority with force. Zhang Shun poured all his power into the Tang Dao, a type of ancient Chinese saber, in his hand. The Tang Dao condensed strong yin-yang forces. This blow cut towards the Star Lord of Logi Star with the power to split the heavens. In his eyes, the heart of a martial artist possessed by this Star Lord had long been corrupted. The formidable strength he now wielded must surely have been borrowed from star spirits. But just as Zhang Shun's saber was about to strike down on the Star Lord of Logi Star, suddenly, a golden light appeared in the sky. That golden light covered the entire world like celestial auspiciousness descending, driving away the surrounding darkness. Then, the golden light fell upon the Star Lord of Logi Star, transforming him into a giant over 10 feet tall holding a massive sword. He wore battle armor, was extraordinarily robust, and had a golden helmet atop his head. A wave of overwhelming pressure swept through every corner of the world, shaking the spirit of everyone present. How formidable! Zhang Shun's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect the Star Lord of Logi Star to have grown so powerful, but Zhang Shun wasn't one to back down easily either. With nothing held back, his saber struck the opponent. Infinite battle spirit filled Zhang Shun's heart. He was the kind of person who grew stronger against stronger foes. His saber's momentum was endless, breaking through obstacles. However, the Star Lord of Logi Star wasn't idle either. He thrust a similarly powerful sword towards Zhang Shun. Both were attacking with full force. The power contained in Zhang Shun's attack was simply terrifying, slicing through the void itself. Instantaneously, a thunderous explosion rang out. At that moment, the void shattered. Zhang Shun and the Star Lord of Logi Star were both hurled back by the shockwave. The Star Lord of Logi Star also retreated several steps, evidently harmed fundamentally by Zhang Shun's blow. The radiant saber light cleaved the sky in half. But the Star Lord of Logi Star's sword wasn't weak either. There came a clang, a crisp resonant sound. The Star Lord's enormous sword flew toward Zhang Shun like a bolt of lightning crossing the sky, or a falling meteor. Not good. Zhang Shun yelled out loud, immediately summoning the Taiji Yin-Yang 2 energies to form a protective shield. Just as Zhang Shun's defensive shield appeared, he felt as though his body was slammed by a heavy hammer. A wild rush of impact directly surged through his body, instantly propelling him backward. Uffed! Zhang Shun couldn't help but spew out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered onto the Tang Dao, turning it red immediately. Just as his feet had stabilized, and before he could catch his breath, Star Lord Logi charged again, swinging his long sword with great force. Zhang Shun once again condensed a black and white Taiji pattern in front of him to block the fierce slash. Bang! The sword struck the Taiji symbol hard, producing a thunderous sound that echoed across the heavens. Zhang Shun sneered and said coldly, "Now it's my turn." He swung the Tang Dao fiercely. The blade of the Tang Dao glimmered with a deep and icy coldness, its chill so intense that one glance would make the heart tremble. In an instant, Zhang Shun moved with the swiftest speed to attack the Star Lord of Logi Star. "You're courting death," roared the Star Lord of Logi Star in anger. He hadn't expected Zhang Shun to dare launch an active assault. Still, there was no panic in his demeanor. Although his strength might be slightly inferior to Zhang Shun's, it was only by a tiny margin. Should Zhang Shun make even the smallest mistake, he would suffer grievously. But evidently, the concerns of the Star Lord were unnecessary. For just as he was about to unleash his ultimate skill, Zhang Shun's blade had already reached out. This strike was incredibly powerful. Even the Star Lord of Logi Star felt an internal shiver. The blade was ferocious, nearly impossible to withstand. If he failed to block it, peril would surely arise. However, he was not one to back down easily. After a brief moment of shock, he immediately responded, raising his long sword to meet the attack. Clang! As their weapons collided, the sound of metal rang sharply, producing violent clashing vibrations. At that moment, a terrifying wave of energy spread outward from the point of impact. This strong force wave uprooted nearby trees and stones and flattened some mountains around them. With a cold voice, Zhang Shun declared to the Star Lord of Laji Star, "This should now come to an end." Upon finishing his words, Zhang Shun unleashed his strongest move ever. This strike, like a dragon emerging from the sea, surged forward with power akin to rushing thunder, its unstoppable momentum engulfing all in sight. Disastrous. This blade is insurmountable. The face of the Star Lord of Laji Star changed rapidly, and he quickly deployed his ultimate art. Chapter 222, The End of Trash Star. The long sword in the hands of the Master of Trash Star immediately transformed into millions of swords, each containing a mighty force. That force combined in the void to form a defensive wall, blocking the attack from Zhang Shun's strike. But he had underestimated Zhang Shun's power. Zhang Shun's blade cleaved through his defenses with ease. The swords were sent flying in all directions. Zhang Shun's strike continued relentlessly, advancing toward the Master of Trash Star like an unstoppable force. That strike was awe-inspiring, as if it sought to slay everything under heaven. In that moment, the Master of Trash Star was filled with panic and despair. He knew that this time he would surely lose. And how unwilling he was. Even in death, he wanted to take someone down with him. But just as all seemed lost, a harsh cry echoed through the void. "Stop!" This voice carried boundless anger. As the voice faded, a silver streak appeared in the void, twisting like a silver snake. It moved incredibly fast, reaching the front of Zhang Shun's strike in the blink of an eye. Yet it still failed to block Zhang Shun's blade, which severed the streak. Zhang Shun's blade continued its advance toward the Master of Trash Star. At this point, the Master of Trash Star felt only regret and bitterness as he looked at the figure approaching from afar. He knew it was the one who had schemed against him, pushing him step by step to this end. "Ah!" He screamed to the heavens, his eyes full of madness and reluctance. But where in this world was there room for second chances? Zhang Shun's blade slashed mercilessly across the neck of the Master of Trash Star, while the Master offered no resistance, instead meeting the blade head-on. Though he had committed countless evil deeds, he chose to stand tall even in death. With his death, no one would ever discover the whereabouts of the Star Spirit. After tens of thousands of years of plotting and scheming, it all came to naught. A most amusing outcome indeed. Thinking of the fury on his opponent's face, the Master of Trash Star smiled faintly before fading away into darkness. Blood splattered everywhere. Born of the earth, his soul returned to it. In the last moments of his life, the Master of Trash Star thought about the taste of a bowl of noodles. He had done wrong, and now he would pay the price. He decided to merge his final consciousness deep within the core of Trash Star. Since this planet already lacked any spirit, let him become its spirit then. No, the Master of Trash Star did not hear this desperate shout. The soul of a martial god was extraordinarily powerful. Even after bodily death, it wouldn't vanish naturally. To reach the martial god realm meant physical harm could not kill you. Only another martial god, or complete annihilation of the soul, could do so. This was also why current interstellar technology had come to a halt. Martial gods were simply too powerful. People focused excessively on individual strength. Technology was about strengthening group abilities. But human lifespans were far too short. A martial god's lifespan was immeasurably long. No scientific method could yet extend the life of an ordinary person to such lengths. Thus, martial cultivation became the mainstay of the interstellar world. "It's him." Chu Tianba stared incredulously at the spaceship in the sky, falling weakly onto the ground. "The restrictions are gone, Chu Tianba. Let's go help Zhang Shun," Su Lingling said to Chu Tianba. Chu Tianba was about to say that even without the restrictions, it didn't matter. Only a martial god could kill another martial god. Even if they rushed there, they could be of no help. But seeing Su Lingling rushing out, he quickly followed her. Chu Tianba encountered the person he least wanted to see, Chu Xinghe. Looking at the familiar spacecraft, Chu Tianba felt an unbearable ache in his heart. Could all this have been part of their plan? Zhang Shun's long knife stood planted in the ground. A trace of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. His clothes, tattered from the fight, held no importance to him. Zhang Shun watched Chu Xinghe's pale face and mocked him. "I never imagined that a refined gentleman like Chu Xinghe could reveal such incompetence and fury. Of course, aside from your people from Dark Star, who else would do something so depraved?" Chu Xinghe looked at Zhang Shun and said, "Dragonwudi's name lives up to its reputation. I didn't expect that among our generation, you would be the first to break through to the rank of martial god. Your talent in martial arts is truly unmatched. You may very well be the youngest martial god in the entire star system. It's truly impressive. However, you seem to hold grudges far too easily. I'm here looking for my younger brother. I have only one younger brother. If anything unexpected happens to him, I will be an only child, and my father has only one son, so he absolutely cannot meet with misfortune. Since he went missing, I've had people searching for him all the time. I heard that he appeared on Trash Star, so I came here especially to look for him. I never thought I'd witness you killing the Master of Trash Star." Regardless of what faults the Master of Trash Star may have committed, he held his ground at the front line for 8,000 years. He safeguarded the peace of our interstellar human race for 8,000 years. And you just killed him like that. Did you consider the situation of the interstellar human race? Chu Xinghe, there are no outsiders here. Why do you bother to act? Did Trash Star really hold the defensive line? Why does news of insect invasions keep coming through the interstellar space? Zhang Shun said coldly to Chu Xinghe. He wasn't seriously injured because, in the end, the Master of Trash Star gave up resistance. The Master of Trash Star must have realized that he had been ensnared by Dark Star's schemes. Realizing Zhang Shun had mistakenly entered Trash Star and was not the real mastermind behind everything, the Master of Trash Star decided to infuse his final strength into Trash Star. However, during the battle with the Master of Trash Star, Zhang Shun used up quite a bit of his energy, which required time to recover. And Chu Xinghe didn't dare to attack recklessly either, as Chu Xinghe was just one step away from breaking through to become a martial god. It was likely that he wanted to use Trash Star's star spirit to break through this level. Although Zhang Shun was wounded, he could still defeat Chu Xinghe easily. However, glancing at the floating spaceship above, he sensed a dangerous aura. There should be another martial god-level powerhouse inside the spaceship who hadn't revealed himself yet. On the surface, Darkstar only has one martial god-level warrior, namely its leader Chu Tianxiang. This unseen presence implied that the opponent wished to stay hidden. After all, that level 1 civilization probably didn't want to reveal all their trump cards right away. Everyone hoped they could surprise their enemies unexpectedly. Chapter 223, The Darkstar's Plot. Chu Tianda found Chu Xinghe's words utterly laughable. What search for a younger brother? It was nothing more than an excuse. It was Chu Xinghe who had driven Chu Tianda to this situation. Chu Tianda thought himself fortunate to have survived, picking up his life after such a calamity, believing that Chu Xinghe's calculations would fail, but in reality, everything was part of Chu Xinghe's master plan. This made Chu Tianda uneasy. Chu Xinghe meticulously planned each step, and he once believed they were evenly matched contenders vying for the position of the Dark Star Lord. But what he didn't anticipate was that Chu Xinghe had already started planning something as monumental as dealing with the garbage star. His father had abandoned him long ago, choosing Chu Xinghe all along. The strategy regarding the garbage star began to be laid when its Star Lord's lifespan was nearly over, around 6,000 or 7,000 years ago. For whom was this star spirit intended? It was unimaginable for it not to go to Chu Xinghe, and deep down, Chu Tianda knew better than to dream of receiving it. The method to extend the life of the garbage star's Star Lord was flawed. Their own Dark Star techniques should have been far more profound. However, Chu Tianda knew nothing about these matters. His father never told him anything, whereas Chu Xinghe had long known these secrets. If Zhang Shun hadn't appeared, perhaps his elder brother would have succeeded by now. No, Su Lingling also deserves a lot of credit. Her culinary creations restored some sanity to the garbage star lord, rekindling their moral sense, or else the decision wouldn't have been to let his soul return to the earth. Chu Tianda thought this ending was quite fair. What he couldn't obtain, neither could Chu Xinghe. Moreover, he wasn't necessarily inferior to Chu Xinghe. If he continuously ate the high-grade dishes prepared by Su Lingling, catching up with Chu Xinghe's cultivation level would be rather simple. With this thought, Chu Tianda actually hoped Zhang Shun would win and let Chu Xinghe lose. Chu Tianda initially wanted to stop Su Lingling from getting closer to Zhang Shun, but he didn't manage to hold her back. Even though he only used 2/10 of his strength, it still wasn't easy for Su Lingling to slip away easily. Chu Tianda then realized that Su Lingling had already advanced to the Tianren realm of cultivation when they first met. At that time, Su Lingling was just an inexperienced novice. Yet she progressed so quickly that her cultivation level was now on par with his. Su Lingling's talent for cultivation was truly terrifying. But upon further reflection of Su Lingling's cooking skills, how could someone with such exquisite culinary artistry possibly be an ordinary person? At this point, Chu Tianda felt it normal for Su Lingling to one day break through to the martial god realm. At this realization, Chu Tianda decided he must focus hard on his cultivation. If he let Su Lingling surpass him, it would be incredibly embarrassing. He certainly couldn't afford to achieve the martial god realm later than Su Lingling. Thinking this way, the martial god realm seemed not too far away anymore. While Chu Tianda was lost in his thoughts, Su Lingling had already reached Zhang Shun's side, gazing cautiously at Chu Xinghe. Su Lingling did not brandish her cleaver. Because the cleaver was meant for slicing vegetables, if it touched blood, it would give her psychological trauma. Su Lingling condensed the power of the Azure Lotus Earth Fire within her body, preparing to confront Chu Xinghe at any moment. She simultaneously readied herself mentally to summon her cauldron from the cooking god space. If Chu Xinghe dared to make a move, she would use the cauldron to protect herself and Zhang Shun while utilizing the Azure Lotus Earth Fire to burn Chu Xinghe into ashes. The Azure Lotus Earth Fire under Su Lingling's control was no longer just a small flame as it was in the past. It was incredibly powerful now. She could now create vast fires like the game character Zhou Yu she once played. Su Lingling was confident that under her Azure Lotus Earth Fire, she was unbeatable among those of the same Tianren realm. Seeing Su Lingling's stance, Zhang Shun immediately sensed her brimming self-confidence. He looked at the eager Su Lingling and said to her, "This is my fellow schoolmate and good friend, Chu Xinghe, also the elder brother of Chu Tianda." Chu Tianda's elder brother? Su Lingling paused for a second and turned to look at Chu Tianda. Chu Tianda helplessly nodded to Su Lingling. Su Lingling silently swallowed her skepticism. Although Chu Tianda claimed the title of second master, his appearance was rather rugged, and his personality excessively exaggerated. Chu Xinghe, although not particularly likable, carried himself in a manner somewhat off-putting. Nonetheless, there was no denying his impeccable aura. It far exceeded Chu Tianda's. And indeed, Chu Xinghe's features were far more refined. Apart from sharing the surname, Chu, there wasn't much resemblance between the two brothers. However, Su Lingling did not let down her guard because she could sense a faint trace of malice emanating from Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe glanced at Su Lingling. Her looks were passable, but such a level of beauty was dime a dozen in the interstellar world. However, her cultivation was pretty good, as she had already reached the Tian Rin realm. Her talent must be decent, judging by her bone structure. Her age probably wasn't that high. Chu Xinghe only gave Su Lingling one look and then turned away, speaking to Zhang Shun. Brother Invincible, is this the new sister-in-law you've found? Your taste has changed, huh? Now you're into this simple type. This sentence instantly made Su Lingling's face turn red. She had never even thought about her relationship with Zhang Shun. They got along well and felt comfortable around each other. But there wasn't any sort of romantic tension between them. It was more like a partnership akin to Phoenix Legends duo. In the time she had spent with Zhang Shun, Su Lingling believed he wasn't a promiscuous person. Yet this guy had portrayed Zhang Shun as a playboy, which led Su Lingling to think Chu Xinghe's relationship with Zhang Shun wasn't too good. Still, there was one point that slightly bothered Su Lingling. Zhang Shun hadn't told her his real name. She vaguely remembered Zhang Shun mentioning once that his old name was too arrogant, so he used to get into fights all the time. Later, he changed it. Invincible. Zhang Invincible. Such an invincible name wasn't something to be tossed around lightly. Taking on such a name might indeed invite trouble from others. Zhang Shun spoke to Su Lingling. Lingling, bring Lin Yun out from your side. Lin Yu died to protect her, and just before dying, she begged me to take Lin Yun away from Garbage Star. Alright, Su Lingling readily agreed, and following Zhang Shun's indication, she soon discovered Lin Yun. Although Lin Yun had been injured, her luck was good. She hadn't lost any limbs and was intact. As long as she recuperated properly, she would recover. Chu Xinghe didn't expect that Zhang Shun would actually want to ride on his spaceship. Seeing Zhang Shun's energetic appearance, Chu Xinghe cursed silently at the Garbage Star Lord, calling him a complete waste for being unable to even handle someone who had just broken through. Chu Xinghe remembered the terrifying strike of Zhang Shun's sword. Zhang Shun was very strong, stronger than Chu Xinghe had anticipated. Chapter 224. Is this person a big fool? Chu Xinghe then said to Zhang Shun, it's my honor to take Brother Invincible on board. However, Garbage Star is currently in disrepair with the bug race advancing fiercely. The Star Master of this Garbage Star has already died, so I will remain here on the Garbage Star and help it fend off the bugs. After all, the multitude of people on this star are indeed innocent, and as fellow humans, I cannot just watch them be killed by the bugs. Zhang Shun slightly nodded at Chu Xinghe, his expression unchanging on his face, but he was inwardly mocking him. When did the eldest prince of Dark Star become so kind-hearted? Nevertheless, he very cooperatively did not say this out loud. Because of the one on the spaceship, who might not be in the condition to fight right now, he should better follow Su Lingling's suggestion and make peace with everyone. Upon hearing Chu Xinghe's words, Su Lingling slightly changed her impression of him. Being able to care about the life or death of ordinary people, whether fake or real, is certainly better than the previous Star Master of the Garbage Star. Su Lingling hoped that Garbage Star could turn into a normal planet. Su Lingling actively told Chu Xinghe, my culinary skills are pretty good, almost equivalent to an 8-star chef. Although I'm not originally from Garbage Star, I have lived here for a long time. To protect the human race, we all bear responsibility. I can temporarily become the head chef of the basic military forces canteen, contributing my part to the upcoming battle against the bugs. Su Lingling genuinely wanted to do something. Su Lingling was actually quite selfish. But people are not plants or trees, who can truly remain emotionless. Su Lingling eagerly wished to change some things. Even though her strength was feeble, she still wanted to help everyone, letting fewer people die in this war. Even if it were just one person, it would mean change. Su Lingling could leave here, but when she reached the next place, would she leave again? Chu Xinghe glanced at Su Lingling, then glanced at Zhang Shun, this glance subtly expressing, is this person a big fool? Sometimes, when the world is abnormal, and a normal person appears, that person themselves seems abnormal. Chu Xinghe thought Su Lingling probably watched too many interstellar soap operas. Many lieutenant generals or business tycoons liked such simple and kind foolish beauties. But those were for public entertainment. As for Chu Xinghe, he couldn't possibly fancy a woman like her. To move him with love? She's already attracted Zhang Shun, and still trying to allure him too. Though she appears innocent, women like her are the most dangerous. Truthfully speaking, if Zhang Shun hadn't yet transcended to the Wushan realm, Chu Xinghe wouldn't have even bothered looking at him either. He thought Zhang Shun didn't even deserve to speak with him. After all, Zhang Shun was merely an illegitimate child. He himself was the rightful lineage. Chu Xinghe noticed the look Su Lingling had given him, resembling one of disdain for fools. Indeed, this high-quality talent sent straight to him, he simply didn't cherish. Must she present herself with aloofness to prove her worth? In what way was she abnormal? Just as Zhang Shun prepared to open his mouth to talk, Su Lingling coldly snorted and said, Humph, do you think I want to be a cafeteria cook? Even if you kneel and beg me to be a cook right now, I won't agree. I'll sell boxed meals near the battlefield, letting you see how I built myself up by selling boxed meals. Su Lingling recalled her old profession. Helping others doesn't necessarily require being a cafeteria chef. There are other numerous ways. For example, selling boxed meals. These bug corpses bought cheaply on the battlefield. She sells them at cost price. This time, Su Lingling didn't intend to make money. Interesting. Interesting. Chu Xinghe revealed a smile and spoke to Su Lingling. He wasn't really finding Su Lingling interesting. This type of woman, no matter what method she uses to attract his attention, he would never fall for her. He wasn't like Zhang Shun who suddenly changes his taste and falls for such an earthy girl. Royal young nobles, even if they see beauties until they're tired, generally still have basic discernment abilities. A beauty like Su Lingling counts among beauties on Garbage Star and the 5th grade civilization, but in places like their own Dark Star, she could only be considered a common passerby named Alpha. The reason he said interesting was because he found Zhang Shen interesting for liking someone like her. Chu Xinghe basically had good insight into people. Zhang Shen cared about this woman, having developed a bit of true feelings, even if it was not much, it showed he was invested. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought this woman away from Dark Star. Although Zhang Shen choosing to bring another woman along couldn't mask this bit of genuine feeling. Zhang Shen told Su Lingling, ignore such insidious people. I'll accompany you to sell boxed meals when the time comes. Chu Tianba watched Zhang Shen and Su Lingling leave. He tried to minimize his presence, praying silently in his heart for Chu Xinghe to treat him as transparent, without noticing him. Silently following Zhang Shen and Su Lingling, he desired to leave with Su Lingling as well. He also intended to follow Su Lingling and go together to sell boxed meals. He would still be able to mooch food and drinks later. He found it quite amusing to distribute meals to people. Zhang Shen had once gained Su Lingling's trust through this work, and then broke through by eating heartily. Chu Tianba, where are you going? It's my freedom to go wherever I want. My dear younger brother, this time I came to Garbage Star just to look for you. Now that you're here, I will certainly protect you properly. Chu Xinghe said very amicably to Chu Tianba. However, this sentence caused Chu Tianba to break out in goosebumps all over. Chu Tianba didn't want to pretend anymore, since there was no way he could beat Chu Xinghe now. He simply decided to surrender fully. Chu Tianba couldn't help himself but mock Chu Xinghe. Why do you think I ended up on Garbage Star? My dear elder brother, do you really not know? Let me tell you, I'm not going back to Dark Star. I'm going to follow Su Lingling to sell boxed meals. Chu Xinghe looked at Chu Tianba. The Chu Tianba of today was dressed extremely raggedly, a stark contrast from his former elegant appearance. Though their relationship wasn't good, this person was still his only younger brother. He did pay a bit of attention to him anyway. Chu Tianba used to be someone who paid attention to details. But now, his clothes were a mess, his hair uncombed like a bird's nest, running around drenched in sweat. If not for familiarity, Chu Xinghe wouldn't even have recognized Chu Tianba. Now, the thought is to sell boxed meals. Chu Xinghe almost doubted if someone had taken over Chu Tianba's body. Is this still Chu Tianba? Using his most familiar skill towards Chu Tianba, Chu Xinghe applied reverse psychology. So what? You now believe you have completely lost hope. You feel too far behind me, so you've given up completely. Resorting to self-abandonment. Deciding to be a beggar outside. Look at how you look now, with a slave chip planted into your body. Do you even resemble yourself from before? As much as I might be, that's my business. What? Do you actually intend to sell me off as a slave? Chapter 225, The Bug Mother Appears. Chu Tianba really wants to follow Su Lingling and sell boxed meals now. He thinks this is quite good. Chu Xinghe had discovered that Chu Tianba actually didn't fall for the trap. His younger brother has finally become a bit smarter, knowing it's safer to follow Zhang Shen. After all, Zhang Shen is at least a martial god, who has the qualifications and ability to contend with him. It must be because he wants Zhang Shen to protect him. After all, in Dark Star, there are many ways to make someone disappear. But Chu Tianba, no matter what, is the second prince of Dark Star. Falling to this level is truly embarrassing. Truly, similar things attract each other and people group by kind. Mixing with certain kinds of people results in such transformations. By associating with a country bumpkin, one becomes similar to a country bumpkin. Chu Xinghe watched as Chu Tianba's retreating figure without speaking again. The slave chip has little impact on warriors at the celestial human realm. He could see that Chu Tianba had no major issues with his body, and it was almost fully recovered. Since Chu Tianba wanted to sell boxed meals, let him go ahead then. He wanted to see how long Chu Tianba could persevere. After waking up, Lin Yun cried wanting to find Lin Yu. Su Lingling went with Lin Yun and only found a dismembered corpse in the end. However, after burying Lin Yu, Lin Yun learned from Su Lingling that she had seen Murong Li in the death squad. Su Lingling planned to go to the battlefield to sell boxed meals. Thus, Lin Yun quickly became motivated. She intended to go with Su Lingling and sell boxed meals together. Lin Yun wanted to go there to check if she could meet Murong Li. Her only family member had died. At this moment, she only wanted to meet Murong Li, her only familiar acquaintance they've known since childhood. The master of Trash Star had died. This news did not cause panic among everyone for long. Because the first prince of Dark Star, Chu Xinghe, came to Dark Star and immediately announced that Trash Star had become an affiliated planet of Dark Star. At this moment, Trash Star became a secondary civilized planet. Everything continued as normal on Trash Star. Only the Death Squad was cancelled, changing the Death Squad into a new recruits team, making their treatment equal to that of the official army. This single move gave many lower-class people a little more favor toward Chu Xinghe. Su Lingling also felt that Chu Xinghe wasn't so detestable anymore. Although Chu Xinghe had prejudices against her, his actions were beneficial for the entire Trash Star. But since he had just come, he surely needed to win over some support. At least he should gain some acknowledgement from these ordinary people. That would help him manage Trash Star effectively. On the battlefield, countless bug races charged towards the interstellar army. Boom, boom. Huge boulders fell from the sky, crashing down heavily in the center of the bug tide, causing huge sparks. War is so brutal, war never stops. The attack of the bug race never stopped either. This time, the attack was even more surging than before. Countless legions fiercely fought on the battlefield. Boom, boom. In the sky, thunderclouds gathered, constantly rumbling. The whole Trash Star seemed to be covered in lightning. A massive figure slowly walked out from the clouds. Its enormous body almost obscured half of the planet. Hiss! Seeing such a terrifying creature, the surrounding interstellar armies immediately sucked in a cold breath. Where did this monster come from? How could it be so terrifying? As the crowd was stunned, a powerful pressure instantly enveloped the entire star domain. It was a desperate aura, which made everyone shiver uncontrollably. Bam! 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 Those interstellar armies who were originally still fighting were greatly shocked by this scene. Is this the Bug Mother? Why is the Bug Mother here? The Bug Mother is the strongest life form in this star system. Each Bug Mother possesses the power to destroy a planet, surpassing ordinary creatures to become the true rulers of a planet. In this star domain, only martial gods can contend with them. Otherwise, this star domain would have been completely overrun by the Bug Mothers long ago. Yet at this moment, a massive Bug Mother stood before them. Its hideous and ugly face sent chills through everyone's heart. This is the Bug Mother. No technological strength can harm it. Only a martial god can possibly hurt it. Roar! 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 The battlefield, after the appearance of the Bug Mother, immediately turned chaotic, as roaring sounds continuously resounded. Behind this Bug Mother, numerous bugs followed, emanating terrifying prowess. This sight filled people with utter despair. The commanders of the interstellar army shouted in alarm. The Bug Mother is attacking, quickly notify the command center. The roar of the Bug Mother reverberated throughout the star system. All the bugs emitted fierce calls. One by one soldiers were torn into pieces by the Bug Mother, their bodies scattered everywhere, blood and flesh littering the ground. Witnessing such a horrifying scene, all the soldiers of the interstellar army were struck with terror. How could the Bug Mother appear here? Could our plan have failed? No, it can't be. They were thrown into panic, watching helplessly as the defenses they had painstakingly built crumbled in an instant. The earth was covered with blood and shredded flesh. Boom, boom. Terrifying vibrations echoed continuously within the star system. Monstrous bugs, like a swarm of locusts, surged toward the sky. They rushed upward relentlessly, seemingly intent on tearing apart and devouring all enemies. Boom, boom. The entire star system shook violently. Just at this moment, when everyone felt the most despair, a hand suddenly appeared in the sky, tearing through the void, slapping directly down at the Bug Mother in the sky. A mountain peak exploded instantly. The power of this palm strike was truly immense, carrying forces of astonishing strength. However, while the Bug Mother managed to dodge this palm strike, the bug races below weren't so fortunate. All the soldiers went berserk, because whole swarms of bug races died under this single strike, exploding, leaving behind vast expanses of dead bug corpses. Roar! Enraged, the Bug Mother let out a loud roar. Its enormous tentacles swiftly grabbed Chu Xinghe and swung at him in the sky. The entire planet trembled, as if about to be ripped apart by this immense force. Roar! 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 The reason the Bug Mother came here was for the Star Spirit. Chu Xinghe wanted the Star Spirit. The Bug Mother wanted it too. The Bug Mother's sensitivity towards the Star Spirit was particularly acute. It could sense that the Star Spirit had been extracted and must still be within someone on Trash Star. As long as it consumed every person on Trash Star, it would surely obtain the Star Spirit. Chapter 226, Selling Boxed Meals on the Battlefield. The smoke of gunpowder was rising everywhere, and this fierce battle only ended when the martial god-level experts hidden by Dark Star intervened. Only then did the mother insect escape. The mother insect wasn't foolish either. She sensed two martial god presences nearby the battlefield. She was afraid. Two martial gods were something she could not defeat. She feared that it might be a trap. However, despite the mother insect's retreat, the swarm of insects had yet to leave and still remained on the battlefield. But the pressure on the battlefield had significantly decreased. Meanwhile, Su Lingling had already started pushing her boxed meal cart around the vicinity of the battlefield, starting to sell boxed meals. A very tempting aroma spread throughout the camp. When the soldiers smelled this aroma, the energy within their bodies began to stir. This aroma was extremely enticing, making everyone feel empty in their stomachs, drooling nonstop. This smell was truly irresistible. Chu Tianda held a large flag with the words written on it. Exchange 3 insect corpses of 6 stars or higher for 1 boxed meal. The portion size of these boxed meals was substantial, wrapped in a huge leaf. After Su Lingling found a good spot, Chu Tianda and Zhang Shen started eating steaming hot spicy crayfish. Chu Tianda sat directly on the ground, leaning against a large rock, devouring his food without any care for how red and swollen his mouth had become from the spiciness. The taste was simply too good, and adding some potato threads would make life complete. Perhaps this was the meaning of being alive. The pervasive aroma quickly attracted many soldiers. They only accepted insect corpses as payment, which essentially meant free of charge, given the abundance of insect corpses scattered all over the battlefield. Su Lingling continued cooking new batches of spicy crayfish. After all, if left out for too long, they'd cool down and lose much of their flavor. Zhang Shun's injuries hadn't fully recovered yet, so he was precisely in need of nourishment. These soldiers watched as Zhang Shun and Chu Tianda ate with great delight, unable to resist for long. Soon, one man came forward holding an insect corpse asking, "Can I exchange these incomplete insect corpses? I've got 4. Of course you can." Su Lingling responded enthusiastically. Lin Yan stood nearby helping verify the insect corpses. "I'll take 1. Sure thing." Su Lingling immediately handed him a portion of spicy crayfish. The man took it and started munching right away, peeling the shell, then savoring the shrimp meat. The taste was indescribably delicious, truly incomparably tasty. As soon as he finished half of it, He could feel fluctuations in his internal energy. He had been at the master level for many years but couldn't break through to a legendary realm, the Celestial Man realm. The Celestial Man realm allowed free immigration to any planet, and even on the garbage planet, there were merely a few hundred Celestial Man experts. Most people got stuck at the master level, unable to reach Celestial Man. Only by breaking through to Celestial Man could they aspire to the martial god realm. He thought he would be stuck at the master level for the rest of his life, but today, his cultivation actually showed signs of movement, giving him hope. His internal energy underwent intense fluctuations, surging wildly at his bottleneck. He promptly gobbled up the remaining shrimp, converting it into internal energy, charging his bottleneck again. After a while, he opened his eyes, looked at Su Lingling, and respectfully thanked her. "Thank you. You're welcome. It's also due to your many years of accumulation." The bystanders among the soldiers couldn't help secreting saliva, tempted beyond control. This aroma kept wafting past their noses. The soldiers couldn't restrain themselves anymore and swarmed around. "Boss, I'll take one. Boss, give me one too. Boss, how do 9-star insect corpses exchange? Everyone, please don't rush. There's enough for everyone. Just take your time. Read the exchange rules when you have time." 9-star insect corpses could trade for 2 portions. Each person was limited to once per day. 2 7-star insect corpses could exchange for 1 portion. 1 8-star insect corpse could exchange for 1 portion. Now, Zhang Shun and Chu Tianda couldn't eat anymore. They could only help identify the insect corpses, rejecting those that were rotten or trying to substitute with other ranks of insect corpses. And Su Lingling was busier than ever, bustling like a little spinning top, tirelessly frying dishes continuously. My goodness, this is too delicious. This taste, it's just too overwhelming. People on Garbage Star rarely consumed spicy food. Therefore, for the stimulation of chili peppers, many had never encountered it before. As soon as they took a bite, their eyes brimmed with tears, and their noses started running from the spiciness. But strangely, this taste was incredibly satisfying, leaving them craving for more. Despite the fiery heat in their mouths, all they could think about was having another bite, and then another. Not long after, the vital energy within these people began to change. The energy around them surged powerfully, a prelude to breaking through their cultivation barriers. "I've broken through. I can't believe I've broken through. I've broken through too. I've actually reached the Celestial Man realm. I've become a master. My once uncontrollable spiritual energy has finally calmed down. My spiritual force used to be so volatile that not even suppressants could control it." Countless people wept out of sheer joy. The soldiers of the Star Corps brushed away the gloom of many days, revealing smiles they hadn't shown in a long while. And Su Lingling also let out a sigh of relief. Nearby this small boxed meal cart, soldiers gathered in droves within moments. Lin Yun was also moved by this atmosphere. She opened her eyes wide, searching eagerly within the crowd for Murong Li's figure. Not seeing Murong Li's silhouette, Lin Yun felt both disheartened and relieved at the same time. Her disappointment stemmed from not being able to see him, but her relief came from the possibility that he might still be alive and may have already left this place. Even though Su Lingling cooked at lightning speed, she still struggled to keep up with the overwhelming number of people surrounding her cart, one after another. Everyone who had tasted Su Lingling's boxed meals, even if they hadn't broken through their cultivation barriers, gained a breakthrough opportunity. Everyone benefited. It was the first time these Star Corps soldiers realized how delicious these insect corpses could be. Before, when the newly conscripted soldiers talked about how eating these insects was now fashionable in the city, they hadn't believed it. Now, they fully trusted what they were told. The flavor was truly amazing. So good that no one tired of it. On the contrary, the more they ate, the more they wanted. These insect corpses turned out to be far tastier than anyone imagined. An unforgettable delicacy indeed. Chapter 227. Is Chu Tianba's mind messed up? On this day, Su Lingling's boxed lunches sold exceptionally well. The soldiers kept queuing up until it was dark. Essentially, everyone's cultivation had been boosted to a new level. The army chefs quickly received instructions from their superiors. They were told to turn the insectoids into delicious and palatable food for the warriors to eat. So they woke up early in the morning and started cooking. However, the head chef was sweating profusely with worry. He was a 6-star chef. He had never cooked such distasteful food in his entire life. Food like this absolutely couldn't be presented to anyone. But soon, the general came over. After frowning and trying a bite, he couldn't help but shout at the head chef. "What is going on here? Not only does it taste wrong, after eating it, there's not a single ripple of yuan energy in the body, nor does it have any effect of suppressing spirit energy." "Well, I don't know either." In front of the general, the head chef didn't dare to act arrogantly at all. Even if you killed him, he wouldn't be able to make these insectoids into appetizing dishes. These bugs used to be something many people would rather starve to death than eat. A brigadier general said to the general, "The taste difference is too far off. This taste is really disgusting." That Su Lingling made her food smell so fragrant. She'll still come to sell her food today. Let's have the head chef stand by secretly and use binoculars to observe her and see if he can imitate a few elements of her style. For now, that's the best we can do. I've heard of this Su Lingling. It's rumored she's a 9-star chef. The gap between chefs is quite evident. I wonder if our chef can copy even a fraction of her style. General, I've heard the students at New Western Academy are very good at handling these insectoids. The flavor they create is excellent. Perhaps we can hire those students. That's a good idea, the general agreed. If Su Lingling were to keep selling food here every day, they wouldn't care much. The problem was, Su Lingling would only sell for 2 days. She would leave tomorrow and return to the inner city. and Crown Prince Chu Xinghe of the Dark Star Realm had already given orders that Su Lingling couldn't become the army's main chef. Besides, there was also a martial god-level powerhouse guarding Su Lingling, so how could they invite her into the military canteen? As one of Chu Xinghe's subordinates, he had naturally witnessed the scene where Su Lingling's offer was mocked by Chu Xinghe. The reputation of this crown prince might not be as great as the legends. He had misjudged her and missed out on a talent. He felt that even a 9-star chef probably couldn't compare to Su Lingling. After all, he had tasted Su Lingling's delicacies himself. There was no way. It was just too fragrant. Without being able to control himself, he still went over to trade for a boxed lunch. It was practically like getting free food. Looking at the sudden vitality displayed throughout the entire division, he was also surprised. When he first arrived, the place had been full of gloom, but now it brimmed with infinite vigor and vitality. It was all due to some simple and ordinary food. Everyone knew that today was the last day Su Lingling would sell boxed lunches here. The general especially adjusted the shifts, allowing soldiers to take turns rushing onto the battlefield. Unbelievably, there were 0 deaths today. Their shared belief was that they must hold on until after leaving the battlefield alive and eat a boxed lunch before closing their eyes. For those who had tasted the delicacies, their whole body was filled with endless strength. These ugly insects, in their eyes, transformed into one dish after another. At the entrance of the military camp, the general was holding a portion of spicy tentacles, biting into them right away. It was delicious beyond words. This chewy texture and flavor, absolutely divine. After eating a few bites, his lips turned red. Chu Xinghe was using an intelligent flying camera to inspect the battlefield. From afar, he spotted this sight. Seriously? Is this his confidant? At least as a general. How could he eat such disgusting insects? It was revolting. Watching it made him feel somewhat nauseated. He immediately noticed his foolish younger brother sitting on the ground, biting into one of the tentacles. Disgusting suckers. Seriously? His younger brother actually eats this stuff and finds it so tasty? Chu Xinghe thought Chu Tianba's brain might have gone awry. No, Chu Tianba still carried the blood of the Chu family. Half of his blood was the same as his. This embarrassment affected his own reputation as well. Of course, Chu Tianba had no idea that Chu Xinghe was quietly watching him. It has to be admitted, Su Lingling's cooking skills were truly exceptional. These insectoid tentacles were processed by Su Lingling without a trace of fishy odor. They carried a slightly sweet fish fragrance, plus a touch of spiciness. The flavor was simply incredible, delicious. Unfortunately, Chu Xinghe, that villain, only agreed to let her set up shop for 2 days, which was done as a favor to Zhongshan. After all, this was a military stronghold, and civilians were not allowed to approach. 2 days later, there would be so many insectoid corpses that they'd need to be purchased. At that time, Su Lingling wouldn't be as generous, allowing them to eat like they were at an all-you-can-eat buffet. Eating until full on Su Lingling's exquisite cuisine brought an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Chu Tianba had become quite addicted to eating it. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Chu Tianba began working, washing the insectoid bodies that hadn't been cleaned yet. Because after cleaning them, they still needed to be marinated for Su Lingling to turn them into delicious meals. Chu Tianba worked diligently, as he had eaten quite a lot. As for Chu Xinghe, even though he and Chu Tianba didn't get along well, Chu Xinghe had always been in a position of absolute superiority, with only Chu Tianba foolishly thinking they were equally matched. He wasn't particularly harsh towards Chu Tianba. If he really had to eliminate Chu Tianba, he would ensure Chu Tianba departed with dignity, rather than being humiliated in various ways. Now, looking at Chu Tianba's current state, Chu Xinghe felt pity for him. In his eyes, Chu Tianba must have endured much hardship during his time on the garbage planet. After all, they were implanted with slave chips, and the black hole indeed could transport people to the garbage planet. But going through that black hole was extremely dangerous. There was no guarantee whether those arriving on the garbage planet would be dead or alive. That Chu Tianba had survived was purely down to luck. Moreover, he must have suffered severe injuries. This was why he had been tormented to this extent. In Chu Xinghe's view, the only belief that kept Chu Tianba alive was the determination to return to Dark Star Realm and then take revenge on him. But now, he discovered that their father had long chosen the successor. And this elder brother of his was someone Chu Tianba could never surpass in his entire life. So, it was normal for Chu Tianba to experience mental breakdowns. Actually, Chu Xinghe didn't necessarily want to kill Chu Tianba. This order came from the ruler of Dark Star Realm, as the realm required a valid reason to station troops on the garbage planet. The disappearance of the second prince of Dark Star Realm provided an excellent excuse. If there was a possibility, he had landed on the garbage planet. If Chu Tianba died on the garbage planet, then dispatching troops would also have a perfect justification. Chapter 228, Return to the City. Chu Tianba was helping Su Lingling gather some insect corpses, planning to take them away. There were truly too many insect corpses on this interstellar battlefield. It would be such a waste to leave them behind. After all, the meat of beasts of the same high quality usually sold for astronomical prices, mainly because such powerful beasts were so rare. Thus, beast meat was very expensive. Chu Tianba knew that Su Lingling didn't have money and that she was very thrifty. She probably wouldn't allow him to eat as much as he wanted either. Besides, Chu Xinghe only gave 2 days' time. Su Lingling also wanted to return to the new Western school and teach all the dishes she knew to the students and teachers there before feeling at ease leaving Junk Planet. Therefore, Chu Tianba had to act quickly. Su Lingling would depart in the evening and didn't plan to stay here for long. Chu Tianba, look at you now, how little you resemble your former self. A cold voice rang out behind Chu Tianba. Even without turning around, Chu Tianba already recognized the sound of the voice. Chu Xinghe, my affairs are none of your business. Chu Tianba replied to Chu Xinghe with great indifference. Chu Tianba, the difference between you and me is now like heaven and earth. You pose no threat to me. There's absolutely no need for you to mistreat yourself like this. Go back to Dark Star. I have enough magnanimity to ensure you a life of wealth and honor. Chu Tianba did not expect Chu Xinghe to say such things. He knew that with Chu Xinghe's arrogance, he definitely would not lie or deceive him. This offer was sincere and genuine. But Chu Tianba's character couldn't accept such a life. Chu Tianba told Chu Xinghe, I think my current life is good, and I like it very much. Chu Xinghe, I am still grateful to you for sparing my life. However, I will prove to you one day that I will surpass you. The world is unpredictable, and not everything remains constant forever. Chu Xinghe fell silent. He felt the pride within Chu Tianba's heart. After all, they were from the Chu family. How could anyone be so spineless? Looking at Chu Tianba, he still saw a flicker of pride in his heart. Although dignity was temporarily laid aside, he knew Chu Tianba would never give up his dignity forever. Su Lingling, Zhang Shun, and Chu Tianba sat inside a spacecraft. This spacecraft would return them to the inner city. Lin Yun chose to remain on the battlefield, wanting to stay to find Murong Li. Zhang Shun helped her secure a job in logistics with the military force. Zhang Shun respected Lin Yun's decision, completing her sister Lin Yu's final wish. Although Lin Yun was not taken away from Junk Planet, Zhang Shun knew that as long as he remained safe, no one would dare make things difficult for Lin Yun in her new job. After all, offending a martial god was something nobody wished to do. Returning to the inner city, it felt as though only over a month had passed, but Su Lingling had the sensation of an epoch having shifted. She felt as if a great deal of time had gone by, like she had experienced many things. Su Lingling returned to her rented apartment. Everything in the house was exactly the same as before. Axiu and Aging were still living there. Before departing, Zhang Shun had prepaid the rent for a year and given Axiu and Aging some money. If they found better places to live, they could move. If not, they could continue staying there for the time being. Seeing Su Lingling and Zhang Shun returning made Axiu and Aging exceptionally happy. After all, surviving in the inner city without any support was incredibly challenging, especially since neither of them had skills nor special abilities, making it difficult for them to find work. Furthermore, there weren't many jobs as comfortable as caring for Su Lingling. Knowing Su Lingling had returned meant they could continue looking after her, stabilizing their own lives once more. Living well, that was their greatest aspiration. After informing some military General Ji about her safety, he was especially glad. Su Lingling asked General Ji to help Axiu and Aging find jobs. Since Su Lingling wouldn't be staying long-term, it was natural for her to help Axiu and Aging find new support rather than continuing to rely on her indefinitely. Su Lingling informed General Ji that she would pass on all her culinary skills to the students of the new Western school and then leave completely when she finished teaching. Su Lingling suggested General Ji let the school teachers follow her to learn. General Ji was deeply moved, as each craft was a secret rarely shared. Yet Su Lingling was extremely generous. How could he not be touched? After resting overnight, Su Lingling went to the school the next day to start teaching. Zhang Shun decided this time to accompany Su Lingling to her classes without leaving her side for even a step. He was worried about any potential accidents befalling Su Lingling. Chu Tianba also refused to stay home alone and insisted on following Su Lingling. The students who had previously learned from Su Lingling were all recruited by the Interstellar Corps as cafeteria chefs. Thus, this time Su Lingling would be teaching a new group of students. The familiar faces she once knew were now nowhere to be seen. However, Su Lingling took solace in knowing that the dishes she taught before were already well learned by the school's teachers, at least 80% mastered. Hence, she did not need to repeat those teachings. This time, Su Lingling planned to teach the students how to prepare braised pork. The first step was to handle the fierce beast meat. Compared to the previous recipes, this dish was slightly more complicated, requiring 2 lessons. Many of the students watched with their eyes but struggled to control their hands. It wasn't something that could be mastered quickly and required a period of practice. Lu Qingqing never expected Su Lingling to return to the school and resume teaching. Su Lingling was the first person to so quickly return alive from the interstellar battlefield to the inner city. What Lu Qingqing didn't anticipate even more was that Su Lingling would become her teacher. Ever since Su Lingling was forcibly taken away, the school canteen's business plummeted drastically. Even with several school teachers taking turns filling in, they failed to restore the cafeteria's former glory. When eating Su Lingling's food daily, Lu Qingqing never truly appreciated how extraordinary her culinary skills were. But after losing Su Lingling, she found no meal appetizing anymore. The other cooks simply weren't good enough. It dawned on her how remarkable Su Lingling's cooking really was. Cheap, cost-effective, fragrant, and delicious. Before, when some people referred to Su Lingling as a 9-star chef, she hadn't entirely believed it. Now, however, she thought only a 9-star chef could achieve such greatness. Su Lingling was undoubtedly a 9-star chef. Otherwise, Dongfang School wouldn't have played dirty tricks behind the scenes to forcibly send Su Lingling into the suicide squad. This incident was not concealed by General Si Jun. He saw no reason to cover up for Dongfang School. He used this event to motivate the school's students, which was precisely why the students responded so readily to the call, heading to the battlefield to become cafeteria chefs. Chapter 229, The God-Level Ramen. Su Lingling stood on the podium, her whole body glowing as if she was emanating light. The students below listened to the lecture attentively. Su Lingling patiently waited for the students to finish processing the ferocious beast meat before proceeding to the next step. Although the students' handling of the meat wasn't very elegant, their technique was correct. But when the familiar fragrance began to spread, the students in the classroom suddenly felt moved to tears. This is that taste. They hadn't smelled it for a long time, and they never thought they would be able to smell this scent again today. Teacher, can we try the braised pork you made? A quick-witted student asked Su Lingling from below. Su Lingling smiled slightly and said to the students beneath, "No, but I will share this portion of meat with the 2 best students among you all. Everyone should work hard today to make good braised pork. I'll taste each dish one by one. If I think that someone's cooking performance is the best today, I will give this plate of braised pork to them." Woohoo! The students immediately got excited at the mention of a reward. Who wouldn't be tempted? It was Su Lingling's braised pork after all, and they hadn't tasted it for a long time. Now Su Lingling no longer worked at the cafeteria as the head chef. Instead, she planned to spare more time to teach these students. Ding! Congratulations! Host has accumulated 3 million favorable reviews. Obtain the recipe for God-level ramen and 9-star rice seeds. Su Lingling hadn't expected that she would also receive a ramen recipe. Compared to ramen, Su Lingling actually preferred knife-cut noodles. Still, accumulating 3 million favorable reviews so quickly brought immense happiness to Su Lingling's heart. It proved that the students she had taught were doing well in the star system, which allowed her to gather so many positive reviews so fast. Su Lingling understood that this system aimed for her to spread Chinese cuisine across the entire planet. If she only relied on selling boxed lunches alone, even if Su Lingling worked herself to death, there'd be no way to let everyone in the galaxy taste the deliciousness of her boxed lunches. If Su Lingling kept her culinary skills to herself and didn't teach others, then the praise she received would always remain limited. Definitely not like now, getting so much praise so quickly. Nor would she obtain 9-star rice seeds as she did now, and she adored steamed rice made from these seeds. Even though noodles are also tasty, Su Lingling grew up eating steamed rice. Moreover, the quantity of these 9-star rice seeds was substantial, a full pound. In Su Lingling's chef spirit space, farming had become possible. The arrival of these rice seeds couldn't have come at a better time. As her cultivation improved, Su Lingling increasingly realized that ordinary food couldn't provide enough energy for her body's nutritional needs, nor could it help improve her cultivation. With this 9-star rice, Su Lingling believed she and Zhang Shun should be able to restore normal eating habits. Eating just 1 meal per day, and 1 bowl of rice would suffice. Cultivation was like rowing upstream, either advancing or retreating. Staying stagnant wasn't an option. Though Tianren realm was powerful, its consumption of energy was enormous. Insufficient energy would cause cultivation to degrade, gradually weakening one's vitality. Looking at these lively and cute young people below, these individuals represented the future of the galaxy, the budding flowers of the motherland. At this moment, they were fully focused on preparing braised pork. When the pot cover opened, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Each person was highly confident about their braised pork. However, they merely swallowed their saliva and didn't pick any piece to taste it themselves. Instead, they respectfully handed chopsticks to Su Lingling, inviting her to sample it. After taking the chopsticks, Su Lingling picked up a piece of braised pork. The cuts of the pork pieces weren't particularly attractive, but after cooking them this way, their color became stunning. This deep reddish brown looked incredibly beautiful. After tasting it, Su Lingling found the flavor excellent. She gave a thumbs up and proceeded to try everyone's dishes one by one. Your skills are all impressive, which really puts the teacher in a tough spot since I didn't expect your culinary abilities to be so outstanding. Remember the old saying, cooking requires practice, and I suggest practicing at home, making meals for family and friends. If you can, I recommend setting up street stalls. The reason Su Lingling didn't directly recommend street vending this time was because the price of savage beast meat was significantly higher than insect species meat. Setting up a stall would make the dish too expensive, and only a few people would afford it. Street vending usually means cheap goods. If street snacks become too pricey, there won't be many buyers. However, if it were cheap, it wouldn't be worthwhile. After all, ferocious beast meat isn't inexpensive. Su Lingling eventually selected 2 dishes she thought were the best. Lu Qingqing hadn't expected that the braised pork she cooked would be considered the best by Su Lingling. This sense of joy made Lu Qingqing extraordinarily happy. Even sharing a dish of braised pork with her least favorite person, Su Tiantian, couldn't erase her happiness. Because she was truly so overjoyed. She never imagined that her braised pork could be this delicious. She felt it wasn't inferior to Su Lingling's at all. Lu Qingqing divided Su Lingling's rewarded braised pork equally with Su Tiantian. After tasting her portion in one bite, all she did was swallow some saliva. Then she packed up the braised pork into an insulated lunchbox. She wanted to take the braised pork home. This was the first time she had ever been praised. After all, could she not be delighted? Also, she found the braised pork she herself had cooked extremely fragrant and believed it a waste to not eat it. Lu Qingqing had always assumed she lacked talent for cooking, but she had never dreamed she could cook such tasty food. No matter how it was eaten, it tasted so good. If only there was a bowl of plain rice to go with it, the pairing would taste absolutely amazing. After school, Lu Qingqing took out her pocket money and specially went to the supermarket to buy some savage beast meat, intending to make a dish for her good friends. Lu Qingqing had already bragged to her friends before. Her teacher now was Su Lingling, a 9-star chef. Lu Qingqing wanted her friends to taste her skills. She initially intended for her family to try it, but unfortunately, her family had something come up and couldn't return home in the evening, naturally making it easier for her girl pals. As for the portion of braised pork rewarded by Su Lingling, she planned to eat it all by herself, as midnight snack in the evening. At home, in the kitchen, Lu Qingqing took out the ferocious beast meat she bought from the supermarket. When she started handling it again, she realized she had forgotten 7 or 8/10 of what she learned in class. Fortunately, Su Lingling allowed recording videos, and watching them helped restore some of her previous memories. Chapter 230. The insect clan tastes so good. Lu Qingqing finally understood why Su Lingling had insisted on cooking more often. Because if you go too long without doing it, you really do forget, and quickly at that. The people Lu Qingqing invited were those who had never eaten at her school cafeteria. They all went to different schools. They usually attended classes at other schools, so they mostly hung out together. Qingqing, this meat fragrance is just irresistible. Your culinary skills are amazing. A young lady next to Lu Qingqing, upon smelling the aroma of braised pork, could not help but drool. Her bright eyes were fixed on Lu Qingqing, filled with anticipation. At first, when Lu Qingqing invited her over to try her cooking, she didn't want to come, but the allure of the meat was too tempting. This delicious pork was simply irresistible. Well, of course, my cooking is excellent. Lu Qingqing proudly patted her chest and laughed. This is the braised pork I learned how to cook today. How does it smell? Pretty good, right? When the young lady heard that it was made by Lu Qingqing herself, she was immediately surprised and opened her mouth wide in amazement. She looked at Lu Qingqing with admiration, exclaiming, "Qingqing, your talent is just too high. After just one day, your skills are impressive. This pork's fragrance has driven me crazy." And then, she couldn't wait any longer and grabbed her chopsticks, picking up a piece of pork and putting it into her mouth. As soon as it entered her mouth, her eyes widened in surprise. The pork was incredibly flavorful, tender yet not greasy, fragrant, and smooth. Lu Qingqing's few friends immediately indulged themselves in delightfully savoring the dish, finding it much tastier than anything bought outside. This made these young ladies even more impressed by Lu Qingqing's cooking skills, showering her with constant compliments. "Oh my goodness, this braised pork is absolutely delicious. If only I could also cook like this. Yeah, I've never tasted such delicious meat before. Qingqing, you're truly talented. Let me know when you try out new recipes, and remember to include me. I'll definitely show up and fully support you." These young ladies kept praising Lu Qingqing while eating. "Hee, I'm glad you all like it. I just casually played around." Lu Qingqing beamed with pleasure upon hearing their compliments, her face glowing with joy. "You shouldn't focus solely on the meat. Come on, let's drink some wine. Allow me to toast each of you." Lu Qingqing raised her glass and offered a round of toasts to the few young ladies seated around the table. "Come, cheers. Drink." The young ladies all raised their glasses to clink them together with Lu Qingqing's. Smiles adorned everyone's faces. Lu Qingqing's skills were impeccable, satisfying each of them thoroughly. Throughout the meal, they ate heartily, completely delighted. They all felt extremely fortunate to have met Lu Qingqing in this life. Each one harbored deep gratitude for her. After all, this meal was exceedingly delicious, with fierce beast meat not being cheap. Moreover, these meats were extraordinarily tasty. After they finished eating to their satisfaction, Lu Qingqing tidied up the bowls and went to wash them, while the few young ladies sat in the living room chatting and deciding where to go later in the evening. Inside the battlefield cafeteria, Sikong Shui was cleaning some crayfish and crab insects. She'd been forcibly conscripted. It made her realize what kind of person GMO was. In the end, GMO abandoned her, not even showing up for a final farewell. Though Sikong Shui's heart felt somewhat lost, seeing these ingredients took away some of her sorrow. Since making spicy crayfish was something she knew well, compared to men, her career mattered more. While washing these crayfish, Sikong Shui hummed a little tune, the corner of her lips curling upward naturally. Her mood gradually improved. Next came heating oil in a pot so big she barely managed to handle it. She stuck her hand inside the pot, testing the temperature lightly with her fingertips, and ended up shouting from the heat. "Ouch! It's scorching." Her brows furrowed painfully, showing how uncomfortable she was. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead. Sikong Shui stirred the seasonings at the bottom of the pot with a spoon. Once the temperature was suitable, she added the crayfish and started continuously flipping them. Her eyes focused intently, as if she was performing the most important task. Her expression remained deeply concentrated, wholly absorbed. Before long, the spicy aroma of the crayfish began to spread. Sikong Shui, sniffing the enticing smell, couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Her eyes were fixated on the crayfish without blinking, shining brightly as if they were about to drool. At this moment, Sikong Shui felt her whole heart melting. She suddenly imagined herself turning into a crayfish, wandering in this world. She felt her life brimming with vitality, feeling as if she had grown up and was no longer the naive and ignorant girl she once was. Satisfied, she scooped out the pot of crayfish, placed them onto a plate, and set it by the window. The general standing nearby, upon smelling the aroma, couldn't help but drool, never having expected these ugly insect clan members to have such a pleasant-sounding name, crayfish. The stir-fried spicy crayfish smelled absolutely irresistible. The general couldn't wait to take a taste, followed by another bite, and then another. One after another, soldiers also began trying a bite each. The general's faces lit up with surprise. "Delicious. Absolutely perfect. I've never eaten anything this tasty before. Heavens, I've never tasted something so good. Who knew these insect clan members could taste this good? No wonder the lords inside the inner city come to purchase large quantities of insect corpses. Those lords truly know how to eat. This flavor is simply too perfect. Far better than our previous chefs." The men all chimed in with praise. Their eyes were fixed on that dish of crayfish, wishing they could swallow it whole immediately. Sikong Shui's mood soared. These soldiers were actually praising her? "Thank you for your compliments," Sikong Shui said with a beaming smile. Watching these hulking men in front of her made her feel even more delighted. This big batch of spicy crayfish clearly wasn't enough for them. Sikong Shui continued to cook more spicy crayfish. Her movements were skillful and swift, and in no time at all, she prepared over 10 portions. Each looked fresh and enticingly sweet. These men couldn't stop eating at all. They picked up their chopsticks and started tasting one by one. That refreshing, savory flavor spread through their mouths, making them unable to stop. In a flash, the room was filled with nothing but the tantalizing smell of the food, completely overshadowing the other dishes cooking in the pot. They ate like famished wolves. In just half an incense stick's time, an entire pot of crayfish was devoured by them. Even the leftover bits weren't thrown away. They were carefully stashed in their arms. Licking their lips, they still wanted more. Sikong Shui's culinary skills were extraordinary, reaching the level of absolute mastery. Chapter 231. I'm doing well here. These people are usually busy with war. Where would they have the chance to eat such delicious meals like today? This sumptuous feast made them full of admiration for this new female chef. Seeing their satisfied faces after eating enough, Sima Shui felt very happy inside. Nothing could be better than seeing one's own food being so popular. Seeing that those generals still wanted more, she started cooking crayfish again. This time, she learned to be a bit smarter and didn't dare to cook too much, for fear of wasting it if it wasn't all eaten. And this time, Sima Shui didn't have to clean the crayfish herself. These soldiers volunteered to help her wash them. At first, the leading general didn't understand why Chu Xinghe had sent over such a batch of student chefs. But now, everything became clear to them. They were extremely grateful to Chu Xinghe at this moment. Compared to the previous Star Lord who only cared about trash, they found Chu Xinghe to be much more humane, even employing such excellent chefs. Sima Shui hadn't expected that her status would rise so quickly. She was originally quite afraid that someone might harass her, but now everyone treated her with great respect. Sima Shui was also assigned a single-person residence, with a few soldiers stationed at her door to protect her. Her status in the cafeteria was greatly enhanced as well. She and her classmates were all dispersed, allocated into various regional military units to serve as dining hall cooks. Most of them, having seriously studied culinary arts, were given relatively good treatment. They were also able to communicate with family and classmates using their light brains. Now, most people shared their experiences in the classmate group chats. The information in the classmate group always showed 99+. Can't imagine that here. I could actually live in such a nice house. The general knew my family background was decent and worried that I hadn't experienced hardship. He gave up his room for me and even asked the soldiers to make a spring bed for me. The people in these military units are really so friendly. They took care of me when I just arrived. Initially, the local officers didn't think much of me, but now they've been completely won over by my spicy crayfish. They treat me very well. Same for me. I thought coming here was equivalent to entering hell, but it's not scary at all. I think it's fine to stay and work here permanently. I feel sorry for the soldiers, always fighting on the battlefield and guarding the trash star. I want to contribute my part to the trash star. Same for me. My brother is gone forever from here, and now I want to replace him in guarding here. These regular soldiers are really pitiable. They don't have inhibitors because there aren't enough. They suffer every day, and I'm glad that my food can help them. Me too. There was no network here before. It was the officer who personally led the soldiers to install a network transmitter for me, which allowed me to connect online. I have to stop talking and contact my family to let them know I'm safe. Me too. My parents must be very worried. Qianbin kept taking pictures of his house with his light brain, telling his parents not to worry. He was living in the best possible conditions. His family ran a restaurant, and he was also proactive in street vending. Thus, Qianbin had previously cooked spicy crayfish many times, and he was more adept at handling these insect species. His cooking skills were excellent. Mom and Dad, take a look. Where I live is very good. You don't need to worry about me. Now I can rest at 8 o'clock every night. Every day, I can report my safety to you. It's great here. The general has given me a lot of cultivation items to practice with, improving my abilities. Qianbin's father and mother were constantly seeking connections to try to save Qianbin. Because joining the space fleet was too terrifying, those who could return were few and far between. They'd heard stories about how fierce the soldiers were. But now, being able to video call with Qianbin and seeing that his spirit looked good eased their worries somewhat. Their eyes were filled with bloodshot from lack of sleep and worry. At this moment, wanting to speak but choked up to the point of not being able to utter a word. Son, you must take good care of yourself. If you encounter danger, avoid it if you can. Mom and Dad, you don't need to worry. I'm just a chef, so I don't need to worry about those things. The general here loves the food I cook. Not much else to say. I want to go to bed early today. Tomorrow morning, I will start cooking. By then, all the soldiers in our area will come to eat, and I guess I won't have time to rest. On my first day on the job, I want to perform well and solidify my position. Yes, son, you must get plenty of rest and give it your all tomorrow. Qian father immediately said to Qianbin, worried that if Qianbin didn't perform well, they might take him off kitchen duties and send him to the front lines instead, which would be far too dangerous. Seeing his parents' expressions, Qianbin's eyes welled with tears after he hung up the call. Though Chu Xinghe didn't care for Su Lingling, he learned that her dishes could rival the effects of inhibitors, and inhibitors were expensive. But the meat of these insectoids was essentially free, like finding treasure on the street. As the future king of Dark Star, he understood what truly mattered. He did not let personal likes or dislikes interfere with his decisions. While he regretted limiting Su Lingling's stall to just 2 days, he discovered she was a teacher at Western New School and had already passed on all her culinary skills to her students. The current trend in the inner city for spicy crayfish and steamed crab worms was ignited by her students setting up food stalls everywhere. So Chu Xinghe used his authority to forcibly conscript all of Su Lingling's students. Naturally, their treatment varied depending on their skill levels. Sure enough, this decision moved the soldiers of the court deeply. These lower-ranking soldiers were typically considered expendable cannon fodder, and no one ever allocated inhibitors for them. Now, however, Chu Xinghe had not only saved on inhibitor costs but also preserved many cultivation resources. The energy contained within these insectoid corpses wasn't insignificant. The demands of these lower-tier soldiers were quite low. All they needed was a goal to strive toward. For them, eating such food, what they normally couldn't even dream of tasting, was considered high-end cuisine. Not only did it serve as an inhibitor substitute, but it also enhanced their cultivation levels and tasted fantastic. Thus, they were extraordinarily grateful to Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe himself hadn't anticipated that such a small move would enable him to effortlessly control the entire core and win everyone's approval so easily. Chapter 232. The cafeteria was almost overcrowded. Inside the military cafeteria, the cafeteria was almost overwhelmed. Despite the large crowd, the smell of the spicy crayfish was simply irresistible. These soldiers were crowded in lines, holding bowls and chopsticks. As soon as they got the crayfish, they hurriedly picked them up and sent them into their mouths. Delicious, very good. The cafeteria now actually has such delicious dishes. These insect species are really tasty. A man, over 6 feet tall with a tiger back and bare waist, held a big bowl, standing at the entrance of the cafeteria, raising his arms high, shouting loudly. Hurry up, everyone. If you're too late, there will be no place left. As soon as he finished speaking, several tables of soldiers rushed to him, making the already crowded queue even more congested. Looking at those who have already obtained the spicy crayfish, they seemed extremely stimulated by how delicious it looked. This scene made the tiger-backed, bare-waisted man's eyes go straight. He hurriedly shouted, I don't know when this line is going to end. As soon as these words came out, other soldiers immediately burst into laughter. There was a young man with a handsome appearance. He smiled and walked over, patting the shoulder of the tiger-backed, bare-waisted man, saying, Old Li Tu, how come you're still like a child, so anxious while waiting in line? Old Li Tu, faced with everyone's ridicule, didn't care. As long as he thought that today their military cafeteria would have such delicious food, he was extremely happy inside. Although he and the other soldiers just came back from outside, they had heard about the rumors of the military cafeteria when they were outside. It was said that this cafeteria was simply the best place to eat in the world. Qianbin watched the spicy crayfish he made be so popular, feeling very happy inside. This was his first job, the first official day of work. Although the cafeteria was busier than he expected, he worked hard happily. He looked at the soldiers queuing up like a long dragon and chuckled. Everyone, our military cafeteria also has steamed crab insects today. Don't forget to take some. Qianbin's words excited many people, and they shouted, Qianbin, Qianbin. This loud calling echoed continuously in Qianbin's ears. Qianbin felt his blood boiling, his eye sockets slightly moistened. Although Qianbin was only 17 years old, his mind was already very mature. He knew that his future was bright. He would become an excellent interstellar chef. Thinking about this, Qianbin's face showed a hint of prideful smile, his gaze towards those groups of soldiers dressed in blue and white uniforms, overflowing with happiness. In the corner of the cafeteria stood a young man about 25 or 6 years old. The young man was slim, standing over 6 feet 3 inches tall, wearing a set of tight white clothes, looking spirited and energetic. He wore black sunglasses, most of his face hidden. His skin was exceptionally fair, lips thin, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, showing coldness in his eyes. His whole body emitted a distant and aloof quality that kept others at bay. In his left palm, he held a silver pistol, while his right hand held a glass of red wine, slowly shaking the ruby-red liquid inside. At this moment, the young man's gaze was fixed on Qianbin, that sharp look like a blade edge, striking fear into those who saw it. Qianbin was speeding up cooking, suddenly feeling a fierce stare watching him. He instinctively turned around, but saw nothing. Qianbin frowned, muttering to himself. Could it be my hallucination? As Qianbin continued cooking, the sensation of being stared at became stronger. Qianbin put down the ladle. He looked around, but didn't see any suspicious people, then reheld the pot lid to continue cooking. Just as he covered the pot again, the fierce gaze disappeared. Qianbin was puzzled. He reopened the pot cover, yet still couldn't find anyone's trace. Qianbin's eyebrows furrowed together. He felt something strange had happened. Forget it, not caring about all this. He needed to cook attentively. So many soldiers were eagerly awaiting food, relying on him for feeding. Qianbin's physical strength was limited. After just 3 hours of continuous cooking, he was completely exhausted, almost collapsing to the ground. The main reason was that Qianbin had to concentrate fully on cooking, and stir-frying was far from a simple physical task. It required depletion of one's vital energy. Qianbin needed to control the power of fire seeds to cook. That was why he was so tired. He could only last for 3 hours. However, luckily at this time, the soldiers in the cafeteria retreated. They headed once again toward the battlefield. At this moment, the man walked up to Qianbin and said to him, Are you interested in leaving here and going to Dark Star? I can assure you that your status will be much better than it is now. On our Dark Star, chefs are held in extremely high regard. You? Qianbin looked at the young man before him. This guy was good-looking, but exuded an overwhelming arrogance. Who is he? How does he know me? Isn't this the Interstellar Legion? Why is someone allowed to not wear a uniform? Qianbin's mind was filled with confusion. He looked at this unfamiliar man and asked, Who are you? The man grinned, his smile incredibly charming. But it gave Qianbin a sense of extreme danger. His legs began to tremble uncontrollably, sweat pouring down his forehead. The man chuckled softly and said, "My name is Su Yang. I am from a collateral branch of the Su family on Dark Star. You should have heard of them, right?" The Su family of Dark Star? Qianbin truly had no idea. He only knew his teacher, Su Lingling. The man looked at Qianbin's bewildered expression and said to him, "With your culinary skills, even on Trash Star, you wouldn't be properly appreciated. But if you were on our Dark Star, you wouldn't exhaust yourself like this, nor would you have to endure such grievances. Thank you for your kindness, but I grew up on Trash Star. I won't abandon Trash Star during its most difficult times. I hope to use my abilities to help everyone on Trash Star. There are many soldiers here. Perhaps after eating the spicy crayfish I cooked today, they'll go into battle and never come back. This might be their last meal. I cannot abandon them." The man looked at Qianbin, utterly speechless. Qianbin's dishes, he had tasted them. Though not of a high grade, the flavor was genuinely excellent, and the effects were decent as well. It's a waste for someone like him to be here. However, perhaps it is precisely because of people like him who remain true to themselves that they can produce such delectable and tasty food. Once their heart changes, so too will the taste of the food. Chapter 233. Everything is getting better. Su Yang did not insist. After all, there were more than just one person with culinary skills like Qianbin's. But as he asked each cafeteria one by one, only a few people agreed to leave here. And those students who agreed to leave could make dishes that tasted average, but their food felt great at first bite. However, upon careful tasting, an underlying dirty and ugly flavor became apparent. This sensation originated from deep within the soul. He could forcibly take these students away, but if he did, it would lose its meaning. Because even if these students followed him, without the right heart, they couldn't cook such delicious food anymore. Su Yang headed to the spacecraft, where Chu Xinghe was. "Your Highness, the young chefs you forcibly recruited this time really have excellent skills. They all have a pure heart." "Ha. I didn't expect these students' cooking abilities to be so profound. Those who were before have already been sent back by my order. Your Highness, how can they go back after stepping onto the battlefield? If others knew, what would happen if they followed the same example?" Su Yang, somewhat worried, asked Chu Xinghe. "These trash also produce some works. As long as people have hope, no matter how bitter or tiring their labor may be, it won't feel bitter. They still keep a trace of sweetness in their hearts, and these students are the same. If I want to long-term possess a group of high-quality chefs like these, I must send these people back. Let these people know that I, Dark Star, don't accept any useless individuals. With selection in place, these people will naturally strive hard to enter our legion. These youths are not very old, and they can be cultivated into our own people. As long as one 6-star chef appears here, the help to me will definitely be considerable. If we can cultivate a 9-star chef, if they can maintain this state, and break through to become 9-star chefs, the probability of me breaking through to become a martial god can increase another layer." Chu Xinghe said to Su Yang, with a tone filled with reflection. He hadn't expected that this Trash Star actually produces so many cooks. These students are passionate in their hearts, with extraordinary culinary skills. He must properly protect this innocence. Otherwise, even if they advance to 9 stars, it wouldn't benefit him much. 9-star chefs vary in strength too. Some weak 9-star chefs might not even be as good as a normal 5-star chef. And this batch of new Western school chefs, although only ranked 1, 2, or 3 stars, their quality is high, better than a regular 5-6-star chef by a bit. So, Chu Xinghe wanted to train these people. He planned to improve his image. Because these chefs need to be loyal to him. However, he needs to find a star spirit too. Chu Xinghe has consulted Star Fate Masters. The star spirit is still on the Trash Star, though it's unknown exactly where. The star spirit isn't with Zhang Shun and his group because he used sensors to detect. This star spirit must have been hidden away by the Trash Star's owner. The mother bug can sense it too. Otherwise, it wouldn't keep watching the Trash Star closely. The blood and lives of so many human geniuses forced out the star spirit. The essence of the Trash Star has already begun to dissipate, which is a sign of the extraction for the star spirit. Although the owner of the Trash Star made up for some of the loss with his own soul, his soul pales in comparison to the star spirit. There's no way to completely fill the void. If the Trash Star continues like this, it will certainly be unable to withstand attacks from the bug races. When that happens, the Trash Star will truly become a Trash Star. The star spirit is just too important. Chu Xinghe doesn't know that the star spirit is on Su Lingling. Chu Xinghe does not suspect Su Lingling because he tested her with detection instruments too. This star spirit is so crucial that everyone who appeared on the scene, including his good-for-nothing younger brother, was probed. That's why he let Zhang Shun and Su Lingling's group return to the inner city. Otherwise, even if he were a martial god, Chu Xinghe wouldn't fear them. The star spirit didn't fuse into Su Lingling's body, but instead integrated into the culinary god space. Thus, however much Chu Xinghe probed, he couldn't detect the star spirit. If Su Lingling had chosen to fuse the star spirit into herself, Chu Xinghe would have found out. Then, he would surely try every method to extract the star spirit back from Su Lingling's body. Su Lingling has no idea about all of this at present. Upon learning from Sima Jun that the students were doing well in the army, Su Lingling feels reassured. In the system, good reviews continuously scroll by. This shows that these students are performing quite decently and are fairly popular in the Star Legion. This brought Su Lingling a great deal of comfort. There is nothing more joyful than seeing one's students grow into talented individuals. Under Su Lingling's patient instruction, she spent an entire month teaching all the dishes she knew to the teachers and some students of the new Western school. Su Lingling believed that even in her absence, these teachers would continue to teach very well. A month's time is neither too long nor too short. The war between the trash star and the bug races came to a conclusion just after this brief period of 1 month. They managed to move the battlefield into space. Now, interstellar soldiers are stationed in space, with those weaker ones having already been sent back to the trash star. Though the trash star has lost its star spirit, it is slowly improving. The entire trash star has become increasingly prosperous. The grass and trees in the outer districts are growing wildly. The inner city can no longer accommodate all the people coming down from the star legions. Chu Xinghe expanded the inner urban area, incorporating the outer district. Joining the Star Legion isn't like before, where forced conscription was required. Now, people are breaking their heads trying to get in. Because the food at the military camp is excellent. Once they leave, they won't be able to find such delicious and affordable food elsewhere. Suppressants are really expensive, and the new Western school has received strong support from Chu Xinghe. All the outstanding students have been selected to join the Star Legion as cafeteria chefs. Those who are slightly less skilled can stay in the inner city of the trash star. But now, the resources on the trash star are rapidly depleting. If one wishes to advance further and gain more resources, then joining the Star Legion is the only option. Chu Xinghe would not take the blame for the former owner of the trash star and directly announced his crimes. All the evil deeds done in the name of longevity extension, including massacring talents on the trash star, were exposed. Even worse, the previous trash star owner destroyed the trash star itself for his own extended life. Now, the reason for the sharp reduction in natural energies is because of everything done by the previous trash star owner. Chapter 234, Dark Star Recruitment. After Su Lingling said goodbye to Si Junfeng and left the school, Chu Xinghe arrived at the new Western school. He was quite curious about what kind of school could cultivate so many talented chefs. If possible, he hoped to bring all the teachers from this school to Dark Star and open a similar school. If that couldn't be done, sending people from Dark Star here for training would also be fine. Because among the students he recruited, 30 in total, only 5 were sent back to the school. The level of these 5 wasn't particularly bad. They just had a noticeable gap compared to their peers. That's why Chu Xinghe decided to come to the new Western school. He planned to recruit another batch of outstanding students to Dark Star with a high salary of 1 million crystal coins per month. And he guaranteed that they would receive Dark Star's citizen ID. As soon as Chu Xinghe expressed his intention, he was warmly welcomed by Si Junfeng. Nothing made him happier than knowing the students of his school could have better prospects. The rank of Garbage Star would definitely drop. If his students could develop better on Dark Star, it would obviously be great. Do you know? Crown Prince Chu Xinghe of Dark Star has come to our school to recruit people. Of course we all know. The school announcement is out. He will participate in our grand exam. And he is so handsome. Dark Star is a pure first-class civilization planet. After going there and obtaining citizenship, you can even bring your immediate family members to Dark Star. It's much safer than here. I know that too. Dark Star is a place with a promising future. There are not only many beautiful women and advanced technologies, but also various resources and minerals there. It's truly a paradise for cultivation. We've been here for more than 3 years and haven't seen any remarkable figures. But now we finally have the chance to witness one. Hey, not everyone can enter Dark Star. To become a person of Dark Star, you need to have potential and talent. Actually, Dark Star values potential the most. This time, I must perform well. In the school, news about Chu Xinghe spread wider and wider. Almost every student was talking about the Crown Prince of Dark Star and paying attention to this event. Rumors say that Crown Prince Chu Xinghe of Dark Star is a handsome young man, over 182 centimeters tall, weighing over 190 pounds. Lu Qingqing couldn't have imagined such a good opportunity would arise. Her culinary skills had improved dramatically, and she was confident that Chu Xinghe would fall under her delicious food spell, which would surely help her gain Dark Star's citizen ID. The exam began soon. All students prepared their culinary tests on a huge square. The test lasted an hour, and all ingredients were brought by the students themselves. Principal Si Junfeng walked respectfully behind Chu Xinghe. For this Crown Prince of Dark Star, he dared not neglect him. Chu Xinghe might become the future leader of Dark Star, whose noble identity was beyond Si Junfeng's ability to neglect. He also hoped that his students would have a brighter future. On the platform in the center of the square, a row of tables and chairs had already been prepared, and Chu Xinghe sat in the middle. Seeing Chu Xinghe settle down, Si Junfeng ordered the students to start. Alright, today's exam content is to prepare an exquisite dish. If you fail to complete it, it counts as failure, and the score will be directly 0. Do you understand? Understood. All the students replied in unison and immediately picked up various ingredients and got busy. Lu Qingqing then took out a piece of ferocious beast meat that her parents had long prepared for her. Her parents also knew the importance of this exam. Garbage Star is no longer viable now. If they could settle on Dark Star, their whole family would feel like ascending to enlightenment. Recently, Lu Qingqing had been making braised pork every day, and she was most confident in this dish. She rolled up her sleeves, picked up a kitchen knife from the cutting board, and started slicing the ferocious beast meat. As soon as the knife went down, fresh red slices of ferocious beast meat were instantly cut off and placed on the chopping board. Her knife skills had greatly improved since then. After marinating the ferocious beast meat, she began lighting the fire. In a while, the cooked ferocious beast meat gave off a strong aroma. Braised pork tastes better if deep fried. Lu Qingqing threw some chopped green onions into the ferocious beast meat and put it in the pot to boil. During her frying and cooking process, she constantly tasted the flavor of various ingredients. Finally, she cut some side dishes into pieces, placed them in a porcelain bowl beside, added a bit of sauce, and then put them into the pot. She opened the pot lid, and the inviting aroma spread out. Soon, a dish of ferocious beast meat with an appealing color and good presentation was ready. For this dish of ferocious beast meat, Lu Qingqing had put her entire heart into it. She carried all the expectations of her parents. She must succeed, because it wasn't just for herself. Lu Qingqing looked up at the time. The timing was perfect, with just a few more minutes to go. The other students around her had also prepared their dinners. Not all of the dishes were braised pork. Some had made spicy crayfish or steamed crab bugs. These varieties were the most common, with almost half choosing one of these dishes. Because Su Lingling had taught these recipes the most. But some students had taken a different path. After all, with so many people cooking the same dishes, it would be hard to stand out. Su Lingling had also taught quite a few other dishes, such as sour and spicy potato shreds, sour and spicy Chinese cabbage, and vegetable tofu soup. However, vegetarian dishes required greater skill and didn't have the rich aroma of meat dishes, so fewer students chose them, though there were still a few who opted for these dishes. Si Junfeng approached Chu Xinghe with a smile full of flattery. Your Highness, Crown Prince, please try the exam work created by the students from my school. See how their dishes turned out. Chu Xinghe glanced coldly at Si Junfeng and nodded. In the square, the aromas of various dishes gathered together, reaching directly toward Chu Xinghe's spiritual sense. Smelling these fragrances, Chu Xinghe felt hungry as well, but he still maintained a composed expression on his face. He couldn't lose his royal decorum. As the crown prince, what delicious foods hadn't he already tasted? However, watching these students cook up close, he found himself not getting bored at all, but instead feeling rather intrigued. This aroma was incredibly tempting, very fragrant. Everyone's eyes below were bright as they watched him, eagerly waiting for him to sample the food. These young students weren't shy about expressing their feelings and stared straight at him openly, which improved Chu Xinghe's mood considerably. Chapter 235, Tasting the Delicacies. Chu Xinghe stepped down from the platform one step at a time, with Si Jun's small figure jogging behind him. Chu Xinghe arrived in front of the first candidate, a girl. He glanced at the name tag on her clothes, which read 3 characters, Zhang Xiaohua. She had prepared spicy lobster. As soon as she saw him, she respectfully handed him some chopsticks. What's your name? Chu Xinghe casually asked Zhang Xiaohua while taking the chopsticks. Of course he knew Zhang Xiaohua's name because he had seen it on her name tag, but since her spicy lobster was the most fragrant one in the front row, it caught Chu Xinghe's attention a little more. My name is Zhang Xiaohua, she shyly replied. She found Chu Xinghe too handsome, and his charming aura was intoxicating, a regal quality beyond description. Chu Xinghe gave Zhang Xiaohua a slight smile, then picked up the chopsticks and was about to start picking up the food when Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly put on gloves, picked up a lobster, and peeled it open, revealing the snow-white shrimp meat inside. Respectfully, she offered the shrimp to Chu Xinghe. He picked up the white shrimp meat and placed it into his mouth. Zhang Xiaohua looked expectantly at Chu Xinghe tasting the shrimp meat, feeling incredibly excited inside. Chu Xinghe closed his eyes. The taste of this lobster was better than expected, leaving an impressive impression. Opening his eyes, he saw Zhang Xiaohua watching him nervously, her face flushed red, her big eyes twinkling as if they could drip water. Chu Xinghe couldn't help but laugh. Are you nervous? Hearing Chu Xinghe's question, Zhang Xiaohua quickly shook her head. Chu Xinghe picked another piece of shrimp and ate it slowly. The shrimp melted in his mouth, fresh and tender. Impressed, he took 2 more pieces, chewing thoughtfully as he spoke to Zhang Xiaohua. The taste is really good. Upon hearing such praise from Chu Xinghe, Zhang Xiaohua blushed bashfully and lowered her head. Seeing this, Chu Xinghe turned to the school principal, Si Jun, beside him. This student's cooking skills are excellent. She deserves an excellent grade. Next, Chu Xinghe approached another student's stove and began tasting their dish, also spicy lobster. He noted immediately that this lobster had a slightly different color compared to the previous one, but its taste was far inferior. Chu Xinghe frowned slightly, without saying anything, and moved on to another student's stove. This one served steamed crabs with the crab meat already carefully picked out. Chu Xinghe started tasting the crab meat, and his frown vanished because the flavor was incredibly fresh and left a lingering aftertaste. It was indeed a fine delicacy. Truly delicious. The roe has an intense flavor. This deserves an excellent, praised Chu Xinghe while looking at the student. Upon hearing this, the student became immensely excited, stood up, and bowed to Chu Xinghe. Thank you for your compliment. Your Highness, please walk slowly. Chu Xinghe nodded and left, heading toward another table. At each location, Chu Xinghe only commented if the dish impressed him. For mediocre ones, he simply remained silent and walked away. Lu Qingqing anxiously waited behind, unsure when it would be her turn. She worried that this crown prince might get full halfway through eating all these dishes. After all, there were so many students. She continuously heated the braised pork using the power of fire, fearing it would cool down. Other classmates did the same. Lu Qingqing finally exhaled when Chu Xinghe eventually walked over to her. She promptly handed him the chopsticks and presented her braised pork before Chu Xinghe. With a tense look, she watched as Chu Xinghe picked up a piece of braised pork. She feared that he wouldn't like the taste. Her heart raced wildly with anxiety. But as Chu Xinghe lifted the piece of braised pork, Lu Qingqing suddenly froze. She saw him gently placing the slice into his mouth, chewing it slowly. Then he smiled in satisfaction. His pure, impurity-free smile was angelic. Even at that moment, Lu Qingqing was enchanted by him. This was the most handsome boy she'd ever seen. It's tasty. Chu Xinghe placed the last remaining piece back on the plate. Only then did Lu Qingqing come to her senses and hurriedly responded. Thank you, Your Highness. Chu Xinghe nodded. Lu Qingqing watched Chu Xinghe's retreating figure, finally letting out a sigh of relief inside her. After all, she had at least received 2 words of evaluation. However, Lu Qingqing felt Chu Xinghe left too decisively, leaving her a bit uncertain whether her dish wasn't good enough. So Lu Qingqing picked up a piece of her own braised pork, tasted it herself, and found it much tastier than any version she had made before. However, after tasting such a delicious braised pork, how could he resist continuing to eat more and just decisively turn away so quickly? Lei Yu made spicy and sour shredded potato. It's a unique dish that simply requires potatoes as its ingredient. Lei Yu had quite remarkable knife skills. His shredded potato was extremely smooth and refreshing. Combined with the sour taste of chili and lemon juice, it truly made one's fingers itch to try it. Chu Xinghe approached Lei Yu, and at the sight of this dish of shredded potato, having eaten so much meat before, this was the only potato dish made by Lei Yu alone. The aroma in the air stirred Chu Xinghe's appetite. He picked up a strand of shredded potato and tasted it, allowing the spicy and sour flavors to flood his taste buds. Everything about it was perfect, a level of deliciousness he had never experienced before. Unable to help himself, Chu Xinghe took another strand of shredded potato into his mouth. A look of pure indulgence graced his face. This shredded potato has something special. Thank you, Your Highness. Lei Yu quickly expressed his gratitude. Chu Xinghe continued tasting dishes from 3 more tables. Finally, he arrived at the 4th table where there was spicy and sour Chinese cabbage. Spicy and sour cabbage is an ordinary dish commonly found even in grand households. Yet after Chu Xinghe tasted it, he discovered a subtle blend of mild spiciness and sourness that left his mouth watering. This harmonious combination of tangy and hot flavors was unforgettable. Chu Xinghe proceeded to the 5th table, once again encountering another serving of spicy and sour cabbage. He picked up a piece of the cabbage. At first glance, it looked like any other regular piece of cabbage, nothing distinctive about it. But as Chu Xinghe popped the piece into his mouth, his eyes suddenly widened. This cabbage had a completely different taste than the ones he'd tried earlier. The cabbage was tangy yet carried a hint of sweetness with every bite. Really good. I almost don't want to finish eating it. Chapter 236, Debt Collection. However, he has eaten quite a lot today. He has sampled dishes from virtually all the students. Many of them taste very good. Chu Xinghe stood on the podium and loudly said to the students below, "There are more excellent students here today than I imagined. Those whose names are called by the adjutant can go to the Dark Star Legion canteen for internship. During the internship period, you'll get 1 million crystals per month, as well as the arrangement for handling the citizenship ID of Dark Star. Even if you are eliminated later and cannot stay on Dark Star, the citizenship ID of Dark Star and your salary will not be reduced by a single cent. I will pay it in full. And once you successfully become regular staff members, the benefits will only be better. You may even have the opportunity to obtain the noble title of Dark Star." The students at the bottom were extremely excited. The benefits were better than they had imagined. Although there is an internship period, the benefits during this period are not bad, and they think it's quite good. The key point is that they might have the hope to become nobles of Dark Star. Although the rules of Dark Star are also cruel, they are incomparably more stable compared to Garbage Star. Many people actually yearn for a stable life, without requiring immense wealth or honor throughout their lives. Su Tian, Yang Fan, Zhang Xiaohua, Lei Yu, Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing stood under the platform, feeling extremely nervous until she heard her name being called, which slightly relaxed her. This was an opportunity to change her destiny. If missed, she would spend the rest of her life on this desolate Garbage Star. The grade of Garbage Star would decrease further, and the attacks from the insect tribe would never cease. It's easy to foresee what the future holds for Garbage Star. Many people shared similar thoughts. Those who heard their names were overjoyed, while those who didn't still waited anxiously. Until the adjutant finished reading all the names and Chu Xinghe left, the people whose names weren't called sat on the ground, disheartened and soulless. Actually, this result was pretty clear. Those whose names weren't called out, although Chu Xinghe tasted their food, he did not comment on it. All those who were commented upon were selected, no matter how average they were. At this moment, Chu Xinghe didn't know that these people were taught by Su Lingling, and how good Su Lingling's culinary skills were. He just tasted these students' delicious food, and felt his appetite open, with particularly great taste. Since Su Lingling has decided to leave Garbage Star, and does not intend to continue working at New Western School, Sima Junfei did not introduce Su Lingling to Chu Xinghe. Su Lingling was currently making jerky and some pickled dishes at home. The journey to Dragon King Star was too long. Su Lingling must ensure she has sufficient food supplies so that her trip will go more smoothly. Su Lingling took all the fierce beast meat from the chef god space. She then began making jerky and pickled dishes, and her technique was truly outstanding, making the jerky both fragrant and crispy. Su Lingling's hobbies are eating and making delicious foods. Su Lingling's skills are truly remarkable, and every time she made something new, it tasted fantastic. Zhang Shun went to the New Oriental School. Some debts need to be collected. He did not care about it before, because he was in a hurry to find Su Lingling. Now that Su Lingling has been found, it's time to collect these debts. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Zhang Shun appeared above the principal's office of the New Oriental School and slashed down with his sword. The entire principal's office split into two, and so did the principal inside. The principal's blood flowed on the ground, converging into a river of blood. Zhang Shun stood in midair, his clothes moving despite no wind, looking coldly at the people flying toward him from not far away. Zhang Shun, you dare to kill the principal of our New Oriental School. You're absolutely atrocious. An elder appeared opposite Zhang Shun, speaking coldly to Zhang Shun. The elder's hair was white, his face wrinkled, looking very aged. Yet despite this, the authority around him was impossible to ignore. This person was the elder behind the new Oriental school, named Lin Haifeng, a peak-level powerhouse of the Heavenly Man mirror, already surpassing the ordinary Heavenly Man realm practitioners, known as a quasi-war god. Unfortunately, Zhang Shun is a war god. New Oriental, bullying weaklings is all you can do. You guys actually dare to treat me like an easy target? Zhang Shun gave a cold snort, scanning Lin Haifeng with his eyes. Kneel down, kowtow, admit your mistakes, otherwise die. How dare you? Lin Haifeng was provoked by Zhang Shun's words, shouting loudly, gathering true energy in both hands, charging towards Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun's figure flickered, dodging Lin Haifeng's attack. He then slapped his palm out, and a fierce surge of true energy erupted from his palm, striking down with a thunderous roar, sending Lin Haifeng flying dozens of meters away. Lin Haifeng fell to the ground, spitting blood, his face a picture of complete defeat. Absolutely no match. Zhang Shun said indifferently as he floated down from the sky and appeared in front of Lin Haifeng. Stepping on his chest, Zhang Shun spoke. Take me to that 9-star chef. I've come here to collect a debt. He actually dared to brutally murder someone just because he envied a girl's culinary skills. Today, I'll be collecting this debt for her. Zhang Shun's words made Lin Haifeng's pupils shrink sharply. He hadn't expected Zhang Shun to know about this matter. Lin Haifeng realized Zhang Shun had come for Su Lingling's sake. However, how could Lin Haifeng possibly kneel and surrender? Clenching his teeth, Lin Haifeng spat. I don't know what nonsense you're talking about, but I'll tell you. New Oriental may have fallen, but it is still the best cooking school on our planet, and absolutely cannot allow you to slander a 9-star master chef like this. The moment Lin Haifeng finished speaking, Zhang Shun lifted his right hand and reached toward Lin Haifeng's brow point. Seeing this, Lin Haifeng attempted to dodge, but it was already too late. Zhang Shun's right hand penetrated his head, causing his body to explode into a mass of bloody mist that vanished into the sky. A great master had fallen. After killing Lin Haifeng, Zhang Shun turned and left. Not long after Zhang Shun departed, several people emerged from the surroundings. These individuals emitted formidable auras. They were all members of the enforcement team. Yet not a single one dared to chase after Zhang Shun. Looking at the corpse, they were filled with terror. This was someone who was half a step away from becoming a martial god, and he'd met his end under Zhang Shun's hands. Zhang Shun rushed forward relentlessly and arrived at a luxurious villa mansion. He'd already found out. This was where the 9-star chef resided. Pushing the door open, Zhang Shun entered. A man inside was leisurely sipping tea. I've come to collect a debt, Zhang Shun said coldly as he looked at the person. The 9-star chef looked at Zhang Shun and sneered, saying, Who are you? Why have you intruded into private property? Zhang Shun gave a wry laugh and immediately slapped his palm towards the 9-star chef. Upon seeing this, the 9-star chef sneered, and his body disappeared suddenly from its original position. Chapter 237, Encounter in Space. Zhang Shun stared blankly for a moment. Then he quickly sensed the presence of the 9-star chef. Humph! With a cold snort, his speed was even faster than that of the 9-star chef. In an instant, he pulled him in through the window from outside. He grabbed the 9-star chef by the neck and lifted him up, asking, Tell me, how much wealth are you willing to offer to pay your debt? The 9-star chef's face turned red with suffocation as he struggled to escape Zhang Shun's grip. Haha, still planning on running away? Zhang Shun chuckled coldly, then tightened his grip abruptly. Crack! The 9-star chef's neck snapped, his body collapsing onto the floor dead instantly. You! The 9-star chef's final words, about how unjust Zhang Shun was, never left his lips. He was prepared to hand over all of his treasures. Looking at the corpse of the 9-star chef, Zhang Shun sneered coldly and threw it aside carelessly. Though the corpse fell apart a bit, it did not shatter. Zhang Shun paid no attention. Valuable things here, he would search for them himself. Even though dead, thoughts of regret lingered in the mind of the 9-star chef. If only he had known earlier, he should have been more respectful. How could gold and silver compare with life? Most crucially, he couldn't even remember when he had borrowed money. It must be said that this 9-star chef was extremely wealthy, storing numerous treasures in the secret chambers beneath the ground. Crystal minerals lay scattered everywhere. When Zhang Shun returned, Su Lingling had already prepared a large table full of dinner dishes. Chu Tianba sat anxiously on a chair waiting, not smiling until Zhang Shun returned. Zhang Shun has come back. We can start eating. Your Highness, Zhang Shun and his group are preparing to leave. They killed the principal of the new Oriental school and their backers, robbing quite a lot, including spacecrafts. Judging by their actions, they plan to leave Garbage Planet tonight. Should we just let them go? Warrior gods are not so easy to deal with, but neither is our Dark Star the type to take losses silently. Let's release the news that the star spirit resides within Zhang Shun. Your Highness, all the top trending topics across the Star Network concern how Zhang Shun picked up the star spirit of Garbage Planet and broke through to become a warrior god. Soon, let's also broadcast the time Zhang Shun's spaceship will leave Garbage Planet. This star spirit isn't only important for Dark Star. I doubt the old ones in space won't feel stirred. Your Highness is wise. In the boundless universe, Su Lingling sat on the spacecraft, looking through special glass at the space scenery and planets outside, her eyes revealing a hint of reluctance and nostalgia. She was leaving here now, perhaps never to return again. After the spacecraft entered space, Su Lingling quietly sighed in relief, not encountering any interception. She had been worried Chu Xinghe would send people to intercept them, but it seemed like he wasn't as bad as she thought. Having traveled a full day in space without any accidents, Su Lingling felt slightly more at ease. There were only 3 people on the spacecraft. Zhang Shun was controlling the vessel, while Chu Tianba and Su Lingling rested inside the spacecraft. Chu Tianba could also control the spacecraft, allowing him to alternate with Zhang Shun. Actually, Zhang Shun could have controlled the spacecraft continuously, but since he needed to eat, he decided to trust Chu Tianba. Su Lingling sat in her position, eyes closed, enjoying the rare tranquility. The spacecraft had remained stationary for quite some time, and still no one chased after them. It seemed there might be no problems, but Su Lingling didn't dare to let her guard down. The last time she had taken Chu Tianba's spaceship, they were ambushed in space, which caused unexpected trouble. Buzz! Suddenly, Chu Tianba's spacecraft vibrated with alarm. Panicked, he shouted to Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun, there's danger ahead. Someone is lying in ambush. What do we do? If we can avoid it, let's evade. If not, we'll fight directly. As long as I'm here, the spacecraft will be fine. Upon hearing Chu Tianba's voice, Su Lingling opened her eyes and immediately got off her seat, sensing the strong fluctuations of energy emanating from the front. As soon as Su Lingling stabilized herself, she saw a massive warship descend from the sky and collide straight toward them. Moving as fast as lightning, it was upon them in an instant. Chu Tianba's expression changed immediately as he hastily drove the spacecraft backwards, but it was too late. That warship struck hard against their spacecraft before exploding into flames. The terrifying energy seemed to want to tear the spacecraft apart, but fortunately, Zhang Shun used his warrior god power to protect the spacecraft. Taking advantage of the momentum, he managed to increase the distance between their spacecraft and the enemy's battleship. Zhang Shun took control of the spacecraft from Chu Tianba and began personally piloting it to escape. Chu Tianba's face was pale, but there was nothing he could do since the speed of that battleship had been far too fast for him to evade. All Chu Tianba could do was pray that Zhang Shun would successfully pilot them away from danger. The spacecraft zigzagged frantically through space, yet the enemy continued to catch up. The turrets on the battleship opened fire, launching dozens of shells at Zhang Shun's spacecraft. Boom, boom. Fierce explosions echoed as a mushroom cloud rose into the sky, illuminating the surrounding void. The energy shield of the spacecraft was breached, causing severe damage to the craft itself. Chu Tianba's forehead was drenched in sweat as he watched anxiously, amazed by how calm Zhang Shun remained while steering the spacecraft backward to flee. Chu Tianba no longer knew what to do or where to run. He wasn't even sure why the enemy was pursuing them so intensely or which direction they should go in. But seeing Zhang Shun's composed demeanor helped soothe his frazzled nerves somewhat. The enemy's firepower grew more intense, with the spacecraft's energy shield being depleted bit by bit. Su Lingling was also stunned. She couldn't believe such heavy artillery was being used against them. Clearly, this wasn't an ordinary battleship. Chu Tianba, is it Chu Xinghe who sent these guys? Your brother is just terrible. This makes it clear. He wants us dead. Su Lingling thought to herself that she should have never doubted Chu Xinghe's cruelty. This man had no moral compass. There was no one else who could have predicted their route so accurately. It had to be Chu Xinghe. Chu Tianba managed a bitter laugh. In his heart, he now acknowledged that Chu Xinghe must indeed be behind all this. Was it really his fate to die at Chu Xinghe's hands? No, I can't die. Absolutely not. With clenched fists, anger surged in Chu Tianba's eyes. He knew that if things kept going like this, their spacecraft would eventually be destroyed, and he'd have no chance of survival. Chapter 238, Counterattack. In the vast starry expanse, Zhang Shun was piloting a spacecraft to rapidly evade the giant starship behind him and the laser cannons zipping through space. The spacecraft that Zhang Shun was piloting weaved through the dense barrage of laser cannons like a fish slipping through water. Boom! A laser cannon from behind struck the spacecraft fiercely, causing the entire craft to violently shake. The severe jolt made Zhang Shun let out a low groan, and immediately, the main system of the entire spacecraft collapsed into paralysis after this single blow. We're doomed. At this scene, Chu Tianba's expression turned unbearably grave. We can't escape this way. Do we really have to die here? Su Lingling then asked Zhang Shun. Do we have any spare mechs left? She and Zhang Shun both had mechs, but Chu Tianba didn't. Although mechs couldn't fly in space for too long due to lack of oxygen, it was still better than trying to traverse space with their bare bodies. Lingling, we've still got our spaceship, our actual spaceship. Zhang Shun had prepared very thoroughly. Apparently, he had foreseen someone might attack them, so he had arranged for 2 extra spaceships. This current spacecraft they were using was actually looted from the house of a 9-star chef based on his principle of not wasting anything. He wasn't at all regretful that it was now damaged. The spaceship he had readied was far superior in quality compared to this spacecraft. Zhang Shun quickly ushered Su Lingling and Chu Tianba into the spaceship, which was much smaller than the spacecraft, but equipped with an oxygen converter. The spaceship rapidly flew away from the spacecraft towards the boundless universe. Hum, hum. Laser cannons relentlessly attacked the spaceship, emitting shrill, buzzing sounds. Zhang Shun desperately steered the spacecraft, but he could feel that the laser cannons had already locked onto him. Damn it, how did these guys catch up? Chu Tianba's expression also became extremely grim. After all, he didn't have a mech either. If they kept being chased, they would definitely be caught. Su Lingling thought these people wouldn't stop, so she said to Zhang Shun, fly back, let's confront them head-on. Su Lingling had her trump card, the Azure Lotus Flame. Zhang Shun also knew how powerful Su Lingling's Azure Lotus Flame was, as she had used it once before on Chu Tianba's spacecraft. Zhang Shun nodded to Su Lingling and directly steered the spaceship back towards the starship. At this moment, however, the starship from behind had swiftly closed in and surrounded the spaceship entirely. Zhang Shun smirked coldly and said, Lingling, direct the flames into the laser cannons. They're not the only ones who have laser cannons. Okay. Su Lingling nodded, slowly raising her hand. Faint wisps of fire appeared in Su Lingling's palm, then quickly spread, soon forming a sword several meters long. Su Lingling controlled it well, ensuring the flames wouldn't burn within the laser cannons. Instead, she compressed the Azure Lotus Flame while Zhang Shun directed the laser cannons to fire, propelling the Azure Lotus Flame towards the pursuing spaceship. Snap! Instantly, the Azure Lotus Flame melted one of the small chasing spaceships, turning it into countless shards drifting in the void. Lingling, hurry! Zhang Shun operated the laser cannons, firing off another wave of Azure Lotus Flames. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the spaceships were destroyed by the Azure Lotus Flame. What is this terrifying thing? Damn. This guy possesses such a formidable weapon. We should retreat immediately. Otherwise, we will end up dead. At this point, the pursuing spaceships finally realized they seemed to have provoked an enemy they shouldn't have. Weapons of such power were impossible to resist. Moreover, that earlier scene had been deeply etched into everyone's mind. Such weapons were unheard of. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. From the spaceships, those in their mechs dashed out, fleeing to the rear. However, at this very moment, Su Lingling suddenly activated the Azure Lotus Flame, melting 2 spaceships ahead of her. Zhang Shun maneuvered the spaceship to the enormous starship. Although the Azure Lotus Flame couldn't completely destroy the starship was like a big ship sailing on the sea. Once a hole was breached, there was no way to mend it. Boom! Su Lingling controlled the Azure Lotus Flame to collide with the starship. Instantly, all the hatch doors of the starship were wrecked, and the oxygen inside leaked rapidly. At the same time, the gravity system of the starship was also damaged, and the Azure Lotus Flame continued to greedily consume the remaining oxygen within the starship. Hurry and get away from here. We cannot let them absorb all the oxygen, otherwise, we will die here. Damn, my mech, this is my mech. I need to save myself too. Within the starship, everyone panicked. Boom, boom, boom. This was a starship. Nothing could ever destroy it. What kind of flame is this, and how can it burn in space? It's terrifying. This kind of flame is even more fearsome than a hydrogen explosion. I've never heard of fire burning in space. This is a miracle. At that moment, everyone inside the starship was utterly astonished because they couldn't imagine that fire could burn in space. It was completely beyond their comprehension. Rumble, rumble. The starship trembled violently, thick smoke rising from all around it. Trouble, the starship is going down. Witnessing this scene, everyone inside the starship panicked. The leader transmitted the footage to the mastermind behind the scenes before dying. His death would not be in vain. It had its value. Su Lingling and Zhang Shun did not kill the people inside the starship. Once destroyed, the chances of survival for those aboard were extremely slim. Exhausted, Su Lingling once again condensed a Qinglian earth fire and placed it in the laser cannon, allowing Zhang Shun to control it and send it toward the starship. Chu Tianba moved to support Su Lingling but was stopped by Zhang Shun's glance. Chu Tianba, go pilot the spaceship. We need to leave here quickly. Alright. Chu Tianba opened his mouth to speak, but eventually managed only one word. Seeing the Qinglian earth fire fly toward the starship, Su Lingling finally relaxed and drifted into unconsciousness. Upon seeing the footage, the mastermind's expression changed slightly as he said, "How is this possible? A human being doing such a thing? How can fire burn in space? Has he truly harnessed the power of star souls?" The mastermind possessed terrifying strength, having already reached the divine warrior level. Chapter 239, Tianwu Star. Chu Tianba, let's change course. We'll land on a planet with an underdeveloped technological civilization. I think all the routes to Dragon King Star must be ambushed by others, Zhang Shun said, while holding Su Lingling, who was unconscious. Upon hearing these words, Chu Tianba's expression became somewhat somber. What Zhang Shun said made perfect sense. The current situation was indeed like that. Their immediate task now was to find a safe place, strive to cultivate and grow stronger, and then proceed to the Dragon King Star. This was their best plan. However, neither Zhang Shun nor Chu Tianba knew that they were currently facing immense danger. Their movements had been exposed and had drawn the attention of other factions. This mission would be extremely perilous. Chu Tianba could only control the spacecraft to no longer fly through space following the safe route on the star map. Only in this way could they avoid danger. An incredibly massive starry beast slowly emerged from the depths of the solar system. Its body emitted dazzling light. This starry beast had 4 limbs, 2 front claws, its back covered with sharp scales, 2 huge eyes flashing coldly, its body gray in color, looking extremely large and terrifying, exuding a strong scent of blood. Its speed was astonishingly fast. In just 1 second, it traversed 30 million kilometers and reached near the spacecraft driven by Chu Tianba. What a commotion! It seems humans are coming again. This time, I'm going to eat more. Crunch, crunch. The starry beast's mouth continuously produced sounds, emitting a shrill friction sound. The spacecraft driven by Chu Tianba did not stop, but continued moving forward. Suddenly, the spacecraft driven by Chu Tianba sharply accelerated to dodge aside. Boom! Just as Chu Tianba avoided, the tail end of the spacecraft collided with the tail of the starry beast. Chu Tianba decisively used the momentum from this strike to accelerate and drive the spaceship away. Squeak, 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 squeak. As Chu Tianba had just escaped, the starry beast let out an angry roar. Then, this monstrous creature began chasing madly. Chu Tianba kept driving the spacecraft forward, quickly moving through the starry skies. Chu Tianba sighed inwardly, thankful he had foreseen such a situation. Otherwise, he would probably have ended up inside the belly of this ferocious starry beast. As Chu Tianba was fleeing quickly, the starry beast was also swiftly following the spacecraft, forming a stalemate in outer space. Damn, can't shake this thing off. While Chu Tianba was anxiously muttering to himself, Zhang Shen coldly said to Chu Tianba, "You take Lingling and go ahead first. I'll kill this starry beast first, then catch up with you later." Chu Tianba nodded upon hearing this and said, "All right." After that, Chu Tianba left quickly with Su Lingling. Meanwhile, Zhang Shen took out a long sword without wearing a battlesuit, heading straight into outer space toward the starry beast. Being a martial god, martial gods don't need oxygen to survive. Ayo! The starry beast let out a thunderous roar, its eyes crimson red as it stared at Zhang Shen. "Get out of my way." Zhang Shen wielded the long sword. Instantly, a fierce blade glow slashed towards the starry beast. This single slash from Zhang Shen contained formidable force. Even if a martial god was struck by him, they would suffer severe injuries. However, against such a starry beast, this move wasn't enough. Because every adult starry beast is equivalent to a martial god. Crack! Zhang Shen's sword struck the right leg of the starry beast, causing an explosion. Roar! The starry beast roared loudly due to the pain. For the starry beast, Zhang Shen's attack meant nothing. It didn't even damage its body. Die! Bang! Zhang Shen stomped on the head of the starry beast, creating a loud explosion. The starry beast's head shattered instantly. Huff! Zhang Shen collected the corpse of this powerful starry beast and stored it in a spatial ring. On the other side, Chu Tianba and Su Lingling were sitting in the spacecraft as Chu Tianba controlled it for flight. The speed of their spacecraft was not slow, yet Chu Tianba worried deeply about Zhang Shen's safety. Unconsciously, he had come to consider Zhang Shen as a true friend. He hoped that nothing happened to Zhang Shen. Not until he saw Zhang Shen's figure did he finally feel relieved. Haha, Zhang Shen, you're finally here. Chu Tianba, seeing Zhang Shen's figure, immediately relaxed and laughed heartily. This starry beast was too troublesome, which delayed me a little. After Zhang Shen finished speaking, his gaze swept around. His spiritual power detected this desolate star domain, but he found no sign of life. Unable to help himself, he asked, "Chu Tianba, where are we now in the star domain? I remember that this side is the outer star domain of the Andromeda Galaxy. The people here are warlike. To fully develop their martial arts cultivation, they have abandoned all technology. I once saw a star map of the Dark Star and knew there was a warrior planet named Tianwu Star here. There is no trace of any kind of technology here. They refuse to communicate with the outside world, so they should not know anything about the outside." Chu Tianba explained to Zhang Shen. Zhang Shen nodded without saying anything. He just looked around as if examining something. Su Lingling woke up at this moment, completely unaware of what had happened along the way. A green planet appeared on the spaceship's screen ahead. Unable to resist, Su Lingling asked Zhang Shen, "Is this the Dragon King Star?" "This isn't the Dragon King Star. It's the Tianwu Star, located on the outskirts of the 8 major star systems of the human race. I'm worried that our journey to the Dragon King Star will still be ambushed, so I temporarily changed the route for Chu Tianba." "Tianwu Star, is this planet not going to be like the Junk Star?" Actually, Su Lingling didn't care which star they went to as long as she could spread her culinary artistry. Spreading cuisine on the Tianwu Star might work too. However, Su Lingling hoped they could find a more stable place without having to flee everywhere anymore. It's far stronger than the Junk Star. This planet has produced dozens of martial gods. They pursue the ultimate path of martial arts, breaking through the void, ascending to other planets. They rely on no technology, but can create magical artifacts for warriors to use. They prefer relying on themselves, flying across space. However, the martial gods remaining here shouldn't be too many. All 3 of us must suppress our energy auras. Lingling, I will teach you a secret method to hide your aura. Even martial saints aren't as common as dirt. Once we arrive, we'll likely attract much attention. We should first look for a forest to stay for a while, gather information about the surroundings, and then make contact with the locals. There are quite a few martial arts experts who retreat deep into the mountains for secluded meditation and training. This situation is nothing unusual. Chapter 240, Su's Fast Food. The spaceship crossed the atmosphere of Tianwu planet and landed in a dense jungle. Su Lingling looked at the emerald green mountains. There was also a small river on this mountain. Su Lingling didn't know why, but she instantly liked this place. She planned to open a restaurant here. This place had lush mountains and clear waters, with extremely beautiful scenery. Even though there were no people now, it didn't mean there wouldn't be any in the future. Su Lingling believed that with her culinary skills, she could definitely attract some business. Moreover, Zhang Shen was also planning to seclude himself for cultivation, and Chu Tianba needed time to meditate in peace. This was a good place to rest, with abundant yuan qi. It only took the 3 of them a day to build a wooden house. After dinner, both Zhang Shen and Chu Tianba went to rest. Su Lingling, however, made a signboard herself using Chinese characters, Su's Fast Food. It was also a kind of comfort for past memories. Then, Su Lingling began to make benches and tables, not stopping until it was completely dark. Only then did Su Lingling go to sleep. The bed and furniture were brought from the garbage star. They were what Su Lingling was used to sleeping on. The environment here was very similar to where Su Lingling had stayed in her previous life. The scenes and the species of trees and plants were all the same, making Su Lingling feel a sense of familiarity. Listening to the chirping of insects and birds around her ears gave Su Lingling an unusual sense of calmness. When she arrived here, Su Lingling already wanted to practice Tai Chi here because the environment was really too good. In the morning, Su Lingling woke up early and practiced a set of Tai Chi under the sunrise. The river water in this canyon was very clear. Su Lingling caught 3 silver fish weighing 1 jin each. She hadn't seen this kind of fish before. After system identification, she learned they were silver fish, which looked very similar to carp. However, these fish contained an extremely dense amount of yuan qi, and Su Lingling estimated they should be equivalent to 6-star fierce beasts. Su Lingling steamed the fish plain. If the meat quality of the fish is good, then steaming it would bring out its natural delicious flavor more clearly. Both Zhang Shun and Chu Tiangbo were attracted by the smell of the fish. Lingling, what have you prepared to eat? Isn't this fish too fragrant? Su Lingling couldn't help but say to Zhang Shun as he came out of his room. Aren't you supposed to go into seclusion? The smell of this fish is too tempting. I've never eaten such fragrant fish before. I've always been eating braised fish before. Let me eat this first, then I will go into seclusion. And I haven't even tasted the meat of that star beast yet. Zhang Shun touched his nose and said to Su Lingling, I plan to turn the star beast's meat into spicy dried meat. And when I do, I'll make 5 large sacks of it for you. And you can take them into your room for seclusion. Even during seclusion, you still need to eat. Lingling, that would be great. As soon as Zhang Shun heard spicy dried meat, he started to salivate a bit. The dried meat he had eaten before was just plain dried salted meat, savoring only the inherent flavor of the meat. He hadn't tasted spicy flavor yet. The main reason Su Lingling planned to make it into spicy dried meat was because the star beast's meat wasn't appetizing. It was coarse and smelly, so it needed seasoning to taste better. But Zhang Shun didn't know this. As soon as he heard it was spicy, he assumed it must be good. Steamed fish, 1 per person, had a fresh and sweet taste that was simply indescribably delicious. Chu Tiangba, following Su Lingling, always ate strong-flavored dishes, so he thought Su Lingling could only cook strong-flavored dishes. He didn't expect that Su Lingling could also cook light-flavored dishes, and they turned out to be so incredibly delicious. Chapter 241, God-Level Jerky. Tianwu Star. Everyone admires martial arts, and many warriors like to practice in the deep mountains and old forests, experiencing the unity of man and nature. Su Lingling was holding a sickle, trying to cut a path to the outside world to attract more customers for her Su's fast food. However, she had not taken a few steps before encountering a terrible ferocious beast, and Su Lingling immediately took out her cleaver. This ferocious beast looked extremely terrifying. Its skin was scorched like by magma, dark red, with bloodshot eyes like 2 burning lanterns, emitting a cold glow. It opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth, and a powerful aura erupted from it, making Su Lingling tremble inside. Eoyu. This ferocious beast pounced towards Su Lingling. The sharp claws directly reached for her wrist, but Su Lingling's cleaver was even sharper, slicing through the beast's claw as if cutting tofu. Oh! This ferocious beast roared in anger and charged at Su Lingling like mad, faster than before. Su Lingling did not hesitate, wielding her cleaver to chop again. With a puff, another massive claw was severed. Oh! The sound of the wounded beast echoed, blood gushed from the wound. This ferocious beast fell onto the ground in pain. Taking advantage of this, Su Lingling struck again, beheading it with 1 blow. The beast lay motionless on the ground, clearly dead. Phew! Su Lingling exhaled deeply, patting her chest, revealing a look of relief after a close brush with death. At this moment, Su Lingling suddenly noticed a group of figures rushing towards her. Each person held a longbow and short blade, their faces full of killing intent, looking very dangerous. Looking at them, caution flickered in Su Lingling's eyes. At this time, the young leader shouted, "Who are you? Why are you in our Zone 75 area?" Su Lingling furrowed her brows, failing to understand what he said due to the language barrier. However, she sensed the icy killing intent in his eyes. Instinctively, Su Lingling stepped back. Swish! An arrow tore through the air with a fierce whistling sound and shot into the ground 3 meters in front of Su Lingling, instantly penetrating a half-meter deep hole. A faint gleam of cold light shone on the arrow's feathers. Su Lingling's pupils contracted, a flash of fear crossing her eyes. The power of this arrow absolutely reached the peak of the Tianren realm. Such strength must not be underestimated. This situation was troublesome since she didn't understand their language. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 5 million likes. Reward: God-level jerky production method, mastery of all interstellar languages. God-level jerky. Su Lingling couldn't help but feel speechless. She had been making jerky for a long time. Now, this reward felt late. 80% of this God-level jerky making technique was similar to Su Lingling's own method, yet there were still many differences in the details. There were some unique skills involved. This also made Su Lingling even more convinced of one thing: that culinary arts were interconnected. Many foods could be prepared by herself. Although her cooking was still slightly below the God-level mark, the taste was still quite good. One day, perhaps her cooking skills might match up with the true God-level culinary artistry of the system. Hand over your prey. This is our territory in Zone 75. Outsiders cannot hunt privately. Show your ID. We need to register it. If it's the first offense, we'll let it slide. But if it's habitual, we must drive you away. This time, Su Lingling understood their language. Unexpectedly, such rules existed even in this desolate mountainous region. Su Lingling sighed in resignation. Still, it was natural. How could Tianwu Star let such abundant resources go unused? These forests being divided among villages was completely reasonable. Su Lingling hadn't expected that, in this star-crossed journey, she'd still end up encountering something like this, even needing an ID card. These are local rules, so Su Lingling certainly couldn't snatch things by force. She could only obediently hand over the hunted prey while quickly fabricating a story in her mind. Hello, it's like this. I just came out from the mountain. My master didn't give me an ID card. I wasn't aware of the conditions outside. I plan to open a restaurant here to make a living. Is that possible? What procedures should I follow, and how much roughly would the rent be? Opening a restaurant here in the mountains is simply taking advantage of our rich supplies and intending to hunt freely. The ferocious beasts here are all bred by our village 75. That youth spoke very rudely to Su Lingling. Su Lingling took out a bag of jerky from the chef god space. She said to the young man, "This is the jerky I made. Although this ferocious beast's meat has been processed into jerky, it's not the same breed as your local ferocious beasts. You all can taste it. If you don't trust me, I can open my fast food restaurant down the mountain, right near your village." The young man had originally intended to ignore Su Lingling, but the smell of the jerky was too irresistible, and it looked very appetizing. He glanced at the youth beside him and said, "Do you want to try some?" "Actually, trying a bit won't hurt." The other youth swallowed his saliva and replied, "Village chief, we don't know what effect this mysterious stuff might have. Why don't I test for poison first? If I eat it and find no issues, then you can rest assured." Even as he finished saying the word "you," he couldn't help swallowing again. The young village chief glanced at him, then looked back at the bag of jerky. It was abundant. This thing of unknown origin might be problematic if it were poisoned by a neighboring village. Therefore, the village chief instructed the person beside him, "Urguzi, why don't you try it?" Urguzi was a martial artist at the Zongshi level. If placed on Water Blue Star, Zongshis could become city lords. But on Tianwu Star, Urguzi was just an average villager with no remarkable status. Only those who advanced to the Tianren realm would gain the right to a surname. Urguzi hurriedly approached Su Lingling, grabbed a piece of jerky, and popped it into his mouth. After chewing a few times, Urguzi felt like he was about to ascend to heaven. How delicious it was. He'd never tasted anything so flavorful in his life. His eyes sparkled with titanium-like brilliance. Then, he picked up another piece of jerky and devoured it eagerly in large bites. "Urguzi, how does this jerky taste?" "Village chief, these pieces are too small. I haven't tasted enough yet. Let me eat more." Chapter 242, Village 75. The young village chief saw Ertiga eating piece after piece of dried meat, savoring it so much that he had eaten at least over a pound already and still hadn't stopped. Unable to contain his curiosity, the young chief asked Ertigu, "Ertigu, have you tasted anything special yet?" "Chief, I've only had a little bit and haven't really discerned the taste yet. Let me eat some more." "You'd better stop now and come back. Let us see if your body shows any adverse effects from eating this." The young chief worried that these pieces of dried meat might be addictive. Thus, he quickly called Ertiga back. However, Ertigu's eyes appeared clear and not like someone under any kind of spell. Though reluctant in his heart, Ertigu obediently returned to the young chief and said, "Chief, I've only eaten a small amount. If there were any poison, it wouldn't show up yet. Could you let me eat a bit more? Perhaps I can figure out if there are any issues with it." "Chief, I think something is wrong with Ertigu's mind. He's not acting normally anymore. Let me try tasting this dried meat to see how it tastes. I think it's fine." This person approached Su Lingling, picked up a piece of dried meat, and put it into his mouth. The flavor was indeed quite nice. The aroma of the meat was too rich. His violent mental disturbance that usually went berserk had been suppressed. No wonder Ertigu had been eating with such gusto, eating non-stop. With something this good, of course, he would want to eat more. This was supposed to be a free trial. If they started selling it, he wondered how expensive it might be. At this thought, he savored it even more. As for losing face or feeling embarrassed, successful people always had thick skin. It was hard to make it big without being able to handle embarrassment. "Did you taste any specific flavor?" "Chief, let me eat just a little bit more. These pieces of dried meat are too small. It's impossible to fully appreciate the taste." When the young chief observed this, noticing the symptoms mirrored Ertigu's, he immediately lost patience and walked over, grabbing the man by the collar and dragging him away. "You can't continue eating this. Eating more will surely cause abnormal reactions." Ertigu smirked slyly beside him. "Humph, if he won't let me eat, why should I keep eating?" "Chief, this dried meat can suppress mental force disturbances. I've just experienced it firsthand. It works. However, I haven't eaten enough to fully identify its exact taste." Hearing this, the young chief became greatly energized and pulled out a glowing stone, handing it excitedly to the other man and saying, "Inject your mental power into this and take a look." He channeled his own mental power into the glowing stone. The light displayed was blue instead of red as it used to be. On Tianwu Star, the scarcity of martial gods was primarily due to their inability to control their raging mental energies, making further cultivation impossible. Suppression agents could only barely control the mental force, but, during tests, the light emitted was still red, though with a duller red hue, indicating that they weren't in an extremely dangerous state. Now, just a small portion of dried meat managed to transform his mental energy to blue, signifying that in the blue state, one could continue cultivating. If further cultivation was possible, there was a chance to break through to become a martial god. The sight of the blue glow thrilled the young chief immensely. He immediately shouted to Ertigu, "Ertigu, channel your mental power here as well, and check it out." All right. Following Ertigu's injection of mental power, the light emitted remained blue. Ertigu could feel that this dried meat was beneficial to him, but he didn't expect it to have such a profound effect. "Chief, it's blue. Does this mean I can continue cultivating and eventually break through to become a martial god?" Seeing that the chief did not respond, Ertigu continued, addressing the young chief. "Chief, if I break through to become a martial god, you can't call me Ertigu anymore. There isn't any martial god who would go by Ertugu. From today on, I'm changing my name to Ergu, not Ertugu anymore. Ertugu sounds too rustic. The young chief was speechless. Was there really a difference between Ergu and Ertugu? Was Ertugu rustic while Ergu was fashionable? The youths of Village 75 watched Su Lingling with great excitement. Not exactly her, but the dried meat she held. This dried meat actually suppressed rampant mental energy, truly an amazing discovery. Moreover, the dried meat smelled so enticing that their gaze made Su Lingling uncomfortable. Unable to endure it, she placed a bag full of dried meat on the ground and told them, "All of you can come forward and taste this dried meat." Upon hearing Su Lingling's words, the young men couldn't hold back any longer, their eyes glowing with greed as they rushed forward to snatch the bag of dried meat that Su Lingling had placed on the ground. "Chief, we'll help you try the flavor of the dried meat. Get out of the way. I want to make a contribution to Village 75. Let me try the poison. My body is strong. I'm not afraid of dying. My family has 3 brothers, and I don't fear sacrifice. Let me go first. Let me try." Su Lingling, seeing this chaos, quickly stepped back to avoid it. It was like going into battle, with everyone behaving as if they were reincarnated hungry ghosts. The young villagers gobbled up the dried meat in ravenous haste, fearing that even a bite might be missed. How fragrant and irresistible this dried meat smelled. The young village chief had initially intended to hold out a little longer, trying to maintain his dignity, but after tasting a piece of dried meat himself, he too joined the scramble. "So good. It's truly delicious." The young village chief couldn't help but exclaim. "That's right, absolutely delectable. I've never tasted such flavorful dried meat before." The youths nodded in agreement. Overcome with excitement, the young chief finished off all the dried meat left in his hands, then sighed contentedly. "This is really satisfying. I've never eaten anything so delicious in my life. It's been ages since I last tasted dried meat this good." The youths said nostalgically, recalling their childhoods with happiness etched on their faces. "You must stop grabbing. I'm the village chief. Let me take another bite." "Chief, this dried meat isn't healthy and may contain poison. You definitely can't eat anymore." The chief shouted, but the people who had already surged ahead didn't listen to him, continuing their frantic grab for the dried meat, growing more hurried and frenzied as though terrified someone would snatch it away. "My shoes have been stolen by someone." A youth shouted loudly when he noticed his foot was gone. "My bag is missing too," cried another youth. "My belt. Damn it. Eat your dried meat and leave the belts alone. Just one more bite. I'll trade you my belt. I don't need it anymore." Chapter 243, The Opening of the Small Shop. Su Lingling watched these people go wild, and this was her first experience seeing how her food captivated them. The villagers of Village 75 ate like ravenous wolves, even licking the crumbs from the burlap bag clean off their palms. Their behavior was truly exaggerated. It felt as though they hadn't eaten for 8 lifetimes. The young village chief swallowed a piece of dried meat, and then reverted to his previous cold and aloof demeanor, looking somewhat refined and gentlemanly. But it was hard to imagine that someone like him would have once stripped off someone's belt or fight viciously over dried meat. He looked like an entirely different person now. Su Lingling found this quite frustrating. "Excuse me, do you intend to open a restaurant in our village?" the village head asked. "I am Chia, the village chief of Village 75. May I know your name?" Despite his previously cold exterior, Chia was now much more courteous, using respectful language. This contrast was stark. He carefully avoided mentioning any earlier talk about identification. However, Su Lingling was surprised by the name of the village chief of Village 75. Chia. This name seemed familiar to her. It reminded her of Lord Chia of the Night Clan, which oddly didn't seem to match the image of this young village chief at all. Such a powerful sounding name turned out to be just that of a village leader. "Village Chief Chia, my name is Su Lingling. I currently run a fast food shop here in the mountain forests. People who come into the mountains to hunt or meditate can eat there. Right now, I have 2 employees helping me out, but I'd like to know, how much rent would you charge per month?" Su Lingling asked Village Chief Chia. "Boss Su, the villagers of Village 75 are known for being hospitable. We warmly welcome those who wish to settle down in our village. It would be too vulgar to talk about money. Here's a suggestion. Instead of cash, 1 bag of that delicious dried meat every month would suffice. Oh, and Boss Su, let me clarify. My name is Chia, not Kia. When I was born, there were 7 leaves still hanging on the tree in front of my house, so my name is Chia." Chia explained this to Su Lingling. He was slightly worried if this deal sounded too expensive. Was asking for 1 bag of dried meat too much? A bag weighed about 10 pounds. It wasn't an enormous amount, considering. Su Lingling thought about this price, but also knew that even landlords don't have extra grain. She currently had decent stock, but if hunting continued to be forbidden, her supply of dried meat would eventually run out. So she deliberately showed a troubled expression on her face. Just as Chia was about to suggest lowering the requirements, Su Lingling interjected, saying, "Chief Chia, the truth is, I don't have much dried meat left. This place doesn't allow hunting, and my shop will definitely need ingredients. I've trained deep in these mountains for many years and only recently came down, unaware of current market prices. Plus, I'm a bit introverted and dislike dealing with people directly. All I seek is to make a modest living from honest work. If I'm allowed to hunt and gather ingredients from the mountains, or farm some vegetables, then costs could significantly reduce. What do you think would be a reasonable price for the dried meat so that everyone can afford it daily?" "Boss Su, our Village 75 has no shortage of land. This land on the mountain belongs to no one. You're free to cultivate or hunt as you please. However, our village isn't wealthy, and the villagers don't carry much money. Could we propose half a caddy, approximately 0.6 pound, of dried meat for 10 crystals? And here, take back the game you hunted earlier, process it into dried meat. With that, Chia handed back Su Lingling's catch voluntarily. Su Lingling accepted the game, retrieved another bag of dried meat from her storage, and handed it over to Chia. Here is some inventory I have stored. Later, I'll also prepare various boxed meals, ranging from ones costing 10 crystals up to ones priced at 100,000 crystals. You're welcome to try them when the time comes. In the future, dried meat will sell for 10 crystals per half caddy, though these prices are already very low. To avoid potential resale outside, each person will be limited to buying one serving per day. My master's aspiration was to spread culinary excellence across the galaxy, and he taught me from a young age that selling at high prices isn't necessary. We only need enough to survive. That's why my shop is located in the mountain wilderness instead of further down where rents might be higher. My master used to face similar situations where villagers would purchase his meticulously crafted cuisine and resell it at exorbitant profits to outsiders without appreciating it themselves. They kept demanding that he produce more while neglecting the essence of his craft. Some outsiders hoped he would join their ranks and become a mere culinary tool again. Good food must come from heartfelt dedication. If one gets entangled in power struggles, one loses the original intention, and cooking becomes a chore. Frustrated and disheartened, my master retired into the forest, eventually taking me on as his disciple. Chia, I trust you very much, and I hope you won't disappoint me. Boss Su, don't worry, I will never let you down. Do you know where your shop is? The villagers of Village 75 are extraordinarily enthusiastic. We can help you clean up the restaurant and see what else might be missing, and we'll bring it for you from the village when needed. Our villagers are all very simple-hearted. They would never do anything despicable. Chia felt that such good jerky was not even enough for himself to eat. How could he bear to sell it? It must be a momentary lapse in judgment. Great. Don't put off till tomorrow what can be done today. How about tasting the boxed meal at my restaurant today? The meat of this savage beast is still fresh. Su Lingling invited enthusiastically. She didn't mention at all how Chia was shouting for her blood just a moment ago upon their first meeting. This crystal coin really is universal currency. Who would have thought that Tianwu Star uses crystal coins too? Crystal coins really go with everything. Su Lingling had been worried about not having money to spend after coming here. Now, there's no need to worry. Su Lingling still has tens of thousands of crystal coins in her spatial ring. Alright, Chia immediately agreed. Under the envious and covetous eyes of the villagers behind him, he stuffed an entire bag of jerky into his space ring. Su Lingling's little shop was quite rudimentary, clearly newly built, with freshly cut wood everywhere. Even the poorest households in the village wouldn't live in such shabby houses. How pitiful it truly was. The kitchen was set up as a makeshift shed, and the dining area was also a crude shack. But none of the villagers from Village 75 showed any disdain. They all sat patiently on wooden stools, waiting for Su Lingling to cook. Su Lingling's cooking technique was fluid and graceful, making it quite aesthetically pleasing. Most importantly, it didn't take long before the scent of delicious meat wafted through the air. These villagers, smelling the aroma of the meat, began to drool uncontrollably. This meat smelled so delectable, and somehow, even better than the jerky. Chapter 244, Joining Village 75. The red braised pork cooked by Su Lingling smelled so delicious. At the moment Su Lingling dished up the meat, the fragrance spread all over. The people of Village 75 were already drooling, and as soon as Su Lingling announced that they could open their boxes for food, everyone rushed forward enthusiastically to form a queue. Someone couldn't wait to take a bite from the boxed meal wrapped in leaves and couldn't help shouting loudly, "Delicious! So delicious! Too good!" Listening to the cheers of the crowd, Su Lingling felt sweet in her heart. This boxed meal was still as popular as ever. This meat is really tender. What else can you say? Could Ms. Su's cooking be bad? Ms. Su's cooking skills are better than those of the best chef in our Village 75. From now on, she will be one of us in Village 75. Yes, our Village 75 is about to produce talented people. A series of compliments made Su Lingling's cheeks blush with a rosy hue. The village chief of 7 Leaves never expected that Su Lingling's culinary skills would be so refined, making such beautifully colored red braised pork in such a short time. It looked amazing in taste, but the village chief of 7 Leaves didn't show even a hint of surprise because Su Lingling's dried meat had already shocked them. Ergo asked 7 Leaves next to him, "Village chief 7 Leaves, how does this dish of red braised pork taste?" "Very good indeed." After saying these words, the village chief of 7 Leaves smiled at everyone and said, "Since this red braised pork tastes so good, 10 crystal coins per serving is really a friendly price. We can't take advantage of your kindness, Miss Su Lingling. If there's anything you need, just let us know without hesitation." These words from the village chief made Su Lingling extremely happy. After coming to this place, Su Lingling only had a dilapidated little wooden shop built in a day, which was clearly insufficient. To attract more customers, the store must expand. So Su Lingling cleverly told everyone, "Thank you all for praising me and this red braised pork. But I've been here for not long, and I want to make my small shop bigger and more beautiful to serve more dishes to all of you. I hope you'll support me when the time comes. Thank you all." Everyone cheered immediately, and Su Lingling was extremely excited. These were all locals of Tianwu Star. With such favorable treatment from the village chief of 7 Leaves, it was obvious he valued her talent in cooking. If she continued working hard, she would definitely receive more praise and possibly spread her cooking skills further. With that thought, Su Lingling began to plan. First, she would renovate the little shop, then expand it, allowing the villagers of 7 Leaves to dine in a spacious and bright store. By then, With 2 employees busy at work, they would function effectively. Thinking this way, Su Lingling's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lingling young miss. A voice interrupted Su Lingling's thoughts. She looked up to see it was Li Daniu. Lingling young miss, since you're planning to renovate the shop, I, Li Daniu, am willing to lend a hand, Li Daniu promised, patting his chest. Thank you. Why are you being polite with me, Lingling young miss? But Miss Lingling, your shop is quite disorganized now and requires some hired hands. While eating this red braised pork and drooling profusely, I, Li Daniu, am willing to work for you. Li Daniu's words amused everyone. Su Lingling couldn't help but laugh out loud. Li Daniu's honest and simple demeanor gave her the impression that this person wasn't bad. Li Daniu, are you willing to stay and help me? Su Lingling asked Li Daniu. Of course. How can a big man like me hire a young girl like you? But I feel that doing the renovation alone will definitely be too much for you. Although I, Li Daniu, may not be a top-tier laborer in Village 75, I'm halfway there. If Miss Lingling trusts me, then let me come. To be honest with all of you, I am also a poor man's child. But since I grew up digging around in the dirt fields, what I've always done is manual labor, so I do know a bit about it. I guarantee I won't cause any trouble for you. Li Daniu promised earnestly. Su Lingling thought it over and found Li Daniu's words to be practical. Besides, she currently lacked people to employ. How could she spend each day roaming the entire Village 75 to look for workers? That would consume too much effort. Just then, the village chief of 7 Leaves spoke up. Ms. Su, here's a suggestion. Apart from Li Daniu, I'll find a few more people to help you. No wages are required. Just feed them, and we'll be happy. Upon hearing these words, Su Lingling felt pleased internally. No wages, only feeding them. This was excellent. She quickly said to the villagers of Village 75, a plate of red braised pork might be greasy, so I'll prepare a vegetable dish for everyone to freshen your palate. As for the shop decoration, it's left to your care. Alright, there's more dishes? In fact, the red braised pork was already very delicious, but with more to eat, no one would refuse. After saying these words, Su Lingling turned around and walked towards the kitchen. She wanted to prepare a pot of refreshing green vegetables for everyone. Green vegetables are a relatively bland type of vegetable, not greasy, and not easily digested. After Su Lingling finished cooking, she carried the dish out. Ergu immediately knew that Su Lingling had finished her dish. He quickly stood up, holding leaves to take the greens. The village chief of 7 Leaves also immediately picked up the remaining leaves in his hand, licking all the oil clean. Su Lingling glanced at the village chief of 7 Leaves. She didn't expect him to eat so thoroughly, probably still feeling hungry. Considering he was still the village chief, she gave him an extra piece of vegetable. After finishing her dish, Su Lingling placed the plate on the table and distributed it among the crowd. Upon seeing it, they found the dish rather simple, just a plain stir-fried green vegetable, revealing nothing particularly new or exciting. But the emerald green leaves looked extremely appetizing. Lingling young miss, you finished already? Yes. Then let me try the dish made by Lingling young miss. Ergu placed a piece of vegetable leaf into his mouth, chewing it with an ecstatic expression. Seeing Ergu's expression, others picked up their chopsticks to give it a taste. This flavor is amazing. It reminds me of my mother's taste. This is the taste of first love. Ergu closed his eyes in bliss. The village chief of 7 Leaves was no exception. After eating the greens, his gaze towards Su Lingling softened considerably, and he felt a little more fondness towards her. Seeing everyone praising her, Su Lingling smiled even brighter. After eating these 2 dishes, before they could savor them fully, they suddenly felt their mental energy become incredibly calm. The usual torment of wild spiritual force slowly disappeared, and they all felt filled with strength. This is too strange. How can Miss Song's dishes have such miraculous effects? Yes, it's incredible. Could she really be the legendary fairy? Oh dear, Lingling young miss, we're truly impressed by you. Such a dish coming from you must be the work of a celestial being. Chapter 245, The Apprenticeship Ceremony. Everyone worshipped Su Lingling as if she were a fairy again. Guzi also looked at Su Lingling with admiration. At this moment, Su Lingling was just as beautiful and radiant as a goddess. Su Lingling, feeling a bit shy from everyone's gaze, quickly waved her hands to explain. Everyone, I am truly not a celestial being. It's only due to my good luck that I have experienced some extraordinary encounters. Please stop flattering me. Haha, Miss Lingling is so modest. Yes, we are all villagers, plain farmers. We all love the food you cook. Stop. Amidst everyone's chatter-filled compliments, Su Lingling hastily gestured for them to pause, asking them to stop talking. Looking at the 2 empty plates on the table and the unsatisfied expressions of everyone, Su Lingling addressed them, saying, what we need to do today is renovate this new store. So, everyone, please go sit down and rest first. We will begin after a while. Hearing her words, though reluctant, everyone obediently left. As for Su Lingling, she took this time to tidy up the bowls and chopsticks. Once she finished, Su Lingling began to contemplate her plans on this planet, intending to start from Tianwu Village and open her fast food restaurant across the whole planet, allowing more people to taste her food. If this were achieved, her prestige on this planet would definitely reach its peak, and at that time, she could return to the previous planet and continue as her own bosses. Thinking about this, Su Lingling felt increasingly delighted, and her smile grew wider. After returning home, the residents of Chiwu Village discovered they felt full of energy, as if their strength had improved subtly. Curiosity towards Su Lingling arose spontaneously. Is Su Lingling's culinary art really so excellent that it enhances our power? I feel my body is much lighter than before, and my mind seems much sharper. You say this girl used some special method in the dishes that enhanced our power? This Boss Sue is truly remarkable. As long as we eat at Boss Sue's place, we can enhance our cultivation. In this case, we must pay attention to the security of Boss Sue's restaurant going forward and ensure she doesn't suffer losses. Yeah, we mainly need to be cautious of other villages. Discussions erupted amongst them. Meanwhile, Su Lingling hadn't realized that she had become an object of adoration and pursuit in these people's eyes. Just after tidying up her small shop, Su Lingling felt very exhausted and lay down to sleep. The next day, when Su Lingling got up, she found everyone waiting with materials outside her shop, ready to help with the renovation work. Upon seeing this, Su Lingling immediately welcomed everyone inside. Boss Su, shall we decide on a name for the shop? Yeah, Boss Su, I think Lingling Fast Food sounds quite nice. Indeed, calling it Lingling Fast Food sounds great too. The word Lingling itself is lovely. Everyone chimed in noisily. Cough, cough. With everyone's clamor hurting her ears, Su Lingling cleared her throat. Everyone, the sign hanging above the store is already my shop name, called Su Family Restaurant. These words were passed down by my grandmaster. I thank everyone who came today to lend a hand. To those who contribute labor, I will provide free boxed meals for everyone today. Boss Su is generous. Thank you, Boss Su. Everyone chimed in agreement and then started working diligently. Some went to the forest to cut wood, others to repair roads, still others prepared bricks and tiles. Everyone was focused on their tasks. Seeing this, Su Lingling smiled faintly and walked into the kitchen, preparing breakfast for everyone. What should I prepare for everyone in the morning? Su Lingling thought. With so many people here, everyone needed to eat well before starting the work. Let's make a stir-fried ferocious beast meat dish. Thus, Su Lingling began bustling around in the open space near the stove. In no time, she had the side dishes ready. She then proceeded to slice the meat, washing it in a basin. Following that, Su Lingling marinated the meat pieces briefly before stir-frying them until cooked. After finishing these preparations, Su Lingling retrieved the steamed rice made earlier and placed it on the table, waiting for everyone to come and enjoy. Wow, it smells delicious. Boss Su, you're amazing. Your food tastes so good. Attracted by the fragrance, everyone gathered around, beginning to sample the dishes. Delicious. Truly, it's so tasty. Boss Su, how do you manage to make such delicious food? Boss Su, may I learn from you? Everyone spoke up one after another, all expressing their willingness to learn how to cook from Su Lingling, and some even wanted to learn other culinary techniques. Seeing this, Su Lingling chuckled and said, I enjoy making friends. Since you're willing to learn, I certainly welcome you. However, there is one thing you must promise me. Oh, come on, Boss Su, just tell us what it is. If we can do it, we'll definitely agree. All of them promised in unison. Su Lingling, pleased with this response, nodded her head. It's like this, learning the art of cooking requires a talent for delicious food. You'd better test yourselves first, then there needs to be an apprenticeship ceremony. After all, the knowledge should not be passed down lightly. That's right, we will definitely prepare for the apprenticeship ceremony. The people from Chiwu village declared with great sincerity. They had never expected that Su Lingling would be so kind as to willingly pass on her cooking skills. But they still wondered if Su Lingling would withhold any secrets during the lessons, so they planned to have more learners keep a close eye on her. The village chief of Chiwu silently thought about it. Upon hearing everyone's response, Su Lingling nodded her head approvingly. In truth, she didn't even need an apprenticeship ceremony, but if there were no benefits at all, they might not truly cherish the knowledge. Alright, everyone come back tomorrow. I'll wait for you here to see who is really interested in studying the art of cooking. Su Lingling grinned happily. Haha, naturally. We will definitely make sure to eat heartily. Yes, we won't let you down, Boss Su. After speaking, everyone left the store and rushed off to continue working. Once everyone had gone, Su Lingling turned around and went inside to tidy up. Soon, Su Lingling had the house spotlessly clean, and then sat in the yard enjoying the sunshine while admiring the scenery and waiting for everyone to return for lunch. Su Lingling rested on the chair for 2 hours, and then gradually people began returning to the courtyard. Silently, Su Lingling reflected that if they really had a talent for good food, it wouldn't be a bad idea to teach them the art of cooking in the future. After all, giving a man a fish doesn't help him forever. Teaching him how to fish does. Chapter 246. Cola that brings happiness must taste good. Chiwu Village. Right now, Chiwu Village was unusually lively. Sister Area, what are we having for lunch? Inside the village's school, a chubby little girl asked the teenager beside her. Shadow Doe, stop eating. You're only 5, and you're almost 400 pounds. Martial artists should abandon indulgence in food and focus on cultivation to serve the Tianwu star. Sister Area, I want to practice martial arts too, but I'm just so hungry. After being full, I can better serve Tianwu star. Shadow Doe didn't care about those big principles. She was still a child who understood nothing. Children need to be fed well to grow up, and when they grow up, they will help ease their elders' burdens. She didn't understand any of these big principles. Alright. Then I'll take you to a good place for lunch today, and no more eating after that tonight. That's great. Shadow Doe jumped happily, the joy on her face uncontainable. Sister Area, where are you going to take me? I've heard that there's a new chef on the mountain of our Chiwu village, who has opened a restaurant selling boxed meals. Let's go check it out. Boxed meals. What are those? Shadow Doe's eyes sparkled with curiosity, as she hadn't eaten a boxed meal before. A boxed meal is cheap food. They say the Suji restaurant on the mountain sells boxed meals for only 10 crystals per serving, but they taste really good. 10 crystals. Does that mean I can eat a lot then? Think again. One person is limited to one portion. Plus, you have to bring your own bowl. Otherwise, you'll have to use leaves from the mountain to hold the food. when Xiaodo and Arya climbed up the mountain together. The big and small pair looked at the bustling crowd before them and couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Sister Arya, there are so many people here. Why are there so many people here? Do we, in Chiwu village, only eat boxed meals because we are poor? Arya also looked perplexed. Village Chief Chi has come here with a large bowl to eat. Are these boxed meals really that delicious? Hey, Arya, Xiaodo, are you not bringing bowls to the restaurant? Erda couldn't help but remind the two young girls. Uncle Erdu, why do we need to bring our own bowls here? Isn't this a restaurant? Shouldn't the restaurant provide the bowls? Arya blinked, never hearing that you need to bring your own bowl for dining. When the food is sold so cheaply, why shouldn't we bring our own bowl? And don't call me Uncle Erdu. I've changed my name now, call me Uncle Erdu. Little Xiaodo couldn't figure out the difference between Erduzi and Erdu. She asked Erdu, what's the difference between bringing and not bringing bowls? If you don't bring a bowl, you'll have to use leaves to carry the food. How much food and dishes can leaves hold? Seeing Xiaodo's figure like a gas tank, Erdu couldn't help reminding her. Oh, that's right. Arya smiled faintly. It's fine, Xiaodo needs to lose weight, so eating less is quite beneficial. Erdu gave Arya an odd look, then stopped speaking, concentrating on lining up. Arya didn't continue talking either. She felt that their Chiwu village was the richest village within 1,000 li. How could they bother themselves for such small savings by bringing and washing their own bowls? Their Chiwu village wasn't lacking in money. Even the wealthy households in large towns weren't as rich as their village. But as the line moved forward, when Arya approached the front, her heart couldn't help but murmur. What a fragrant smell. The spiciness hanging in the air, along with a hint of meat aroma, made Arya, who usually ate quite a bit of gourmet food, involuntarily secrete saliva in her mouth. She seemed to be a little hungry. The food here looked as if it might taste pretty good. Looking beside her, the little Xiaodo had already drooled onto her collar. Sister Arya, quick look. That cooking sister over there is so beautiful. Meals cooked by such a beautiful sister must be very fragrant. Xiaodo's surprised cry drew Arya's attention. Following Xiaodo's finger, they saw a young woman wearing white clothes, cooking under a large tent. This person was none other than Su Lingling. Su Lingling's movements were quick and skillful. As a series of da-da-da-da chopping sounds came, chunks of freshly cut meat quickly flew into the pot. And inside the pot, the deep red sauce was scattered with countless pieces of meat. They were continuously tumbling and bubbling inside, making anyone watching feel a sudden surge in appetite. Next to the iron pot, there was also a wooden bucket filled with steam rising, releasing alluring aromas. This fragrance was truly too enticing. All the people queuing swallowed their saliva in unison. This really smells too good, Xiaodo said to Arya on the side. Sister Arya, no wonder so many people come to queue every day. It's just too fragrant. It feels so delicious. Sister Arya, how about I hold the position here, and you go back to fetch bowls and chopsticks? No problem, don't worry. I just bought 2 wash basins, they're still new. We'll use them as dinnerware later. Sister Arya, I'm going to use a wash basin for my meals from now on. I saw Erduzi, not Uncle Erduzi, carrying his bowl over to get food. He's shameless. Will the boss lose money? He's bullying people. Probably thinks the boss is an outsider. Not exactly. Boss Su has placed a soda machine in the store, and the cola inside is free. It's said to be a beverage that brings happiness, so it's called cola. Erdu carried a bucket to get the free cola. As long as he drinks it all on the spot, the boss won't charge any money. Besides, Boss Su's soup is free. People who come late can't have the soup, so they can only choose between soup or cola. If you choose soup, you can't have the cola. Someone next to Arya explained. Xiaodo looked wistfully at the soup and said to Arya, Sister Arya, this soup smells so good, but surely the cola that brings happiness must taste wonderful. Xiaodo wanted to try both. Xiaodo, a person cannot be so greedy. Sister Arya, I've got an idea. I'll choose the happiness-bringing cola, and you select the soup. This way, we can try both flavors. Am I super smart? Arya nodded. She wanted to drink the soup, but she was also curious about what the happiness-bringing cola tasted like. As Arya anticipated, it was finally her turn to get the meal. Here there were options for 100 crystals and 10 crystals. She didn't hesitate. She picked the 100 crystal option for herself and the 10 crystal option for Xiaodo. It wasn't because she was stingy. Rather, Xiaodo already had a lot of nutrition in her body, and she didn't need that much sustenance. She could eat less. Chapter 247. Isn't Coke just too tasty? Arya and Xiaodu lined up for a cup of cola. Arya, looking at the brown liquid, carefully took a sip. This cola is just too tasty. Arya's eyes lit up instantly, and she began to drink from the cup in large gulps. So good. Xiaodu was quickly conquered by this happiness-inducing sugary water. Arya also finished the remaining cola in her cup. Yet, Arya still felt somewhat unsatisfied. There was a sweet and slightly astringent feeling. Every sip made her feel like the cola was cheering her on. Slowly, she started to feel that this was the taste of life. Happiness. Happiness. Is this what happiness feels like? Unfortunately, each person could only drink once. Su Lingling asked Chu Tianba to stay there to guard the soda machine. Chu Tianba had already come out of seclusion, but Zhang Shun was still meditating in solitude. Chu Tianba was surprised at how quickly Su Lingling managed to set up a new shop and resume selling boxed meals. Chu Tianba felt somewhat embarrassed because he ate and drank for free every day. So now he helps Su Lingling with chores every day. Since not many people live in Chiwu village, the work remains quite easy. Arya walked helplessly up to Chu Tianba and tried to sell him a cute look. Brother, I'll give you 1 crystal coin. Can you sell us a portion of cola? With her little body and big head, Xiaodu also blinked her big eyes cutely and sold her charm to Chu Tianba. Gyuj, I want a cup of cola too. Chu Tianba shook his head helplessly. It's the store's rule. One person gets one cup. We can't have more. Brother, just let us drink one more cup. Xiaodu tugged at Chu Tianba's sleeve coquettishly. Chu Tianba laughed and said, you can come back tomorrow to drink, but only one cup. Oh. Arya watched Chu Tianba drink cola in large gulps and complained to Chu Tianba. You've had dozens of cups already. Why do you get to drink so much when we're limited to one cup? Chu Tianba smirked confidently. Because I'm an employee here. I can drink as much as I want. It's my job to maintain order here. If I give you some, I won't have any left to drink. Arya, hearing Chu Tianba's words, suddenly realized something. She remembered that before the village leader had advertised in the village that anyone with a talent for food could become Su Lingling's apprentice to learn culinary skills. At the time, she didn't know Su Lingling's cooking skills were this good, so she hadn't taken it seriously. Now knowing Su Lingling's exceptional culinary prowess, she couldn't help but be extraordinarily excited. If she could stay as Su Lingling's apprentice, then wouldn't she be able to indulge in endless feasts at Su Lingling's restaurant? To eat whatever she wanted. But being a chef required a talent for food which she didn't have. However, Xiaodu did. Arya looked at Xiaodu and asked, Xiaodu, would you like to eat such delicious food every day until you throw up? Yes, I would. Xiaodu waved her chubby little hands excitedly and said, Xiaodu, Boss Su is currently recruiting disciples. If you join her, you'll be able to make countless delectable dishes yourself. Maybe even tastier ones than these. Tastier than these? How many delicacies would that be? Xiaodu's little brain couldn't think of anything tastier than this. But she really wanted to drink cola. Xiaodu asked Arya, can I drink cola every day then? Of course you can. Arya confirmed to Xiaodu very confidently. Then I want to become an apprentice. Xiaodu was highly motivated and eager. Becoming an apprentice isn't so simple. Su Lingling needs 30 individuals with a talent for food before she starts the class. Chu Tianba coldly interrupted Xiaodu's beautiful dream. How hard is it to gather 30 people? Our Chiwu village has plenty of talented individuals. Arya retorted irritably. If someone normal, regardless of gender, saw her and Xiaodu's act of selling charm, they'd surely soften their hearts already. But this guy seemed entirely unaffected. Had it been her, with such an easy task and unlimited cola to drink, she'd definitely be less approachable than Chu Tianba. What Arya didn't know was that Chu Tianba had encountered too many women who try various coquettish acts on him daily, making him completely immune. His heart, actually, wasn't that soft. Although Chu Tianba didn't know why Su Lingling was so passionate about opening shops and selling boxed meals, or why she loved cooking so much, he believed Su Lingling's amazing culinary skills came from this passion, allowing her to cook such delicious and tasty food. But working for Su Lingling gave Chu Tianba a sense of unprecedented tranquility. He felt that such a simple life was pretty good. He suddenly understood why Zhang Shun liked Su Lingling so much. He thought, who on earth wouldn't like someone like her? Once upon a time, he preferred the glittering, indulgent world of parties and nightlife. But now, he was more inclined toward this tranquil and natural country lifestyle. Though it brought some inconvenience, no easy access to hot water, and no electricity in these mountains. But actually, this kind of life was quite interesting. Every morning, he would practice Tai Chi with Su Lingling, then chop wood. After chopping the firewood, he would lean back on the recliner beside the soda machine, sipping cola. At night, he started his cultivation practice. Life was very regular. Now that Su Lingling sells boxed meals, everyone brings their own bowl, so there is no need to wash dishes. As for trash on the ground, these villagers have strong teeth. Tianwu Star has no nutritional supplements. They crush the bones they chew and swallow them. There is barely any leftover food. So, there's not much cleaning to do either. Since all this happens outdoors, there's no need to enter the house. The villagers rebuilt what was once just a humble little wooden cabin into a luxurious large log house. Their previous small cottage looked too shabby, and now only Zhang Xin stays inside to meditate in seclusion. At the level of martial god, one's seclusion can last for a long time, sometimes even decades. A century in the mountains feels like 1,000 years have passed in the world below. This saying applies to martial gods. Zhang Shun had previously wanted to isolate himself to solidify his skills, but at the time, while on Garbage Planet, things were far from secure, thus prohibiting his isolation. Now, during the great battle with star beasts in space, Zhang Shun sustained injuries. If he didn't go into seclusion soon, his cultivation might regress. Because of this, Zhang Shun decided to retreat into solitude. Martial gods can absorb elemental energy to maintain their internal energy circulation, so even without eating, they can still survive. Long-term seclusion doesn't affect physical health. Zhang Shun placed restrictions outside his room. Still, Su Lingling was uneasy. She teamed up with Chu Tianba to set up a protective spell array outside Zhang Shin's house, calming herself down somewhat. This array was purchased from Chiwu village. Chapter 248, Changes in Village 75. Seven Bai has been away from Village 75 for a full few hundred years. He is old now. He wandered far and wide outside and has already given up breaking through to become a war god. A falling leaf returns to its roots. At the end of his life, he desires more than anything to return to Village 75, his hometown. So he returned. The environment of Village 75 has undergone great changes, but some things remain exactly as they were. For example, the big tree at the entrance to Village 75 still stands strong, which greatly comforts Seven Bai's heart. The villagers of Village 75 have even built a road leading deep into the mountains. Seven Bai never expected that Village 75 would still be improving this much. These villagers are incredibly industrious. In the past, when they hunted beasts on the mountain, they had never considered building a road. Laughter can be heard all over Village 75. There's an air of vitality everywhere. Back in his hometown, the people here are also very rich, enthusiastic, warmly greeting Seven Bai. Seven Bai's family met with an accident and passed away. Now, only one relative remains, Xiaodudu, the granddaughter of Seven Bai's older brother's son. Xiaodudu has no relatives in Village 75. She is cared for by the village chief's sister, Chi Area. After all, it's not easy for martial artists to have children. Now that Seven Bai has returned, the responsibility of raising Xiaodudu naturally falls on a Seven Bai. Seven Bai looks at plump Xiaodudu. He feels extremely happy inside. His family hasn't been mistreated, they've lived well. This makes him think of his son. He only had one son, unfortunately killed by a ferocious beast in childhood. Because of this, he chose to leave Village 75, wandering outside in search of an opportunity to ascend to war god status. Otherwise, what man wouldn't want a warm home with a wife and children? He is the same. Although Xiaodudu is a girl, she looks strikingly similar to his son, with similar facial features and body shape, just as chubby in childhood. Are you my grandpa? Will it be you taking care of me from now on? Xiaodudu curiously looks at the elderly Seven Bai before her. Though Seven Bai thought he'd never feel any emotional fluctuations again, upon seeing Xiaodudu, his heart immediately softened. In a moment, tears filled his eyes. He said to Xiaodudu, Xiaodudu, from now on, Grandpa will take care of you. Grandpa has returned. Great. I have a grandpa now. Grandpa, I want to eat at the restaurant on the mountain. All right. Grandpa will take you to eat at the restaurant on the mountain. Grandpa, do you have crystal coins? Of course, Grandpa does. Grandpa is so cool. Xiaodudu is ecstatically almost flying. After all, having a relative to take care of her and bring her delicious food, Xiaodudu is naturally very happy. Although Arya was also good to Xiaodudu. As Xiaodudu grew up, deep down she still craved having her own relatives. Other children all had their own families. Only she didn't, and young Xiaodudu could only use eating to make herself happier, and thus gradually became fatter and fatter, unable to control her figure anymore. Grandpa, the village chief says I have culinary talent. When our village gathers 30 people with culinary talent, I can apprentice under Su Lingling and learn cooking skills from Su Lingling. Then I will definitely be able to create many delicacies. Every day, I'll invite Grandpa, the village chief, and Arya to come and eat tasty food. Good girl, Xiaodudu. Seven Bai looks at Xiaodudu and smiles happily. He carries Xiaodudu step by step up the mountain. Grandpa, I am heavy. Xiaodudu can walk herself. Who said Xiaodudu is heavy? You are not heavy at all, quite light. Grandpa, you're really strong. Amidst laughter, Seven Bai and Xiaodudu soon arrived at Su Lingling's restaurant. When Seven Bai entered, it wasn't mealtime yet, so Su Lingling hadn't started stir-frying. Seven Bai furrowed his brows looking at the makeshift tents these villagers had set up. How crude. This kind of restaurant requires customers to bring their own bowls. This was the first time Seven Bai had ever heard of such an environment. Boss, is there a menu? No menu. Box meals come in two options, 100 crystal coins or 10 crystal coins. Which package do you want? I'll stir-fry it for you right now. 10 crystal coins, isn't that too expensive? Crystal coins contain concentrated primordial energy, so this price is not cheap at all. Even though he knew eating here required crystal coins, he didn't expect the environment to be so primitive. You can choose freely whether to order here. Since this is not a restaurant, there's no soup provided, but after ordering, you can enjoy a free cola. Su Lingling indifferently said to Seven Bai. Seven Bai stared at Su Lingling for quite a while. However, Su Lingling remained calm, without any sign of guilt or impatience, as if waiting for him to make a decision. Seven Bai had wandered outside for several hundred years and had encountered all kinds of people. There weren't many people who could stay composed in front of him. They were usually those with some skills. Seven Bai couldn't help feeling somewhat suspicious. Could it be that the boxed meals here really had something special? Were they truly worth 10 crystal coins? After hesitating for a moment, he asked, if you say the price is right, can you guarantee that these boxed meals taste good? Whether it tastes good largely depends on personal preference, which I cannot guarantee. Su Lingling shook her head. No matter how delicious something was, someone would still find it unpalatable. Seeing the irritated expression on Seven Bai's face, she couldn't help sighing inwardly. This was the first person to question whether her food was too expensive. Everyone else thought it was super cheap. Seven Bai felt even more irritated inside. In other shops, owners would try their best to brag about their food. But this one just shrugged off his inquiry, refusing to promise its tastiness. It seemed like most likely a scam. Later, if he finds out the food isn't good, they could easily shift the blame by saying it's a matter of personal taste. Having been tricked several times during his wandering life, Seven Bai inevitably developed a certain degree of caution. Think it over before calling me again. Su Lingling finished speaking and was about to turn around and leave. The boxed meal here is actually super delicious. Xiaodudu loves eating it so much. Grandpa, are you sure you don't want to try a portion? Xiaodudu tugged at Seven Bai's sleeve, chin resting on her hands as she looked up at him, eyes wide and innocent, expressing herself innocently. Seven Bai saw Xiaodudu and suddenly felt his heart, toughened by countless trials over the years, softened in an instant. Grandpa, cola is really super yummy. Xiaodudu wants to drink cola. Since his granddaughter wanted it, it's just crystal coins, right? And he has plenty. Seven Bai immediately spoke magnanimously. Give me 2 boxed meals costing 100 crystal coins each. We can't treat my granddaughter poorly. He normally wouldn't eat under ordinary circumstances, but today Xiaodudu was here. Chapter 249, Conquering Other Villages. Su Lingling soon started heating up the wok and stir-frying. If it wasn't almost dinner time, Su Lingling wouldn't actually want to entertain Chibai, because here they all use firewood. Starting the fire, heating up the wok, and then extinguishing it isn't as convenient as imagined. Chibai looked at the meat chunks that Su Lingling was cutting, and he immediately recognized it. It was 9-star ferocious beast meat. This meat wasn't cheap, and in his heart, he also began to approve of the price of 100 crystal coins. The 100 crystal coins weren't a bad deal. Little Daodu held a cup and said to Chibai, "Grandpa, we can drink cola now. Let's hurry and have some cola." Little Daodu took the initiative to bring 2 of the largest cups from home to pour the cola. Chibai saw Little Daodu's expression and felt a pang of pain. He thought that Little Daodu was too sensible, definitely having grown up under someone else's roof. So saving like this was intentional, deliberately taking big cups to get more benefit, to drink a bit more. Seeing how skillfully Little Daodu poured the cola, Chibai liked Su Lingling a bit more. Judging by this, Little Daodu must have benefited quite a bit regularly. Otherwise, these actions wouldn't be so familiar. Little Daodu happily drank, her little face full of joy from savoring the delicious taste, drinking continuously, slightly swaying her body while eating, and simply couldn't stop. "Grandpa, drink Kale." "All right." When Chibai heard Little Daodu's voice, his heart was filled with tenderness. He also picked up a cup of cola and started drinking. This feeling was just like encountering a spring in the depths of a desert. The taste of the cola was wonderfully delectable. Soon, an overwhelming aroma wafted over. Su Lingling had already lit the fire and started stir-frying. Very quickly, 2 servings of braised pork were done. Chibai's eyes were completely drawn to the fried rice in front of him. The rich smell of peppers and meat pieces greeted him, making saliva flow uncontrollably. He had never smelled such an enticing aroma from food before. After receiving his meal, Chibai took a bite with chopsticks. A myriad of flavors were all contained within that single mouthful. With one bite, he felt warmth spread throughout his entire body, and the scent of the peppers lingered on his lips and teeth. Chibai's eyes immediately brightened. Delicious. It was incredibly delicious. How could there be such delicious things in this world? Chibai's mind was left only with this thought. Unable to resist, he hastily put another morsel of meat into his mouth, and later ended up holding the plate in one hand and chopsticks in the other, continuously eating without stopping. Wasn't 100 crystal coins expensive? For food this good, even if it cost 1,000 crystal coins, he would still think it wasn't pricey at all. Compared to the culinary delicacies from other parts of Tianwu Star, this one paled their efforts in comparison. Taste he once tolerated would no longer do moving forward. Such a bowl of braised pork was akin to a meticulously crafted masterpiece created by a master chef. After centuries of tasting across Tianwu Star, he had never experienced such a flavor before. Previously harboring doubts about Su Lingling, along with those silent jeers within his heart, were all discarded now. In the presence of such extraordinary cuisine, what does face matter? It doesn't count for anything. Even more astonishing to Chibai was that after eating this braised dish, that warm sensation wasn't a mirage but a genuine feeling. It made one feel thoroughly comfortable, as though something was nurturing one's body, relieving physical fatigue and discomfort quickly and efficiently. Just like drinking a top-tier suppressant, but this restoration was much gentler and even more pleasant, working from inside out. Only now did Chibai understand why Little Daodu insisted on learning from Su Lingling. Su Lingling's culinary skills were beyond reproach. To be honest, he hadn't encountered anyone with better cooking skills than Su Lingling. If Little Daodu could become Su Lingling's apprentice, then Little Daodu's future would be limitless. Most importantly, becoming a chef is rather safe, not needing to participate in chaotic battles. An outstanding chef will always have many warriors around to protect them. Chibai also wished for Little Daodu to possess a bright future. "Boss, I'd like 2 more boxed meals." Chibai glanced at Little Daodu who was still eating and said to Su Lingling. Chu Tianda scoffed coldly nearby. "1 per person per day. Do you really think such a delicious meal can be eaten infinitely?" Su Lingling said to Chibai, "These are the restaurant rules. Come back if you don't understand." Although Chibai was helpless, he could only leave with Little Daodu. "Grandpa, tomorrow we'll bring a big bowl up. Here, we can only eat once a day, but we can take a bit more rice. This white rice tastes so good." Okay. The large and small figures were stretched long by the fading sunlight, casting shadows on the tree-lined path. Chibai felt that returning to Village 75 was an extremely correct decision. It wasn't easy to gather 30 people with culinary talent. If they really needed to complete the gathering, then they would have to search in other villages. If they went to other villages to find them, it would reveal the location of Su Lingling's restaurant. Village head Chia had some worries. This was also Su Lingling's test. Of course, Su Lingling couldn't become the exclusive chef for Village 75. Her goal was the entire Tianwu Star, to promote her cooking skills. Thus, her requirement was to gather 30 contestants with culinary talent. Only in this way would the surrounding villages learn about her restaurant. These apprentices would gradually graduate. After these apprentices graduated, they would take on more apprentices, starting a person-to-person phenomenon. One day, her cuisine would conquer all of Tianwu Star. All of this just required time. After pondering for a long while, village head Chia gathered everyone in Village 75 who possessed culinary talent and was willing to return. With some effort, there were only 17 people. 13 more were still needed and would have to be found in other villages. Chia village head finally made up his mind after much deliberation, deciding to share this excellent opportunity with other villages. Unexpectedly, the other village heads simply didn't believe him. Not a single one cooperated with him, which infuriated Chia. An enraged Chia directly brought all the village heads to Su Lingling's restaurant. "Brother Chia, I'm sorry. Brother Chia, Never thought that there could be such a remarkable chef in the world. Never thought you were so sincere. Brother Chia, this boxed meal is too delicious. Chia watched these village heads acting as if they hadn't eaten something so delicious in their lifetimes and felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Chapter 250, the grand finale. Ding. Congratulations, host has accumulated 10 million positive reviews and received the reward of a god-level recipe for Cuisine. Ding. Congratulations, host has accumulated 30 million positive reviews and received the reward of a god-level babazivu. Ding. Congratulations, host has accumulated 1 billion positive reviews and received the reward of a god-level Jiuzhuan Dachong and a comprehension of the Wu divine realm. 1 billion positive reviews, something Su Lingling wouldn't have dared to dream of in the past. But now, Su Lingling has achieved it. This wasn't just due to Su Lingling's efforts alone. It was closely tied to the contributions of other apprentices as well. Su Lingling had already taught 3 batches of apprentice chefs on Tianwu Star. Essentially, most people on Tianwu Star knew that a great chef had appeared in Village 75. A countless number of people were rushing to become her apprentices. In the legendary Wu divine realm, Su Lingling also reached it, albeit with some help from the system. Previously, Zhang Shun had explained to Su Lingling the intricacies of the Wu divine realm, and with the system aiding her further, breaking through into the Wu divine realm became easy for Su Lingling. As for the heavenly calamities faced by a Wu divine, the cook god space perfectly helped Su Lingling dissolve them. Breaking through the Wu divine realm grants an immense increase in lifespan, as the body undergoes a mysterious transformation. Most crucially, it boosts one's strength too. Now Su Lingling understands why the Wu divine realm is called Wu divine, because after becoming a Wu divine, the abilities and skills mastered truly don't differ much from those of legendary deities. However, it was also time to leave Tianwu Star. Because Zhang Shun had emerged from seclusion, Su Lingling had heard many times about the great name of Long Haoyan, and one day, Su Lingling finally met Long Haoyan. Long Haoyan and Zhang Shun were 2 brothers, but their appearances were completely different. Long Haoyan looked incredibly handsome, living up to his name. Brother, don't worry, that bastard Chu Xinghe actually dared to scheme against you. I've already dealt with him for you. This time I've come to properly take you back to Longwang Star. Long Haoyan had been in closed-door cultivation before, so he didn't have the extra energy to care about external affairs. His talent was higher than Chu Xinghe's, and relying on his own gifts and abilities, he broke through to the Wu divine realm. It was precisely because of this that he dared to deal with Chu Xinghe. When Long Haoyan broke through, he originally wanted to find Zhang Shun to brag a bit. But the moment he came out of seclusion, he learned that Zhang Shun had already broken through to Wu divine even earlier than him, and had slain another Wu divine. Having nowhere else to vent his frustration, Long Haoyan went to find Chu Xinghe, who had always been in competition with him. How dare this guy bully his brother while he was in seclusion? Little Tian, thanks for all your hard work these days. Brother, not at all. You're the one who suffered these days. Surely you couldn't eat or dress well outside. Chu Tianba looked at the brotherhood between Long Haoyan and Zhang Shun, feeling inexplicably a tinge of jealousy in his heart. Zhang Shun said to Long Haoyan, "These days I ate better outside than on Longwang Star." While speaking, Zhang Shun took out a basin of dried meat and handed it over to Long Haoyan. Looking at the basin of dried meat before him, Long Haoyan couldn't help but swallow twice. But considering his identity, the basin seemed so casual. Even the dried meat itself looked rather ordinary. Brother, isn't this basin a little too crude? We are at least young princes of Dragon King Star, and yet we eat this? It doesn't fit our status, let alone being Wu divines. Little Tian, this is from the stellar beasts I hunted myself. It tastes very delicious. Are you really not going to try? Zhang Shun was puzzled as Long Haoyan hesitated. Hearing that it was from stellar beasts, a gleam flashed across Long Haoyan's eyes. Fine, since you're my dear brother, I'll give it a small try. I'll only eat 1 bite. Long Haoyan planned to eat just 1 bite. But perhaps it was because his brother invited him, so he couldn't disappoint his brother's good intentions. Long Haoyan ate everything clean, leaving not a speck behind. Even the tiny bits of meat on the plate he despised earlier weren't left untouched. Long Haoyan enjoyed it immensely, almost entering a state of forgetfulness. Suddenly, his expression hardened, noticing that the bowl was empty. An entire big basin of dried meat, he had devoured it clean, leading to a soul-stirring 3 questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Was this pathetic behavior really him? He was the young Star Master of Dragon King Star, the future Star Master. How could he behave like this? Little Tian. Zhang Shun gave Long Haoyan a slight smile. I still have a whole sack of dried meat here. If this isn't enough, take it. Hearing this, Long Haoyan didn't hesitate any longer and instinctively grabbed the dried meat, though then started pondering again. Looking at the dried meat in his hands, should he accept it or not? Well, no matter what, this was a sincere gesture from his older brother. No matter how strong he was still Zhang Shun's younger brother. Brother, it seems like you're living a pretty good life. Is this your sister-in-law? Long Haoyan's gaze fell on Su Lingling. Zhang Shun nodded slightly. Su Lingling then said to Long Haoyan, your brother and I are good friends who've been through a lot together. Now that the galaxy is tending towards peace, I'll trouble you to send me back to Water Blue Star. I don't plan to go to Dragon King Star anymore. I want to work hard to develop my hometown, Water Blue Star, into a first-class civilization planet. Her choice to go to Dragon King Star was originally out of helplessness. Now, the galaxy had become peaceful. Trash Star was getting better and better. Under the efforts of outstanding chefs from the new Western culinary school, talents were emerging in Trash Star continuously. Even without a star master, they managed to perfectly repel the insect clan attack. The insect clan had now become gourmet cuisine that was wildly popular throughout the galaxy. By Zhang Shen's side, he spoke to Long Haotian. Since you have developed Dragon King Star well, I won't go there. Two tigers fighting would inevitably harm one another. I also want to go to Water Blue Star. I stayed there for many years. It's a planet with great potential. I want to become the star master of Water Blue Star and properly develop it. Sister-in-law, your wish has already come true. My brother is a martial god. Wherever he is, including Water Blue Star, it is already a first-class civilization planet. Long Haotian joked at Su Lingling. How about this? I'll send both of you to Water Blue Star. As for Chu Tianba, our Dragon King Star still needs excellent talents like you. You should continue developing Dragon King Star. Long Haotian was very cunning. He sensed that his brother hadn't fully won over Su Lingling yet. He wouldn't let Chu Tianba tag along as the third wheel. Chu Tianba. Su Lingling suddenly remembered a universal rule in the galaxy. Any planet that possessed a martial god was considered a first-class civilization planet. Zhang Shen was a martial god. Su Lingling was actually also a martial god, but she hadn't told anyone. Because sometimes being low-key could bring unexpected surprises. Water Blue Star. When Su Lingling returned to Water Blue Star this time, her reception was completely different from before. Her small restaurant hadn't changed at all because Long Fan had been arranging people to clean it regularly. The same went for the large restaurant in Dong City. The city master of Dong City had arranged people to maintain it, keeping it exactly as it was. Mu Ju had become the new city master of Dong City. Ling Chui had become the city master of H City. Ling Xiaoxiao didn't marry Mu Ju. Instead, she put her heart into practicing cooking techniques using Su Lingling's video tutorials. She was now a fairly well-known food live streamer. Upon meeting Su Lingling again, Ling Xiaoxiao had originally wanted to say sorry to Su Lingling. But due to the stark difference in their social statuses now, she became somewhat more cautious. Seeing Ling Xiaoxiao like this, Su Lingling felt a little uncomfortable. Regardless, Ling Xiaoxiao could be considered her first female friend. Su Lingling founded a Water Blue Star Bento Cuisine University on Water Blue Star. It recruited students with culinary talent from all over the galaxy. Here, one could enjoy delicious and affordable boxed meals. One could also learn the art of cooking that heals the soul. Ling Xiaoxiao promoted this university on her live streaming platform across the entire galaxy. And Long Fan, declining the invitation to Dragon King Star, surprisingly chose to re-enter as a student to study. As for Zhang Shun, he resumed his original name, Long Wudi, no longer hiding under an alias. Under his leadership, Water Blue Star grew stronger and better. The canteen food of Water Blue Star Bento Cuisine University became a renowned place for food enthusiasts from across the galaxy to visit. Countless people came from other planets just to taste the bento cuisine here. Water Blue Star was slowly becoming as peaceful and happy as the planet where Su Lingling used to live, and the concepts of prosperity, democracy, civility, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law, dedication, honesty, and kindness penetrated deep into the minds of every individual on Water Blue Star. The end.